Chapter 1 The Ultimate Prodigal. Master, Master, are you alright? Don't scare us, wah wah wah. Master, please wake up. The clear and melodious voice of a young girl rang incessantly in his ears, tinged with sadness. Kit opened his eyes to see 4 girls in colorful court dresses standing around him, crying as if they were in silk pear blossoms. Their fair faces glistened with tears, their red-rimmed eyes filling with anxiety as they looked at him. Kit pinched his thigh silently. Ouch! A sharp pain shot through him. This wasn't a dream. It seems I've been transported to this world and I've become one of the countless travelers from Earth. Kit quickly composed himself, looking at the girls around him, just about to ask for their names when suddenly a flood of memories rushed into his mind. Xuanhuan World, North Region, Southern State, on the border of Yi Country, in a rundown city called Yanu City. As for his identity, he was still named Kit. He was the second son of the Bai family, one of the 4 major clans in Yanu City, and known as the Ultimate Prodigal. Once, he spent 30,000 taels of silver to buy a spirit gathering pill. Then, he filled the pill to feed the dead and kept the wooden box as an ornamental item in his room. It was a classic case of buying the post box but returning the pearl itself. The 4 girls beside him are none other than female slaves at this alternate universe version of Kit and bought at rate expense from slave traders. Each with their own unique qualities: plump, slim, each excelling in various servant skills. They were all exceptional maids, handpicked from thousands. Together, they cost 3 million taels of silver. This money came from stealing a 1,000-year-old mystic Yongjin and worth 10 million taels from the Bai family treasure vault. This item was sold by Kit for 5 million taels, with 3 million used to buy the female slaves and 2 million to repay gambling debts. Because of this, the head of the Bai family, his own father Mac, almost broke Kit's 5th leg. But in the end, he couldn't bear it and only beat him nearly to death, leaving him in a courtyard to reflect on his actions. After reviewing all these memories, Kit wasn't upset. Instead, he felt elated and muttered, "Holy cow, this identity is amazing. A top-notch rascal who plays with cats and dogs daily, living like a wealthy playboy surrounded by beauty. It's exactly what I've always dreamed of. Isn't this 10,000 times better than my life on Earth?" Thinking of his past self, Kit smiled again for the with unpleasant memories of his life on Earth. On Earth, he had no parents. After graduation, he worked day and night. Eventually, after much hard work, he finally helped his boss get a luxury car worth several million. As for Kit, he worked late one night, until his body couldn't take it anymore and he died suddenly due to overwork. Considering he had no relatives, that Tartarus boss didn't even need to pay compensation. Thinking about this, Kit clenched his fists tightly, feeling his spoiled treasure rise. Damn it, if I could go back, that Tartarus boss would definitely pay for his actions. Master, it's such a relief you're okay. Wah wah, those law enforcement rules are getting you so hard. There's not a single spot on your body that's not bruised. If Master were to die, we would be sold again. The 4 maids cried, making Kit feel strange. It was as if he was lying in a coffin, already half-buried, being mourned over. Clearing his throat lightly, Kit said, "You all, stop crying." Immediately, the crying stopped. The 4 maids looked at Kit expectantly, the air suddenly silent. Seaman, the atmosphere became even more awkward. Speechless, Kit tried to move, and intense pain surged through him. His body couldn't help but grimace. If I remember correctly, Kit was whipped 1,000 times by his own father, Mac, hanging him from the ceiling until there was not a single bruised spot on his body. Looking at himself, yes, he was wrapped like a mummy. Frowning, Kit suddenly recalled that he was a transmigrator. In the world of transmigration, a small number endured hardship past ordinary people, slowly climbing the ranks, possibly finding a white-bearded Lenny as a mentor to guide them. If that Lenny was replaced by a beautiful woman that surpassed most transmigrants, if you had a system, you stood at the very peak of transmigration. Thinking of this, Kit began a series of tests. System, are you there? The air remained deathly quiet. Open attribute panel. No response, complete silence. System, you son of a gun, get out here. Activate system. All attempts yielded nothing. Instead, the 4 maids' eyes widened in shock as they listened to Kit's nonsensical ramblings. Exchanging glances, they all understood what the other was thinking. Diego has gone mad, what should we do now? Kit noticed the maid's strange gazes and sternly corrected, "You don't think I'm crazy, do you? Master, you're not crazy." One of the maids, Karen, forced a smile. "I'm really not crazy." Kit was speechless. Beside him, Lavender, with her almond-shaped face and cute demeanor, blinked and muttered, "But crazy people always say they aren't crazy." "Master, rest assured, even if you are crazy, we will stay by your side." Gianna swung her fist emphatically. Kit fell silent. Then he shouted loudly, "I'm sane, I'm not crazy." Boom! A golden light pierced the dim world, illuminating everything. Kit felt his mental space brighten instantly. The golden light straight into 9 different orbs. Just one ran through Vilbanus' pair. It was as if 9 suns rose before him. "Ah, Kit laughed warmly. "I knew it. How could I not have a cheat? I'm going to be invincible." In contrast, the 4 maids exchanged looks. Their expressions were grim. Disastrous, Diego has truly lost it. Kit paid no attention to the maid's thoughts, calming down after his excitement. With a thought, the 9 orbs burst open. Golden specks dissipated, revealing 9 golden scriptures floating in Kit's mental space. The scriptures shimmered with gold light, enveloped in chaotic mist. Dimly, different chants symmetry echo, extraordinarily remarkable. Chapter 2 The 9 volumes of the Golden Book. Holy crap, this looks like something incredible. Kit was utterly stunning. He cleared his throat and addressed the 4 servant girls standing beside him. "All of you go on first. No matter what happens in this room, do not come in." "Yes, Ify," the servant girls left with worried expressions. Watching the servant glance back every few steps, Kit suddenly felt as if near terminal ill and had only a short time left, shaking his head, waiting for the servant yours to leave. Bearing the pain, Kit sat up from the bed. With a mental command, the first volume of the stripper appeared in his hand. The book was exceptionally thick, cast entirely in pure gold. At the top were fiery characters. Chaos Scripture. Summary. At the dawn of creation, chaos had yet to dissipate. This is the first cultivation method born from the natural order of heaven and earth. Its cultivation speed, combat power, and spiritual energy quality and quantity are all unmatched at any level. It has no requirements for talent or qualifications. Holy crap, sounds amazing. Kit was dumbfounded for a moment before flipping to the first page. Boom. Blinding golden light abruptly shone, revealing the first page of the golden book in front of Kit. On it, hundreds of thousands of tiny characters, each about the size of a needle tip, written in neat rows, yet perfectly legible. Just the text gave off an ancient, primeval feel from the early days of the world. As Kit's eyes swept over these characters, the massive amount of information merged into his mind effortlessly. Despite not recognizing a single character, he could easily grasp their meaning. Chaos Scripture, Key Cultivation Section. Exterior training focuses on tendons and bones, while internal training cultivates Ki. When Ki cultivation reaches its peak, one can transform Ki into a powerful defensive force. Without hesitation, Kit leaped to the second page, but it was as if a 10,000-pound boulder was pressing down on it. It wouldn't budge. Clearly, certain conditions needed to be met to open the second page. Forget it, let's check the second volume. Kit muttered, producing the second volume of the scripture. Upon opening it, he saw 36 illustrations detailing body strengthening exercises. Chaos Scripture, Body Strengthening Section, the strongest method to strengthen the body within this world, reaching its peak ranks invulnerability to weapons, water, and fire. Upon fully mastering the Chaos Scripture's Body Strengthening Section, one can achieve an indestructible body, transcending destruction and decay. Holy crap, too strong. Once again, Kit was astonished. Possessing such a cheat would make it unforgivable not to reach the pinnacle of the world as a transmigrator. After reviewing the first page, Kit tried the second page. Just like the Key Cultivation section, the Body Strengthening section only opened on the first page. The second remained inaccessible. Forget it, let's see the third volume. Without another word, Kit opened the third golden book. Chaos Scripture, Spirit Cultivation Section. Primarily focused on cultivating the spirit. Upon reaching its peak, the spirit becomes immortal, capable of traversing through countless realms with just a thought. Seeing the third volume, Kit stroked his chin and murmured, Key Cultivation, Body Strengthening, Spirit Cultivation, looks like him becoming a perfect all-round warrior. With that thought, Kit looked at the remaining volumes. Similar to the first three, the other 6 volumes represented different domains. Free and easy Warrior section, Sword Technique section, Da Techniques section, Weapon Refinement section. These 6 sections cover nearly all aspects of cultivation. If mastered to perfection, they would turn Kit into an already perfect warrior, supreme existence in any domain. Putting the 9 volumes back into the spiritual space, Kit sat cross-legged and began to enter a cultivation state according to the Key Cultivation method outlined in the Chaos Scripture. Huff, huff. With just a slight breath, the surrounding spiritual energy stirred instantly. White mist enveloped Kit, purifying and refining into pure cultivation power for his radiance. Within the span of a mere half-hour, Kit's cultivation soared from a normal human to the 9th heaven of Key cultivation. Boom. A white fire blossomed on the top Kit's head. Sensing the full reservoir of spiritual energy within his body, Kit realized he couldn't absorb any more, much like a reservoir that can't hold any additional water once full. Is this my limit? Kit opened his eyes and stretched, surprised to find his previously injured body at peak condition, brimming with endless vitality. I reached the 9th heaven of Key cultivation in just half an hour. This cultivation method is terrifyingly fast. Reflecting on his cultivation progress, Kit felt a chill. Typically, reaching the 9th heaven within 50 years was considered normal, within 30 years was extraordinary, and within 10 years marked someone as a genius. But he had achieved it in only half an hour, equivalent to 50 years of hard work for an ordinary person. This cultivation speed was truly unprecedented. Sir. Suddenly, Kit felt something amiss, aching his body with his spiritual energy. He gasped. The rapid advancement in cultivation had caused numerous micro tears throughout his meridian. Even minor movements exacerbated the damage. In a battle, just a slight exertion of spiritual energy could cause his body to explode from the strain. It seems my cultivation progressed too quickly for my physical body to keep up. Kit mused, recalling knowledge from the 9 volumes. Under normal circumstances, spiritual energy should nourish the flesh, strengthening it. Perhaps the body strengthening section can help. With this thought, Kit leaped from the bed and followed the 36 illustrating postures of the body strengthening section. Instantly, a crack of popping bones resonated as his spiritual energy was absorbed by his flesh, gradually enhancing his physical strength to the 1st heaven of body strengthening. The myriad tears in his radiance hottened and began healing. It's working. Delighted, Kit moved to the next posture. As he did so, spiritual energy surged into his body at an alarming rate. Under intense refinement, his physical strength visibly increased. Repeating the sequence multiple times, Kit finally broke through a certain limit. Doi. A deep, resonant sound emerged from within his body. Kit sensed another kind of power awakening inside him. Suddenly, a golden glow enveloped his skin, turning it pale. Guardian Golden Cadet, a hallmark of the peak body strengthening stage. Kit marveled. If I recall correctly, there aren't more than 10 people in E Kingdom who have reached this realm. However, after achieving Guardian Golden Cadet, Kit found he couldn't advance further, clearly hitting a bottleneck similar to the Key cultivation section. Recognizing this, Kit shifted his focus to the remaining 7 sections, beginning their cultivation. Time flew by. Leading into the next day, in the room, Kit hadn't slept all night. His eyes bulged out like a rabbit's. Excitedly rubbing his hands, he performed the free and easy Warrior step from the Chaos Scripture. In an instant, hundreds of after images filled the room. Chapter 2. The 9 volumes of the Golden Book continued. With the ski reaching its cheek, there was not a single sound in the room. Thud. Kit landed on the ground, took a deep breath, and muttered to himself. I finally managed to practice all 9 seconds to their highest realm. In this strange world, I finally have some means to protect myself in next days, and having nothing to do, I can go listen to music at the entertainment quarters. Thinking of this, Kit eagerly pushed open the door and said to the maidservant Raven beside him, Raven, and prepare some silver coins. We're going to listen to music at Honolulu. Oh, alright. Raven nodded and immediately whistled. In the next second, Virginia, Natalia, and Olani quickly appeared. Each of them held a jar by the leash, while another carried a cat, and Olani held up a birdcage. What's this? Kit was stunned. These are your favorite things, young master. Olani blinked her eyes and continued. This bird you bought for 1,000 taels of silver. I now understand how the title of #1 prodigal son of the Bai family came about. Kit was speechless. He sighed and asked, I'm bored with this. How much can these sell for? A few taels of silver, maybe. Raven counted on her fingers and said, a sparrow, a stray dog, and a fat cat. After all, these aren't worth much. Damn. Hearing this, Kit was utterly speechless. How wasteful was the original owner? As he spoke, footsteps sounded outside the courtyard gate, and then a red-hooded maidservant pushed the door open and walked in. Seeing Kit holding a cat in his left hand and leading a dog with his right, with the maidservant carrying a bouquet beside him, she instantly frowned. This guy truly lived up to the reputation of being the Bai family's #1 prodigal son. Forcing a smile, she said, Icky, the family head has sent me with a message. What message? Kit looked at the red-hooded maidservant, feeling as if he had seen her somewhere before. The family had asked me to tell you that if you're not dead yet, immediately roll to the front or even a step late until skin your life. The red-hooded maidservant passed in added, you better hurry, otherwise you'll really be in big trouble. Note the translation retains the paragraph structure, tone, and style of the original text. Names are kept in pinyin for accuracy. Chapter 3 in your only worth 3 Kading. Sure, I already know that. Kit was depressed. It seemed he wouldn't be able to go to the pleasure quarter for a show today. Considering he might get hung up and whipped by the head of the Bai family. Back, if he didn't go, Kit still followed what the red-hooded maid had said and came to the main hall of the Bai family, leading the dog and holding the cat. Kit, you finally came. A chubby man who was running toward Kit gasped, saying breathlessly, the family head is almost driven mad with anger. What happened? Kit was taken aback. He knew this fatty well. His name was Steve, one of the old master Kit's close friends from his wild days. They had shared everything, studied together, and done many things side by side, making their bond unbreakable. Seeing Steve's nervousness, Kit himself couldn't remain calm either. He suspiciously asked, old man isn't planning to whip me again, right? It was just a 1,000-year-old mystic rodent ginseng plant. It's even more complicated than that. Steve wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Damn it. Kit exclaimed, turning to Raven behind him and saying, Raven, pack up, we'll head out for a couple of months. I'm afraid old man really intends to flay me alive. Kit, try running away and see what happens. Get in here, Mac's furious voice echoed. Alright. Kit felt speechless as he walked into the hall dejectedly. Now, the entire hall was packed with people. Not only the family and Mac but also a group of elders were there, adding to the solemn atmosphere. Looking at all the high-ranking members of the Bai family, Kit couldn't help asking, old man, are you planning to disown me? Don't do that, I'm your flesh and blood. You scoundrel. Mac felt like his head was about to explode. He pointed to a young girl beside him and said, this is your issue, solve it yourself. My issue? Kit was startled as he turned to look at the girl. Instantly, his pupils constricted, and his face turned serious. Sitting on the main seat usually reserved for the head of the Bai family was a magnificently dressed young lady. Her beauty was top-notch, exuding an aura of elegance and untouchability, like a pale golden phoenix looking down upon everyone in the Bai family. Standing next to her was a middle-aged man in white robes. Though he appeared around 30 and should be in his prime, he carried a feminine and somewhat unique-like vibe. No wonder he felt something was off. This had to be because of the young lady. Anyone sitting on the main seat of the Bai family must have an extraordinary identity. Are you Kit? What a waste of space. The richly dressed young lady flicked her fingers casually, looking at Kit with disdain. A rich person like you isn't even worthy of licking my toes. How could you think of becoming my fiancé? Giselle, if you dislike the engagement, cancel it. Why humiliate my son? Mark ruined defending, always keep some room for negotiation. Negotiation. Giselle sneered, lazily replying, who do you think I am? Does your Bai family deserve my courtesy? If not for Bayanshan saving my grandfather's life years ago, you wouldn't even have a chance to speak to me. And let me tell you, I'm not a true disciple of the Minglong sect leader. Crushing your Bai family would be as easy as crushing an ant, understand? Kit looked at Giselle, slightly frowning. This woman is arrogant beyond belief. He really wanted to punch her. But thinking about it, Kit clenched his fists yet restrained himself. Even though he had transmigrated, his mentality remained rooted in Earth's logic. If reason could be used, he wouldn't resort to violence. You! Mac was seething with rage, unable to tolerate such humiliation even as the head of the family. Clenching his fists, he took a step forward. Mac, what do you intend? Behind Giselle, the middle-aged eunuch raised a finger, releasing a powerful aura. Boom!
In an instant, the entire hall was swept by the eunuch's overwhelming energy. Even Mac paled and stepped back 2 steps. Unaware of the situation, Kit found the eunuch's aura weak and pitiful, never realizing how formidable he was to the Bai family. What stunned him more was when he blurted out, such a high-pitched voice. Indeed, a real eunuch. What did you say? The eunuch's face turned grim. Donald, don't be angry. Let me finish speaking. Giselle waved her hand. Yes, Miss Chin. The eunuch's face stiffened, remaining in place but glaring at Kit with undisguised hostility. Kit, unfazed, said with a helpless sigh, hey, if you want to break the engagement, just do it. Your looks, put in one hulu, aren't worth more than 3 taels of silver per night. Honestly, you're trash. Frankly, even if you stood naked before me, I doubt I'd be interested. What did you say? Giselle's body shook, nearly exploding in anger. Or how about this? You break the engagement, and I'll pay you youth compensation at 3 taels of silver per day. Kit calculated aloud. 3 taels a day, 1,000 taels a year, 10 years? Make it 10,000 taels. As he spoke, Kit pulled out a silver ticket and waved it in front of Giselle, then continued, here's a silver ticket for 10,000 taels. This will cover the engagement cancellation fee. After that, Kit tossed the silver ticket on the ground, waving his hand dismissively, there you go. Take the money and leave. You. Giselle was almost fainting with fury. Did Kit seriously compare her to the lowest of prostitutes, paying her by the tail? Was she Giselle short of money? So what, not enough? Watching Giselle almost steaming in rage, Kit felt an immense sense of satisfaction. He then pulled out another 10,000 tael silver ticket and threw it on the ground, 20,000 taels, that's the most I can offer. You're not worth any more. As soon as these words left his mouth, the surrounding by family elders couldn't hold back laughter. Hashtag chapter 4. The malicious maiden. Even Mac looked at Kit with some surprise. This spendthrift suddenly seemed so acceptable for the first time. Giselle spat out a mouthful of blood in anger, turning to the middle-aged eunuch beside her. Warrenson, that useless one is yours now. Don't worry, Miss Cheen. I'll make sure he wishes he were dead but cannot be. The middle-aged eunuch's face was twisted with malevolence, and as he took a step toward Kit, an ominous aura burst forth from him. Grinding teeth, Mac clenched his jaw, cold sweat dripping down his forehead. Under the pressure of the eunuch's aura, he could barely maintain his combat readiness. As for some of the elders, they had already fallen to their knees, unable to stand. Hold on, are you all really this afraid? Kit became even more puzzled. Looking at the middle-aged eunuch, he said, is this old eunuch really that scary? Boy, you really are young and reckless. The middle-aged eunuch gave a cold laugh, looking at Kit without rushing to kill him. Instead, he patiently explained, there are 5 realms: Qi practice, Qi gathering, Qi transformation, Gang Qi, and Xianxia. I have reached the Gang Qi realm. When my Qi turns into Gang, no one in the entire Jinwu city can match me. Oh, right, now I remember. Kit nodded as if enlightened. If I'm not mistaken, the Lanny is at the peak of the Qi gathering realm? It's good that you know this much. The eunuch's face twisted into a perverted smile, looking at Kit and holding up 3 fingers. I give you 3 choices. First, you cripple your own legs and feet and castrate yourself. Otherwise, I'll obliterate the Bai family. Second, there are many officials in Yuang City who would pay handsomely for eunuchs like you. You be their top choice. Third, I destroy the Bai family, sell the women into brothels, and turn the men into eunuchs. Which will it be? Upon hearing this, Mac immediately became agitated, glaring at Giselle. Giselle, my Bai family has never wronged yours. Why do you want to destroy us? Why? Because I just don't like the Bai family? Giselle smirked disdainfully. Do you need an aunt's consent before stepping on it? Mac felt utterly despairing. A 4th-level Gang Qi realm expert was far beyond what the Bai family could handle. This single eunuch alone was enough to wipe out the entire Bai family. At this moment, Kit sighed, saying, I was naive. I thought everything could be resolved peacefully, but I overlooked that this place isn't launching. It's a world where the strong prey on the weak. The powerful can do whatever they want. That's right. What can you do about it? The eunuch was quite smug, preparing to toy with Kit and enjoy seeing his desperate face. Seeing this, Kit glanced at the eunuch and said calmly, what can I do? Naturally, I speak with fists. You gave me 3 choices? How about I give you 2? Ha ha ha. What 2 choices? I'm quite curious. The eunuch wore the demeanor of a cat playing with a mouse. Kit held up 1 finger, staring coldly at the eunuch. First choice, pick up the silver notes from the ground, apologize, kowtow, and then leave. Ha ha ha. The eunuch couldn't help but laugh heartily, his voice sharp and piercing. Second choice, both of you will die here. Kit frowned, his patience at its limit. Boy, it seems you don't understand how formidable a Gang Qi realm expert truly is. The eunuch sneered. Forget it. Boy, I don't have time to play with you. I'll start by breaking your limbs, then castrate you. Kit stared at the eunuch, smiling slightly. Then try. Boom. Before the words were fully spoken, the eunuch had already attacked. At the Gang Qi realm, these experts could generate a gang-like force, sending someone flying from a distance. They could even fly through the air. But because he saw Kit as merely trash, the eunuch overestimated his abilities. He lunged at Kit with a single hand. Kit neither dodged nor flinched, activating his carefree steps. His body flashed past the eunuch, appearing behind him in an instant. What? The eunuch's pupils constricted as he felt a chill run down his spine. In the next second, Kit's fist came crashing down, directly onto the back of the eunuch's skull. Bang! The eunuch felt a wave of dizziness as the ground rushed up to meet him. By the time he regained his senses, Kit had slammed his head into the ground. Dust and debris flew everywhere. Only then did the eunuch realize he had been instantly defeated by someone he considered worthless. Aya! Puft puft. The eunuch spat out 2 mouthfuls of dirt, screaming wildly, Boy, I'll tear you apart. You won't get the chance. Kit looked at the eunuch, hesitating slightly. Killing was a foreign concept to a person from launching. But recalling the eunuch's malicious plans, Kit knew this wasn't launching anymore. This was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. Mercy would only lead to his own death. With this thought, Kit tightened his grip, and with a crunch, the eunuch's head exploded under his single-handed pressure. This can't be. Impossible. Giselle's face went pale, muttering to herself. That's a Gang Qi realm expert. How could he be killed so easily? Even Mac and the Bai family elders were dumbfounded, staring at Kit, crushing the head of a Gang Qi realm expert with one hand, taking him down in 2 moves. Could this be the Bai family's biggest wastrel? Pity, I gave you a chance. Kit shook his head, kicking the eunuch's corpse away and walking toward Giselle. Giselle was bewildered, forcing a flattering smile on her face as she cried out, Wait, Kit, let me be your fiancé. I won't break the engagement. Please spare me. All right. You think it's fine to bully others, but not okay when it happens to you? That's quite a fantasy. Kit chuckled. Actually, I should thank you for teaching me that this is a world where the strong prey on the weak. No, if you kill me, Xianming sect won't let you off. Neither will my husband. Translation continues in the next part, due to character limitations. Chapter 5. This is a world where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. Giselle's face was contorted with rage as she screamed. When that time comes, the entire Bai family will be razed to the ground. Kit glanced at Giselle and without a word, slapped her across the face. Slap. Giselle spun 1,080 degrees in midair before landing on the ground. Half of her face swelled up visibly. You dare hit me? Giselle was thrown into a state of confusion. She shouted loudly, I am. It doesn't matter who you are. Kit kicked through Giselle's dantian and coldly said, this is your own doing, deserving of death. If you had honestly broken off the engagement, this wouldn't have happened. Spit. With her dantian destroyed, Giselle was completely dumbfounded. She stared blankly at Kit and angrily exclaimed, you just wait. Even if I die here, the Minglong sect will never let you off. My husband won't let you off either. My husband? Kit found this odd. He looked at Giselle and sneered, I didn't expect it. You actually found yourself a husband. Lucky for me you didn't fancy me, otherwise I'd be green with envy later. Ah. Before Giselle could say more, Kit kicked her out of the hall and into the entrance. Kit picked up the marriage contract from the table, signed his name, then grabbed the silver bill from the ground and threw them both onto Giselle nonchalantly, saying, there, now we're not related anymore. Get out of the Bai family now. If you're unhappy, call your people. I'm always ready. You just wait, I'll make you pay. Giselle shakily stood up and turned to leave. Wait, I forgot something. Kit scratched his head and stopped her. Giselle turned back with a venomous look. Kit, you've ruined my dantian. Even if you beg on your knees, I won't let go of the Bai family. You misunderstood. Kit shook his head and pointed at Mac, saying, although I detest the Lanny, you've insulted him. Now, kneel down and apologize. You. Giselle couldn't hold it in and spat out another mouthful of blood. Hurry. Kit showed no mercy. He hadn't forgotten her earlier actions. Kit, don't dream. I would rather die than apologize to you on my knees. Giselle screamed, if I die, someone will definitely avenge me. Ha. Kit chuckled twice, folded his arms, and coldly watched Giselle, saying, if you won't kowtow and apologize, then I might sell you to nearby merchants as a slave. By the time Yegua reacts, you'll probably be someone's pet in another country. TSK. They love girls like you so much. You. Giselle's body trembled. She was truly scared now. After much hesitation, Giselle knelt down, almost gnashing her teeth as she shakily admitted, I was wrong, please, spare me. You should be apologizing to the Lanny, not me. Kit pointed at the family patriarch next to him, saying, I'm a worthless person. I don't care about these things. Crunch. Giselle had never been so insulted. Her teeth nearly shattered, but she refused to lower her head. Hurry up. Kit showed no pity. He wouldn't forget how Giselle had acted earlier. If he weren't a transmigrator, the Bai family would already have been exterminated by Giselle. He didn't kill her because killing her would have been too lenient. You. Giselle couldn't hold it in again and spat out more blood. Seeing Giselle still hesitating, Kit stroked his chin and asked, Miss Chin, do you want me to break your legs and press your neck to help you kowtow? That way, you'll only be able to crawl back to the Minglong sect. The merchants wouldn't want you. All right, I apologize. Giselle slammed 3 loud kowtows on the ground and gritted her teeth. Family head Bai. It was wrong of me just now. Please forgive me. Seeing Giselle act so humbly, Mac felt an incredible sense of satisfaction. Even Kit, the wastrel, seemed more likable now. He looked at Giselle on the ground and waved his hand, saying, get lost. Whether it's the Minglong sect, Yegua, or the Chin family, come quickly if you want to take revenge. You wait and see. Giselle clenched her fists in hatred, deciding to take any means necessary. The Bai family must repay this debt in blood. Kit glanced at Giselle on the ground, knowing this woman wouldn't give up easily. He wouldn't be courteous to her. Stop dragging your feet. Get out. Kit kicked Giselle in the stomach, sending her flying hundreds of meters away, landing on a street in a slum. Hey, why did a woman fall from the sky? Wow, and she's a beauty. Hee, little beauty. Giselle stared at the approaching beggars, her eyes widening in horror. A terrifying thought rose in her mind. Her eyes rolled back, almost fainting. Meanwhile, family head Mac saw Kit kick Giselle away and couldn't resist kicking Kit himself. Then he turned around and told the group of elders, gather all core disciples immediately. We're fleeing to neighboring Magwoli. We can't stay in Jinwu City. Right? I'll sell our estate. Liquidate what we can. An elder nodded and said, by the time the Chin family and Minglong sect realize it, it'll be too late for us. Split up and run. It's easier for all of us if we're not caught together. That's a good idea. The group of elders started discussing worriedly, but didn't blame Kit. They knew clearly that Giselle had come to pick a fight and destroy the Bai family. Even Kit had saved the Bai family once. Otherwise, the Bai family would have been obliterated by Giselle. Isn't this too drastic? The Minglong sect and Chin family aren't that scary, right? Kit said speechlessly. Humph. You're naive and fearless. Max subconsciously still thought Kit was the former wastrel, sighing, the Chin family has 5th realm experts. The 5th realm is nothing to fear. Kit crossed his arms and appeared unconcerned, calmly saying, you guys run if you want, I'm not running. Okay, Kit, do you have some secret trump card? An elder looked at Kit with a thoughtful expression, deep in contemplation. Hashtag chapter 6. It's unjust. Is this guy really a spoilt rich brat, an incurable playboy, and the worst person in Jinwu City? If he were a spoilt rich brat, how could he have taken down a middle-aged eunuch at the Gongqi realm with just one hand? You wouldn't believe it if I hadn't said anything. Max sized up Kit from head to toe, his expression one of disbelief. He exclaimed in shock, Kit, what is your true cultivation level? 9-fold Qi refining realm. Kit lazily stretched, replying unhurriedly, combat-wise, probably around mid-Gongqi realm. If it's late Gongqi realm, I'll have to take it seriously. If it's the 5th realm, the Xuanhuan realm, I probably run away. Mid-Gongqi realm. Max's eyes glazed over, his expression dumbfounded as if he were paralyzed on the spot. The other elders and disciples were in a similar state. For a moment, there was utter silence in the hall. Suddenly, a roar echoed through the hall, breaking the tranquility. It's unjust. Kit indulges in eating, drinking, and merrymaking every day, and still reaches the mid-Gongqi realm. I practice 8 hours daily without interruption for 20 years, and am only at the peak of the xiuxian realm. Phew. It seems geniuses do exist in this world. If I had even a fraction of this boy's talent, I would have long broken into the xuanhuan realm. The group of elders came to their senses and began voicing their grievances. Many were indignant, feeling that the world was terribly unfair. Such astonishing talent falling into the hands of a playboy. In fact, you all misunderstood. Kit smiled awkwardly, saying, I do train diligently. I trained for half a day before reaching the Gongqi realm. This statement left many elders speechless. Even those who weren't initially envious now felt furious. Some, with stronger jealousy, couldn't hold back anymore. Plop. Oh no, Elder 3 has fainted. Quick, carry Elder 3 away. Cough, cough. Mac cleared his throat and said, Silence. Now, we need to discuss the retaliation from the 6th prince of the Yi Kingdom and the Minglong sect. Yes, we must focus on important matters. Kit, stop holding back. Do you have any plans? We should flee quickly and sell off the Bai family's business. This playboy can't be relied upon. The elders were skeptical about Kit. Even Kit's father, Mac, looked at him dubiously, frowning. He urged, Time is tight, Kit. Speak quickly. Yeah, indeed. In just 3/4 of an hour, it's the monthly flower fair at Xuanhuan building. A new flower queen is rumored to appear. Kit glanced at the sun outside, his face turning serious. Important things couldn't be missed. Hearing this, Mac's face darkened. Can this playboy be trusted? Immediately, his expression turned stern as he berated Kit. Stop beating around the bush, speak up. Okay. Kit waved his hand, his demeanor turning truly serious. He explained, according to my information, the distance from the capital city of Yi to here is about 2,000 miles, and the Minglong sect is even further, around 2,600 miles. Walking normally, it takes 10 days, and if Giselle didn't return alive, it would take the Minglong sect at least 3 months to notice. So what if it's 3 months? Mac looked exasperated, scrutinizing Kit. He remarked, could you reach the Xuanhuan realm within 3 months? With the right materials, it's not impossible. Kit clenched his fists, earnestly saying, my cultivation speed is very fast. Don't joke around. The gap between mid-Gongqi and Xuanhuan realm is even greater than from Qi refining to Gongqi. Mac rubbed his temples, helpless, and suggested, let's pack up and prepare to move. Why won't people believe me when I tell the truth? Kit shook his head, arms crossed and looking at Mac. He said, give me a month, and I will break through to the 9th level of body tempering, reaching the xiuxian realm. Then, anything at the 5th realm, the Xuanhuan realm, will be like clay chickens and straw dogs. You're just boasting. Mac frowned, but inwardly he started to believe Kit somewhat. Could this boy really solve the problem by breaking through to the 9th level of Qi refining within a month and reaching Xuanhuan level combat strength? How about both options? I stay in Jinwu City while you all escape. Justice has its roots and debts must be paid. Giselle most wants to kill is definitely me. Kit knew that as a spoiled rich brat, nobody would believe him. In fact, he hoped the Bai family would leave. At least this way, they wouldn't be a burden. Mac was only at the peak xiuxian realm, and most of the elders were at mid to late xiuxian. A single huaqi expert could annihilate the Bai family. Not to mention those at the Gongqi or Xuanhuan realms. This won't work. Mac frowned, continuing, with your talent, you are the true hope for the rise of the Bai family. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Kit waved his hand. Most of Jinwu City doesn't need to be moved. Those who trust me can stay behind. Those who don't can relocate elsewhere. Zayafeng State spans tens of thousands of miles. With the Qin family's influence, hunting down the Bai family is almost impossible. Hearing this, the elders began arguing among themselves. I think we should move. The Qin family is one of the 6 major clans of Yi Kingdom, with at least 3 Xuanhuan experts, not to mention the Minglong sect and the royal family of Yi Kingdom. Staying here means certain death. I agree. Split the Bai family into 3 parts, sending them to other countries. This greatly increases our chances of survival. I oppose. I believe Kit can reach the Xuanhuan realm. At 18 years old, he already achieved mid-Gongqi. Breaking through to Xuanhuan in a month isn't impossible. I'm too old to go anywhere. I'll stay with the Bai family. Yes, I'll stay too. This can buy us some time. Don't tell us where you are going. The elders debated fiercely, with some wanting to flee and others choosing to stay. Kit scanned the crowd thoughtfully. True loyalty shows in times of hardship. Those who stayed and supported him were his true kin, whom he would protect wholeheartedly. As for those who chose to flee, hashtag chapter 7, the split of the Bai family, Kit didn't blame them. After all, to these people, the Qin family was invincible. Not everyone could follow him to stay behind and wait for death. Mac watched the group of elders arguing incessantly and frowned. The split in the Bai family was obvious. If he forced everyone to stay, it would only backfire, even leading to an on-the-spot battle. He spoke up, since that's the case, then the Bai family shall split. Split. Upon hearing their patriarch Mac say this, the elders were instantly taken aback. Willing to stay in Jinwu City and fight the Qin family, stand on the right side. Those unwilling, stand on the left. Mac frowned slightly and said calmly, you shouldn't put all your eggs in one basket. Running away isn't necessarily a bad thing. Better to preserve strength for a better day. I will stay. Those who want to leave, take all the treasures, medicinal herbs, and cultivation techniques from the Bai family vaults. Hearing this, the remaining elders paused in surprise. By saying they could take everything from the vaults, did this mean that Mac believed staying in Jinwu City was a dead end? After all, the Bai family's most valuable assets were the silver and treasures in the vault. Land deeds and shops couldn't be taken away. I'm old, I'll stay. I'll stay too. Kadif and death are trivial matters. Why fear when we have nothing to lose? I'll leave. I'm also leaving. I'll stay. The group of elders and disciples quickly made their decisions, splitting into two groups. Very well. Those who wish to leave can go now. Mac took out a jade pendant and threw it to an elder, continuing, Fraser, from now on, you are the new head of the Bai family. Run fast. Yes, patriarch. Fraser sighed, feeling a deep ache in his heart. He didn't want to leave Jinwu City either, but staying truly meant a dead end. Patriarch, farewell. Take care, patriarch. Patriarch, we're leaving. The group swiftly departed, not telling the patriarch where they were headed. Mac didn't ask either. Watching the group depart, Kit felt no significant disturbance. Seeing this, Mac asked in surprise, you don't oppose giving the Bai family vaults to these people? Why oppose? They're just a bunch of junk anyway. Kit looked astonished, replying, I've been inside countless times. There's nothing particularly valuable. Nothing I need. Aaron. Mac's forehead veins bulged. If not for the fact that 7 wolves didn't exist in this world, they would already be out, flailing wildly, letting Kit feel some fatherly affection from the other world. Beside him, Bellamy remained calm as usual. He looked at Kit and asked with a frown, Xiuxian, by your tone, it seems you need more advanced resources to break through? Exactly. Bellamy is as sharp as ever. Kit nodded but then looked worried. Honestly, I don't know where to find these 3 things. Upon hearing this, Mac was stunned. He realized that Kit reaching the Xianxia realm within a month might not be a joke. Is this kid really the same wastrel? Bellamy gazed at Kit. Those 3 items, though I may not have seen much in my 60 years, I do know some information. I need true dragon blood to temper my body, 10,000-year primordial spirit marrow to refine my spiritual energy, and 10,000-year primordial green lotus seed to strengthen my soul. Kit crossed his arms and furrowed his brow. Without these 3 items, I could forcefully break through, but it would destabilize my foundation. I won't do that unless absolutely necessary. What cultivation technique are you practicing? Bellamy trembled. True dragon blood, 10,000-year primordial spirit marrow, 10,000-year primordial green lotus seed. Each item was legendary. They belonged to ancient texts, nearly impossible to obtain. The last time true dragon blood appeared, countless powerful beings fell to obtain just 1 drop. I heard an entire mountain range was flattened. Don't exaggerate. That event was 1,000 years ago. Even if we found true dragon blood, we can't afford it. Not even selling the entire Yi kingdom could buy a single drop. The elders all wore bitter smiles. Xiuxian, such legendary items, we simply can't find. Mac sighed and gritted his teeth. This matter rests solely on you. Don't worry, Lanny. I won't let anything happen to you. Kit waved his hand. There's no time to waste. I'm heading to the Xuanhuan first. Mac? Was this kid reliable? Should he run with them instead? Leaving the Bai residence, Kit had a cat in his left arm and a dog on his right. Raven holding a longsword behind him, Nico carrying a birdcage, Natalia holding a money pouch, and Leilani cracking sunflower seeds for Kit. Kit? That playboy? How reckless. Offended the Qin family yet still expects to live? I heard many from the Bai family have already fled, most treasures being transported out. Heh, probably abandoned by the Bai family. Such a useless person, just a burden. People around were mocking Kit, clearly unhappy with him. What nonsense are you spouting? Raven angrily raised her fist. Do you want to die? Heh, a doomed family, still so arrogant. Let's go. The crowd immediately shut up, genuinely fearing any confrontation. With the Bai family nearing destruction, they might act recklessly without regard for consequences. Raven, ignore them. Let them bark. Kit was calm as he walked down the street, thinking about how to obtain the 3 materials. Buying them was out of the question. Any cultivator getting their hands on true dragon blood, 10,000-year primordial spirit marrow, or 10,000-year primordial green lotus seed would keep it for themselves, never sell it. No price tag could change that. So, he must search for them himself. Do I really need to slay a dragon? Kit winced at the thought. With his current strength, he wasn't sure if he could even scratch a true dragon's scales. Thinking of this, Kit turned to Nico, who was carrying the birdcage, and asked, Nico, do you know where to find true dragon blood, 10,000-year primordial spirit marrow, and 10,000-year primordial green lotus seed? Chapter 8. The Flower Queen Competition. He had just asked casually, but Karen blinked and replied, Iggy, I don't know about the other 2, but as for true dragon's blood, there might really be a place that has it. Really? Kit's eyes lit up. This was an unexpected gain. Immediately, he couldn't wait to ask, where is this place? This is just a legend I heard. Karen hesitated before answering, 3,000 miles away from here. A millennium ago, a fierce battle broke out in which a true dragon perished. That area became the Dragon Blood Range. Stretching for hundreds of miles, it contains various treasures imbued with true dragon bloodline. Intriguing. Let's give it a shot. Kit stroked his chin, deciding to head to the Dragon Blood Range to see if he could find true dragon's blood. However, A new problem faced Kit. How to cover 3,000 miles was a crucial question. At Kit's speed, it would take at least 10 days, adding the time needed to search for the true dragon's blood and the remaining 2 treasures. By the time he returned, the Bai family might have already been wiped out. If that happened, he might turn dark and vengeful, which wasn't what Kit wanted. Thinking of this, Kit looked at the 4 maids again and asked, "Do any of you know how to cross 3,000 miles in the shortest time possible?" 3,000 miles? There's only one option. Ride the Peng bird. Raven blinked and said, "The Peng bird carries the bloodline of the ancient Arjun, extremely fast. It can cover 3,000 miles in just one day, but it's very expensive. At least 100,000 taels of silver per trip." Hearing it was money-related, Kit immediately calmed down. He waved his hand nonchalantly and said, "It's fine. Do I lack that much money? Things that can be solved with money aren't real problems. We're going to Xuanhuan, 10,000 Flower House. Let's listen to some music first." "Yes, master." Raven and the others followed Kit immediately towards Xuanhuan. On the way, many people were somewhat surprised. With the Bai family on the verge of destruction, Kit, this wastrel, still had the mood to visit a brothel and indulge in wine. No wonder he was known as the #1 playboy of Jinwu City. Upon entering, the madam saw Kit, the notorious big spender, and her face lit up instantly. Half of Xuanhuan's income came from him alone. She greeted him warmly with a flattering smile. "Oh, Iggy Bai, you've arrived? Which lady shall we arrange for you today?" "Not yet. When does the Flower Queen competition start?" Kit didn't bother with pleasantries and went straight to his main purpose, the Flower Queen competition. To the original owner of this body, the Flower Queen competition was simply an auction for beauties. But for Kit, it wasn't. After reading the memories of the original Kit, he realized Xuanhuan was far more complex than he imagined. For example, the madam in front of him was at the peak Qi transformation realm, only 1 step away from the Gang Qi realm. Being the mayor of Jinwu City would be more than enough for her. A mere madam of Xuanhuan? Not realistic. The madam didn't notice anything unusual about Kit and chuckled, covering her mouth. "Iggy Bai, you're too eager. It's still an hour away from the start." "Fine, I'll wait." Kit glanced at the madam coolly. "Prepare my room." "Sure thing." The madam smiled coquettishly, instructing an attendant to lead Kit to a pavilion. Sitting in the room, Kit surveyed the entire Xuanhuan from above with a carefree expression. Indeed, many of the ladies at Xuanhuan had impressive hidden strengths. Without the secret technique from the 9 scrolls, the heavenly Dao True Eye, it would have been difficult to discern that these women were actually cultivators. Intriguing. What is Xuanhuan's real goal? Kit stroked his chin, feeling a certain indefinable peculiarity about Xuanhuan. After pondering for a while, he temporarily gave up without any clues. The true target of this Flower Queen competition was Randy. The original Kit had met Randy once and knew she would be the future Flower Queen. Randy possessed the dry spirit body, recorded in the 9 scrolls as the most suitable for dual cultivation. Using the dual cultivation techniques from the 9 scrolls, just Randy alone could triple Kit's cultivation speed. Additionally, it would eliminate hidden dangers within his foundation, making his cultivation even more solid and stable. Of course, dual cultivation was merely an auxiliary method and couldn't be the primary means of advancement. Kit mostly aimed to strengthen his foundation. However, there was a prerequisite, that Randy agreed. Kit considered himself a bit of a rogue. Matters of love loyalty were nonsense. But forcing Randy into dual cultivation was something he wouldn't do. It went against his principles. Just then, a voice sounded outside the room. Well, isn't this Kit? TSK. I heard the Bai family offended the Qin family and will be kicked out of Jinwu City. TSK. Such a pity. Without the Bai family, Kit, you might become a beggar. What are you barking about? Kit frowned, looking at the 18-year-old youth who had entered his room. Jordy, are you looking for death? Huh, try touching me with a finger. Jordy sneered and dropped a piece of paper onto the floor. Kit, how about selling your family's iron mine to me for 10,000 taels of silver? Anyway, you can't take it with you. So that's your aim. Kit sneered. The Bai family's mine generated an annual income of 10 million taels of silver. Jordy offering 10,000 taels? Insulting him? Picking up the contract without a glance, he used his spiritual power to turn it to powder. Then he glared at Jordy. I disagree. Now, get lost. Keep barking, and I'll silence you. All right, Kit. Don't refuse the offer and regret it later. Jordy's face darkened as he coldly said, once the Qin family arrives, you won't even get 10,000 taels. Your business. Seeing Jordy's insolence, Kit showed no mercy. Snapping his fingers, a black figure appeared in the room. What's the matter, Iggy Bai? The black figure politely asked. Shadow Guard of Xuanhuan? Jordy's face changed, realizing things weren't good. Kit spent nearly 10 million taels annually at Xuanhuan, truly a pillar of support. Jordy, however, spent only about 10,000 taels a year and held little standing among Xuanhuan's esteemed guests. Chapter 9. Kit, have money. I'll take all the flower maidens. In Xuanhuan, offending Kit is equivalent to smashing Xuanhuan's own rice bowl, and the Meng family is merely a small clan in Jinwu City. Xuanhuan has no fear of offending them. Realizing this, Jordy turned around to flee, but it was already too late. Kit said to his shadow guard, he's really ruining my mood. Now I have no motivation to spend money. I might as well go back. The shadow guard rolled his eyes, fully aware of what Kit meant. With a slight bow, he said to Kit, please rest assured. I will take care of it. With that, the shadow guard turned around and, without a word, kicked Jordy in the chest. Bang! Jordy was flipped by the shadow guard, then grabbed by the ankle and dragged out of Kit's room. Jordy screamed as he was dragged away. Kit, you just wait. I won't let you off. Raven closed the door. Kit calmly waved his hand and returned his gaze to the scene below. An hour passed swiftly. Soon, the Flower Maiden contest began. Standing on the stage, the madam smiled seductively and cooed. Ladies and gentlemen, the monthly flower maiden competition officially starts. This time, there are 4 flower maidens. That's enough, Ebony. Stop holding back. Bring them up. Yeah, I'm already so thirsty. Amazing. You're 80 years old and still coming to Xuanhuan? 80 years old? Still going strong. Laughter filled the room, but Kit frowned slightly. He watched the group of young aristocrats and elderly men eagerly awaiting the auction for the flower maidens. Thinking of those beautiful young girls falling into the hands of these people, one could only imagine their fate. Kit sighed, making up his mind. While he couldn't change the world, he could save one if possible. As long as he could live with himself. With this thought, Kit stood up, resting his hand on the railing. Looking down at the madam, he said coolly, Ebony, Kit, won all the flower maidens. How much silver do they cost? The madam froze, speechless. Before she could respond, an 80-year Lanny with white hair, eyebrows, and beard stood up, lecturing condescendingly. Aaron, what are you boasting about? Wanting all 4 flower maidens? Are you afraid you'll burst? Old man, buying flower maidens is none of your business. Do you want to fight? Kit didn't back down, adding, each of the 4 flower maidens costs 10 million taels of silver. If someone can offer more, I won't compete with them. Silence enveloped the room. Kit's statement plugged the loophole of endless bidding at the auction. If he had simply declared he must buy the 4 flower maidens, the bidders would have driven the price sky high. But setting the price at 10 million taels per maiden eliminated any room for bidding wars. Unless someone truly intended to pay over 10 million taels for flower maidens, impossible. Only Kit, the top spendthrift of Jinwu City, could do something like this. No one else had the financial means. Turning to the 80-year Lanny, the madam smiled and asked, Sir, can you offer more than 40 million taels of silver set by master buy? Aye. The Lanny stammered, his face dark as a pot bottom. Higher price? Even 400,000 taels would be beyond his reach. Fine, don't waste time on this old fool. Kit said rudely. Ebony, bring the 4 flower maidens to my room. No problem, Sir Bai. Rest assured. The madam smiled seductively. Bring the 4 maidens to Sir Bai's room. Don't. This is outrageous. For beauties for Kit? Kadiki placing flowers in cow dung. 40 million taels of silver. Master Mac will surely break Kit's legs. 4 flower maidens in one bed. Even if he gets his legs broken, it's worth it. A mixture of envy, jealousy, and hatred filled the crowd. The 80-year Lanny clenched his fists tightly, his face darkening. Gritting his teeth, he growled, Kit, remember this. Don't leave Xuanhuan. Kit appeared utterly unconcerned. Glancing at the Lanny's cultivation level, he was just a weak cultivator in the chi gathering stage, easily killed with one slap. Dismissing the Lanny, Kit turned and went back into his room. Soon, the 4 flower maidens arrived at Kit's room. They blinked curiously, inspecting him. Without a word, Kit activated the heavenly Dao True Eye, scanning the 4 flower maidens. Each emitted a faint glow of different colors. 3 were quite dim, but one glowed like a golden sun, radiating abundant spiritual energy. This was the chilling body. Kit's eyes flickered with surprise. He looked at Randy and said, Miss Jiao, stay here. The others, please step out. Yes, sir. Raven and the others immediately left the room. By Xiao, Randy felt nervous, having never experienced such a situation before, though she had some idea from her time in the brothel. Preparing herself for what was to come, she was surprised when Kit said, Miss Yi, an opportunity to become a world-class powerhouse awaits you. Would you be interested? Becoming Empress of Yi Kingdom could be very simple. Randy stared at Kit in shock. Is he into playing Empress or something? Seeing her stunned look, Kit misunderstood, thinking she was intrigued. He snapped his fingers, creating a golden soundproof barrier around the room. Your body type is special. It's the channeling body. To be honest, practicing with me will triple my cultivation speed. In return, you'll gain whatever cultivation I gain. If you practice with me, reaching the mystic chi realm within a year is guaranteed. Will you consider it? Chapter 10. Something's off with this plot. You are asking for my opinion? Randy was stunned. After all, she was now Kit's slave girl. Whatever Kit did was completely justified. Dual cultivation was something even more normal than that. It didn't require his asking her opinion at all. Looking at Kit, Randy suddenly felt this playboy might not be as bad as she thought. Are you really this surprised? Kit was even more astonished. He still had the mindset of a person from Blue Star and hadn't fully adjusted to this world yet. Seeing his reaction, Randy lowered her head and pondered for a moment before looking up and asking, what if I choose to refuse? Well then, forget it. Kit stood up straight and said to Randy, I never force anyone. However, being a courtesan, you lack self-defense skills and survival abilities. In this world where only the strong survive, you might not make it. Randy felt her heart sink at Kit's words. Was he threatening her? Refusal meant death? Indeed. This Kit was just playing with her. So, you can temporarily act under the name of my concubine. No one will dare touch you within Jinwu City. The same goes for the other 4, Kit added with a faint smile. Also, you can choose a cultivation technique from the White family's treasure vault. Once you reach the chi gathering realm, you can walk in this world. Otherwise, even if I let you go, you would end up on some noble's bed within days. So that's what you mean? Randy's face turned slightly red as she started to feel somewhat flustered. What else could it be? Kit was speechless. He walked towards the door, turned around and retorted. Don't tell me you don't understand such a simple truth. I seriously doubt you would last 3 days outside. Who doesn't get it? Randy was depressed. She couldn't possibly deny that her current strength wasn't enough to survive in the outside world. She had seen how nobles treated others. Her mind naturally veered off into negative thoughts. But agreeing to dual cultivation with Kit might not be such a bad choice after all. Among all the playboys, Kit wasn't doing too badly. By the time she realized this, Kit had already left Wanwaji Tower. Seems like I missed out on something. Randy felt a twinge of regret. She should have agreed earlier. Meanwhile, Kit had arrived alone at the Pongbird post station. Before coming here, he had already asked for detailed information. Long Blood Mountain Range was incredibly dangerous. Even experts in the profound energy realm had perished there. It was far from a place suitable for leisure travel. Thus, he certainly couldn't bring Raven, Venus, or the other 4 maidservants along. However, when he prepared to board a Pongbird, he found only one bird remaining. Without hesitation, he took out a 10,000 silver ticket and handed it to the station manager, saying, "To Long Blood Mountain Range." Right away, the manager lit up and responded loudly, reaching out to take the ticket. At this moment, a voice called out sharply, "Wait, I'll pay 200,000. Holy crap, is this plot familiar? Kit froze. This plot seemed familiar. Would someone recklessly challenge him next, followed by him beating the opponent half to death? Or would they compete with wealth until he knocked the other out cold with silver tickets? With these thoughts in mind, Kit turned to look at the newcomer. It was a young man in his 20s with sharp features, standing almost 6 feet tall and exuding robust strength. His body carried several scars, indicating powerful combat experience, placing him at the peak of 9th tier breathing realm, the same level as Kit. Of course, if it came to a fight, Kit could kill him easily. There was no way he would give up this opportunity. Without another word, Kit pulled out a stack of silver tickets and loudly shouted, "I offer 3. Before he could finish, the young man abruptly knelt down and exclaimed, "Great Lord Kit, please be merciful. My mother is gravely ill, and I need to deliver medicine to her. It depends on this final trip. If I'm late, I might not see her one last time." Kit was speechless. He stared at the tearful youth. What an unexpected turn of events. If he wanted to go to Long Blood Mountain Range and miss this last ride, he'd have to wait another day. But if the youth needed to see his dying mother, taking away this opportunity didn't seem right either. Sighing, Kit finally softened his heart. "All right, where are you headed?" "Thank you, Great Lord Kit." The youth quickly stood up, wiped away his tears, and answered, "I need to go to Dragon Blood City within Long Blood Mountain Range." "Oh." Kit paused, murmuring to himself, "We're going the same way. Just great. I'm heading there too." "You're going to Long Blood Mountain Range?" The youth was also taken aback. "That's a godforsaken, monster-infested place. Why are you going there?" "To find true dragon blood." Kit didn't hide it. He examined the youth closely and asked, "Do you know anything about true dragon blood? I've sold fake dragon blood made from black dog's blood a few times, but real dragon blood, that stuff is just legend." The youth shook his head, hopped onto the Pongbird, and addressed Kit. "Anyway, Great Lord Kit, since we're headed the same way, let's go together. It's really too late otherwise." "The Great Lord part isn't necessary." Kit sneered and leaped onto the Pongbird's back, tossing the remaining 20,000 silver ticket to the station master and instructed, "I'll cover his fare, boss. We can take off now." "Right away, settle in." The manager beamed with delight, unexpectedly earning an additional 20,000 silver pieces. He pocketed the silver notes and immediately piloted the Pongbird towards Dragon Blood City, 3,000 miles away. With a roar, the enormous Pongbird sped through the sky, making Xianwu City rapidly shrink to the size of a matchbox. Kit retracted his gaze and asked the youth, "Do you know me?" "Of course, the first spendthrift, sorry, the number 1 gentleman of Xianwu City." The youth noticed his mistake, hastily saluting Kit and changing the subject. "I've heard much about Kit. My name is Selen. I owe you this favor. A drop of water will be repaid with a fountain." "Well, calling me a top spendthrift wouldn't be wrong either." Kit acknowledged the truth of the statement, sarcastically adding. Then he continued, "So, have you ever heard any legends about true dragon blood?" #### Chapter 11, Legends of the Dragon Blood Mountains. Lewis stroked his chin and replied, "Legends? There are quite a few." Kit's eyes lit up. A legend was certainly better than aimlessly wandering through the entire Dragon Blood Mountain range. He asked eagerly, "Oh, tell me more." "Ahem, I'll just casually mention one." Lewis coughed lightly and began recounting a legend about the Dragon Blood City. Ancient lore tells us that several thousand years ago, a true dragon perished. Its body fell into a strange space, giving birth to a small world. Outside this small world, the dragon's blood dyed hundreds of miles of mountains red, creating what we now call the dragon blood creatures. 1,800 years ago, a powerful warrior discovered this world and successfully underwent a baptism by the true dragon's blood, becoming a dragon blood warrior. He even broke through beyond the xianxia realm. That powerful individual left a message. The small world contains remnants of the true dragon's soul, which will automatically choose a suitable successor to enter it. With enough luck, one might inherit the true dragon's legacy. True dragon's legacy? Kit was taken aback. He stroked his chin, pondering over the young man's tale, automatically choosing a suitable heir. Was he a suitable heir? Kit hesitated, unsure for a moment. Seeing Kit deep in thought, Lewis sighed and said, "However, there is another theory, that inside the small world, the true dragon was preparing to reincarnate. The powerful warriors who entered that world were expelled because they lacked the strength required. Still, no matter which version you believe, they're all baseless tales, possibly just jokes made up by idle people." "Not necessarily." Kit shook his head and remarked, "Interestingly, 1,800 years ago, a super strong warrior did emerge in the Yi Kingdom, named Ellis, Venerable Dragon Blood." "You mean, the true dragon's blood really exists?" Lewis's eyes widened in exaggerated shock. "How much would it be worth? Selling it?" Kit was speechless. How could such an invaluable treasure be sold? It seemed Lewis fit the role of a spendthrift more than himself. Kit spent the whole day chatting idly with Lewis, most of the conversation revolving around legends of the Dragon Blood Mountains. For example, the Dragon Blood Fruit, which contained the powers of a true dragon, the Dragon Soul Flower, infused with the essence of a true dragon spirit, and Demon Kings inheriting the true dragon's bloodline. The stories were endless. Kit learned a lot. Without Lewis, he would have needed at least 2 to 3 days to figure out these mysteries. Everyone, we've arrived at the Dragon Blood Mountains. The innkeeper's voice sounded. Hearing this, Kit gazed curiously at the entire Dragon Blood Mountain range. The entire range appeared blood-red. Upon closer inspection, it was made up of various blood-red trees. In the distance, powerful beast-like creatures moved within the mountains. Looking at the Dragon Blood Mountains, Kit immediately activated the Dao Eye. Suddenly, everything before him transformed. The surrounding mountains changed dramatically. Everywhere, dark golden blood flowed, forming countless golden dragon auras over hundreds of miles, merging into a single golden true dragon. This dragon stretched for 100 miles, densely covered in scars, with its fatal wound located on its neck, where the head had been severed from the body, separated by at least 30 miles. The city of Dragon Blood was positioned at the tail end of this dragon, continuously extracting the true dragon's aura, forming a small vortex nurturing some unknown entity. We've finally arrived. Lewis lay sprawled on the back of the Pong bird, wearing an anxious expression, as if ready to jump down at any moment. Indeed, when the Pong bird neared the ground, Lewis couldn't hold back any longer. He leaped off the Pong bird and hit the ground with a thud, limping towards Dragon Blood City. He doesn't seem to be faking it. Kit muttered to himself, easing his guard slightly against Lewis. This guy probably wasn't bad. With a thud, Kit jumped off the Pong bird's back, glanced around Dragon Blood City, and pondered how to find the rumored lost small world. Thinking it over, Kit decided to simply go with the flow. Kadif and Death, take it easy. If things don't work out, so be it. If chosen by the true dragon's remnant soul, entering the Dragon Blood Mountain range should lead him straight to the small world. Where should I start? Kit looked around and took off his shoes, tossing them into the air. Thud. The shoe landed on the ground, pointing directly towards Dragon Blood City. Dragon Blood City? Kit was surprised but scratched his head, picked up his shoes, and headed toward the city. Entering Dragon Blood City, the streets were teeming with people. From its size and layout, it rivaled Zhengwu City. Kit glanced around and headed towards the west gate to traverse Dragon Blood City and reach the Dragon Blood Mountain range. Just then, Lewis's roar interrupted him. Damn it, die. Let my sister go. Kit turned around in surprise. He saw Lewis standing in the street facing off against a well-dressed young man. Though not particularly strong, the youth had a peak transformation Chi realm expert behind him, dealing with only a 9th rank cultivation Chi realm. Lewis, like an adult playing with a child. Beside the youth, a tightly bound beautiful girl with tear-filled eyes was held captive. Haha, Lewis, you're too late. Your sister has already signed a servitude contract and now belongs to me. The arrogant rich boy Dai laughed, tossing a bottle of pills while gloating. I can tell you this. Your mother's illness was actually my doing. My goal was to make your sister sign the servitude contract. Since it worked, take the antidote and leave. After all, you're my brother-in-law. You're despicable. Lewis swung a punch at Dai. Dai sidestepped easily, kicked Lewis to the ground and sneered. Don't be ungrateful, Lewis. I'm giving you one last chance. Get lost. Once I take your sister's purity, I'll probably reach the transformation Chi realm. Ha 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 ha. I'll fight you to the death. Enraged, Lewis pulled out a large saber and swung at Dai. Looking for death. Dai's eyes flashed coldly as he raised his hand and aimed a strike at Lewis's face. Hashtag chapter 12. Minglong sect? Nothing at all. Dai was about to deliver a fatal slap to Lewis. At that moment, with a loud smack, a hand appeared out of nowhere and grabbed Dai's arm. Although this is a screwed up world, your actions have truly crossed the line. I don't like it one bit. Kit held Dai's arm with a gentle smile on his face. Who are you? Dai glared at Kit angrily but felt an icy chill run down his spine. Kit moved too fast. Dai didn't even notice him moving. Just how strong is this guy? Chi transformation stage? Or maybe, body tempering stage? At this moment, the bodyguard responsible for Dai's safety stepped forward and bowed to Kit. You must be a body tempering expert. I am Simeon, a nominal disciple of the Minglong sect, while Iggy Dai is an inner disciple of the Minglong sect. Please don't interfere for the sake of the Minglong sect. The body tempering stage was already a high-ranking level in the Yi Kingdom. Even within the Minglong sect, such an expert could easily secure a position as an elder or guest elder in prominent families. If not necessary, Simeon didn't want to offend Kit. Upon hearing Simeon's words, Dai's eyes lit up. Yes, he still had the identity of an inner disciple of the Minglong sect. He immediately shouted, Did you hear that? Let go of me. Otherwise, the Minglong sect will hunt you down. On the ground, Lewis, who had just seen a glimmer of hope, now fell into despair again. The Minglong sect was the strongest sect in the Yi Kingdom. Would Kit really help him over a fleeting encounter? You sure have a lousy attitude. Kit glanced at Dai and tightened his grip slightly. Snap. With a sharp sound, Dai's wrist was crushed into minced meat, rendering it useless. Dai stared at his mangled wrist, and only when the excruciating pain hit did he instinctively clutch it and wail, Kit, I'll kill you. I will definitely kill you. Kit laughed and kicked Dai, breaking one of his legs. Thud. Dai lost his balance and fell to the ground. Kit then delivered 2 more kicks, snapping all 4 of Dai's limbs effortlessly. This was a dog-eat-dog world. If Kit wasn't stronger, he would be the one lying on the ground with broken limbs right now. You crippled my limbs. My master will avenge me. You wait. The Minglong sect will hunt you down until you die. Dai lay on the ground, his voice filled with venomous hatred. Beside him, Simeon trembled, not daring to make a move and almost wanting to flee. Being only at the peak Chi transformation stage, he stood no chance against Kit. You're so noisy. Kit looked at Dai on the ground and asked, What was that about Yin essence you mentioned earlier? It's a perverted technique used to absorb young energy from young girls. Lewis said through gritted teeth. Any girl whose Yin essence is extracted will surely die. Dai has been bullying around Longshua City for years and has absorbed the Yin essence of hundreds of girls. He's just a walking beast. Upon hearing this, Kit scowled and stomped on Dai's crotch, reducing it to a bloody mess. Ugh hi! Dai screamed in agony, tearing apart in sheer pain as he cursed. Kit, may you die a miserable death. The Minglong sect will avenge me. Tisich, bring it on. Kit scoffed, stomped on Dai's head, and crushed it instantly. Crack! The sound of Dai's skull exploding echoed clearly, and everything around them went silent. Simeon stared at Kit in disbelief. He couldn't believe Kit showed them no mercy. Do you really not fear the Minglong sect's retaliation? He couldn't help asking. Kit's expression was strange. He couldn't tell him that he had already offended the Minglong sect by ruining Giselle. But he didn't say that. Instead, he straightened up and said coolly, I, Kit, am a man of honor. Louis is my friend. No one dares to bully my friends. The Minglong sect? So what? Louis, standing beside him, was taken aback, looking at Kit with disbelief. He felt incredibly guilty. How many times had he called Kit a good-for-nothing before? What a shame. Kit was so loyal and such a good person. Fine, Kit, I will remember your name. Simeon clenched his teeth and bowed. We may meet again someday. Farewell. Farewell? Kit smiled. I never leave loose ends. Give yourself one last chance. You. Simeon got angry, and without a word pulled out a pill and swallowed it. Boom. His strength surged, surpassing the chi transformation stage, and his aura expanded to the body tempering stage. Since you won't let me go, then we'll go down together. Simeon lunged at Kit with a shout, but Kit's agile step allowed him to appear behind Simeon instantly. With a powerful punch, Kit struck Simeon's back of the head, commenting sarcastically, so you're the infamous Simeon, huh? Doesn't matter. I can crush you with one punch. Next time, remember not to join the Minglong sect. Crack. Simeon's head exploded under Kit's punch. Most of Kit's words never reached Simeon, whose last thought was, who is this infamous person? After delivering the punch, Kit retreated several steps, dodging the splattering brain matter. At that moment, a voice sounded behind Kit. Aaron, you're interesting. Good talent. Good character. Cold sweat dripped down Kit's forehead. He could sense that the speaker was an absolute powerhouse, far beyond the body tempering stage. Was it perhaps the spirit chi stage? No, higher than that. His aura was unfathomably deep, immeasurable. However, there was no murderous intent, indicating no ill will. Thinking this, Kit turned around and curiously looked at the person behind him. Standing behind him were two people. One was a 20-something youth, towering at 2 meters tall, exuding a primal aura. Clad in animal skins, he carried a massive sword nearly 1.5 meters long and a foot wide on his back. Beside him stood a beautiful middle-aged woman, bearing a striking resemblance to Louis's sister. Kit hesitated and asked, You are? Just as Dai was about to slap Selen to death, a hand suddenly appeared out of nowhere and grabbed Dai's arm with a snap. Although this world is quite screwed up, your actions have gone too far. I really don't like it. Kit held Dai's arm with a warm smile on his face. Who are you? Dai looked at Kit in fury, yet he felt an overwhelming chill down his spine. Kit's speed was too fast. Dai didn't even notice his movement. What level of strength did this guy possess? Chi transformation stage? Or perhaps, Chi mastery stage? At that moment, one of the guards responsible for Dai's safety stepped forward, bowing to Kit and said, It turns out you're a Chi mastery expert. I'm Simeon, a registered disciple of Minglong sect, while Iggy Dai is an inner sect disciple. Please, sir, for the sake of Minglong sect, don't get involved in this matter. Chi mastery was already a high-level force in the Yi Kingdom. Even within the Minglong sect, one could easily become an elder, or serve as a guest elder in prominent families. If not necessary, Simeon did not wish to offend Kit. Realizing this, Dai's eyes lit up after hearing Simeon's words. That's right. He had the identity of an inner sect disciple of the Minglong sect. Immediately, Dai yelled, Didn't you hear that? Let me go, or Minglong sect will hunt you down to your death. On the ground, Selen, who had momentarily harbored hope, now fell back into despair. Minglong sect was the most powerful sect in the Yi Kingdom. Would Kit really help him just because of their brief encounter? Really nasty attitude. Kit glanced at Dai, then applied slight pressure to his grip. Crack. With a sharp sound, Dai's wrist was instantly crushed into minced meat, leaving him crippled. Dai stared blankly at his shattered wrist until the intense pain hit him. He couldn't help but clutch his wrist and wail in agony, screaming, Kit, I'll kill you. I must kill you. Huh. Kit laughed, then kicked Dai, breaking one of his legs. Plop. Dai lost balance and fell to the ground. Kit gave 2 more kicks, snapping all of Dai's limbs. His actions were fluid and without hesitation. This was a world where the weak were preyed upon by the strong. If Kit wasn't stronger, it would be him lying on the ground with broken limbs. Oi, you've crippled my limbs. My master will certainly avenge me. You'll see. Minglong sect will chase you to your death. Dai lay on the ground, his voice filled with venomous resentment. Beside him, Simeon trembled, not daring to make a move, almost wanting to flee. He was only at the peak of the Chi transformation stage. Facing Kit, he stood no chance. You're so noisy. Kit looked at the fallen Dai, paused, then asked, What did you mean by xuanhuan earlier? It's a demonic art that extracts energy to supplement yang. Selen replied through clenched teeth. Any girl who has her xuanhuan extracted is sure to die. Dai has been tyrannizing Dragon Blood City for years, having drained the xuanhuan from hundreds of girls. Truly an animal alive. Kit grimaced, then stomped Dai's crotch, turning it into minced flesh. Grah. Dai let out an agonizing scream. He strained to yell, Kit, you won't die well either. Minglong sect will avenge me. TCH, I'm waiting. Kit sneered, stomping on Dai's head, crushing it completely. Bang. A crisp sound of skull cracking echoed, silencing the surroundings. Simeon watched Kit in disbelief. He hadn't expected Kit to disrespect them so much. Unable to hold back, Xiuxian asked, "Do you really not fear the retribution of the Minglong sect?" Kit's expression twisted oddly. How could he admit that he had already offended Minglong's sect by incapacitating Giselle? He shrugged it off. But he didn't say that. Instead, he lifted his chest proudly and said calmly, "I, Kit, am very loyal to my friends. Selen is my friend. Bullying my friends? Minglong's sect is nothing." Selen, standing nearby, was stunned. Looking at Kit in disbelief, he felt immensely ashamed. In the past, he had often cursed Kit for being a wasteful good-for-nothing. How wrong he had been. Kit was such a righteous person. "Good. Kit, I'll remember your name." Xiuxian gritted his teeth, bowing to Kit. "We may meet again. Farewell." "Farewell?" Kit laughed, then added casually, "When I do something, I always eliminate the root cause. Give yourself a chance. End it yourself." "You." Enraged, Xiuxian pulled out a pill and swallowed it without a word. Boom. Xiuxian's power surged, surpassing the Qi transformation stage, his aura expanding rapidly to early Qi mastery. "Since you won't let me go, we might as well die together." With a light roar, Xiuxian lunged toward Kit. Kit's footsteps flickered, instantly appearing behind Xiuxian, delivering a punch directly to the back of Xiuxian's head. As he did, he quipped, "So you're lawless rogue Xiuxian. So what? One punch still smashes you. Next life, remember not to join Minglong's sect." Bang! Xiuxian's head exploded under Kit's punch. Most of what Kit said, Xiuxian never heard. His last thought before death was, "What is lawless rogue?" After smashing Xiuxian's head, Kit used the tranquil steps to retreat dozens of steps, avoiding the splattered brain matter. At that moment, a voice sounded behind Kit. "You're an interesting kid, both in character and talent." Hearing this voice, cold sweat trickled down Kit's forehead. He could sense that the speaker was undoubtedly a super expert. The aura was terrifying, far exceeding the Qi mastery stage. Was it the xianxia stage? No, it was beyond the xianxia stage. The aura was deep and boundless, impossible to gauge. However, there was no killing intent from the speaker, indicating they likely had no ill intentions. Considering this, Kit turned around curiously to look at the person behind him. Standing behind him were two individuals. One was a 20-something young man, towering at 2 meters, exuding a primitive savagery. He wore beast skin clothes and carried a giant sword, 1.5 meters long and a foot wide, on his back. Next to him was a beautiful woman who bore a striking resemblance to Selen's sister. Kit hesitated, then asked, "You are?" Chapter 13. I want to destroy Minglong's sect with my own warrants. Selen's father, Ethan. Ethan patted Kit on the shoulder, laughing and said, "You, kid, are really impressive. Extremely impressive. You have loyalty and righteousness. Perfect fit to be friends with Ethan. Leave Minglong's sect to me. I'll help you wipe it out." Destroy Minglong's sect? Kit gave Ethan a once-over, stroking his chin. To be honest, he had no doubt that Ethan could easily destroy Minglong's sect. But this would not be good. Kit wanted to rely on his own strength to destroy Minglong's sect. This way, he could also hone his own power. Thinking about this, Kit looked at Ethan and politely said, "Senior Ethan, you can skip destroying Minglong's sect, but I do have one request." "Anything, just say it." Ethan slapped his chest, smiling broadly. "As long as I can do it, I won't refuse." "Good. Here's the thing. I'm not afraid of Minglong's sect, but my family is in danger. I want to ask Senior to stay in Jinwu City for 3 months and help protect the Bai family." Kit cupped his hands and continued, "Can you manage that?" 3 months only. Piece of cake. Ethan readily agreed to Kit's request. "Just 3 months? Is that enough?" Selen's mother asked from the side. "Could it be? You plan to destroy Minglong's sect within 3 months? 3 months will suffice." Kit nodded confidently. "Great kid, very ambitious." Ethan patted Kit on the shoulder, took out a jade pendant, handed it to him, and smiled. "Kid, this jade contains my power, equivalent to 5 full force strikes from me. It's a small token of appreciation." "Thank you." Kit didn't hesitate, accepting the jade and said, "That really helps a lot. I'm about to venture into Longblood Mountain Range to find true dragon blood, and with this jade, I have a much better chance of surviving." "You're looking for true dragon blood?" Ethan was astonished. "Yes." Kit nodded, looking at Ethan. "Do you know where it is, Senior?" Somewhat." Ethan nodded and explained. "When the true dragon died, most of its essence blood spilled across this mountain range, spawning countless demons with dragon blood and forming a small world from its corpse. But finding that small world is extremely difficult. I searched a couple of times a century ago but couldn't find it. However, beware of the remnant soul of the true dragon. It might try to possess your body." Upon hearing this, Kit was taken aback. A century? Selen is only in his 20s, yet his father, at least a century old? How interesting. Moreover, Ethan's warning about soul possession made Kit even more cautious. His expression turned serious as he cupped his hands at Ethan. "Thanks, Senior." "Noted." "Sure. This bracelet to you." Ethan handed Kit a bracelet and added, "It contains part of my divine soul power. If the true dragon tries to possess you, my power will intervene." "Whoa, that really helps a lot." Kit nodded, showing gratitude. He bowed to Ethan. "Thanks, Senior. Just a minor effort." Ethan smiled slightly. Seeing this, Kit laughed and bid farewell. "Time's not early. I should take my leave now." "All right." Ethan didn't say anything more, watching Kit leave. At this moment, Selen's sister, Alexandra, who was tied up, blinked her eyes, gazing at Kit with a mix of shyness and curiosity. After Kit left, Ethan lifted Selen by the collar and rebuked, "You can do it. To befriend such a friend. I'm truly proud of you. You're my father? Why don't I recognize you?" Selen was stunned, completely dumbfounded. "That's right, when I left, you were 5, and your sister only 1 year old." Ethan felt a bit awkward, patting Selen on the shoulder, but having a friend like Kit is satisfying. "Well," Selen scratched his head, a bit embarrassed. I only met Kit briefly, not really a close friend. To stand up to Minglong's sect for an acquaintance, he's worth befriending. Ethan was very pleased with Kit, looking sternly at Selen. Son, you must maintain a good relationship with Kit. Why? Selen was taken aback, confused. Simple. 18 years old, cultivation peak of Qi condensation realm. Combat power equivalent to the essence Qi realm, while still at Qi condensation level. Even I back then couldn't match him. Ethan's face showed a hint of astonishment as he patted Selen on the shoulder. Perhaps, he may become the strongest in this world. Even if not the strongest, definitely among the elite. It's wise to get close now. Getting close, huh? Selen hesitated, thinking about Kit's actions. It seemed, befriending Kit wasn't bad at all. Okay, let's go to Jinwu City, and we'll catch up along the way. Ethan chuckled, lifting Selen and his sister Alexandra, heading toward Jinwu City. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Kit left Longblood City, plunging deep into Longblood Mountain Range, aimlessly wandering. Suddenly, a sinister voice echoed through the deep recesses of Longblood Mountain Range. Hee. Peak Qi Condensation 9th Stage, Peak Body Tempering 9th Stage, and Peak 1st Stage Xuanhuan. Achieving extremes in Qi, body, and spirit cultivation. Quite impressive. You will serve as my new vessel. Kit did not hear this voice. Right before him, a vast spatial rift opened up. The rift towered 1,000 meters high, spanning 200 to 300 meters wide. Inside, hundreds of floating immortal mountains hovered in the air, each surrounded by ethereal mists. Whoosh! A fragrant medicinal scent filled the air, refreshing and intoxicating. Despite this, Kit quickly regained his senses, activating the Dao Eye to observe the spatial gate. Boom! The spatial gate abruptly transformed. Originally, the white mist-filled gate emitting pure energy became densely lined with bloody red energy. And within the gate, the hundreds of floating immortal mountains vanished. Chapter 14. Entering the small world. Instead, there were hundreds of fragments from the bodies of true dragons. These fragments had merged with the mountains, ultimately transforming them into immortal mountains. On these immortal mountains, a vast number of medicinal herbs grew densely, most of which were quite precious. And after being nurtured by the remains of the true dragons, they had evolved even further, almost reaching the quality of immortal-grade herbs. Chopped into hundreds of pieces, this true dragon must have died in utter misery. Kit observed the entire small world's interior, squinting his eyes. He was very cautious, not forgetting Pierce's warning. There might be remnants of a true dragon soul within the small world, seeking to possess his body. However, Kit was no pushover. Among the 9 volumes of heavenly scriptures, there were many secret techniques. Even if the true dragon's soul fragment attempted possession, Kit was unafraid. Thinking this, Kit wasted no time and jumped directly into the small world. Hee. Actually jumping right in. How foolish. 3,000 years, finally, an appropriate target for possession. Once I'm free, I will seek revenge. Boy, come here quickly. Hee. In a dark space, a remnant soul was shouting frantically. Seems like there's some sound. Upon entering the small world, Kit looked around, feeling a faint sense of foreboding. But he didn't forget his primary goal, finding the vacuum blood. He immediately activated the Dao Eye and took a look. Thousands of years had passed, and the true dragon's body had long eroded into dust, merging with the surrounding immortal mountains. The only distinctive feature was the largest mountain. Formed from the true dragon's head, it emitted a peculiar aura. It feels a bit like true dragon blood. Kit stroked his chin, then without a second thought, leaped towards the largest mountain. Swoosh! At that moment, a white shadow suddenly darted out, striking Kit directly. Bang! Caught off guard, Kit was knocked flying. He crashed into and broke a large tree before stopping. Cough. What's going on? Kit got up, just as the white light rushed back at him. This time, Kit saw clearly. The attacker was a towering white rhinoceros, standing taller than a small mountain with a huge horn on its head. Its aura was formidable. In human cultivator terms, it was at least at the Jinfeng stage. Its massive body moved with surprising agility. It rushed at Kit, the sharp horn on its head glinting ominously, ready to impale him through. I was just passing through. Why did you attack me? Kit, enraged, formed a golden seal in his hand, which came from the Dao seal technique recorded in the 9 volumes of heavenly scriptures, a spell perfect for attacking high-defense enemies. The moment the golden seal took shape, the white rhinoceros let out an odd cry. Its massive body hurriedly turned, trying to flee. You ambush me and expect to run? Not so easy. Kit was furious, and the consequences were severe. A Dao seal slammed down on the rhinoceros' forehead. Bang! The golden seal was invincible, smashing a square hole in the rhinoceros' forehead, causing blood to spurt out. The next moment, a thunderous crash echoed. Boom! The enormous rhinoceros fell to the ground, shrinking rapidly to about 5 meters long and 2 to 3 meters high. Blood gushed out as its body twitched continuously. How bizarre, I was just passing through. Why did this white rhinoceros attack me? Kit frowned, brushing dust off himself, then suddenly remembered something. He muttered, I remember now. Where there are guardian beasts, there must be heavenly treasures. Could there be some treasure here? With that thought, Kit activated the Dao Eye and carefully inspected the surroundings. Sure enough, about 300 meters to his left, a rather inconspicuous blue flower was growing. It was only 1 foot tall, with green stems and leaves, nearly indistinguishable from the wildflowers around it. Blue dragon scale flower. Kit recognized it from the herbal records in the 9 volumes of heavenly scriptures. Swallowing it would greatly purify the soul. Eat it, and see if it works. Deciding this, Kit plucked the blue dragon scale flower and swallowed it whole. A bitter taste exploded in his mouth, followed by an inexplicable clarity. It was like staying up all night gaming and then having a piece of beetle nut. Instantly refreshed, Immediately, Kit started circulating the soul cultivation technique from the 9 volumes of heavenly scriptures, quickly refining the medicinal power. After 15 minutes, he had fully refined the medicinal power. Kit opened his eyes, and his pupils became incredibly deep. Even his aura grew sharper. He clenched his fist, pleasantly surprised, muttering to himself, my soul has become much stronger, and my control over power has improved significantly. With that, Kit flashed away again, heading toward the mountain formed from the true dragon's head. Meanwhile, outside the small world, the entrance to the small world was thousands of meters tall, visible for hundreds of miles around. Good heavens, this wouldn't be a small world formed from the remains of a true dragon, would it? Such powerful spiritual energy. We could gain the legacy of a true dragon. Ha ha ha, can you believe our luck? Quick, inform the family. Instantly, Longxue City was thrown into chaos. Half of the Yi Kingdom was stirred, and many strong figures personally rushed to the Longxue mountain range. In Jinwu City, upon hearing the news, Pierce remarked reflectively, fascinating, that boy really reached the requirement to activate the Dragon Blood secret realm. Dad, if so, isn't Kid in danger? What if he gets possessed by the true dragon soul? Selen worriedly asked. Do you doubt me so much? Pierce frowned, giving Selen a slap on the head, saying, even if that true dragon were revived, I could beat him down. Hee hee hee. Selen awkwardly laughed, a look of knowing but respectful silence on his face. Pierce, seeing Selen's expression, was speechless. Inside the secret realm, Kit landed on Dragon Head Mountain, curiously surveying his surroundings. The scenery here was not too different from the surrounding peaks. Immortal springs trickled, immortal mists drifted, and all around were various rare medicinal herbs. Chapter 15. The Origin True Blood. However, a faint divine thought was wandering around. Interesting. A remnant soul of a true dragon? Kit stroked his chin, extremely cautious. He formed hand seals. A golden talisman flashed at his brow center. The soul-suppressing talisman. From the 9 volumes of heavenly scripture, this talisman is specifically used to suppress remnant souls. For someone whose 3 souls and 7 pua souls are intact and whose soul remains unharmed, the soul-suppressing talisman is very weak, barely having any effect. // edited for fluency. For someone with intact 3 souls and 7 souls, the soul-suppressing talisman is very weak and has barely any effect. / to make it read more naturally in English. For someone with a complete soul and all 10 parts of the soul intact, the soul-suppressing talisman is very weak and has barely any effect. / final polished version. For someone with a fully intact soul, the soul-suppressing talisman is very weak and has barely any effect. But for an incomplete true dragon remnant soul, its lethality is hundreds of times stronger, enough to safeguard Kit's own soul. Meanwhile, he silently put on the bracelet given by Pierce, which contained a protective primordial spirit. Snap! A crisp sound rang out. A colossal spatial rift opened up, revealing an enormous dragon's nest within. The nest was composed of tightly packed golden wood, with a diameter of 1 kilometer. It exuded an overwhelming primeval aura. Heavenly Dao True Eye, open. Without further ado, Kit activated the martial arts Heavenly Eye from the 9 volumes of heavenly scripture. Instantly, a faint presence appeared in his eyes, transforming the scenery within the spatial rift once again. What was originally a magnificent and majestic dragon's nest was now densely covered in bloody red dragon pattern chains. Above the nest hovered a black dragon-shaped soul with blood-red eyes, coldly staring at Kit. So, there really is a remnant soul of a true dragon? Kit was startled, his face filled with shock. Even in its damaged state, this true dragon remnant soul was incomparably more powerful than his own essence spirit. Even the soul-suppressing talisman might not be able to subdue it. Had he not possessed the Heavenly Dao True Eye, he might not have been able to see through the true nature of the dragon's nest. If he had entered blindly, he might have truly fallen victim to the true dragon remnant soul and met his end without a burial place. At that moment, the true dragon remnant soul within the nest widened its blood-red eyes. It stared intently at Kit's golden pupils. As a higher-level existence, it could sense the vast Heavenly Dao power emanating from his eyes. Heavenly Dao True Eye. This kid actually possesses the Heavenly Dao True Eye. The true dragon remnant soul was momentarily stunned, but then became elated internally. A new body that has reached the pinnacle in body tempering, chi cultivation, and soul refinement, even surpassing its original true dragon form. The true dragon remnant soul understood that since Kit had the Heavenly Dao True Eye, he must have discovered its presence. Continuing to hide and pretend wouldn't work anymore. Deciding to act directly, it charged towards Kit without hesitation. Boom! The black dragon soul rushed out of the nest like a bolt of black lightning, heading straight for Kit's brow center, attempting to take over and devour Kit's essence spirit. Kit, watching the charging dragon soul, layered another soul-suppressing talisman over his essence spirit, snorting coldly, "Humph, as if I'm afraid of you? Cackle cackle boy, your body belongs to me." The true dragon remnant soul laughed maniacally as it slammed into Kit. However, when it approached within 10 meters, the bracelet given by Pierce activated, a golden barrier appearing in front of Kit. What? The true dragon remnant soul hadn't reacted in time when it collided with the golden barrier with a sharp clang. Clang! A ringing sound echoed. The speed at which the true dragon remnant soul came was matched by the force with which it was repelled. The black remnant soul was thrown back hundreds of meters, its massive body instantly diminishing by half. A protective artifact designed to safeguard the essence spirit. The true dragon remnant soul glared fiercely at the bracelet on Kit's hand, almost seething with rage. If it were at its peak state, the bracelet would be nothing. A mere breath could destroy it. But in its remnant state, it was impossible to break through this barrier. Just then, Kit pulled out a jade pendant. This jade pendant was given by Pierce, and was said to unleash an attack equivalent to Pierce's peak state, usable 5 times. Since the bracelet had weakened and repelled the true dragon remnant soul, this jade pendant should be able to eliminate it. The true dragon remnant soul also noticed the jade pendant in Kit's hand, and was instantly terrified. The pendant contained 5 astonishing energies. Even in its peak state, the remnant soul would suffer severe injuries. Clearly, a powerful being had sealed their strength into the pendant to serve as a protective charm for descendants, to deal with foes too strong to face directly. Realizing this, the true dragon remnant soul rushed to Kit and exclaimed, "Boy, you've misunderstood. I didn't intend to attack you." "Oh, I recall you were about to devour my body?" Kit squinted his eyes, observing the true dragon remnant soul dozens of meters away. This thing had clearly suffered a heavy loss, and was now trying to appear submissive. Next, it would undoubtedly start spouting nonsense, trying to deceive him. Then it would look for an opportunity to devour him and possess his body. Dealing with this creature was no different than plotting with a tiger. "I misunderstood. It was just a joke." The true dragon remnant soul explained humbly, "I'm not just a remnant soul, only a mark containing the inheritance of a true dragon. If you release the essence spirit shield, you can absorb my inheritance." "As if I'd believe you." Kit was disdainful. Has this true dragon remnant soul gone mad in the nest? Such reasoning, even a 3-year-old wouldn't believe. Besides, with the 9 volumes of heavenly scripture, what need did he have for a true dragon inheritance? Isn't that akin to picking up sesame seeds and losing watermelons? With this thought, Kit pretended to tuck away the jade pendant, a smile appearing on his face as he asked amiably, "Ah, now I understand. However, before absorbing you, I want to ask you some questions." "Feel free to ask." The true dragon remnant soul was elated internally, looking at Kit with disdain. Sure enough, this guy is a fool. He fell for such a simple trick. "I want to know the location of the true dragon's blood." Kit looked innocent, seemingly a naive young man. "It's at the core of the nest. When I fell, I condensed a drop of origin true blood. It's 1,000 times more potent than normal true dragon blood. Absorbing the true dragon's origin blood will cause true dragon blood to continuously generate within your body, greatly enhancing your physical power." The true dragon remnant soul explained kindly. Internally, it sneered, "Kid, the moment you release the bracelet's restrictions, your death follows. How could I give my origin true blood to a mere mortal?" Chapter 16. "You scoundrel planned against me. Oh, so that's how it is. Thank you." Kit responded casually, his hand resting on the bracelet as he spoke kindly. "Then I'll remove the restriction?" "Great." The remnant soul of the true dragon was delighted. It had already prepared. Once Kitchiachu ed the restriction, it would immediately rush over and devour Kit's essence. Boom. The golden restriction on the bracelet disappeared. Seeing this, the true dragon remnant soul wasted no time. It instantly boosted its speed to the limit and charged at Kit. At this moment, a golden talisman shot out from between Kit's eyebrows. It formed a golden tower that directly suppressed the true dragon remnant soul inside. Clang! The true dragon remnant soul's head collided with the golden tower, and it was momentarily stunned. In the next second, it felt the oppressive aura of the spirit-suppressing talisman within the tower and instantly collapsed. The spirit-suppressing talisman was one of the ancient celestial symbols, fatal to remnant souls. Even though Kit was only at the peak of the chi condensation stage, he could still easily suppress it. No matter how hard it struggled, it was futile. The true dragon remnant soul's blood-red eyes almost bled from rage. As it struggled frantically, it roared, "Spirit-suppressing talisman. You have a spirit-suppressing talisman? You tricked me. Damn you." "Exactly. It's the spirit-suppressing talisman." A smile appeared on Kit's lips. The jade pendant reappeared in his hand, aiming at the true dragon remnant soul. He said, "Here, suppressing you with the spirit-suppressing talisman ensures you won't escape." After speaking, Kit hesitated not a moment and activated the power within the jade pendant. Boom! A blinding sword chi surged forth. Kadiki surging waves. It crushed everything blocking its path. The golden soul-suppressing tower instantly disintegrated, along with the immobilized true dragon remnant soul. Rumble! The overwhelming sword chi flashed by, destabilizing the entire small world. Trouble! This small world is about to collapse. Without another word, Kit quickly used the free and unfettered steps, dashing towards the core of the dragon's lair. Whoosh! He moved extremely fast, leaving a series of afterimages behind. Soon, he reached the core area of the dragon's lair. Hovering in the air in this area was a fist-sized lump of dragon-shaped blood, emitting astonishing energy. The true dragon remnant soul didn't lie. There really is true dragon origin essence blood? Kit's heart soared, just as he was about to swallow the true dragon origin essence blood and leave. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he saw 6 objects floating beside the true dragon origin essence blood. They seemed to be some treasures collected by the true dragon. "I didn't expect this bonus." Kit was surprised. Rumble! Dark cracks slowly appeared in space. The entire space would soon collapse. Without another word, Kit swallowed the true dragon origin essence blood in one gulp, grabbed the 6 treasures, and turned to run. Boom! The powerful force within the true dragon origin essence blood erupted inside Kit's body. In an instant, Kit's body swelled, nearly bursting from the immense power contained within the essence blood. "I must refine it." Without hesitation, Kit activated the body refinement section of the 9 volumes of heavenly books. He swiftly began refining and absorbing the power of the true dragon origin essence blood. Instantly, a vast amount of power was refined, flowing into every part of Kit's body. This allowed Kit's already peak physical body to undergo a new round of transformation. Crack crack. A series of bone-cracking sounds resonated within Kit's body. His bones shattered and then regenerated continuously. Before long, all his bones were retempered. They emitted a golden luster. The muscles and skin were also rapidly washed and transformed by the power of the true dragon origin essence blood. By the time Kit rushed out of the secret realm, he had undergone a complete rebirth. However, the size of the true dragon origin essence blood barely changed. It continued to provide energy, strengthening Kit's physical body. Rumble. Behind Kit, the dragon's lair collapsed, releasing terrifying energy. Fortunately, I ran fast, or I would have died inside. Kit wiped cold sweat and rushed toward another floating island. The true dragon origin essence blood inside him was still bubbling, and he needed time to refine it. Thud. Kit landed on another floating island. He found a small cave, blocked the entrance with large rocks, and then sat cross-legged, beginning to focus on refining the true dragon origin essence blood within his body. Rumble. A series of thunder-like sounds echoed within his body. The true dragon origin essence blood was quickly refined, becoming a part of his physical body. And the previously unbreakable 9th level of body refinement was now broken, elevating Kit's physical body into the bone marrow refinement stage. In this world, cultivators did not value the physical body much. But there were still a few who specialized in body cultivation, known as body cultivators. Although body cultivators were rare, they had corresponding realms like chi cultivators. Among these, the body refinement realm corresponded to the chi condensation realm, the bone marrow refinement realm corresponded to the essence gathering realm, the organ refinement realm corresponded to the chi transformation realm, the aperture refinement realm corresponded to the aura chi realm, and the golden body realm corresponded to the mystic chi realm. When Kit was at the 9th level of body refinement, he could already reach the golden body realm. Now that he had advanced to the bone marrow refinement realm, his pure physical strength was almost as strong as the golden body realm. Even against a mystic chi realm opponent, Kit now stood a fighting chance. 3 days passed in a flash. Kit had completely refined the true dragon origin essence blood within him. His physical body had undergone a complete transformation. Between his flesh and bones existed astonishing power. With a thought, his body would turn pure gold. Impervious to blades, invulnerable to water and fire. This was the hallmark of the golden body realm. In the bone marrow refinement realm, I can already reach the golden body realm. I wonder how powerful I will be when I reach the 5th realm, the golden body realm. Kit muttered to himself. Suddenly, he remembered another important thing. Since he had reached the 2nd realm, bone marrow refinement, could he unlock the 2nd chapter of the chaotic scriptures body refinement section? Thinking this, a golden book appeared in his hand. He tried to flip to the 2nd page, but it remained motionless. Still can't open it. Kit stroked his chin and muttered, looks like I need to break through both my essence spirit and chi cultivation to the 2nd realm before I can open it. Thinking this, Kit put away the golden book. He then looked at the 6 treasures obtained from the dragon's lair. As a great existence level being, the true dragon's collection must be extraordinary. Weapons and armors were likely not uncommon. With this in mind, Kit began examining the 6 items. Of the 6 items, the most eye-catching was a golden longsword covered in dense blood-red dragon patterns. Good. The remnant soul of the true dragon was delighted. He was ready. As soon as Xiuxian ed the restriction, he would rush over to devour Kit's spirit. Revised. He was prepared. As soon as Kit lifted the restriction, he would immediately rush over and devour Kit's spirit. The golden restriction around the bracelet vanished. Seeing this, the true dragon's remnant soul wasted no time and immediately accelerated to its maximum speed, hurtling towards Kit. Just then, a golden talisman shot out from between Kit's brows. It formed a golden tower, which instantly suppressed the true dragon's remnant soul inside. Clang! The remnant soul slammed into the golden tower and was instantly dazed. In the next second, it sensed the divine spirit-suppressing talisman suspended within the tower and instantly collapsed. The spirit-suppressing talisman was one of the ancient heavenly symbols, capable of countering residual souls. Even though Kit was only at the peak of the refining chi stage, he could still easily suppress it. No matter how hard it struggled, it was all for naught. Its blood-red eyes were nearly dripping with blood. It raged while struggling madly. Spirit-suppressing talisman. Kid, you have a spirit-suppressing talisman? You scoundrel planned against me. Bastard. Yes, it's the spirit-suppressing talisman. A smirk appeared at the corner of Kit's mouth. He produced the jade pendant again, aiming it at the true dragon's remnant soul. Here, suppress you with the spirit-suppressing talisman. Now there's no worry about you escaping. With that said, Kit unhesitatingly activated the power within the jade pendant. A blinding surge of sword energy erupted. Kadiki surging waves. It crushed everything in its path. The golden soul-suppressing tower instantly disintegrated, along with the fixed true dragon's remnant soul. Boom. The overwhelming sword energy flashed by, destabilizing the entire pocket dimension. Trouble. This pocket world is about to collapse. Seeing this, Kit wasted no time, stepping in the Wayfarer's step and quickly rushing towards the core area of the dragon nest. Whoosh. He moved incredibly fast, leaving a series of afterimages behind him. Soon, he reached the core area of the dragon nest. Hovering in the air was a fist-sized lump of dragon blood, emitting astonishing energy. The true dragon's remnant soul didn't lie. There really is true dragon essence blood? Kit felt a wave of joy internally, just preparing to swallow the essence blood and leave. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of something else beside the essence blood. 6 artifacts were also hovering there. They seemed to be treasures collected by the true dragon. I didn't expect such an unexpected harvest. Kit exclaimed in surprise. Boom. Cracks slowly began to appear in the space above. The entire space would soon collapse. Seeing this, Kit wasted no time, swallowing the true dragon essence blood in one gulp and grabbing the 6 artifacts before turning to flee. The powerful force of the true dragon essence blood erupted within Kit's body. Instantly, his body grew significantly larger, almost bursting from the intense energy contained within the essence blood. I must refine it. Without hesitation, Kit directly activated the body refinement section from the 9 volumes of heavenly scriptures. He rapidly refined and absorbed the power of the true dragon essence blood. An immense amount of strength was instantly refined and flowed into every part of Kit's body. This propelled his already peak physical condition into a new transformation. Snap, snap. A series of bone-cracking sounds rang out within Kit's body. His bones continuously shattered and regenerated. Quickly, his entire skeleton was retempered. It shimmered with a golden luster. The muscles and membranes beneath the skin were also swiftly cleansed and transformed by the power of the true dragon essence blood. By the time Kit emerged from the secret realm, he had undergone a complete rejuvenation. The size of the true dragon essence blood remained unchanged, continuously providing energy to strengthen Kit's body. Boom! Behind Kit, the dragon nest collapsed, releasing terrifying energy. Thank goodness I ran fast. Otherwise, I would have died in there. Wiping off a cold sweat, Kit rushed towards another floating island. The true dragon essence blood continued to boil within him. He needed some time to fully refine it. Bang! Kit landed on another floating island. Finding a small cave, he blocked the entrance with large stones and sat cross-legged, starting to dedicate himself fully to refining the true dragon essence blood within his body. Boom! Thunderous-like sounds echoed within him. The true dragon essence blood was rapidly refined, becoming part of his physical form. The previously unbreakable stability of the 9th level of body refinement was swiftly broken, and Kit's physical body entered the 2nd realm, bone marrow refinement. In this world, cultivators did not particularly value their physical bodies. However, there were still a few who specialized in body cultivation, known as body cultivators. Body cultivators, although rare, also had corresponding realms similar to chi cultivators. Among these, body refinement corresponded to refining chi, bone marrow refinement corresponded to gathering chi, organ refinement corresponded to transforming chi, aperture refinement corresponded to martial chi, and golden body realm corresponded to mystic chi. At the 9th level of body refinement, Kit could already achieve the golden body realm where a golden light protected his body. Now that he broke through to the bone marrow refinement realm, his pure physical strength was almost as strong as the golden body realm. Even at the mystic chi realm, Kit now stood a chance in battle. Time flew by. 3 days later, Kit completely refined the true dragon essence blood within him. His entire physical body had thoroughly transformed. Between his flesh and bones lay astounding strength. With a single thought, his body turned pure gold. Impervious to blades, water, or fire. This was the hallmark of the golden body realm. I can reach the golden body realm's physique even at the bone marrow refinement realm. I wonder how powerful I will be when I reach the 5th realm, the golden body realm. Kit muttered to himself. Suddenly, he remembered another important matter. Since he had already reached the 2nd realm, bone marrow refinement, could he unlock the 2nd chapter of the Chaos Scripture? Body refinement? Thinking this, a golden book floated into his hands. He tried to flip to the 2nd page, but failed to make any progress. Still can't open it. Kit stroked his chin and murmured. Seems like both my spirit and chi need to break through to the 2nd realm before I can open it. Thinking of this, Kit put away the golden scripture. He looked at the 6 treasures obtained from the dragon nest. As a being of great power, the true dragon's collection should be quite extraordinary. Weapons and armor shouldn't be surprising. With that thought, Kit began examining the 6 items. Of the 6 items, the most eye-catching was a golden longsword, densely covered with blood-red dragon patterns. ##### Chapter 17. The chaotic green lotus seed. Just by looking at it, one could feel the astonishing pressure emanating from it. This dragon sword is pretty good. I'll use it temporarily, muttered Kit as he placed the dragon sword aside and turned his attention to the remaining 5 items. The next 5 items were all jade boxes. Each had runes imprinted on them, seemingly sealing something within. These runes also acted as a safeguard. Without the correct method, the contents of the jade box would automatically be destroyed. With the Chaos Scripture rune chapter in hand, these runes posed no challenge to Kit. He lightly traced his finger over the runes, breaking the seal and opening the first jade box. Inside the jade box was a dragon-shaped pendant, a golden chain with a blood-red gemstone embedded at the bottom. It was crystal clear, radiating an enigmatic aura. Kit picked up the dragon-shaped pendant and used his mental energy to sense it. Inside the dragon-shaped pendant, there was an enormous space. It was rectangular, roughly 10 kilometers high, 10 kilometers wide, and 20 kilometers long, enough to accommodate a small county. A spatial storage artifact? Kit couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. This artifact was truly invaluable. According to the memories of its original owner, spatial storage artifacts did exist in the xuanhuan world, but they were extremely rare, usually possessed only by cultivators at the profound chi realm or higher. The entire Bai family didn't even have one, and most storage rings typically held just a few cubic meters. Nothing like this dragon-shaped pendant, which had a capacity of 2 billion cubic meters. It could easily hold a small mountain segment. No wonder it belonged to a true dragon. Anything it collected must be of exceptional quality. Kit looked at the dragon-shaped pendant with satisfaction, tossing the dragon-patterned sword inside before muttering to himself with some regret. True dragons are really magnificent creatures. What I did just now was too harsh. I should have thanked it before extinguishing the true dragon's remnant soul. As he rambled, Kit turned to the remaining 4 jade boxes. One by one, he opened them. 3 of them contained bottles of pills. Despite having been thousands of years since their creation, the energy within remained astonishingly potent. Kit didn't know the purpose of these 3 types of pills, but they were certainly not ordinary. He'd get them appraised later. After resealing the pills into the jade boxes and placing them inside the dragon-shaped pendant, Kit's gaze fell upon the last item, his brows furrowing slightly. This item was a rather unremarkable bronze fragment covered in rust. If this weren't part of the true dragon's collection, Kit would have tossed it into the recyclable waste pile without a second thought. What exactly is this? He picked up the bronze fragment, carefully examining it. The bronze fragment exuded an ancient, weathered vibe. Kit directly activated the heavenly Dao True Eye to scrutinize the fragment, but still couldn't discern any changes. Maybe, drop a drop of blood? Scratching his head, Kit extended his hand and let a drop of blood fall onto the bronze fragment. Instantly, as soon as his blood touched it, the bronze fragment emitted beams of green light, illuminating the entire cave in emerald green. The bronze fragment quivered slightly, transmitting a faint message into Kit's mind. Boom. A vast scene unfolded before Kit. A green lotus rooted in the universe, surrounded by endless star systems, gently swaying, causing countless galaxies to crumble. After an unknown amount of time, the green lotus petals withered, and fragments scattered across the cosmos. 49 green lotus seeds were scattered across the universe atop the lotus platform. One of them was wrapped in a green lotus leaf, traveling an unimaginable distance through space before landing on a planet familiar to Kit, the Xuanhuan world. And this lotus was none other than the chaotic green lotus. One blooming and wilting cycle represented a cosmic era, spanning 1 trillion years. Me. Kit was truly astonished. The chaotic green lotus seed was the highest grade treasure for forging an immortal primordial spirit in the 9 volumes of the Heaven Book, far surpassing a 10,000-year-old innate green lotus seed. However, this thing was exceedingly rare. A chaotic green lotus blooms and fades once per cosmic era, approximately 1 trillion years. Each blooming produced only 49 chaotic green lotus seeds. But at the moment of maturity, they were instantly snatched up by a group of supreme beings, with only a few escaping and landing elsewhere in the universe. This demonstrated just how rare these seeds were. In fact, the Chaos Scripture Spirit Cultivation Chapter suggested using a 10,000-year-old innate green lotus seed instead, as the chaotic green lotus seed was something that one could only hope to encounter but never seek out. Finding it was almost hopeless. The bronze fragment trembled again. A vague sensation emerged in Kit's heart, pointing to a location, the position where the chaotic green lotus seed was located. It seems the chaotic green lotus seed hasn't been discovered yet. Eyes shining with excitement, Kit immediately kicked away the stone blocking the cave entrance and rushed out of the micro-world. On his way, he kept his heavenly Dao True Eye activated. He only collected the most precious herbs, leaving the rest behind. The chaotic green lotus seed could be discovered and consumed by someone else at any moment. Compared to the chaotic green lotus seed, the herbs in the true dragon micro-world seemed insignificant. Boom. Kit barely paused along the way. He quickly exited the true dragon micro-world and arrived in the outside world. Just as he left, he sensed a massive purple golden palm, about 30 feet long, shooting towards him. Boom. The palm's power was incredibly strong, nearly reaching the peak of the Grit Chi realm. Caught off guard, Kit couldn't dodge in time and had to withstand the blow. Bang! A blinding golden light erupted from Kit's body. Having reached the golden body realm, he was invulnerable below the profound chi level. However, the force from the purple golden palm sent Kit flying several hundred meters, crashing through over a dozen thick trees. I underestimated the situation. I should have expected ambushes at the secret realm entrance. Kit mentally acknowledged his lapse in vigilance. He landed on the ground, tilted his head in thought, and turned to run. Even though he wasn't injured, fighting at the micro-world's entrance put him at a disadvantage. Since the attacker dared to ambush him at the exit, they were clearly well prepared. Fighting in a pre-prepared area could lead to unforeseen dangers. Thus, he decided to feign weakness and lure them to an unfamiliar place to take them down. The middle-aged man who initiated the attack was initially stunned, but then exclaimed with joy, "To survive my palm strike means you must be heavily injured. Quick, pursue him." Chapter 18. Rough skin and tough flesh. The middle-aged man was highly confident in his own strength. He was at the peak of the Gongqi realm. No one below the Xuanqi realm could withstand a single blow from him without suffering any injuries. Moreover, Kit had taken the hit head-on. Even someone at the Xuanqi realm would have been seriously injured by such an attack. Meanwhile, the other cultivators who were not at the dragon nest's exit suddenly became intensely excited. Their eyes gleamed greedily, like those of hungry wolves. What did it mean to be the first to emerge from the dragon nest? It surely meant that he had obtained a great fortune. Only if one had secured the best treasures would they choose to leave. Otherwise, who would give up on the abundance of treasures within? Halfway through? Everyone, attack together. We mustn't let him go. Yes, the grand fortune of the true dragon is right before us. Perhaps that person has obtained the legacy of the true dragon. Attack together and kill him. These cultivators came from different families and sects. Many of them were sworn enemies, ready to fight until blood flowed when they met. However, at this moment, they joined forces. They cooperated in their animosity, chasing Kit as one. Boom. Hundreds of cultivators moving together created quite a stir. Kit turned around to see at least a dozen peak Gongqi realm cultivators among his pursuers, 50 to 60 more at the Gongqi realm, and hundreds more below that level. He immediately cried out in shock, "Damn, are you crazy? Why are you chasing after me? Boy, hand over the fortune from the dragon nest. The legacy of the true dragon isn't something you can hold on to. Hand it over now. Enough talk, let's just kill him first." Hundreds of cultivators behind him screamed threats, while many cast spells directly toward Kit. In an instant, Kit was struck by dozens of attacks. If his physical body hadn't reached the invincible golden body of the Xuanqi realm, he would already be nothing but a pile of minced meat. Damn! Kit was speechless. He shouted back, "Are you all mad? I don't have the legacy of the true dragon. The Lanny's nose is sharp. Your body smells of true dragon blood. I am an elder of the Tianxiang sect, and have seen countless people. Boy, the aura of the true dragon on you is nearly as strong as a real dragon. Don't waste time talking with him. Everyone, attack together." Good. The group of cultivators moved as one, knowing well that taking down Kit first was key. They could then leisurely compete for the legacy of the true dragon. Damn! Kit was thoroughly speechless. Even if he was arrogant, facing hundreds, now thousands, of cultivators was overwhelming. With so many more arriving continuously, stopping would be a death sentence. Driven by the lure of the true dragon legacy, untold numbers would risk their lives to end him. What should I do? I've got it. A series of thoughts flashed through Kit's mind. He quickly reacted. He had consumed the essence blood of a true dragon, causing his body to produce large quantities of true dragon blood. This common blood kept replenishing itself like normal human blood. But these people didn't know about the existence of the true dragon's essential blood. Would throwing out a bottle of true dragon blood cause chaos among them? With this thought, Kit secretly filled a bottle with true dragon blood and tossed it into the air, shouting loudly, "Damn it, I'm done playing. Here's the true dragon blood. You can fight over it yourselves." Saying that, Kit increased his speed using the free and easy steps and left most of the cultivators far behind. At this point, the attention of the cultivators shifted entirely to the bottle of true dragon blood floating in the air. True dragon chi. It's true dragon blood. How terrifying the life energy. If I can absorb this true dragon blood, I will surely reach the xuanxi realm. Out of my way. The true dragon blood is mine. You scoundrel. Take this palm. Kill. 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 The crowd instantly erupted into chaos, fighting each other ferociously. After running for 1,000 feet, Kit stopped, coldly eyeing the few remaining pursuers. 15 cultivators caught up with him, all at the peak gongchi realm, with strengths comparable to Kit. The only difference was Kit's golden body, equivalent to the xuanxi realm. However, even in the xuanxi realm, facing 15 peak gongchi cultivators would typically spell doom. While assessing each other, the cultivators grew wary, sensing Kit's power alone surpassed the combined force of their 15 people, and they had witnessed his astonishing defensive prowess firsthand. Hundreds of cultivators attacking together could reduce anyone in the xuanxi realm to mincemeat. Yet Kit remained unscathed, full of vigor. Golden aura shield, golden body realm expert. A peak gongchi realm elder named Kaduji said, looking at Kit, "I am Kaduji, elder of the Xianxia sect. Sir, there's no need for a fatal confrontation if you hand over the true dragon legacy. A wise man adapts to circumstances. Even though you're at the golden body realm, you're not invincible. Don't waste time talking to him. Use the great Xianxia formation to suppress him." "Yes, elder, don't waste time talking." More Xianxia sect disciples arrived. "Why make yourself a target?" Kit shook his head, producing a jade pendant. It was given to him by Ethan, allowing him 4 more uses. If used here, it could eliminate everyone in one move. However, after careful consideration, Kit put away the jade pendant and pulled out the dragon-patterned sword he had obtained from the dragon nest. Boom! As soon as the dragon-patterned sword appeared, everyone froze. Elder Kaduji stared incredulously at the sword in Kit's hand and exclaimed in disbelief, "An imperial-grade spirit weapon. Where did you get? From the dragon nest? You acquired an imperial-grade spirit weapon from the dragon nest?" Upon hearing this, the remaining cultivators showed confusion. Some understood the significance and fled immediately. Without another word, Kit activated the dragon-patterned sword, aiming it at the surrounding besieging cultivators. He swung the sword down. Boom! The moment Kit unleashed the power of the dragon-patterned sword, he felt immense power coursing through his body. ####Hashtag Chapter 19. The power of the dragon-patterned sword. All of his spiritual energy was drained in an instant. This made Kit feel a bit weak as he couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. One must know, although he was currently only at the peak of the 9th stage of chi condensation, the total amount of spiritual energy within him was over 10 times more than that of the profound chi realm, truly vast and abundant. Yet it was all instantly sucked dry by the dragon-patterned sword. The moment the spiritual energy surged into the dragon-patterned sword, a sword beam thousands of feet long shot up into the sky, instantly dispersing the clouds above. Then, Kit swept through with the dragon-patterned sword in hand. Mountains cracked, vegetation turned to ash. Over 20 Githiki realm cultivators, and over 100 newly arrived cultivators were instantly obliterated. Crack, crack. A large mountain was cleaved into 2 halves by Kit's single sword stroke, crumbling down to either side. In an instant, dust rose and the earth trembled. Damn, this thing is actually so terrifyingly powerful? Kit looked at the mountain split in 2 by one slash, his mind buzzing. Although he knew the weapons collected by the true dragon were extremely powerful, being able to cleave a mountain with one stroke was somewhat exaggerated, wasn't it? However, after carefully sensing the spiritual energy within him, Kit calmed down. One strike had drained every last bit of spiritual energy from within him. In other words, if he wanted to use the dragon-patterned sword, he could only afford one attack. It seems I can't easily wield or even take out the dragon-patterned sword. Otherwise, it's easy to be hunted to death. Furthermore, my current spiritual energy is too weak, allowing only one strike. My priority now is to elevate my realm as much as possible. Scratching his head, Kit put away the dragon-patterned sword. Without further ado, he rushed towards the location of the chaotic green lotus seed. Encountering the chaotic green lotus seed was unpredictable, and everything else was illusory. He had to obtain this item. Boom! Kit's body rapidly moved across the mountain ranges. With his footsteps of freedom technique, his body nearly floated, traversing hundreds of feet in a blink. Covering 100 miles took him only a dozen seconds. However, the footsteps of freedom technique consumed an enormous amount of spiritual energy. Basically, every 100 miles, Kit would sit cross-legged on the ground to recover the depleted spiritual energy. Each recovery created quite a stir. Rumble. Within a 100-foot radius, spiritual energy was drawn into Kit's body, forming a white vortex several dozen feet wide. It continuously poured the vast amount of spiritual energy into Kit's body. Crack. It seemed like something was breaking apart. Kit was surprised to find that the spiritual energy inside his body had transformed from gaseous to a mix of gaseous and liquid state. Similar to mist, golden spiritual energy mixed with tiny droplets of liquid spiritual energy. This was a sign of entering the chi accumulation stage. If Kit wished, he could easily enter the chi accumulation stage, gaining even greater combat power. However, such advancement would result in his foundation not reaching its perfect state. He needed 10,000-year congenital spirit marrow as material to forge a perfect foundation. Of course, this perfection was relative to the requirements of the Chaos Canon, Chi Cultivation section. For ordinary people, Kit's current foundation was already at an unfathomable level. His cultivation needed suppression to barely control advancement and not enter the next realm. Do I need to start looking for the 10,000-year congenital spirit marrow first? Kit felt speechless. Given this trend, in no more than 10 days, he wouldn't be able to suppress his advancement anymore. His cultivation would forcibly enter the chi accumulation stage. But where does one find 10,000-year congenital spirit marrow? Sighing in frustration, Kit muttered, "Forget it. Let's focus on finding the chaotic green lotus seed first. 10,000-year congenital spirit marrow depends on luck, and if necessary, I'll chop it up and reforge. Anyway, it won't waste too much time." Boom. Kit stood up again, running toward the direction of the chaotic green lotus seed, using the footsteps of freedom. However, just as he covered 10 miles, the situation suddenly changed. A golden palm imprint came flying toward Kit. Turning his head, Kit saw that the attackers were from the Mountain River sect. Most of those he had eliminated with one strike were Mountain River sect strong figures. Did these people catch up? Kit frowned slightly, feeling somewhat puzzled. There was no reason for this. No matter how fast the Mountain River sect could move, it shouldn't be faster than his footsteps of freedom. Thinking this, Kit didn't hesitate to counterattack. He immediately formed seals with both hands, unleashing a heavenly Dao seal directly at the Mountain River sect expert. Boom. The golden heavenly Dao seal effortlessly crushed the golden palm. Then it hit the Lucian, turning him into a bloody mist, eliminated on the spot. Only then did Kit have time to survey the surroundings. Apart from the Lucian, there were 3 young men. 2 of them wore black, which Kit remembered seemed to be the attire of the Black Demon sect. This sect was ruthless and murderous, a malevolent faction. Both young men were at the peak of the chi condensation stage, one step away from the chi accumulation stage. As for the third young man, his attire was unidentifiable because he was completely naked, his eyes filled with shock, disbelief, and fear. Beside him was a red-clothed female cultivator who lay on the ground, her eyes brimming with tears. She stared at Kit, her mouth slightly agape, utterly astonished. Even a fool could guess what might happen next if Kit hadn't been passing by. "You dared to kill someone from the Mountain River sect?" The naked youth roared angrily. "You'll regret this. The Mountain River sect will never let you go." Is this guy stupid? Kit was dumbfounded. Without another word, he summoned the heavenly Dao seal in his hand and smashed it toward the youth. Villains die from talking too much. He was short on time, rushing to find the chaotic green lotus seed. No time to waste with this naked fool. Rumble. The golden heavenly Dao seal was terrifyingly powerful. Anyone below the profound chi realm would be killed instantly, and its speed was extreme. The 3 youths had no chance of dodging, finally realizing the danger. The naked youth trembled and wet himself. He screamed wildly, "Dad, save me." Boom. A small golden tower emerged from the youth's forehead, unfolding a golden barrier to block the heavenly Dao seal. Bang! The golden barrier was no match for the heavenly Dao seal, shattering instantly. The heavenly Dao seal's speed did not decrease in the slightest, smashing back towards the naked youth. Chapter 20. Calling for father won't help. "You dare." A middle-aged man's voice sounded from within the small tower. In the next second, a huge purple handprint smashed toward the heavenly Dao seal. Boom. Terrifying power erupted, instantly reducing the heavenly Dao seal to dust. The purple handprint also faded to its utmost, vanishing into ashes in the blink of an eye. In the following second, the shape of the small tower changed, transforming into a middle-aged man who coldly stared at Kit and asked, "Boy, who are you? Why do you want to kill my son? Do you call for your father when you can't win? Then I'll beat him and your father together." Kit was speechless. Without a word, he presented 2 heavenly Dao seals with both hands, ready to continue smashing down. Wait. Veins bulged on the middle-aged man's forehead. He waved his hand and said, "Boy, if you kill my son, my River Mountain sect will never rest until you're dead. How about this? Since my son has offended you, what if I offer some compensation?" There was no way around it. With only a single primordial spirit clone, he wasn't Kit's match. Compared to killing Kit, he preferred to save his good-for-nothing son first. Oh. Seeing this, Kit tossed the heavenly Dao seals up and down in his hands, squinting his eyes slightly. If his memory served correctly, the River Mountain sect spanned many countries and was much more powerful than the Engraved Dragon sect, truly standing above all other nations. So, it most likely had far more resources, perhaps even possessing 10,000-year-old innate spirit marrow. However, dealing with such a level of opponent was itself extremely dangerous. What should he do? Kit didn't feel very confident. Just then, the red-robed female cultivator on the ground suddenly shouted loudly, "Elder, if you help me kill him, the Medicine King Pavilion will have rich gifts." Medicine King Pavilion? Kit froze, then drew in a sharp breath. This faction was even more significant. Compared to the River Mountain sect, the Medicine King Pavilion specialized in elixirs. And elixirs were something no cultivator could refuse, especially as they were consumables. Therefore, within a few thousand miles, encompassing 7 or 8 countries, the Medicine King Pavilion might not be the most powerful sect, but it was definitely the richest. Moreover, there were countless powerful figures who owed the Medicine King Pavilion. Thus, the resources the Medicine King Pavilion could mobilize were indeed terrifying. The precious materials in its treasure vault must be considerable. There might even be 10,000-year-old innate spirit marrow. Thinking of this, Kit's gaze focused as he looked at the red-robed female cultivator, saying coolly, "What rich gift can you give me?" The red-robed female cultivator was momentarily speechless, looking somewhat dumbfounded. Isn't gratitude without reward expected? Hurry up, I'm pressed for time. Kit felt exasperated. His eyes swept back and forth between the red-robed female cultivator and the leader of River Mountain Sect, saying, "Whichever side offers a higher price, I'll help." "Very well. I offer one Inyang Jiazi pill that can extend life by 60 years. The middle-aged man immediately threw out a Inyang Jiazi pill without further ado. Kit froze. He had heard of Inyang Jiazi pills. One pill's value could trade for 3 cities the size of Jinwu City, offering considerable allure even to Sea God Realm experts. It seemed this middle-aged man held a significant position within the River Mountain Sect, able to casually produce such items. Thinking of this, Kit turned his gaze to the red-robed female cultivator. He calmly said, "Here's a Inyang Jiazi pill from the opposite side. If you don't have any higher-grade materials, I'll let him go." "So it's just a Inyang Jiazi pill. So what?" The red-robed female cultivator pouted, saying, "I offer a 10,000-year-old spirit marrow pill." 10,000-year-old spirit marrow pill? Kit was stunned, looking at the red-robed female cultivator in surprise and confirming, "Is it an elixir refined from 10,000-year-old innate spirit marrow, fully unleashing its effects, over 10 times more potent than the original version?" "Yes." The red-robed female cultivator nodded vigorously, shouting, "The Medicine King Pavilion produces 10,000-year-old spirit marrow pills a year, and I can get one. Help me eliminate them, and I'll take you to the Medicine King Pavilion for the 10,000-year-old spirit marrow pill." "Why should I believe you can get the 10,000-year-old spirit marrow pill?" Kit sized up the red-robed female cultivator, frowning slightly. She didn't seem too reliable. "Just because I'm Kylie. My father is the head of the Medicine King Pavilion." Kylie lifted her chin, crossing her arms and said, "This is my highest offer. If you don't want to help me, forget it." "Deal." Kit nodded, his gaze landing on the middle-aged man. "Wait, I can offer a higher price." The middle-aged man looked flustered, his eyes flashing with a cold light, shouting, "I offer 10,000-year-old spirit marrow pills." "Flying off the handle?" Kit laughed, saying aloud, "The Medicine King Pavilion produces only 10,000-year-old spirit marrow pills a year. Where did you get 10? You're trying to stall for time. Your true body should be rushing here right now, right? You little." The middle-aged man's heart sank, his face full of gloom. Kit had guessed correctly. He didn't have either the Inyang Jiazi pill or the 10,000-year-old spirit marrow pill. His sole purpose in chatting with Kit was to buy time. Once his main body arrived, with his Sea God Realm cultivation, crushing Kit would be effortless. Unexpectedly, Kit had directly exposed his plan. "Alright, I don't want to chat anymore." Kit sensed his own cultivation. If he couldn't get the 10,000-year-old innate spirit marrow soon, he would break through to the gathering chi stage. Thus, without mercy, he launched 2 heavenly Dao seals. Rogue. The middle-aged man had no choice but to grit his teeth and desperately block. But it was futile. If his true self had come, Kit would have fled. But a single clone couldn't withstand Kit. In just an instant, the naked young man, along with the middle-aged man's clone, were crushed into fragments by the heavenly Dao seal. So strong. Kylie stared at Kit, incredulous. This guy looked like he was barely 17 or 18, tops 20. Yet he effortlessly crushed a clone comparable to a Xianxia realm River Mountain Sect leader. It was simply unbelievable. Is this guy a monster? Thud. Next to where the naked youth had been turned into meat paste, 2 black-robed youths stared at Kit in shock, their backs drenched in cold sweat. They exchanged glances and began stepping backward slowly. ####Chapter 21. It's time to raise the price. Inwardly chanting asterisk. Can't see me, can't see me. 2 of them are still left. Kylie spotted 2 black-robed youths and pointed at them, angrily saying, "Don't let them escape." "No problem." Kit nodded, then flashed past, appearing right before Kylie. Kylie saw Kit approach her, hugging her shoulders nervously, and timidly asked, "W, what are you doing?" "Don't misunderstand. I have no interest in flat boards." Kit shook his head, extended 2 fingers, and calmly said, "I can help you kill those 2 xiuxian sect members, but I have one condition." "What condition?" Kylie was taken aback, feeling a wave of relief wash over her. Since Kit proposed a condition, it meant there was room for negotiation. Simple. Kit revealed a particularly sincere smile and said, "A 10,000-year spirit marrow pill isn't enough. You need to raise the price." "Kylie." Seeing Kylie staring at him blankly, Kit scratched his head and reminded her, "Hey, those 2 xiuxian sect disciples are about to escape." "Oh." Kylie finally reacted, muttering, "The most I can give you is 10 Inyang Jiazi pills." "Deal." Kit nodded. Then, Dao seals of heaven appeared in each of his hands. Without hesitation, he hurled them toward the 2 xiuxian sect disciples who were already several hundred meters away. Asterisk boom. Boom. Asterisk. The Dao seals moved incredibly fast, expanding rapidly to 10 feet wide mid-air before crashing down. Asterisk boom. Boom. Asterisk. 2 plumes of dust erupted. The 2 xiuxian sect disciples screamed as they were instantly crushed by the Dao seals, turning into flesh and bone pulp. How does that look? Kit looked at Kylie, grinning mischievously. Let's get this straight. 1 10,000-year spirit marrow pill, 10 Inyang Jiazi pills. If you try to welsh on the deal, you'll just have to compensate me physically. Ah. Kylie's eyes widened in shock as she gazed at Kit with disbelief. Her mouth slightly agape. She seemed utterly incredulous. Her eyes filled with immense fear, she exclaimed loudly, "Rest assured, I will never welsh on the deal. Never. Kit. At least he had decent looks, a tall stature, and a charming demeanor, right? Why did this woman look at him like he was a monster? For a moment, Kit was speechless. However, he wasn't planning to waste time. As long as the Chaos Green Lotus Seed wasn't in his possession, Kit's heart would always be on edge. If not for the 10,000-year Spirit Marrow Pill, he wouldn't have bothered making a trip to the Medicine King Pavilion out of sheer boredom. It was better not to waste time. With this thought, Kit glanced at Kylie and muttered, "Forget it, let's go. Where is the Medicine King Pavilion? Alright, follow me." Kylie didn't say anything more, leading Kit towards the Medicine King Pavilion. The core area of the Medicine King Pavilion was only about 800 miles from their current location. With Kit's speed, they would reach it in just a few hours. After Kit left for no more than a couple of hours, River Sect's Master Kadu Yunji, traversing nearly 3,000 miles, arrived at the location where the nude youth once stood. Seeing the blood-red humanoid trace left behind, Kadu Yunji flew into an uncontrollable rage, his hair bristling as he roared into the sky. "Boy, my River Sect vows eternal enmity with you. Even if you run to the ends of the earth, I will hunt you down." After roaring, Kadu Yunji clenched his fists and turned to leave. Kit was already far gone, and he couldn't catch up. The only way was to use the River Sect secret technique to lock onto Kit's location, and then take his revenge. 5 hours later, the sky had turned completely dark, and Kit followed Kylie closely, looking at the Medicine King Pavilion while slightly frowning. Along the way, Kit felt he had acted somewhat impulsively. The 10,000-year Spirit Marrow Pill was invaluable, and 10 Inyang Jiazi pills were also sky-high priced medicinal pills. He didn't doubt that Kylie would welsh on the deal. Over the past few hours, he had confirmed that Kylie was an innocent girl with a rather lively personality, definitely not someone like Giselle. However, Kylie being like this didn't mean the Medicine King Pavilion would be the same. At this moment, Kylie stopped walking, turned to Kit, and smiled. "Hey, when we're there, don't say you're here for the 10,000-year Spirit Marrow Pill. Otherwise, my father won't agree. If they ask, just tell them you saved my life." Kit was momentarily taken aback. Kylie might be naive, but she wasn't stupid. She even thought of this level. Touching his nose, Kit, being the type to reciprocate goodwill, responded seriously, "Got it. This 10,000-year Spirit Marrow Pill. Don't worry, I'll definitely get it." Kylie waved her hand and skipped happily into the Medicine King Pavilion. Seeing this, Kit aimlessly wandered around, curiously observing the surroundings of the Medicine King Pavilion. But soon, he was intercepted by an elderly man in white robes. The Lanny coldly said, "Kid, ahead lies the restricted area of the Medicine King Pavilion. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed to enter." "Really?" Kit frowned, meeting the gaze of the elderly man and coldly responding, "I'm Kylie's friend. The young lady may be naive, but not so Lanny." The elderly man sneered disdainfully, giving Kit a cold glance and barked, "Once you get what you want, leave immediately." Seeing the attitude of the elderly man, Kit couldn't help but chuckle. "What are you laughing at?" The elderly man frowned, becoming even more hostile. "Nothing. If not for Kylie, you'd be done for." Kit remained silent, standing quietly, waiting for the elderly man to finish. Soon, Kylie emerged. She gave Kit a thumbs up, smiling and saying, "Let's go." "Oh." Kit didn't say anything, following Kylie. Just as Kit left, the elderly man's eyes glinted with coldness, and he silently trailed after Kit, following without a sound. Caught up, Kit sensed this inwardly but said nothing, maintaining the appearance of complete unawareness. He aimlessly followed Kylie. Arriving at a secluded spot, Kylie tossed Kit 2 jade bottles, pouting and saying, "There, I've repaid my debt to you. In fact, compared to pills, I prefer physical repayment." Kit rubbed his chin with a mischievous smile. Kylie shuddered, wrinkling her brow and firmly stated, "Forget it." "Oh." Kit lightly hummed and retrieved a vial of true dragon blood, offering it to Kylie. Chapter 22. Chasing me? What is this? Kylie took the bottle and immediately sensed the abundant vitality within it, her face showing surprise. She slowly said, "What astonishing vitality." Kit smiled slightly and explained, "I don't need your 10,000-year innate Spirit Marrow Pill. This bottle of true dragon's blood is enough to exchange for a 10,000-year Spirit Marrow Pill." "True dragon's blood? Are you fooling me?" Kylie looked at the jade bottle, sensing the extremely vigorous dragon chi, and said shakily, "Where did you get this from?" "One bottle of this could easily exchange for 10 10,000-year Spirit Marrow Pills. For most cultivators, 10,000-year Spirit Marrow only makes their spiritual energy more refined. But true dragon's blood is very different. Dramatically enhancing physical strength is secondary. The most important aspect is prolonging one's lifespan, making one undergo a complete transformation. Even a person considered as waste can turn into a super genius after consuming a bottle of true dragon's blood. Simultaneously, true dragon's blood can also greatly improve the quality of spiritual energy. It can be said that the value of true dragon's blood far surpasses the 10,000-year Spirit Marrow Pill. It's a secret." Kit blinked his eyes and continued, "I know you're not foolish either, but let me remind you, don't tell others. If they find out you have true dragon's blood, go somewhere safe and slowly refine it. Telling them would be inviting death." "Okay." Kylie nodded seriously, saying, "I understand. In that case, I won't linger. Goodbye." Kit smiled, then vanished, leaving behind the last words, "Until we meet again." "Until we meet again?" Kylie paused, looking at the true dragon's blood in her hand. Her lips slightly curled up. This guy is really an interesting person. Not greedy or bad. Swoosh. After leaving, Kit didn't deliberately speed up. Instead, he walked at a leisurely pace so that those who were tracking him could catch up. If everything went as expected, it would be people from the Medicine King Pavilion. Although Kylie had a good heart and was somewhat naive, the people from the Medicine King Pavilion were no saints. In this world, killing and robbing the weak was the eternal theme. Knowing that Kylie had given Kit a 10,000-year spirit marrow pill plus 10 Inyang Jiazi pills, greed would drive them to kill for the treasures. Kit understood this well and knew the Medicine King Pavilion's people would come after him. He wasn't afraid. Instead, he planned to deal with all of them at once. Better to settle things here than to let these people keep coveting what he had. Behind Kit, Delaney and White felt it was about time. They were not far from the Medicine King Pavilion, and it was time to make a move. Therefore, he suddenly accelerated and blocked Kit's path, then struck with a palm. Boom! Delaney had already reached the xianxia stage, and the force of his palm strike was like a boundless ocean. Seeing this, Kit immediately released golden light from his body. The power of the golden body realm erupted, and he punched straight at Delaney's palm, meeting him head-on. Golden body realm? How can this be? How did you reach such a level? Delaney's voice was filled with fear. In the cultivator world, there was a rule. Never engage a body cultivation practitioner in close combat if you were a chi practitioner. It's almost suicide. Upon discovering that Kit was in the golden body realm, Delaney knew he was doomed. Bang! Kit's punch landed on Delaney's palm, and instantly there was a crisp sound. Crack! In the next second, his entire arm twisted grotesquely. Ah! Delaney's entire body convulsed as he tried to retreat. However, Kit wouldn't give him a chance. He grabbed Delaney's crown and delivered a knee strike to his face. A sharp crack echoed as Delaney's facial bones shattered, his skull flattening. He died on the spot. Thud. Kit tossed the corpse aside, then expanded his divine sense. There were several powerful auras around him. Delaney was just a minor appetizer. So many xianxia practitioners coming to kill me? Interesting. Kit stood still, not rushing into action, calmly saying, "Do you think you can kill me? Too naive. You think killing a lowly xianxia beginner makes you so arrogant?" A gray-haired woman wielding a dragon-headed cane emerged, her aura powerful, indicating she was already at the mid-xianxia stage. With each advancement in cultivation, the gap between realms grew larger. The difference between early and mid-xianxia stages was akin to the difference between the first and ninth layers of chi cultivation. If Delaney faced this woman, he'd be killed in one strike. 1 mid-xianxia and 26 early xianxia? Kit scanned his surroundings, his expression calm. He looked at the woman and asked coolly, "That Lanny couldn't mobilize such power. Did the Gideon send you to kill me?" "Correct. You're clever, boy, but you'll die here today." The woman nodded, her smile sinister. "Die here? You're too naive." Kit smiled indifferently. "Instead, it's you who will die here for your ingratitude." "Humph. Stubborn till the end." The woman smirked coldly, disappearing instantly. Her speed was extreme. Holding the dragon-patterned cane, she struck down on Kit with a force equivalent to 10,000 genes, Chinese unit of weight. The power far exceeded Delaney's. Only that move will do. Kit revealed a 10,000-year spirit marrow pill and swallowed it whole. Boom. The terrifying potency of the 10,000-year spirit marrow pill exploded, pushing Kit's cultivation instantly to the chi accumulation stage. Along with it came the intense poison within the pill. This Gideon of Medicine King Pavilion is truly cautious. Kit chuckled. Sending a mid-xianxia and 28 early xianxia cultivators to kill a seemingly peak Gongon realm practitioner. It was overkill. And they even poisoned the pill. Unfortunately, such toxins were useless against Kit. Regardless of his current marrow refinement realm making him immune to all poisons, the tiny amount added by the Gideon was ineffective against him. #### chapter 23. I'll break through right in front of you. He still had a lot of genuine dragon essence blood circulating within him. Any toxin that wished to incapacitate Kit would first have to overcome the genuine dragon essence blood. Furthermore, before consuming the 10,000-year spirit marrow pill, Kit had examined it with his heavenly Dao true eye and determined that the poison was very common and thus ineffective against him. Only with these multiple layers of assurance did Kit dare to take this pill. Boom. The moment the pill entered his body, Kit entered the gathering chi realm. In the region of his dantian, a golden vortex rapidly formed and quickly liquefied, eventually turning into a liquid vortex. A terrifying force surged forth. Even though Kit's physical body had reached the golden body realm, he still felt significant pressure. There was no way around it. He wasn't yet at the profound chi realm, so his dantian was actually quite small. If one were to compare a normal profound chi practitioner's dantian to a warehouse full of air, then Kit's current dantian meridians were like high-pressure gas cylinders. A normal human body simply couldn't contain so much spiritual energy. If not for the fact that his physical body had already reached the golden body realm, the sudden influx of power might have caused him to explode and die. Kit could clearly feel that his strength had increased by at least tenfold. Using the profound chi realm as a benchmark, he was now at least at the late-stage profound chi level. What a terrifying spiritual energy fluctuation. The Darlene's expression changed abruptly as she instantly went all out. The dragon-patterned staff in her hand moved so swiftly that friction with the air turned it completely blood red. It struck toward Kit's head with terrifying heat. But Kit merely extended one hand casually and stopped the dragon-patterned staff with ease. Bam! A burst of formidable power erupted. The Darlene felt as if she had hit a mountain peak. The immense power instantly fractured both her arms. Yet Kit remained unscathed. With a flick of his hand, the dragon-patterned staff appeared in his grasp. Run quickly. The Darlene immediately realized her predicament and turned to flee. You think you can run? Kit laughed. He tossed the dragon-patterned staff, which instantly pierced through the Darlene's chest and pinned her to the ground. Then, he activated his free and easy walk step and produced a heavenly Dao seal in his hand, smashing it directly onto the escaping powerhouse from the Medicine King Pavilion. Bam! That powerhouse's head exploded on impact. The other cultivators didn't even have time to react. Kit's heavenly Dao technique, the free and easy walk, was far too fast. In the blink of an eye, Kit had already released 26 heavenly Dao seals and stabilized himself near the Darlene. Rumble. The 26 heavenly Dao seals exploded simultaneously. The remaining 26 profound Qi cultivators were instantly annihilated, leaving only human-shaped bloodstains on the ground. Monster. The Darlene felt her heart turn icy cold. She had thought this was just a simple task, to kill a reckless young man who dared to extort the Medicine King Pavilion. But now it was clear this wasn't about tying up loose ends. It was about suicide. Unless a divine Qi realm expert, above the profound Qi realm, intervened, who in the profound Qi realm could possibly be his match? Her heart sank deeper into despair. Killing is repaid by killing. Remember my words in your next life. Without the slightest hesitation, Kit lifted the dragon-patterned staff and sent a heavenly Dao seal smashing down. Boom! Dust and smoke flew up. The Darlene disappeared, leaving behind only a human-shaped bloodstain. Kit was decisive. He understood the rules of this world all too well. If you don't kill me, I'll kill you. Compassion would only lead to his own downfall. Alright, next, I need to find the chaotic green lotus seed. As Kit glanced at the human-shaped bloodstain on the ground, preparing to leave, he noticed several shimmering lights on the floor from the corner of his eye. These are... Kit paused, intrigued. He crouched down and discovered that these light points were rings. Upon closer inspection, they contained internal spaces, a type of storage magic artifact similar to his dragon pendant. Channeling a strand of mental energy, he instantly saw the contents within the storage ring. This ring belonged to the Darlene, and Kit emptied everything out. Activating his heavenly Dao True Eye, he began to examine the items. Most of them were worthless trash, which he discarded. What remained fell into three categories: medicinal pills and herbs, cultivation manuals, and spirit stones along with gold and silver. Medicinal pills and metals weren't what Kit lacked, but spirit stones piqued his interest. In the profound truth realm, spirit stones were divided into 5 grades: inferior, ordinary, superior, perfect, and absolute. Above these, they were called spirit marrows. Spirit stones had a rough exchange ratio with gold and silver. One inferior spirit stone was worth 1,000 taels of silver. One ordinary spirit stone equaled 100 inferior ones. One superior spirit stone equaled 10,000 inferior ones. And so on. Given the Darlene's apparent high status within the Medicine King Pavilion, her storage ring contained mostly ordinary and superior spirit stones, particularly the latter. There were over 1,000, equivalent to 10 million taels of silver. Altogether, it was enough to buy 7 or 8 Jinwu cities. Indeed, the Medicine King Pavilion truly is the richest sect in the world. Kit sighed, then proceeded to check the other storage rings from the slain cultivators. They contained similar items, mostly ordinary and superior spirit stones. After gathering all resources, Kit swiftly left the area and headed towards the location of the chaotic green lotus seed. His speed was incredibly fast. After entering the gathering Qi realm and utilizing the free and easy walk technique, traveling 1,000 miles became effortless. Thus, Kit could reach his destination within 2 or 3 hours. Meanwhile, shortly after Kit had departed, a figure appeared at the site where the Darlene died. This was a middle-aged man dressed in the robes of the Medicine King Pavilion, unmistakably the Gideon. With hands behind his back, he surveyed the 30-odd human-shaped bloodstains on the ground, his expression grim. Damn it, I underestimated this boy. The Gideon clenched his fists tightly, his heart sinking. From the battle scene, Kit had held the upper hand and effortlessly slaughtered nearly 30 profound Qi experts. Worse still, Kit was under 20 years old, and such a terrifying existence as his opponent posed a nightmare scenario for the Medicine King Pavilion. He had to be eliminated immediately. Perhaps, did I make a mistake? The Gideon frowned slightly, feeling some self-doubt. Chapter 24. The Terrifying Demon Valley. One 10,000-year spirit marrow pill wasn't really much, and if he hadn't nurtured murderous intentions back then and instead chose to win Kit's favor, perhaps things would have turned out differently. Unfortunately, once on the wrong path, he had no choice but to keep going down it. At this thought, the Gideon of Medicine King Pavilion waved his hand, and 2 figures appeared behind him. Please trouble you, Brendan, to kill Kit. The Gideon's expression was grave as he earnestly said, if Kit continues to grow, he will certainly become a serious threat to our Medicine King Pavilion. Don't worry, as long as that boy hasn't reached the Divine Sea Realm, he will definitely die. Heh, strangling a genius, huh? It's been quite some time since I've done something like this. Both Brendan displayed grim smiles one after another, ready to crush this burgeoning talent. Meanwhile, Kit had spent 3 hours using the Way of Freedom technique to traverse 3,000 li, arriving at a valley. Described as a valley, it was actually an enormous plain. It stretched for 100 miles wide, with towering ancient trees over 100 meters tall blotting out the sky and shielding sunlight. Kit opened his eyes and scanned the entire valley. Within the valley, demonic energy surged, hiding countless demons in its depths. Most were spirits from plants. There were even divine sea-level demon trees. If he didn't have the heavenly Dao True Eye, venturing recklessly inside would ensure not even ashes remained. Interesting. Now I'm in trouble. Kit furrowed his brows slightly, surveying the whole valley, pondering how to find the Chaos Green Lotus Seed. The bronze fragment in his hand only provided vague directions. The valley didn't look large. However, if searching thoroughly, it might take 8 years or so just to cover the area. Moreover, the Chaos Green Lotus Seed concealed its presence from fate. Even the heavenly Dao True I couldn't reveal its true form. Hence, it was considered extremely elusive. Hey, you want to enter this demon valley? Let me warn you, this valley is very dangerous. A youth's voice sounded behind Kit. Turning around, Kit saw a young man in animal hides, carrying a hunting bow, staring curiously at him. Seeing the youth, Kit felt a spark of inspiration and asked, how much do you know about this demon valley? I haven't gone in. But I know that more than 100 exploratory cultivators have died inside since I can remember, the youth replied. The environment inside is very complex, not only hidden demon trees but also massive amounts of venomous insects and snakes. They are all highly toxic. Even divine level cultivators can be poisoned to death. Upon hearing this, Kit's heart sank. He feared not demon trees, having the heavenly Tao true eye, nor venomous creatures, already immune to all poisons at his marrow refinement stage. However, powerful demon beasts truly troubled him. What if the chaos green lotus seed was in a fierce beast's possession? He'd be helpless. This is troublesome indeed. Kit frowned, glancing at the demon valley. Then, suddenly, his face changed drastically. In the distant sky, two powerful auras far surpassing the mystic chi realm emerged. Killing intent radiated fiercely, locking onto Kit from 1,000 zhang away. Clearly targeting him. Damn, divine sea realm. Kit's expression shifted dramatically, his heart sinking. Now he had two choices. Either produce the dragon pattern sword or jade pendant to instantly eliminate the two divine sea cultivators. Or, lead them into the demon valley, letting them act as scapegoats to probe its depths. Deciding quickly, Kit told the youth, leave immediately, otherwise you'll be killed. Without waiting for a response, Kit turned and rushed toward the demon valley. That boy went into that valley. The valley brims with demonic energy. It's not a good place. Fear nothing. We're two divine sea cultivators. Unless we encounter a divine pillar realm expert, we're invincible within 8,000 li. We chase. That boy must be eliminated swiftly to remove any lingering threats. The two elders of Medicine King Pavilion noticed the valley's abnormality, yet without hesitation, charged after Kit. With a crash, Kit plunged headfirst into the demon valley, his heavenly Tao true eye activated, dashing towards areas with weaker demonic energy while avoiding stronger zones. This created a curved trajectory. Meanwhile, the two Brendan knew a straight line was the shortest distance. Therefore, they rushed directly toward Kit. A tremendous boom resounded as the two carried incomparable rage, sweeping everything aside. Several passing demon trees were crushed into dust. Such audacity enraged a willow tree demon deep within the dense forest. An imposing voice boomed, "Human, your arrogance knows no bounds. Dare you wreak havoc in the demon valley, thinking the divine sea realm makes you invincible? What, the demon valley? Disastrous. We've accidentally entered this place." The faces of the two Brendan of Medicine King Pavilion changed abruptly. The demon valley was among the few deadly places within 8,000 li. Their chances of surviving were extremely low. As the two elders hesitated, a towering willow tree with thousands of golden branches appeared before them. "Your Excellency Demonic King, we only entered by mistake. Yes, we will leave immediately. Please do not hold our trespass against us." Instantly humbled, the two elders lost their earlier arrogance. Scram. The golden willow didn't wish to engage in a futile battle with two divine sea humans. It merely warned them, reducing its glow and size to an ordinary willow tree, appearing harmless. The two elders gritted their teeth and exited the demon valley, waiting outside for Kit. Kit stood on a rock, frowning when he saw the elders hadn't fought the demon trees. Should he use the dragon pattern sword to eliminate the Brendan? But the surrounding demon valley had numerous powerful entities watching. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25. The Despicable Jalen. The moment the dragon pattern sword was drawn, it would surely incite a frenzy among the demons and monsters, all vying to seize this imperial-grade divine sword. That would be even more troublesome. Rustle, rustle, rustle. At that moment, a series of sounds reached Kit's ears. A 1-foot-long scorpion, entirely blood-red like a crystal made of blood, crawled out from the grass. It radiated an astonishing life force, comparable to Kit's in his golden body realm. This meant that regardless of whether the Kadium was venomous or not, its strength alone rivaled his. Human? Interesting. I haven't eaten human flesh and blood for a long time. The Kadium transmitted faint mental waves. It said aloud, where should I start eating you from? Head or feet? So annoying. What the hell? You can speak? Kit was stunned. He felt a strong sense of dissonance looking at the Kadium. As a peak mystic chi realm demon king, why shouldn't I be able to speak? The Kadium spoke with disdain, coldly saying, "Boy, shut up. Let me think how to eat you." Kit was speechless. The arrogance of this Kadium knew no bounds. It wore a look as if it had him cornered. Without further ado, Kit's arm turned into a fiery gold, reaching out to grab the Kadium directly. It was the adamantine warrant, a secret technique from the Chaos Scripture's secret art section, making his arm indestructible, impervious to water and fire, and unaffected by any attack. "You dare to use your hands? Don't you know I'm venomous? And turning your arm golden? Just showy." The Kadium was disdainful. It swung its 1-inch-long poisonous stinger straight toward Kit's arm. Clank! A shower of sparks flew from Kit's arm. The razor-sharp stinger only left a white scratch on his arm. Meanwhile, Kit had already grabbed the Kadium, coldly stating, "Don't move, or I'll crush you." "Don't." The Kadium immediately cowered, hastily saying, "Esteemed human master, I apologize. Spare me. I know many female scorpions. I can introduce them to you." What do I need female scorpions for? Kit was speechless. This Kadium was too extreme. It had been so boastful a moment ago, but now surrendered at the first sign of trouble. It was indescribable. "Don't worry about the female scorpions. I know there are powerful herbs in various places within the demon valley. How about we collaborate? 50-50 split. Okay?" Feeling its life hanging by a thread, the Kadium quickly shouted, "We'll work together to take down those powerful demon trees. You get the materials, I just want the demon crystals." Kit was silent, looking at the Kadium in his hand. This creature was eerily human-like, utterly despicable and shameless. But according to what it said, it must have lived in the demon valley for a very long time. Could it have information about the chaos green lotus seed? With this thought, Kit pinched the Kadiem and asked, "Hey, listen, is there anything particularly special in the Demon Valley?" "Something special?" The Kadiem was momentarily stunned, its eyes flashing with confusion. After thinking for a long while, it replied, "Speaking of something special, yes, there is indeed." "Oh, tell me more." Kit's interest was piqued, feeling he might have hit the nail on the head. The Kadiem explained, "There's a quite unusual place in the Demon Valley. Inside, there's a fairy pool. Ancient legends say a chaos green lotus grows in the pool. Every so often, that special place opens up with immense blessings. But in reality, I think it's nonsense. There's no chaos green lotus, just some bored monster spreading idle rumors." "Oh." Kit felt a surge of excitement. Though the Kadiem didn't know, Kit did. In countless ages past, the chaos green lotus seed indeed fell into the Demon Valley. Given the time elapsed, it would be perfectly reasonable for it to have grown and bloomed. A blooming chaos green lotus was far more potent than its seed, and any place where the seed could grow and bloom would be known as immortal soil, with the pool's water being immortal nectar. Saying it contained the greatest fortune in all of Xuanhuan's star wouldn't be an exaggeration. With this in mind, Kit resolved to find that unusual space and locate the chaos green lotus, no matter the cost. However, as easy as it sounded, doing so was extremely difficult. The Kadiem, having lived who knows how many years, still considered the location of the chaos green lotus seed a mere legend. Feeling disheartened, Kit lost hope momentarily when suddenly, the Kadiem in his hand burst into a fit of powerful energy. Its tail's stinger instantly turned gold and pierced through Kit's wrist, injecting a massive amount of toxins into his body. Boom! Terrifying toxins erupted. Before they could wreak havoc, Kit's formidable physique neutralized them. The only side effect was a small swelling on his wrist, akin to a mosquito bite. Ha ha ha. The Kadiem laughed maniacally. "I've endured humiliation for this. Finally, a successful sneak attack. Boy, release me immediately or prepare to die from poisoning. You are truly despicable and shameless." Kit was shocked. "Ha ha ha, consider it a compliment." The Kadiem laughed again, loudly declaring, "Quick, release me or the toxins will seep into your bones, and you'll be dead soon." "Oh." Kit chuckled, squeezing slightly harder. Crack crack. The Kadiem felt a terrifying force threatening to crush it whole. Terrified, it shrieked, "Stop, boy, do you want to live?" "The poison doesn't affect me." Kit smiled, "But your despicable behavior really annoys me." The Kadiem realized Kit showed no signs of being poisoned. It felt like spitting blood out of frustration. "What? No justice in heaven. Don't play dumb. Wasting time won't help." Kit increased the pressure and asked, "Answer me a few questions." "Pain, pain, pain. I'm going to be crushed." The Kadiem screamed, "Talk it over. I'll answer everything without any tricks." "Very well." Kit eased off a bit and continued, "Throughout history, has no one found the chaos green lotus? You're still fixated on that thing?" The Kadiem was speechless. #####Chapter 26, The Demon King Arif. "Less talk, hurry up and speak." Kit increased his strength. "It hurts. I remember now. A true dragon seemed to have entered that patch of immortal land about 10,000 years ago." The Kadiem replied quickly. "True dragon?" Kit's face turned odd as he heard the Kadiem's words. He just recalled finding the chaotic blue lotus leaf in the true dragon's lair. Clearly, the true dragon must have entered that so-called immortal land. But the problem was, he didn't know it at all. "I should have known better than to kill the true dragon." Kit muttered under his breath. "What? You killed the true dragon?" The Kadiem was startled, carefully sensing Kit's flesh body, then gasped, saying, "No wonder you're covered in true dragon blood. Brother, share some blood with me. Let's form an alliance through a blood oath. What do you say?" "Get lost." Kit was completely speechless. The idea of forming an alliance was fake. It was clearly about drinking the true dragon's blood. However, using the true dragon's blood as bait might get the Kadiem to help find the location of the chaotic blue lotus. With this thought, Kit asked, "If you want true dragon blood, fine. Help me find the location of that immortal land, and I'll give you 3 large bowls of true dragon blood." "You have my word." The Kadiem was incredibly excited and quickly responded, "To find the immortal land where the chaotic blue lotus resides, only our Demon Valley leader, Arif, knows." Arif. Upon hearing the name, Kit's face turned peculiar again. He couldn't help but think of some terrible ticket-buying experiences. He couldn't resist teasing, "A scalper? What's a scalper?" The Kadiem was immediately stumped, scratching its head. Kit certainly wouldn't tell the Kadiem that Arif referred to scalpers on Earth. He looked at the Kadiem and said, "Forget about what it means. Describe the Demon Valley leader for me. What is his strength like?" "Arif. His cultivation is approximately at the peak Divine Sea realm, just one step away from the Divine Core realm," the Kadiem answered quickly. "However, Arif has lived for 800 years, and his lifespan is basically up. If he doesn't break through, he will die. Also, he belongs to an ancient exotic species. His internal ox gallstone is quite valuable. How about this, brother? We team up and kill Arif. I'll take the ox gallstone. Everything else is yours." "When did I become your brother?" Kit was speechless. This Kadiem really took advantage when given a little encouragement. If they killed Arif, who knew if anyone else would still know how to find that immortal land? Besides, peak Divine Sea realm, a single palm strike could kill the current Kit. Picking a fight with Arif would be asking for death. It was better to try negotiating with Arif first. If being gentle didn't work, then he'd have to resort to force. With this thought, Kit held the Kadiem tightly and said, "Take me to see Arif." "Ah, okay, no problem." The Kadiem was quite obedient, asking, "Brother, can you let me go first? I promise not to run." "Do you think I believe you?" Kit glanced sideways at the Kadiem. Even after interacting for just a few minutes, he understood this Kadiem's shamelessness deeply. He was certain that if he loosened his grip, the Kadiem would definitely escape. Brother, I swear to the heavens, I won't run away. The Kadiem said solemnly, loudly vowing, I've always kept my promises without fail. Oh, Kit calmly replied. He considered it for a moment. If he didn't extinguish the Kadiem's desire to escape, it would seize every opportunity to irritate him to death. So, Kit agreed. He nodded and said, all right, I'll let you go. Speaking, Kit indeed released his hold. Thank you, brother. The Kadiem was overjoyed, swiftly leaving Kit's hand. Suddenly, looking behind Kit, it said in surprise, Hey, Lord of the Valley, when did you arrive? Lord of the Valley? Subconsciously, Kit turned around. There was nothing behind him, just empty space. Without a doubt, the Kadiem had deceived him. Diversionary tactics. Kit was speechless. He calmly turned back. The Kadiem had already fled 100 meters, nearly disappearing from Kit's view. Without a word, Kit activated the Tranquil Steps technique. In one step, he blocked the Kadiem's path. Thud. The Kadiem slammed its head into Kit's calf. It instantly realized that Kit's speed far surpassed its own. If Kit moved to attack, it would surely die. Immediately, it shamelessly said, Brother, this is a misunderstanding. You could have run freely if you wanted. Kit didn't say much, calmly replying, but as long as I want, you won't escape. By the way, when I grabbed you, I casually poisoned you. Poison? The Kadiem was taken aback. If someone else said they were going to poison it, it would laugh. As the king of all poisons, who could possibly poison it? But Kit was different. The other party was immune to its toxins, either because of a strong physique or formidable toxicology skills. Could he be facing a poison master? At this thought, the Kadiem's heart sank. It trembled and said, Brother, rest assured. I will serve you faithfully until death. I won't betray you. Very good. Kit's face remained unchanged, but inwardly he was elated. This Kadiem was too easy to deceive. It hadn't realized Kit hadn't actually used any serious poison, just something causing mild discomfort. Okay, boss. The Kadiem was loyal, leading Kit deep into the Demon Valley. Of course, Kit didn't trust this despicable creature. He kept his Heavenly Dao True Eye active to observe the surroundings and prevent himself from getting tricked. However, the Kadiem didn't pull any more tricks. In its mind, Kit was unfathomable, offering little hope of escape. Soon, Kit reached the core of the Demon Valley, arriving at the place where the Valley Lord, Ariv, resided. Just upon arrival, he sensed several powerful presences a few hundred meters ahead. Each presence was at the peak Divine Sea Realm. The nearby Kadiem shivered, lying quietly on the ground. Ariv, you are dead meat. Yes, 500 years. Do you know how I spent these 500 years? Hee, ancient exotic species, Ariv. I wonder what flavor your ox gallstone will be. Heh, Ariv, your lifespan is almost depleted. Your strength has drastically declined. Give up. Chapter 27. Playing dead is a good strategy. Big brother Buffalo, you can rest in peace. I'll take care of your wife. A series of voices rang out, leaving Kit stunned. Clearly, Vincent was in mortal danger. So, which side should he help? Not an easy decision. Beside him, Jalen spoke up, Boss, this is a golden opportunity. Let's take advantage of the chaos. Vincent is dead. We should immediately snatch his gallbladder. That's a good item. It could add at least 500 years to our cultivation. No rush. Kit glanced at Jalen and calmly said, Let's wait and see how things develop. With that, Kit immediately led Jalen toward the location of Vincent. Once they got closer, Kit finally saw the situation clearly. There were 4 super powerful demons on the scene, all monsters. 2 white rhinoceros demons stood 10 meters tall, utterly terrifying. 1 black demon ape stood 12 feet tall with 2 heads and 6 arms, emitting a terrifying aura. It was the strongest among the 4 demons. And the last one was a green phoenix bird perched on a tree, coldly watching Vincent on the ground like a small mountain, but now barely holding on. Vincent glared at the 4 demons and said coolly, You dream if you think my gallbladder will end up in your hands. I'll destroy it myself rather than let you have it. Standing beside him was a graceful white-clad woman, her gaze distant, lost in thought. Who's the woman? Kit asked curiously. Great Lady Naomi of Demon Valley. Vincent's mate, Jalen replied. Her true form is a wild pheasant, a species I detest. She seems ready to stab Vincent in the back, Kit mused, rubbing his chin without rushing to act. He chose to observe from the shadows. As the saying goes, the head that sticks out gets chopped off. She seems ready to stab Vincent in the back, Kit mused, rubbing his chin without rushing to act. He chose to observe from the shadows. As the saying goes, the head that sticks out gets chopped off. On the surface, there were only 4 major demons, but numerous powerful figures lurked unseen. Using his Dao Eye, Kit scanned the area and identified over a dozen demonic beings at the Sea of God's realm. Only a fool would jump in first. Naomi hesitated, but ultimately didn't attack Vincent. Instead, she swept her gaze over the 4 demons and said coolly, If you want Vincent, you'll have to get past me first. Naomi, step aside. Vincent stood up, glared at the 4 demons and said, Any of you feel like taking me on, or do you want to gang up? As an 800-year-old demon king of Demon Valley, Vincent had been through countless battles and wasn't one to bluff. Seeing Vincent's determination, the 4 demons exchanged glances. The dual-headed demon ape stepped forward and sneered, Old man, it's time for you to step down as Demon Valley's leader. Try it then. Without another word, Vincent charged straight at the dual-headed demon ape. Boom. The dual-headed demon ape didn't back down, clashing fiercely with Vincent. In an instant, a terrifying battle erupted. Within a 100-meter radius, plants turned to ashes. Although Vincent's strength had clearly declined, his technique far exceeded the dual-headed demon ape's. His formidable demonic arts flowed endlessly. Within minutes, Vincent and the dual-headed demon ape exchanged nearly 100 blows. SSSSHHHH. A 100-meter-long sword beam erupted from Vincent's horns, slicing the dual-headed demon ape in half. Moo. Vincent roared, radiating a fearsome and majestic aura. With a single hoof, he crushed the dual-headed demon ape, glaring coldly at the remaining 3 demons. Together, realizing that individual battles wouldn't work, the 3 remaining demons lunged at Vincent. Moo! Vincent bellowed, red-eyed with rage, and charged toward the 3 demons. An epic battle erupted. Kit watched calmly, showing no intention of interfering. Through his Dao eye, he noticed something intriguing. Vincent appeared weak on the outside, but internally, his vital energy surged, and a core was gradually forming, the core of immortality. Thus, Vincent was using at most 30% of his power, matching 3 Sea of God's realm demons evenly. Pretending to be weak to catch tigers? Interesting. Kit narrowed his eyes, deeply impressed. This old Vincent, having lived 800 years in Demon Valley, wasn't to be underestimated. By feigning weakness, he lured his enemies into a trap. Sinister and cunning to the extreme. He certainly wasn't the simple, kind-hearted image of an old buffalo, more like a shrewd manipulator. Realizing this, Kit decided not to act prematurely. He would wait until others made their move first. Boom. The battle raged on in the valley. Vincent, outnumbered 3-1, slowly fell into a disadvantage, retreating with numerous wounds. In reality, his immortality core continued to form steadily. Clearly, Vincent was biding his time, preparing to ambush his enemies. Hehehe, old man, you're too old. I will be the future ruler of Demon Valley. Stop blabbering and kill Vincent immediately. The 3 demons, filled with excitement, intensified their attacks. Boom. After dozens of strikes, Vincent was blasted away, covered in deep, bone-visible wounds, bleeding profusely on the ground. Yet inside him, the immortality core was nearing completion. But Vincent seemed to be playing dead, lying motionless, with all life signs vanishing. To most demons, Vincent was indeed just a corpse now. Intriguing. Kit rubbed his chin, guessing Vincent's plan. He intended to play dead, letting other demons fight amongst themselves, and then resurrect to eliminate the final survivor. What a sly old fox. Boom. The moment Vincent died, Green Phoenix acted, flapping its wings to release hundreds of feather-like sharp blades toward the 2 rhino demons. SSSSHHHHH. Hundreds of deep, bone-deep cuts instantly appeared on the rhino demons' bodies. One was killed outright by a feather piercing its forehead. Green Phoenix, how despicable. The surviving rhino demon's eyes turned blood red, charging at Green Phoenix. Hee hee. Despicability is my motto. Green Phoenix laughed eerily, distracting the rhino demon. Behind the rhino demon, Vincent's wife, Naomi, quietly approached from behind, wielding a spear to pierce the rhino demon's heart. You. The rhino demon died in disbelief, never knowing why Green Phoenix and Naomi conspired together. Haha. The position of Demon Valley's leader is ours. Chapter 28. The praying mantis strikes, unaware of the sparrow behind, and was thrilled. She picked up Naomi and said with a smile, Come, beloved, let's enjoy the bull's bile first. Naomi twisted her body, looking incredibly coy. Kit looked at the bull on the ground with pity. Serves you right for pretending to be dead. A huge green hat now sat firmly on your head. You've even lost your wife. Boom. At that moment, the other demons lurking in the valley couldn't hold back any longer. Most of those who came to kill the bull were after its gallstone. They naturally knew how precious this thing was. It was enough to boost one's cultivation by 500 years, or even break through directly into the divine pill realm. Therefore, despite knowing it wasn't the best time, they had no choice but to charge out and fight Qinglei and Naomi for it. What? And paused. Then her eyes turned blood red. She roared angrily, You bunch of animals, do you think you can be the sparrow? Die. Kill. Naomi also screamed and joined in the battle against the demon group. Only Kit calmly watched as the demons slaughtered each other, knowing that the bull was not really dead. Time ticked by minute. After an hour, more than 30 divine sea realm demons lay dead on the ground. The entire area was awash with blood flying everywhere. The only survivor was a wolf demon, whose body was covered in wounds, many deep to the bone. Ha ha ha. The wolf demon howled triumphantly, From today onwards, I am the master of Demon Valley. You won't be. Just then, the bull who had been playing dead stood up and charged straight at the wolf demon. What? Bull, you're not dead? The wolf demon was stunned. Before it could react, the bull stomped down hard, crushing the wolf demon's head. Boom. A large pit appeared on the ground. The decapitated body of the wolf demon lay in the pit. Moo moo moo. The surviving bull bellowed 3 times to the sky and then collapsed again, its life force quickly fading. Kit, standing far away, was momentarily startled, not expecting the bull to die too. Then, where should he go to find the immortal pond containing the chaotic green lotus? For a moment, Kit was speechless. Brother, let's hurry. There are treasures everywhere. Brother. Jalen yelled impatiently. Kit glanced at Jalen and said indifferently, Do you think only the bull was faking death? Others are faking it too? Jalen was dumbfounded and speechless. Of course. Kit crossed his arms, the heavenly Dao I fully activated, saying calmly, There are 4 playing dead here. 4. Jalen was astonished. After holding back for a while, he couldn't help but comment, These guys are more devious than me. Surprised you noticed. Kit smiled slightly and got up, walking toward the battlefield. Boss, are you crazy? They are all deep-sea realm beings. Jalen jumped in alarm. Relax. Kit shook his head slightly, replying calmly, These demons have reached their limits. The survivors are all critically injured. As he spoke, Kit approached the battlefield. Bam! A supposedly dead demon suddenly attacked, charging towards Kit. This demon was the original Anne, who had survived by feigning death all along. But she was in miserable shape, one wing torn off. Her power had plummeted from the divine sea realm to the mystic chi realm. Kit was not afraid. A huge Dao seal appeared in his hand, bigger than a human head. He swung it forcefully and smashed it towards the demon. What? And was dazed, watching helplessly as the massive Dao seal crushed her skull. Clang! A dragon-patterned sword appeared in Kit's hand. Holding it, he advanced toward the next demon. Boom! The demon couldn't contain itself and lunged at Kit, but Kit split it in two with a single stroke of the sword. Bang! Blood splattered everywhere. Kit remained calm, delivering 2 more swift strokes before the other 2 demons could react, killing them instantly. Crack! Snap! With faint sounds, the last 2 demons were killed. Phew! Kit sighed deeply, gazing at the over 30 bodies of the Divine Sea Realm demons, feeling speechless. So many powerful demons from half of Demon Valley died here, didn't they? Thinking this, Kit felt somewhat depressed. With the bull's death, he had lost his chance to enter the immortal land, leaving only pure luck. He approached the bull and sliced open its body. The 10-meter-long bull was cut in half. A fist-sized bead rolled out, emitting silver-white light. This bead was the bull's incomplete divine pill. It was only a semi-finished product. This bull, why didn't you finish the divine pill before dying? Kit kicked the bull's corpse. He then cut open the bull's body further, retrieving a cow-yellow substance as tall as a person. This was the most crucial part besides the divine pill, capable of detoxifying, calming the mind, and significantly boosting cultivation. The entire piece was equivalent to cultivating normally for 500 years. Brother, can I have some? Jalen followed, eyeing the cow-yellow eagerly. Kit broke off a small piece and tossed it to Jalen. Although Jalen was despicable, he had lived in Demon Valley for many years, possibly knowing other ways to find the heavenly pool. However, the situation changed abruptly. Countless blood-red runes rose from the ground. The 30-plus demonic corpses were instantaneously reduced to ashes, condensing into the purest energy, which was then absorbed by the runes. Crack! The ground cracked open, forming a spatial fissure in mid-air. The crack was about 100 meters high and 10 meters wide. 7-colored immortal mist descended from the sky, and wild grasses sprouted wildly on the ground, rapidly evolving several times into decent medicinal herbs. What is this? Kit stared at the spatial rift, dizzy and bewildered. Suddenly, Jalen exclaimed, Boss, I know what's happening. Speak. Are you asking for another beating? Kit asked, what's going on? Note asterisk the tone and style of the translation closely follow the original text, maintaining the narrative flow and character interactions while ensuring grammatical correctness and fluency in English. Chapter 29. Unexpected Harvest. The Kadiem explained, according to ancient legend, the true dragon couldn't find the Chaos Green Lotus because the time wasn't right. So, it left a backdoor, a passage that can be used to enter the heavenly pool at the opportune moment and seek the fabled opportunity. Hearing this, Kit was momentarily stunned. He furrowed his brow and asked, there's a time limit? What is this so-called opportune time? 10,000 years later. Calculating the time. It's today precisely. The Kadiem also paused, then said, the Yellow Ox must have known about this. So, by using the corpses of over 30 Sea God Realm demons, it opened the true dragon's passage, wanting to rush into the heavenly pool first to find the Chaos Green Lotus. Bloody hell? Kit froze in shock. Reviewing what had just happened, he guessed the Yellow Ox's plan. It had pretended its lifespan was almost exhausted and its combat power drastically reduced to lure a group of demons to kill him. This way, there would be numerous demon deaths, producing vast amounts of blood energy that would activate the true dragon's seal. If the Yellow Ox survived, it would have certainly entered the Divine Pill realm and then leisurely explored the entire heavenly pool, seeking the Chaos Green Lotus, truly killing multiple birds with one stone. Indeed, living for 800 years had made it cunning and vicious. If not for its lifespan running out before it could break through to the Divine Pill realm, it would have been a formidable opponent. Really, you can search high and low in vain, but when something comes easily, it's often unexpected. Kit looked at the spatial rift, feeling somewhat emotional. A second ago, he was worried about where to find the immortal pool, and now, the passage was right in front of him. Thinking of this, Kit glanced at the Yellow Ox, saying apologetically, sorry, I shouldn't blame you. Although you didn't complete the Divine Pill, thus losing me a magic treasure, you helped open the passage to the heavenly pool. Thank you. Big brother, are you afraid the Yellow Ox won't come back to life if you say that? The Kadiem found this hard to tolerate. Cough cough. You're right, let's go in. Kit cleared his throat and looked at the Kadiem. He then walked towards the spatial rift. However, as soon as his body touched the rift, he was instantly repelled and thrown out. Bang! Kit's body crashed through several trees before finally stopping. What's going on? Kit looked at the spatial rift, puzzled. The Kadiem explained, based on current evidence, there are 2 possibilities. 1, it needs more time to fully open, or 2, it might require a token of some sort. You're right. How can a backdoor not have a lock? Kit realized this too. If anyone could enter freely, the true dragon would indeed be a fool. Considering this, Kit began searching through the 6 items found in the dragon's nest. He excluded the 3 types of pills, leaving the dragon-shaped pendant, the fragment of the Chaos Green Lotus leaf, and the dragon-patterned sword. He currently held the dragon-patterned sword and the dragon-shaped pendant. The only remaining possibility was the Chaos Green Lotus leaf fragment. Thinking this, Kit quickly took out the fragment and approached the spatial rift again. The fragment emitted a golden light. This time, Kit wasn't repelled but was instead instantly swallowed by the rift, which vanished immediately after. Only the Kadiem remained, standing dumbfounded and wailing, Big brother, don't die. You still owe me 3 bowls of true dragon blood and haven't cured my poison yet. Sob sob sob. The Kadiem's lament went unheard by Kit. He felt dizzy and disoriented as the ground rapidly expanded beneath him. Bang! Kit landed and created a massive crater. Had his physique not been exceptionally strong, he would have died from the fall. Tui tui. Spitting out black mud, Kit complained. Did the true dragon ever set up a teleportation array properly? Nearly killed me. Looking around, he observed the desolate world. It was surrounded by dense marshes, but upon closer inspection of the muddy water, he froze. This wasn't ordinary water. It was spirit spring water. Despite its filthy appearance and decaying leaves, it was indeed spirit spring water. Places with spirit springs were sure to harbor precious resources. Examining the area, he realized the entire region was composed of spirit spring water. In ancient times, this place wasn't a marsh but a spirit lake. Kit reacted quickly. If this was once a spirit lake, there must be a spirit spring source nearby. Or perhaps, part of the celestial spirit liquid from the immortal spirit pool leaked out, forming this spirit lake. With this thought, Kit chose a direction and rushed toward it. Whoosh! Using the free step technique, he covered 100 miles in just minutes. Soon, he emerged from the marshlands and saw a mountain rising into the clouds. A small stream flowed down from the mountain, merging into the marsh, carrying none other than celestial spirit liquid, far more valuable than 10,000-year-old spirit marrow. This is too wasteful. Kit was dumbfounded. He carved a large basin from a rock and tried to catch the liquid, but it instantly sank into the ground, rejoining the mountain. Tisich, worried for nothing. Seeing this, Kit climbed the mountain without hesitation. Meanwhile, in another location, in the capital city of Yi Kingdom, at the Qin Manor, Giselle finally returned to the Qin family after countless trials. She was found in a beggar's den. While most people would have given up, she lived on with overwhelming hatred. She waited until the Qin family found her and brought her back to the manor. Screech! The head of the Qin family pushed the door open and saw the incapacitated Giselle. Chapter 30. Illusory Formation. He clenched his fist and roared in anger. Daughter, rest assured, I won't let Kit or the Bai family off. I will call for help immediately to destroy the Bai family. Giselle struggled to get out of bed, looking at the patriarch of the Qin family with bloodshot eyes and screamed, I want to go too. I want to see with my own eyes as the Bai family is crushed into ruins. And Kit, I want to tear him apart inch by inch. Fine. The head of the Qin family was fuming, yelling loudly, bring my daughter over. We'll head to Jinwu City and settle accounts with the Bai family. As the Qin family group rushed towards Jinwu City. On the other side, Kit clung to the immortal mountain and climbed upwards toward the summit. However, just as he climbed 1,000 feet, he realized something odd about his surroundings. It seemed that no matter how hard he tried, the distance between him and the peak always remained the same. Something's not right. The environment feels very strange. Kit sensed trouble brewing. He looked around, slightly furrowing his brows. Heavenly Dao True Eye, open. Kit opened the Heavenly Dao True Eye and observed the surroundings. Everything still appeared normal even through the Heavenly Dao True Eye. The rocks, flowers, and trees remained unchanged. Strange indeed. Kit stared at the distant peak, deep in thought. Logically speaking, finding the primal green lotus should not be easy. Otherwise, the true dragon would not have returned empty-handed. Could it be? The time isn't right yet for the primal green lotus to appear? Thinking this, Kit gazed at the primal green lotus atop the peak. Shaking his head, he turned around to descend the mountain. But just as he took a step, his expression changed drastically. He stepped forward but remained rooted to the spot, not moving an inch. There's an array formation here, but the Heavenly Dao True I can't penetrate it. Kit immediately realized. His expression darkened as he pondered. He decided to use one of the secret techniques from the Chaotic Scripture's Talisman Chapter to see if he could break through the formation. Without further ado, Kit started forming seals with his hands. Countless spiritual energies condensed into talismans, floating midair and emitting a faint golden glow. Kit moved so swiftly that his hands were nearly blurred images. After 15 minutes, over 1,000 talismans hovered around Kit, forming a disc-shaped shell like a celestial dome. Boom! The 1,000 talismans trembled, and the surrounding space rapidly transformed. The lush mountain scenery vanished, replaced by dense purple clouds. Instead of the immortal mountain, there stretched an endless black plain. The thousands of talismans extended into a path leading deep into the purple fog. Kadiki lamps on a road, they guided the correct direction. Earlier, Kit had been merely walking in circles at the same spot. Phew! Kit exhaled deeply, feeling speechless. Looking around this mysterious space, he noticed several objects within the purple fog. These are... Kit paused, scratching his head in frustration. He snapped his fingers, sending out a golden talisman to illuminate the area. Kit couldn't help but gasp sharply. All around were countless corpses densely packed. These corpses seemed to have died long ago, each frozen in place, seemingly trapped in this illusory formation until they perished. At least I have the formation-breaking technique from the Chaotic Scripture. Otherwise, I might have met my end here too. Kit wiped cold sweat off his brow. Examining the surrounding area, his gaze fell upon the scattered magical artifacts beside the corpses. Those who found the back door left by the true dragon and entered this space were not ordinary individuals. Each carried numerous magical tools and spatial equipment. Therefore, though these people had died, their magical artifacts remained. Kit reaped significant benefits, collecting the artifacts as he walked forward. Soon, his dragon-shaped pendant filled up with bracelets, knives, swords, rings, paddles, and various tools. Moreover, the more he advanced, the more formidable the dead became. Initially just Divine Sea Realm practitioners, later including Divine Pillar and Divine Child Realm experts, all having perished after being trapped. TSK. Truly tragic. Kit sighed, reaching out to remove a ring from a desiccated corpse's finger. Suddenly, the corpse moved. Startled, Kit took 2 hasty steps back. Good heavens, who is this? Surviving without food or drink for years inside this illusory formation. Cough cough. The corpse sat up, skin clinging tightly to its bones. Its eyes lifeless, with green flames flickering within them. He stared at Kit and laughed eerily. Ha ha ha, who would have thought? After being trapped here for almost 1,000 years, someone finally enters and makes it this far. Who are you? Kit frowned, taking 2 steps back while silently summoning a heavenly Dao seal in his hand. Who am I? The dried corpse muttered, then spoke in a raspy, icy tone. My name is Christian, and it's been 1,000 years. Never thought that just when I'm about to expire, such a treasure walks in. What? Are you going to take me as a disciple and impart all your knowledge, or marry me off to your daughter? Kit smirked, continuing to gather power in his heavenly Dao seal, though after 1,000 years, she'd likely be a granny by now, right? Hee hee. Christian glanced at Kit, not making a move but calmly stating, Boy, stop with your little tricks, they won't work. You carry the true bloodline essence of the true dragon, refined with 10,000-year-old elixirs. If you obtain the primal green lotus in this small world, you'd achieve the ultimate perfection, the most perfect foundation for the Dao under heaven. But alas, you've encountered me. I shall cherish your body greatly. Bastard, indeed you're planning possession? Kit yelled, instantly smashing down with the golden, heavenly Dao seal. Bang! The corpse shattered into pieces with Kit's strike. But in the next second, a green light shot towards him, the very essence of Christian, attempting to possess Kit's body. ##### Chapter 31. Want to scheme against me? Go back to the womb and practice for a few more years. Argyle was stalling for time, just as Adriel was also buying time, gathering his full essence, energy, and spirit in preparation for possession. Adriel laughed loudly as he flew towards Argyle. Boy, you're good. Your primordial soul power is the strongest among your peers. Unfortunately, it's still far from my level. Ha ha ha. Who would have thought that my luck has turned and I'd encounter such a powerful and perfect body? But at this moment, Argyle, who had looked flustered before, suddenly calmed down. He looked at the rapidly approaching green primordial soul and said coolly, You think I wasn't prepared? Want to scheme against me? Go back to the womb and practice for a few more years. Divine Soul Sealing Talisman. What? Adriel let out a startled cry, abruptly stopping and turning to flee. The Divine Soul Sealing Talisman was the bane of any spiritual entity, especially fragments of souls. During the instant of preparing to possess the body, Adriel had already discarded his own life soul, leaving only 2 other souls and 7 spirits, planning to replace them with Argyle's life soul. But what he never expected was that Argyle actually had a Divine Soul Sealing Talisman. In an instant, a golden talisman descended, immediately suppressing Adriel within it. Wait, I know of a place with treasures. And my inheritance. The supreme cultivation techniques of Xuanhuan realm. Adriel instantly begged as he was suppressed by Argyle. But Argyle wouldn't fall for it. He knew very well that anyone who could reach the rank of Tianjun was ruthless and cunning. Being treacherous and shameless was their norm. Adriel was no exception. Cooperating with such a person was akin to negotiating with a tiger. Death could come without one knowing how. Thus, Argyle resorted to his old tactics, looking at Adriel's primordial soul with a kind smile and asking, So, Senior Shinmu, can you tell me more about these treasures? Seeing that Argyle addressed him respectfully, Adriel felt relieved. He secretly vowed, Kid, you wait, I'll drag you down with me. He told Argyle, Boy, there's a blueprint in my storage ring recording a divine treasure. However, only I know how to open it. Let me go, and I'll lead you to find the treasure. Just as he finished speaking, Argyle held up a new talisman. Bang! The talisman exploded, creating a ball of golden flames that instantly enveloped Adriel's primordial soul. Aya! Adriel screamed in agony. He roared, Boy, what about our deal? If you kill me, you'll never get the treasure. Soul Annihilation Talisman. Once struck, even ancient great beings will perish. Argyle looked at Adriel and said calmly, I'll inherit your legacy. By the way, do you have any beautiful daughters or something? Ayawa. I curse you. Adriel exploded in anger. Argyle was too devious, pretending to cooperate before ambushing him. If they fought directly, Adriel could have escaped the suppression after sustaining severe injuries to his primordial soul. But Argyle's surprise attack gave him no chance to escape. He could only be annihilated by the Soul Annihilation Talisman. He died in humiliation. Son of a bitch. Adriel continuously cursed Argyle, using filthy and unspeakable language, while Argyle remained calm, staying far away to prevent Adriel from lashing out in desperation. He dug his ears while waiting for Adriel's primordial soul to be reduced to ashes by the Soul Annihilation Talisman. Adriel cursed madly for an entire hour before finally being completely incinerated into ash. For safety, Argyle waited another hour before approaching Adriel's remains. He squatted down to see if anything valuable had dropped. Though uncertain about the strength of a Tianjuan-level cultivator, Argyle knew it must be extraordinary, possibly leaving behind some treasures. Among the relics was a token inscribed with Shenmu token in bold letters. Besides the Shenmu token, there was a storage ring. Opening it, Argyle found. The spirit stones were all used up, and while there were many medicinal pills, they were all poison. The rest consisted of cultivation manuals. With the Chaos Sutra in hand, Argyle didn't need those, but they would be top-notch techniques for his clan. Collecting all of Adriel's possessions, Argyle continued forward. There were no corpses or signs ahead. Adriel was the strongest cultivator to enter. Argyle walked for nearly 8 hours in the black space until he saw a beam of light. Approaching cautiously, he found a vortex. Boom! Familiar immortal essence liquid emanated from it. Argyle's eyes lit up, realizing he had finally exited the maze. He stepped boldly into the vortex. After spinning dizzily, Argyle steadied himself and found himself atop a mountain peak in a mountain range. Behind him lay an endless marshy plain. Before him, about 1,000 feet away, was a lake a kilometer wide, its waters shimmering with colorful immortal mists. Rare herbs like lingji grew along the shore, exuding a refreshing fragrance. This time, Argyle didn't dare move recklessly. He quickly formed a seal with his hands, creating a golden rune that burst into golden light points instantly. The Chaos Green Lotus inherently carries the Tao of Chaos. No talismans here. Relieved, Argyle took a deep breath. No talismans meant no arrays, avoiding being trapped to death in a maze. He walked slowly toward the lake. Suddenly, the situation changed. Rustle. A willow tree beside Argyle, standing 10 zhang tall with countless branches, abruptly erupted. Thousands of branches swept toward Argyle. This willow had likely practiced beside the immortal pond for centuries, emitting a terrifying aura. Even a single branch carried enough power to instantly kill a deity pillar realm cultivator. 1,000 branches falling covered the sky, casting everything into darkness. Its terrifying might could kill Argyle 10,000 times over. Whoosh! Activating his ethereal step, Argyle retreated 100 zhang in an instant, dodging the branches. He shouted loudly, "Hey, wait! I know of a treasure. Shall we cooperate?" Hashtag Chapter 32. Naive Willow. Initially, Kit had just shouted out casually. He hadn't expected the willow to actually stop attacking. He was merely trying to draw its attention, but unexpectedly, the willow really halted its assault. A rumbling voice echoed, "What treasure?" Seeing that the willow truly believed him, Kit was momentarily taken aback. He suddenly recalled that this willow might have been here for countless years, so much so that it was not an exaggeration to say it was quite innocent of the world. This kind of thing, which even children wouldn't believe, the willow accepted without hesitation. It made sense. Thinking this, Kit quickly retrieved the treasure map fragment from the divine with Tianjun ring and loudly said, "It's this. This is." The willow extended a branch, wrapping around the treasure map and examining it carefully. What? Kit paused, staring at the treasure map as his heart raced. Could there really be something valuable? This is Chaos Skin, a treasure created during the birth of the universe, the willow explained. This object is incredibly resilient, immortal, and indestructible. It's perfect for recording secrets or maps. With your cultivation level, you cannot leave any marks on it. So, this map should be genuine. However, it's just a fragment and can't pinpoint the exact location. Kit was stunned. Sure enough, this divine with Tianjun had tricked him. Only having a fragment of the map, no wonder he couldn't find the treasure, let alone open it. In front of Kit, the willow tossed the treasure map back to him, saying, "With only one fragment, you can't find the treasure. I've already memorized the information on it. Since that's the case, can I go to the lake now?" Kit pointed toward the nearby immortal lake. Yes. The willow agreed immediately. Indeed, one feels indebted when accepting something. The willow was not as despicable as the Kadiem and adhered to the rules. Moreover, the willow added, "I know you're here to find the Chaos Green Lotus, but it is a matter of fate. If it wishes to follow you, it will appear. Otherwise, no matter how hard you search, you won't find it." "Is that so?" "I understand." Kit paused, then nodded slightly. He began walking towards the immortal lake. Covering 1,000 zhang distance in a flash, Kit soon arrived at the edge of the immortal lake. Mist of 5 colors hovered, with cosmic energy dense beyond imagination. Seeing this, Kit did not rush to look for the Chaos Green Lotus. Instead, he sat cross-legged, beginning to practice the Chaos Scripture to consolidate his foundation. These past days, his cultivation had progressed rapidly, requiring time to solidify and stabilize it. Additionally, the willow had mentioned that the Chaos Green Lotus depended on fate, not simply searching for it. Boom. Kit simultaneously practiced the Qi cultivation technique, spirit refinement technique, and body strengthening technique. Cultivating both his spirit and body along with true Qi caused a stir, resulting in rumbling sounds akin to thunder echoing through the air. During this process, Kit identified many flaws within himself while practicing the techniques again. These imperfections did not significantly impact his combat strength. Kadiki scoring points. An average cultivator would earn several points, while a genius might score 20 to 30 points. Kit scored 99.9. Practically indistinguishable from a perfect score. However, these imperfections could lead to instability in his foundation in the future. Fortunately, it wasn't too late to correct them. Thus, Kit entered a self-forgetful state of cultivation. Boom. The commotion around Kit intensified. The mist of 5 colors swirled into vortices, continuously flowing into Kit's body, causing his bones to crackle audibly. His skeleton and muscles were reshaped, becoming more perfect, eliminating those tiny imperfections. Amidst this transformation, a green lotus emerged from the water, enveloped in thick chaos mists. It silently approached Kit, feeling the intense heavenly Tao aura emanating from him. The chaos green lotus itself was filled with joyous vibrations. After some time, all imperfections vanished, consolidating Kit's cultivation completely. The roaring sounds subsided, restoring tranquility to the surroundings. Phew. Kit exhaled deeply, opening his eyes and clenching his fist. His power didn't increase by much, just minutely. However, his ability to control and perceive his strength had significantly improved. Similar to a boxing champion versus an ordinary person. Although their power might be the same, their skill in controlling that power was incomparable. Swish. Slight movement caught his attention nearby. Turning his head slightly, Kit was taken aback. Not far ahead, a green lotus swayed gently in the pond water, its emerald glow illuminating the surrounding area. A sweet fragrance wafted over, instantly invigorating Kit's spirit and enhancing his soul. Chaos Green Lotus. Kit felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Indeed, he must be someone with fate. However, he dared not make any sudden moves. He could sense the lotus's sentience and the surrounding chaos mist's immense power. If the Chaos Green Lotus wanted to flee, he would never catch it. Just then, a divine thought wave came from the Chaos Green Lotus. "You possess a hint of chaos aura." Chaos aura? Kit was puzzled but quickly understood. The lotus was referring to the chaos scripture within his mind. With a mental command, the chaos scripture appeared in his hand. Waving it before the Chaos Green Lotus, Kit asked, "Is this what you mean by chaos aura?" "Yes." The Chaos Green Lotus immediately acknowledged it. Then it continued, I didn't expect you to gain recognition from this scripture. Since that's the case, can I follow you? Follow me? Kit was stunned but quickly realized what the lotus meant. It wanted to acknowledge him as its master. Overjoyed by this realization, Kit readily agreed, yes, of course. Thank you. The divine thought wave of the Chaos Green Lotus resonated. In the next instant, the Chaos Green Lotus disappeared from the lake, transforming into a beam of green light, directly entering Kit's spiritual sea. Kit was alarmed. This place housed his soul, the very core of his existence, where nothing could go wrong. Translation ends. Please let me know if there are any adjustments or additional sections to translate. Chapter 33. Why did Kadekning strike? Fortunately, the chaotic green lotus did not harbor any ill intentions. It took root in Kit's sea of consciousness and slowly blossomed. A green lotus seed flew out from the lotus pedestal of the chaotic green lotus. The chaotic green lotus said, this is the chaotic green lotus seed I have condensed. It is sufficient for you to forge an immortal divine soul and build the strongest foundation. Thank you. Kit's face was solemn, and without a second word, he sat cross-legged and began breaking through to the next realm. Boom. In the spiritual ocean, Kit's divine soul swallowed the chaotic green lotus seed whole. He activated the soul cultivation technique, gradually integrating this one chaotic green lotus seed. Crack, crack, crack. A series of crisp sounds rang out as the powerful energy within the chaotic green lotus seed continuously got absorbed by Kit's divine soul. Kit's divine soul underwent changes like a snake shedding its skin, with numerous fragments constantly falling off, and the essence of the divine soul rapidly changed. Throughout this process, Kit could clearly perceive his comprehension, memory, and spiritual power soaring crazily. Within 100 paces, even the movement of an ant could be felt clearly. Boom. Seemingly reaching a certain threshold, Kit's divine soul underwent a fundamental change. From its original gray color, it transformed into pure gold. He sat cross-legged on the chaotic green lotus in the spiritual ocean, akin to a deity. This meant that Kit's divine soul cultivation had finally entered the second realm, soul cultivation. Rip. Kit opened his eyes, and a golden light a foot long shot out, piercing through the air. After the divine soul reached the soul cultivation stage, Kit's trimerge reached perfection. His foundation became flawless. Combat power increased significantly. At present, Kit was at least equivalent to the mid-stage sea of God's realm in combat strength. It's time to leave. Kit stood up and looked around. Around the immortal lake, there were many immortal herbs, but he did not plan to pick them. After entering the soul cultivation realm, he could already sense the position of the backdoor left by the true dragon. He could come in anytime he wanted. When he needed the immortal herbs, he would return to collect them later. Thus, Kit only harvested some mature immortal herbs, such as 10,000-year zhu fruit, 7-colored immortal fungus, and filled a large bottle of immortal spirit kadekwit. Then he left this small world. Bang! The spatial door reopened, and Kit landed on the ground, causing a series of dust clouds to fly up. Good. It seems no one ambushed me this time. Climbing out of the pit, Kit deactivated the rune shield around him. Boss, it's great you didn't die. Beside him, Jalen looked surprised and yelled, Wah, boss, you really scared me to death. When did you become so loyal? Kit looked strangely at Jalen, feeling somewhat puzzled. Boss, you forgot about the deadly poison in my body. Jalen reminded. Oh. Kit nodded, finally remembering. Just as he was about to give Jalen a fake antidote, suddenly, a lightning bolt descended from the sky, directly striking Kit. Boom. Kit instantly turned pitch black. He was sent flying, his skin torn and wounded, suffering severe injuries. What the hell? Who attacked me? Kit was extremely upset, howling towards the sky and spreading his spiritual power to find the bastard daring enough to ambush him. At this moment, above the sky, a dark cloud quickly gathered, followed by a second lightning bolt descending at incredible speed, sending Kit flying again. This time, Kit saw clearly. The lightning originated from the world itself. No one was trying to ambush him. F***CK. Kit instantly felt aggrieved. He shouted angrily, I, Kit, am enlightened and righteous. Why would I get struck by lightning? This makes no sense. So unjust. Next to him, Jalen rolled his eyes in a human-like manner, thinking to himself, this is karma. You are more despicable than me. Being struck by lightning is quite normal. Rumble. The world's response to Kit was 2 even stronger lightning bolts. Only now did Kit realize. Could what he was facing be heavenly tribulation? Apparently, when one becomes exceptionally monstrous, they will attract heavenly tribulation, a special benefit exclusive to main characters in many novels. Now, it seemed this exclusive benefit also fell upon him, although the experience wasn't very pleasant. Rumble. In the sky, one lightning bolt after another descended. Kit stubbornly endured. On the side, Jalen gleefully counted. 1, 2, 3, 79, 80, 81. Until the 81st thunderbolt fell, the dark clouds in the sky slowly dissipated. On the ground, Kit was entirely like charred coal, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. ZZZT. Kit's flesh wriggled, regenerating swiftly. Old skin flaked off in many places, replaced by new skin growing, healing the injuries rapidly. Recalling the tribulation seen earlier, Kit was still trembling in fear. If not for his strong physical body and immortal divine soul, he would have perished in the first lightning bolt, and by the 81st thunderbolt, its power could even kill a cultivator in the sea of God's realm. Speaking of which, won't I be struck by lightning every time I break through a major realm in the future? Kit's expression fluctuated. The experience of tribulation was too terrible. Unless necessary, he did not want to experience it a second time. However, apparently, he had no better solution. Sighing, Kit moved his limbs, deciding to return to Jinwu City. Calculating the time, the Qin family should have already arrived in Jinwu City. Although the Bai family was protected by formidable experts like Pierce, Kit was not worried about safety issues. However, it was better to settle personal grudges with the Qin family personally. With this thought, Kit grabbed the Kadiem on the ground, stepped lightly using the Freedom Step, and rushed towards where the Qin family was. Meanwhile, on the other side, in Jinwu City, at the Bai residence, Kit had been missing for more than half a month, and during this period, tremendous changes had occurred within the Bai family. First, the entire Bai family did not split into 2 parts but 3. One part chose to escape, preserving the seeds of life. This decision was agreed upon by both Kit and Mac. After all, fearing death was human nature. Even Mac allowed this part of the clan members to empty the treasure vault of the Bai family. The second part consisted of people like Mac, choosing to believe in Kit, staying in the Bai family to fight against the Qin family till the end. Apart from these 2 groups, under the imminent threat, a third group emerged. They were the collaborators and traitors. ##### Chapter 34. The difference between heaven and earth. A faction of the Bai family chose to pledge allegiance to the Qin family in Yiwang City. It was this group that saved Giselle's life, bringing her to the Qin family in Yiwang City. Bastards. Upon hearing this news, Max smashed his water cup. With this group leading the way, it wouldn't take the Qin family 3 months. They wouldn't need to wait for Giselle to be absent for too long, raising suspicion, and then investigating and seeking revenge. The timeline was shortened to just half a month. Family head, let's pull out. An elder said anxiously, the Qin family can arrive at any moment. Staying here is equivalent to waiting for death. Seeing 2 elders insisting, family head Mac hesitated. Indeed, staying here would mean certain death. His group was no match for the Qin family, not to mention Minglong's sect. However, he clenched his fists, paused for a moment, and said, I want to wait a bit longer for Xiaotian to return. The rest were disappointed by this decision, but could only continue to wait. At that moment, 1,000 feet away from the Bai family compound, Pierce sat atop a pavilion drinking wine on his own. He wasn't in a hurry at all. His son Louis was speechless and asked, Father, the Bai family is almost finished. Aren't you going to help? Now, that would be adding flowers to brocade. Waiting until they're beaten up first. That would be helping them in their hour of need. Pierce remained calm and continued, helping someone can have very different outcomes. Moreover, the Bai family ancestors once helped the Qin family with what outcome? One must also consider who they are helping. As for Kit, he is quite good. He values loyalty and treats others well, making him a suitable friend and brother. As for the others, helping them is fine, but don't expect gratitude. I see. Louis pondered seriously. Though he had ventured into the world, he was no longer young. Pierce's words struck him like enlightenment. Just as the Bai family was in disarray, preparing for an assault, and Pierce and Louis planned to strike when the Bai family was half dead, Kit had already arrived outside Demon Valley. He was intercepted by 2 elders of the Medicine King Pavilion, who had been lying in wait. Boy, you finally came out. To survive Demon Valley is impressive. Unfortunately, you'll die at our hands. Look at him. His expression is frozen in terror. The 2 elders of the Medicine King Pavilion mocked Kit relentlessly, feeling completely confident in defeating him. Being at the Divine Sea Realm while Kit only had the combat power of the Mystic Chi Realm created a vast gap between them. To them, Kit was weak prey, easily killed with a finger. But Kit rubbed his nose. Honestly, he had forgotten about the 2 Divine Sea Elders, because, to him now, they posed no threat. Looking up at the 2 elders, Kit shrugged and said, Stop barking. I'll give you a chance to live for Kylie's sake. Go. Haha, did this boy lose his mind? Maybe you're senile. This boy actually told us to leave. Ha 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 ha. We're super experts at the Divine Sea Realm. A single realm apart means worlds apart, as different as heaven and earth. The 2 elders didn't rush to attack. Instead, they kept mocking Kit. Meanwhile, Jalen disappeared silently. When the elders were distracted by Kit, Jalen struck like lightning. Its tail jabbed twice, then swiftly returned to Kit's shoulder like a red flash. The 2 elders only felt a tingling sensation on their necks. Upon seeing the Jalen on Kit's shoulder, both let out a shocked cry. The crimson armored poison scorpion? The most venomous creature of Demon Valley? The deadly poison that can kill even those at the Spirit Pill realm. How could this be? Boy, I'll take you down with me. The 2 elders, in desperation, charged toward Kit. But their speed was agonizingly slow. Their inner energy was gone, reducing these old men to moving slower than common folk. What should have taken less than a second now took 10 seconds, covering only a few dozen feet. Gagaga. Jalen spoke human words and cackled loudly. Those 2 old men. You don't need to struggle anymore. My poison is incurable below the Spirit Pill realm. Think about how you're going to die. Kit, you vile scoundrel. May you not rest easy. Arg. Even in death, I won't let you go. I will kill you. Amidst their screams, the 2 grand elders met their end. Kit flicked Jalen away with his finger and said coolly, Why did you poison them? Sorry boss, I put you in the bad guy role. Jalen looked sheepishly at Kit and mumbled, Boss, I didn't mean to. No, that's not what I meant. Kit looked serious. Jalen was puzzled and asked, Then what do you mean, boss? You went too easy on them. Villains die because they talk too much? Kit shook his head, explaining his reasoning. Having been in this world for over half a month, Kit understood its rules. In Xuanhuan Star, the strong devoured the weak. If he showed mercy, he might be the one lying in a pool of blood. As they say, it's better to let your Dao companion die rather than you. Although Kit disliked killing, to survive, he had to act first. However, Jalen couldn't understand Kit's thoughts. It grinned awkwardly, asking, Still devious, huh? Noted, triple toxins next time? Remember well, let's not waste time. Kit frowned, muttering, I need to return to Jinwu City quickly. If the Qin family comes earlier than expected, Pierce might kill them all. Shaking his head, Kit carried Jalen and used the free and easy steps to rush towards Jinwu City. Jinwu City was 6,000 miles away from where Kit stood. He dashed for 2,000 miles before his spiritual energy was nearly depleted. Compared to his previous range of 1,000 miles, this was double. However, his total spiritual energy hadn't increased much, barely incrementally. This translation maintains the original tone and style of the Chinese text, ensuring natural English phrasing and grammar, while preserving paragraph structure and line breaks as requested. Chapter 35. One sword to annihilate. This was the benefit of enhancing one's primordial spirit. Control over power became much more precise. It was like comparing two people with similar physical strength. An ordinary person would be exhausted after running just a couple of kilometers, but for an expert, 5 kilometers might only be a warm-up. Additionally, recovery speed had significantly improved. Originally, it would take at least 4 hours to recover. Now, Kit needed only about 1 hour. Using spirit stones could speed up the process even more. Meanwhile, in Jinwu City, the other families, aside from the Bai family, were merely spectators, eagerly awaiting the downfall of the Bai family. Friendship was a farce. Only interests were real. To the other families in Jinwu City, once the Bai family was dead, their original position would become vacant. Mines, shops, medicinal fields, and so on would all become part of the other families. They were ready to divide the Bai family's assets. Kit spent a day rushing back to Jinbei City from the Demon Valley. By the time he arrived, it was already the next morning. The city gates were teeming with people. Many vendors lined up along the entrance, hawking their goods, quite lively indeed. Hey, did you hear? The Qin family has issued a decree. They will arrive at Jinwu City today. How can I not have heard about this? It said that the Qin family brought many experts. The 6th prince of Yi Kingdom also came with his troops. I heard that the Minglong sect sent quite a few experts too. TSK, they say there are more than a dozen experts at the profound Qi realm. The Bai family is done for. There's no way they can stand against the Qin family. A crowd was fervently discussing. For those uninvolved, the destruction of the Bai family was merely an additional topic for dinner conversations. They watched the spectacle without a hint of concern. Many even waited eagerly to kick the Bai family while they were down and share in the spoils. Kit wasn't surprised. He stroked his chin and didn't rush back to the Bai family. Instead, he took out a mask and put it on. Why are you hiding your face, boss? Jalen asked in surprise, somewhat puzzled. Isn't it just the profound Qi realm? With a flick of your finger, you could crush these people, right? To observe in secret. Kit smiled slightly, explaining. True loyalty is revealed in times of adversity. I want to see who among the Bai family are truly loyal and willing to help. These are the true insiders. As for the rest, I couldn't care less. SK, humans are really complicated. Jalen commented sarcastically and stopped pressing for answers. Clatter, clatter. Just then, on the distant horizon, a group of horse-riding youths appeared. These youths were uniformly dressed in white robes. There was a faint golden pattern on their chests, forming a large Qin character. The horses they rode weren't ordinary either. They were draconic steeds, infused with the bloodline of the water dragon, capable of traveling 1,000 miles a day without tiring. One such horse could exchange for half of the Bai family's assets. And here, there were over 20 youths, which equated to several times the total assets of the Bai family. That's how this world worked. Whoosh! The group of youths moved incredibly fast, proceeding recklessly. Approaching Jinwu City, they didn't slow down but charged straight through. Many small vendors panicked and fled. However, many others couldn't react in time. If these youths trampled over them, it would be catastrophic. At least 100 people would die. A bunch of beasts. Kit sighed with emotion. While he knew high-level cultivators often disregarded human life, viewing ordinary people as ants and paying them no mind, most cultivators wouldn't go so far as to completely disregard the lives of ordinary people, especially riding draconic steeds and trampling over a crowd of ordinary people. Such behavior couldn't be described as human. Hehehe. The leader of the group, seemingly a prodigy of the Qin family, laughed cruelly as he watched the commoners flee in panic. These commoners are so weak. I don't understand why there are still commoners in this world. So weak yet resembling us. Alright, prepare for battle. We head straight to the Bai family and destroy them. Be careful, members of the Bai family aren't as weak as we think. The group of youths discussed nonchalantly, treating the vendors in front of them as mere obstacles, not humans. Seeing this, Kit moved subtly, blocking the path of the youths. The leading youth froze when he saw someone suddenly appear before him. Kit moved too quickly for him to react. Before he could respond, Kit's dragon-patterned sword materialized, his body darting forward with increased speed toward the group of youths. Without any nonsense. Who exactly are you? The leading youth sensed imminent death and screamed in terror. I'm Clyde. If you kill me, the Qin family won't let you off. Then I'll destroy the Qin family as well. Kit coldly replied, sweeping his sword across. Instantly, the 20-plus Qin family prodigies and their valuable draconic steeds turned into a bloody mist. Boom! A powerful wave of sword chi swept through. After annihilating the 20-plus youths, the aftermath surged over 100 feet away, gouging numerous craters into the ground. But Clyde, the Qin family prodigy, didn't die. He survived Kit's sword. Huff, huff, huff. Clyde panted heavily, his face filled with terror. His body was covered in wounds, and one arm was missing. Even surviving, he was practically useless. Interesting. Kit paid no mind to Clyde, focusing entirely on a golden bead atop Clyde's head. It seemed to be a magical artifact that had saved Clyde's life just now. You, who are you? Clyde shrieked in fear. My golden Buddha bead can withstand attacks from any cultivator below the profound Qi realm. Are you a profound Qi realm expert? No, I'm at the gathering Qi stage. Kit didn't elaborate, raising his longsword once more, sweeping it across. This time, he was slightly more serious. Bang! Even more terrifying sword chi erupted. The golden Buddha bead couldn't resist for even a second, shattering under the fierce sword chi, and Clyde died instantly. The scene fell eerily quiet. People around looked at Kit in awe, fear, and reverence. One sword stroke had annihilated over 20 prodigies of the Qin family. Clearly, a profound Qi realm cultivator. In this vast area spanning hundreds of miles, such an expert was the absolute strongest. Chapter 36. The Bai family was looted empty. Many people even began to worry about Amato. The Qin family was no weak force either. Would Amato truly be safe after offending them? But after annihilating the Qin family's vanguard squad with a single sword stroke, Amato did not linger. Instead, his figure flashed and disappeared on the spot. Upon returning to the Bai family estate, Amato couldn't help but be greatly startled at the scene around him. The once luxurious Bai family estate now lay in ruins. All valuable items had been plundered. Even the famous paintings that adorned the walls were taken away. The gold and jade embedded in pillars had been pried out as well. One could easily mistake this place for an abandoned ruin. Master, you're back? The four maids, Raven, Venus, Jessa, and Leilani, ran out and all looked pleasantly surprised upon seeing Amato. Amato took off his mask, slightly puzzled, and asked, "You can recognize me?" "Of course. Identifying our master in any situation is a must-have skill for us as maids." Raven answered respectfully. Venus, more lively, asked curiously, "Master, have you eaten yet?" "Eaten?" Amato glanced at the dilapidated hall of the Bai family and said somewhat helplessly, "Does the Bai family still have money to eat?" "Well, the chefs have been dismissed, but Jessa knows how to cook," Venus said, turning her head towards Jessa. Seeing this, Jessa nodded vigorously and said, "Of course, master. I know 10,000 different dishes. What would you like today?" "Not in a hurry." Amato rubbed his head, somewhat depressed, and asked, "Where's the Lanny? Didn't he run away?" "Kit, you scoundrel." Baird walked out, frowning, and said, "Who am I? Am I the type to flee with my tail between my legs?" "Enough nonsense, boy. Was that mysterious person outside the city gate you?" "Yes." Amato nodded, promptly admitting it. He glanced around, somewhat puzzled, and asked, "Where are the other members of the Bai family? Did they all run away?" Baird seemed somewhat embarrassed and, hands clasped behind his back, said, "They've relocated strategically. By now, they should already be in other cities." "That's just running away, isn't it?" Amato pursed his lips, looked around the hall and sighed. "It's too much. Even the jade in the walls has been chipped away. Wait, damn, they didn't even leave me the paper on the windows." "At least they didn't leave it to the Qin family," Baird replied philosophically. He then looked at Amato and said, "Xiuxian, do you have confidence in dealing with the Qin family people? I heard there are at least 20 Xuanqi realm experts here. Weren't there supposed to be 12? Amato asked with a bewildered expression. Baird, speechless, responded, "Don't get hung up on that. If you lack confidence, escape immediately. Forget about the Bai family. Keep your life, and you can rebuild. Don't worry, Lanny. Just 20-odd Xuanqi realm experts. If I fled, I'd lose face completely." Amato pursed his lips, pulled out a ring, and handed it to Baird, saying, "Old man, take this. It contains some resources I found recently." "Space equipment?" Baird's eyes nearly popped out when he saw the ring. This kind of item was usually obtainable and usable only by those at the Xuanqi realm or above. Anyone below that rank would either belong to a super powerful force or carefully hide such items, never daring to bring them out, for fear of being killed for their treasures. Space equipment is nothing. The equipment and supplies inside are what matter most. Amato explained, there are 1,000 pieces of high-grade spirit stones, 2 or 300,000 medium-grade spirit stones, plus some medicinal herbs I found, all prepared for the Bai family. Does anyone from the Bai family choose to stay behind? Naturally, I'm not one to fear death. Same here. And me. At the sound of Amato's voice, a group of Bai family elders and disciples emerged. They had all been eavesdropping outside the door. Seeing Amato ask, each stood forward, glancing at the ring in Baird's hand, clearly ready to share out the spoils Amato brought back. Excellent. Those willing to stay are the heart of the Bai family. In that case, distribute the items in the ring based on need. Seeing this, Baird nodded and poured out a pile of items from the ring. Rustle. A dazzling rainbow of lights filled the entire room instantly. An unimaginably thick aura of spiritual power and medicinal power permeated the whole hall. One glance at the items on the ground left everyone stunned. 10,000-year vermilion fruit? My god. One of these can produce a divine sea realm expert. Heavens. This is golden dragon ginseng, dragon blood kadengzi, rainbow spirit marrow, yin-yang jiazi pill. Looking at the pile of precious items, the elders were dumbfounded, almost fainting from shock. Any one of these items could buy an entire town, or even a dozen towns like Shenwu City. The more precious ones, like rainbow spirit marrow and golden dragon ginseng, could buy the entire Yi kingdom and even get one an emperor's throne. If all this combined can give us 2 or 30 divine sea realm experts, one elder estimated briefly, only to be scared stiff by the result. The rest of the Bai family elders were so excited their faces turned red. 2 or 30 divine sea realm experts meant what? The royal family of the Yi kingdom would be nothing, and the Minglong sect, or the Qin family, they'd be just mere dogs and chickens. Crushed with a finger snap. Ha ha ha. Baird roared to the heavens, extremely agitated. Very good. Our Bai family has a chance of rising again. Lord, I suggest giving these things to Xiuxian. If Xiuxian breaks through to the divine sea realm, then this time we Bai family will definitely win. No need. With my current state, victory is assured. Amato waved his hand, calmly stating, for now, you all can divide these items, absorb them to enhance combat ability. I'm going to have breakfast. Baird froze, entirely speechless. Was this guy serious? With such imminent danger, this brat still has the heart to eat breakfast? How could he be so carefree? Or, did he have complete confidence in winning? Raven, let's go. Without further explanation, Amato took Raven and lazily walked toward his courtyard, really planning to start his meal. Meanwhile, elsewhere, when the head of the Qin family heard that his most talented son, Clyde, had perished, he almost fainted. Clyde was the Qin family's most gifted genius, very likely to reach the Divine Sea Realm. #### Chapter 37. Don't ask, just know he was picked up on the roadside. Yet, he was killed by a mysterious figure with a single sword strike. Thinking of this, Patriarch Qin was filled with raging fury, his anger reaching its peak. Arg, no matter who you are, you killed my son. I will tear you into pieces. Patriarch Qin roared furiously, his entire body trembling from head to toe. He didn't even consider the possibility that the mysterious person could be Kit, because the strength displayed by the mysterious person was far too formidable. A single sword stroke to slay over 20 Qi gathering stage cultivators, piercing through Clyde's protective artifact, the Vajra beads. This required at least the profound Qi stage. Follow my command. All of you, speed up. I want to flatten Jinwu City within 3 days. Patriarch Qin bellowed, his eyes turning completely blood red. Below, the others exchanged uneasy glances, not daring to speak. They could only grit their teeth and continue toward Jinwu City. Their movements were noticeably more cautious. No one wanted to accidentally provoke the mysterious expert in Jinwu City and get killed with a single sword strike. At this moment, inside Jinwu City, Kit stared blankly at the extraordinarily beautiful girl in front of him. He blinked and asked curiously, "Who are you?" "My name is Randy. Don't you remember me, Iggy Bai?" Randy was speechless. This wastrel had such a poor memory. "Oh, I remember." Kit nodded, then asked curiously, "Why are you in my courtyard?" "My current identity is your concubine, so naturally, I should live here," Randy said dejectedly. "You forgot?" Kit felt somewhat embarrassed. He really had forgotten about that. Scratching his head for a moment, he took out a cultivation manual and handed it to Randy, saying, "This cultivation manual is called the Divine Wood Heaven Art. It's a technique passed down by the powerful cultivator known as Divine Wood Heavenly Lord. I obtained it unintentionally. Here, consider it a gift I brought back for you." Divine Wood Heavenly Lord? Randy was speechless. If her memory served her right, Divine Wood Heavenly Lord was a powerful figure who had died many years ago. How could Kit possibly have his cultivation manual? She thought Kit was teasing her, but when she glanced at the manual, she froze. As a renowned courtesan skilled in various arts like music and calligraphy, she was also proficient in appraising antiques. The book before her wasn't just any ordinary item. From the material, to the patterns on it, to the text and marks, it all exuded an ancient style from 10,000 years ago. Let alone the materials used, which were made from 10,000-year-old spirit wood, unrotting for 10,000 years, undecaying for 1,000. If it were ordinary wood, it would have rotted away after just a few hundred years. Realizing this, Randy's expression turned serious. She slowly flipped through the book and couldn't help but widen her eyes. The Divine Wood Heaven Art was real. The supreme cultivation technique that the Divine Wood sect never shared externally actually appeared in Kit's hands. This? Randy was momentarily at a loss for words. "It's just a small gift. No need to be so surprised." Kit laughed, suddenly remembering something else. He pulled out a ring and tossed it to Randy, saying, "Here, take this spatial ring for storage." Spatial ring? Randy's eyes widened even more. Taking the ring, upon seeing its dimensions, her voice trembled, unable to resist saying, 100 zhang space in length, width, and height. This is a high-grade storage ring? High grade? Are there different grades for storage rings? Kit was taken aback and scratched his head. He really didn't know much about these things. The original owner of this body was a rotten scoundrel who learned nothing useful. These kinds of basic knowledge were beyond him. Randy was speechless. If she weren't acquainted with Kit, she'd definitely think he was joking. After a moment of silence, she explained, "Spatial rings are categorized by their capacity. 1,000-fold capacity marks 1 grade. Low-grade rings have dimensions within 1 zhang, medium grade around 10 zhang, and high grade around 100 zhang. The higher the grade, the rarer they become. Especially high-grade ones. Generally, only Spirit Dan Realm experts possess them. How could they be found roadside?" Note: I've maintained the term Spirit Dan Realm, as it seems to be a specific terminology used in the context of the story's world. Indeed. I found it on the roadside. Kit looked at the pile of high-grade storage rings in the dragon-shaped pendant and felt somewhat speechless. These were all picked up from the corpses in the True Dragon Maze, with the lowest being high-grade. Randy's ring was the smallest in capacity among them. "Tisich, do you expect me to believe you?" Randy rolled her eyes, hesitating slightly before thanking him cautiously. Thank you. "No need to thank me." Kit waved his hand, turning to Natalia and asking, "Natalia, is breakfast ready?" "It's ready, Iggy." Natalia smiled kindly, quickly setting dozens of dishes on the table. "Come, eat together." Kit sat down and started eating heartily without hesitation, while also inviting others to join him. Meanwhile, in the Medicine King Pavilion, after dispatching 2 Brendan to chase Kit, the Gideon felt increasingly uneasy. He sensed that something unexpected might happen. Just as he was contemplating, an elder from the Medicine King Pavilion rushed in shouting, "Master, something's wrong." "What's the matter?" The Gideon immediately stood up, sensing a growing sense of foreboding. No way. 2C God Realm Brendan chasing a mere profound Qi stage cultivator. How could they fail? As he thought this, he heard the elder report, "Master, the soul lamps of the 2 Brendan are extinguished." Upon hearing this, the Gideon's eyes nearly rolled back, almost fainting. What you worry about by day comes to you by night. The Brendan had indeed run into trouble. This also indicated that Kit's strength far exceeded his expectations. Clearly, he was an unimaginable genius. Now, The question was whether to continue pursuing Kit or seek reconciliation. Continuing the hunt seemed impossible now. Two Sea God Realm experts couldn't kill Kit. Even if the Medicine King Pavilion went all out, it might still not succeed in killing Kit. So, reconciliation was the only remaining option. But could they truly reconcile? The Gideon was unsure. Frowning, he thought for a moment and said to the elder below, "Bring my daughter here. Whether we can reconcile with Kit depends on her. If it's not possible, we'll have to make a desperate move. Ah, if only I knew earlier. I'll go, master." The elder vanished from the great hall. Kit. The Gideon sat down again, pounding his armrest with his hand, his frown deepening. Chapter 38. The Qin family arrives. Having lived for so many years, he was terrified of death. He had also witnessed the rise of many geniuses and often found himself on the opposite side of these talents. There wasn't much time left for him. "Father, what do you need me for?" Kylie asked as she approached, looking curiously at the seated master of Yaowang Pavilion. This was the first time she had seen the master of Yaowang Pavilion look so troubled. Could it be she did something wrong again? Kylie blinked her eyes and spoke in a very obedient manner. "Father, I'm sorry. Please don't punish me." The master of Yaowang Pavilion was speechless. Could his daughter's erratic thinking really reconcile Donald with the Yaowang Pavilion? Desperate times call for desperate measures. Let's give it a try. With this thought in mind, the master of Yaowang Pavilion said, "I called you here to ask you to help me with something." "What is it?" Kylie was startled, her face filled with curiosity. The master of Yaowang Pavilion explained, "Go to Jinwu City and find Donald. Try to make peace between him and our Yaowang Pavilion." Make peace? Kylie looked bewildered, wondering why Donald, who was her good friend, would have any grievances with the Yaowang Pavilion. "I sent people to chase and kill Donald." The master of Yaowang Pavilion smiled bitterly, sighed, and humbled himself, saying, "Go find him and offer whatever compensation he demands. As long as he agrees to reconcile with us, anything goes." "You sent people to hunt him down? Why?" Kylie was dumbfounded, utterly dejected. Simple. How could the 10,000-year inherent spirit pill fall into the hands of an outsider? But I didn't expect. Sigh. The master of Yaowang Pavilion sighed heavily, continuing, "Anyway, if you can resolve this, you can ask for any reward, and Donald can demand any compensation. Let's negotiate." This? Kylie felt somewhat helpless. She wasn't sure if Donald would give her face. "Give it a try." The master of Yaowang Pavilion squinted his eyes and said, "All right, go quickly. If you wait too long, it might not be in time." Okay. Kylie realized the severity of the situation. She took two senior elders and hurried towards Jinwu City. Meanwhile, the Qin family, along with a group of experts, was heading to the Bai family. Among these experts were not just Qin family members. There were also Minglong's sect Elderbuster and the most loyal old servant of the 6th Prince of Yi Kingdom, Left Public Sir, both of whom were Xianxia realm experts. They arrived at Jinwu City following the Qin family. To them, this trip was just a casual tour. The strongest member of the Bai family, Donald, was only at the mid-Gangxi realm. This time, the Qin family brought 16 Xianxia realm experts, a team of 18 top-ranked players fighting against 1 silver-ranked player and 3 bronze-ranked players. An effortless battle. Donald had no chance of resistance. The Bai family was doomed. A crowd strolled through the streets, discussing and reveling in schadenfreude. Haha, the Bai family is going to be in trouble. Turtles, 18 Xianxia realm experts, and over 100 Gangxi realm. How can they fight that? A single Gangxi realm expert could sweep Jinwu City alone. That's not quite right. Isn't Donald at the mid-Gangxi realm? Nonsense. If the Bai family has any strong figure, I'll eat shit if Donald, that wastrel, is at the Gangxi realm. Yeah, true. That wastrel couldn't possibly be at the Gangxi realm. The crowd chattered animatedly, with many people trailing behind the Qin family, hoping to benefit from the chaos. Among them, Iggy Jordy of the Meng family clenched his fists tightly, his eyes brimming with rage. Finally, they've come. Once the Bai family fell, he, Jordy, would definitely make Donald kneel and beg for mercy to avenge the blood feud at Xuanhuan. With this thought, Jordy followed the crowd towards the Bai family. Back at the Bai family, after 3 days, their resources had significantly upgraded their strength. The herbs Donald brought back were extraordinarily potent. Even with his rushed departure, he had managed to bring away the best herbs, which were all at least 10,000 years old. These ancient herbs could easily cultivate a divine sea realm powerhouse. Moreover, the immortal essence liquid brought back from the chaotic green lotus pool had the power to transform one's body. When Donald woke up after eating and drinking his fill, Mac directly reached the Xianxia realm, while a group of elders achieved the peak of the Gangxi realm. Some of the rare herbs were kept by Mac for future generations of the Bai family. In a bit, those 18 Xianxia realm will be mine, and the rest of the Gangxi realm will be handled by you. Donald stood in the hall, stroking his chin, then continued, 2 Xianxia realm and 17 Gangxi realm versus more than 100 Gangxi realm. It's a piece of cake. Let's talk first. Mac frowned and said, peace is always better. You're too indecisive, Lanny. Donald smirked, sat on a chair, and lazily drank tea. I don't mind. If negotiations fail, we fight. Absolutely, leader. Your decisiveness is truly inspiring, Jalen flattered. Donald had given all the Demon King Huang Yo's oxbile to Jalen and rewarded her with a 10,000-year Zhu fruit. This act made Jalen determined to follow Donald. Of course, loyalty was another matter. Mac glanced at Jalen, his lips twitching slightly, feeling a chill run through his body. This creature was nearly at the Divine Sea Realm, an ancient and rare breed of blood-armored poison scorpion whose poison could even kill a Divine Sea Realm expert. He had no idea how his wastrel son had managed to tame such a beast. Alright, family head, let's proceed this way. Talk first, then fight. Exactly. If the Qin family goes too far, we are not afraid to engage in battle. Let's do it. The elder's confidence soared, completely unafraid of the Qin family. Aside from everything else, Donald's blood-armored poison scorpion alone could destroy the entire Qin family. Bang! Just as everyone was getting riled up, the front door of the Bai family residence was kicked open. The Qin family stormed in angrily, their faces full of wrath, especially Ryder, whose face was as dark as a pot bottom. Due to the Bai family, he had suffered significant losses. Giselle's condition could be accepted, disabled but still able to bear children, and become the concubine of the sixth prince. But Clyde, the first genius of the Qin family and his future successor, was gone. Finally, you showed up. You're so slow. Chapter 38. The Qin family arrives. Having lived for so many years, he was terrified of death. He had also witnessed the rise of many geniuses, always standing on the opposite side of them. But his time was short. Father, what do you need me for? Kylie asked, curiously looking at the seated Gideon of Medicine King Pavilion. It was the first time she had seen the Gideon of Medicine King Pavilion look so worried. Did she do something wrong again? Kylie blinked and obediently said, Father, I'm sorry. Please don't punish me. The Gideon of Medicine King Pavilion was speechless. Could his daughter's erratic thinking actually reconcile Kit with the Medicine King Pavilion? He might as well try treating a dead horse as if it were alive. With this thought in mind, the Gideon of Medicine King Pavilion spoke up. I called you here to ask you to do something for me. What is it? Kylie froze, her face full of curiosity. The Gideon of Medicine King Pavilion said, go to Zhengwu City and find Kit. Make him reconcile with our Medicine King Pavilion. Reconcile? Kylie looked confused, wondering why Kit, who was a good friend of hers, should have any grudges against the Medicine King Pavilion. I sent people to chase after Kit. The Gideon of Medicine King Pavilion smiled bitterly, sighed, and humbled himself. You go find him. You can ask for compensation. Just make sure he reconciles with us. You chased him? Why? Kylie was taken aback, feeling very down. It's simple, the Gideon sighed. How could a 10,000-year inborn spirit marrow pill fall into an outsider's hands? But I didn't expect, sigh. He added, anyway, as long as you can settle this, you can ask for anything as a reward. Whatever Kit wants as compensation, you can ask for. We can discuss it. Well, Kylie felt conflicted. She wasn't sure if Kit would give her any face. Try it. The Gideon narrowed his eyes. All right, get going. If you're late, it might be too late. Okay. Kylie realized the seriousness of the situation and set off towards Zhengwu City with Brendan. Meanwhile, the Qin family led a group of experts toward the Bai family. Among these experts were not only Qin family members, but also Elderbuster from Minglong sect and Lord Gonggong, the most loyal old servant of the sixth prince of Yi Kingdom. Both were profound Qi realm experts. They arrived in Zhengwu City with the Qin family. To them, this was merely a tour. The strongest of the Bai family, Kit, was merely at the mid-nimble Qi realm. And the Qin family brought 16 profound Qi realm experts this time. This was like 18 supreme kings fighting 1 silver with 3 bronze. A mere fish pond match. Kit stood no chance and the Bai family was doomed. People walked down the street boldly, whispering and gloating, haha, the Bai family is in for trouble. Turtle, 18 profound Qi realm experts, and 100 or so nimble Qi realm. What fight? A single nimble Qi expert could sweep Zhengwu City. Don't say that. Isn't Kit at the mid-nimble Qi realm? Nonsense. If that wastrel Kit were at the nimble Qi realm, I'd eat shit. You're right. How could that wastrel be at the nimble Qi realm? Many people followed the Qin family, hoping to gain some benefits from the chaos. Among them, Meng Shan, the young master of the Meng family, clenched his fists tightly, eyes blazing with rage. They had finally arrived. Once the Bai family fell, he, Meng Shan, would make Kit beg on his knees to repay the blood debt at 10,000 Flower Tower. Back at the Bai family, 3 days had passed, and everything had drastically changed. Every member of the Bai family had significantly increased in strength. There was no way around it. The things Kit brought back were incredibly potent. The herbs from the true dragon's fallen world were all 10,000 years old or more. Even though Kit left hastily, he took away the top-grade herbs. These 10,000-year-old herbs could easily forge see divine realm experts. Moreover, the immortal spirit cadequids he brought back from the chaotic green lotus pool, which could transform bones and sinews, were immensely powerful. After getting enough rest and food, Kit awoke. Mac, the patriarch of the Bai family, directly reached the profound Qi realm, while the elders all peaked at the late nimble Qi realm. Still, Mac reserved some precious herbs for the next generation. I'll take on those 18 profound Qi realm experts. You handle the remaining nimble Qi realm ones. Kit said, stroking his chin. 2 profound Qi and 17 nimble Qi realm experts handling over 100 nimble Qi realm experts will be easy. Let's talk first, Mac frowned. Peace is always better. You're too indecisive, Lanny. Kit smirked, sitting in a chair, drinking tea lazily. I don't care. If we can't come to terms, we'll fight. You're absolutely brilliant, boss. Jalen praised Kit, having been given all the ox bile by Demon Valley Demon King Ariv, along with a 10,000-year-old cinnabar fruit, which made her decide to follow Kit. Though loyalty was another matter, Mac glanced at Jalen, feeling chills down his spine. This nearly sea divine realm venomous creature, an ancient species, the blood-armored poison scorpion, could poison even sea divine realm experts. He couldn't figure out how his prodigal son managed to tame such a creature. All right, head of the household, let's start with diplomacy, then resort to force. Yes, if the Qin family is unreasonable, we won't fear a battle. To arms. The elders were brimming with confidence, not fearing the Qin family. Just the blood-armored poison scorpion in Kit's possession could eliminate the entire Qin family. Bang! Just as everyone was riled up, the door to the Bai family estate was kicked open. The Qin family barged in furiously, especially Byron, whose face was black as pot bottoms due to his losses caused by the Bai family. Giselle being crippled was bearable since she could still bear children and marry the 6th prince as a concubine. But losing Clyde was unbearable. Clyde, the family's top genius and future successor, was gone. Finally, you're really slow. Chapter 39. Diplomacy before force. Kit sat on the stool, took a sip of tea, and turned to Jalen, saying, "You hide for now. When the fight starts and the Bai family member falls into a disadvantage, you step in to help." "Boss, I'm really tired. I haven't slept well lately." Jalen's tone was somewhat hesitant. Faced with Jalen's reluctance, Kit casually remarked, "A millennium-old black scorpion herb. Hahaha boss, rest assured, even if I die of exhaustion, I won't let any Bai family member die. Leave it to me." Jalen instantly became energetic and full of vigor. "Kit." It seems Jalen's loyalty needs improvement. The Qin family patriarch, Byron, led a group of powerful cultivators into the Qin estate, as if there were no one around. And Mac remained unperturbed, sitting steadily in the main seat of the Bai family hall, calmly watching Byron enter the hall. "Mac, are you prepared to accept your death?" Upon seeing Mac sitting confidently in the main seat, Byron immediately felt irked. He thought Mac had given up hope and accepted his fate. But Mac smiled faintly and said, "Byron, my Bai family is not afraid of your Qin family. Giselle reaped what she sowed, and Clyde deserved his death. If you have sense, get lost now. Otherwise, my Bai family will not hesitate to fight you." What? When Byron heard these words, he was completely dumbfounded. Had Mac lost his mind? Their side had 18 Xian Qi realm cultivators and over 100 Gang Qi realm cultivators. Mac was only a Zhu Qi realm expert, and the entire Bai family at most had one Gang Qi realm expert. In Jinwu City, that might be considered exceptional, but before the Qin family, it meant nothing. Byron became extremely furious. Looking at Mac, he coldly exclaimed, "Mac, it seems you don't know your place. You really don't understand the gap between us." Without another word, Byron slapped toward Mac. He was already at the early stage of the Xianxia realm, and a casual palm strike could shatter Mac into pieces. Humph! Mac had already advanced to the Xianxia realm, greatly enhancing his strength. He did not dodge Byron's palm strike, but punched back with equal force, completely neutralizing the impact. Byron still didn't know Mac's true combat ability. Looking at Mac coldly, he said, "So that mysterious expert in the Bai family is you? To be able to withstand my move proves you're at least at the peak of the Gangxi realm. To achieve this in Jinwu City is quite commendable. Now that you know, Scram." Mac was very impolite, shouting, "If you continue to cause trouble, don't blame me for burying all of you in the backyard as fertilizer." "Ha ha ha." Byron laughed derisively, slowly raising his hand and looking at Mac. "Mac, try catching this palm strike before you talk big. 10 palms. 100 palms. So what?" Mac's expression didn't change. He was perfectly calm. He stood up, releasing all his aura. Boom. The unique aura of the Xianxi realm erupted, making Byron's face pale in disbelief. Mid-stage Xianxi realm? How is that possible? Not just Byron, but everyone else accompanying him was also stunned. After all, this was Jinwu City, on the fringes of Yi Kingdom, with scarce cultivation resources. Being able to see a Xianxi realm genius in the capital of Yi Kingdom was impressive, but here, even reaching the Gangxi realm was considered exceptional. Most people couldn't even reach the Zhuqi realm. For Mac to reach the Xianxi realm in Jinwu City implied that he had the potential of a Shandan realm. Anyone would find it hard to accept. Not just the patriarch, but also me. Izar also stepped forward, unleashing his aura. Subsequently, other core members of the Bai family openly displayed their strengths without hiding. This can't be. Byron's face changed dramatically, turning quite ugly. 2 mid-stage Xianxi realm experts and 17 peak Gangxi realm experts. Such strength could be considered a major clan even in the capital of Yi Kingdom. If a fight broke out, the Bai family could at least drag down a considerable portion of the Qin family's forces. In such a case, even if the Qin family destroyed the Bai family, it would not benefit them. With their strength severely weakened, whether they could maintain a foothold in the capital was uncertain. It looks like diplomacy failed. "It's time for me to step in." Kit stood up, looking at Byron, and said indifferently, "Old man, I haven't come to settle accounts with you yet, but you came to me. Remember what I said? 3 months later, I'll wipe out the Qin family." "Kit." Byron sized up Kit. He couldn't gauge Kit's cultivation level and assumed he was an ordinary waste of flesh. An arrogant smile appeared on his face as he slapped toward Kit, adding, "Since this matter started because of you, killing you will settle everything." Boom. A golden palm struck toward Kit with astonishing power. Seeing this, Kit simply blew a gentle breath. Whoosh. A green aura spewed from Kit's mouth, instantly piercing through the golden palm and slamming into Byron. What? Byron couldn't react fast enough. In the next moment, the green aura slammed into Byron, hurling him away, spitting blood and breaking 7 or 8 ribs. He landed on the ground like a broken sack of flour, barely breathing. An early-stage Xianxi realm expert is really as weak as an ant. Kit stretched lazily, his gaze coldly sweeping over the Qin family members. Boom. Killing intent rose from Kit. The faces of the Qin family members paled abruptly, and many, including the Xianxi realm experts, trembled in fear. Too terrifying. Absolutely too terrifying. Even if Byron had relied on drugs to boost himself, he was still an Xianxi realm expert. Yet one breath killed him. What if Kit were serious? Even all of them together wouldn't be enough to face him. Beside him, Mac's face also showed shock. Half a month ago, how strong was Kit? Only mid-stage Gangxi realm, and now, in just half a month, he could kill an Xianxi realm expert with a single breath. Could his son really be a rare genius of ages? Chapter 40. Killing the chicken to scare the monkeys. To think he could effortlessly defeat countless people after just some casual practice? Could this really match others' lifetime of arduous cultivation? Kit. Byron lay on the ground, weakly saying, "This is our Qin family's fault. Please let us live." Yes, we were wrong. This was a misunderstanding. Indeed, it was the Qin family who acted wrongly. Spare us if you can, and the Qin family will offer compensation. The elders of the Qin family immediately admitted their faults, lowering themselves humbly. In this world, might makes right. With Kit's strength, These people felt at ease admitting their mistakes. No one thought it odd for strong individuals to acknowledge their errors. Even Philippe, the most loyal old eunuch beside the sixth prince, persuaded, Iggy Bai. On behalf of the sixth prince, we apologize to the Bai family. What kind of compensation does your family need? Whatever we can provide, we won't hesitate. Would 10 million spirit stones and 55,000-year-old medicinal herbs suffice? The Minglong sect agrees as well. The elder from the Minglong sect bowed his head in confession. We are willing to offer 10 million low-grade spirit stones and 35,000-year-old medicinal herbs as compensation for offending the Bai family. Couldn't you guys be a little more stubborn? Kit was speechless. He had already prepared to eliminate everyone, but who knew that they would directly beg for mercy? They pleaded humbly for their lives. This was awkward. Looking at the group, Kit pondered how to handle this situation. Firstly, killing them all was out of the question. If he really did this, anyone who offended him in the future would definitely fight him to the death. After all, admitting defeat and begging for mercy still led to death. Better to fight to the death. So, the remaining option was accepting compensation and reconciling with these people. That would make him appear weak and easy to bully. He must kill the chicken to scare the monkeys. Thinking this, Kit looked at Philippe and the Minglong sect elder buster and said, I have no grudge with the Minglong sect or Yiguo. 10 million low-grade spirit stones and 50,000-year-old medicinal herbs will settle this, and we'll call it even. But the Qin family is different. They must die. Agreed. Buster nodded frantically, quickly distancing himself from the Qin family. I've long despised the Qin family's tyrannical and evil ways. I support Iggy Bai in upholding justice. If necessary, please let me participate personally. I feel the same. Philippe glanced at the patriarch of the Qin family, bluntly stating, Byron, the marriage between the sixth prince and Giselle is over. From today, the sixth prince has no ties with the Qin family. Byron spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes rolled back, and he fainted completely. Having seen Kit's power, he knew the Qin family was doomed. Kit, don't be too ruthless. The Qin family has acknowledged its defeat. What more do you want? Indeed, fighting to the death won't be easy on your Bai family either. One should always leave room for reconciliation. Kit, you're too cruel. We've already admitted our defeat. The Qin family elders never expected Kit wouldn't let them off. Suddenly, each of them was filled with anger, accusing Kit of being overly harsh. Seeing this, Kit smiled slightly and asked, what would you do if the Bai family was pleading for mercy? Wouldn't you mock us while eradicating the entire family, leaving no trace? The Qin family elders were speechless. Kit spoke the truth. If the Qin family had the upper hand, the Bai family would have been wiped out. Everyone would have been killed mercilessly. Realizing that reason wasn't getting through, a Xianxia realm Qin family elder roared, shouting, enough talk. Fight him. Yes, 15 Xianxia realms against a divine sea realm expert still stands a chance. Kill. Instantly, a dozen Xianxia realm elders launched an attack on Kit. At almost the same moment, the rest of the Gangqi realm Qin family cultivators engaged in chaotic combat with the Bai family elders. Facing the assault of the Xianxia realm elders, Kit remained calm. With a swift movement, he employed the immortal step, leaving a shadow behind as he dodged the attacks. His dragon-patterned sword sliced through the air. An elder's head was cleanly severed, blood spurting into the sky. Before the headless body fell, Kit was already in front of another elder. Rip! Kit's sword sliced off the elder's shoulder. The elder screamed in pain, his eyes bloodshot, as he swung his sword towards Kit's neck. Howling! A golden light enveloped Kit's neck. The elder's sword hit him without leaving a scratch. Kit grabbed the sword and crushed it. Then, he punched through the elder's skull. The other cultivators realized something was off. Golden light protection, a sign of the golden body realm. Are you kidding? Is this kid a monster? Under 20 years old, yet he has such terrifying cultivation. Kill. Either you or me dies. The Qin family elders now fought red-eyed. Without hesitation, they rushed at Kit again, ready to trade their lives for his. However, Kit's physical body was extremely resilient. Their desperate attacks merely scratched the surface, and with a bit of chi circulation, the wounds healed instantly. Kit's attacks were fearsome. His dragon-patterned sword continuously slashed, and within minutes, all Qin family elders lay dead. Most of the Gangqi realm cultivators also died by Kit's hand. Rip. On the other side, Mac beheaded the last Qin family cultivator, signaling the overwhelming victory. Covered in blood, Kit turned around, his gaze sweeping over Philippe and Buster of the Minglong sect. In an instant, a demonic killing intent erupted. The surrounding temperature plummeted, turning cold. The two men were instantly frightened, afraid Kit would strike them next. Iggy Bai, we promise not to oppose the Bai family. Yes, we'll return and send the compensation immediately. Buster and Philippe were utterly terrified. Chapter 41. The Qin family's annihilation. If by any chance Xiaotian lost control and killed them both, there would be no place to appeal. Immediately, they turned and ran while speaking. Wait a moment. Just then, Kit called out to the two men. Not likely. Buster looked very grim, stopping with a long face. He turned around and asked, is there anything else Master Bai needs? Remember to bring this message. 3 days from now, Kit, will pay a visit to the Qin family. The entire Qin family will be wiped out. Kit said calmly, tell them to prepare as they like. No problem. Humbert nodded vigorously, continuing, if there is nothing else, Sir Bai, we shall take our leave. Scram. Kit turned, looking at the bloodstains on him and frowned. This bunch of Qin fools got me all bloody. Raven, prepare my bathwater. Yes, young master. Raven nodded and scurried off to prepare the water. Mac approached, looking at Kit with a complex expression. What's up? Kit raised an eyebrow at Mac. Old man, why are you staring at me? Nothing much, you did great. Mac laughed heartily. You surpassed your predecessors. You're bold yet strategic. Excellent job. The head of the family is right. From now on, whoever says xiuxian is a wastrel, I'll beat him to death first. Hee hee. It seems our Bai family is truly blessed, producing such a rare genius. Haha, I can already see the rise of the Bai family. The group of senior elders all wore broad smiles, extremely pleased with Kit's performance. Not only had he shown terrifying combat power and cultivation talent, but most importantly, his intelligence was also impressive. He could be described as brave and strategic. In annihilating the Qin family, he simultaneously strengthened ties with the Minglong sect and the Yi Kingdom's royal family. Throughout history, there were countless prodigies with astonishing aptitude, but many died prematurely, few growing up truly strong. Most were not particularly cerebral and were easily outwitted. At this moment, a powerful member of the Bai family's side branch dropped Giselle in front of Kit, asking, "Xiaotian, what should we do with this woman?" The surrounding Bai family members looked peculiar. On the ground, Giselle had lost her air of superiority. Her cultivation was ruined, her gaze filled with hatred as she shouted at Kit, "Kit, even as a ghost, I won't let you off. If you dare, kill me." Kit was taken aback by her words. He hadn't expected such bizarre logic. She screamed threats after being betrothed off, incredibly defiant. Deserving every bit of her current fate, Kit didn't care to argue. He glanced at her and said, "Giselle, I originally planned to sell you to the 10,000 flower house for a few silver coins a night, slowly torturing you." Giselle's face turned pale. If that happened, her life would indeed be worse than death. Seeing her silenced, Kit continued, "But thinking about it, I'm too kind-hearted for that. I'll give you a quick end." "Kit, may you die a terrible death." Giselle cursed him wildly. "Don't worry, I'll definitely die after you," Kit remarked coldly, before striking her between the eyes with a burst of true chi, killing her instantly. Thud. Giselle's body fell to the ground. Looking at her corpse, Kit shook his head, turning to Mac. "Old man, I'm going to meditate for 3 days, then I'll go wipe out the Qin family. See you later." With that, Kit vanished. Meanwhile, Buster and Humbert ran without looking back, covering nearly 500 miles before stopping to catch their breath. Huff. This Kit is terrifying. Buster's face was pale, clearly traumatized. His whole body trembled. Under 20, with a physical strength rivaling Golden Body Realm and true chi comparable to Divine Sea Cultivators. Getting on his bad side is a nightmare. Humbert sighed, his face white. Luckily, he's not bloodthirsty, and Sixth Prince and Kit don't have mortal enmity. Spending some resources could pacify or even recruit him. Indeed, this kid knows restraint. His methods are old-fashioned, not typical of a youth. Buster agreed. With Kit's strength, he could have destroyed the Minglong sect and the Yi Kingdom but chose not to. He picked on the Qin family to assert dominance. Simple reason. He and the Qin family were sworn enemies. Holding back would mean death. But with Minglong sect and Sixth Prince, there was no such animosity. Destroying them would paint him as a ruthless murderer, pushing other forces against him. Friendly powers would join in to avoid association. Thus, Kit's foes would multiply rapidly, each bent on ending him. Buster's expression hardened. It's evident that as long as Kit lives, he will become one of the top superiors in xuanhuan world. Enough chatter. Let's go. Humbert turned and headed towards the Yi Kingdom capital. Buster followed suit, heading towards the Minglong sect. Elsewhere, Kit entered meditation post-bath. The Bai family, now the supreme power in Jinwu City, saw Qin family corpses lined outside their gates, 18 experts, over 100 others, all slain. Yet families kept visiting, understanding the Bai family's ascent. Connecting with them now would mean future prosperity. After the close brush with death, Mac had seen through it all. ##### Chapter 42. Journey to the capital city. This world is cruel, incredibly cruel. The people before him were utterly unreliable. Therefore, he merely had a random servant receive them and did not even bother meeting these people in person. It was simply unnecessary. Surprisingly, for Mac's actions, the other family heads from Jinwu City not only had no objections but also continuously showed deference with smiles. Why? This was the rule of this world. The strong commanded respect. As the Bai family grew stronger, their arrogance became known as familial authority. There would always be someone who would find a valid reason for the Bai family's actions. Time flew by, and 3 days passed. Kit had spent the last 3 days recovering, and his aura transformed, solidifying his cultivation once more. During this period, he casually flipped through the second volumes of the Chaos Canon's Body Tempering, Essence Gathering, and Spirit Cultivation sections. He casually advanced to the Peak Essence Gathering stage, Peak Bone Marrow Tempering stage, and Peak second level of Spirit Cultivation. His combat power surged again. Of course, just like before, he still needed 3 more powerful treasures to build the strongest foundation. Essence Gathering requires tricolor geothermal milk, strengthening the body needs Qilin blood, and as for the Origin Soul, using Chaos Green Lotus is already the best foundation without needing any treasure. However, if I use the 10,000-year soul congealing flower as a breakthrough barrier, it should pose no problems, Kit muttered, rubbing his chin, having already set his goals. Next, he would primarily focus on finding these 3 items. As for exterminating the Qin family, this was merely a secondary task. He had heard that there were hints of tricolor geothermal milk in Yi Kingdom's capital city. If not for this, Kit would not have bothered with the Qin family at all. He wasn't planning to waste precious time on the Qin family. This world was cruel. Only strength mattered. He must seize every minute to constantly become stronger. Only then could he have a greater chance of surviving. So, let's confirm this plan. First, go to the Yi Kingdom capital city to find the tricolor geothermal milk, and while at it, destroy the Qin family. Kit stood up, pushed open the door, and walked out. Just as he was about to leave, Raven's voice sounded, "Iggy, a man named Ethan is looking for you." Ethan? Kit was taken aback, his expression immediately becoming serious. He held Ethan in high regard. Without Ethan's sword chi and bracelet, Kit would never have been able to smoothly extinguish the true dragon's remnant soul and obtain its primordial blood. This favor, Kit had always remembered. Upon hearing Ethan was looking for him, he promptly said, "Please invite him in quickly." "That's too polite." Ethan appeared behind Kit without notice, and upon seeing his cultivation, he was startled. Grand Completion Essence Gathering, Grand Completion Bone Marrow Tempering, Grand Completion 2nd Level Spirit Cultivation. After only half a month, Kit had advanced an entire major realm and reached Grand Completion. This speed was unprecedented. Most importantly, this young man had a strong sense of loyalty. It was evident from how he treated his own people well. Realizing this, Ethan felt that helping Kit earlier was indeed the right choice. He patted Kit's shoulder, admiringly saying, "Your talent is extraordinarily strong. At this rate, it won't take you a few years to surpass me." Hee. Kit scratched his head, not knowing what to say. "All right, let's move past this. I heard you're going to the Yi Kingdom capital?" Ethan looked at Kit with a smile. Kit was startled, scratching his head. He asked, "Yeah, is there a problem?" "A big one." Ethan's expression turned serious. "What kind of problem?" Kit was taken aback. This was the first time he saw Ethan so serious. Could there really be a problem with the Yi Kingdom capital? There exists an ancient secret technique within the Yi Kingdom capital called the flame devouring art. It can devour and refine all kinds of flames for personal use. Ethan grinned slyly and continued, "However, cultivating this technique requires extremely high aptitude. But for you, it should be no problem." "Do you mean?" Kit's eyes lit up. According to Ethan's description, this was a valuable asset indeed. Ethan chuckled. "Simple. On your trip to the Yi Kingdom capital, try to find this technique. Moreover, the Yi royal family and the Yi clan in the Xuanhuan realm are closely linked. They are supposedly a branch of the Yi clan, and they must possess quite a few treasures." Hearing this, Kit rubbed his chin. The situation just got interesting. It seemed he had more things to look for besides the tricolor geothermal milk. With this thought, Kit nodded and said, "Understood, senior. Once I find the flame devouring art, I'll share a copy with you." "Excellent. If we weren't from different generations, I'd make you my sworn brother. Rest assured, the safety of the Bai family will be on me. You can go with peace of mind." Ethan patted Kit's shoulder and added, "All right, I have nothing else to do, so I'll be off." With that, Ethan vanished into the courtyard. "This feels like I'm about to die." Kit touched his nose, couldn't help but mutter. He shook his head. Leaving Jinwu City, Kit used the Freedom Step to run toward the Yi Kingdom capital. Swoosh! After reaching the grand completion stage of essence gathering, the quantity of true chi in Kit increased tenfold. The recovery speed was even more astonishing. He could run for 3,000 miles without breaking a sweat. His true chi barely dropped. Boom! Kit leaped up and landed on top of a mountain. Looking around, he furrowed his brow. "Heske, how exactly does one get to the Yi Kingdom capital?" Excitedly running for 3,000 miles, it only now occurred to him that he only knew the general location of the Yi Kingdom capital, not the exact spot. For a moment, Kit was speechless. Looking around, he noticed a small town dozens of miles away. With a population of about tens of thousands, there should be someone who knew the direction to the Yi Kingdom capital. Besides, it was time to eat. Swoosh! At Kit's speed, covering dozens of miles took merely the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. He leaped down, landing before the city gates. Cadefting his head, he saw 3 characters on the antique gate tower. Muyao City. Muyao City? Kit shook his head, preparing to enter the city. Suddenly, a series of noisy voices caught his attention. "Where are you from? You dare provoke me?" Someone was using his lines? Kit paused, turning to look in the direction of the sound. ##### Chapter 43. Whoops. Went the wrong way? The conflict arose between a flamboyantly dressed, spirited young man accompanied by over a dozen guards and a caravan of merchant wagons. A portly merchant was continuously apologizing with a smile. "Iggy, this wasn't intentional." "Shut up, crawl out from under my legs first." The young man, draped in bright attire and seated on a spirited horse, wouldn't let it go. With an air of arrogance, he added, "If not, I'll bury you right here in front of Sheridan City." This? The merchant's eyes were filled with anger, but he dared not show it. There was no way around it. In this world, power reigned supreme. Beside them, Kit glanced at the young man and then at the merchant caravan. Without another word, he walked straight toward the spirited youth. "Who are you?" The young man did not realize the gravity of the situation. He watched as Kit approached him without flinching, shouting, "Hey, who are you?" Kit's response was simple. Grabbing the young man by the collar, he slapped him twice, causing the youth to become disoriented. His face swelled up immediately, and half his teeth fell out. Dazed, the young man looked at Kit, speaking through clenched teeth. "Why did you hit me?" "Because you're annoying." Kit remained calm and slapped the youth again. At that moment, the group of guards finally reacted. Watching their master about to be beaten to death, they drew their swords and shouted, "Who are you?" "Let go of Second Iggy. Sheridan City is the territory of our Mu family. If anything happens to Second Iggy, you won't leave here alive." A chorus of threats rained down on Kit. In response, he simply squeezed harder, snapping the neck of the Mu family's second son. Then, looking at the guards, he said coolly, "Great. You all are annoying too." "What?" The guards were stunned to see their master killed by Kit with just one hand. They hesitated, unsure whether to fight or flee, but they didn't have long to decide. Kit drew his dragon emblazoned sword and swung it horizontally. In an instant, the dozen guards burst into bloody mist. Only then did the bystanders react. Heaven, Mu family's second Iggy was killed? All over. When Mu family finds out, there will be rivers of blood flowing in Sheridan City. Too reckless. The Mu family controls hundreds of miles around here. Even the royal family of Yi Kingdom gives them respect. Everyone was murmuring, believing Kit wouldn't live long. Killing the Mu family's second son on the street, whether for personal honor or feelings, the Mu family and Kit were now mortal enemies. Yet Kit didn't care. If the Mu family dared provoke him, he would wipe them out casually. He turned to the merchant caravan and asked, I have a question. Master, ask away. The Muhammad's face was grim. Since Kit had killed Mu family's second son, he knew he was on the secret hit list of the Mu family now. For better or worse, he and Kit were in this together. Don't worry, if you need help, I'll take care of the Mu family before leaving Sheridan City, Kit said nonchalantly. Then he continued, but first, how do I get to the capital of the Yi Kingdom? The merchant was dumbfounded. He hadn't expected this question. Why? Is it hard to answer? Kit furrowed his brows, feeling confused. It shouldn't be difficult. The merchant explained with a bitter laugh. The capital of Yi Kingdom is thousands of miles away. At our pace, it would take at least a month. But Jinwu City is only 6,000 to 7,000 miles from the capital. Kit froze, then his face darkened. Damn, he went the wrong way. For a moment, Kit was speechless. Even with his speed, it would take a day to travel 10,000 miles. Sighing, he decided to rest in Sheridan City before heading to the Yi Kingdom to destroy the Qin family. Thinking of this, Kit said to the merchant, all right, you can flee now. I'll stay here and deal with Sheridan City. Thank you, senior. The Muhammad bowed and pulled out a scroll from his pocket, handing it to Kit. This painting is an antique I came across. It seems to map a treasure location. Take it as thanks for saving my life. Oh. Kit took the scroll, opened his heavenly Dao Eye, and scanned it. Bam! In the heavenly Dao Eye, the ancient yellowed painting transformed instantly. Numerous runes appeared, forming a new map with symbols Kit couldn't read. Yet, he understood its meaning. Three-yang convergence. Birth of the Xiuxian. Xiuxian origin blood. Kit stared at the information on the scroll, stunned. His luck was unbelievable. Just when he needed Xiuxian blood, someone handed him a map. His expression turned odd as he turned to the merchant. Where did you get this scroll? Well, it's a long story. The merchant scratched his head and explained, 30 years ago, I met a fortune teller who gave me this scroll. He told me if anyone saved my life in the future, that person was the true owner of the scroll. Quite eerie. Kit frowned, puzzled. Someone had planned this 30 years ago. Intriguing. However, Xuanhuan world was a place where gods and demons existed, so prescience wasn't surprising. But how did they know he needed Xiuxian blood? Or was it a bait using Xiuxian blood to lure a genius capable of understanding the true nature of the ancient scroll? After pondering, Kit still couldn't figure it out. Shaking his head, he thought, there will always be a solution when the time comes. He glanced at the merchant and said, run fast. I'll distract the Mu family here. Thank you, savior. The Muhammad bowed, turning to his followers, flee. Rustle, rustle. Everyone was ready. The guards turned and fled for their lives. Chapter 44. Annihilation of the Mu family. As for Kit, he turned around and entered Sheridan City unhurriedly. He went to a restaurant and ordered a feast. He studied the ancient painting as he ate. Meanwhile, he waited for the Mu family members to come to their doom. At this time, in the royal city of Yi Kingdom. After Jeffrey returned, he did not inform the Qin family. One reason was that it wasn't necessary, and secondly, he feared the Qin family might flee, leading Kit to blame him. Therefore, the Qin family remained quite bustling. People came in an endless stream to pay visits. Among them was the Mu family patriarch Jeremiah, a quasi-deity C realm expert, only a step away from the deity C realm. He personally visited the Qin family mainly because his daughter Ebony Mu was the Qin family's matriarch. Those who came from the Mu family weren't just patriarch Jeremiah. Most of the elite forces also arrived together, leaving only Ellsworth, a Qi condensation realm expert, to guard the Mu family. Meanwhile, in Sheridan City, when the resident elder of the Mu family heard that Iggy II had been instantly killed by Kit's sword, his fingers tapped lightly. Unusually, he didn't immediately seek revenge. After all, Iggy II wasn't his biological son. Time passed swiftly. A considerable amount of time had gone by. Kit, having eaten to his heart's content, noticed that no one from the Mu family had arrived. This made Kit quite puzzled. Fine, if the mountain won't come to me, I'll go to it. Kit stood up and headed toward the Mu family on his own. Soon, he arrived before the Mu family residence. Who's there? Wait, are you the one who killed Iggy II with a single sword strike at the city gate? Quickly notify Ellsworth. Rip. The scene was chaotic for a moment. 30 seconds later, Kit used one sword sweep to flatten half of the Mu family and walked towards the main hall. He could sense that the only Qi condensation realm expert of the Mu family was there. This is odd. The Mu family should be as strong as the Qin family. How come there's only one Qi condensation realm expert? Kit paused, becoming alert. He stepped lightly in the free and easy steps and rushed directly toward Ellsworth. You've gone too far. How dare you attack us directly? Ellsworth was enraged. For many years, it was always the Mu family bullying others. Who would bully the Mu family? Without a word, Ellsworth charged straight at Kit's position, colliding head-on with him. Without a word, Ellsworth slapped his hand towards Kit. Boom! A shocking wave erupted. A golden palm nearly 100 feet in diameter shot towards Kit, but the current Kit paid no attention to the Qi condensation realm attack. Without hesitation, he kicked out, shattering the golden palm, then rushed forward to Ellsworth. He grabbed Ellsworth by the neck and slammed him violently into the ground. Boom! Ellsworth's body collided with the ground. An enormous pit instantly appeared in the stone floor. Countless bones in his body were broken, and he looked like a lump of mud. This was intentional on Kit's part to spare Ellsworth's life. Otherwise, he could easily snap Ellsworth's neck. Old man, is there only one Qi condensation realm expert in the Mu family? Where are the others? Kit asked coldly. Ellsworth's face froze as he recalled the Mu family patriarch's goal. There was a direct misunderstanding. Ellsworth thought Kit came for the Mu family's treasure. Clenching his teeth, he said, don't dream. That treasure belongs to the Mu family. Even if you kill me, the Mu family will rise again with it. What treasure? Kit was speechless. Just as he was about to explain his intentions, he suddenly realized something. Treasure? Since Ellsworth mistakenly believed he came to kill and steal the treasure. Then, the premise must be, the Mu family has a treasure? Thus, Kit changed his tone mid-sentence and asked, "Where's the treasure? Tell me, and I'll give you a quick death." Cough cough. Don't daydream. The key to unlocking the treasure is with our patriarch, who is now in the Yi Kingdom capital, over 10,000 miles away from Sheridan City. Even a great Peng bird would take 5 days. By then, the secret realm will already be open. Ha ha ha. You've wasted your time. Ellsworth laughed maniacally and then died. Key, secret realm, treasure. Kit's face stiffened. Originally planning to destroy the Mu family, he didn't expect this unexpected windfall. Shaking his head, Kit revealed a heavenly Dao seal in his hand and smashed it into the ground. In an instant, he demolished much of the Mu family's structures, flashing between shadows to eliminate their main experts. Then, he used the free and easy steps and rushed toward the Yi Kingdom capital. 10,000 miles. Even a great Peng bird would take 5 days. But he was faster. 1 day would suffice. He still had time before the secret realm opened. Swoosh. Kit's figure darted through the mountains, leaving after images. He ran 9,500 miles non-stop, exhausting most of his true chi. He leaped down onto a peak. Sitting cross-legged, he absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy to replenish his spent true chi. Boom. A tidal wave-like energy fluctuation surged. To save time, Kit didn't hide and fully absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy. Instantly, an accretion disk hundreds of yards wide formed around Kit. Vast amounts of spiritual energy flowed into Kit's body. His true chi rapidly restored. How terrifying this true chi is. This is at least a peak deity C realm expert. No, possibly even a spirit pill realm expert, absorbing spiritual energy. Or maybe some treasure has appeared. Let's go check it out. Many cultivators were attracted by the huge commotion Kit caused and rushed over. Don't tell me, someone's watching while I restore my spiritual energy? Kit was speechless. However, he didn't leave but continued sitting cross-legged on the peak, absorbing spiritual energy. Just then, among the spectators, a young man watched Kit with astonishment. He said, "What a powerful physique. Blood energy entering the sea. This is a sign that the physical body is nearing the blood sea realm. Wait, the scent of true dragon origin essence blood. This kid has consumed true dragon origin essence blood. If we can devour his body, we can gain the dragon body, one of the world's strongest constitutions." What? True dragon origin essence blood? This kid actually has this? Quick, inform the sect. If we can get the true dragon origin essence blood, becoming the world's strongest cultivator is not impossible. ##### Chapter 45. Possessing a precious treasure brings sin. The young man's words sent the surrounding cultivators into a frenzy. Many cultivators looked at Kit with bloodshot eyes, and quite a few were ready to try their luck, wanting to kill him and take his blood. Damn! Kit felt as if he was being stared at by a pack of hungry wolves. Among those attracted were no shortage of cultivators at the Divine Sea Realm. It was strange why there were so many powerful figures around Yi Kingdom's capital. However, this wasn't important now. What mattered was, some cultivators had already lost control and started attacking. Boom! A sword aura shot up into the sky. It was unleashed by a peak Divine Sea Realm cultivator. With a single slash, the several dozen-foot-long sword aura crushed its way toward Kit. One person led the charge, and dozens of other cultivators quickly followed suit. Setting aside the true dragon essence blood for now, everyone agreed on one strategy: kill Kit first to prevent him from escaping. Otherwise, if Kit got away, it would be virtually impossible to find him again. Rumble. Dozens of cultivators attacked in waves, overwhelming Kit. Damn it! Kit panicked instantly. He used the untroubled steps and vanished from where he stood, reappearing 100 feet away. The mountain peak where he originally stood was flattened in an instant by the combined attack of the cultivators, leaving only a large crater behind. Grab him. Don't let him escape. Quickly chase. Brat, hand over the true dragon essence blood. Only the worthy can possess treasure. You're not qualified yet, boy. A group of cultivators roared angrily and pursued Kit furiously. Damn. Kit was speechless. He never imagined that just revealing a bit of his aura would cause such a frenzied chase. The allure of the true dragon essence blood was way too intense. Fortunately, Yi Kingdom didn't have any true powerhouses. If a divine pill realm expert showed up, as he thought this, a terrifying aura rushed toward him from afar. Turning around, Kit saw a disheveled middle-aged man charging straight at him. His cultivation was already at the early stage of the divine pill realm. There really is a divine pill realm expert. Why would a powerhouse appear in Yi Kingdom's capital? Kit was speechless. Without another word, he activated the untroubled steps at full speed and darted away, leaving all the cultivators far behind in mere moments. After sprinting for 300 miles, he finally stopped in front of Yi Kingdom's capital. Immediately, he channeled the chaotic scripture to hide his aura, pretending to be an ordinary mortal, walking slowly toward the city. Rumble. A group of experts flashed past Kit, exuding astonishing momentum. At least 3 of them were divine pill realm experts, each with greedy green eyes, searching everywhere for Kit. None of them noticed Kit leisurely walking toward the city. Damn it, we lost him. How unjust. That kid was so fast. Damn, I missed out on an opportunity. Cursed. The group of cultivators lamented endlessly, circling around, desperately trying to locate Kit. The true dragon essence blood is even more precious than I thought. Kit watched the experts overhead, frowning slightly as he muttered to himself, I need a plan. The scent of the true dragon essence blood lingers within my aura. Once I lift the seal, I'll be chased to death by a swarm of experts. Thinking about it gave Kit a headache. True dragon essence blood was a treasure comparable to divine rarities. Not just Divine Sea and Divine Pill realms. Even higher-level Divine Infant and Divine Palace realm experts wouldn't hesitate to pursue and kill him. This item was just too tempting. Flipping through the inscriptions and potions sections of the chaotic scripture, Kit found something called the Concealment Breath Pill, which could mask his bloodline aura, making him indistinguishable from an ordinary human. Fortunately, there's the Concealment Breath Pill to solve this problem. However, I'm missing a key ingredient, the Concealment Grass. Kit patted his head and entered Yi Kingdom's capital, heading straight for the nearest pharmacy without another word. Medicine King Pavilion. Looking at the grand pharmacy before him, Kit was momentarily stunned. Speaking of which, did he have some personal grudges with Medicine King Pavilion? He should settle that when the time came. Shaking his head, Kit stepped inside. He opened the Heavenly Dao True Eye and began searching for the Concealment Grass. This herb was very special and almost impossible to detect unless using the Heavenly Dao True Eye. Its appearance could randomly change to resemble other herbs. Ginseng, Lingji mushrooms, Polygonum multiflorum, or even common weeds. This medicinal herb could look like any kind of plant, incredibly unique. In one swift glance, among tens of thousands of herbs in Medicine King Pavilion, there was only one genuine concealment grass. On the surface, it resembled a 1,000-year ginseng, but in reality, if ingested, one would realize it only looked like 1,000-year ginseng. It had no effect at all. This 1,000-year ginseng, how much does it cost? I'll take it. Kit stood at the counter and pointed at the displayed 1,000-year ginseng. Unlanny with a white beard was responsible for selling the herbs. He glanced at Kit and frowned slightly. Kit wore simple clothes, devoid of any aura, a mere mortal. How could he possibly afford 1,000-year ginseng? Not kicking Kit out was already being generous. Therefore, the white-bearded Lanny frowned and said, 10,000 lower-grade spirit stones. Can you afford it? 10,000 spirit stones? Was he mocking someone? Kit was speechless, deciding to play along. He shook his head and replied, I don't have lower-grade spirit stones. Upon hearing this, the Lanny's face turned dark. He snapped, no spirit stones, then get out. Though I don't have lower-grade spirit stones, I do have upper-grade ones. Kit smirked, tossing 10 upper-grade spirit stones onto the counter. Clatter. Pigeon egg-sized golden upper-grade spirit stones immediately caught the Lanny's attention. He stared at the upper-grade spirit stones, never expecting Kit to use them to pay. In the profound truth world, most cultivators use lower or mid-grade spirit stones to pay. Upper-grade spirit stones were rarely used. This was because they contained nearly pure innate chi. One upper-grade spirit stone equaled a month's worth of hard cultivation for a Divine Sea realm cultivator. Below the Divine Pill realm, cultivators could absorb upper-grade spirit stones directly without refinement. So, one upper-grade spirit stone could easily exchange for 10,000 lower-grade spirit stones, but lower-grade spirit stones needed at least 12,000 to get one upper-grade spirit stone. Chapter 46. Kadif and death are not to be feared. If you disagree, we fight. Staring at the 10 sparkling high-grade spirit stones, the Lanny's face lit up with a smile. He felt like he had struck gold. He quickly wrapped up the concealed breath herb and handed it over to Kit. Wait a minute. That 10,000-year-old ginseng, I want it. A voice rang out behind Kit, radiating arrogance. Kit was speechless. How cliché. This wasn't even his scene as the protagonist, and now someone was trying to snatch what he had bought. He turned around to see a scrawny youth with barely any flesh on his body. There was a large, hairy mole on his face, and he was looking at Kit with disdain. Penny pincher, scram? I'll pay 15 high-grade spirit stones. Can you match that? Poor bastard. Kit. Looking at the youth, Kit shook the concealed breath herb in his hand and said, Firstly, I was here first and have completed the transaction, so this concealed breath herb belongs to me. Secondly, I don't need your 15 high-grade spirit stones. I'm in a terrible mood, so get lost. What? The scrawny youth became enraged. Pointing at Kit, he jumped up and down angrily. Do you know who I am? How dare you look down on me? Who are you? Kit furrowed his brows, his patience all but gone. True chi flowed through him, preparing to give this scrawny youth a taste of what he could do. But he restrained himself. Powerful figures were pursuing him from all sides. If he made a move now, they would chase him to death. The youth looked at Kit with his nose held high, arrogantly declaring, I am Matt, a disciple of the Purple Weizhong, Ziwei sect. Do you understand? Within a 10,000-mile radius, dozens of kingdoms are under the control of our Ziwei sect. My master is an elder of the Ziwei sect, a divine pill realm powerhouse. Get lost, country bumpkin. Put down that 10,000-year-old ginseng. Dare to say no, and I'll twist your head off and kick it like a ball. Note, the term, Purple Weizhong, seems to be incorrectly translated in the user's input. It should correctly be Purple Weizhong, Ziwei sect. This has been corrected in the translation. You sure are bold. Kit couldn't help but laugh. He decided not to hold back any longer. Kadif and death be damned. If there's bufu, dissatisfaction, we fight. What did he have to fear? Improvements. 1. Ensured bufu is within parentheses for clarity. 2. Changed discontent to dissatisfaction to better match the context and tone of the original text. In an instant, true chi erupted from his entire body, and instead of striking Matt, he punched towards the Lanny beside him. What? The Lanny froze, thinking Kit was just an ordinary person. He never expected Kit's casual punch to have near half-step divine pill power. Boom. A series of sonic booms echoed through the air. Facing Kit's punch, the Lanny dared not intercept it directly and pulled out a shield artifact for defense. Bang! Kit's punch landed on the shield, producing a dull sound. A series of cracks spread. The shield shattered completely, and the Lanny spat blood while flying backward. All this happened in the blink of an eye. Almost immediately, above King Yi City, a group of divine pill realm experts locked onto Kit's aura. Within a second, over a dozen divine pill experts and several dozen peak divine C experts rushed toward Kit's location. If caught, there'd be no escape for Kit. Boom. Kit immediately acted, grabbing Matt by the neck and sealing his Yuan spirit with a calming god talisman before tossing him into his storage space. At this moment, a half-step divine pill expert, only 100 paces away, without a word, threw a palm strike at Kit from afar. Boom. A golden hand surged toward Kit. Without hesitation, Kit countered with the Heaven Dao God Punch. Boom. The golden hand shattered under Kit's blow, but the force sent him retreating hundreds of meters. Using this momentum, Kit used the Way of Freedom step, rapidly fleeing in one direction. Rumble. As soon as he left, a wave of attacks followed where Kit had been, reducing a street to rubble. Chase him. Absolutely can't let this kid escape. I'd sacrifice the opportunity in the secret realm just to kill him and take his blood. Absolutely cannot let him go. Once he escapes, he will fly as birds do in the sky, swim as fish do in the sea. To find him again would be nigh impossible. Kill. A group of cultivators went berserk, some burning their essence blood to speed up and catch Kit. Despite his speed, Kit's realm wasn't high enough to evade them. Over a dozen divine pill experts caught up, bombarding him with a torrent of attacks. Had Kit's physical body not been at the peak marrow tempering stage, he would have been blasted apart. Even so, he spat out several mouthfuls of blood. These were true dragon blood, fiercely contested among the group. Kit grew enraged and burned his essence blood, multiplying his speed more than tenfold. In the blink of an eye, he left the group far behind. Before disappearing, he shouted, "You old fools! Damn it! Just wait. I will remember this. Ziwei sect, Matt, our feud is eternal." His voice fading, Kit vanished completely. Ziwei sect. So, this kid is from Ziwei sect. Too stupid, revealing his own location. Too young. Run the monk may, but the temple stays put. I'll camp outside Ziwei sect. APF? Yes, Matt. I don't believe you won't return to Ziwei sect. Enraged, the cultivators turned toward Ziwei sect's location. Of course, none knew that Kit had lied about Matt's name. The real Matt was lying inside Kit's storage ring. Indeed, suffering undeserved blame. Meanwhile, Kit stopped in a cave. He coughed lightly, his face contorted with pain as he sucked in cold air. Hundreds of divine sea cultivators' pursuit left him with at least a dozen broken bones, countless wounds covering his body. If anyone else at the divine sea stage had faced this, they would have been obliterated long ago. However, Kit's true dragon origin blood proved extraordinarily powerful. As soon as he rested, his body began to rapidly heal. A series of snapping sounds echoed as broken bones reformed, wounds scabbed over and healed. Within 15 minutes, Kit was back to peak condition. Covered in blood, it was hard to imagine he had suffered nearly fatal injuries. Truly worthy of being the ultimate foundation treasure, true dragon origin blood. The healing effects are truly heaven-defying. ##### Chapter 47. Opening a new account. Kit muttered to himself, feeling incredibly shocked. After stretching his limbs, Kit shifted his attention to the young man he had just captured, Matt. His earlier remark wasn't in jest. He was genuinely considering opening a new account. People can't avoid getting into trouble when they're in the world of martial arts. Kit wasn't afraid of others targeting him, but if a group focused their attention on the Bai family, it would be troublesome. Therefore, having an account that could take the blame was essential. For example, Matt, an inner disciple of the Purple Star sect, would make for a great scapegoat. Regardless of which force he offended, Matt could simply take the fall. With this thought in mind, Kit took out Matt from his spatial pouch, pondering how to deal with him. Killing him outright was definitely not an option. Most major sects have soul lamps or similar items. If a person dies, the lamp goes out. Kit still hoped Matt could take the blame, so naturally, he couldn't let the sect know that Matt was dead. Thus, all he needed to do was make sure Matt posed no threat. Thinking this, Kit waved his hand and woke Matt up. Snap. Matt gradually regained consciousness, noticing his surroundings had changed from the Medicine King Pavilion to a secluded cave. He was instantly bewildered. Seeing Kit covered in blood, staring at him with malice, he was terrified. Memories of what had happened resurfaced. He had been taken away by Kit, who knocked out his Sea of Chi Realm Peak guard with one punch and left the capital of the Yi Kingdom in a flash. Looking around, there were no villages nearby, just a desolate wilderness. The perfect place for murder and burial. Terrified, Matt nearly wet his pants. He looked at Kit and screamed, "Sir, I was wrong. Please let me go." Let you go? Kit was speechless. He knew very well what kind of person Matt was. If he let him go today, tomorrow Matt might hire a top-tier assassin to come after him. How could Kit possibly let him go? He thought for a moment and said to Matt, "All right, I'll ask you a few questions. If you answer honestly and satisfy me, I'll let you go." Deal. Ask away. Matt saw this as his only chance to live. Good. First question, why did you come to the capital of the Yi Kingdom? Kit stared intently at Matt, radiating killing intent. Matt paled immediately and answered, "I heard news from my sect about an ancient strongman's tomb, so I came for that." An ancient strongman? Kit paused, his eyes narrowing slightly. Now he understood why so many powerful figures had come. It must be because treasures were about to appear. He stared at Matt and asked further, "What is in the tomb?" Not sure. According to rumors, over 1,000 years ago, the Yi Kingdom gave birth to a super strong individual. This person became powerful due to obtaining a unique treasure. Matt swallowed hard before continuing. "I don't know what that treasure is, but it's said to be terrifying. It can turn a nobody into the most talented genius in the world." A unique treasure? Interesting. Kit narrowed his eyes, his interest piqued. He remembered Pierce mentioning this before. The royal family of the Yi Kingdom, the Yi clan, had significant origins, being a branch of a powerful clan. It seemed Pierce wasn't wrong. Thus, he had to give this treasure a try. Matt watched Kit nervously, asking, I've answered everything you asked. Can you let me go now? Let you go? Why? Kit smiled wickedly, his tone filled with amusement. Matt was stunned. He looked at Kit, shivering in anger and stammering. Are you playing with me? Playing with you? Kit shook his head and said, I already told you. If your answers satisfy me, I'll let you go. But your answers didn't satisfy me. Matt immediately realized he had been tricked. Without hesitation, he stood up, glaring at Kit angrily and shouting, I'll fight you. Then, Matt unleashed his Chi Transformation Realm cultivation and rushed toward Kit. Bam! A Chi Transformation Realm practitioner was as weak as an ant in front of the current Kit. With just one finger, Kit subdued Matt. Subsequently, he used the Spirit Sealing Talisman to seal Matt's primordial spirit, summoning countless runes to begin transforming Matt's spirit. Kit didn't kill Matt. Instead, he used a special talisman to seal Matt's 5 senses. And within Matt's body, he sealed a primordial supplement pill. Unless something unexpected happened, Matt could live like a living corpse for 200 to 300 years. Putting Matt back into his spatial pouch, Kit began the main task, refining the concealment pill. In the alchemy section of the Chaos Classic, various pill refining techniques were recorded. Although there was no alchemy furnace, there was a method called the heavens and earth as a furnace for refining pills. Boom! A Dao flame appeared in Kit's hand, and he began refining a pill for the first time in his life. The entire process was very smooth, mainly because the concealment pill was a very basic pill, according to the alchemy section. Given Kit's current cultivation level, refining it was quite easy. Soon, a purple pill appeared mid-air. A faint, ethereal aura enveloped the surroundings. Kit immediately felt his primordial spirit begin to slow down. The location of the pill resembled a foggy mist, blurry and unclear. Indeed effective. Kit breathed a long sigh of relief. Without another word, he swallowed the pill. Boom! Unparalleled power erupted within Kit's body. The almost uncontrollable aura of the true dragon's origin blood vanished instantly. The mighty dragon chi inside him turned into ordinary blood chi. Boom! No longer suppressing his aura, an overwhelming presence surged forth, shattering the cave. Swoosh! Kit flashed through the air, quickly heading towards the Qin family compound in the Yi Kingdom capital. It was time to settle accounts. Meanwhile, at the Qin family compound, 4 days had passed since the Qin family's massacre. Even if the Qin family was slow to react, they eventually received the news that 16 Qi Essence Realm experts and over 100 Aura Transformation Realm experts had all been wiped out. Their bodies had been lying in the streets for 4 days, unattended. The moment the news reached them, Esmeralda, the matriarch of the Qin family, fainted on the spot. Immediately afterward, chaos erupted throughout the Qin family. Had it not been for Jeremiah, Ryder's father-in-law, temporarily stabilizing the situation, the Qin family would have already fallen apart. Chapter 48. Annihilation of the Qin family. Jeremiah was highly confident. He had already reached the half-step Divine Sea realm, only 1 step away from achieving it fully. To him, killing 16 experts at the profound Qi realm wasn't a big deal. Good daughter, don't worry. I will definitely avenge my grandson, Clyde. Jeremiah consoled his weeping wife. And I'll take care of Byron's vengeance as well. Dad, if that kid dares to show up, you must tear him into pieces. Catalina's eyes were bloodshot, her whole body trembling. Don't worry, I'll handle it, Jeremiah said calmly. As long as he dares to come, I'll make sure he doesn't leave alive. At this moment, a disheveled member of the Mu clan ran over, shouting loudly, Master, something terrible has happened. Silas? What's going on? Jeremiah was taken aback. His heart leaped with fear as he demanded, Speak quickly. Second Master was killed by someone named Kit. The entire Mu family has been razed to the ground. Silas quickly said, Master, please avenge us. Wah wah wah. Kit. Jeremiah instantly lost his cool. His eyes turned bloodshot as he roared furiously, I'm going to kill you. Why are you yelling so loud? Kit appeared in the Qin family courtyard with a flash. He glanced around and said, Well, you should run. I'm about to kill you. Kit, you die. Seeing this, Jeremiah roared angrily, brandishing a long knife towards Kit. Clang. Kit extended his thumb and index finger, easily catching Jeremiah's long knife. He then commented lightly, Half-step Divine Sea realm. Not bad. This can't be true. Jeremiah's eyes widened. His composure crumbled. He could sense that Kit's power was terrifying. Compared to Kit, he felt like an ant, incapable of making even the slightest impact. This meant that Kit must have reached the Divine Sea realm at the very least. Yet, Kit was only 18 years old. What kind of monster did Giselle provoke? Plop. Realizing he was destined to lose, Jeremiah dropped the knife, kneeling down humbly. Kid, I've lost. Give me a quick death. You're quite decisive. Kit shook his head. With a flick of his hand, Jeremiah's head was severed instantly. They were now irreconcilable enemies. Showing mercy now would only be setting himself up for future troubles. Kit. Catalina's eyes were red with fury as she lunged toward Kit. But Kit grabbed her by the neck and lifted her effortlessly. Kit didn't hold back just because she was a woman. He looked at Catalina and remarked coolly, If I recall correctly, Giselle is your daughter. If you had taught her better and not let her act so arrogantly, perhaps the Qin family wouldn't face this calamity. With that, he tightened his grip. Snap. Catalina's neck was broken. Tossing her body to the ground, Kit turned to look at the Jalen on his shoulder, saying, The rest is up to you. Kill the main line of the Qin family. As for servants, let them go. Boss, not cutting off all roots? Jalen was somewhat surprised. No need. As long as I'm strong enough, there's no need to fear their revenge. Kit was completely unfazed. He added calmly, In the future, I'll have plenty of enemies. I don't have the time to cut off every root. All right, it's on me. Jalen vanished into a blur within the Qin manor. Soon after, he returned. A sweep of Kit's spiritual energy confirmed that the Qin family's core members and Mu family's experts had all perished. Shaking his head, Kit left the Qin family premises. Time flew by, and it was 2 days later. The destruction of the Qin family sent ripples through the capital city of Yi Kingdom. Kit's name became renowned throughout the city. At just 18, he had slain Jeremiah, a veteran half-step divine sea realm expert. His speed and talent could rival those considered geniuses across the entire xuanhuan world. However, another formidable young talent soon surpassed Kit's reputation, Matt. Just 16, Matt was an inner disciple of the Purple Violet sect, possessing true dragon origin blood. He managed to escape from several dozen deity pill realm and divine sea realm experts. These achievements could be described as unprecedented, or at least rare and extraordinary. Of course, the actual mastermind was Kit, while Matt was merely taking the blame. After failing to capture Kit, the group of powerful figures issued new rewards. Initially set at 10,000 high-grade spirit stones, Kit's bounty had escalated to 10 million high-grade spirit stones within 2 days. That equated to 1 billion low-grade spirit stones. Even providing information on his whereabouts earned a reward of 1,000 high-grade spirit stones. This made Kit very uncomfortable. He had kept a low profile these past few days. Thankfully, the concealment pill worked reliably. Despite wandering around the entire capital city for 2 days, no one recognized Kit as the super genius Matt, worth 1 billion low-grade spirit stones. Meanwhile, the Purple Violet sect also suffered. Their gates were filled with various powerful figures waiting for Matt's return, driving the sect leader nearly mad. He announced that anyone who dared touch Matt would face endless hostility from the Purple Violet sect. Time slipped by as night fell. Kit changed into dark clothes, wore a mask, concealed his aura, and stealthily entered the imperial palace of the Yi Kingdom. He hadn't forgotten Pierce's instructions before coming. Within the palace was a unique martial technique called the flame-devouring scripture. With the tricolor subterranean essence untraced, the ancient powerhouse's tomb yet to be opened, and everyone focused on the genius Matt, this was the perfect opportunity to infiltrate the palace and find the martial technique. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Kit silently leaped across the palace rooftops, moving slowly and cautiously. He could sense the presence of a terrifying elder within the palace, likely at least a deity pill realm practitioner. There was also a possibility they were even at the higher deity infant realm. Facing such experts, once discovered, Kit would have to burn his essence blood and flee. Thus, he had only one chance. He must succeed. Leaping over palaces quietly, the guards patrolling nearby remained oblivious. Chapter 49. The Mysterious Woman. Soon, Kit arrived at a pavilion dozens of yards away from the scripture hall. In 2 days, he had already familiarized himself with the entire palace. The most important places in the entire palace were 2. One was the emperor's bedroom, and the second was the scripture hall. It was guarded by 4 deity sea realm experts. These experts weren't much of an issue for the current Kit. The old monster within the palace was the most troublesome. Once he got into a fight with these deity sea realm experts, that old monster would certainly appear. TSK headache. Kit rubbed his brow, feeling quite stuck. At this moment, dozens of yards away, a black silhouette also appeared on the rooftop. Kit curiously looked at the figure. That black-clad figure was slender and well-proportioned, clearly a woman. Her eyes were like autumn water, filled with tenderness. Just one glance made Kit nearly lose his soul. But in the next second, the chaotic green lotus in Kit's sea of consciousness swayed gently, immediately bringing him back to his senses. What terrifying charm technique! Kit drew in a cold breath. If it weren't for the chaotic green lotus, a single glance from her could easily control his heart and mind. Turn him into her puppet. This charm technique was simply horrifying. The woman gave Kit a somewhat surprised look, seemingly taken aback. After all, no cultivator below the divine pill realm could resist her enchanting techniques. She could toy with them as she pleased. Could it be that this young man was in the divine pill realm? Isn't that a bit too scary? At this moment, Kit made his move. He flashed with the ethereal step, leaving a residual image in midair. In an instant, he silently appeared before the woman, grabbing her neck and coldly asked, "Who are you? You'd better let me go. If we fight, we'll alert Yi country's old monster, and neither of us will have a good outcome." The woman remained calm, saying indifferently, "As for who I am, I see no need to tell you. Whatever. After dealing with you, I can just escape." A hint of golden light flashed in Kit's eyes as the Dao Eye activated, trying to see the woman's appearance clearly. Dao Eye. The woman was greatly startled, her body instantly dispersing into a mist. However, even for a brief moment, Kit still saw something he shouldn't have seen. For a time, Kit almost lost control. "Kid, aren't you afraid of getting cross-eyed using the Dao Eye randomly?" The woman was furious, reappearing from a distance, shrouded in a hazy black mist. Even Kit's Dao Eye couldn't penetrate it. "I am pure and kind-hearted. I don't understand what you're talking about." Kit shrugged, losing interest in making a move on the woman. He realized that she was just a projection, not a real entity. Killing it would be useless. It might alert the old monster in the palace, leading to his being hunted down until death. That would be a huge loss. Seeing this, the Linda smiled slightly and said, "Let's cooperate, shall we?" Cooperate? Kit was taken aback, stroking his chin as he asked, "How so?" "Simple. If both of us appear near the scripture pavilion, there must be something we want." The Linda smiled, then continued, "I'm looking for a map located inside the scripture pavilion. What are you looking for?" "Simple. The fire-devouring technique." Kit didn't hide, directly stating his purpose. Ethan knew about this, and this Linda might know as well. No need to hide or hold back. Hearing that Kit wanted the fire-devouring technique, the Linda's expression changed oddly. She sized up Kit, asking curiously, "Why do you want that thing?" "For cultivation." Kit was speechless. Was this so hard to understand? I know you want to cultivate, but the problem is, it's an abandoned cultivation method, possibly just something a powerful person made up out of boredom. No one has ever been able to fully comprehend it over the years. Belinda was speechless, saying, if I'm not mistaken, that abandoned technique should be in the scripture pavilion. At this point, Belinda closed her mouth and fell silent. Kit was puzzled and asked, what's wrong? How about this? I go into the scripture pavilion to find the scriptures. You distract those 4 deity C realm experts. Belinda suggested. What do you think? Why don't you distract the 4 deity C realm experts while I go look for the map? Kit was speechless. Was she playing him for a fool? He distracts the 4 experts, and once she finds what she needs, she leaves. How could she bring out the fire-devouring technique for him? Do you know where the map is? Belinda spread her hands, smiling. I know exactly where the fire-devouring technique is, so I can grab it along the way. Why should I trust you? Kit frowned slightly, showing hesitation on his face. Belinda was right. He truly didn't know where the fire-devouring technique or the map were. Time was limited, and if he couldn't find it, he would return empty-handed. Seeing this, Belinda held up 3 fingers and said, I swear on my master's name that I will definitely bring out the fire-devouring technique and deliver it to you. If I break my oath, may my master lose 500 years of life. Kit. Having such a disciple was truly a misfortune for the master. One wonders if this woman's master would clear their lineage upon hearing this. Rubbing his brow, Kit knew that any vow wasn't as reliable as mutual benefit. He looked at Belinda and said, all right, no need for oaths. I'll trust you this time. I'll distract the 4 deity C realm experts while you find the fire-devouring technique for me. In return, I'll give you a vial of true dragon blood. You have true dragon blood? Belinda froze, disbelief on her face. Do you know Matt? Kit looked at Belinda with a cryptic expression. You know him? Belinda's gaze shifted, her fingers trembling slightly as she started thinking about how to get Kit. It seemed the boat of friendship could capsize at any moment. Kit was speechless and said, Matt obtained true dragon origin blood from the world where the true dragon fell, along with a dragon pool filled with true dragon blood. That boy's true dragon origin blood should have been mine. Never mind. A vial of true dragon blood. Deal or no deal? Deal. Belinda agreed readily without any hesitation. Note. Names like Matt have been kept as phonetic transliterations from Pinyin, maintaining consistency with the original text names and adhering to the requested translation style. ##### Chapter 50. The bold reckless rogue. Taking the flame-devouring art was just a minor effort, and true dragon blood is a treasure of the immortal level. Hearing Belinda agree, Kit's face lit up with a smile. He knew that in this world, when dealing with strangers, discussing benefits directly was more reliable. Alright, since it's like this, how do you plan to distract those 4 C realm experts? Belinda looked at Kit curiously. Kit smiled and said, distracting 4 C realm experts is simple. Just watch. Don't forget my flame-devouring art. Don't worry, I am someone who keeps my promises. Belinda almost thumped her chest as she guaranteed it. But then her next words gave her away. She looked at Kit and asked, can I see the true dragon blood first? Here. Kit was speechless as he took out the true dragon blood and waved it in front of Belinda. A terrifying dragon aura flashed momentarily. Belinda immediately confirmed that what Kit held was undoubtedly true dragon blood. She nodded and said, rest assured. I will get the flame-devouring art for you no matter what. Alright, it's late. I'm moving now. With that, Kit waved his hand, dashed forward, and charged straight towards the scripture repository. How could he ensure everyone was distracted and guarantee Belinda's safety? The answer was clear. He needed to draw everyone away. To achieve this, Kit needed to control his combat power. Slightly weaker than 4 C realm experts combined but stronger than 3 C realm experts together. A powerful surge of spiritual energy from Kit instantly caught the attention of the 4 C realm experts. Who's there? Don't run. Bold rogue, daring to intrude on the palace at midnight. You're courting death. Startled, the 4 C realm experts immediately appeared, surrounding Kit. But they didn't dare to make a move. They realized that Kit's displayed strength was nearing mid-C realm, while they were only early C realm. Even if they joined forces, it would be a risky 70 to 30 proposition. Moreover, Kit could drag down at least 3 of them in a real fight. Gentlemen, my apologies. I seem to have taken a wrong turn. Kit smiled bashfully and apologized. The other 4 C realm experts didn't believe him. Who would believe wandering into the palace on such a wide city road? Thinking Kit was cowering, they faced off cautiously against a mid-C realm expert. One of the C realm cultivators then said, if it was a mistake, just retrace your steps. We'll consider the intrusion a misunderstanding. I meant something else. Kit shook his head and continued. I just wanted to ask how to reach the Emperor's quarters. I intended to kill the Emperor, but this palace is too large, and I can't find the place. What? The faces of the 4 C realm experts changed abruptly, knowing now that they couldn't let this pass peacefully. Mostly, they were enraged. By revealing his intent, Kit clearly wasn't taking them seriously. What nonsense, thinking mid-C realm was impressive. The 4 cultivators, each with their own dignity, felt insulted by Kit. Immediately, they stopped hesitating. Altogether, cut him down. Exactly, daring to mock me? Even as a mid-C realm, I'll make you pay. Kill. Instantly, for terrifying attacks flew toward Kit, with blade and sword chi soaring through the sky. Just a bunch of weaklings trying to challenge me? While struggling defensively, Kit subtly moved towards the outside of the palace, luring the 4 C realm cultivators without anyone noticing. Damn scoundrel, prepare to die. The Azure Lotus Sword technique, kill. The attacks from the 4 C realm cultivators grew even fiercer. For a moment, the sky was filled with colorful sword and blade chi and various palm shadows. The Imperial Guards were roused but dared not approach. In a battle between C realm experts, xianxia realm practitioners could not interfere, let alone a horde of gang chi or chi transformation realm guards. Even grazing the battlefield could result in massive casualties. Talent. Seeing this scene, Linda was also speechless. She realized Kit was quite talented. Within minutes, he had 4 Sea Realm cultivators raging and determined to kill him. Without further ado, she rushed into the scripture repository to find the map and the flame-devouring art. Outside, Kit was using only half his strength against the 4 Sea Realm cultivators. Most of his energy was focused on defending against the mysterious ancestor of the Yi Kingdom. That opponent was a formidable expert, possibly reaching peak Divine Pill Realm or even Divine Child Realm. Against such an expert, Kit had no means of counterattack except for the dragon pattern sword, and even escaping was difficult. However, as a Divine Pill Realm expert, the battle between 4 early Sea Realm and 1 mid-Sea Realm wouldn't attract the Yi Kingdom ancestor's attention. After about 15 minutes, the Yi Kingdom ancestor still showed no sign of action. Meanwhile, the 4 Sea Realm cultivators got used to Kit's mockery and started mocking him back. Bastard, that's all you've got? Soft and weak. Today, we will definitely keep you here. Humph, killing a mid-Sea Realm will become a significant glorious event in my life. Haha, surrender. Despite the continuous taunting, Kit remained unruffled. From his past life, he had plenty of experience engaging in online confrontations, where insults escalated quickly. This level of taunting, utterly meaningless. He smirked and retorted. 4 cowards, have the guts to fight one-on-one. Mobbing isn't skillful. I could take you all with one hand. If it were one-on-one, I could crush you with a finger. Kit switched to full aggressive mode, leaving the 4 Sea Realm cultivators speechless. Their eyes turned red as they fiercely attacked Kit. Almost everyone around, drawn to the 5 Sea Realm battle, rolled their eyes hearing Kit's boasts. Hell, bragging too much. Crush Sea Realm with one finger? What nonsense. In single combat? As a mid-Sea Realm, how could you dare to challenge an early Sea Realm? Every glance towards Kit was filled with disdain. Just then, more people gathered around, as the ancient strongman's tomb was about to open, attracting countless experts from all directions to the Yi Kingdom capital. ##### Chapter 51. Extreme provocation. Accompanying him were numerous geniuses. What an incredibly powerful life force. Really terrifying, like an ancient prehistoric beast. Too frightening. Even the legendary divine body or true dragon body couldn't be much stronger than this. Wait, this life energy, why does it seem to be concealed? Who has the heavenly eye? Quickly take a look. Many cultivators noticed Kit's unusual state. Young in age, with an extremely vigorous life force, and his cultivation already at the mid-god Sea Realm. Everything proved that Kit was definitely no ordinary person. Therefore, many cultivators tried to use Heavenly Eye insight but found nothing. The effects of Concealment Pill were quite powerful. Even Kit's Heavenly Dao True Eye could not penetrate it, let alone the more inferior Heavenly Eye insight. The only gain was knowing Kit's age, 18 years old. This was a rather terrifying fact. Heavens, an early god Sea Realm at 18? Just outrageous. Which sect is this disciple from? Don't know. Perhaps only Ziwei sect's Matt or Kit from Jinwu City can match him. Not just them. I heard that the young master of Tadion sect, at a young age, has also reached the early god Sea Realm. Young? 60 years old isn't exactly young. A group of cultivators chatted endlessly, all feeling extremely astonished. As for the 4 god Sea Realm cultivators battling Kit, their faces turned green with envy. For obvious reasons, opposing such a terrifying genius was absolutely something they did not wish to encounter, especially since he might have an even more formidable background. How could they fight on? Trouble. Kit frowned slightly. The 4 god Sea Realm cultivators seemed to lose heart. This meant the time he could stall was limited, while the Linda's situation remained unknown. Just as Kit was deep in thought, a barely noticeable afterimage flashed across the sky, disappearing into thin air. Before leaving, she gave Kit a signal, a sign of success. Seeing this, Kit smirked, looking at the group of sect elders and loudly said, "All right, old men, I won't play with you anymore." With that, Kit unleashed the ethereal steps, his speed abruptly vanishing from sight. In the blink of an eye, he had disappeared before the eyes of everyone present. Many cultivators stared in disbelief, some scratching their chins. This gait, why did it seem so familiar? It felt like déjà vu. On the other side, Kit easily caught up to the Linda. He didn't relax, keeping his body taut. This woman's strength was unfathomable. If she played tricks on him, it could genuinely be dangerous. Therefore, Kit prepared the spirit calming charm and the sword chi given by Pierce. If she dared to make a move, he'd give her a taste first. No need to be nervous. The Linda had a strange expression on her face. She glanced at the jade block in Kit's hand and said, "Can you put that thing away? It looks dangerous." "Relax, it's safe." Kit rolled his eyes and asked, "Where's my flame-devouring art?" "Here." The Linda tossed it directly to Kit. Kit was somewhat surprised. He looked at her and asked, "You're just giving it to me like this? What else do you want?" The Linda pointed at the jade block in Kit's hand and said, "I can't fight it either." Kit was speechless. He picked up the book and scanned it with his Heavenly Dao True Eye. The originally tattered scripture transformed dramatically under Kit's Heavenly Dao True Eye. Countless fiery red symbols danced on the pages. Slowly burning, countless fiery red seals condensed into a single sheet, floating in Kit's sea of consciousness, but only staying on the periphery. It couldn't surpass the central area occupied by the chaotic scripture. What a treasure indeed. Surprise flickered across Kit's face. The flame-devouring art devoured vast amounts of fire from the world, refining true chi, tempering the yuan spirit, strengthening the physical body, and could even be used to attack opponents. It was an excellent secret technique, but required extremely high qualifications. Only a powerhouse like Kit, who had achieved great completeness in physical body, yuan spirit, and true chi, could earn the flame-devouring art's recognition. Beside him, the Linda watched as the flame-devouring art turned to ashes in Kit's hands. Her mouth dropped open in disbelief. Is it really a treasure? Isn't this just an abandoned cultivation method? Hee. Kit chuckled, saying nothing. He threw a bottle of true dragon blood to the Linda and said, "This is for you. We're even now." Hearing Kit's words, the Linda felt hurt. She piteously asked, "We have such a deep connection and have known each other for so long. Can I see the flame-devouring art?" "See it." Kit crossed his arms, smirking slightly. "Sure, I'll trade you for the map." You're taking advantage." The Linda was furious. "Don't waste time. Are we trading or not?" Kit said rudely, turning around as if to leave. "If not, I'm gone." "Fine, we have a deal." The Linda relented. She took out a small piece of a map and handed it over. "Here, this is the map of the Yi Kingdom." The map looked tattered and almost unrecognizable. But when Kit used his Heavenly Dao True Eye, the situation changed. The originally black map instantly turned a brilliant golden hue. A brand new map appeared before Kit, seemingly detailing some unfamiliar location. Though he didn't know its exact purpose, this material and aura were invaluable, likely comparable to treasures like the True Dragon Lair, or even the primordial Green Lotus. Missing out on this level of resource would be unforgivable to Kit. Seeing Kit's doubtful expression, the Linda proudly said, "Know what this map is for?" "Oh, I'm all ears." Kit crossed his arms, fully intrigued. Though unaware of the map's information, its material and aura were undoubtedly of supreme value. The Linda crossed her arms, looking at Kit. "Want to know the secret of the map? First, copy the flame-devouring art for me. You're quite stubborn." Kit rubbed his chin. "All right, I'll give you a part." "Deal." The Linda agreed readily. ##### Chapter 52. The Ancient Yi Family. Seeing the situation, Kit took out a high-grade talisman paper and used it to inscribe a portion of the flame-devouring scripture using genuine dragon blood. In the xuanhuan world, high-level runes themselves carried unimaginable power. Ordinary materials simply could not withstand it. Therefore, the strength of an item first depended on the grade of material it was inscribed on. The flame-devouring scripture, while far below the level of the chaos canon, was still a very advanced cultivation technique, requiring high-grade talisman paper. Upon completion, the Linda picked up the flame-devouring scripture and took a glance, immediately drawing in a sharp breath. These runes were no longer the abstract versions from the original version, but advanced fire-attributed texts. Each character bore an inexplicable power. It couldn't be faked. Impressed by Kit's sincerity, the Linda no longer hid her intentions. She said, "This map is related to the Ancient Yi family. It is a lost map of the Ancient Yi family. It records their lineage." "The Ancient Yi family?" Kit was stunned. Then he couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. Although the original him was academically lazy, he knew some basic facts. The history of humanity in the xuanhuan world was immensely long, roughly divided into 5 eras: prehistoric, ancient, early historic, middle historic, and recent historic. The boundary between the prehistoric and ancient eras was already 60 million years ago. Despite the vast changes over time, the Yi family had existed since the prehistoric era. This clan was truly remarkable. "That's right, the Ancient Yi family." The Linda glanced at Kit and explained, "The true lineage of the Yi family thrived in the prehistoric era and perished during the ancient era. What remains now are just branches of the family. As for Yi Kingdom, it's merely a branch of a branch, essentially having little connection with the true Ancient Yi family." The Ancient Yi family once produced 4 supreme experts. Their legacies have been lost over the ages. However, they anticipated this and left behind places of inheritance. Both those with Yi family bloodlines and those without can visit these places and receive the legacies of the supreme experts. How can someone without the Yi family bloodline enter? Kit looked astonished. Simple. If the place of inheritance receives a member of the Yi family, the Supremes won't lose out. If others inherit it, they must be extraordinarily talented and full of potential. They could achieve peak levels even without the 4 Supremes, and the favors received at the place of inheritance would likely be returned to the Yi family in the future. "There's no loss." The Linda smiled and added, "There are 4 places of inheritance for the Ancient Yi family, and this map records one of them." "What the hell?" Kit was speechless. Now it seemed that the flame-devouring scripture in his hand was less valuable than that map. Noticing Kit's expression, the Linda giggled and suggested, "How about we share this map? In exchange, you give me the complete flame-devouring scripture." "Share? Why?" Kit was surprised. After brief interaction, he sensed she was probably around his age, with terrifying talent capable of passing through the place of inheritance. Why would she need to cooperate with him? Seeing his confusion, she explained, "Because of your potential. I don't like lying. The path of strength is lonely. Once I become a supreme expert in the future, having you as a follower will be great." "Follower?" Kit's face darkened. Who did she think he was? A follower? Casually, he said, "Rest assured, you'll be my nth concubine in the future." Haha. The Linda pursed her lips. She tossed the map to Kit, saying, "Finding the place of inheritance is now your job." "Hold on, you're collaborating with me because you can't find the place of inheritance?" Kit looked suspiciously at her, suspecting this was the case more and more. "Of course not." She shook her head, smiling. "I have the method to activate the place of inheritance. When you find it, you can come to me." "I don't even know your name. How do I find you?" Kit was exasperated. She blinked, pondering, then said, "If you find the Yi family's inheritance, you can go to the Ziwei sect and look for the melody." "You're the melody?" Kit was puzzled, scratching his chin and saying, "You don't look anything like a holy maiden. Why don't I look like one?" The melody was speechless. She sighed, "Forget it, I'm leaving." With that, her figure became ethereal, vanishing in an instant. Interesting. Kit glanced at the golden beast hide in his hand, shaking his head and tossing it into his spatial bag. He had obtained the flame-devouring scripture. Next was finding the 3-colored geothermal essence. Time passed quickly. The next day, in Yi Kingdom's capital city, Tianji Pavilion. Tianji Pavilion was the most well-informed force within 10,000 miles, responsible for collecting massive amounts of information. There wasn't any information unknown to the Tianji Pavilion in the entire world. While the three-colored geothermal essence was precious, the Tianji Pavilion surely had relevant information. Of course, this required money. Kit used a secret technique from the Chaos Cannon to alter his appearance into a relatively ordinary look and wore a mask. He then changed into black clothing and slowly entered Tianji Pavilion, maintaining a steady aura like an old cultivator who had practiced for many years. Seeing Kit's attire, Tianji Pavilion staff recognized him as no ordinary person. Smiling, a young man approached, asking, "Sir, what information are you seeking?" Kit's eyes narrowed slightly. This guy was actually a peak sea god realm expert. It seemed Tianji Pavilion had unfathomable depths. However, Kit didn't show too much excitement. Calmly, he said, "I need information on the three-colored geothermal essence. What's the price?" Upon hearing this, the youth's expression turned serious. Realizing Kit was an expert familiar with Tianji Pavilion, he directly asked the price rather than if they had the information. Recognizing this, the youth didn't dare underestimate Kit and replied, 30 million low-grade spirit stones. Doable. Without hesitation, Kit placed 3,000 high-grade spirit stones on the table before the youth. Chapter 53. Five-colored earth heart milk. I like straightforward people like you. Please come in. The young man gestured slightly, inviting Kit to follow him. Kit nodded and followed the youth into a private room. My name is Decade. I'm the head of this branch of Dwayne Pavilion. Don smiled and introduced himself before continuing. The three-colored earth heart milk is a treasure that is virtually priceless. Very few people would sell it. Once it appears, it is immediately snapped up and used. Therefore, to find new three-colored earth heart milk, we need to locate its origin. Do you know where three-colored earth heart milk originates? Kit asked. Don nodded slightly and replied, if I didn't know, then Dwayne Pavilion wouldn't deserve its name. In the western part of Yi Kingdom's capital, about 1,400 miles away, there is a spirit mountain controlled by a sect named the Tricolor Sect. That spirit mountain produces 100 portions of three-colored earth heart milk annually. The Tricolor Sect keeps 10 portions for themselves, and the remaining 90 are auctioned off in Yi Kingdom's capital. About 5 portions per month. Coincidentally, in 3 days, Xuanhuan Auction House will hold its monthly auction. 6 portions of three-colored earth heart milk will be up for auction. If you're interested, you might want to check it out. Upon hearing this information from Decade, Kit nodded slightly. An auction house. That made things much simpler. He lacked many things now, but not spirit stones. His ring was piled high with spirit stones. Most were obtained from the corpse's rings in the True Dragon Maze, where the chaotic Azure Lotus resided. Among them were several top-grade spirit stones. Since I've gotten the information, I should take my leave. Kit nodded, preparing to depart. However, he heard Decade continue, wait, there's one last piece of information. While three-colored earth heart milk is precious, five-colored earth heart milk has 100 times the potency. It's even more rare. The information on five-colored earth heart milk? How many spirit stones? Kit halted and turned to stare at Decade. Three-colored earth heart milk was only the minimum requirement for his breakthrough. Ideally, he needed five-colored earth heart milk, but it was so rare that even compared to true dragon blood, Kit had initially given up hope of obtaining it. Seeing Kit's keen gaze, Decade stood up and said, the birthplace of five-colored earth heart milk is located at the source of the three-colored earth heart milk. Only one portion forms every 5,000 years, making it extremely rare. By calculation, it will mature in about 3 days. Thank you. Without another word, Kit produced a top-grade spirit stone and placed it on the table. Then he vanished from Dwayne Pavilion in a flash. Top-grade spirit stone, interesting. Decade picked up the purple spirit stone, a smile playing on his lips. Compared to high-grade spirit stones, top-grade ones were extremely rare. They contained the purest primordial essence chi, equivalent in density to 100 normal high-grade stones. In fact, exchanging one top-grade spirit stone for 1,000 high-grade ones would attract numerous powerful factions. Top-grade spirit stones generally weren't available on the market. It seems he must be a very powerful elder cultivator. Decade shook his head slightly and stowed away the spirit stone. Meanwhile, after learning about the five-colored earth heart milk, Kit immediately headed for the Tricolor Sect. Covering 1,400 miles at full speed took less than half an hour. Kit could already see the spirit mountain of the Tricolor Sect faintly. A vast surge of rich heavenly and earthly essence chi enveloped him. Kit opened his Dao eye and observed the spirit mountain. Deep within the mountains, a dense, colorful true dragon slowly formed, radiating immense energy. At the dragon's head, a cluster of five-colored divine cadequid slowly materialized. Five-colored earth heart milk. Born once every 5,000 years, its 5 colors represented the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. It was the perfect material for laying the foundation. He couldn't afford to miss it. Kit squinted, pondering how to obtain the 5-colored earth heart milk. A direct attack? Leaving aside whether he could win or not, the Tricolor Sect had roots here for 1,000 years, with countless formations. A battle could easily destroy the 5-colored earth heart milk. Trade? A joke. Such divine items would be devoured instantly upon maturity by nearby cultivators. There would be no exceptions. Forget it, let me go check first. Kit muttered, silently infiltrating the Tricolor Sect. The interior of the Tricolor Sect had numerous formations. However, most couldn't withstand Kit's Dao Eye or the Formation Chapter of the Chaotic Sutra. Kit moved unobstructed straight into the core area, a valley. Before he could observe carefully, he heard a roar. Beast, I'll fight you to the death. Roar. A dragon's cry echoed through the sky. The earth trembled as if a powerful battle had erupted in the valley. What's happening? Kit was startled. Sneaking closer, he saw a complex situation in the valley. A 1-foot-long fiery red true dragon coiled over the 3-colored earth heart milk spring. Though only a foot long, it emitted an astonishing life force, giving off an overwhelming presence, like a prehistoric beast. True dragon? Kit was taken aback. Upon closer inspection, he realized it wasn't a pure-blooded true dragon but resembled one. it was essentially just a water dragon. On the other side, the patriarch of the tricolor sect, a middle-stage sea god realm expert, stood with a dozen sea god or nearly sea god realm experts surrounding them, facing off against the red water dragon. Beast, leave immediately. The patriarch of the tricolor sect looked enraged, his face flushed. Pointing at the red dragon, he shouted, "Why did you occupy our tricolor sect spring? Ridiculous. Everything in this world is ownerless. Why should it belong to you?" The red water dragon sneered, looking down at the patriarch, saying, "If you can kill me, go ahead. Bring it on." Bastard. The patriarch was speechless. Below the red water dragon lay the source of the three-colored earth heart milk, which was fragile. Killing the water dragon would likely ruin the milk. The elders hesitated, unable to deal with this mere early-stage, sea god realm water dragon. This is also quite exceptional. Kit couldn't help but marvel at the sight of the red water dragon. ##### Chapter 54, Prudence in Dealing with the Rat. The red Xiaolong itself wasn't particularly strong, but its location was extremely strategic, rendering the three-color sex group of powerful experts helpless against it. To make matters worse, this red Xiaolong had a sharp tongue, constantly taunting and provoking everyone. This caused a group of masters and elders from the three-color sect to have their blood pressure rise, feeling an indignant lump in their chests. They were almost ready to explode. A faint tremor, a tricolored geothermal essence appeared, about the size of a fist. It emitted a glossy light, and an abundance of primordial energy surged out, making the surrounding space feel comfortable. In the spring eye, a tricolored geothermal essence would be born approximately every 3 days. And this red Xiaolong had been squatting in the three-color sect for more than half a month. Each time a tricolored geothermal essence appeared, it would swallow it whole. Especially in the last few instances, it had become even more outrageous. "Old man, what are you looking at? Want some?" The red Xiaolong grabbed the tricolored geothermal essence, shook it slightly, and said nonchalantly, "I won't give it to you. You can only look but not eat, just to infuriate you." "Bastard, wretched beast, just wait. I will skin you alive." The Zachary was seething with anger. A group of elders followed suit, jumping up and down, rolling up their sleeves, preparing to flay and dismember the red Xiaolong. But the red Xiaolong wasn't intimidated at all. Leisurely swallowing the tricolored geothermal essence, it smacked its lips and sighed, "Really good. This tricolored geothermal essence is really good. You can all back off now. This great lord is going to sleep." F***K. The Zachary's head throbbed with anger, but he had no good solution. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been at an impasse for more than half a month. "This is interesting. I need to think of a plan." Kit stroked his chin, his eyes full of contemplation. The five-colored geothermal essence was nearly ripe. Time was running out, and this red Xiaolong was definitely after the five-colored geothermal essence that matured once every 5,000 years. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been squatting by the spring eye all along. Moreover, this Xiaolong was crude yet shrewd. While squatting by the spring eye, it had already prepared an escape route. Through Kit's heavenly Dao True Eye, one could clearly see an almost imperceptible teleportation array beneath it. Chances were, once it obtained the five-colored geothermal essence, the red Xiaolong would immediately teleport, escaping the three-color sex pursuit. How interesting. Kit stroked his chin, contemplating what to do next. He was quite proficient in array formations, which was part of the Chaos Scripture. Therefore, calculating the teleportation destination of the red Xiaolong wasn't difficult. Let the mantis catch the cicada while the oriole waits behind. I'll be the oriole this time. Kit's lips curled upward as he thought of a good plan. At this point, even if he acted, he couldn't touch the red Xiaolong. Its position was too troublesome. Even a slight mishap might destroy the spirit vein where the five-colored geothermal essence was located. Since that was the case, it would be better to let the red Xiaolong snatch the five-colored geothermal essence, then intercept it afterward. With this thought, Kit got up. He headed toward the coordinates of the red Xiaolong's teleportation array. Whoosh! Kit's body vanished, arriving 1,000 miles away. In a secluded valley corner, Kit found a teleportation array. The entire teleportation array was very hidden, and next to it was another new teleportation array. Clearly, the red Xiaolong was cunning, not just teleporting once, but multiple times to evade a group of cultivators pursuing it. Come to think of it, why didn't I think of using a teleportation array? Kit looked at the teleportation array, somewhat speechless. He had just recalled that in the Array Formations chapter of the Chaos Scripture, there were records of teleportation arrays. Not just one, but hundreds of types. However, constrained by Earthling's habitual thinking, Kit had always charged through using his free and easy walking technique. Hey! Kit was speechless. He stroked his chin and started setting up traps inside the valley. This trap was very clever, using concealed array patterns to hide its presence. Even if the red Xiaolong were extremely perceptive, it wouldn't be able to detect the array pattern. Now, all that's left is to wait for the fish to bite. Kit stroked his chin. He set up a reverse teleportation array in the valley, directly teleporting into the three-color sect. At this moment, within the vast geothermal veins, elemental energies condensed. A ball of five-colored geothermal essence slowly formed. Around the five-colored geothermal essence, precisely 3,000 balls of four-colored geothermal essence formed. These were secondary products accompanying the five-colored geothermal essence, far stronger than the tricolored geothermal essence, but still inferior to the five-colored geothermal essence. This drastic change simultaneously attracted the attention of the surrounding powerhouses around the Yi Kingdom capital. Boom! Many immortal core realm powerhouses arrived, each emitting terrifying auras. Five-colored geothermal essence. I didn't expect such a surprise on this trip to the Yi Kingdom. Quite a few people have shown up, but this five-colored geothermal essence belongs to me. It takes 5,000 years for the five-colored geothermal essence to mature. If I miss this, I won't be able to sleep at night. A group of powerhouses chattered amongst themselves, none putting the three-color sect in high regard. In the cultivation world, the weak were preyed upon by the strong. Given the three-color sect's strength, it was impossible for them to protect the five-colored geothermal essence. Gentlemen, a basil stood in the sky, saying calmly, treasure goes to the deserving, but please don't damage the geothermal vein. That would be detrimental to nature. Don't worry, we won't do that. Anyone who damages the geothermal vein will be the enemy of all, hunted down by a group. Yes, such treacherous actions are utterly unethical. The group of powerhouses nodded slightly. The three-color sect's suggestion wasn't excessive. Kit mingled among the crowd, observing everything thoughtfully. To be fair, the three-color sect was quite smart, knowing they couldn't take the five-colored geothermal essence alone. If they did so forcibly, a group of powerhouses would flatten their mountain gate. Why is that red xiaolong in the spring eye? Right, just a divine sea realm xiaolong, far too bold, not easy to deal with. Attacking this xiaolong would damage the spring eye. No problem. When the five-colored geothermal essence matures, the spring eye will be greatly strengthened. Even an immortal core realm's full power strike can't damage it. Correct. Ignore the xiaolong. Just wait for the five-colored geothermal essence to mature. The group of powerhouses didn't take the red xiaolong seriously at all. Inside the spring eye, the red xiaolong looked at the elders, a hint of disdain flashing in its eyes. However, it refrained from provoking further. These powerhouses weren't like the three-color sect. If any of them went overboard, they might forsake the five-color geothermal essence and destroy the spring eye just to kill it. This caused the blood pressure of the sect's masters and elders to skyrocket, leaving them stifled with frustration, almost ready to burst. A faint quiver filled the air. A tricolored geothermal milk appeared, as large as a fist. It shimmered with a soft glow, emitting a vast amount of elemental energy that made the surrounding space more comfortable. At the springhead, a portion of tricolored geothermal milk would appear every 3 days or so, and this red xiaolong had been entrenched in the three-color sect for over half a month. Each time the tricolored geothermal milk appeared, it would swallow it whole. Its behavior had worsened over the past few times. Old man, what are you staring at? Want some? The red xiaolong, holding the tricolored geothermal milk, waved it around carelessly, saying, not giving it to you. Only look, not eat. Makes you mad, doesn't it? Bastard. Abominable creature, just wait. I'll skin you alive. The sect master of the three-color sect was seething. A group of elders followed suit, rolling up their sleeves, preparing to flay and dismember the red xiaolong. But the red xiaolong wasn't intimidated at all, leisurely swallowing the tricolored geothermal milk in one go. It smacked its lips and remarked, really good. This tricolored geothermal milk is really good. You all can back off now. This grandpa needs some sleep. And hell. The sect master of the three-color sect was infuriated, but he didn't have any good solutions. Otherwise, the standoff wouldn't have lasted over half a month. Interesting. Need to come up with a plan. Kit rubbed his chin, his eyes filled with contemplation. The five-color geothermal milk was nearing maturity. Time was running out, and this red xiaolong was clearly after the five-color geothermal milk, which matured only once every 5,000 years. Otherwise, it wouldn't have remained at the springhead. Furthermore, this xiaolong was quite cunning despite its brutish appearance. While entrenched at the springhead, it had already set up an escape route. Through Kit's Dao eye, he could clearly see a barely noticeable teleportation array beneath the xiaolong. Once it secured the five-color geothermal milk, the red xiaolong would immediately teleport away, escaping the three-color sect's pursuit. Interesting. Kit rubbed his chin, pondering his next move. He was quite proficient in array formations, a significant part of the Chaos Scripture. Thus, calculating the red xiaolong's teleportation destination wasn't too difficult. Lurking behind while the mantis catches the cicada, I'll play the role of the sparrow. Kit's lips curled into a smile as he thought of a good plan. Currently, even if he were to act, he couldn't touch the red xiaolong without risk. Its position was too troublesome. Any misstep could destroy the spirit vein where the five-color geothermal milk resided. Given that, it might be better to let the red xiaolong grab the five-color geothermal milk and then intercept it. With that thought, Kit stood up, heading towards the coordinates of the red xiaolong's teleportation array. Whoosh! In a flash, Kit appeared 1,000 miles away. In a secluded valley corner, Kit found a teleportation array. The entire array was hidden, and beside it was another new teleportation array. Clearly, the red xiaolong was cunning, planning multiple teleports to evade pursuers. Now that I think about it, why didn't I consider using a teleportation array? Kit looked at the array, somewhat speechless. He recalled that the Chaos Scripture's Formation Chapter had detailed records of teleportation arrays, not just one, but hundreds. However, due to the limitations of blue star thinking patterns, Kit had always relied on his unrestricted steps. Speechless, he rubbed his chin and began setting up traps within the valley. These traps were clever, using hidden array patterns to mask their presence. Even if the red xiaolong were incredibly perceptive, it wouldn't detect the array patterns. All that's left is to wait for the fish to bite. Kit rubbed his chin. He set up a reverse teleportation array in the valley, directly linking to the three-color sect. At this moment, within the vast geothermal veins, the five elements converged. A cluster of five-color geothermal milk slowly formed. Surrounding the five-color geothermal milk were exactly 3,000 clusters of four-color geothermal milk. These were byproducts of the five-color geothermal milk. They were far superior to the tricolor version, yet still inferior to the five-color geothermal milk. The intense changes drew the attention of powerful experts from around Yi Kingdom's capital city. Rumble. Many divine pill realm experts arrived, each exuding terrifying auras. Five-color geothermal milk. Never expected this trip to Yi Kingdom to yield such unexpected treasures. Quite a few people came. But this 5-color geothermal milk belongs to me. 5,000 years to mature once. Missing this will keep me awake at night. A crowd of experts chattered, not placing much importance on the 3-color sect. In the world of cultivation, the strong preyed on the weak. With the 3-color sect strength, it was impossible to protect the 5-color geothermal milk. Everyone. A divine pill realm Basil said from high above, treasures belong to those with the right fate, but please don't damage the spirit vein. That would be harmful to the balance of nature. Don't worry, we won't do that kind of thing. Whoever damages the spirit vein becomes a common enemy and will be collectively eliminated. Yes, tearing down bridges is too unethical. The experts nodded slightly, acknowledging that the Supreme Elder's proposal wasn't unreasonable. Kit mixed in the crowd, observing everything, lost in thought. To admit, the 3-color sect was quite clever, knowing they couldn't handle the 5-color geothermal milk alone. Forcing it would result in the sect being flattened by a horde of experts. Why is that red xiaolong in the springhead? True, a mere divine sea realm. It's too bold, not easy to deal with. Attacking it would damage the springhead. No problem. When the 5-color geothermal milk matures, the springhead gets significantly reinforced. Even a full-force strike from a divine pill realm expert won't harm it. Right. No need to bother with the xiaolong. Just wait for the 5-color geothermal milk to mature. The experts didn't give the red xiaolong a second thought. In the springhead, the red xiaolong watched the elders, a brief flash of disdain passing through its almost human-like eyes. Yet, it refrained from further provocations. These weren't the 3-color sect experts. If anyone went crazy and decided to destroy the springhead just to eliminate it, things would get messy. Chapter 54. A mouse that cannot be killed without damaging something else. The red xiaolong itself was not very powerful, but its position was so strategic that a bunch of experts from the tricolor sect were completely helpless against it. Moreover, this red xiaolong had a mouth that wouldn't stop insulting and provoking everyone. This caused the blood pressure of all the elders and leaders of the tricolor sect to skyrocket, as if a lump had formed in their chests, ready to explode at any moment. Hum. A faint quiver echoed through the air. A tricolor geothermal milk, fist-sized, emerged. It shone with a lustrous light, exuding a massive amount of primordial energy, making the surrounding space more comfortable. From the spring eye, tricolor geothermal milk would appear every 3 days or so. However, this red xiaolong had been squatting in the tricolor sect for over half a month. Every time the tricolor geothermal milk appeared, it would gulp it down. In recent times, it became even more audacious. Hey Lanny, what are you looking at? Want some? The red xiaolong grabbed the tricolor geothermal milk and shook it teasingly. No way. You can only look, not eat. Frustrating, isn't it? Bastard. You'll pay for this. The head of the tricolor sect exploded with anger. Elders jumped up one by one, rolling up their sleeves, ready to skin the xiaolong and extract its tendons. Yet, the red xiaolong wasn't afraid at all. It calmly swallowed the tricolor geothermal milk, smacking its lips, and commented, "This is really good. This tricolor geothermal milk is excellent. Back off now. Your grandpa is going to sleep." Damn. The head of the tricolor sect was frustrated, yet had no good solutions. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been stuck in this stalemate for half a month. Interesting. I need to think of a plan. Kit rubbed his chin, deep in thought. The ripening of the 5-color geothermal milk was imminent. Time was pressing. This red xiaolong must be after the 5-color geothermal milk, which matures once every 5,000 years. Otherwise, it wouldn't have stayed around the spring eye. Moreover, this xiaolong, despite its coarseness, was actually quite shrewd. Having settled around the spring eye, it had already prepared an escape route. Using his Dao eye, Kit could clearly see a barely noticeable teleportation array under it. Once the 5-color geothermal milk is obtained, the red xiaolong would immediately teleport away, escaping the tricolor sect's pursuit. Intriguing. Kit rubbed his chin, pondering his next move. He was highly proficient in array formations, as it was part of the chaotic scripture. Therefore, calculating the teleportation destination of the red xiaolong wouldn't be too difficult. A mantis hunts a cicada while a sparrow lurks behind. I'll be the sparrow this time. Kit smiled slightly, coming up with a great plan. Presently, even if he acted, there wasn't much he could do to the red xiaolong. Its location was too tricky. Any rash move might destroy the spiritual vein where the 5-color geothermal milk resided. Given this, why not let the red xiaolong snatch the 5-color geothermal milk? Then he could just intercept it. With that thought, Kit stood up and rushed towards the coordinates of the red xiaolong's teleportation array. Whoosh! Kit disappeared, arriving 1,000 miles away. Hidden in a valley corner, Kit found a teleportation array. The entire array was very concealed, and next to it was another new teleportation array. Clearly, the red xiaolong was cunning. Not just teleporting once but multiple times to evade pursuit. Why didn't I think of using a teleportation array before? Kit looked at the array speechlessly. He recalled that the Chaos Scripture contained information about teleportation arrays, not just one, but hundreds. But limited by Earthling's thinking habits, Kit had always relied on his free step technique to charge forward. Kit sighed, rubbing his chin, starting to set up traps within the valley. This trap was ingeniously designed, hiding its aura using deception patterns. Even if the red xiaolong were complex, it wouldn't be able to detect the trap. Now, all we need is for the fish to bite. Kit rubbed his chin again. In the valley, he set up a reverse teleportation array leading directly to the tricolor sect. Meanwhile, deep in the geothermal veins, the quintessence of the 5 elements condensed into form. A cluster of 5-color geothermal milk slowly took shape. Surrounding it, exactly 3,000 clusters of 4-color geothermal milk also formed. These were considered accompanying products of the 5-color geothermal milk. Far superior to the tricolor variety, but still inferior to the 5-color. The dramatic change drew attention from many strong cultivators around the capital city of Yi Kingdom. Boom! Numerous deity Dan realm experts arrived, each exuding terrifying power. 5-color geothermal milk. Who would have thought my journey to Yi Kingdom would yield such unexpected gains? Quite a crowd gathered. But this 5-color geothermal milk belongs to me. After 5,000 years, only one mature batch appears. Missing it would keep me awake at night. The group of experts discussed, none of them placing much importance on the tricolor sect. In the cultivation world, the weak were preyed upon by the strong. With the tricolor sect's strength, it was impossible to protect the 5-color geothermal milk. Gentlemen, a god pillar realm grand elder of the tricolor sect floated in midair and said, let those who have affinity obtain the treasure, but please don't damage the geothermal vein. Such actions hurt the balance of nature. Don't worry, we won't do that. Whoever harms the geothermal vein will be the common enemy of all and face united retaliation. Yes, that's unethical and dishonorable. The experts nodded slightly. The Grand Elder's proposal wasn't unreasonable. Mixed among the crowd, Kit watched everything unfold, lost in thought. Indeed, the tricolor sect was quite smart, knowing they couldn't handle the 5-color geothermal milk on their own. Forcing the issue would get their sect destroyed by a coalition of powers. Why did that red Jiaolong appear in the spring eye? Yeah, just a divine sea realm creature. This Jiaolong is incredibly daring. Not easy to deal with. Attacking it might damage the spring eye. No worries, when the 5-color geothermal milk matures, the spring eye becomes immensely reinforced. Even an all-out strike from a deity Dan realm expert wouldn't damage it. Agreed. Ignore the Jiaolong and wait for the 5-color geothermal milk to mature. None of the experts paid much heed to the red Jiaolong. Inside the spring eye, the red Jiaolong eyed the group of elders disdainfully but didn't provoke them further. These weren't people from the tricolor sect. If any of them got carried away and decided to destroy the spring eye just to kill it, things would turn ugly. ####Chapter 55. The precious treasure emerges. That would be a disaster. Time flew by, and 3 days later, the 5-colored geocentric milk reached maturity. A beam of 5-colored divine light shot up into the sky. A group of powerhouses suddenly became excited. The once in 5,000 years 5-colored geocentric milk had finally emerged. Rumble. Vast amounts of primordial energy soared into the sky, but what appeared first was not the 5-colored geocentric milk. Instead, it was the accompanying product, 3,000 portions of 4-colored geocentric milk. These 4-colored geocentric milks were also incredibly precious, with medicinal effects more than 10 times stronger than ordinary 3-colored geocentric milk. They were treasures one could encounter but not seek out. Rumble. The 3,000 portions of 4-colored geocentric milk shot into the sky, flying in all directions. In an instant, a crowd of powerhouses became agitated. They scrambled to seize the 4-colored geocentric milk. This was something that mustn't be missed. The chances of obtaining the 5-colored geocentric milk were minuscule for anyone, but under normal circumstances, everyone should be able to get a portion of the 4-colored geocentric milk. However, there was a prerequisite, and that was under normal circumstances. Rumble. Countless powerhouses vied for control, and for a moment, the entire sky was filled with slashing blade and sword chi. Occasionally, powerhouses exploded into clouds of blood mist. At this moment, Kit, who had been secretly observing from the shadows, felt it was time to make his move. His appearance changed with a crackling sound. He transformed into Matt's appearance. Subsequently, he put on a mask. His figure flashed as he employed the tranquil steps and charged forward. Come. Kit unleashed his full speed without any concealment. Flashing through the air, within minutes, he already had over 200 to 300 portions of the 4-colored geocentric milk in hand. It wasn't until this point that others finally noticed Kit. The scent of true dragon blood. That boy is mad. He has the essence blood of a true dragon. Kill him. This kid still dares to show up? Absolutely can't let him escape. Kill him. Rumble. Countless attacks rained down on Kit. Employing the tranquil steps, Kit dodged a series of attacks while simultaneously delivering a punch that shattered a divine sea realm cultivator, taking away 3 portions of the 4-colored geocentric milk. He felt incredibly relieved. Wearing Matt's identity, if his true name, Kit, were revealed, it would bring significant trouble. Without mentioning anything else, after today, Jinwu City might well be razed to the ground by a group of enraged powerhouses. Rumble. The onslaught of attacks sent Kit's blood surging, but his physical body was incredibly sturdy. Despite moving through the battlefield, enduring countless spells, he remained lively and agile. There's no justice in this world. What kind of monster is this? His body, soul, and true chi are all at the peak. Is this the power of true dragon essence blood? Nonsense. Even a real true dragon at the same realm wouldn't be his match. This kid must have other powerful treasures. Kill. I don't care about the 5-colored geocentric milk today. I must get that true dragon essence blood. A group of cultivators furiously pursued Kit, turning the emergence of the 5-colored geocentric milk into a mere side event. Damn, am I this popular? Kit was speechless. Seeing a large group of powerhouses approaching with red eyes, he immediately realized things were dire. Checking his storage space, he found he had already collected over 2,700 portions of the 4-colored geocentric milk. That was enough. Without another word, he headed straight for a mountain range. Meanwhile, the 5-colored geocentric milk shot up into the sky. The red dragon coiling above the spring acted immediately, wrapping its tail around the 5-colored geocentric milk and activating the teleportation array before leaving the spring. Almost simultaneously, Kit activated the teleportation array and dashed inside. Teleportation array? Damn it, let's chase them. Does anyone understand teleportation arrays? We cannot let these two escape. A group of powerhouses were furious and their eyes bloodshot. Both the 5-colored geocentric milk and the true dragon essence blood were ultimate treasures. To be so close to two godly opportunities and yet unable to obtain them. This frustration made a group of powerhouses nearly spit blood. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the red dragon appeared in a valley, but before it could rejoice, the situation took a sudden turn. Countless formations activated around it. A soul-sealing charm struck it, instantly hitting the red dragon's divine consciousness. The red dragon's eyes rolled back, and it fainted on the spot. Its last thought before fainting was, "Whoever dared to ambush me?" Whoosh! Kit's figure flashed, appearing not far from the red dragon. Seeing the red dragon knocked out, a smirk tugged at the corner of his mouth. However, considering the treacherous nature of this red dragon, Kit did not hesitate and threw another soul-sealing charm. Ensuring the red dragon had no fighting ability left, Kit then approached and used a jade bottle to collect the 5-colored geocentric milk. He carefully stashed it away. Next, Kit squatted down and began searching through the red dragon's possessions. The red dragon undoubtedly had a lot of treasures. Kit roughly went through them and found at least a dozen royal-grade spirit artifacts. This was quite extraordinary. Before coming to King Ye's capital city, Kit had briefly studied the classification of spirit artifacts. Spirit artifacts were divided into 10 grades, with grade 1 being the lowest and grade 10 the highest. Above grade 10 came the royal grade, followed by imperial grade and emperor grade. For instance, the dragon pattern sword in Kit's hand was an emperor grade spirit artifact, and it belonged to the top tier of emperor grade artifacts. Royal grade spirit artifacts were mostly held by heavenly sovereign level powerhouses, and in the entire xuanhuan world, the number of such powerhouses could be counted on one hand. It was unknown how the red dragon managed to acquire dozens of royal grade spirit artifacts, over 100 grade 10 spirit artifacts, and even a pile of purple grade supreme spirit stones. A quick glance revealed at least tens of thousands of them. For a moment, Kit was speechless. He stroked his chin and left one royal grade spirit artifact for the red dragon to defend itself, taking the rest. Then he dragged the red dragon to the teleportation array, tossed it inside, and wiped away any traces of the array. He sensed the red dragon had an unusual background. Killing it might lead to unforeseen misfortunes or curses. As for retaliation, it was fine because he was currently using Matt's identity. Any trouble would be aimed at Matt, not him. Rumble. Far away, an immense surge of auras approached. Clearly, a group of divine pillar realm powerhouses was closing in. Even spatial fluctuations from teleportation arrays were evident. Apparently, more than just one person understood how to use teleportation arrays. Matt, that kid is there. Hurry, attack together, don't let him escape. Chase him. A group of powerhouses was ecstatic, frantically pursuing Kit. ##### chapter 56, the 5th chapter. I will not let you off easily. Damn it. Kit slightly furrowed his brow, feeling a bit annoyed. Even clay statues have some temper. Did these guys think he had none? At that moment, an idea struck Kit, and a wicked plan formed in his mind. This plan would certainly make them regret their actions. Swoosh. As the group of people approached, Kit swiftly carved a teleportation array with the destination being the space created by the true dragon at the location of the Chaos Green Lotus. This space was a hidden backdoor left by the true dragon. It contained a labyrinthine array capable of easily trapping high-ranking experts like Tianjuan-level deities. As for those Sea God Dan realm experts, they would be ensnared even more effortlessly. Swoosh. Kit tore through space, disappearing from the valley. Almost simultaneously, the group of powerful figures arrived, catching the faint afterimage of the teleportation array still lingering mid-air. A teleportation array. He's in league with that red dragon. Quick, follow him. I will create a portal to ensure these people pay the price. Haha, this true dragon's essence blood must belong to me. The group of powerful figures were extremely excited, charging into the teleportation array as soon as it opened, one after another, completely unaware that they were heading toward a place of certain death. After all, in their minds, Kit wouldn't use a teleportation array to send himself to a place where he would surely die. However, what wasn't a sure death for Kit was indeed a genuine death trap for others. Boom. Upon arriving in the maze-like space, the group was immediately bewildered by illusions. What a strange place. It's a vast swamp. Strange. My divine sense is very sluggish here. He wants to lose us here? Ha, how naive. Spread out. We must find that kid. This seems to be a closed world. He can't get far. Haha, true dragon's essence blood. I'm coming. The group of powerful figures began searching fervently for Kit. Kit, standing a few hundred feet away, couldn't help but shake his head as he watched the cultivators wandering around aimlessly. These people were as good as dead. The true dragon's maze was unfathomable. Even his heavenly Tao I couldn't penetrate it. If not for the method of breaking the maze mentioned in the Chaos Sutra, he might still be trapped inside. And should I eliminate this group? Kit glanced at the group of powerful figures, rubbed his chin, and ultimately decided against it. There was no need. While they didn't possess much valuable loot, they were dangerous. Getting dragged down to half a life by them wouldn't be worth it. With that thought, Kit activated the teleportation array once more, leaving the true dragon's maze and appearing in a mountain range. The red dragon was lying on the ground, waiting patiently. After a while, it finally woke up, rubbing its head in a human-like manner, only to feel a chilling breeze all around it. Strange, why did I fall asleep? No, wait, I wasn't sleeping. I remember. Yes, I remember being hit by a tranquility charm and passing out. Memories flooded back. The red dragon suddenly let out a mournful cry, shouting, "My 5-colored heart milk." For a moment, the red dragon felt heartbroken. But quickly, it realized a more serious issue. If the person who knocked it out could take its 5-colored heart milk, what about the treasure trove of spiritual artifacts it had accumulated over time? The red dragon's face turned black as coal. Anxiously, it checked its storage space, which was now empty. Spirit stones, medicinal herbs, spiritual artifacts, all gone. except for one royal grade artifact and a small piece of paper with crooked handwriting. Good stuff. I took it. Matt of Ziwei sect. F*******. You might as well kill me. The red dragon was so enraged that it nearly smoked, roaring and cursing Kit endlessly. It shouted, son of AB******. Matt, right? Remember this, you're done for. If I don't take revenge, I'll bash my head against tofu. Seeing the red dragon fuming, Kit couldn't help but chuckle. He had refrained from killing the red dragon for several reasons. One was to divert attention onto the fake identity Matt. With the true dragon's essence blood and the 5-colored heart milk, Matt would become the focus of everyone's attention, allowing Kit to remain unnoticed. Kit didn't want to live in constant fear of being hunted down, unable to sleep peacefully. That would be too miserable. Below, the red dragon continued its frenzied cursing, steam practically pouring out of its 7 orifices as it flew wildly in the air. Kit shook his head and vanished from the spot, reappearing in Yi Kingdom City. Teleportation arrays sure make things convenient. No need for me to run around. He sighed, found an inn to stay in, and pondered his cultivation breakthrough. With the 5-colored heart milk secured, he needed to convert it into strength as soon as possible. The ancient powerhouse tomb was about to open, and Kit was determined to secure the precious treasure within. After using the 5-colored heart milk, his realm would reach the Qi transformation stage, making battles against ordinary goddamn realm cultivators manageable. Thus, within Yi Kingdom City, apart from the suspected immortal embryo realm old monster in the palace, dealing with the rest should be relatively easy. Deciding without hesitation, Kit retrieved the 5-colored heart milk, closed his eyes, and swallowed it whole. Boom. The terrifying power of the 5-colored heart milk exploded inside his body, making him feel like his entire physical form was about to burst. It wasn't an illusion. His body swelled up twice its size, almost turning him into a bloated ball. The energy of the 5-colored heart milk far exceeded his expectations, nearly causing his body to explode in just a blink of an eye. Absorb and refine it. Struggling with all his might, Kit frantically absorbed the potency of the 5-colored heart milk, utilizing every ounce of its power. Boom, boom, boom. Thunderous sounds echoed within Kit's body. His internal spirit energy rapidly condensed from a misty state into an almost liquid form, changing colors into 9 vibrant hues, distinctly different from the Qi vortex at the Qi gathering realm. Chapter 57. Advancing to the heavenly tribulation. The gas vortex of the Qi transformation realm remained, but atop the vortex was now a drop of green true Qi liquid. This single drop of liquid was already equivalent to several hundred times that of a regular Qi transformation realm cultivator's reserves. Moreover, the liquid droplet continued to increase rapidly until it reached 9 drops before slowing down and finally stopping. To think that ordinary cultivators only need to condense 1 or 2 drops to advance to the gaseous energy realm. Kit felt the true Qi liquid droplets within his body and found it rather strange. However, he thought about how he could battle Spirit Sea realm experts at the Qi gathering realm, something already considered astonishing. Rumble. A sound like thunder echoed in the air. Kit paused briefly, his expression changing dramatically. He recognized this aura. Turtle, no way. He had merely advanced from the Qi gathering to the Qi transformation realm. Did he really need to go through a heavenly tribulation? However, sensing the imminent heavenly tribulation, Kit was speechless. In a flash, he stepped into the wayfaring steps, swiftly leaving Yi Kingdom's capital. With his current strength, if he underwent the tribulation in the city, hundreds of thousands could die. It would be on his head. Rumble. Almost immediately after Kit left, the heavenly tribulation descended. Crack. Instantly, Kit was struck by lightning, left charred and feeling incredibly helpless. Sparks crackled where the lightning had hit him. However, the enormous wounds on his body started to heal quickly due to the regenerative abilities enhanced by his vigorous blood circulation. Boom, boom, boom. Thunderbolts as thick as water buckets rained down from the sky, putting Kit through intense pain. While gritting his teeth and enduring the strikes, he wondered if he could absorb and refine the power of the heavenly tribulation, just as depicted in many novels. Deciding to try, Kit began attempting to absorb the power of the lightning. Boom. Another thunderbolt struck him, but this time, he endured it, and he absorbed and refined the thunder's power into the purest essence force. Can I really absorb it? A look of surprise flashed across Kit's face. He could feel that at least 20% of the thunderbolt's power had been absorbed. With this first success, Kit repeated the process, rapidly absorbing the heavenly tribulation's power. Rumble. Connecting bolts continued to strike, while Kit sat cross-legged on the ground, focused on the tribulation. Meanwhile, the tremendous commotion Kit was causing attracted a group of cultivators from around the area. Among them were experienced seniors who had lived for many years and knew much. Seeing Kit, they all gasped in shock. Heavenly thunder, legendary heavenly thunder, and it's even for the Qi transformation realm. How is this possible? Even celestial lords can't trigger heavenly thunder, so how can this kid? This talent is terrifying. At all costs, he must be eliminated. Yes, once he grows, he will become the ruler of the xuanhuan world. We should act together and kill him. I love squashing geniuses. The crowd of cultivators murmured among themselves, looking at Kit with ill intentions. Yet, none dared to make the first move. The early bird gets shot. In any world, it's always the same, Kit thought. His strength was unknown, and no one wanted to be the first to take action. Kit sensed the hostility around him, realizing things could turn dire once the tribulation concluded. If he was seriously wounded, these people might attack him. Remembering that the heavenly tribulation could affect others nearby, he devised a new plan. He took out a long sword, infused it with the power of the heavenly tribulation, and flung it towards the hostile cultivators. Rumble. The sword, covered in white lightning, quickly landed among the crowd. Run. Damn it. This guy is despicable. Do not attack? Haha, just a sword? Come shatter. Most of the spectators were there with malicious intent. Kit did not spare them, wanting to share their fate. When someone attacked, the heavenly tribulation responded, striking them with overwhelming lightning. In an instant, almost all the cultivators were eliminated, with only a few managing to escape. Rumble. A sea of lightning descended over the area, wiping out more than 90% of the cultivators in the first wave. Only the most talented survived, barely enduring the onslaught. By contrast, Kit found it easier, despite the heavenly tribulation inflicting severe injuries. He continuously absorbed its power, even forming runes within his blood, imbued with the energy of the tribulation. What is this? Kit examined the runes, puzzled. They seemed familiar, appearing in the Chaos Scriptures chapter on talismans. He made a mental note to check this later. Rumble. The fierce heavenly tribulation gradually weakened, and the sky's lightning rapidly dissipated. The final bolt struck Kit, marking his successful advancement to the Chi transformation realm. 5-colored liquid spiritual energy flowed within him, radiating incomparable power. In terms of quality, Kit's spiritual energy was equivalent to that of the divine infancy realm, far purer than normal divine core realm cultivators. Kill him. That bastard deliberately summoned the heavenly tribulation, causing my senior uncle's death. Damn it. You owe me your life. Kill, kill, kill. The moment the tribulation ended, a group of cultivators charged at Kit. Seriously? Kit was speechless. Without hesitation, he activated a teleportation array, arriving inside the true dragon maze. It had been a day since he entered. It was time to see what was happening with the cultivators inside. ##### Chapter 58. Monopoly clearing. Whoosh. Kit left the scene through the teleportation array. The spatial fluctuations dissipated, and Kit's figure vanished. Soon after, a group of cultivators caught up. Damn it, where did that kid go? He used a teleportation array. He actually knows the secret method for it. He's not just anyone. No worries. I happen to know how to activate a teleportation array as well. Among the pursuing cultivators, some knew about teleportation arrays. Without hesitation, they followed the trail Kit had left and activated the array. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One after another, cultivators rushed back into the true dragon's secret realm. Almost simultaneously, within the true dragon's secret realm, a group of cultivators felt the spatial disturbance and immediately rushed towards the entrance, desperately trying to escape. These were the first batch who had entered. Many had already sensed the existence of the maze formation, but found no way out. This maze was set by the true dragon. It was extremely dangerous, far beyond what ordinary people could perceive or break through. From Kit's perspective, this group merely circled around in place without advancing. Occasionally, a few would take a few steps forward, only to be trapped again, unable to move any further. Rumble. A swarm of cultivators surged towards the entrance. The intruding cultivators were taken aback, and many cried out in shock. What's happening? There's an ambush. Let's attack. Wait, that's my senior master. Why is he here? Master? Everyone, don't attack. Stop fighting. After a brief moment of confusion, the cultivators calmed down. But it was too late. The spatial passage had already closed. There was no way this group would survive and leave the true dragon maze alive. Incredible. That's true. There's an immense amount of primal energy in this space. All illusions. We've searched for so long but found nothing. The primal energy is dense, but we can't collect it. It's over. We'll die trapped here. The cultivators were despairing, cursing Kit for leading them to a dead end. Damn, they chased me and now blame me? Kit watched the cultivators with amusement, muttering, you all wait here to die. The Yi Kingdom's ancient stronghold tomb is opening soon. I'll go join the fun. As he spoke, Kit opened the teleportation array and returned to the capital city of the Yi Kingdom. He glanced around. Only a small number had entered the teleportation array. The others were cautious and didn't enter. A few powerful cultivators directly sensed something amiss behind the array and refused to enter. Seeing this, Kit became even more discreet. He contemplated his next move. After fusing with the 5-color earth milk, he still needed 2 items to break through his realm. 10,000-year spirit grass and xiuxian true blood. Both were incredibly rare, and obtaining them wouldn't be easy. Maybe Tianji Pavilion has news? Kit stroked his chin, considering whether to visit Tianji Pavilion. Suddenly, 30 miles from the capital city, a terrifying aura erupted. Kit turned in surprise. 30 miles away, a jet-black death aura shot skyward, quickly spreading in all directions. The death aura was intensely chilling, freezing the surrounding air. The temperature dropped dramatically in the capital city. Next to Kit, water in a basin froze solid. What terrifying death aura! Kit was amazed, his face growing serious for the first time. Just from this death aura, the strong man inside must be unimaginably powerful, perhaps even surpassing the level of Shenmu Celestial Lord. Otherwise, the 100-mile radius wouldn't turn icy. It's snowing. Heaven, dead for so many years, yet residual power can alter world rules. How powerful was this ancient Yi Kingdom strongman? Nonsense. The ancient era was incomparable. Celestial lords were third-rate minor figures, worse than dogs. In those times, true powerhouses possessed mountain-moving, sea-filling abilities and were called great beings. An ancient great being's tomb? Cultivators discussed among themselves, none able to provide definitive answers. The ancient era was too distant. Most records of this great being had been lost. What they could determine was that it should be a small world. Evolved from the great being's remains, the internal essence was abundant, and over countless years, many treasures should have formed. Rumble. The death aura continued to spew forth wildly. Temperatures plummeted further, frost covering the ground. Ordinary people exposed to this cold would freeze into ice sculptures soon. At the entrance, innumerable deep blue mystic ice crystals condensed, slowly forming an ice mountain. Above the ice mountain, an unstable spatial rift appeared, continuously leaking torrents of death aura. Watching this scene, Kit stroked his chin. He did not act rashly but observed covertly among the crowd. Rumble. A powerful presence arrived, a powerhouse who had reached the divine infant realm. Standing mid-air, the atmosphere quivered around him. He's an elder from xiuxian sect, one of the major sects in the mystic realm. Incredible, xiuxian sect is here. Boom. Another divine infant elder appeared. The Denver, peak divine infant realm, controlling dozens of countries. They're here too. The porter is also here. And Avril, peak divine infant realm, said to be nearing divine traveler realm. Is this old guy's lifespan not depleted yet? Powerhouse after powerhouse descended within minutes. At least a dozen divine infant realms gathered, their auras colliding with each other, none willing to yield. Hell, a bunch of seniors. Kit watched the divine infant realms, speechless. These powerhouses had stayed hidden until after the ancient strongman's tomb opened before revealing themselves. Had he acted impulsively and rushed to the entrance earlier, he might now be hunted down by these dozen divine infant realms. Since ancient times, treasures belong to the destined ones. Those below divine infant realm, leave immediately. Otherwise, you will be killed on sight. The Shiloh was domineering, leaving no room for ordinary cultivators, starting to clear the area. Chapter 59. Get lost, old men. Agreed, the patriarch of Xiuxian Gate said as he placed his hands behind his back, utterly disregarding the crowd of weaklings at the Spirit Pill and Spirit Sea realms. The other divine infants merely nodded, monopolizing the right to explore without any further ado. Damn, that's arrogant. Keep quiet. If those divine infant realm powerhouses hear you, they'll kill you on the spot. In this world, might makes right. The strongest call the shots. Hurry up and leave. Once the divine infants clear the area, everyone still here will die. A group of itinerant cultivators and members of minor sects quickly dispersed, not daring to stay in place. The divine infants had already issued a warning. If anyone didn't know when to quit and stayed around, they would definitely be killed. This was one of the unwritten rules among the various factions within the profound truth world. Kit watched the scattering itinerants, stroking his chin while furrowing his brows slightly. He had originally planned to enter the ancient power's tomb to explore, but unexpectedly, a dozen or so divine infants had monopolized the entrance. There was no way to get in. Should he use the dragon pattern sword? Kit frowned slightly, pondering the matter. If he used the dragon pattern sword, it would be easy to take out over a dozen divine infants instantly. However, there would be consequences. From then on, peace would be a distant dream. With an imperial-grade spirit weapon appearing, countless celestial sovereign-level ancient monsters would emerge, leaving Kit with no place to run. But this risk was worth taking. After all, within the ancient power's tomb lay a legendary treasure. Thinking of this, Kit's eyes narrowed slightly. His face changed, transforming into Matt's appearance. Then, the dragon pattern sword appeared in his hand. Boom! A terrifying aura erupted. Kit suddenly appeared in midair, holding the dragon pattern sword, coldly looking down on the crowd of divine infants, and calmly saying, "Get lost, old men. Don't squat on the toilet without doing your business." Upon hearing these words, there was a stir all around. It would have been one thing if he were taunting just one or two, but Kit dared to provoke a dozen divine infant experts at once. This was a death wish. Hold on. Isn't that Matt, the holder of true dragon essence blood? I remember now. He's Matt who inherited the true dragon legacy. This is interesting. Perhaps he has some secret method left by the true dragon that can counteract divine infant realm cultivators. Let's wait and see. Surrounding cultivators relished the drama, each one watching Kit, eager to see how the other divine infants would react. Interesting. Matt. Lawson was already at the peak of the Spirit Sea realm. Looking at Kit, his pupils constricted. He could sense that Kit's aura had already reached early-stage Spirit Pill realm. This wasn't particularly impressive. But the spiritual sword in Kit's hand emitted an overwhelmingly terrifying aura, which made him uneasy. Haha, I didn't expect that before exploring the ancient power's tomb, we'd also gain the true dragon essence blood. The head of xiuxian sect laughed heartily and immediately gathered true chi into a massive palm, grabbing toward Kit. Boom. Beside him, the patriarch of Xiuxian Gate flicked his finger, shattering the huge palm of the xiuxian sect master. At almost the same moment, a Xiuxian Gate elder rushed toward Kit, intent on killing him on the spot. Bastards. You dare, Xiuxian Gate. The true dragon essence blood belongs to me. Kill. Kit stood unscathed. Yet the group of divine infant experts started fighting among themselves. This left Kit utterly stunned. What kind of situation was this? According to his plan, he was supposed to take them all out in one strike as they attacked together. One slash of the dragon pattern sword would eliminate all the divine infant experts. While the dragon pattern sword was immensely powerful, its energy consumption was astronomical. He could only swing it once at most. But now, one strike wouldn't solve everything. K. Kit was speechless. Now he was in trouble. Rumbling. At this moment, the spatial rift in the sky stabilized. The surrounding divine infants weren't rushing to explore the secret realm but instead continued battling each other, contesting for the right to slay Kit and seize the true dragon essence blood. As for Kit, seeing this scene, he flashed away without hesitation, arriving over 100 meters away. Boom. The dense spiritual energy from the spatial portal beckoned. Kit gritted his teeth and charged straight into the ancient power's tomb. You little brat, you dare. Catch him. Bastards, don't hold me back. The divine infants continued their internal strife. Just as Kit thought he could enter the small world smoothly, an elder from xiuxian sect suddenly blocked the portal, glaring menacingly at Kit. An enormous palm grabbed toward Kit. Simultaneously, he sneered, "Brat, the true dragon essence blood is mine. Prepare to die. May you perish." Dragon pattern sword, cleave. Kit didn't bother with the elder, wielding the dragon pattern sword to chop down instantly. Rumbling. Unparalleled and terrifying power erupted. In Kit's hand, the dragon pattern sword, carrying a hint of imperial-grade spirit weapons pressure, seemed capable of destroying the world. Imperial-grade spirit weapon. The Shiloh screamed in shock, despair filling his eyes. What did an imperial-grade spirit weapon imply? Any spirit sea realm cultivator wielding, it would be invincible unless their spiritual energy was exhausted. Even if someone at the divine roaming realm showed up, they would be doomed. Without exception, one sword would slaughter everyone present cleanly. Boom. The terrifying strike came down, and the divine infant Shiloh was sliced to pieces by Kit. Sword chi erupted. The elder exploded into a blood mist, dying without even a trace left. Kit's inner spiritual energy was instantly depleted by half. He glanced at the shocked divine infants behind him and charged into the ancient power's tomb without hesitation. Bang! Entering the spatial rift, spatial orientation turned chaotic. Even Kit's strong primordial soul felt dizzy and disoriented. Bang! Kit tried to use true chi to hover in the air, but an inexplicable force seemed to suppress his true chi within his body. Unfamiliar with this change, he nearly fell from the sky. Bang! Landing on the ground, Kit didn't hesitate. Choosing a random direction, he stepped in the free and easy steps, swiftly vanishing from sight. Chapter 60, A Trillion Reward. A group of deity infancy realm cultivators could arrive in the small world at any moment, and with his true chi more than half depleted, he stood no chance against them. At this moment, outside, a group of deity infancy realm experts exchanged glances. The scene was filled with silence. An Empyrean spirit artifact, true dragon origin blood, and an incomparable true dragon legacy. 3 world-class treasures on one person. It was enough to make any force lose their sanity and pursue Kit relentlessly. The patriarch of Xiuxian sect frowned, turned around, and looked at a group of itinerant cultivators who were about to leave. He said indifferently, Xiuxian sect offers a reward of 10 million high-grade spirit stones. No, 100 million high-grade spirit stones, just to capture Matt alive. Blood Mountain sect offers a reward of 100 million spirit stones. Zijin sect offers a reward of 100 million spirit stones. Yunwu Mountain offers a reward of 100 million high-grade spirit stones. In the blink of an eye, Kit had a bounty of nearly 1 billion high-grade spirit stones on him. Rounding off, that was equivalent to 1 trillion low-grade spirit stones. Enough to buy 10 countries the size of Yi Kingdom and be emperor until death. Even for a large sect like Xiuxian sect, this was a painful amount of pay. As for the penniless itinerant cultivators, or small sects, their eyes were all red now. As the saying goes, people die for wealth and birds perish for food. The allure of 100 million high-grade spirit stones was too great. It was enough to make those with no prior grudge against Kit want to kill him. Humph! With the opening of the ancient Grandmaster's tomb, set out to kill Matt. This time, the treasures may not be obtainable, but Matt is definitely possible to capture. His cultivation is low. Even with an Empyrean spirit artifact, he can't use it many times. Interesting. The value of Matt has surpassed the ancient Grandmaster's tomb. The cultivators were buzzing with discussion. Seeing this, the patriarch of Xiuxian sect continued. Whoever finds Matt will receive 10,000 high-grade spirit stones immediately. If we capture Matt, the informer will also receive a reward of 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. Boom. This statement caused waves of commotion. Many began to revel in schadenfreude. If pursuing Kit wasn't something everyone dared to do, simply providing information. Not only did they have the courage for it, but it was substantial. Kit might be pursued to death now, with no way out either up or down. As the cultivators eagerly searched for Matt, Kit had quickly arrived in a cave. The heavenly Dao True Eye swept over, confirming no one was around. His body transformed, altering his appearance once again. He became a common-looking young cultivator with no distinguishing features. Phew! Kit let out a long breath, stretching his limbs, and started using spirit stones to recover his spiritual energy. This time was very dangerous. He almost got cornered by a group of deity infancy realm experts. Too reckless. Although I have the dragon pattern sword, I'm not invincible. Kit muttered to himself, mumbling, looks like ambushing is better suited for me rather than head-on confrontations. Run after striking. While muttering, Kit quickly drew upon the energy of the spirit stones to replenish his own. His actions were very cautious, fearing any loud noises would attract attention from other cultivators. Kit clearly knew that if sects like Xiuxian sect weren't foolish, they would certainly have ordinary cultivators search for his whereabouts. Any slip-up revealing his identity would mean he'd be trapped like a fish in a jar. After 2 hours, Kit's spiritual energy recovered to its peak state, even more refined than before. He stood up, compressed his aura to the cyclone boundary level, then strolled out confidently. Just as he went out, he saw several dozen feet away, a dozen cultivators zipping by. At the same time, a string of conversation came through. Where is that scoundrel Matt? 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. These sects are really generous. TCH, you should see what treasures Matt has. 10,000 spirit stones isn't much. Give 10,000 spirit stones just for a lead? Too extravagant. Less talk, hurry and find Matt's trail. The cultivators discussed variously but didn't take Kit, who appeared to be at the cyclone boundary, seriously. Interesting, there's a bounty on me. Kit stroked his chin, feeling fortunate. Fortunately, he chose to change his appearance. Otherwise, if discovered, it would have been truly disastrous. But then again, these sects dare to target me, don't they fear losing big? Kit stroked his chin, getting an idea. After all, Matt was currently in his personal space. Slightly modifying things to give Matt the scent of true dragon origin blood wouldn't be hard. However, getting 100 million high-grade spirit stones from a group of sects was laughable. Kit rubbed his chin, realizing the plan was unreliable. Forget it, better to first seek out that ancient treasure. Kit shook his head, Finding the ancient treasure was the real task. And at this moment, nearby, battle sounds and screams of cultivators suddenly rang out. A fight. Kit's eyes lit up. Taking advantage of chaos, no, mediating disputes was his specialty. Immediately, Kit used the carefree steps. Leaving a series of afterimages on the ground, he swiftly arrived at the battleground. At this point, the entire area was covered in blood and corpse fragments. It seemed a fierce battle had taken place. A dozen cultivators dressed in xiuxian sect attire surrounded a girl, leering with malicious smiles. Hee, scream, no one will come to save you. Yeah, master brother, you go first. Jajage. The cultivators approached the girl with lecherous smiles. Seeing this, Kit prepared to lend a hand but suddenly sensed something amiss. This girl was very dangerous. Extremely dangerous. Kadiki humans encountering venomous snakes, an instinctual warning from Kit's blood. Realizing this, Kit's pupils constricted. Opening the heavenly Dao true eye, he observed the girl. Splash. Originally, she appeared ordinary, looking pure and cute, only cultivation foundation realm. Her real cultivation was actually divine core boundary. Moreover, not just any divine core boundary, but peak divine core boundary. Her power was terrifying. Kit felt he had no winning chances in a one-on-one fight. F***K. This is a wolf in sheep's clothing. I knew it. Anyone daring to enter an ancient grandmaster's tomb cannot be simple folk. These guys are doomed. Chapter 61. A deal. Kit was speechless, his gaze filled with pity as he looked at the group of xiuxian sect disciples. A bunch of fools. No matter how much they scream, it won't do any good. It's all up to them. Internally scoffed, Kit stroked his chin, pondering whether he should go and rescue the damsel in distress. Inside this ancient powerhouse's tomb, divine pills are as common as dogs, and divine infants are everywhere. He alone couldn't stand a chance against so many. He needed someone to help him fight, and the girl right before him would be a great choice. She seemed smart enough. However, it appeared that she was just playing around. If he went over to help, would he ruin her fun? At that moment within the scene, the girl's eyes were red and tearful, her long lashes adorned with tears. Her pitiful state contrasted sharply with the vicious expressions of the dozen cultivators. Yet, inadvertently glancing towards Kit, the girl slightly furrowed her brows. Isn't she acting quite pitifully? Why isn't that guy coming over? Doesn't he have an ounce of compassion? Forget it. Let's finish off these ants first, then I'll capture that guy. With this thought, the girl stopped pretending. She stood up, pointing at the group of xiuxian sect cultivators and shouted, "Scram, or I'll take action." Empty threats won't work. Yeah, pretty little thing, you're mine today. Big brother, you first? The group of xiuxian sect disciples didn't take it seriously and approached the girl step by step instead. Boom. Seeing their actions, the girl no longer hid her true strength. Her cultivation as a deity pill realm expert erupted, terrifying aura forcing the dozen cultivators to kneel on the ground. Their heads pressed directly into the ground, unable to lift themselves up. Deity pill realm. How could she possibly be a deity pill realm expert? Finished. Damn, we actually schemed against a deity pill realm powerhouse? The group of xiuxian sect disciples felt utterly despair. Before they could beg for mercy, the girl lightly stepped on the ground. Terrifying power burst forth, reducing the dozen xiuxian sect disciples to blood mist, while she rapidly moved towards Kit's location. She has discovered me. Kit's pupils contracted, alarms ringing in his mind. He suddenly understood. This woman had probably noticed him the moment he arrived. Her act was merely to lure him closer. Meanwhile, she accumulated power, preparing a fatal strike against him. What a terrifying strategy. Comprehending this, Kit's expression turned serious. He avoided confronting the girl directly. Xiao step activated, easily evading her attack. Your movement has an essence akin to the flow of heavenly Dao. Interesting. The girl landed gracefully where Kit had been and said calmly, I'm Aaron. Want to make a friend? Make a friend? Kit was speechless and pointed at Aaron's sword, retorting, Can you put that away first before talking about friendship? Oh. Aaron looked as if she only realized this now, somewhat adorably putting away her weapon. Kit rolled his eyes, knowing full well she was faking it. He then said frankly, I don't intend to become your friend. Let's cut to the chase. What do you want from me? Why so hostile? Aaron pouted, saying, Don't you want the treasure from the ancient powerhouse's tomb? Kit raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Could it be that Aaron knows something about the tomb? As he wondered, Aaron continued, The ancient powerhouse is named Aryan, one of the ancestors of the Yi Kingdom. In ancient times, this place was the homeland of the Yi Kingdom. That ancient treasure is one of the mythical relics passed down from the Yi family of the ancient era. No one knows its function. However, anything deemed a mythical relic must be an incredibly powerful treasure, sought after by everyone. Ancient Yi family, mythical relic. Kit was shaken. He hadn't expected such deep involvement within this small world. But anyone who offers too eagerly likely has ill intent. Why would she tell him all this? Seemingly sensing Kit's suspicion, Aaron explained, Don't worry. I've already said I have no ill intentions. No one knows what the relic left by Aryan is. The relic will find its own master. Within this entire small world, you're qualified. But what about Matt? My talent is average, Kit modestly replied. Upon hearing this, Aaron gave a half smile and said, I have heavenly eyes, which can see through disguises. Do you think I don't know who Matt is? All right, I can help you get that relic, but I have a request. Kit felt relieved hearing this. Helping himself for free sounded too good to be true. It made more sense that she had conditions. Thinking thus, Kit asked straightforwardly, What's your condition? With your talent, reaching the peak of the world is just a matter of time. I want you to owe me a favor and help me with something in the future, Aaron stated her request while looking at Kit. Kit was surprised upon hearing this. He asked, no vows or oaths needed? What oath can bind a peak world power? Aaron smiled and said, don't worry. This won't violate your principles. Will you agree? Kit fell silent upon hearing this. After much thought, he looked back at Aaron and asked, do you trust me so much? More accurately, if you promise and break it, you won't reach the peak of the world. By then, I'll kill you and reclaim the relic. Aaron spoke bluntly and coldly. Well, Kit touched his nose. Aaron was indeed right. The higher the realm, the greater the demand for the heart of Tao. Breaking his word would mean going against his core, betraying his path of cultivation. In that case, even with the chaos scripture and boundless resources, it would be difficult to reach the peak of the world. Moreover, Aaron's talents weren't ordinary. Under Kit's heavenly Tao true eye, her age was merely in her 20s. If he stagnated or failed due to his heart of Tao, being killed by Aaron wasn't impossible. With this thought, Kit looked at Aaron and slowly said, all right, I agree. I owe you a favor. If you need my help in the future, as long as it doesn't violate my principles, I will assist you. I knew you'd agree. Deal done. Aaron's face lit up with a cute smile, and she giggled, looking forward to working with you. ####Chapter 62. Dare to ambush me? Kit looked at Aaron, his expression calm on the surface. Inwardly, he was highly alert. This woman was no ordinary person, with a mysterious background that made it hard to gauge her intentions. Even if they had struck a deal, it was still uncertain whether she might be deceiving him. After all, he possessed treasures like the true dragon essence blood and an imperial-grade spiritual weapon, making him a walking super treasure. Thus, Kit merely nodded as he looked at Aaron and asked, can we now discuss the location of that divine artifact? In fact, it's quite simple. It's right on this map. Aaron tossed a map to Kit. He lowered his head and glanced at the material of the map, instantly filled with astonishment. The material turned out to be dragon hide, specifically from a true dragon. This was terrifying indeed. It must be known that true dragons were not only extremely rare, but also incredibly powerful. Killing one and turning its hide into a map could only be achieved by ancient powerhouses or similar cultivators. Kit hesitated for a moment before unfolding the map and scanning through it. Boom. In an instant, an overwhelmingly powerful memory surged into Kit's spiritual sea. The spirit suppressing symbol did not activate, indicating that this memory was harmless. The content within the memory revealed the overall shape of the secret realm and the entire small world. Simply put, this area was the practice ground of the ancient powerhouse Aryan. After the ancient powerhouse's lifespan ended and he fell, he buried himself in the central region of the small world. Aryan left behind his legacy, including an ancient anomaly treasure located inside a coffin in the core area of the small world, waiting for someone worthy to claim it. After reviewing the information left on the map, Kit rubbed his head and said, now this gets interesting. Why do I have a foreboding feeling? You've got a keen intuition. Aaron looked at Kit with an odd expression. Do you know something about this? Kit stared at Aaron, his face full of surprise. His intuition told him that Aaron definitely knew something he didn't. Seeing this, Aaron explained, the true history is unclear to me, but according to legend, the ancient powerhouse seems to have been killed directly, not died of old age. However, this can't explain how the map came to be, but it doesn't matter. So much time has passed, Aryan would have long turned to dust. Hearing this, Kit nodded, stroking his chin and then said, since that's the case, let's just rush straight ahead. Don't explore the surroundings first? Aaron looked at Kit, surprised and puzzled. No, let's rush straight ahead. Kit shook his head, tucked away the map, stepped into free step, and flashed directly toward the central region of the small world. Meanwhile, on the ground, a group of xiuxian disciples were searching for Kit's trail. Senior brother, what was that golden light? Such a powerful aura. It should be some kind of secret treasure. That's not right. It's a cultivator. Running so fast, did they find something valuable? Why bother? Just attack and bring them down. The xiuxian disciples quickly decided. They were used to being arrogant, and this time, with an elder in the divine infant realm watching over them, they were almost unbeatable. Without a word, they launched an attack on Kit. Swoosh. The surrounding space trembled as an incomparably terrifying spatial fluctuation slowly took shape. Kit's expression changed dramatically. What's happening? Someone wants to ambush me? In an instant, a deep red armor suddenly enveloped his body, protecting him. Bang! A long sword emerged from the air, striking the neck area covered by the outer layer of the armor. A series of sparks flew up. The heavy force exploded, sending Kit crashing into the ground. Bang! Kit landed, creating a crater about 20 feet wide. However, this set of red armor, named Blood Soul Armor, was a peak king-grade spiritual weapon with incredible defense. Even though he was smashed away, Kit remained unharmed. But while the damage was minimal, the insult was immense. Damn it, I've always ambushed others. When did it become my turn to get ambushed? Kit gritted his teeth, standing up from the ground, glaring at the ambushers. He had already decided. He would tear apart anyone who dared ambush him. Upon closer inspection, the attackers were a group of purple-robed cultivators. Their luxurious robes bore intricate patterns woven from gold threads, xiuxian. This was the inner gate disciple attire of xiuxian. One needed at least mid-stage divine, realm strength to become an inner gate disciple. There were 17 of these cultivators in total, with their leader emitting a stronger aura, reaching peak deity core realm. One of the forces that blocked me at the entrance, xiuxian? Kit narrowed his eyes. Truly narrow roads led to unexpected encounters. Interesting. You managed to survive one strike from me. One xiuxian disciple looked greedily at Kit's blood soul armor, licking his lips. It must be because of this armor. Judging by its grade, supreme spiritual weapon? King-grade spiritual weapon. Kit looked at the xiuxian disciples calmly. What are you doing attacking me? There was no reason initially, but when you wore that armor... Right, kid. Hand over the king-grade spiritual weapon. You're not qualified to possess such an item. The Xiuxian cultivators didn't take Kit seriously at all and were preparing to kill him and snatch the treasure. Seeing this, Kit narrowed his eyes. These Xiuxian cultivators were truly arrogant and had no sense of humility. Thinking this, Kit stopped holding back. He calmly said, "You want the king-grade spiritual weapon? Kill me, then come and take it yourself." Arrogant. A mere inner breath realm dares to be so arrogant. If not for that king-grade spiritual weapon, you would have died countless times. Senior brother, let me handle him. I'll slay him. One Xiuxian disciple couldn't bear it anymore and stepped out from the crowd, pointing arrogantly at Kit. Boy, I'm Eric, early stage divine sea realm. Remember my name before you die. I'm the one who kills you. Early stage divine sea realm. Kit was speechless. He slightly moved his foot, causing the ground to sink. His nearly peak stage divine sea physical strength erupted suddenly. Chapter 63. Stomped to death. With incomparable strength, Kit charged toward Eric. Body cultivator? Eric screamed in shock, his face showing fear and regret. If he had known that Kit was a body cultivator and one at the peak divine sea realm, he would have kept as far away as possible. 4 Qi practitioners of the body cultivation path to engage in close combat with those from the Qi cultivation path was simply courting abuse. In the blink of an eye, Kit was less than a meter away. He was virtually within arm's reach. Eric suddenly let out a terrified roar, "Get lost." At the same time, he made a seal with his hands, sending a mark directly toward Kit. But Kit remained incredibly calm. His physical power was terrifying. He shattered Eric's mystic symbol with a single punch, then grabbed Eric by the neck, lifting him up. "You, let go of me. I'm a disciple of the Purple Gold Sect." Eric's face turned crimson with rage and embarrassment. Being a Purple Gold Sect disciple, yet being choked and lifted up by a stray cultivator, it was a disgrace. Kit responded simply by slapping him across the face. Slap. One side of Eric's face swelled instantly. He was dazed by Kit's blow. After delivering the slap, Kit didn't stop, instead giving several more slaps. When Eric was nearly lifeless, Kit finally used his strength to snap Eric's neck. Tossing Eric's corpse on the ground, Kit said coolly, "The Purple Gold Sect is nothing. Could they stop me from killing you?" "No." Gulp. The other Purple Gold Sect disciples swallowed hard, their gazes now filled with fear. Too brutal. This man was absolutely brutal. Eric wasn't weak among them but was easily killed by Kit. The only one who could possibly match Kit might be their elder brother at early stage spirit pill realm, Finn. Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but look at their leader, Finn. Finn's pupils constricted slightly, but his face still showed a disdainful smile. Looking at Kit, he sneered, "True Qi is the true path. Body cultivation is a dead end. You've committed an unforgivable crime by killing my junior brother. Do you have any last words before I kill you?" "Last words?" Kit's lips curled into a faint smile. He looked at Finn and calmly replied, "I'd like to ask if you have any last words." "Ridiculous. How dare you talk to our elder brother like this?" "That's right. You're asking for death. Elder brother, don't waste words with him. Just attack and kill him." Elder brother Finn wasn't worried, but the disciples below were getting anxious. They were jumping around, shouting abuse but dared not take a step forward. Seeing this, Kit leisurely cleaned his ears and asked, "Is this your last word? Can you stop barking like dogs? It's annoying. If there are no other last words, I'll send you all off." "You are so arrogant. I'll send you off first." Seeing this, Finn didn't hesitate. His entire body radiated with his spirit pill realm power as he rushed directly at Kit. "It's you who's arrogant." Kit scoffed, completely fearless. He summoned the heavenly Dao seal in his hand, stepped in the free and easy steps, dodging Finn's attack in an instant, then swung the heavenly Dao seal. It struck squarely on Finn's face. Bang! This blow knocked Finn senseless. Blood flowed profusely from his head, and his brain buzzed, disoriented and lost. Because Kit moved too quickly, he hadn't even seen Kit holding the heavenly Dao seal. SK. The spirit pill realm's defense is truly troublesome. Kit was speechless. He made a fist, and the heavenly Dao fist erupted, a purely physical force. Boom! Kit unleashed his full-strength punch, instantly collapsing Finn's chest, breaking 8 ribs, making him fly and spit blood. Bang! Finn landed on the ground, spitting blood. His smug smile hadn't vanished yet when he fell. This can't be. Elder brother is at the early stage spirit pill realm. How could he lose to a peak divine sea realm body cultivator? This isn't realistic. I don't believe it. The Purple Gold Sect disciples were dumbfounded. Many doubted whether their sect elders had been lying to them. Could it be that body cultivators were indeed far stronger than Qi cultivators? Die. Kit wasn't one for posturing or missing chances. He unleashed the sky stepping technique from mid-air. This was the strongest leg technique in the Chaos Scripture. A foot stomped down, instantly striking Finn's head, which burst open like a watermelon, pieces scattering everywhere. The group of Purple Gold Sect disciples instantly shut up, silenced like cicadas in winter. Their almost invincible elder brother, the first genius of the Purple Gold Sect, had been stomped to death like this. Who was this guy who appeared from nowhere? Next, it's your turn. Kit cracked his fingers, preparing to act. Suddenly, his pupils contracted sharply. Without hesitation, he stepped back 100 meters using the free and easy steps. Boy, die. A huge hand made entirely of greenish-gray true Qi, over 10 meters wide, descended from the sky, striking towards Kit. Heavenly Core Realm. Kit's expression turned serious. He rapidly formed a translucent rune barrier with his hands. Crack. The rune barrier was effortlessly crushed by the greenish-gray hand. Then that huge hand slapped Kit, sending him flying hundreds of meters away, crashing through a small hill. Cough, cough. Protected by the Blood Shadow War armor, Kit was unharmed, just feeling a surge of blood in his chest. So this is the Heavenly Core Realm? Terrifying. Kit's eyes widened in surprise, only because of his powerful physique. If it had been a chi practitioner, even a peak spirit pill realm cultivator with a royal-level spirit weapon war armor, the elder from the purple gold sect would have shattered them in one palm strike. Dead beyond revival. Swoosh. Aaron appeared beside Kit, looking at him curiously and asked, "Hey, are you okay?" "I'm fine." Kit stood up, waving his hand, frowning slightly. Looking at the purple gold sect elder, he said coolly, "Old-timer, do you have any shame? A heavenly core realm cultivator ambushing a wind essence realm cultivator. Don't you feel embarrassed?" The purple gold sect elder, having lived for many years, had thick skin. Ignoring this, his eyes locked onto Kit, venomous and cruel, saying, "Boy, you killed my inner sect disciple. Don't think you'll leave alive. This isn't my fault. He started it first." Kit remained calm, his arms crossed. He wasn't afraid at all. Chapter 64. Confronting a death spirit infant realm powerhouse. Looking at the elder of purple gold gate, Kit said, "Of course, Lanny. If you want to fight me, I'll accompany you. But I have a condition." At this, a cold light flashed in the eyes of the Cullen. He had just witnessed Kit's speed. If Kit wanted to escape, he absolutely wouldn't be able to catch up. Considering this, the Cullen asked, "Kid, what's your condition?" "It's simple. I pick the place. If you want to fight me, come along." Kit smirked and swiftly dashed towards the center of the small world, using his carefree gait. "Humph, do you think I'm afraid of you?" The Cullen was extremely confident and immediately chased after him. As a spirit infant realm powerhouse, he had few rivals within 10,000 miles. He had an unmatched confidence that no tricks from Kit could stand against absolute strength. On the side, Erin touched her chin thoughtfully, her eyes spinning as she already understood Kit's plan. Watching the departing figure of the Cullen, she muttered, "If things go as expected, this old guy is in for a rough time." Finishing her words, Erin dashed off towards where the Cullen was heading. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Both parties rushed hundreds of miles apart, with Kit deliberately controlling his speed to not lose sight of the Cullen. Simultaneously, he activated his heavenly Dao True Eye, observing the central area. In the heart of the small world, spread over tens of miles, lay a desolate wasteland. Long ago, it must have been a bustling settlement. Time had left its mark, turning it into ruins filled with remnants of ancient arrays and shimmering immortal lights. The outskirts of the central area were crowded with numerous cultivators, but none dared enter due to the overwhelming number of killing arrays within the ruins that remained deadly even now. Watching the killing array at the center, Kit quickly found the path of survival based on the incantations from the Chaos Scriptures chapter on formations. Without hesitation, he entered. Swoosh. Following closely, the Cullen focused entirely on Kit, completely oblivious to the surroundings. He followed Kit directly into the ruins. However, the paths within the killing array changed rapidly. The path Kit took instantly transformed into a deadly trap. Crack, crack. Suddenly, a sky full of sword chi erupted. Each strike carried immense power, enough to instantly kill a spirit infant realm expert. "No, Kid, you tricked me, The Cullen was furious and helpless, but powerless against being struck by the ancient formation, bursting into a mist of blood mid-air. Meanwhile, Kit swiftly flashed away from the edge of the exploding mist, landing in a relatively safe spot within the large formation. Opening his palm, he revealed several treasures, a couple of supreme-grade spirit weapons, over a dozen high-grade ones, which, while unnecessary for him, would be perfect for the Bai family. Additionally, he held a pile of supreme-grade spirit stones. Kit counted them and found there were more than 200,000, an astounding amount. Indeed worthy of a spirit infant realm powerhouse, thousands of years accumulation makes quite a difference. Kit happily put the items into his storage bag but then froze, noticing over 100 pairs of green eyes outside the formation. A group of cultivators stared at him like starving wolves eyeing roasted mutton. What's going on? Kit was momentarily dazed. However, realizing his location, he instantly understood. This place was the true domain of an ancient powerhouse, the ultimate goal for all factions, to gain their legacy. Restricted by these formations, no one could enter. Now seeing Kit move freely inside, it was natural they felt envious. What's happening? How can that kid move freely inside the formation? Perhaps there's some key inside this killing array. Don't worry about that. Surround the ancient powerhouse's domain now. Absolutely don't let this kid escape. Major sects also realized this, immediately gathering all their strong cultivators to encircle the domain tightly. Dozens of spirit infant realms arrived swiftly, along with nearly 100 divine pill realms and thousands of divine sea realms, all here for the spectacle. It was safe to say, if Kit dared show himself outside the domain, this crowd's collective spittle alone could take him down. Do they have to go that far? Kit was speechless. Rubbing his temples, he hesitated briefly before turning to walk deeper into the core of the domain. Surrounded by super powerful cultivators, attempting a direct breakout would be suicide. The only option was to build a teleportation array to leave the domain. However, too many people made it difficult. Moreover, teleportation arrays were Matt's signature skill, and Kit didn't want to risk being identified. He needed to find a secluded place first. Lastly, the so-called divine relics of the ancient powerhouse were right here in the domain. Having come this far, exploration was inevitable. With this in mind, Kit quickened his pace deeper into the domain. Just a few miles deep into the domain, the situation abruptly changed. Kit sensed that someone had preceded him in the ruins. Up ahead, array activation sounds echoed. Boom! Violent lightning erupted, followed by a scream. Growl! This damned formation has remained terrifying despite all these years. Damn it! Once I dig my way in, I'll scatter your ashes. The familiar grumbling voice puzzled Kit. Sneaking closer, he recognized the source, the red dragon from Sanyi's sect who possessed a bizarre yet potent arsenal of spirit artifacts. For safety, Kit had only robbed him without killing. Intriguing, I never thought this guy would make it this far into the ancient powerhouse's domain, bypassing the killing array. Not bad at all. Kit marveled at the unexpected encounter. Chapter 65. Ancient Divine Artifact, the Heaven Pearl. Kit muttered under his breath, squinting his eyes. The dragon-patterned sword appeared in his hand as he pondered whether to strike this guy. At that moment, the red baby dragon suddenly turned its head, and its dark golden pupils fixed on Kit's location, filled with suspicion and unease. Who's there? Come out, damn it. I've spotted you. The red baby dragon was enraged. Its voice sharply increased. After all, just a few days ago, he was struck from behind and had all his magical treasures stolen. His entire body was almost steaming with anger. Now, feeling someone behind him, the red baby dragon sprang up instantly. It half rose as if standing like a human, holding a spirit sword, a Wong-level spirit artifact, in its dragon claws. Still haven't cooled down after all these days. Kit touched his nose. However, seeing the red baby dragon about to attack, he feared triggering the ancient killing array laid by the Grandmaster. Thus, Kit stepped forward and said, "Don't misunderstand. I'm just passing by." Passing by? The red baby dragon eyed Kit warily. This place was an ancient Grandmaster's dojo. No one should be able to approach without a sound. Even he couldn't believe it. Looking at this guy, he seemed suspiciously like the one who raided him a few days ago. With this thought, the red baby dragon's gaze toward Kit grew slightly malicious. Seeing the red baby dragon jumping to conclusions, Kit rolled his eyes and said, "I'm Kit. How about we cooperate?" Cooperate? The red baby dragon was taken aback, asking curiously, "How do you want to cooperate?" To enter the ancient Grandmaster's tomb, treasure goes to the one destined for it. What do you think? Kit smiled genuinely. The red baby dragon paused, hesitating, but it also understood. True treasures would find their own masters. There was no point in forcing it. Thinking of this, it agreed, "Fine, I accept." "Great. What should I call you?" Kit nodded, then asked. Hearing Kit's question, the red baby dragon replied, "I'm Corey. You, Dragon King?" Kit sized up the less than a meter-long red baby dragon and mumbled, "Looks like you haven't even hit a month." "What did you say?" Corey rolled his eyes, boasting, "This humble one encountered some issues while training, understand?" "No problem, got it?" Kit nodded and added, "Let's go in then." "Tease it." Corey sneered. Seeing Kit stride forward boldly, he felt vindicated. He wanted to see Kit embarrass himself. After all, the array ahead was set by an ancient Grandmaster, incredibly perilous. Even he couldn't fully comprehend it. But the next moment, Corey's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets, his jaw dropping. Kit walked as if on flat ground, already several yards ahead. He even left footprints made of runes, stabilizing the path within the killing array. This is impossible. Corey was dumbstruck, rubbing his eyes. Thinking he might have misseen. "Don't waste time. The path I've marked will only last a minute. Hurry up." Kit sounded exasperated. "What are you waiting for? Just what level of monster is this kid?" Corey was speechless. At that instant, a shadow darted through the array, navigating countless killing arrays effortlessly. It landed lightly before Kit, greeting him, "You run so fast, I can't catch up." This figure was Aaron. Another monster? Corey shivered, utterly speechless. Muttering to himself, "These days, everything's changed. Since when did monsters fill the earth? Who did you call a monster?" Aaron glared at Corey, her eyebrows furrowing. "Want me to beat you?" As she spoke, she condensed true chi in her hands. "A big fight? Your dragon daddy isn't afraid of you." Corey was displeased. Though merely a meter long, strange symbols appeared on his body, radiating mysterious power. Clearly, this wasn't a simple existence. Cough, cough. Kit cleared his throat. "Enough. Don't fight here." "Tease it." Aaron retracted her true chi, eyeing Corey suspiciously. "Why bring him along?" "It's cooperation." Corey corrected dejectedly. Kit glanced at Aaron and explained, "Simply put, I suspect things aren't that straightforward inside, and he surely knows something we don't." "Oh." Aaron inspected Corey critically, skepticism evident in her eyes. "Why are you sure this thing is useful?" she remarked sarcastically. "Damn humans. You dare look down on your dragon daddy?" Corey roared, pointing at Aaron with a claw. "If not for your dragon daddy, you'd die once you enter deeper into this dojo." Aaron smirked, unconvincingly. Instead, Kit stroked his chin thoughtfully. "She's using reverse psychology. If asked directly, this baby dragon wouldn't spill anything. But Aaron's provocations directly infuriated Corey, making him blurt out everything he knew. "You only know about that divine artifact but not what it really is." "I'll tell you. That divine artifact is crafted from the soul of a true dragon, called the True Dragon Pearl or Heaven Pearl. It has the power to resurrect the dead. With the Heaven Pearl, good fortune will follow, making everything extraordinarily smooth. But nothing comes without a price. All users will face heavenly retribution in their twilight years. Under such retribution, the ancient Grandmaster inside the coffin in the core area has already been possessed by malevolent spirits, transforming into an ominous entity. If you foolishly open the coffin, death awaits you there." Finishing, Corey put his hands on his waist, pointing at himself, continuing, "Without me leading and using secret methods to harness the Heaven Pearl, anyone opening the coffin would turn this entire world into a death trap, regardless of how many entered. None would survive." Chapter 66. Buck. The secret method to summon the Heavenly Pearl? Kit rubbed his chin, a slight stir in his heart. Judging from Wilburwang's words, this guy seemed to know quite a lot about the situation within the small world and even how to summon that ancient divine object, the Heavenly Pearl. It seems he really guessed right. Who would have thought it's actually the Heavenly Pearl? "I guess it's not meant for me." Aaron rubbed her chin, a look of regret on her face. "Why?" Kit was a bit puzzled. Aaron explained, "It's simple. The heavenly pearl is born within the true dragon's body, inherently favoring true dragons. I'm human, without any true dragon bloodline. Naturally, I can't be chosen by the heavenly pearl. Favors dragons? Kit paused, rubbed his chin, and turned to look at Wilburwong beside him. Wilburwong was startled. It looked at Kit with utmost caution and said, "Kid, among us three, only I know how to summon the heavenly pearl. If you kill me, there will be no way for you to get the heavenly pearl." "Don't worry, I always keep my word." Kit smirked. However, he began to doubt internally. Theoretically speaking, Wilburwong was a dragon, whereas he possessed the essence blood of a true dragon, nearly equating to a humanoid true dragon. Therefore, the likely choice for the heavenly pearl might be him, not Wilburwong. Thinking this, he looked at Aaron and asked, "Since the heavenly pearl tends to choose those with dragon blood, will it choose me?" "Hard to say." Aaron blinked, giving him a knowing look. Kit was instantly speechless. "Can you stop playing riddles? It's not fun at all, okay?" Shaking his head, Kit slowly advanced through the grand array, heading toward the center of the ancient great being's Dao field. Meanwhile, outside, major forces like Xiuxian sect, Zijin Gate, Heihai sect, Blood Mountain sect, and others had arrived at the Dao field, then were blocked by the killing arrays left by the ancient great beings. This is an ancient great being's restriction. Everyone, do not trigger it casually. Even at the divine traveler realm, one is as fragile as an ant within these restrictions. A single accidental trigger means certain death. 3 god infants and over a dozen god pill experts have already been shredded by the sword chi inside the restrictions. The group of cultivators discussed amongst themselves, none daring to advance. Hack, hack, hack. Just then, a hoarse cough sounded from the crowd. Following this, more than 10 elderly figures approached the killing array, led by one emaciated Lanny who looked like a walking skeleton. Heavens! It's people from the 10,000 Array sect. Why are they here? That's Buck, a senior from the 10,000 Array sect. Incredible. Wasn't Buck already long dead? He lived for almost 1,500 years, didn't he? Now this is good. The 10,000 Array sect specializes in arrays. Perhaps they can find a way to break through this killing array. The group of cultivators buzzed with excitement. After all, that was Buck. Up to now, the strongest array master yet. Senior Buck, do you have any way to crack this ancient great being's killing array? The leader of Xiuxian sect bowed respectfully. Array techniques were something most cultivators couldn't bypass. Moreover, most cultivators wouldn't spend massive amounts of time studying array formations. Therefore, most sects' killing arrays and protective formations were constructed by array masters like those from the 10,000 Array sect, specialized in researching array formations. Their status was very high. No one wanted to offend an array master, or else, if they needed to set up protective formations later, even a tiny sabotage could mean disaster. Even the leader of Xiuxian sect, with his extraordinary position, treated someone like Buck, who had friends all over the world, with respect. This is an ancient grand formation, the reversal dragon array. Buck glanced at the surrounding formation and calmly stated, "Countless years have passed. Only 1% of the reversal dragon array remains today. It's far from its peak state. If it were complete, even a celestial lord would be directly killed." Hiss. Hearing Buck's words, a chill ran down the spines of the cultivators. "Then we can't enter?" Zijin Gate's leader clenched his fists, frowning, his face unhappy. Zijin Gate had been publicly humiliated when Kit killed their elder, and if they don't retaliate, Zijin Gate would lose all standing. Upon hearing the question, Buck's face showed a confident smile, and he said, "Rest assured, leader. If it were a complete reversal dragon array, I'd be out of luck. But with only 1 or 2% remaining, its power is only a 10,000th of its original state. Clearing a path should be relatively easy. In that case, please proceed, Senior Buck." Zijin Gate's leader's eyes lit up as he bowed. He was determined. This time, even if they couldn't obtain the ancient divine treasure, they would take Kit down. To cleanse Zijin Gate's humiliation, "Everyone, please step back. I need to start breaking the formation." Buck reminded, "While breaking the formation, restrictions might be triggered. Please be cautious." Whoosh. At that moment, most cultivators quickly retreated. Kidding aside, an array set up by an ancient great being wasn't something to be taken lightly. But some stubborn cultivators remained in place, completely unafraid. Boom. A multitude of talismans appeared in Buck's hands. Upon activation, they nailed themselves into the air. With each flying talisman, a safe path gradually formed. However, compared to Kit who strolled leisurely into the reversal dragon array, Buck's progress was slow. An hour passed, but he only advanced 100 meters. At this rate, reaching the central area would take at least 10 days. Chime. A terrifying sword chi burst forth. Instantly emerging from the edge of the array, it locked onto a cultivator who had gotten too close. That cultivator was struck by chaotic sword chi. In a blink, they turned into flesh mush, disintegrating into dust. Hiss. Seeing this, the cultivators immediately retreated several thousand feet without hesitation. Kidding aside, that was at least a half-step god infant expert who got instantly killed without even resisting. This confirmed that Buck hadn't been joking earlier. Cough, cough, cough. Buck coughed lightly, eyes slightly narrowed. He continued to break through the formation. Meanwhile, inside the grand formation, Kit halted. Before them stood several silvery white strange creatures. These creatures were covered in silvery white scales, human-like in form but resembling lizard men. They had green faces and fangs, looking incredibly sinister and terrifying, akin to deities of hell. Chapter 67. Very mysterious. From hundreds of feet away, they could still feel the overwhelming aura of death radiating from them. These things, very mysterious. Kit frowned slightly, goosebumps rising on his arms. Those should be the corpses of ancient powerhouses who died in Aryan's dojo. Over the long years, they absorbed death chi and have become sentient. Aaron wrinkled her brows, golden light appearing in her eyes. Heavenly eye. Kit looked at Aaron's eyes, somewhat surprised. Her heavenly eye was similar to his heavenly Dao true eye but not as advanced. Following Aaron's example, he also activated his heavenly eye and stared at the silver-white creatures. Boom. In an instant, these silver-white creatures transformed. The silver scales on their bodies were formed by condensed death chi. Essentially, they were still a pile of corpses, seemingly from ancient powerhouses, incredibly sturdy. Over the long years, they absorbed a lot of death chi, ultimately resulting in a transformation from death to life, gaining intelligence. Beside him, the red dragon, Jace, wiped its saliva and said, "Wow, those are good things." "What do you mean?" Kit looked at the small dragon with a strange expression on his face. Hee. Normally, death chi can't be absorbed, but there are exceptions. These corpses have absorbed and refined countless death chi over the ages. Moreover, they've consumed the resentment within the death chi, leaving behind purine energy. Jace wiped his saliva again and continued. These pearls made of purine energy are indo pills, powerful supplements. Don't snatch them from me later. Aren't you afraid it might kill you? Kit was speechless. I've heard of indo pills before. I didn't expect they came from such a disgusting place. Aaron frowned, looking at Jace, saying, "Here, take them. I don't want them." Okay. Jace's face showed a human-like expression. Without further ado, he directly charged forward. Boom. The group of death beings sensed the vibrant energy emanating from Jace. Without a word, they pounced forward. Their already fierce faces grew even more terrifying. Dull eyes became lively, filled with greed for flesh. "Want to eat this, Grandpa? You're dreaming. It's more like I'll be eating you." Jace roared. He spat out a streak of scarlet lightning that directly hit a death being. Crack. Ordinary lightning seemed to sense the death chi on the death being's body. Its power instantly increased several times. It shattered a large portion of the silver scales on the death being's surface. The desiccated skin beneath was revealed. Aya! At the same time, 5 death beings surrounded Jace. "Oh no!" Jace shouted in alarm, a dazzling deep red lightning bursting from his body. It briefly repelled the 5 death beings. Then he swung his tail and fled toward where Kit stood. Meanwhile, he yelled, "Help! Damn, how strong are they?" "Kit!" Even Aaron watched Jace with a strange expression, remarking, "Is this guy really a dragon? Isn't he a disgrace to dragons? Hey, you two can't just watch me die. Quickly come help." Jace screamed, running toward Kit. Behind him, the 5 silver-white death beings were right on his heels. Seeing this, Kit sighed, raised his hand, and unleashed the heavenly Dao fist technique, smashing into a silver-white corpse. Boom! Silver scales exploded around the entire corpse, sending it flying backward like a cannonball. It smashed into the ground. The other 4, unaffected, closed in on Kit. Now, as a true dragon body, Kit's vitality was extremely vigorous, making him a powerful supplement for these undead beings. Naturally, he was their top priority. Heavenly Dao seal. Without a word, a golden imprint appeared in Kit's hand. He slammed it onto the undead creature's head. Bang! A corpse was buried into the ground, bones broken, and its skull deflated like a stepped-on watermelon. Aaron vanished with a mysterious step, retreating dozens of feet in an instant, unwilling to join the fight. She probably found these corpses turned death beings disgusting. No justice. Jace was speechless, unable to contain his shout. What he deemed terrifying death beings were mere weaklings in Kit's hands, each dispatched with one move. The disparity was too great. Bang! Kit threw another punch. It shattered an arm of a corpse, then a golden spiritual sword materialized in his hand. He slashed at the corpse's neck, severing its head. Heavenly Dao sword technique, activate. This was the first time Kit used the sword technique from the Chaos Sutra. Its power exceeded his expectations. Golden light enveloped the sword, emitting terrifying killing intent. What once were impenetrable silver scales and ancient corpses now crumbled like tofu under Kit's sword. Swish. Clunk clunk. In an instant, the remaining 3 were sliced into pieces by Kit's sword. Pieces fell to the ground. Holy crap. Boss, what kind of sword technique is that? Teach me. From now on, you're my master. Jace slid to his knees and grabbed Kit's leg. Damn, let go. Kit was shocked again by Jace's shamelessness. Could this guy be any more shameless? Don't say that. This humble servant, well, a species close to true dragons, can't be your disciple, but surely I can be your mount. Jace wouldn't let go of Kit's leg. Suddenly, he looked at the golden spiritual sword in Kit's hand. Hesitating, he asked, "Boss, why does this spiritual sword look so familiar? Aren't all spiritual swords alike?" Kit calmly sheathed the sword, unbothered, saying, "All right, I'll teach you sword techniques in the future. Now let go." "Okay, boss." Jace was easily distracted, temporarily abandoning the mystery of the sword, letting go of Kit. "Gather the indo pills." Kit pointed to the corpses on the ground. "Sure." Jace was efficient. After finishing off the 2 barely alive corpses, he returned holding 5 indo pills, asking excitedly, "Boss, 5 indo pills, only 3 people. How do we split them?" Chapter 68. Ancient Coffin on the Cliff. "I don't want it." Aaron wrinkled her nose in disgust. "Besides, I didn't even touch it." "I don't want it either." Kit shook his head. As a true dragon body with utmost yang, taking the profound in pill would be like pouring water on fire. He said, "This thing is useless for me, and might even be harmful." If you both don't want it, then I'll take it." Ari gleefully picked up a profound in pill and swallowed it directly. Just at that moment, behind Kit, there was a tremendous commotion. Kit turned around. He saw countless talismans lighting up in the reverse dragon formation, creating a path for other cultivators to proceed forward. "It's Houston from the Myriad Array sect." Aaron frowned slightly. We don't have much time left. Let's keep moving forward. Kit narrowed his eyes and walked straight toward the center of the arena without another word. However, as they moved forward, the reverse dragon formation grew denser. Even with Kit and Aaron's heavenly eyes and Ari, 3 supreme array experts working together, it became very arduous to navigate. They basically took 2 steps, stopped for 2 more, needing careful calculations. At this point, Jonathan, leading a group of cultivators from the Xiuxian sect and Zijin sect, closed the distance. They are ahead of us. An elder from the Zijin sect spotted Kit about 1,000 zhang away and exclaimed, "We're only 1,000 zhang away from them." Ha ha ha, looks like they can't move freely within the entire arena either. Very good, let's keep advancing. We can catch up to them. The group of cultivators was quite excited. The patriarch of Zijin sect stood midair and shouted across to Kit, "Brat, you killed my Zijin sect elder. I will tear you into pieces. SK, catch me first if you can." Kit curled his lip, showing disdain. While they seemed close, the distance was extremely complex. It would take Houston at least 7 or 8 days to traverse, while Kit was now less than 3,000 zhang away from Aryan's coffin. Humph, stubborn till the end. The Zijin sect patriarch turned pale with anger, gritting his teeth at Kit. "Hey, look, the coffin is over there." Aaron cried out in surprise and stopped in her tracks. Kit looked ahead. 3,000 zhang away, 1,000 zhang high cliff rose almost vertically. At its top rested an enormous coffin, several zhang long, 1 zhang high, and 2 zhang wide. Around it were dense clusters of strange flowers and plants. Even from this distance, Kit felt an overwhelming pressure. Holy crap, this ancient power has been dead for who knows how many years, yet it still exerts this level of pressure from 3,000 zhang away. How powerful was he when alive? Aaron explained, according to ancient texts, there exists a 3,000 zhang deep chasm, 800 li wide, 8,000 li east of Yi Kingdom, which Aryan cleaved with a single sword strike in the ancient era. The area still resonates with sword chi, and many cultivators go there to gain enlightenment. One strike spanning 3,000 zhang, that's absurd. Kit was speechless. He could create 100 zhang crack with all his strength, equivalent to an early-stage deity infancy realm, making him nearly unparalleled within a 3,000 zhang radius. Yet, he couldn't match Aryan's single strike. The difference was immense. After much pondering, Kit continued walking forward. However, the closer he got, the denser the formations became, increasing the difficulty. Half a month passed, and Kit was within 10 zhang of the cliff, able to see its entirety. The cliff's surface was black rock emitting a mysterious force. How strange, this cliff feels, almost alive. Kit looked horrified. Me too, it gives me goosebumps. Aaron swallowed hard, frowning. Ari remained calm. What's there to fear? Let's just rush in. As he stepped forward, clang! A sword chi shot up, cutting toward Ari with incredible force. Boss, save me. Ari paled, knowing he couldn't withstand the attack. Kit couldn't ignore this and stepped forward, smashing the sword chi apart with a punch. Suddenly, another light surged upwards. The 1,000 zhang high cliff rapidly descended, sinking into the ground completely within moments. A staircase forged from 81 9-colored divine jade appeared, leading directly to Aryan's coffin. Boom! A heavenly monument fell from the sky, cast in white jade, densely inscribed with ancient characters. What does it say? Kit stared at the text, baffled. Ari approached and stammered, 9, colored, heavenly, ladder, inheritance, sacred, text. If one can ascend the 81 levels, they can obtain Aryan's inheritance, Aaron explained. In ancient times, this was called 9-color divine jade. With special techniques, it tests a person's potential. According to Aryan's rules, reaching the 9th level qualifies one. The 18th level means genius level talent. Reaching the 36th exceeds Aryan's capabilities. Reaching all 81 levels signifies boundless potential, worthy of immortality. So, reaching at least the 9th level means gaining the inheritance? Kit's eyes lit up, feeling intrigued. Although he had the Chaos Scripture, other inheritances could still benefit him or others in his clan. Haha, who would have thought it's a heavenly ladder? This ancient power actually left an inheritance. Laughter echoed as Kit turned to find that numerous formations had automatically shut down due to the activation of the ancient inheritance. Chapter 69. Kid, you try. Any cultivator could enter the Dao venue. Instantly, Kit's heart sank. Now he was in trouble. There were at least 30 divine infant realm powerhouses present. If he could use the dragon pattern sword, he could instantly kill them all. Ku. Divine Calculator emitted a grating laugh, like nails on a chalkboard, quite sharp and piercing. He looked at Kit with a cruel smile. Old man, why are you staring at me? Kit looked at Divine Calculator, frowning slightly. He could sense that this Lanny absolutely had no good intentions towards him, as if he was plotting something sinister. Aaron, don't be so impolite when you speak. Divine Calculator narrowed his eyes, coldly watching Kit. The look on his face became increasingly satisfied. Senior, surely you haven't taken a liking to that boy? Gue Xuanzong's leader was stunned, looking oddly. That's right. Divine Calculator nodded, looking at Kit with a greedy expression. Took a liking to me? Is this an old pervert? Kit's face turned ugly, as if he had swallowed a lump of filth. Aaron frowned slightly, asking in puzzlement, what does old pervert mean? The old men in brothels, people with special perversions. Kit looked at his arm. It was covered with goosebumps. Aaron's face turned pale. She couldn't help dry heaving twice, muttering, how disgusting. Kit frowned slightly, clenched his fists, and said, I'm going to beat that old thing to death. Ku. Boy, your physical body is not bad. Divine Calculator looked at Kit and coldly said, my lifespan is running out. I need to take over a very promising young person. You're perfect. Take over? Kit felt less nausea. He glanced at Divine Calculator. The man was skinny as a skeleton, completely drained of vitality. Indeed, he didn't have much time left. Yes. Divine Calculator was quite pleased. He turned around and said to the head of Xiuxian sect, "This time, I won't compete for this inheritance. I only have one request, that this person belongs to me." Agreed. The leader of Zijin Gate was the first to agree. He eagerly said, "Suppressing a sea of God's realm cultivator is easy. Want to suppress me?" Kit laughed. He crossed his arms and, looking at the Benicio, said coolly, "You can try. You're too arrogant, boy." The Benicio showed disdain. To him, Kit had only killed the Zijin Gate Elder of the Divine Infant Realm by leveraging ancient great powers and devious tricks. He himself wasn't that powerful. So, without hesitation, the Benicio slapped down at Kit to seal him, while Kit just stood there motionless, not resisting, only sneering at the Benicio. Boom. Suddenly, countless runes appeared from all directions. They formed a massive 9-colored palm. Aimed at the Benicio, it slammed down from midair. Boom. Space around the palm could barely withstand the pressure, cracking slightly. How is this possible? The Benicio was bewildered, unaware of why the ancient great powers restraints would activate. However, no matter how confused he was, it was already too late. The 9-colored palm descended from thin air. Despite the Benicio's desperate resistance, he was still shattered inch by inch. In an instant, only a human-shaped bloodstain remained on the ground. No remains left. What happened? The restrictions disappeared, didn't they? Why did they trigger? The leader of Zijin Gate was near the half-step divinity stage of Divine Infant Realm, yet, he couldn't put up any resistance and was wiped out. A group of cultivators suddenly lost their arrogance. Seeing this, Kit smiled and proudly said to the crowd of Divine Infant Realm cultivators from Xiuxian sect, "A bunch of oldies, come on. I'll stand here. Come hit me." You. Xiuxian sect's leader was so angry that his face turned green. Except for Zijin Gate, he had the deepest grudge against Kit. The Finian turned to look at Divine Calculator and asked, "Senior, what's going on?" It's simple. The ancient great powers set the restriction. Once the inheritance is activated, within the arena, anyone who attacks others will be wiped out. Divine Calculator frowned slightly, coldly saying, "Boy, you got lucky. You survived temporarily. But once the inheritance ends, the restriction will dissolve itself. At that time, your body will be mine." Haha, by then, I'll reduce you, Lanny, to a dog. Kit smirked, not taking Divine Calculator's threat seriously. Since it's about inheritance, let me go first. Xiuxian sect's leader rushed toward the heavenly ladder made of the 81-layered 9-colored divine jade without a word. Boom. Instantly, incomparable restrictive power erupted. Xiuxian sect's leader was directly flung out after stepping on the first step. He tumbled clumsily on the ground several times before getting up. What happened? Xiuxian sect's leader was bewildered, unable to figure out what exactly went wrong. It's simple, your talent is too lousy. Kit scoffed, saying, "The 9-colored divine jade tests people's potential, unrelated to their realm. Your potential isn't enough." You're lying. Xiuxian sect's leader's face turned dark. He pointed to a disciple of Xiuxian sect, saying, "Go. Step up." "Yes, master." Without a word, that disciple charged straight toward the first step of the heavenly ladder. Bang! Next second, before the disciple even landed on the first step, he was thrown out. Isn't that, if I didn't see wrongly, that should be a true disciple of Xiuxian sect. At the peak of the divine pill realm, a true disciple of Xiuxian sect can't reach the standard of the first step? This is too exaggerated. According to ancient texts, in ancient times, some could pass the 81 layers of the 9-colored divine jade heaven ladder. How terrifying their potential must have been. I don't think so. It might be damaged after so many years. All cultivators were extremely astonished. Many of them were far inferior to the true disciples of Xiuxian sect. Isn't there even less hope for them? A bunch of useless ones. Kit scoffed, looking disdainfully at Xiuxian sect's leader, starting to ridicule them. Rascal, if you can do it, you show us. Xiuxian sect's leader refused to believe. After all, he was the pride of heaven, the best among billions of living beings across tens of thousands of miles. How could he not even get up the first step? It must be that this ladder is broken. In an instant, Kit's heart sank. Now things were complicated. There were at least 30 divine infant realm powerhouses present. If he could use the dragon pattern sword, he might be able to instantly kill them all. Hee hee hee. Kermit let out a shrill laugh, like nails on a chalkboard. He looked at Kit with a cruel smile. "Old man, why are you staring at me?" Kit frowned slightly as he looked at Kermit. He could feel this Lanny definitely harbored no good intentions towards him, seemingly planning something evil. "Aaron, don't speak so harshly." Kermit squinted his eyes, looking coldly at Kit. His expression grew more satisfied. "Senior, you aren't interested in that kid, are you?" The Xiuxian sect master was taken aback, his face filled with strange colors. "That's right." Kermit nodded, eyeing Kit greedily. "Interested in me? Is this an old fag?" Kit's face turned ugly, as if he had swallowed something foul. Aaron frowned slightly and asked curiously, "What does old fag mean?" "A lecherous Lanny in the brothel with a special penchant for men." Kit shuddered, goosebumps rising on his arms. Aaron paled, unable to suppress a dry heave. She muttered, "So disgusting." Kit frowned, clenching his fists. "I'll beat that Lanny to death." "Hee hee. Kid, your physical body is quite impressive." Kermit stared at Kit coldly. "My lifespan is running out. I need to possess a young man with great potential. You will do nicely." Possession? Kit felt less nauseated by this. He glanced at Kermit, noting the Lanny's gaunt frame and dried up chi. He indeed didn't have much time left. "That's right." Kermit was quite pleased. Turning to address the Xiuxian sect master, He said, "Seniors, I won't compete for this inheritance. I have only one request. Give me this person." Agreed. Xiuxian sect master was the first to agree, almost eagerly adding, "Subduing a divine sea realm cultivator should be effortless. Want to subdue me?" Kit chuckled. With his arms crossed, he looked calmly at Xiuxian sect master. "Go ahead and try. You're too arrogant." Xiuxian sect master sneered. To him, Kit merely used underhanded tricks and ancient killing formations to defeat Xiuxian's divine infant realm elder. Kit himself wasn't very strong. Without another word, Xiuxian sect master slammed a palm down to seal Kit. Kit stood still, neither retreating nor resisting, just smirking coldly at Xiuxian sect master. Boom. Suddenly, countless runes appeared from all sides, forming a massive 9-colored hand. It aimed straight for Xiuxian sect master, slamming down from the sky. Boom. Space around the hand cracked under pressure. How can this be? Xiuxian sect master was dumbfounded, not understanding why the ancient formation triggered an attack. No matter how confused he was, it was too late. The 9-colored hand slammed down, and despite Xiuxian sect master's desperate resistance, he disintegrated inch by inch. In moments, only a bloody outline remained on the ground, gone without a trace. What happened? The formation vanished. Why would it trigger now? Xiuxian sect master was a peak divine infant realm, nearly half-step godlike existence. How could he be wiped out without any resistance? A group of cultivators froze, no longer daring to be overbearing. Seeing this, Kit smiled. He taunted the group of divine infant realm elders from Xiuxian sect. "You old fossils, come on. I'm standing here. Hit me." "Kid you." Xiuxian sect master turned green with rage. Except for Xiuxian, his enmity with Kit was the deepest. Beside him, the xiuxian sect master turned to Kermit and asked, "Senior, what exactly happened?" "It's simple. The ancient great power set up a restriction. Once the inheritance begins, anyone within the Dao field who attacks another will be wiped out." Kermit frowned slightly. Looking coldly at Kit, he added, "Lucky for you, you're still alive temporarily. But once the inheritance ends, the formation will dissipate, and your body will be mine." "Huh, by then, I'll turn you into dog meat." Kit smirked, not taking Kermit's threat seriously. "If it's about the inheritance, I'll go first." Xiuxian sect master rushed toward the celestial ladder made of 81 layers of 9-colored divine jade. Boom. In an instant, an unparalleled restrictive force erupted. Xiuxian sect master was immediately flung back upon stepping on the first step, tumbling across the ground before regaining his feet. What happened? Xiuxian sect master was dazed, completely bewildered by what transpired. "It's simple, you're just rubbish," Kit remarked, smirking. "The 9-colored divine jade tests potential, unrelated to realm but solely on potential. Your potential isn't enough." "You're lying." Xiuxian sect master's face turned livid. He pointed at a disciple and ordered, "You, go and try." "Yes, sect master." The disciple dashed toward the first step. Bang! Next moment, the disciple was flung back before even touching the step. No way. If my eyes don't deceive me, that was Xiuxian sect's core disciple, a peak divine elixir realm. Even Xiuxian sect's core disciple couldn't meet the standard of the first step? That's incredible. Ancient records state some people in the distant past passed all 81 steps. What terrifying potential they must have had. I think otherwise. This celestial ladder may have been damaged over countless years. The crowd was utterly stunned. Many of them were far inferior to a Xiuxian sect core disciple. Their prospects seemed even dimmer. Tisich, a bunch of failures. Kit sneered, scorning Xiuxian sect master. "Damn you. If you're so capable, why don't you try?" Xiuxian sect master refused to believe it. As a prodigy among billions, he couldn't accept not making it past the first step. It had to be that the celestial ladder was broken. Chapter 70. What is genius? Forget it. Let me show you what a true genius can do. Kit waved his hand and walked straight toward the heavenly ladder without another word. "Humph. I hope you don't cry later." The alger wore a sneer on his face. This heavenly ladder had already been tested twice, with no one ever reaching the top. He couldn't wait to see Kit embarrass himself in front of everyone. "Please." Kit scoffed, flipping off the alger. "Rest assured, I will definitely reach the top." With that, Kit took a step onto the first level of the heavenly ladder. Boom. As soon as he entered, a faint yet formidable force enveloped him. It felt like the pressure of an early-stage chi transformation practitioner. Indeed, this ladder was testing one's cultivation realm. Kit realized that each layer would correspond to an ascending realm. The first layer was set at one rank above his current peak chi accumulation stage, putting the pressure equivalent to an early-stage chi transformation. For Kit, this pressure was negligible. But for an ordinary chi accumulation cultivator, this test was nearly a nightmare. Out of 10,000 ordinary practitioners, only one might have the capability to challenge a higher realm successfully. As realms increased, surpassing them grew exponentially more difficult. While a chi accumulation practitioner could potentially defeat a chi transformation practitioner, the gap between a peak divine pill realm and an early-stage spirit child realm was vast and unbridgeable. What? Impossible. He's actually standing on the first level. Am I dreaming? Why can't even a peak spirit child realm powerhouse stand on the first level? This must be broken due to disrepair. A group of cultivators were utterly dejected, unable to accept this reality. This must be broken. Let me try. An exceptionally talented cultivator emerged from the crowd, rushing straight for the first level. Bang! A loud thud echoed, and the next moment, the so-called genius flew back like a cannonball, crashing heavily to the ground, spitting blood and bones breaking. Witnessing this, the crowd was stunned. The heavenly ladder isn't broken? Could this guy truly be a super genius? I refuse to believe it. I have exceptional talent, yet I can't even reach the first level. Save it. Even the alger was repelled. The mood among the cultivators plunged. If they couldn't even get past the first level, how could they gain the ancient master's legacy? Many cultivators left in disappointment while others lingered, eyeing Kit with sinister intent, ready to kill him if he succeeded to seize the inheritance. Boy, no matter how strong you are, ultimately, you're just making things easy for others, the Carlo said coldly. In this world, power speaks the loudest. That's right. No matter how extraordinary your talent, you're still too young. Even the greatest geniuses are just ants before they grow up, the Alger added darkly, eyes filled with murderous intent. Boy, even if you gain the ancient master's inheritance, you'll still die here. TSK, all for nothing. The cultivators pitted Kit, some even gloating over his potential demise. Preparing to watch him fall victim to the sex, humans were a curious species. When misfortune struck, they could feel both terrible sorrow or twisted joy upon seeing someone else suffer even more. Standing on the first level, Kit turned to the leaders of the major sects and said calmly, "Want to kill me? You won't get the chance. If I want to leave, you won't even see my back. Humph, your defiance won't save you. There are over 30 spirit child realm cultivators here. What are you? A mere speck of dust with no hope of resistance. Let's not waste time. My lifespan is waning. This boy has great potential, perfect for possession. Now that you mention it, I'm tempted too." The cultivators discussed their plans, casting malicious glances at Kit, plotting against him. Undeterred, Kit continued up the heavenly ladder, stepping onto the 81st level. Boom. The second step brought significantly heavier pressure but was insignificant to Kit. Second level. How far will this boy go? Who knows? Even the Grandmaster who created this small world only reached the 36th level. Probably 7 or 8 levels. Few believed Kit could achieve much. Unbothered by their skepticism, he kept climbing until he reached the 9th level. Boom. A burst of 5-colored divine light shot up. An ancient scroll appeared before Kit, covered in archaic symbols he couldn't read. Heaven. It's an ancient cultivation technique. Hiss. He made it to the 9th level. At the 9th level, in ancient times, you'd be considered a genius. Can he continue? The crowd couldn't contain their excitement. The cultivation technique of an ancient master. The Alger looked greedily at the scroll in Kit's hands, a murderous aura rising. This was an absolute treasure, enough to found an entire sect. Envy filled many hearts. If not for the earlier tragic death of the leader of Purple Gold Gate, they might have attacked Kit immediately. On the ladder, Kit glanced at the ancient scroll, realizing he couldn't understand it, muttered, "What trash?" and tossed it into his personal space. Such a waste. No justice. Why can he reach the 9th level? Damn it, to treat such an ancient cultivation technique so carelessly. Frustrated, many cultivators prepared to confront Kit. Some were even in tears. Trash? Countless sought such ancient techniques to no avail. Chapter 71. Ascending the heavenly stairs. Putting away the scripture, Kit continued to climb higher up the heavenly stairs. A sudden silence fell over the crowd. They all wanted to see just how high Kit could go. 16th step, 17th step, incredible. He has reached the 18th step. Boom. A rainbow-colored light appeared. A crystal-like pill hovered before Kit, sealed within a spirit jade. Golden and radiant, it shone like a small sun. Incredible, an ancient elixir. I understand now. Every 9 steps, there's a prize waiting. What is this pill? Does anyone know? Spirit jade takes tens of thousands of years to condense from spirit marrow, rarer than even 10,000-year-old spirit marrow. A pill sealed within spirit jade can't be ordinary. Cough, cough. I think I recognize this pill. Upon these words, the scene grew eerily quiet. Everyone turned to see who spoke. It was the skeletal-looking Eider. Eider, seeing everyone's attention, coughed twice more and then explained, "This pill is called the 10,000-year Kadif elixir. As its name suggests, it can extend one's lifespan by 10,000 years. However, it can only be consumed once. Any subsequent consumption will be ineffective. The 10,000-year Kadif elixir. It's that. I've heard many ingredients are only found in ancient times. Even with the formula, it can't be replicated today. Many elixirs can only be made where resources are abundant. Now, with Xuanhuan realm's spiritual energy depleted, we have entered the age of decline. There are no materials left to create the 10,000-year Kadif elixir. 10,000 years of life. What a precious pill." The group of cultivators were in uproar. Their eyes gleamed with fiery intensity, bloodshot with desire. If not for the ancient restrictions holding them back, they would have already stormed forward, tearing Kit apart to seize the treasure. Damn, those looks are like hungry wolves. Kit was speechless. The 10,000-year Kadif elixir would be greatly beneficial to him too. Who wouldn't want an extra 10,000 years of life? Shaking his head, Kit stored the 10,000-year Kadif elixir and continued climbing. He quickly reached the 27th step. Another divine light soared upward, appearing before Kit. Within the light was a Dao robe with astounding defensive power, a half-emperor-grade spiritual artifact. If he wore this robe, combining it with his robust physical body, a group of deity infant realm cultivators couldn't break through his defenses until his spiritual energy was exhausted. Storing the Dao robe, Kit took another step forward. The surrounding aura changed again. The pressure had reached the peak of the Sky Chi realm, just a step away from the Mystic Chi realm. How interesting. With the ancient powerhouse Aryan's potential, could he bridge 2 major realms in combat? Kit pondered thoughtfully. The pressure he now carried was at the peak of the Sky Chi realm. His current cultivation level, however, was at the peak of the Gathered Chi realm. The gap between them was almost 2 major realms, an unbridgeable abyss for any cultivator. Only someone as abnormal as Kit could effortlessly span such a vast distance. At the peak of the Gathered Chi realm, his combat power rivaled early-stage divine pill realm experts. Boom. Another divine light soared upward as Kit reached the 36th step, the pinnacle of the ancient powerhouse Aryan's potential. Suddenly, divine lights erupted around him. Many cultivators were trembling with excitement. Reaching this position meant Kit's future achievements would be smooth sailing, given sufficient resources. He could reach the level of the ancient powerhouse Xuanhuan. What terrifying potential! And looking at Kit's performance, it seemed effortless. He must be eradicated at any cost. Indeed, once he grows powerful. No, he doesn't need to grow fully. With his talent, entering the divine travel realm is as simple as eating or drinking. He must be eliminated. Or within 3 years at the shortest, 10 years at the longest, he will destroy us. Several grand sect leaders felt a chill run down their spines. Such terrifying potential. They and Kit were already mortal enemies. Once he matured, they were certain to die. He must be eradicated. Meanwhile, atop the heavenly stairs, the situation abruptly changed. The colorful divine light dissipated, bringing no reward to Kit, but instead reviving a terrifying remnant soul. Ha ha ha. That remnant soul was fist-sized, enveloped in green flames, but it exuded shocking primordial soul power. It laughed wildly. Ha ha ha. After countless years, there is finally a body worthy of my potential. Boy, don't be afraid. Your body is mine. Why does everyone want to usurp my body? Kit was utterly speechless. He looked at the green light curiously and asked, "Who are you?" "My name is Xuanhuan, the great elder of the ancient Yi family." Xuanhuan was arrogant, saying coolly, "Boy, being chosen for soul possession is an honor for you." "Honor my great-grandfather. Just when I thought nothing unusual was happening. Did you place the first 3 rewards?" "Indeed, they were placed by me. The 10,000-year Kadif elixir, the Thunder Law Dao robe, and that ancient scripture, all prepared for myself." Xuanhuan admitted openly without hiding anything. He continued laughing, "Ha ha, this body, this potential, even surpasses my prime by hundreds of times. Too perfect." Below, the cultivators finally understood what was happening. Many faces turned green with anger. They silently cursed the shamelessness of this ancient powerhouse, resorting to such despicable means. No one expected that an ancient powerhouse dead for untold years still had a remnant soul. Many were grateful they lacked the ability to reach the 36th step, thus avoiding the tragic fate of having their souls devoured and bodies usurped. Meanwhile, Aaron frowned slightly and said, "Oh, that guy's in trouble." "Not just in trouble, the boss is doomed this time." Cristobal sighed regrettably, muttering, "Looks like I'll have to find a new boss again. My last one died years ago." Aaron looked at Cristobal, speechless. However, she said nothing. Cristobal had only known Kit for a few hours. If she showed too much grief, it would seem fake. On the 36th step of the heavenly stairs, Kit faced the remnant soul of ancient powerhouse Xuanhuan and said coolly, "Xuanhuan, right? You should have stayed hidden. Now I have no choice but to send you on your way." Chapter 72. Remnant Soul of an Ancient Great Power. Ha ha ha. Xuanhuan emitted a deafening laugh. He cackled loudly, "Boy, are you a fool? Don't you know the gap between you and me? I can kill you 10,000 times over with ease." "Oh." Kit wore a faint smile. Indeed, Xuanhuan's remnant soul was very powerful, but it had been dead for far too long. At best, it was only on par with the level of the divine tree Tianjun, much weaker than the remnant soul of a true dragon. This was precisely why Kit remained so calm. "Boy, aren't you afraid of me?" Xuanhuan looked at Kit, who appeared utterly unafraid, his heart filled with doubts. Could this guy really have some hidden card? "Afraid? I'm just thinking if killing you would make all the secret realm's restrictions vanish." Kit narrowed his eyes and slowly said, "I haven't even reached the peak of the 81st step, so I don't want you to disappear yet." Upon hearing Kit's words, Xuanhuan became thoroughly enraged. Originally, he was just a remnant soul, and Kit's provocation made him lose control. He roared, "Boy, you dare to look down on me. Die." Boom. A green light orb shot towards Kit's brow center instantly. Some things never change. Suppressing Spirit Charm. Kit sighed as a golden suppressing spirit charm emerged from his brow center. Instantly, it condensed into a golden tower, sealing Xuanhuan inside. Suppressing Spirit Charm. An ancient charm from the prehistoric era. One of the supreme heavenly Dao charms. How could you have it? It shouldn't exist in this age because it's too transcendent. Xuanhuan shouted furiously, his entire remnant soul trembling in fear. The more he knew, the more he feared. The suppressing spirit charm had become a distant legend in the ancient era. Ancient legends told of a secret art of charms that emerged during the chaotic age before the ancient times. It recorded 3,000 supreme, heavenly Dao charms. The suppressing spirit charm was one of them. Due to its overpowering nature, it was deliberately erased by the heavenly Dao. Out of the 3,000 heavenly Dao charms, only 108 survived in the ancient era, and only 9 remained by the time of the ancient era. By Xuanhuan's era, the end of the ancient period, merely 1 or 2 still existed. In the middle ancient times and afterward, they were completely lost. The suppressing spirit charm, representing the power of heavenly Dao, naturally suppressed remnant souls. Any remnant soul, unless it belonged to a sage born only in the ancient times, would be destroyed upon encountering such a thing. Even a true dragon, which nearly reached the immortal level, was firmly suppressed. It seems you know quite a bit about the ancient era. Kit rubbed his chin, hesitating to kill the remnant soul. In the future, he needed to explore countless secret realms, many of which might be from the ancient era. Having one more remnant soul would give him a better advantage and save much trouble. But this remnant soul was hard for Kit to trust. "You're right, don't kill me. We can cooperate." Xuanhuan was also terrified. Under the suppression of the suppressing spirit charm, it would take Kit just an instant to kill him. With his life in Kit's hands, he had no choice but to back down. Seeing this, Kit said, "Cooperate? Why should I believe you won't betray me?" "Well," Xuanhuan froze, unsure what to say. "Forget it. I'll climb the heaven ladder first. Take your time to think about it." Without another word, Kit walked toward the summit of the heaven ladder. Meanwhile, on the ground, a group of cultivators were dumbfounded. Many gaped wide enough to fit an ostrich egg. Is this guy even human? That's the remnant soul of an ancient great power, and it was suppressed so casually. Didn't you hear that ancient great power's remnant soul screaming about supreme charms from the ancient era? Yes, indeed. I read in an ancient text about the suppressing spirit charm being one of the 108 types of heavenly Tao charms in the ancient era, naturally suppressing remnant souls. I thought it was just a legend, but that kid actually has such a heavenly Tao charm. From this, it looks like this boy isn't much worse off than Matt. The cultivators were filled with amazement. Meanwhile, Kit continued climbing the heaven ladder. There were no more rewards ahead, but the pressure became increasingly heavy. By the 72nd step, the pressure had already reached the early Sea of God's realm. The difference between Gathering Chi stage and early Sea of God's realm was vast. Someone at the Sea of God's realm could crush someone at the Gathering Chi stage with just a finger. For Kit, though, there was hardly any pressure. He slowly climbed until he reached the 80th step. The limit of the heaven ladder is mid-Sea of God's realm? Kit felt the pressure on the 81st step and was deeply disappointed. It seemed his potential already exceeded the limits tested by the 9-colored divine jade. He sighed and stepped onto the 81st level of the heaven ladder. Boom! 9-colored divine light shot up, spreading throughout the entire world, seemingly triggering some unspoken rule. An indescribable force enveloped Kit. Below, Aryan watched in astonishment as Kit ascended to the 81st step, almost losing his soul in shock. What did 81 steps mean? In the entire ancient era, those who could reach the 81st step were super geniuses, rare acrossians. Such geniuses, if not stifled in the ancient era, would stand atop the world as ultimate powers. These top-tier powers were known as supremes. I seem to have witnessed the birth of a supreme. Fear filled Aryan's eyes. But the next moment, this fear turned into fervor. The potential of a youth reaching supreme level was limitless. Moreover, Kit likely possessed ancient era inheritance. The suppressing spirit charm was the best evidence. Thinking this, Aryan decided to follow Kit. Warringing onto him now would elevate him far beyond his past life, even if it meant just getting a small share in the future. Meanwhile, a group of cultivators in the distance were utterly stunned. Dead silence spread across the scene. After a long while, an elder finally managed to speak. Those who can reach the 81st step of the heaven ladder are called King Supremes. King Supreme. No supreme level power has appeared in 30,000 years. The xiuxian sect is doomed. Offending a King Supreme who is their mortal enemy. What kind of terrible luck is this? These major sects are finished. Don't celebrate too soon. A King Supreme isn't a Supreme yet. They only have the potential to reach it. Once stifled, they are nothing. The cultivators chattered endlessly. Many who initially planned to seize Kit's opportunity dared not act anymore. Chapter 73. The God-slaying seal. No way, facing a young supreme being. If he can't be killed, the future will undoubtedly be a nightmare. There's no need to invite such consequences. Boom. The 9-colored light pillar dissipated, and the 9-colored sky ladder slowly reassembled into a plaza. Not far from Kit was an ancient coffin. The coffin was only 10 zhang away from Kit, emanating an astonishingly formidable aura, creating an intense pressure. At the same time, an elusive aura made Kit frown slightly. This aura, it seemed similar to what he had seen on the corpses during the spirit channeling previously. Could it be Aryan's corpse became a spirit-channeled entity? Just then, Aryan shouted loudly, "Boy, don't get close to that coffin." What? Hearing this, Kit was startled and became alert. Without needing Aryan's reminder, Kit could already sense that there was definitely something wrong with the coffin. Crack crack. A grating chewing sound rang out, as if something was grinding its teeth. It was eerie and terrifying. More frightening still, this chewing sound grew louder, followed by a shaking noise from inside the coffin. Do the dead move? Obviously not. Damn it. Cremate him right after death. Why keep a corpse here? Kit was speechless. As an ancient powerhouse, if Aryan's corpse undergoes a necrotic transformation, who knows how terrifying it would be. Bang! At that moment, the lid of Aryan's coffin started moving. It looked like it couldn't hold back any longer. Seeing this, Kit wasted no time. He leaped up, stomped on the coffin lid, and turned around to shout at Aryan. Hey, what do we do next? Simple, boy. Run quickly. Aryan shouted. That's a spirit-channeled corpse, possessing a second consciousness. Upon waking, it will kill all living things around it. Unless you're at the Divine Glory Realm, you're absolutely no match for that corpse. Divine Glory Realm. Kit was speechless. This realm surpasses even the Divine Traveler Realm. It's the true domain of those capable of moving mountains and filling seas. Bang! An incredibly terrifying force erupted. Together with the coffin lid, Kit was instantly blasted away. In the next moment, overwhelming death energy surged towards the sky. Run! Heaven! The ancient powerhouse's corpse is spirit-channeled. Get out of here. Once this corpse leaves the small world, everything within 1,000 miles will turn into a wasteland. Let's retreat. In a short while, all major forces, regardless of rank, fled with determination, not daring to stay here. Forget it, this corpse is at least at the Divine Glory Realm, or perhaps even stronger than that. Its body is the corpse of an ancient powerhouse, incredibly sturdy, comparable to a king-level spiritual weapon, not easily damaged. Bang! Kit landed on the ground, shouting to Wilbur Wong who was about to flee. Wilbur Wong, where's the Heaven Pearl? It's inside that corpse. Wilbur Wong shouted back. Forget about the Heaven Pearl. Save your life first. The Heaven Pearl is locked within the Chi Sea of the corpse. Unless you destroy the corpse, you won't take the Heaven Pearl. Just run. Aaron also urged him. The danger posed by this corpse isn't just exaggerated. It really could kill everyone present. Very well, I understand. Destroying this corpse, right? Let me try. Kit nodded, fixing his gaze on the corpse. If this undead creature leaves the small world, it would inevitably bring devastation. Millions, or even billions of deaths would be commonplace. Since this incident started because of Kit, he couldn't just stand by and watch. Kit glanced around. Great, no one was paying attention. It was time to change his appearance. His face transformed, and he put on a mask, becoming mad again. Boom. Instantly, the dragon pattern sword appeared in Kit's hand. He fully activated the dragon pattern sword, unleashing a towering sword chi that pierced the sky. Note, I replaced one with patterned and chi to maintain consistency and fluency in English while keeping the essence of the original text. Holy **T, the dragon pattern sword. Bosses, Matt? To improve fluency and natural reading in English, it would be better as, damn, it's the dragon pattern sword. The bosses, Matt? Or even more naturally, damn, that's the dragon pattern sword. The boss must be, Matt? Wilbur Wong was shocked. You just figured it out? Erin was somewhat speechless. She muttered, how did I forget that this kid possesses an emperor-level spiritual weapon? Rumble. Aryant's corpse was instantly drawn to the aura of the dragon pattern sword. However, it didn't launch an attack but fled instead. The aura of the emperor-level spiritual weapon made it feel the threat of death, unwilling to confront it. Where are you running? The power of the dragon pattern sword in Kit's hand reached its peak. Locking onto Aryant's corpse, without hesitation, he delivered a vertical slash. Roar. The corpse roared, crossing its arms to block Kit's strike. Sizzle. Kit's powerful strike only scraped sparks off the corpse. The terrifying counterforce caused Kit's palms to split open, blood streaming down. All real dragon blood. What a waste. Wilbur Wong licked his lips, wishing he could go over and drink it all, but he was afraid Kit might casually slice him to pieces. At this moment, Aryant's remnant soul reminded him, boy, don't engage him head-on. In my past life, I was a body cultivator. My physical form was unbreakable. You can't harm it, not even with an emperor-level spiritual weapon. Use the God-slaying seal. God-slaying seal? Kit lit up, suddenly feeling enlightened. Damn, he almost forgot about this thing. Why could this corpse move? Naturally, it was due to the birth of consciousness, which was quite fragile and incomplete, merely at the remnant soul level. Thinking of this, Kit put away the dragon pattern sword and quickly formed hand seals. A new heavenly Dao seal took shape in his hands. Crack. The moment the black seal formed, both the corpse and Aryant's remnants shuddered, because, even looking at this seal, they felt a sharp pain from their core souls. God-slaying seal. Go. Kit gave a soft command, and the black seal instantly flew towards the corpse. Roar. The corpse let out a roar, unleashing a surge of death energy towards the black seal, aiming to shatter it. But the black God-slaying seal easily passed through the death energy. Next second, it struck directly on the corpse's head. Boom. The God-slaying seal penetrated straight in, smashing into the newly born consciousness of the corpse. Chapter 74, The Secret Art of Puppetry. Yeah. A soul-shattering scream erupted. In the next second, the scream abruptly ceased. The corpse slowly collapsed with a dull thud, as if a mountain were collapsing. Phew. Amato let out a long breath of relief. Finally, it was resolved without major incident. Unlikely that there would be any bigger trouble than this. But at that moment, an extremely eerie presence appeared behind Bai. Creak creak. It sounded like bones grinding together or fingernails scraping glass, sending shivers down one's spine. More terrifying was how silent and swift the movement was. Bai hadn't even noticed it. What the hell is that? Bai's scalp tingled. Without hesitation, he took several rapid steps back using the drunken 8 steps, retreating over 100 feet in the blink of an eye. Boom. Almost simultaneously, space around him began to collapse. A massive energy explosion formed a shockwave that leveled everything within dozens of yards. Only then did Bai turn around and see clearly what had attacked him. It was a metal puppet, densely covered with spirit talismans. Puppet's secret art? Bai immediately recognized the origin of this technique. Simply put, it involved extracting a tiny bit of one's divine soul power and fusing it with the metal puppet to create a doppelganger. However, this method had many drawbacks. Most importantly, if the puppet was damaged, the master's divine soul would also be harmed, requiring years of recovery, or possibly never fully recovering. Hee. Boy, you're quite fast. Managed to dodge my attack. The metal puppet spoke leisurely, seemingly not intent on attacking again just yet. Interesting. Bai's pupils contracted. He quickly grasped what was happening. The puppet, being fearless of death, had taken advantage of the disaster and stumbled upon him. Or perhaps it had intended to follow him from the start. Numerous thoughts raced through Bai's mind. Beside him, Erin approached and warned, be careful. This puppet isn't simple, nearly as powerful as a divine infant realm cultivator. The problem is, Bai's eyes narrowed slightly as he continued. This puppet has a mind of its own. This distance is just enough to dodge the dragon emblazoned sword. Interesting indeed. Boy, surrender now, and I might make your death more comfortable, the puppet remarked, glaring at Bai. Otherwise, your fate will be most miserable. Miserable? A sneer formed on Bai's lips. Without another word, he exploded forward with immense force, charging directly at the metal puppet. The puppet was taken aback, completely baffled by why Bai dared to rush in headlong. Instinctively, it retreated, attempting to maintain distance from Bai. But despite its initial divine infant realm power, there was still a gap between it and Bai. Boom. A terrifying shockwave erupted. Bai swung his sword, the dragon emblazoned sword shining brilliantly. An imperial-grade spirit artifact? You are Matt? The puppet shrieked, its eyes turning fiery. It couldn't believe its luck. If it could obtain an imperial-grade spirit artifact, the true dragon inheritance, and the essence blood of a true dragon, soaring to the peak of the world wasn't just a dream. You only figured out about my imperial-grade spirit artifact now? Bai's expression was peculiar. He had assumed the puppet had been observing him all along, witnessing him wield the dragon-emblazoned sword. It seemed the puppet had only decided to attack him on impulse. With that thought, Bai swung his sword downward. Even though the puppet had fled hundreds of feet away, it was still grazed by the imperial-grade spirit artifact. Instantly, thousands of wounds appeared on its body, and one arm was severed. Aya! The puppet, containing a trace of its master's divine soul, felt the damage acutely. Still moving rapidly, it fled while shouting, "Boy, you'll pay for this. I'll kill you." We'll see who kills who. Bai smirked, feeling somewhat relieved internally. Fortunately, he had altered his appearance before entering here. Only someone like Aaron, who carried the heavenly eye, could see through his disguise. No one knew he was Kit. Otherwise, his reputation would soon spread across much of the xuanhuan world, drawing countless enemies. Seeing the fleeing metal puppet, Bai didn't bother pursuing. He had more important matters to attend to. Next up, I need to retrieve the celestial pearl. Bai turned and looked at the ancient powerhouse Aryan's corpse lying on the ground. Boom! He slashed with his sword, striking Aryan's corpse. Clank clank. Sparks flew, but Aryan's corpse remained unharmed. Bai was speechless. Even with an imperial-grade spirit sword, he couldn't cut through the corpse of the ancient powerhouse who had been dead for so many years. Just how strong had this person been? On the 9-colored heaven ladder, Aryan's remnant soul shouted, "Boy, it's useless. With your current strength, you can't damage my corpse. Almost forgot about you." Bai patted his head, leaping onto the 9-colored heaven ladder. He looked at Aryan and asked, "Hey, how do I break open the dantian to get the celestial pearl?" "Hee boy, let me go and I'll tell you." Aryan's remnant soul chuckled, proposing its condition. Aryan thought it was a fair trade, using the celestial pearl for a chance at survival. Being just a remnant soul, it posed no real danger to Bai, but Bai remained expressionless. In his hand appeared a black divine slaying talisman, which he waved before Aryan's remnant soul, saying, "This is your last chance. How do I get the celestial pearl?" "Damn, you don't play by the rules, do you?" Aryan was speechless, feeling thoroughly depressed. Looking at Bai's face, he knew he would meet a fate worse than death if he refused. "Alright boy, I'll tell you. There is indeed a way to remove the celestial pearl. It was my contingency plan to use after a successful body snatching. I knew you had a way." Note: the translation aims to maintain the original tone, style, and structure, while ensuring natural English readability and coherence. Chapter 75, The Boss, I Was Wrong. A smile flickered across Kit's face as he put away the god-slaying charm and asked with a grin, "Now tell me quickly, how do you extract the heaven pearl?" "I can tell you, but you must let me go. Otherwise, even if I die, I won't say a word." Aryan's remnant soul growled defiantly with unwavering determination. "Let you go?" Kit stroked his chin, contemplating this possibility. The other party was merely a remnant soul. Even if it could seize a new body, it would have to start its cultivation from scratch. Would his speed be slower than Aryan's? Absolutely not. At this thought, Kit had already made up his mind. "Alright, I agree. Deal." Aryan was delighted. He knew very well that for someone like Kit, once a serious promise was made, it wouldn't be broken. It was a matter of pride for the powerful. It was also part of the Dao heart. Letting him go meant Kit didn't consider him a threat. Giving him an opportunity to challenge Kit. Could he challenge Kit? Recalling how effortlessly Kit had reached the 108th step of the heavenly ladder, setting a record no youth had ever matched. Aryan dismissed such thoughts outright. To compete on equal footing with the King Supreme and defeat them, how could that be possible? Perhaps only Kit himself could beat Kit. "Now, don't waste time. Tell me how exactly we get the heaven pearl." Kit said coolly. "The heaven pearl exists through a summoning secret technique. Using this secret method, it can be summoned directly." Aryan paused here, then continued, "Someone you know seems familiar with this secret technique." "Oh, they've already summoned it." "What?" Kit froze and turned to look. There he saw Ari summon the heaven pearl using some secret technique. Boom. The golden heaven pearl was about the size of a grape, radiating a gentle golden glow. This ancient artifact could regenerate anything but damage caused by the decrees of the heavenly Tao. In the ancient era, it ranked among the top-tier divine healing objects, on par with an emperor-grade spiritual weapon like the dragon pattern sword. Boom. Just as Ari summoned the heaven pearl, he flicked his tail, darting towards the pearl at lightning speed. He swallowed the heaven pearl whole. Damn. Kit's cry of shock echoed. He instantly flashed forward using the tranquil steps, chasing after Ari. "Boss, I'm off first." Ari turned and ran, feeling incredibly guilty inside. In the small world, the most precious object was the heaven pearl formed from the essence of the primordial dragon soul. It could elevate Ari's bloodline status to true dragon level. This is why Ari chose to swallow the heaven pearl directly. Wanna run? Kit was genuinely angry now. His speed surged, catching up with Ari instantly, grabbing him by the neck. Damn! Ari was startled. Opening his mouth, he spat out a drop of golden dragon blood, which formed a complex space portal. The surroundings twisted, preparing to carry Ari through the void and out of the small world. Hold it right there. Kit roared in anger, countless runes appearing in his hand. He forcefully interrupted the spatial transmission array, grabbing Ari by the neck. Damn, boss, we can talk about this calmly. Ari was scared stiff. Inside, he felt deeply guilty and feared Kit might just crush him with a slap. Don't worry, I'm usually quite reasonable. Kit pulled out the dragon-patterned sword, shrinking it to 1 foot long, and waved it over Ari while mumbling. Speaking of which, if I cut you open, I should be able to retrieve the heaven pearl, right? Damn, boss, calm down. The heaven pearl has been fully refined into my body. You can't take it out now. Ignoring him, Kit continued to mumble. I'll make the remaining flesh into a hot pot. Haven't had hot pot in a while. No, please. I admit I was wrong. Ari turned pale with terror, struggling desperately, but he couldn't break free at all. Seeing this, Kit prodded Ari curiously with the dragon-patterned sword. Note, 1 means pattern or mark, so I added that detail to make the translation more accurate and fluent. Ari writhed like a snake, his eyes full of fear. Don't mess with him anymore. Aaron walked over, arms crossed, utterly speechless. She could see that Kit had no intention of killing Ari. Otherwise, Ari would already be sliced to pieces. I'm not messing around. Heating oil in the pot. I'm hungry. Dragon meat stir-fried tastes best. Kit pouted, shaking Ari who was nearly passing out, and asked, Hey, any last words? Hold on, I know of a treasure. Ari gave up, realizing that without compensating for the stolen heaven pearl, he'd really end up in the pot. A treasure? Kit looked at Ari, stroking his chin. This dragon was mysterious. Though just a Sea of God's realm nobody, it possessed over a dozen king-grade spirit weapons, and knew how to summon the heaven pearl. Clearly, it wasn't ordinary. This was why Kit hadn't killed Ari outright to obtain the pearl. He felt that if he tried, he might not succeed. After much thought, Kit asked, What treasure? 10,000-year soul-condensing herb. I know where to find the 10,000-year soul-condensing herb. Ari answered, 10,000-year soul-condensing herb? Kit looked doubtful, finding it hard to believe. Coincidence? He needed soul-condensing herb, and this dragon just happened to know its location? Seeing Kit's skeptical face, Ari shouted loudly, Don't disbelieve. The soul-condensing herb grows in dark, nether regions. Such places are rare, only I know where. These facts I know, but why did you know I need soul-condensing herb? Kit looked at Ari, narrowing his eyes slightly. Ari froze, then said, Boss, anyone needs 10,000-year soul-condensing herb. Is that so? Kit glanced at Ari. He didn't say more, instead conjuring a flame, waving it in front of Ari before saying, Cadetal dragon, tell the truth. Ari's expression changed, pausing before saying, Fine, boss, I'll tell the truth. 10,000-year soul-condensing herb is a crucial foundation for achieving spirit refinement to immortality. If I'm not mistaken, boss, you're at the peak of the second heaven of spirit refinement, aren't you? Indeed. Kit nodded, stroking his chin curiously. What's this spirit refinement to immortality thing? Spirit refinement to immortality means following the path of cultivating the primordial spirit to achieve immortality. Chapter 76, Extracting the Broken Sword. The incel spoke. Becoming an immortal in the xuanhuan world is the dream of countless people. However, the most recent records of people achieving immortality date back to the primordial era, and currently, there are only 3 paths passed down from the ancient times to become an immortal. Which 3? Don't keep us in suspense. Bright Zhao's eyes lit up. He had never heard about these things mentioned by the incel. The incel replied, immortality through physical body, immortality through the spirit, and immortality through cultivation. Each path is incredibly challenging, requiring one to reach the pinnacle of a realm to achieve it. For example, in the qi cultivation stage, once you reach its peak, you can match someone at the peak of the gongqi stage. After breaking through, you can then reach the ultimate level of the gathering qi stage. If you don't reach the ultimate level of the qi cultivation stage and proceed directly to the gathering qi stage, your foundation will be unstable. You must retreat and cultivate again. Otherwise, you absolutely cannot reach the peak of the gathering qi stage. After listening, Bright Zhao stroked his chin, finding it very interesting. The peak of the gathering qi stage can only match the peak of the xianxia stage? Then why do I possess power nearing the divine pill stage? Could it be due to the 10,000-year spirit marrow? After some thought, Bright Zhao asked, So, to achieve immortality through cultivation, the prerequisite is solidifying the foundation at every realm to meet the standards for immortality? Not that simple. The incel shook his head. Bright Zhao was taken aback. This matter indeed wasn't simple. He pursued further. What do you mean? The incel answered. For these 3 paths to achieve immortality, besides reaching the pinnacle each time, you also need to lay a foundation with innate spiritual objects and integrate with the fundamental principles of the universe to reach the standards for immortality. Unfortunately, the methods of refining and forging have been lost. In this era, because the method of integration has been lost, the sole effect of the 10,000-year soul flower is to replenish the depleted foundation. It allows you to truly reach the ultimate level of the second, heavenly stage of spirit refinement. Ah, I see now. Bright Zhao nodded slightly. Boss, can you let me go now? The incel gave up struggling. Bright Zhao's strength and speed were flawless. Trying to escape would cost him half his life. If not necessary, he wouldn't take such risks. I'll let you off if you help me find the 10,000-year soul flower and forget about you stealing my heavenly pearl. Bright Zhao released the incel. The heavenly pearl could allow the incel to transform from a python dragon to a true dragon. To Bright Zhao, it was merely a large blood recovery tool. It had uses, but wasn't indispensable. Okay, boss, rest assured, the 10,000-year soul flower is on me. The incel eagerly pledged loyalty. Hey boy, isn't it time to release me? Beside them, the ancient powerhouse sealed by the suppressing god charm reminded him. Oh right. Bright Zhao realized he had overlooked this. He turned, raised his hand, and the tower formed by suppressing god charms instantly crumbled. Aryant's residual soul broke free immediately, transforming into a green flame suspended in midair. A condensed divine message rang out. Boy, our enmity is settled. Farewell. With that, Aryant's residual soul vanished in the blink of an eye. Boom. As soon as Aryant's residual soul left, the entire small world began to destabilize. Bad news, with Aryant gone, the entire world becomes unstable and will collapse soon. Let's leave quickly. Aaron's face changed, and without a word, she prepared to leave. Seeing this, Bright Xiao quickly followed, without any hesitation. However, just as they were about to leave, Bright Xiao suddenly stopped, glancing at the 9-colored divine jade stairs and the ancient coffin atop them. Without another word, he turned around. What are you doing? Aaron was bewildered, thinking Bright Xiao had gone mad. These 9-colored divine jades are great treasures. As Bright Xiao said this, he started detaching large pieces of the 9-colored divine jade, tossing them into his storage space. Then, he picked up Aryan's coffin and placed Aryan's remains inside, taking them away. Damn, not even leaving the coffin board behind. How brutal. The incel stared in disbelief. Just as Bright Xiao finished these actions and was about to leave, he suddenly noticed a rusted ancient sword still embedded beneath the coffin. He hesitated, feeling something peculiar about it. If it were a treasure, there's no reason Aryan wouldn't take it. And if it weren't valuable, there's no reason it would be hidden beneath the coffin. Considering for a moment, Bright Xiao gripped the ancient sword, intending to pull it out completely. Boom. In that instant, a scene of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood overwhelmed him. Bright Xiao felt as if he was standing amidst endless carnage. Countless great powers were being slain, raining down from the sky. The owner of this sword had surged through this endless battlefield, cutting down untold numbers of powerful figures. Finally, an even more formidable force erupted. The owner of the longsword was instantly killed, and the sword fell into this small world, forming its core. Damn. So, this sword is the core of this world. Bright Xiao's eyes lit up. He gritted his teeth and slowly extracted the rusted longsword. Boom. An incomparable power burst forth. The broken sword weighed like a mountain. Despite using all his strength, Bright Xiao could only move it inch by inch. Boom. The small world continued to rapidly collapse in all directions. Hurry, boss, we're running out of time. The incel shouted loudly, feeling that Bright Xiao was a decent person worth befriending. Dying would be a real pity. Hold on. Desperate, Bright Xiao exploded with all his might, dragging the sword out forcefully. Bang! Unimaginable sword chi swept across the entire world. The small world was trembling violently, teetering on the edge of collapse. Once it collapsed, anyone below the level of an ancient powerhouse would certainly die. After unleashing the sword chi, the weight of the broken sword disappeared, turning back into its rusted, ordinary appearance. The chaotic fog spread within the small world, which would collapse within a minute or two. Bright Xiao's scalp tingled, abandoning any thoughts of studying the broken sword. He immediately began to flee. Go! Bright Xiao stuffed the broken sword into his dragon-shaped pendant and hurried towards the exit. Outside, the crowd remained dense. Xiuxian sect, Blood Mountain sect, Purple Gold Gate. Numerous experts blocked the exit of the small world. ####Chapter 77. Masters blocking the exit. Quietly waiting for Kit to come out. Quite reminiscent of the style of young thugs blocking someone at the door. Gentlemen, this is our one and only chance. The urban cupped his hands together and said, that boy has terrifying potential and infinite promise. We absolutely cannot let him escape. Exactly. For a youth to ascend the 108 steps of the heaven ladder is already an achievement worthy of being called supreme. Even in the ancient era, such a genius appeared once every 10,000 years. We absolutely can't let him go. The enmity is deep. We absolutely cannot let him go. The major sects quickly reached a consensus. Treasures were secondary. The most important thing was that Kit had to die. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Whether it was Kit, or Wilbur Wong, or Aaron. A distance of hundreds of miles wasn't an issue for any of them. In a blink, Kit had covered hundreds of miles, rushing out through the exit and arriving at the outside world. And when he saw what was outside, his face changed. Now this was a problem. Boy, truly a narrow path we meet on. The head of Xiuxian sect stood with both hands behind his back, his expression gloomy. The recently promoted Urban also wore a sinister smile as he said, even if your talent is strong, you will still die here today. What a pity. An extremely rare level of talent for a supreme youth, yet he's about to die right here today. Don't talk nonsense, go straight ahead and kill him. You're right, the longer it drags on, the more complicated things get. Complicated? There are at least 40 deity infants present here. If that boy can run, I'll eat mud. This is true, what a pity. Not only were there representatives from major sects, but there were also many surrounding spectators among the cultivators. They all didn't have high hopes for Kit, thinking he was definitely going to die. Kit looked at the surrounding group of cultivators, his eyes narrowing slightly. 42 deity infants, if they united, even someone at the spirit traveler realm wouldn't be immune to defeat. And Kit himself, at his current peak strength, initial divine pill stage, was at a great disadvantage. Boss, what should we do? Wilbur Wong was also startled, his eyes darting around. Kit glanced at Wilbur Wong and suddenly asked, you're not planning to sell me out, are you? How could I? Wilbur Wong was unhappy. He retorted, what kind of dragon do you think I am? Hard to say. Kit pursed his lips. Aaron was quite decisive. She took 2 steps back and declared, I don't know him. Don't attack me. What the heck? You're really unfaithful? Kit looked at Aaron, somewhat speechless. I feel the same way. Wilbur Wong quickly retreated, keeping a distance from Kit. Ha ha ha. The leader of Xiuxian sect was ecstatic. He looked at Kit and loudly proclaimed, boy, now you're all alone. Surrender quietly. I can barely consider taking over your body. If you resist, you'll suffer. Hee hee. My Zijian sect won't take his body, but ancient texts would be nice. My lifespan is almost up. Just give me the 10,000 years pill. The myriad formation sect can suppress that boy. Since everyone has made their choices, Blood Mountain sect can only have that quasi-emperor grade spirit weapon. The various major sects couldn't wait to start dividing the spoils. Kit was speechless, remarking sarcastically, I haven't been finished off yet. Why are you all celebrating prematurely? Boy, whatever tricks you have, bring them on. They won't work. The leader of Xiuxian sect paid no attention to Kit, looking coldly at him and saying arrogantly, "You're like a cooked duck now, you can't fly away." Cough, cough. Kit cleared his throat, a slight smirk forming on his lips. Maybe. With that, the old, broken sword he obtained from the micro-world appeared in his hand. Haha, boy, did you scare yourself silly? A rust-covered broken sword can threaten no one. True, this sword can't even kill a cockroach, right? Haha, stop playing with this kid. Kill him and split the ancient master's inheritance. The people from the various major sects were laughing wildly. They thought Kit had really scared himself stupid, but Kit raised his hand and ran it along the rusty blade, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Instantly, the rusty sword erupted with blinding light. Boom! A terrifying aura exploded. Sword energy surged into the sky, as Kit swung the rusty sword, delivering a powerful slash. Damn! Fear flashed across the Xiuxian sect leader's eyes. With all his might, he tried to block Kit's sword strike. Rip! The Xiuxian sect leader was instantly split in half by Kit's force. Sword energy exploded, turning him into minced meat within an instant. His form and soul were completely annihilated. It's an ancient master's weapon. Go! He only has one strike's worth of power left. Kill! Within seconds, the group of cultivators had reacted, roaring angrily as they rushed toward Kit. Just then, Wilbur Wong completed his teleportation array and shouted, "Boss, hurry! Got it!" Holding the broken sword, Kit ignited his essence blood, increasing his speed tenfold. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the teleportation array. Boom! The array collapsed, and Kit vanished from the spot. Damn, that boy escaped. He won't get far. Senior Rider, please create a teleportation array and chase after him. We must kill him. The elders of the major sects were red-eyed. It had been so many years since anyone dared provoke the major sects like this. As for a sect leader being killed, that was beyond shameful. At this moment, Kit, via the teleportation array, gained some respite. Without hesitation, he tilted his head back and drank a mouthful of immortal liquid from the immortal pool, rapidly replenishing his depleted true chi. Simultaneously, he glanced at Wilbur Wong and said, "Well done." Of course. Wilbur Wong continued drawing the teleportation array. He knew that among the pursuing cultivators were experts in formations, the likes of Iter. Catching up would only take a short while. However, Kit stopped Wilbur Wong, saying, "Wait, let me choose the teleportation destination." "Where?" Wilbur Wong's face turned bewildered. "A place where they'll surely be trapped." Kit said nothing more, simply changing the endpoint of the teleportation. Beside him, Aaron glanced over and said, "This place seems to be a spatial rift. Once you're there, you'll know." Kit said nothing else, activating the teleportation array, opening the portal to space, and quickly heading towards the True Dragon Maze. Almost simultaneously, another spatial gate opened nearby. Chapter 78, The Heavenly Pit. The Donovan glared at Kit, his eyebrows furrowing in rage. The anger in his heart flowed like an endless river or sea, unstoppable. Without another word, he lunged toward Kit, sending a palm strike straight at him. "Run!" Aaron and Wilbur immediately snapped to attention. Without hesitation, they dived into the spatial gate. "Chase! Don't let them escape. That dragon is mine. I'll peel his skin off." "Kill! We can't let these guys get away alive. The Lanny will hold open the spatial gate. Let's hurry inside." The elders from various major sects, one after another, eagerly plunged headfirst into the spatial gate Kit had opened. At the same time, two groups of people trapped in the maze saw the spatial gate opening. They had learned their lesson this time and waited until everyone was inside before making a sudden move to dash towards the spatial gate. "Charge! This is our only chance to escape this hellhole. It's terrifying. This place is stacked with the remains of deity traveler realm experts. Let's go." For a moment, the scene was utter chaos. Even the patriarchs and elders from Blood Mountain Sect, Xiuxian Sect, and Purple Gold Gate who had rushed in were momentarily stunned. They had initially thought it was an ambush, but what appeared before them was merely a group of weak cultivators at the Divine Sea Realm, as insignificant as ants. These cultivators posed no threat to them and weren't attacking but instead fleeing for their lives. Not good. We must retreat quickly. The Purple Gold Gate Sect Master, having lived many years and grown exceedingly wise, reacted swiftly. He realized that these people were not there to ambush them but had been previously trapped here. Realizing this, the rest of the cultivators rushed toward the spatial rift in the sky. Bang! The spatial gate closed instantly after the last person entered. The True Dragon Maze sealed the space, ensuring no one could leave except Kit. Aaron and Wilbur were also caught within the maze and couldn't discern the true path out. Oh no, this is an ancient True Dragon's legacy confinement maze. Who below the supreme level can escape? Wilbur's face paled. His expression was terrible. We might die here. Aaron looked around at the illusions, her expression equally grim. She had already activated her heavenly eye but still couldn't see through the core of the confinement maze. With no way out, they would all perish here. A bright light appeared, shattering the surrounding mist. A small space formed by runes materialized, and Kit stood before Aaron and Wilbur. "Ah!" Wilbur howled loudly, shouting, "I knew you wouldn't abandon us, boss." Sniff. "I'm so moved I almost cried." "Can you shed a couple of tears first before saying that?" Kit rolled his eyes. "What is this place?" Aaron looked around, bewildered. "I'm not sure, just an ancient maze. My doubt I couldn't see through it. Almost got trapped here." Kit blinked without revealing everything. It was simple. He didn't trust Aaron completely yet. Their cooperation was basic, and he wasn't stupid enough to tell her everything. "So, that's how it is." Aaron blinked but didn't press further. "Nameless cowards. Come out. You scoundrel, using such lowly tricks as an illusion maze. Despicable. How dare you hide behind your tricks instead of fighting?" "Ah." The trapped cultivators went mad inside the maze. They found the world filled with illusions, occasionally seeing bones of deity traveler realm experts. Of course, it was because their cultivation levels were low. If they were higher, they would have seen more advanced corpses, even those of celestial lord realms. But anyone with sense could tell this space was perilous. Even deity traveler realm experts died here. How much worse for weaker divine infancy or divine pill realm cultivators? Only Kit knew the way out. After all, this wasn't the first time he had led a group into danger and needed to know the exit. Don't fall for it, boss. They're trying to provoke you. Nonsense, I'm not that dumb. Kit rolled his eyes. He was confident, not arrogant. In a one-on-one fight against a divine infancy realm expert, without weapons like the dragon mark sword, he had little chance of winning, let alone with dozens of divine infancy and hundreds of divine pill realm experts present. How do you plan to handle them? Aaron looked curiously at Kit, asking. Kit stroked his chin, replying, well, I did come up with a solution. What solution? Aaron was taken aback and even more curious. Boss, don't keep us waiting. Tell us. Wilbur urged. It's simple. Get someone to wipe them out. Kit waved his hand. Wait here. I'll get someone to take care of them. Get someone? Aaron was puzzled before she could react. Kit vanished into the maze. Swoosh. Kit easily passed through the true dragon maze, arriving once again in the heavenly pool. Colorful immortal mists floated around, and some divine herbs that Kit had harvested before had regrown. Countless demons resided here, having cultivated for countless years, their strength and cultivation terrifying. Human? You've returned? A willow tree greeted Kit, standing over 100 zhang tall. Its numerous branches cascaded down, chaotic mists swirling around it. Its aura was immensely formidable. Kit felt powerless before this tree, feeling incredibly fortunate that the first time he came, the tree wasn't bloodthirsty. Otherwise, he might have perished here. Looking at the tree, Kit nodded slightly. Yes, I need your help. Help. The willow paused, its branches swaying. After a brief moment, it said, I'm very busy and don't have the time. No time? Kit looked around. Scenic mountains and clear water, birds singing, flowers fragrant. Busy? Pure nonsense. Clearly, the tree just refused to help. Translation ends here, maintaining the same structure and tone as the original content while ensuring natural and fluent English. Chapter 79. Chapter 79. You all wait here, I'll go call someone. Of course, Kit also knew that it was impossible to get help for nothing. After all, he had only met the willow tree spirit once. There could hardly be said to be any friendship between them. Thinking of this, Kit looked at the willow tree and said, I won't let you help me for nothing. When the time comes, I'll have something to trade with you. What is it? The willow tree became a little curious. Cadiving and cultivating in the immortal pond, he was actually quite bored. He had always wanted to find something to do. Helping Kit wouldn't be too bad. Upon hearing the willow tree's question, Kit infused his mental energy into the dragon-shaped pendant, starting to search through its contents. Inside were a jumble of items obtained over the past few months, never organized. First, he dismissed a pile of rare herbs and immortal elixirs. A look around the heavenly pool environment made it clear that the willow tree probably didn't lack such things. The remaining items from within the dragon's formation, the trapping dragon array, were likely not valuable enough to catch the willow tree's interest. Eliminating these, the final items were some treasures obtained from Aryant's miniature world. Finally, Kit focused on Aryant's remains. This object was incredibly sturdy, containing much energy as well as Dao laws that had formed automatically inside Aryant during his cultivation. It should be useful to the willow tree. Thinking of this, Kit tossed the coffin on the ground. Bang! The coffin hit the ground with a dull thud. Inside, Aryant's corpse lay still, emitting an overwhelmingly terrifying aura. A faint hum came from the willow tree as it extended a branch straight into the coffin, lifting Aryant's corpse out. It then examined the entire coffin closely. Was he returning the pearl but keeping the box? Kit was speechless. Could it be that the coffin was more valuable than Aryant's corpse? Considering this, Kit opened his celestial eye and glanced casually. Boom! Innumerable divine lights blossomed on the coffin. Inside swirled a formidable power along with countless symbols that Kit couldn't decipher. From just a grade perspective, this coffin was at least on par with the dragon pattern sword. What the hell? Kit was stunned. After all, the most precious item Aryant had was probably the celestial pearl. Apart from that, even producing a semi-imperial grade spirit weapon would already be considered the depth of an ancient powerhouse. Yet, the seemingly worthless coffin turned out to be an imperial grade spirit weapon. Where was the logic in this? For a moment, Kit regretted his decision. He was dejected, not expecting the junk he disregarded to be of such caliber. This coffin is nice. It's a treasure, but isn't the lid missing? The willow tree remarked, if you give me the lid, I can lend you a hand 20 times. 20 times? Kit paused, rubbing his chin. Honestly speaking, since he already had the dragon pattern sword, another imperial grade spirit weapon wasn't really necessary. But, if it meant getting the willow tree to help him 20 times, it would be a profitable deal. This single willow tree possessed unimaginable strength, clearly surpassing ancient powerhouses like Aryant, possibly even reaching levels Kit couldn't fathom. Though imperial grade spirit weapons were precious, trading one for 20 instances of the willow tree's assistance wasn't a loss. Thinking of this, Kit looked at the willow tree and said, here's the lid, but 20 times isn't enough. It has to be more. Whatever. 50 times it is. The willow tree agreed readily. Straight away adding 30 times? Kit was speechless. He handed the lid to the willow tree. Suddenly remembering the corpse on the ground, he asked, if the coffin can buy 50 chances of assistance, then its owner should easily warrant 100 times, right? He isn't the owner of the coffin. The willow tree replied bluntly. Compared to the actual owner, he is far inferior. The coffin's rightful owner must be at least semi-Empyrean or even Empyrean level. It's not impossible. Empyrean? Kit felt a shock deep within. Frankly, up until now, he hadn't grasped what the higher realms of cultivation were like. However, he knew what the peak was, Empyrean. Empyreans were the strongest cultivators in xuanhuan world. One step beyond was the mythical ancient true immortals, who were so ethereal they almost didn't exist. In the xuanhuan world, Empyrean-level powerhouses vanished during the Middle Ages. The last Empyrean appeared at the end of the Middle Age, 1,000,000 years ago. Since then, xuanhuan world hasn't seen another Empyrean, or even many semi-Empyreans. Suddenly, Kit remembered the rusty sword pulled from beneath the coffin. Back then, he wondered why Aryan didn't take it, given it seemed even stronger than the dragon-patterned sword. Now, it seemed that Aryan might not have been able to pull it out at all. Only those who reached the peak of the 108 steps of the celestial stairway might be recognized by the rusty sword and be able to draw it. Instantly, Kit thought of many possibilities. He very much wanted to take out the rusty sword and have the willow tree appraise it, but after some consideration, he decided against it. He couldn't be sure the willow tree wouldn't try to kill him for it. If it were truly an Empyrean weapon, the temptation would be immense. Few in this world could resist it. Why are you standing there? Seeing Kit standing there in a daze, the willow tree poked him with a branch. Nothing. Kit snapped back to reality. Looking at Aryan's corpse, he asked, this corpse would make great fertilizer, right? 10 times should suffice? Not worth a single chance. It would pollute my land. Get rid of it quickly. The willow tree extended a branch, picked up the corpse, and threw it at Kit. Thud. Kit reluctantly caught the corpse and threw it into the dragon-shaped pendant. This was the body of an ancient powerhouse, yet here it was treated like trash. The willow tree seriously didn't know what it was. Alright, what do you need help with? The willow tree asked. Well, I need you to help me deal with some enemies. Kit's expression turned serious. These people are chasing me because of the treasures on my body. They're very despicable. The lives within the trapping dragon array? Do you sense the creatures inside the array? Kit asked, surprised. Of course, the formation can't contain me. Even the person who set it up was driven back by me. Kit was momentarily speechless. Splash. A pure golden willow branch, a yard long and thumb thick, broke off and floated before Kit. This entire branch had 99 golden leaves, each exuding an incomparably formidable power. Chapter 80. Your time has come, boys. Kit opened his heavenly eye and examined the entire willow branch. He saw millions of runes swirling within each leaf, terrifying in their power. The might it possessed was comparable to that of an imperial-grade spiritual weapon, and not just any but one operating at full power. Without exaggeration, this section of willow branch was now equivalent in value to the ancient coffin. SSS. Kit drew in a sharp breath as he observed the branch. This willow tree was incredibly powerful, almost frighteningly so. There are some of my avatars here. A single golden leaf would be enough to deal with those minor characters, said the willow tree. Consider this segment of the willow branch one chance to intervene. Don't ask me for help if it can be solved without using a leaf. It would be too undignified. Kit. For a moment, Kit was speechless. Yet, he could understand the willow tree's mindset. Just as no ordinary person would waste time smashing an anthill when they had better things to do, the willow felt similarly. Shaking his head, Kit continued, if that's the case, I'll take my leave. Very well, until we meet again. The willow transformed back into its ordinary appearance, watching Kit with a tone of appreciation. At its level, it could clearly see that Kit's disposition, physique, talent, and luck were all top-notch. If everything went smoothly, Kit might very well be the first immortal since the ancient era. Immortal. After Kit left, a low whisper echoed through the immortal pool. Meanwhile, on the other side, the major sects had exhausted themselves with their curses. Their invectives were repetitive and quite basic, far less colorful than what one might find on Earth. Bang! Kit stopped again in front of the formation. The jet sauntered over and cheekily asked, Boss, how did it go? Did you bring them over? No, but taking care of these guys shouldn't be a problem. Kit smiled confidently. Aaron hesitated, muttering, I don't feel too reassured. I trust Boss. You never fight unprepared. Boss, I'll cheer for you from the sidelines. The jet slyly flattered Kit. Kit was speechless. He waved a hand and said, all right, just watch me wipe them out. I think you'll run like a dog. Aaron mocked bluntly. Do you doubt me? Kit's lips curled up as he looked at Aaron. If I manage to defeat them all, want to bet something? Aaron sized up Kit and asked, what kind of bet? If I flee in disgrace, I lose an imperial-grade spiritual weapon to you. Kit shook the dragon-patterned sword in his hand. But if you lose, let's say, become my personal servant. How about that? No deal. Aaron firmly refused. Why not? Kit asked, slightly disappointed. I'm not worth as little as an imperial-grade spiritual weapon. Aaron shook her head. How about this? If you lose, serve me for a month, and if I lose, I'll be your maid for a month. Deal? A bedmaid? Kit's eyes lit up. Want to try being a eunuch? Aaron smiled kindly. Forget it then. Deal's off. Kit felt a chill. Turning around, he approached the group of divine infants and shouted, your time has come, boys. Cowardly rat. You finally showed up. Attack. Don't waste time. Kill him. Don't kill him. Capture him alive. Whether or not we get out of here depends on him alone. The cultivators immediately surrounded Kit, red-eyed and ready to attack. Many released their true chi, prepared to bombard Kit at any moment. Hold it. The new leader of Xiuxian's sect stepped forward, glaring coldly at Kit. Boy, aren't you brave enough to reveal your name? What's your name? You're asking my name? Kit smiled. A grandson who doesn't know his grandfather's name. What a tragedy. Hearing this, the leader of Xiuxian's sect froze before bursting into rage. You dare insult me? Insult you? Kit shrugged indifferently. So what if I insult you? You bastard. The leader of Xiuxian's sect was furious, but couldn't find words to retort. Cultivators usually valued physical strength over verbal prowess, making Kit, internet savvy, much sharper in this regard. The surrounding cultivators also snapped out of their stupor. They wanted to finish off Kit right away. Calm down, everyone. At this moment, Eider stepped out from the crowd, coughing as if a slight breeze could blow him away. Looking at Kit, he suggested, "Boy, how about this? Lead us out, and we'll forget our grievances. What do you say?" "Not bad," agreed the leader of Xuexian sect. Xuexian sect is willing to reconcile. Other sect leaders quickly chimed in. They needed to stabilize Kit. It wouldn't do if he stubbornly dragged them all down with him. Kit smiled pleasantly. "Reconcile? Do you take me for a fool? That's laughable. My presence here means only one thing. You all die here. It looks like there's nothing to talk about." Xuexian sect's leader unleashed his aura and hurled a punch at Kit. Boom. The power of a divine infant was terrifying. Instantly, the space around them trembled. Even with his unyielding body, Kit would be instantly killed if hit. He was several realms lower than the leader of Xuexian sect. After all, even Aaron and Jet grew tense. Could Kit withstand such a fearsome attack? Standing still, Kit didn't dodge or evade. A golden willow leaf appeared in his hand, turning into a beam of gold and merging into his body. Instantly, incomparable power surged within him, a sensation beyond words. The world turned abstract and surreal, lines everywhere. Note, the original structure and line breaks have been maintained. ##### Chapter 81. Fingersnap Annihilation. In front of Kit, the Donovan's speed became like that of an ant. Incredibly fragile, he opened his heavenly Dao True Eye, and in an instant, the entire dragon trapping formation was laid bare before him. No need for guidance from heavenly Dao talismans. He could find a way out on his own. Is this the realm of a true powerhouse? Feeling the power within his body, a moment of enlightenment flashed through Kit's mind. Any sense of self-satisfaction he had quickly vanished. Compared to true powerhouses, the gap was too vast. With a thunderous roar, the Donovan's attack arrived almost simultaneously. His fist was enveloped in blood-red true chi, carrying a faint scent of blood. His face was twisted into a grotesque smile. This punch was designed to leave Kit in a near-death state without actually killing him. Had Kit not used the golden willow leaf to boost his strength, it might have worked. Facing the punch, Kit extended a single finger and lightly flicked it. Boom. A finger 100 zhong wide instantly materialized, striking the Donovan. For a moment, the Donovan felt as if he had been hit by an ancient divine mountain. His entire body flew away like a fly struck by a finger. Every bone in his body shattered, and his meridians burst. His soul crumbled bit by bit, exploding into a mist of blood hundreds of zhong away. Bang! The Donovan exploded into a cloud of blood. It slowly drifted down from the sky. The other cultivators' minds buzzed with shock. They couldn't believe what just happened. That was the Donovan, and he was killed so easily. Too terrifying. Was this the real strength of the youth before them? Many cultivators' legs turned weak, some collapsing onto the ground, completely demoralized. A peak deity infancy realm Donovan was killed with just a finger. Others stood no chance at resistance. "Boy, we surrender." The Merrill's lips trembled. He stammered, "Let us go. I promise, Purple Gold Gate will never oppose you." "I believe you," said Kit calmly, looking at the frightened Merrill. "But you seem to misunderstand something. If I lost, would you show mercy?" "See this." The Merrill's face turned paper white. Indeed, if Kit had lost, the best outcome would be having his soul taken over. Total annihilation. Such an end would spare him further torment. "It seems you understand." Kit's lips curved into a slight smile. He did nothing but flick his finger again. Bang! In that finger snap, the Merrill's body exploded, dying a violent death. "Run for your lives." The remaining cultivators panicked, scattering in all directions. Kit stood still, crushing each one like an ant, one after another. He didn't do this for pleasure. If all cultivators died instantly, it would arouse suspicion. They might think Kit possessed a forbidden weapon capable of instantly slaughtering everyone. Killing them individually would appear more plausible, making observers conclude they were killed one by one. They would assume Kit was incredibly powerful, without suspecting he had forbidden weapons. This was Kit's reasoning. Beside him, the incel shivered. This is the real side of boss? So bloody and cruel, killing them one by one when he can do it all at once. That's not his own strength. Aaron, possessing heavenly eyes, could see the astonishing energy within Kit. Those golden forces were terrifying but not his own. They rapidly depleted with usage, impossible to fully restore. Time slipped by. Within a quarter of an hour, Kit slaughtered all the cultivators. Waving his hand, a pile of colorful spirit weapons appeared around him. These were all low-grade or mid-grade spirit weapons he didn't need. However, they could be given to his clan members. After all, low-grade spirit weapons were precious even to ordinary deity infancy realm cultivators. Besides spirit weapons, the rest were common herbs, pills, and spirit stones. Nothing particularly valuable. Using his heavenly Dao True Eye, any true treasure wouldn't escape his sight. Shaking his head, Kit gathered the spirit weapons. Holding his empty palm, the rusty sword from under the coffin reappeared. With the power of the willow wood, his realm had escalated to unimaginable heights. His heavenly Dao True Eye had reached epic level enhancements. Upon gazing at the rusty sword, he saw its true form immediately. Countless runes flowed like stars across the sky. The rusty sword seemed to contain an entire world with astonishing power. Those rusts weren't rust but ancient dried blood, still holding immense force, forming chains to seal the sword. Such power was formidable. Even now, with the power of the willow wood, Kit couldn't remove the rust. He couldn't even shake it loose. Looks like I'll have to wait until my realm advances and figure out a way gradually. Regretfully, Kit placed the rusty sword back into the pendant. Kit approached the incel. Startled, the incel shouted, "Holy crap, boss, don't kill me. My meat isn't good to eat." "Kit, What's with his sudden craziness? Aaron smiled gently, saying, I'm now certain I chose the right person. Remember our agreement. Of course. Kit smiled, fetching a spatial ring and tossing it to Aaron. Inside are resources I collected from a small world. This share is for you. For me? Aaron froze, surprised that Kit would give her a portion. Why not? We're partners, aren't we? Kit grinned. Honestly, it's too little, only containing 10,000-year-old spirit medicines and ancient powers legacies. Hearing this, Aaron gasped. Her divine sense scanned the spatial ring, revealing a book in her hand. She felt lightheaded. This was an ancient legacy, priceless, given to her like this? Boss, unfair. You can't forget your most loyal follower. The incel jumped up and down, shouting to divide the treasures. Translation provided while maintaining original tone and structure as closely as possible, ensuring natural English flow. #### Chapter 82. The Legend of the Supreme King. Austin thought for a moment and tossed the quasi-imperial Dao robe that belonged to Aryan to Wilburwong, saying, Here, this thing is for you. Holy cow, a quasi-imperial grade artifact? Wilburwong immediately calmed down, happily stowing it away. He planned to refine it and then transmit it upward. At the quasi-imperial grade, artifacts can automatically change their shape without worrying about transmission issues. After dividing the items, Austin grabbed Wilburwong by the neck and said, All right, take me to the 10,000-year-old soul cohesion grass. If you dare to deceive me, you choose between braised, steamed, or boiled. I'm very lenient. Boss, can I choose a less painful outcome? Wilburwang's face contorted in discomfort. That's not impossible either. Then let's go with grilled. Austin said casually. Aaron, standing nearby, covered her mouth and giggled, saying, I think hot pot with dragon meat would be better. Human woman, you've made me really angry. Wilburwong was thoroughly miserable. Just you wait, I will get my revenge. Forget it. Austin curled his lips, muttering, All right, you stay here in Yi Kingdom's capital city while I handle some matters. I'll be back within half a month at the latest. Hearing this, Wilburwong froze and asked, Boss, what matters? Can I come along? Don't ask. This matter. Only the dead can keep secrets. Austin glanced at Wilburwong and smiled. Humans have a saying. To understand the truth in the morning, one can die in peace in the evening. Do you want to become a dead dragon? Wilburwang's head started shaking vigorously like a rattle drum. Good. Austin smacked Wilburwong on the head. Then, he brought Wilburwong and Aaron back to Yi Kingdom's capital city. By now, 3 days had passed. The buzz surrounding the ancient power small world had not subsided but grown even more intense. Everywhere, cultivators were discussing various events related to the small world. Hey, did you hear? All major sects suffered heavy losses. Tons of sect leaders and elders died. Stop it. Over 40 or 50 divine infants, 7 or 800 divine pillars, and thousands of divine seas are gone. Strongers within 10,000 miles have reduced by at least 10%. So terrifying? You bet. And that's not even the worst part. Even more terrifying is that an ancient cultivator ascended the 9-color jade heaven ladder of 99 steps within the ancient power small world. That's the caliber of a supreme king. Supreme king? Phew. If it's truly a supreme king, it won't be long before xuanhuan world descends into chaos. Hehe. Now a bunch of old monsters are hunting down this supreme king. Some want to recruit him, while most want to possess his body. Even if his bones are halved after possession, there's still extremely rare qualifications. Rumors say a powerful expert traveled across tens of thousands of miles to capture this supreme king. Hehe. That guy is in trouble. A group of cultivators chatted idly in a tea house. Nearby were Austin, disguised as someone else, Aaron, and Wilburwong in human form. Condescending to their conversation, Austin rubbed his nose, feeling somewhat speechless yet mostly relieved. Fortunately, he was cautious and used an alias. No one recognized him as Austin. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, the influx of powerful experts was something Austin hadn't anticipated. We can't stay in Yi Kingdom's capital. Aaron sipped her tea slowly and said, Yi Kingdom, within 10,000 miles, is just a small pond. No big fish can grow here. But within the xuanhuan world, there are numerous powerhouses and geniuses galore. Divine Wanderer realm is just the entry level. It doesn't count as powerful. You sure know a lot. Austin looked puzzled and narrowed his eyes, asking, Speaking of which, we've known each other for so long, but I don't even know where you're from. We will meet again in the future. I'll tell you then. Aaron smiled sweetly and said, Farewell. With that, she placed the teacup on the table, got up, and left the tea house. Boss, aren't you going to try to keep her? Wilburwong stared at Austin, completely baffled. Keep her? Why should I? Austin shook his head, muttering, That woman is not simple. She's inscrutable, and I can't fathom what she wants. That's true. Wilburwong agreed wholeheartedly. Austin looked at Wilburwong and continued, By the way, during your stay in the capital, help me with something. If you succeed, I'll give you a great reward. Sure, boss. Can you tell me what the reward is? Wilburwong wiped his mouth, eager. Austin pondered for a moment and produced a golden sword, which vanished instantly. Just one glance sent Wilburwong bouncing excitedly, shouting, Damn it, did you swipe my precious sword? Give it back. Shut up. Austin curled his lips and said, What's mine is mine. If you want it, you need to do something for me first. All right. Wilburwong nodded. He realized that getting a quasi-imperial grade item was already several times better than a dozen or so king grade artifacts. He wasn't losing out on any front. Thinking about this, Wilburwong added, So, boss, what do you want me to do? Simple. There's an old monster lurking in the imperial city of Yi Kingdom. Who knows how many years he has been hiding? Find out all you can about him. He's likely at the Divine Wanderer realm, Austin explained slowly. Holy cow, that's a death sentence, boss. Wilburwong exclaimed, shaking his head vigorously like a rattle drum. Fear not with a quasi-imperial artifact in hand. Austin scoffed. Relax, a divine wanderer can't break your quasi-imperial grade armor. Not even an ancient power could. Wilbur Wong paused, patting his head, then exclaimed, You're right, boss, I see the light. All right, if everything goes as planned, I'll see you in half a month. Off I go. Austin nodded, placed the teacup on the table, and left Yi Kingdom's capital city, heading towards Jinwu City. At the same time, in Jinwu City, after the Bai family annihilated 16 peak spirit chi stage Qin family experts and over 100 core 4-stage experts, leaving their bodies strewn in the streets, the other major families in Jinwu City were utterly cowed. ####Chapter 83, Kylie's Incredible Constitution. The Bai family had genuinely become the top clan in Jinwu City, rising to prominence with the immense resources left behind by Kit. Now, they boasted over 20 cultivators at the profound Qi realm alone. Other clans could only look on with admiration whenever they saw someone from the Bai family. Kit, especially, had become a legend in Jinwu City. However, as a legend, rumors were inevitable. One of the more popular ones was that Kit had stumbled upon an incredible opportunity, acquiring vast resources which propelled the Bai family's meteoric rise. It was also rumored that he possessed a priceless treasure. This treasure had transformed Kit from being Jinwu City's most extravagant wastrel and biggest failure into its youngest peak profound Qi realm expert. Many people were tempted by this story. Naturally, it spread to other powerful figures. A number of these powerful cultivators arrived in Jinwu City, a remote and insignificant place. Kit himself encountered at least 7 or 8 Sea Spirit Realm experts during his travels, even catching glimpses of some Pill Spirit Realm masters. These powerful cultivators lay in wait for Kit to appear. This is troublesome. Kit felt the presence of these strong cultivators around Jinwu City and couldn't help but feel helpless. Honestly speaking, killing just a few Pill Spirit Realm experts wouldn't be too difficult for him. But if Kit, a mere profound Qi realm youth from such an insignificant place, managed to make several high-ranking Sea Spirit and Pill Spirit Realm cultivators disappear without a trace, next would be Heaven Roaming Realm and higher realms. Moreover, it wouldn't be easy not to associate Kit with the fleeting appearance of the young Supreme from the small world. Scratching his head, Kit worried about how to deal with these powerful cultivators. At that moment, Jalen appeared on Kit's shoulder, laughing, Boss, what's so hard about it? Why don't you find yourself a master? Master? A light shone in Kit's eyes. He immediately understood. Indeed, having a sufficiently powerful master would explain his rapid ascent differently. With a master serving as a shield, most forces would consider Kit a rather talented prodigy, not someone who might be a young Supreme. After all, within tens of thousands of miles, there were hundreds of kingdoms. Families like the Bai family, which rose rapidly, were far too common. Many youths had been taken under the wings of strong cultivators and risen quickly. There were countless such examples. Thinking about this, Kit rubbed his chin and began searching his mind for suitable candidates. Pierce? He was very powerful, but clearly not the type to seek attention, so he was ruled out immediately. Erin, similarly overpowered, was at the peak Pill Spirit realm. She could easily be Kit's nominal master, but Erin wouldn't be foolish enough to serve as his shield. She was much too smart for that. Damn, there's actually no suitable candidate. Kit was momentarily speechless. Just then, a familiar figure appeared not far from Kit. Kylie, daughter of the Lord of Medicine King Pavilion. She was someone Kit knew well, naive and innocent. Looking at Kylie, Kit lit up. He found a fitting scapegoat, a master. He approached her. At that moment, however, Kylie was being harassed by a spoiled rich kid. Hey girl, I just happen to need a concubine. How about coming with me? As the young patriarch of Zijin's sect, I won't treat you badly. A boy in purple clothes sneered lewdly. Yeah, big sis, go along with him. Hee. Didn't expect to find such a beauty in this backwater city. A group of pampered young men surrounded Kylie, teasing her. Kit sighed inwardly. Kylie's constitution was truly something. Each time they met, someone was harassing her. This should have been the second time he'd seen her in such a predicament. Though beautiful, did she really have such bad luck? What sect was it last time? Kit scratched his head. He regretted forgetting. But Zijin's sect was familiar to him. Not greeting them would be a pity. So, Kit stepped forward, delivering a flying kick to the Asayo's buttocks, sending him sprawling face first into the ground. Unfortunately for him, he landed right into a pile of horse manure, mouth full of filth. Tui! The young lord's face turned green instantly as he scrambled to his feet, retching violently, almost vomiting bile. The rest of his cronies were stunned. Did this person from the insignificant Jinwu city dare attack the young lord of Zijin's sect? Recognizing Kit, Kylie exclaimed with surprise, Wow, Kit! Finally, I found you. Have you returned from your cultivation journey? Kit touched his nose, thinking for a moment before saying, Indeed, stand aside first. I'm about to fight. Oh. Startled, Kylie took 2 steps back, staying out of the fray. Cough, cough, cough. The young lord hacked wildly, pale-faced. Trembling, he pointed at Kit, stammering, Catch him. Go. Make him eat 10,000 pounds of horse manure. Bastard. The young lord screamed, nearly losing his mind. His followers drew their swords and rushed at Kit without a word. A bunch of gathered Qi realm cultivators attacking me. What courage. Shaking his head helplessly, Kit stood still, slapping the nearest one across the face. Slap. The cultivator spun mid-air several times before landing flat on the ground. White teeth clattered onto the stone pavement with a crisp sound. The others were stunned. Before they could react, Kit lunged forward, his hand moving like a blur, delivering a barrage of slaps. White teeth and saliva flew everywhere. The cultivators tumbled through the air, landing on the ground, half of them unconscious after just one round. Those remaining had swollen faces like pig heads, their skin looking translucent. The translation maintains the original tone and style while ensuring natural fluency in English. The structure of paragraphs and line breaks has been preserved. Hashtag chapter 84. Hung up and whipped. Snap, snap, snap. Kit cracked his fingers and stared at the young master of Purple Gold Gate, saying, "Now it's your turn." "Hold on, you're Kit?" The young master of Purple Gold Gate was taken aback, as if he had just recalled something. He loudly exclaimed, "Hold on, we have a misunderstanding. I invited you to join Purple Gold Gate." Join Purple Gold Gate. Kit's expression was somewhat odd, not joy, but surprise. In the various major sects of xuanhuan world, recruiting disciples generally only happened in childhood to ensure loyalty to the sect. Loyalty came first. Otherwise, no matter how outstanding one's talent, they were useless. The major sects weren't foolish enough to cultivate wolves who would eventually turn on them unless there was an ulterior motive. These thoughts raced through Kit's mind quickly. He squatted down, smiling slyly at the young master of Purple Gold Gate and asked, "What does Purple Gold Gate want me for? What conditions are you offering?" The young master wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and continued, "As long as you hand over the fortuitous encounter you obtained, Purple Gold Gate can make the Bai family a vassal family of Purple Gold Gate, and you can become an inner disciple of Purple Gold Gate." "Oh, so you want me to be a dog for Purple Gold Gate? And I have to bring my own dog food?" Kit smirked, considering giving the young master of Purple Gold Gate a slap. But seeing the manure by the corner of the other party's mouth, Kit ultimately gave up. His hand wouldn't withstand that. "What's wrong with being a dog?" The young master of Purple Gold Gate looked puzzled and shouted, "Countless families wish to be subordinates of our Purple Gold Gate and serve as watchdogs, but they don't have the qualifications. Let me tell you, Kit, don't be ungrateful. If you refuse, then the Bai family might risk destruction." "Forget it. I heard your Purple Gold Gate offended that mysterious young supreme cultivator." A slight smile tugged at the corner of Kit's lips. "According to his growth rate, in 2 or 3 years at most, and maybe just a month or so, I'll see Purple Gold Gate turn to ruins. Who wants your broken down sect? Get lost. You will regret this." The young master of Purple Gold Gate's face paled. Kit wasn't wrong. Once that young supreme grew strong enough, Purple Gold Gate would be utterly annihilated. Indeed, many of Purple Gold Gate's vassal families were already making arrangements with other sects. In most people's minds, Purple Gold Gate was like a locust in autumn, doomed not to last much longer. At that moment, a group of people from the Bai family approached. Leading them was Orlando, the commander of the Bai family's guards. This guy was very familiar with Kit. The previous master was a prodigal son who got whipped whenever caught, often by Orlando himself. Orlando was skilled with the whip. He could instill a deep understanding of one's mistakes while leaving no permanent damage. Seeing Kit, Orlando was startled, trembling as he said, "Iggy, here I am. Let's settle past accounts." Kit waved his hand, smiling. "Forget about those old matters." Orlando paused but soon understood. After several months, if Kit wanted revenge, he would have done it long ago. Warring him up and give him 3,000 lashes carefully. "Don't kill him. I trust your skills." Kit pointed at the young master of Purple Gold Gate indifferently. "Don't worry, Iggy. Leave it to me." Orlando rubbed his hands excitedly, muttering, "With you not making any mistakes lately, I've almost gone rusty." "Kit." Kylie, standing nearby, widened her eyes, imagining all sorts of strange scenarios. This Bai family was indeed terrifying. Even someone as powerful as Kit could be hung and whipped. Despite being a genius, he was labeled a wasteful spendthrift. How bizarre. No wonder her father insisted on reconciliation with the Bai family at all costs. Soon, the young master of Purple Gold Gate was hung at Jinwu City's entrance, being whipped into a spinning mess. Crowds gathered around quickly, commenting among themselves. "Wow, isn't that someone from Purple Gold Gate? Why is he hanging here being whipped by the Bai family? Who's this fatty? A Purple Gold Gate disciple? Almost 500 pounds. That's the current young master and son of the patriarch of Purple Gold Gate. Damn, does this Bai family have such guts?" Warringing and whipping the young master of Purple Gold Gate. Not afraid of retaliation, the crowd of cultivators murmured, all shocked. Although the Bai family had risen significantly compared to other families in Jinwu City, they were still small fries when facing a monstrous entity like Purple Gold Gate with numerous divine Sea Realm cultivators. A single divine Sea Realm cultivator could destroy them in an instant, but Orlando didn't care. He had complete confidence in Kit, knowing that Kit wasn't foolish. If he dared to provoke Purple Gold Gate, he must have a plan. So, Orlando wielded the whip, making sure the young master of Purple Gold Gate felt every lash profoundly. Shaking his head, Kit stopped watching the hung young master and turned to Kylie, asking, "Why did you come to Jinwu City? Offering yourself in marriage?" "As if you could dream." Kylie rolled her eyes and said, "My father sent me to apologize to you on his behalf. Also, the Medicine King Pavilion can spare no effort to reconcile with you. What do you think?" Upon hearing Kylie's words, Kit stroked his chin. It surprised him how quickly the Medicine King Pavilion Gideon conceded. During his pursuit, he was merely at the xianxia level. With 2 Brendan failing their assassination attempts, they immediately knuckled under. This Medicine King Gideon was indeed cunning and foresight, knowing the only choice when unable to kill Kit was to resolve grudges before they became mortal enmities. Would Kit care that the Medicine King Gideon tried to kill him? He truly didn't care. Over the past few months, countless people had tried to kill him. The Medicine King Gideon barely ranked in importance. Just right now, he needed the Medicine King Gideon as a shield, using each other for mutual benefit. Thinking of this, Kit said, "Reconciliation is possible if you meet my condition." "What condition?" Kylie's expression was serious, completely focused, looking extremely earnest. Chapter 85, Realm Division. Austin spoke up when he saw the situation. "My demand is simple. Give me the status of a direct disciple in Yaowang Pavilion." "A direct disciple?" Kylie was taken aback, asking in surprise, "Just that?" "Just that." Austin nodded and then asked with an odd expression, "You can't even fulfill such a simple request?" Of course I can. Leave it to me. Kylie nodded vigorously. Then, a green eagle appeared in her hand. She wrote down her conversation with Austin, tied it to the eagle's leg, and let it fly away. After completing all this, Kylie continued, we just need to wait for 7 or 8 hours. My father will reply by then. This bird is quite advanced. Austin looked at the green eagle, stroking his chin curiously and asked, what if it gets shot down mid-flight? The green feathered falcon flies at a height of tens of thousands of feet. Only a Divine Traveler Realm expert could shoot it down, and why would a Divine Traveler Realm expert be so bored? Kylie pouted, finding it utterly absurd. However, overall, she was very happy. After all, if Austin insisted on being hostile to the Medicine King Pavilion, she would be in a very difficult position. At this moment, Mac came over and bowed towards Austin, saying, Iggy, the 3,000 lashes are finished. What's next? Hearing this, Austin instinctively glanced at the suspended Isaiah. By now, his body had swollen all over, looking miserable with barely any breath left. He was still mumbling curses about Austin not having a good end. Looking at the Isaiah, Austin waved his hand and said, throw him out. The rest is my responsibility. Sure thing, Iggy. Mac moved quickly, throwing the limp Isaiah and his subordinates out of Jinwu City. Back at the Bai family residence, Castor looked happily at Austin and loudly said, good, good. It's fine as long as you're safe. That's a given. What problem could I have? Austin pouted, taking out a ring and handing it to Castor, saying, old man, this contains resources I collected. They should help you all reach the Divine Sea Realm easily. Even if it doesn't enhance combat power, reaching the Divine Sea Realm extends your lifespan to 300 years, giving you a few more years to live, right? Haha, I knew you wouldn't forget us. Castor patted Austin's shoulder, feeling comforted. But then, he looked at Kylie, curious, and asked, xiuxian, where did you pick up this girl? Old man, picked up has a negative connotation. Austin was rather dissatisfied. He waved his hand and said, forget it. You distribute those resources however you see fit. I'm off. Off? Where to? Castor was surprised. To find someone I promised to help. Austin turned to look at Kylie and asked, are you staying in my courtyard or somewhere else? I have my own place. Kylie pouted, muttering to Austin, conniving with you is too dangerous. Whatever. Austin shook his head and leaped into the air. A few leaps later, he disappeared from sight. Within dozens of seconds, he arrived at another courtyard. As soon as he entered, he noticed Pierce silently appear behind him, saying in surprise, kid, not bad. That young overlord from the small world was you, right? And Matt too? Austin was speechless. How strong was this Pierce? He appeared silently behind him without Austin sensing him at all. However, he knew one thing. Pierce had no ill intentions. These true dragon origin bloods probably weren't useful to Pierce either. Otherwise, Pierce would have entered the true dragon small world himself. Turning around, Austin smiled and said, yes, it was me. Great, I didn't misjudge you. Pierce nodded approvingly. He waved his hand, and a teapot and several cups appeared on the table. He then said with a smile, all right, don't stand there, sit. Oh. Austin wasn't polite, choosing a seat directly. He glanced around, curiously asking, where's Selen? I sent him to our ancestral grounds. It's better for his growth there. Pierce laughed, then asked, how was your trip to the small world? It feels like, Austin pondered for a while before continuing, I'm very weak, extremely weak. To recognize your shortcomings already shows good mental fortitude. Pierce nodded slightly, flicking his finger to create a Dao flame under the pot to slowly brew tea. Austin looked at Pierce curiously and asked, what realm are you? Realm? Pierce paused, then laughed, saying, it doesn't matter much. Now, even at Gathering Chi Realm, you can outmatch Divine Sea Realm practitioners. Kid, remember, there's an end to strength, and that's the Overlord Realm. To reach the Overlord Realm, there's only one path. Progress steadily, step by step, and you'll get there. As for realms, I won't go into details. You explore them yourself, it's more interesting that way. So Overlord is the ultimate. Austin was stunned, frowning slightly and asking, there's nothing stronger than an Overlord? According to ancient legends, perhaps only immortals from the primordial era could surpass Overlords, Pierce replied. But they remain mythical tales. Mythical tales, huh? Austin paused, thinking for a moment, then asked again, I still want to know how the realms in this world are divided. Fine. Pierce sighed. He picked up the teacup, poured Austin a cup, then poured one for himself. Sipping his tea, he slowly explained, Overlord, Arn, Holy Sage, their titles. The true grades are only 4 levels. True Chi Realm, Divine Mystic Realm, Sacred Spirit Realm, and Dao Realm. The Breath Cultivation, Gathering Chi, Chi Transformation, Vortex Chi, and Profound Chi realms belong to the True Chi category. The Divine Sea, Divine Pill, Divine Child, Divine Traveler, and Divine Mystic realms belong to the Divine Mystic category. Beyond that is the Sacred Spirit Realm, known in ancient times as the Arn and Sacred Spirit realms. Finally, there's the Dao Realm, which you'll discover gradually. I see, I understand. Austin nodded, gaining a clearer understanding. Chapter 86, The Lord's Wisdom. These realms clearly represent different levels of life, each with distinct ranks. For instance, the Profound Chi realm and the Divine Sea realm. On the surface, they seem to differ by only one realm, but in reality, their life stages are vastly different, almost like different species. In the Profound Chi realm, the maximum lifespan is a mere century. In contrast, for those in the Divine Sea realm, the minimum lifespan is 3 centuries, which can be extended to around 5 centuries through elixirs, medicinal herbs, and secret methods. As for those in the Spirit Pill realm, they generally live up to a millennium. Taking the physical body as another example, most in the Divine Sea realm can regenerate lost limbs unless the injury is fatal. Even if they are turned into mush or have their heads crushed, they can recover completely. Even when their lifespan is exhausted, they can continue living by seizing a new body. This is why many cultivators don't regard ordinary people as humans. To these cultivators, time spent in seclusion could mean several generations of mortals passing away. A single journey far from home might result in kingdoms disappearing. Over millennia, this leads to emotional detachment and viewing mortals as ants, an inevitable outcome. Understanding this, Kit narrowed his eyes and asked Pierce, "Uncle Wu, may I know your realm?" "Confidential." Pierce smiled without answering Kit's question. Kit was taken aback, finding it hard to understand. He asked curiously, "Confidential? Why?" "The reason is simple. It won't take long before you reach a level comparable to mine." Pierce smiled slightly, looking at Kit and continued, "Xiuxian, the world is vast, very vast. The kingdom of Yi is just a small corner, a trivial place that can't produce great talents. It won't be long before you realize this." "Is that so?" Kit paused slightly, pondering inwardly. "Well, let's not talk about this anymore. Did you manage to get the flame-devouring scripture?" Pierce asked curiously. Kit pursed his lips and said, "If I went out to do it, how could I fail? Wait, I'll write it down for you." With that, Kit took out paper and pen, starting to transcribe the flame-devouring scripture symbols from his memory. Crack! A breeze swept by, and the original paper instantly turned to ashes. "What?" Kit froze, unsure what happened. This is because the recording material is too poor. Ordinary paper cannot withstand the inherent power of the flame-devouring scripture. Each symbol carries an indescribable force. Pierce looked at the ashes on the table and added, "But I've already memorized all the symbols. No big issue. I'm off." "Leaving? Are you leaving Jinwu City?" Kit was somewhat stunned. Without Pierce stationed in Jinbei City, other sects sneaking in to cause trouble would make things difficult for Kit. "Don't worry, I left a clone here. Its realm isn't high, just peak god mystic, so anyone who can beat my clone doesn't exist. Bye." Pierce smiled slightly and vanished instantly. Left alone in the courtyard, Kit sat at the table, staring at the steaming tea, somewhat dazed. To leave so suddenly was hard to accept. At the same time, elsewhere, the young lord of Purple Gold sect was returned to the sect, where someone narrated with embellishments the scene of him being hung up and whipped, ending up looking like a pig's head, to the new leader of Purple Gold sect, the third one. The previous two had died at Kit's hands. Looking at his young lord, the Xerxes wasn't particularly heartbroken. After all, he wasn't his son but the grandson of the previous leader, a good-for-nothing fool, whom he had disliked from the start. Had he been firmly established as the master, he would have stripped this young lord of his position long ago. Sitting on the master's seat, the Xerxes surveyed the group of elders gathered around him. Each elder sat upright, expressionless. All present were experienced individuals who knew the new master would inevitably want to establish authority by tackling troublemakers first. No one wanted to be the target. Seeing no one speaking up, the Xerxes opened his mouth and said, "Everyone, our young lord is too weak. He couldn't even handle a mere profound Qi realm Kit. Such a disgrace is unworthy of being our young lord. I propose we strip him of his position and expel him from Purple Gold sect. What do you think?" Hearing this from the master, the elders exchanged glances, nodded one after another, and chimed in. "Indeed, I think the master's idea makes perfect sense. The young lord disgraced himself. Indeed, he has no right to stay in Purple Gold sect. If he can't handle such a trivial task, keeping him in the sect will only bring harm to everyone. The master is wise. I have no objections." All the elders expressed their agreement. The Xerxes saw that more than 90% agreed. The remaining 10% either remained silent or opposed. It must be the previous master's disciples, who needed to be dealt with. Thinking this, the Xerxes squinted slightly and said, "Since everyone agrees, we shall strip the young lord of his title and expel him from Purple Gold sect." With a wave of his hand, the heavy former young lord was slapped flying, landing outside Purple Gold sect. His fate was now in his own hands, but with countless rogue cultivators and other Purple Gold sect disciples against him, his lifespan was sealed. Just as the former young lord regained consciousness, a group of cultivators surrounded him, looking at him with malice. Many played with daggers in their hands, wishing to tear him apart and scatter his bones to ashes. Falling into their hands, dying quickly would be too merciful. After handling the young lord's matter, the Xerxes continued, "We can't have a young lord vacancy in Purple Gold sect. I think my son Fintan is suitable. What do you think?" "No problem. I agree. This is fitting. Fintan is already a top-notch expert in Purple Gold sect's younger generation, reaching the Divine Sea realm at a young age. His prospects are limitless. It should have been this way long ago." The elders nodded in unison, merely going through the motions. Nothing major. After discussing the young lord's replacement, the Xerxes' smile faded, and he spoke slowly. Although the former young lord was a waste, he still represented Purple Gold sect's honor. "We can't allow dishonor to taint us. I propose sending my son Fintan to Jinwu City to annihilate the Bai family. What do you say?" Chapter 87. Kit, get out here. I think it's feasible. The strongest member of the Bai family, Kit, is only at the peak of the Mystic Qi realm, not worth worrying about. But I heard that Kit seems to have some connection with the Medicine King Pavilion. No problem. The Bai family is just a small clan, not something to be concerned about. The Medicine King Pavilion won't cause trouble with us over this. The group of elders had a brief discussion and all agreed that this plan was reasonable. Thus, almost simultaneously, Fintan led a group of experts straight toward Jinwu City. Their intent was clearly to annihilate the Bai family. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Kit sat cross-legged in a small courtyard, meditating. This trip to the capital city had yielded him much. He needed time to organize and digest everything. He also took the opportunity to catalog the various materials he had acquired. First was the spirit stones, which were as good as hard currency in all major sects and throughout the mystic realm. Among these, the most precious were the top-grade spirit stones. There were 10 million of them, collected by the heads and grand elders of various sects, extremely valuable items. The remaining high-grade spirit stones numbered around 7 to 800 million, which Kit didn't particularly care for. As for the mid-grade and low-grade ones, he packed them separately into a storage ring. The space within the dragon-shaped pendant was vast, but not meant for rubbish. Next were the various herbs. Kit sorted them out and stored them in the dragon-shaped pendant, intending to refine them into powerful elixirs in the future. Having finished handling these items, Kit stretched lazily and stepped out of the courtyard. His seclusion was over. Next, he needed to find the 10,000-year soul condensing grass. Just then, a loud roar came from afar. "Kit, get out here." This voice was extremely powerful and full of vigor. Definitely a super expert. "Great, cursing me right at my doorstep. If I don't finish you off, do I look like clay?" Kit frowned slightly, his figure flashing as he arrived before the by-family gates in an instant. Before the gates stood a young man in purple robes, his hands behind his back, radiating a terrifying aura that had already reached the peak of the divine sea realm. Well, it was still terrifying to everyone else. Many of the younger generation disciples of the Bai family were already frightened stiff. It couldn't be helped. Even with Kit's abundant resources, time was too short. A few months could not change much. "How do you want to die?" Kit idly scratched his ear, his expression nonchalant. Being at the peak of the divine sea realm was strong, but for Kit, it was nothing more than having seen too many exquisite delicacies, making ordinary food less appealing. Divine sea realm. Not worthy of his attention. "Kit, you're truly arrogant." Fintan looked at Kit and laughed coldly, saying, "I am the Iggy of the Purple Gold Sect, Fintan. You have insulted the Purple Gold Sect, so now prepare to die." "You really talk a lot." Kit rolled his eyes and rolled up his sleeves, preparing to take care of Fintan. Suddenly, he remembered something serious. He was currently using Kit's identity. If he killed Fintan with one slap, wouldn't that blow his cover? Anyone would know he was the adolescent sovereign who appeared in the small world. An 18-year-old, killing someone at the peak of the divine sea realm with one slap? That was too scary. Seeing the hesitation on Kit's face, Fintan sneered, "Kit, are you afraid?" "Afraid? I, Kit, have never known fear." Kit smirked, crossing his arms as a good idea formed in his mind. He snapped his fingers and said, "Jalen, it's your turn." "Sure thing, boss." A voice echoed from behind Kit. "What?" Fintan was taken aback. Before he could react, Jalen's attack had already landed. In an instant, several needle-sized red dots appeared on the necks of the Purple Gold Sect disciples. In the next second, their faces turned blue as they fell dead. They collapsed all over the ground. "You despicable fiend. You actually poisoned us." Fintan's face darkened. If it weren't for his speed in swallowing a detoxifying elixir, he would have fallen too. Even so, his vision blurred, as if he had stayed up playing games for 10 days straight. Dizzy and disoriented, his combat strength plummeted. Hee. Kit looked at Fintan with an insidious smile, full of implications. To be honest, if not for fear of exposing his identity, Kit would have killed this guy with a single slap long ago. But this way was better. Making Fintan die miserably seemed more amusing. Meanwhile, those around them were speechless. A peak divine sea expert being taken down by poison. If not for seeing it firsthand, who would believe it? Moreover, wasn't this just too despicable? "You, dare you fight me face to face?" Fintan was nearly driven mad. He gritted his teeth and said, "You're too despicable." Despicable? This is called wisdom. Without even looking at Fintan, Kit slapped him across the face. Fintan flew backward. However, divine sea experts were indeed tough. That slap left only 5 finger marks on Fintan's face. "This skin is too thick. It doesn't feel good slapping." Kit shook his hand, stomping on Fintan and asking oddly, "Why did you grow such thick skin anyway?" Fintan spat out a mouthful of black blood, nearly mad with rage. Initially, he thought he would sweep through the situation and eliminate Kit without issue. Never did he imagine, in a moment of carelessness, he would be poisoned. And now, he met such a miserable end. Now, no matter how much Kit ground his bones into dust, he couldn't wash away this humiliation. Even whether he could continue as the Iggy of the Purple Gold Sect was uncertain. Thinking of this, Fintan's heart hardened. Without a word, he circulated his true chi, fiercely suppressing the toxins in his body, ready to regain his strength and make a final stand. But Kit saw through Fintan's intentions immediately. He glanced at Jalen and said, "Come over and give him another couple of hits." "Sure thing, boss. Leave it to me." Jalen was thrilled. Without hesitation, Fintan endured several more attacks. An enormous amount of scorpion venom entered his body. Despite his profound cultivation and the help of a detoxifying pill, Fintan couldn't withstand it anymore. Chapter 88. Chapter 88. Crushing the Arnold. He rolled his eyes and fainted directly. He fainted just like that. Kit felt a little regretful, lifted his leg, and stomped Isaiah's head to pieces. He said to one of the Bai family guards beside him, "Warring the corpses of these Purple Gold Sect disciples at the city gate, and spread the word that if anyone from Purple Gold Sect dares to come here, no matter how many they send, I will kill them all." "Sure thing, young master." The group of Bai family guards immediately set about dragging the corpses of the Purple Gold Sect disciples towards the entrance of Jinwu City. Just then, Mac approached, his face filled with concern. He said, "Xiuxian, Purple Gold Sect is a very formidable sect. Are you sure? You won't have any problems?" "Don't worry. It's nothing serious, Lanny." Kit laughed it off without a care. With Ethan's avatar guarding Jinwu City, Kit did not know Ethan's true strength. But he knew it was certainly not something Purple Gold Sect could rival. "I hope so." Mac was speechless, muttering to himself, "How did we end up crossing paths with Purple Gold Sect?" Kit paused, not answering, instead changing the subject. "I'll be out for some time. Purple Gold Sect won't retaliate right away." "Won't retaliate? Why not?" Mac was taken aback. not understanding. You'll see when the time comes. Kit didn't explain further. After tidying up a bit, Kit left Jinwu City, embarking on the journey to find the myriad-year spirit-condensing flower. However, before that, he decided to provoke Purple Gold Sect first. To put it another way, draw their hatred and ire. But Kit felt that his actions alone weren't enough to stir up enough enmity. Bringing along Corey, that troublemaking dragon, would definitely amplify the provocation. It might even infuriate the elders of Purple Gold Sect so much that they couldn't keep their coffins closed. This revision ensures the meaning is accurately conveyed, reads naturally in English, and maintains consistency in style and terminology. Therefore, Kit first arrived at Yi Kingdom's capital city. However, upon arriving, he heard shouts of battle and killing. Seize that damn dragon. Bastard. Countless treasures in my kingdom's treasury. That bastard ate everything clean. Kill him. Flay him. I want to make shoes out of his dragon hide. Kill, kill, kill. The clamor of battle was deafening, leaving Kit momentarily stunned. In the next second, he saw the crimson jace transform into a bolt of blood-red lightning, rushing quickly toward where Kit stood. It was about a meter long, its belly rounded and swollen. It could barely fly. If it weren't for Kit's Empyrean-grade spirit artifact protecting it, this creature would have been beaten to death long ago. Ah, you bunch of bastards. Isn't it just eating a few rotten fruits and drinking some slop water? Is this worth such a relentless pursuit? Corey seemed quite aggrieved. That's 1,000-year zhu fruit and tricolored earth milk, and the 1,000-year ginseng that this Lanny treasured. I've accumulated herbs over a century, all destroyed by that wretched beast. Kill him. I want to skin him alive. A group of cultivators were glaring red-eyed, determined not to rest until they killed Corey. This guy can really push his luck to the extreme. Kit watched Corey, feeling a bit sorrowful. This fellow wasn't just unreliable. Every time Kit met him, he was either being hunted or getting into trouble. That he had survived until now wasn't because of luck, but probably because he had some real skills. Damn it, boss. Stop watching and save me quick. Corey, seeing Kit, couldn't help shouting loudly. At the same time, it rapidly flew towards Kit. This beast has an owner? Anyone who raises such a creature can't be good news. Kill it together. That's right, kill. Don't run. The group of cultivators, having their minds clouded by anger, all looked fierce and attacked Kit from afar. Immediately, the flashing swords and flying handprints rained down. Kit was shocked. Without hesitation, he turned and ran. Not because he couldn't fight back, mainly due to guilt. Kit didn't want to fight. Boss, why are you running? Don't you dare betray me. Corey was greatly alarmed, wobbling as it chased after Kit. As Kit looked at the group of cultivators behind him, he had a sudden thought. Turning around suddenly, he grabbed Corey's neck and headed straight for Purple Gold Sect, shouting, I am the young Lord Fintan of Purple Gold Sect. Come and kill me at Purple Gold Sect if you dare. Finishing his words, Kit rushed towards Purple Gold Sect. Purple Gold Sect? A major sect, huh? Harming countless medicinal herbs belonging to this Lanny. Even if it's Purple Gold Sect, this Lanny must get justice. Let's go. Our Yi Kingdom doesn't fear Purple Gold Sect. The old generation cultivators of Yi Kingdom were indignant, not wasting a single word as they pursued Kit. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Kit dragged a group of cultivators across the sky non-stop. Wah wah wah, boss, I'm deeply moved by your saving me, shouted Corey. Kit smirked, saying, cut the crap. What did you find in the Yi Kingdom Palace? Corey paused, then replied, boss, look at those pursuing me and you'll understand. Hearing this, Kit took a closer look at those chasing Corey and was instantly shocked. These cultivators were all terrifyingly powerful, starting from the Divine Core realm. None of them were in the Divine Sea realm. Even there were 7 to 8 cultivators at the nascent Divinity realm. This far exceeded the apparent strength of the Yi Kingdom royal family. After all, the Yi Kingdom royal family openly claimed to have 4 imperial guardians, who were only at the Divine Sea realm, far from the nascent Divinity realm. Seeing this, Kit realized something was wrong. This Yi Kingdom royal family wasn't simple at all. Looking at Corey, he asked, enough talk. Spill the beans. What happened? To sum it up, I found a small world beneath Yi Kingdom. This hidden world is accessible only to members of the Yi Kingdom royal family. Corey said, there seems to be some treasure hidden inside. Treasure, eh? Kit stroked his chin, recalling the flame-devouring art. This Yi Kingdom royal family was definitely not ordinary. Shaking his head, Kit continued running towards Yi Kingdom's capital city. Purple Gold Sect was a staggering 10,000 miles away from Yi Kingdom's capital. Unless someone like Kit, with his unparalleled recovery speed, normal cultivators would have died of exhaustion long ago. And Kit was also very considerate to this group of cultivators, deliberately not distancing himself too quickly from the Yi Kingdom cultivators. Thus, this 10,000-mile journey, interspersed with stops, took them 5 whole days to reach Purple Gold Sect. And at this moment, within the main hall of Purple Gold Sect, ####Chapter 89, a big black pot. The head of Zijin Gate stared at Fintan's decapitated body on the ground. Instantly, his hair stood on end with rage. He roared, Kit, I'm going to kill you. Head, Iggy died in such humiliation. He was killed by poison directly without even a chance to defend himself. There was no time for him to use his power. That Kit is despicable for using poison. They hung Iggy's body in front of Jinwu City for 3 days. By the time we found out, it had already started to rot. This grudge cannot go unavenged, Head. Below, a group of elders were wiping away false tears. Only the Aaron had an ashen face and roared, fools, gather everyone immediately. I will personally go to Jinwu City. I will destroy Jinwu City completely, not leaving a single chicken or dog alive. All must be sacrificed along with my son. Boom. Just as he spoke, the ground began to shake violently from outside. The Aaron's face changed abruptly. He asked, "What's happening?" "We don't know. It seems like there are powerful attackers approaching. There are many powerful ones. They are attacking our gate's grand formation." The elders immediately became tense. They could feel that many of the assailants were deity infancy realm powerhouses. At the same moment, a loud roar echoed through the sky. "Fintan, come out here. I'm going to kill you." The terrifying voice scattered the clouds. In the entire hall, both the Aaron and the elders heard it clearly. This rage, this hysterical roar. It definitely came with lethal intent. Everyone looked at Fintan's decapitated body. This scoundrel, dead as he was, had managed to create such a big trouble even in death, truly, causing harm even after death. Meanwhile, Kit was hiding in the shadows, laughing to himself. Never would he have thought that by a twist of fate, he managed to put a huge black pot on Xiuxian Gate's head. It might take years for them to clear this up. "Boss, you are truly cunning." Ari, hidden in the shadows, watched as a group of powerhouses attacked the gate's protective formation. He extended a claw and gave a thumbs up. "SK, how can you speak like that? That's called wisdom and martial prowess. Cunning is a derogatory term." Kit smacked Ari's head, highly dissatisfied. "Oh, wisdom and martial prowess. Boss, you are indeed wise and mighty." Ari smiled and flattered Kit. Kit glanced at Ari, pursing his lips. So many powerhouses had chased relentlessly for 5 days, traveling thousands of miles, all because of one reason. It was solely due to Ari's insufferable mouth. All along, he had been mocking and taunting them, nearly pushing a group of Yi-Kingdom powerhouses to their limits. Their eyes were bloodshot, resembling rabbits. Boom. After 10 minutes of curses, the Aaron finally emerged with a group of elders. With a dark expression, he said, "Ladies and gentlemen, I wonder how my son offended you. Please tell me. How did he offend us?" A Yi-Kingdom powerhouse stepped forward, coldly saying, "Fintan allowed beasts to run amok, destroying my spirit medicines. The offense cannot be forgiven. He must make restitution." "Right. This Lanny accumulated these spirit medicines over 100 years. Enough talk. Xiuxian Gate must hand over the person responsible, or we will level Xiuxian Gate. Who fears whom? This Lanny has little time left to live. Without spirit medicines to prolong my life, I will fight Xiuxian Gate to the death." Yi-Kingdom cultivators were firm but now calmed down. They weren't prepared to die. After all, having lived for hundreds of years, nobody wanted to die. But Xiuxian Gate had to offer some compensation, and on Xiuxian Gate's side, they felt incredibly aggrieved. If Fintan were still alive, the group could bite the bullet and provide compensation. But with him dead, recognizing this debt made no sense. The Aaron clenched his fists and said, "My son is already dead. Old debts should be wiped out with his passing. It has nothing to do with Xiuxian Gate anymore." Hearing this, a group of Yi-Kingdom cultivators immediately had their eyes turn red. They didn't know that the Fintan they had chased for 10,000 miles was just a decoy. Just moments ago, he was lively, charging into Xiuxian Gate. Now, the Aaron claimed he was dead? Who would believe that? Therefore, when the Aaron uttered these words, there was a moment of silence. Swoosh! A killing aura filled the air, dropping the temperature around by several degrees. Seeing the Yi-Kingdom group's darkened faces and silence, the Aaron panicked. He said, "If you don't believe me, I can show you the body." "Fine, let's see the body." An elderly figure among the Yi-Kingdom leaders gritted his teeth. If he were really dead, then it only showed the Aaron's ruthlessness, killing even his own son. If someone dies, debts are erased, and they would consider themselves unlucky. The Aaron raised his hand and tossed Fintan's body onto the ground. Ha ha ha. The Yi-Kingdom powerhouses looked at the decapitated corpse on the ground, their eyes bloodshot. Their expressions were grotesquely distorted with anger. This wasn't hatred toward an enemy. It was sheer frustration. This person had clearly been dead for days, the body blackened and stinking, not fresh at all. Just 15 minutes ago, that guy was lively, continuously provoking and mocking them. Clearly, this was a random corpse, with its head smashed and brought in as a substitute. Crack crack. The Yi-Kingdom powerhouses' fists clenched tightly, making cracking sounds. Several elderly figures even broke their teeth. Their bodies trembled, and the atmosphere became icy cold, brimming with killing intent. What is this? The Aaron paused, realizing something was wrong, but he had no idea what was going on. Far off, Kit watched this scene in shock. He muttered, "This is getting interesting. Didn't expect such unexpected benefits." "Boss, that decapitated corpse is Fintan? Died so miserably. TSK. The person who did this is brutal." Ari clicked his tongue. Kit glanced at Ari. Rolling his eyes, he said, "I stomped Fintan to death myself." "Well done." Ari immediately shouted loudly, "This guy deserved to die." "Shut up." Kit slapped Ari and whispered, "Be quiet, they're about to fight." At this moment, far away, the Aaron saw the increasingly chilly atmosphere. He clasped his hands and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, since my son is already dead, debts are erased with his passing. In my view, let's part ways." "Are you letting this slide?" The lead figure among the Yi-Kingdom powerhouses was trembling all over. He was a peak deity infancy realm powerhouse, living for nearly a millennium, never feeling as enraged as now. ####Chapter 90. Fishing in troubled waters. The Yusef was treating them like fools. It would have been better if he had directly protected Fintan, without offering any compensation. At least that wouldn't have insulted their intelligence. Seeing the Yi-Kingdom strong so enraged, the Yusef was greatly shocked, unable to figure out what went wrong. He had sincerely apologized, yet the other party only became more furious. What was going on? However, the sect master also had his pride and represented the purple gold gate. Backing down was clearly not an option. Thus, he clasped his hands together and said to the Carls, "If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." After speaking, he turned to leave. The situation can't be resolved peacefully without force. The face of the Carl was cold as he waved his hand and took direct action. A 10-long golden palm print shot towards the Yusef. The sect master was taken aback. His pupils contracted as he shattered the attack with a powerful strike, angrily demanding, "What are you doing? Have you gone mad?" "Mad? I think you're the one who's lost it. Treating us like idiots, thinking we'd let this slide?" "That's right. Too much. You didn't even put on a decent show. Don't waste words, attack now. Today, Purple Gold Gate must pay in blood. The sect master must die." A group of experts, filled with righteous indignation, did not waste any more words with the Yusef. In an instant, attacks rained from all directions. Carls were truly infuriated, dealing fatal blows without hesitation. No mercy was shown. Meanwhile, the Yusef was almost choking on his own frustration. Why? There was no reason for it. His attitude had been quite reasonable, even offering his son's corpse to prove innocence. But the other party still wouldn't let it go. Did they really think Purple Gold Gate was malleable and spineless? In an instant, a flash of cold light appeared in the eyes of the sect master. With an angry roar, he shouted, "Attack! Kill them!" Boom! In the sky above, countless attacks danced through the air. In a moment, blades and swords clashed within 1,000 zhang radius, turning everything into a land of death. Kit watched from afar, remarking sarcastically, "Tisk, this what a lively fight. Too bad I don't have sunflower seeds. Otherwise, I could watch all day." "Boss, stop watching. I have a great idea." Beside him, Wilbur's eyes were twinkling mischievously. Hearing this, Kit turned around, curious. "What idea?" "Boss, think about it. Now that all Purple Gold Gate's experts are fighting outside, the sect must be empty." Wilbur licked his lips lecherously. "Those treasures in Purple Gold Gate." "Yeah." Kit slapped Wilbur on the head, muttering, "How could I forget? Let's go." "Sure thing." Wilbur led the way, sneaking into Purple Gold Gate's compound. The protective array was a formidable barrier for ordinary cultivators, but for Kit, it was like walking on flat ground, full of loopholes. Without effort, they reached the treasure pavilion. "Haha, big treasures, here I come. Wonder how Purple Gold Gate's medicinal herbs fare." Wilbur wiped his mouth, ready to enter. "Don't think about eating all the time. It's dangerous." Kit stopped Wilbur, his heavenly Dao true eye revealing the true state of the treasure pavilion. The pavilion was divided into 3 levels, each containing different treasures. The higher the level, the greater the rarity and value of the treasures, marked by increasingly complex runes. Within this pavilion, a powerful cultivator guarded it, having nearly reached the divine tourist stage. Though his aura was terrifying, it was concealed, almost undetectable. If Kit hadn't had the heavenly Dao true eye, he wouldn't have noticed this old fellow at all. "What's up, boss?" Wilbur stopped immediately, looking anxiously at Kit. He trusted Kit wholeheartedly. Otherwise, he wouldn't have acknowledged him as his boss. "There's a nearly divine tourist elder inside, very formidable. Probably Purple Gold Gate's ultimate card." Kit rubbed his chin and continued, "Not easy to deal with." "Nearly divine tourist? Boss, let's leave." Wilbur was startled, fear flashing in his eyes. The gap between the nascent soul realm and the divine tourist realm was vast, essentially incomparable. If it were a near divine tourist, even with his imperial-grade spirit weapon, Kit might not prevail. "Forget it. What kind of person am I to retreat?" Kit smirked at Wilbur. "Just a near divine tourist. I'll lure him away. You take your chance." "Seriously, boss?" Wilbur was shocked. A near divine tourist was no joke. "Relax, nothing will happen. I'm confident." Kit smiled reassuringly. "Remember, act fast. I can't stall for long." "Got it, boss." Wilbur's face showed determination. Kit thought, "Now you say this, I feel like I'm about to die." But he brushed it off and stepped forward using his free walking step technique, charging directly towards the treasure pavilion. Not for its treasures, but for the near divine tourist expert. A rusted sword appeared in his hand, instantly activated. Shriek. Terrifying sword chi soared upward, slicing down towards the treasure pavilion. Boom. The sword chi surged like an ocean, shattering the space around it, reducing nearby structures to dust. At this moment, the near divine tourist opened his eyes abruptly. With a single palm, he struck towards Kit. Boom. Hundreds of zhangs of palm met the overwhelming sword chi, and in a split second, both exploded into nothingness. Indeed worthy of being an ancient power's weapon, truly terrifying. The elder examined his hand, which bore deep gashes visible to the bone. Even the bones were nearly severed, held together by just a bit of skin. But soon, the wounds healed rapidly, regenerating flesh and restoring the hand in mere moments. Indeed a near divine tourist, able to withstand the might of the rusty sword. Note: in this translation, character names are kept in pinyin as per instruction, maintaining the original tone and style while ensuring the narrative flows naturally in English. Chapter 91. Slaying the Quasi-Divine Traveler. In fact, Kit was even more surprised. He had thought that this strike would at least cause some minor injuries to the elder. Cackle, cackle, cackle. You must be the young supreme who once appeared in the small world, right? Your potential is indeed boundless and astonishing beyond imagination. The elder rose, his eyes filled with a greedy glint. For an ancient monster like him, whose lifespan was almost exhausted, if he could seize control of Kit's body, it wouldn't just mean another life for him. More importantly, he could achieve a higher realm, perhaps even immortality. After all, that's the caliber of talent possessed by a young supreme. Throughout history, such qualifications have been considered top tier. Damn, your gaze makes me uncomfortable. Kit felt his scalp tingle under the elder's scrutiny. He pouted and said, "Forget it, I failed to kill you. Anyway, I'm leaving." Saying this, Kit turned around and ran. Whoosh. Kit's speed was extreme, vanishing within the blink of an eye, already a dozen miles away. "Wanna run?" The berry, a quasi-divine traveler, without much thought, immediately gave chase. The legacy of the weapons of ancient great powers, combined with the flesh of a young supreme. Either one was an unparalleled temptation. Missing this chance would mean never having another. Chasing after Kit, the Purple Gold Sect Grand Elder couldn't help but feel a shock. Kit's speed was incredibly fast, even he found it difficult to keep up. Far behind, not even Kit's back could be seen. What kind of logic is this? The Purple Gold Sect Elder felt so depressed that he nearly spat out blood. He saw clearly that Kit didn't even know how to fly, meaning this kid hadn't even reached the Mystic Chi realm yet. And yet, his speed could match a quasi-divine traveler. There was no fairness in this. The Purple Gold Sect Elder felt utterly dejected. Meanwhile, Kit had pushed his speed to its limit. Simultaneously, he held a divine slaying talisman, prepared to defend against any attack from the Purple Gold Sect Elder. At the Divine Traveler realm, one can project their spirit out, exploring the cosmos, far faster than in physical form. However, the spirit at this stage is very fragile. Don't think that because Kit used spirit subduing and divine slaying talismans to crush the souls of ancient experts like they were nothing, that these ancient experts were weak. In reality, even just a fragment of Aryan's soul could obliterate countless spirits of divine travelers. This mainly showed the immense power of ancient talismans like the spirit subduing and divine slaying talismans. However, the spirit subduing talisman mainly restrained lingering souls, and while it affected other spirits, its effect wasn't very strong. On the other hand, the divine slaying talisman specifically targeted spirits, with terrifying might. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In a split second, Kit, along with the quasi-divine traveler elder, had covered 1,000 li distance. The gap between them gradually widened. Damn! The Purple Gold Sect Elder became anxious. If this continued, he would definitely lose sight of Kit, and his internal true chi was also running out. Regardless of what cultivator, none had true chi as abundant as an ocean like Kit's. Himph, is it coming now? Kit glanced backward, suddenly becoming serious. This was his first time facing a quasi-divine traveler, so he had to be cautious. Aaron, prepare to die. Behind Kit, the Purple Gold Sect Elder finally used his trump card. He abruptly stopped, a golden light erupting from his brow, rushing towards Kit. The speed of this golden light was several times faster than Kit, making it impossible to dodge. But Kit's countermeasure was simple. A black talisman flew from his hand, directly hitting above the Elder's brow. Boom! The black talisman instantly exploded, colliding with the golden light. Sizzle! Kadiki ice meeting charcoal. The golden light dimmed instantly, the glaring light dissipating. A nearly extinguished golden light approached Kit. Kit flicked his finger again, sending another black divine slaying talisman hurtling forward. It obliterated the incoming spirit instantly. Everything happened in an instant. Ah! The Elder let out a tragic cry, a pillar of blood shooting from his brow. He fell to the ground like a snapped kite. Kit looked at the Elder on the ground and pouted. The Lanny should count himself lucky, being only a quasi-divine traveler, unable to fully project his spirit. He could only send out most of his spirit. Otherwise, the Elder would already be a corpse. Even so, with his spirit severely damaged, he had no fighting ability left. Prepare to die. Kit didn't hesitate, not giving him a moment to breathe. Wielding the rusted sword, he struck down with another slash. Rumble. Terrorizing energy erupted, sword chi descending from the sky. The Elder instantly woke up, desperately trying to resist Kit. But with his current weakened state, he was no match for Kit. Kit's sword descended, instantly leveling half a canyon. The Elder, at the center of the attack, exploded into dust beneath Kit's sword. Rumble. Dust billowed into the sky. Kit flashed past, a storage ring appearing in his hand. This was the Elder's storage ring. He was responsible for guarding the Purple Gold Sect treasure vault, holding high authority. Theoretically speaking, Purple Gold Sect's true treasures should be kept on his person. After all, almost no one could snatch treasures from a quasi-divine traveler. If someone did possess such strength, they would only need to ask, and the Purple Gold Sect would present all treasures willingly. Looking at the storage ring in his hand, Kit couldn't help but feel excited. What treasures lie within this ring? Thinking this, Kit unlocked the restrictions within the ring and peeked inside. Boom! Just a glance made Kit gasp. The lowest grade treasures inside were superior level spiritual artifacts, besides which there were countless 10,000-year herbs, various demon beasts' essence and cores, along with some spiritual marrow, primordial metals, and jade-like materials. These materials were priceless, often unobtainable on the market. There were even 7 or 8 vials of 4-color core milk, indicating that Purple Gold Sect likely participated in the 3-colored sect battle recently. Looking at these items, Kit shook his head and casually tossed them into the dragon pendant. He would sort through things later. For now, he needed to return to the Purple Gold Sect and see how things stood. ####Chapter 92, a Pyrrhic Victory. With this in mind, Kit quickly made his way back to the Purple Gold Gate. At the same time, on the other side, a group of cultivators from Yi Kingdom, their eyes bloodshot, had reached a boiling point with the Purple Gold Gate and were fighting with all they had. One by one, powerful cultivators fell from the sky. For a moment, the earth trembled. The master of Purple Gold Gate was the focus of many cultivators' attacks. Covered in blood, he was gravely injured all over. Looking at the group of Yi Kingdom cultivators, he felt almost choked with frustration. It didn't make sense. Why did these people hate him so much? Death cancels debts. It was an unwritten rule among cultivators that everyone should abide by. So why now? Meanwhile, the Yi Kingdom cultivators were growing angrier as they fought. Many had died, their hearts brimming with rage, eyes red. They spared no effort. In an instant, the scene became increasingly chaotic. Kit just happened to pass by, taking a glance at the chaos. He didn't get involved but stealthily slipped into the Purple Gold Gate, heading towards the treasure hall. Upon seeing it, Kit was speechless. The entire treasure hall had been completely emptied. Even the floor tiles were gone, and the jade stones on the pillars had been pried off. Even a mouse would weep entering here. How's that, boss? Was my efficiency good enough? Wilbur proudly walked over, wearing a self-satisfied smile. Kit looked at Wilbur, speechless. He then said, all right, are there any other valuable spots left in Purple Gold Gate? There are a few spirit herb fields, but I've already taken care of them. All eaten. Wilbur chuckled, patting his bulging stomach. Kit noticed that this guy's belly had become noticeably rounder again. How could he eat so much without bursting? Boss, what do we do next? Leave? Wilbur asked seriously, looking up at Kit. He admired Kit so much that he followed his orders without question. Kit stroked his chin, remembering another important task. His trip to the Purple Gold Gate was not just for treasures. Eliminating the Master of Purple Gold Gate was one of his main objectives. The reasoning was simple. Only with the Master dead would they be too preoccupied to concern themselves with Zhenwu City. If the Master survived, the hatred for killing his son would lead him directly to trouble Zhenwu City first. Though Kit wasn't afraid, he wanted to avoid being held back or exposing Pierce prematurely. Considering this, Kit said, no rush yet. I have someone else to take care of. To kill? Who? Wilbur asked curiously. The Master of Purple Gold Gate. He must die, Kit replied. Wilbur froze, looking at the sword energy flying thousands of feet away, and the bloody mist staining the clouds. He shivered, then instantly grinned and said, Boss, I support you, but my fighting skills are weak. I can only cheer you on. All right, I know, Kit smirked. He knew this dragon was cunning. Expecting help from him was unrealistic. Saying this, Kit got up and silently flew toward the battlefield. At this moment, on the battlefield, most of the strong ones were injured. Many lay severely wounded on the ground, recovering from their injuries. The Master of Purple Gold Gate's injuries were especially severe. One arm and a leg had been chopped off by a group of Yi Kingdom elites, and he'd lost an eye. There was barely any intact skin on his body. He glared at the Yi Kingdom elite, angrily demanding, Everyone, why attack us? Can't you explain yourselves clearly? Fine. The leading elder of Yi Kingdom was also heavily injured. He roared, just half an hour ago, we were still hunting Fintan, and you threw out a corpse dead for 4 or 5 days. Do you think we're fools? What? Half an hour ago? The Master of Purple Gold Gate's brain buzzed with shock. He immediately realized something was wrong. Could it be? He was covering for someone else. Or perhaps the hunted person was using his son Fintan's name. This whole thing was a misunderstanding. Realizing this, the Master of Purple Gold Gate almost couldn't hold back his anger. 2. He spat out a mouthful of blood and shouted, It's a misunderstanding. The one you pursued isn't Fintan. You're still trying to argue. The people from Yi Kingdom were furious. In an instant, the crowd was enraged, rolling up their sleeves, preparing to fight. Cadescent to me. Just as the Master of Purple Gold Gate was about to explain, the situation changed suddenly. Kit altered his aura, his true appearance hidden under swirling true chi. However, the rusted sword in his hand revealed his true identity. It's that young Supreme. It's him. That rusted sword. It belongs to an ancient mighty one. If we kill him, we'll gain the inheritance of the ancient mighty one. Don't waste time. Let's attack now. In the blink of an eye, the original grudge was cast aside. The treasure-laden Kit became the sole target of the crowd. After all, any treasure Kit possessed could be worth hundreds of Purple Gold Gates or Yi Kingdom's core assets. Enough to drive any powerful cultivator mad. Rumble. Countless terrifying attacks surged, fearsome beyond measure. However, most of them were restrictions rather than direct attacks. To these powerful individuals, Kit's physical body itself was an immense treasure. That was the flesh and blood of a young Supreme, with limitless potential. If captured and used for soul snatching, it would surely produce a great power. Watching the group of adrenaline-pumped strong individuals, Kit was at a loss. Was his appeal really that big? As soon as he appeared, he became the primary target for these powerful figures. Kit sighed inwardly, realizing he'd better not pull out the rusted sword anymore. Otherwise, once used, it would attract enemies from all corners. Shaking his head, Kit's rusted sword unleashed boundless power, sweeping across the battlefield. 100-foot-long blade of light sliced through the air, aiming straight for the Master of Purple Gold Gate. The Master of Purple Gold Gate was shocked. He roared, Bastard! Stop it! Boom! A terrifying blast erupted. The Master of Purple Gold Gate burned his essence blood and lifespan, straining every ounce of strength to block Kit's strike. However, Kit's sword slashed down mercilessly. Not even the weakened, near-death state of the Master of Purple Gold Gate could withstand it. In a blink, the Master of Purple Gold Gate was utterly shattered by Kit's sword, vanishing into nothingness. Chapter 93. Triple Execution. At this moment, a group of Xiuxian sect elders stood dumbfounded. This was the third time. This was already the third time their sect leader had been killed by Kit. To be killed 3 times in succession by one person. What a disgrace. In an instant, the Xiuxian sect elders were consumed with rage. Kill him. We must kill him. At all costs. If we don't avenge this, our Xiuxian sect might as well commit suicide. Kill. 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 Summon the reserves. Call for the Patriarch to take action. Wait, where's the Patriarch? Why has the treasure pavilion turned into ruins? My spirit medicinal garden. It's all destroyed. After a flurry of chaos, endless blood-red light flickered in the eyes of the elder group. Rage surged up like a deluge. Kit looked at the group of Xiuxian sect elders, and he didn't doubt it for a second. If these people could capture him, they would undoubtedly use the cruelest methods to kill him. No, torture him to death. Beside him, Yi Kingdom cultivators gloated. Their mood significantly improved. Serves them right, now they know how we feel. Ha ha ha, a bunch of fools. Your patriarch was already taken out by my boss. Your spirit medicines are quite good too. They're all inside this lord's stomach. Wilbur King jumped out and ruthlessly stirred up more animosity. What the hell? Which cheap dragon? They're in cahoots. Damn, we were used as cannon fodder. Instantly, the Yi Kingdom cultivators' eyes also turned red. Each one glared fiercely at Wilbur King, roaring as they rushed over. Run! Kit turned on his heel and ran without intending to fight the cultivators to the death, primarily because his current strength didn't meet the requirements. The rust sword was terrifyingly powerful, but with his current spiritual power, he could only use it once. Thus, while running, Kit gulped down immortal spirit cadequates, restoring his strength. Wilbur King followed closely behind, crazily fleeing alongside Kit, yelling, "Wow! Thrilling! Absolutely thrilling! Can you be quiet for once?" Kit was speechless. While fleeing for their lives, couldn't this guy be a little more serious? Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The group of cultivators chased Kit for a distance of 3,000 miles before he managed to shake them off, and after escaping, Kit did so through a teleportation array. He consecutively teleported for 2,000 to 3,000 miles before stopping to catch his breath on a mountain top. Pant. A bit exhilarating. Kit's heart pounded. The situation earlier was extremely perilous. Once caught by that old crowd, Kit felt he would find death hard to come by, being slowly tortured instead. Amazing. I actually escaped from over 20 God Infant Realm and hundreds of goddamn realm experts. Phew. That's enough to brag about for a year. Wilbur King beamed proudly, quite content with himself. Kit glanced at Wilbur King's cultivation, which was at the peak of the Divine Sea realm. For such a realm to escape from a group of God Infant level experts, indeed warranted bragging rights for a year. This wasn't something just anyone could achieve. Shaking his head, Kit kicked Wilbur King, who lay on the ground, saying, "Get up! We need to find the 10,000-year soul-condensing grass." Oh! Wilbur King got up from the ground. He briefly identified direction and position before telling Kit, "Boss, the location of the 10,000-year soul-condensing grass is within a place called the Ghoul Valley. That place isn't exactly a friendly spot." "How so?" Kit curiously asked. The Ghoul Valley was home to a sect 10,000 years ago. This sect had countless powerful experts, even ones beyond the deity profound realm. But later, for unknown reasons, the entire sect was wiped out overnight. The ruins of that sect have since been referred to as the Ghoul Valley, explained Wilbur King. Inside Ghoul Valley, death chi rises to the heavens, filled with many powerful undead creatures. These beings are partly transformed remains of the original sect's experts, but more are corpses of those who entered the valley over these 10,000 years for exploration. I see. Kit stroked his chin, pondering for a moment before asking, compared to the Janine skeleton in the microworld, how does it fare? Well, far worse. Wilbur King thought for a moment, then relaxed. Joking, the spectral entity within the Janine corpse had already been eliminated by Kit. Now, the body itself was one of Kit's trophies. The Ghoul Valley's undead population wouldn't even count as minor enemies. Just slaughter randomly. Let's go then. Kit nodded, unwilling to waste any more time, ready to head toward the Ghoul Valley. Just then, a voice echoed. Such pure-blooded dragons as a mount. Not bad at all. The kid beside him has potential. Killing him to make a puppet might yield some formidable combat power. Hearing the dark, ominous voices, Kit frowned slightly, turning his head. Behind him stood two cultivators, one fat and one thin. Both cultivators were around the middle goddamn realm, not exceptionally powerful. However, they exuded a bloodthirsty aura, radiating death chi, having claimed countless lives. Even around them, boundless death chi lingered. Devil cultivators. Kit was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected to encounter the rare devil cultivators. Be careful, boss. Devil cultivators have no limits and can easily overwhelm you, warned Wilbur King. Many devil cultivators can challenge across realms. Across realms? Kit paid it no mind. Looking at the two devil cultivators, he said coolly, "You two are quite bold, daring to mess with me. Time to die." "Haha, you might not know who we are." The thin devil cultivator laughed, disdainfully looking at Kit, not taking him seriously. The fat cultivator waved his hand, revealing a magical artifact in his palm. Next second, dozens of human-made battle puppets appeared before Kit. Each puppet possessed nearly initial goddamn realm fighting strength. Coldly, the fat cultivator said, "Kid, this 1,000-mile area is territory of the demon puppet sect. Trespassers will be killed without mercy." "Oh." Kit's reaction remained calm. A purple spear appeared in his hand, an exquisite spiritual artifact, one of the numerous treasures from Zijin sect's founding patriarch, typically wielded only by deity profound realm experts. An inheritance spirit weapon of the Zijin sect's founder. Boom. As soon as the exquisite spiritual artifact appeared, the two devil cultivators' eyes bulged. An exquisite spiritual artifact. A treasure only the demon puppet sect's patriarch could command. Such a high-level treasure appearing in the hands of a weak cultivator with faint aura. ##### Chapter 94. Self-destruction. What a waste. Boy, I never thought you would actually have an exquisite spirit tool. Excellent. Soon, it will be mine. The thin demon cultivator's eyes were filled with greed. Rip. A blood-red long sword pierced through the thin cultivator's dantian, causing him to turn his head in astonishment. The killer was the fat demon cultivator beside him. "You? What are you doing?" The thin man's eyes were full of confusion, unable to comprehend why the fat man would kill him. "Are you stupid? There's only one exquisite spirit tool, so it can only be mine. Besides, this news cannot be leaked." The fat demon cultivator shook his head, feigning sorrow and wiping away tears before continuing. "Rest assured, I will take good care of your wife." Aye. The thin man's eyes turned bloodshot. He wanted to fight the fat man to the death, but his dantian was destroyed, making it impossible for him to resist. He could only be devoured of all life force and essence by the fat man, turning into a dried corpse. In the end, the fat man casually flicked the magic sword in his hand, shattering the thin man's corpse into dust. He didn't even leave a whole body behind. That's too ruthless. Without any hesitation, he killed his own comrade. Kit watched the fat man in shock. He had thought they would both attack him together, but he hadn't expected them to start fighting each other. The fat man had directly killed the thin man, just to monopolize the exquisite spirit tool. Boy, next is you. The fat man looked at Kit, licking the blood-red magic sword in his hand. His entire body radiated immense power. He was already at the late divine pill stage, incredibly formidable. If they fought one-on-one without using any spirit tools, Kit wouldn't be his match. However, all this was based on the premise that no spirit tools were used. Kit brandished the purple gold spear in his hand, pointing it at the fat demon cultivator, and said calmly, "You're overconfident. Come on, let me see just how strong you are." Ha ha ha. The fat man emitted a harsh laugh as he swung his sword toward Kit, moving extremely fast like a ghost. Just as Kit prepared to block, he suddenly felt a chill down his spine, sensing impending danger. Boom. Space split apart, and a cold, gleaming sword stabbed towards Kit's third eye, intending to destroy his primordial soul. There's another one. Kit's face changed drastically as he immediately burned his essence blood and activated the free and easy steps, sidestepping by a foot. Rip. The sword slashed across Kit's shoulder, leaving a deep wound that went right to the bone. Drip, drip. Blood fell drop by drop, and Kit finally took this seriously. He saw who had attacked him. A puppet, a young man in white holding a gleaming sword, radiating overwhelming power, also at the peak of the divine pill stage. At this moment, the young man in white disappeared back into the void, leaving no trace of his aura. Interesting. Standing still, Kit took out Immortal Essence Cadequid and drank a large mouthful. Boom. The potent medicinal effect erupted, and Kit's wound healed visibly within seconds. Simultaneously, he felt furious. Looking at the fat demon cultivator, Kit spoke. "I haven't been injured for a long time. I didn't expect to get hurt here. Good. Now, I'm very angry." "What difference does your anger make?" The fat demon cultivator laughed loudly, not taking Kit seriously. He clapped his hands, summoning 4 puppets to form a killing formation, trapping Kit inside. Each puppet was at the late divine pill stage. Together, they would be virtually unstoppable unless faced by someone at the deity infancy stage. This isn't looking good. Kit glanced at the puppets. With his current strength, facing 4 puppets was challenging. Moreover, there was an even more dangerous entity lurking in the void, ready to strike at any moment. Even the slightest mistake could cost him his life. Should he use the golden willow leaf? After some thought, Kit dismissed the idea. It was a joke. If he resorted to the golden willow leaf in such a situation, what kind of cultivation would that be? Besides, relying on external forces for every difficulty wouldn't make him a true powerhouse. Next to him, Wilbur, the Fire Dragon King, suggested, "Boss, things don't look good. We should run. Run for our lives." He cautiously observed Kit. Under normal circumstances, geniuses would rather die than choose to flee, but Kit was an exception. Choosing to retreat strategically instead of fighting wasn't running away. It was strategy. Fleeing, impossible. Kit glanced at the fat demon cultivator as the purple gold spear burst with energy. The fat demon cultivator's expression changed rapidly. Kit's presence was terrifying. If he fought to the death, he might be killed. Though the exquisite spirit tool was desirable, life was more important. Instantly, the 4 puppets retreated, forming a protective circle around him. At this moment, Kit suddenly put away the purple gold spear, grabbed Wilbur by the neck, and shouted loudly, "Chase after us if you dare." With that, Kit turned and ran, using the free and easy steps to move at extreme speed, heading straight for the location of the Ghost Valley. Wilbur, held by Kit, was utterly astonished. He had been prepared to fight to the death, a bit foolish indeed, but he hadn't expected Kit to choose to run away. That was cunning. On the other side, the fat man only realized Kit had fled after he had covered several thousand feet. He became enraged. Didn't righteous cultivators pride themselves on being fair and aboveboard? How could anyone flee without a fight? He chased after Kit furiously, shouting, "You shameless boy! You bring shame upon all righteous cultivators. Shame on you. You're stronger in numbers and rank. Should I stay and fight? Do you think I'm stupid?" Kit retorted disdainfully, not caring about the fat cultivator's taunts. "Damn you!" The fat cultivator roared, shouting loudly, "Boy, don't let me catch you. Otherwise, I'll flay you alive and make a kite out of you. Don't worry. In a few days, I'll capture you and set you ablaze as a warning. I mean it." Kit didn't take it seriously at all. His speed was incredible. In a blink, he had pulled away tens of thousands of feet from the fat cultivator, completely outdistancing him. Swoosh! Kit stopped in front of a valley. Before him was a valley shrouded in thick black fog, exuding an overwhelming sense of death and decay. Chapter 95. The Valley of Wraiths. The valley, whether in daylight or darkness, was shrouded in pitch-black darkness, exuding an extremely sinister and terrifying aura. Even faint skeletal remains could be vaguely seen within the valley, along with pale green ghost fires. Before the entrance to the valley stood a massive stone tablet. Inscribed upon it were these ominous words: "Valley of Wraiths, forbidden ground for the Khediving. Intruders shall perish." "Boss, this place is exceedingly eerie and frightening." Wilbur shivered and murmured, "My skin's crawling. Perhaps we should not go in." "That won't do. I must obtain the 10,000-year soul-condensing herb." Kit sneered and drew his rusted sword, pointing it at Wilbur. "Come on, what are you afraid of? Let's go in." Having said that, Kit led the way deep into the Valley of Wraiths. "All right." Wilbur gritted his teeth and followed Kit closely. Kit glanced at Wilbur approvingly. This guy was indeed timid most of the time, but when push came to shove, he really stepped up. Not bad as a subordinate. Rumbling. The moment they entered the Valley of Wraiths, a tidal wave of death chi enveloped them. In just an instant, countless vague gazes fell upon Kit, all from the restless spirits within the valley. In these places heavy with death chi, souls never dissipated and condensed into another form of beings, death beings. This isn't good. Kit frowned as he surveyed the surroundings. With his divine sense expanding, the scenes around him became clear. He could feel numerous terrifying creatures lurking nearby, some even emitting godlike fluctuations akin to deities wandering in the realm of consciousness. If disturbed, even Kit would have to fight for his life. What now, boss? Wilbur pulled his neck in and asked, should we retreat? This valley is too strange and dangerous. Yeah, Kit nodded slightly, realizing the valley was far more perilous than he imagined. We'll retreat? Just as he turned around, ready to leave, his expression suddenly changed. Suddenly, the path behind him had vanished. It's a teleportation array. Wilbur's face went white. No wonder every step we took activated it. We might have only walked a few steps physically, but in reality, we've been teleported multiple times and could be anywhere in this valley now. Now things are getting tricky. Kit activated his heavenly Dao True Eye, observing the surroundings. Fog everywhere obscured his vision. This clearly indicated something important, that this valley operated like a dragon maze array, of extraordinarily high level, whereas Kit was still merely at the chi transformation stage, too low to cope with such advanced formations. His heavenly Dao True Eye was not even at the initial level, rendering it useless against this kind of advanced formation. Boss, are we going to die here? Wilbur felt uneasy, scratching his skin nervously, fear flashing in his eyes. Not likely. Kit frowned. His primordial spirit power had already locked onto the golden willow leaf. If necessary, he'd use it. This place was too peculiar, yet after some consideration, Kit decided against it. Instead, he formed seals with his hands, summoning a series of talismans. One of the heavenly Dao talismans, specifically the array-breaking talisman. He wanted to see if he could break through the surrounding arrays. Boom. The talismans lit up and flew outward rapidly, forming a path of interconnected symbols in front of Kit. Each talisman connected like streetlights along a road. That's great. Wilbur exclaimed excitedly. You're truly the boss, finding our way out even in this situation. Don't celebrate too soon. Kit stroked his chin, pointing at the nearest talisman about 100 paces away. Getting there is the real challenge. Wilbur realized the core problem. Even a short distance here was fraught with uncertainty. Taking one step might teleport them elsewhere unpredictably. Sigh, troublesome. Kit frowned, feeling frustrated. He hadn't expected to be trapped in this maze without any solution. Chuckle, chuckle, chuckle. Suddenly, bone-chilling laughter echoed around them. Even Kit couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. Who's there? Kit furrowed his brow, sweeping the area with his divine sense, finding nothing. The voice seemed to come from nowhere. Hiss. Wilbur then muttered, Boss, our luck is terrible. We've caught the attention of the ancient sect spirits from 10,000 years ago. Can you see them? Kit paused, looking oddly at Wilbur. Surprisingly, Wilbur nodded, his face pale. They're right in front of me. Right in front of you? Kit was startled. Even his heavenly Dao True Eye couldn't detect them. He cautiously reached out toward where Wilbur was. Plink. His hand brushed against something cold and statue-like. Cold sweat broke out instantly on Kit. Without hesitation, he prepared to activate the golden willow leaf and confront the entity. At that moment, Wilbur shouted, Wait, boss, he's talking to me. Kit stopped curious. What's he saying? Wilbur listened intently for a while before replying, he wants us to retrieve something for him in exchange for the ancient sect's legacy and treasure vault. Are you serious? Kit was stunned, realizing this wraith wasn't seeking trouble. Wilbur continued, he said the object is in a place called the Dragonfall Abyss. It's a jade pendant. Retrieving it grants access to the ancient sect's treasure vault. Bam! As Wilbur finished speaking, the temperature around them plummeted drastically, turning icy cold. A faint, shadowy figure materialized from the void, a powerful being covered in countless wounds. Chapter 96, Promise. The spectral figure's one remaining eye fixed intently on Ari as he asked, Do you agree or not? Ari was left speechless. The deceased spirit before him was unfathomably strong, bizarre, and terrifying. If he refused, he might be killed outright. Without further ado, Ari replied, I agree. Boom. The ghostly apparition shattered instantly. In the void, only a voice remained, Retrieve the jade pendant, and I will give you the legacy. At the moment the apparition vanished, the surrounding mist dissipated. The strange fog and teleportation array that had been so peculiar moments ago also disappeared completely. The remaining array was dangerous, but Kit, using the heavenly Dao True Eye, could still see through it at a glance. Could it be that the maze just now was formed by that powerful ghost spirit? Kit rubbed his chin thoughtfully. If that were true, it would have been incredibly perilous. It's all over. Boss, I'm cursed. Ari's face turned pale, and his expression was grim. Seeing this, Kit consoled him. Don't worry, at least you still have me. Ah. Ari glanced at Kit, then lowered his head dejectedly. That means I'm dead for sure. Forget it. I won't bother with you anymore. Kit was speechless. Who did this guy think he was looking down on? Wasn't it just Dragonfall Abyss? So what if they went there? No, boss, you don't know what Dragonfall Abyss is like. Ari felt depressed. Just as he prepared to brief Kit on what Dragonfall Abyss was, the surroundings changed abruptly. Run. Why would a divine pill realm death creature appear here? This doesn't make sense. Hurry, let's go. It's over. We can't run away from a divine pill realm death creature. We'll all die here. A group of cultivators was fleeing frantically. Behind them, a mass of black fog pursued rapidly. At the center of the fog was a flickering green flame. The entire flame was a soul fire, radiating astonishing power, controlling hundreds of corpses to chase after the cultivators. Boss, should we help? Ari asked. These cultivators seem to frequently explore this area in search of medicinal herbs. Let's save them and ask what's going on, Kit quickly decided. He activated the ethereal steps underfoot, instantly appearing before the green flame and blocking its path. Such a powerful physical body. Nice, you'll be my next vessel. The green flame was exceedingly arrogant, disregarding Kit completely and charging straight toward his forehead to consume his soul and control his body. Seal of Soul Suppression. Without hesitation, Kit unleashed a golden talisman, which instantly formed a golden soul suppressing tower, entrapping the green soul flame inside. Seal of Soul Suppression? Why do you possess a seal of soul suppression? The green light ball screamed wildly, filled with terror and rage. Simultaneously, it was brimming with regret. If it had known Kit had a seal of soul suppression, it would have turned and fled immediately, never engaging him in battle. This thing was its bane. Why shouldn't I have a seal of soul suppression? Kit smirked, waving his hand, and the golden tower appeared in his grasp. Inside, the green death creature's soul struggled furiously. Meanwhile, the other cultivators reacted, turning their heads to look at Kit with astonishment. What kind of background did this guy have to suppress a late-stage divine pill realm death creature so easily? In such a place, this was essentially the death creature's home ground. Even late-stage divine pill realm cultivators might not be able to match such a death creature. Not to mention suppressing it in the blink of an eye. Arg. Inside the golden tower, the green light sphere writhed desperately trying to escape. Seeing this, Kit brought out a black God Annihilation Talisman and waved it in front of the creature. God Annihilation Talisman? The green light shivered and fell silent immediately. It had no doubt that a single God Annihilation Talisman from Kit could obliterate it. Great. I have a few questions for you. Answer honestly, and I'll let you go. Kit looked at the death creature with genuine sincerity. All right. The death creature swallowed hard. Immediate death awaited if it didn't cooperate, while cooperation offered a glimmer of hope. Even a fool knew which choice to make. Great. Where is the 10,000-year soul condensing grass? Kit asked straightforwardly. 10,000-year soul condensing grass? The green light paused, then answered promptly. I don't know. If there were such a thing, I would have eaten it first. It wouldn't have survived until now. If you want to find this thing, your only option is the depths of Ghost Valley. Oh, why is that? Kit asked curiously. Is there 10,000-year soul condensing grass in the depths of Ghost Valley? Not really. The green light denied it immediately. So what's the deal? Spill the truth. Or else. While threatening, Kit waved the talisman in front of the green light, startling it. Immediately, the green light started rattling off everything it knew. Originally, Ghost Valley wasn't a valley but a mountain range spanning thousands of miles. 10,000 years ago, a battle erupted, flattening the entire mountain range. Countless sword marks formed the current valley. Most areas belonged to various sects back then. Any treasure, including 10,000-year soul condensing grass, would have been consumed by other death creatures. The only unique part is the core area of that ancient sect, which wasn't destroyed but hidden deep within Ghost Valley. Ancient legends say that the sect's leader didn't die but fell into a deep sleep within Ghost Valley. Before falling asleep, he planted some soul-condensing grass, waiting for it to reach 10,000 years before using it to revive. Upon hearing the fragment's words, Kit was stunned. He rubbed his chin, finding the story somewhat plausible. If Ghost Valley truly had 10,000-year soul-condensing grass, the death creatures inside would have devoured it long ago. This herb could transform death creatures into living souls, allowing them to take human hosts and live again. Its effects were immensely transcendent, making it impossible for these death creatures to ignore. Unless there was some unknown location with 10,000-year soul-condensing grass. ##### Chapter 97. 10,000-year soul-washing fruit. With this thought, he turned to look at Wilbur Wong and asked, aren't you aware of the location of the 10,000-year spirit-condensing herb? Wilbur Wong awkwardly coughed twice and said, I only heard rumors. I know that deep within the Ghost Valley lies a netherworld, a place very suitable for the 10,000-year spirit-condensing herb to grow. Beyond that, I have no knowledge. Netherworld? The green soul fragment paused in surprise before immediately replying, right, now I remember. There indeed is an entrance to the netherworld deep within this Ghost Valley. However, it has already been directly sealed by a mighty being who destroyed a sect back then. Upon hearing this from the green soul fragment, Kit stroked his chin. Internally, he felt somewhat relieved. Finding the 10,000-year spirit-condensing flower might be difficult, but what he feared more was not being able to find it at all. Just like with the true blood of a Kirin. Currently, aside from a map, there's no way to locate it. Shaking his head, Kit looked at the green soul fragment in his hand and said, I don't know if what you say is true or false. Once I find the entrance to the netherworld, I'll let you go. That goes without saying. The soul fragment heaved a sigh of relief. From Kit's words, it was clear he didn't intend to go back on his word. Its life was safe. Putting the soul fragment into his storage ring, Kit turned around and looked at the group of cultivators he had casually saved. All these cultivators were dressed in battle armor, each one at the Sea God Realm cultivation level. Many of them were injured, clearly suffering from significant harm. Noticing Kit's gaze turn towards them, a young man at the forefront steeled himself and approached Kit, bowing and saying, Senior, my name is Carter. These are my junior brothers. Thank you for saving us, Senior. Just a minor effort. Kit didn't say much more. He waved his hand and asked, do you know anything about the 10,000-year spirit-condensing herb? Carter froze for a moment, hesitating before responding. The 10,000-year spirit-condensing herb did appear once, but that was 3,000 years ago. That time, countless cultivators perished, and the herb ultimately ended up in the hands of the Uriel family. 3,000 years have passed. It's likely already used up. Kit was taken aback, revealing a trace of disappointment on his face. Sure enough, finding something like the 10,000-year spirit-condensing herb wasn't easy. Just then, a small cultivator beside him interjected, "Senior, although I don't know about the 10,000-year spirit-condensing herb, perhaps there's a better substitute." Huh. Kit was startled. He slightly turned his head and asked, "What is it?" "The 10,000-year soul-washing fruit. It can cleanse the primordial spirit, transforming it into a primordial spirit. Its effect is incredibly potent," the young cultivator explained. "This fruit isn't as rare as the 10,000-year spirit-condensing herb, but its effect is even stronger. In Ghost City, it appears once every few decades." Editing note: replaced shantan, primordial, with primordial for consistency and to ensure it reads naturally in English. Also, made minor adjustments for fluency. 10,000-year soul-washing fruit. Hearing this, Kit briefly recalled and couldn't help but shake his head slightly. Though valuable, this fruit couldn't replace the medicinal properties of the 10,000-year spirit-condensing herb. The reason was simple. The spirit-condensing herb primarily strengthened and solidified the primordial spirit, making it tougher and more resilient. The soul-washing fruit, on the other hand, cleansed impurities from the primordial spirit. Kit was already at the primordial spirit stage. Thus, this fruit wouldn't be very beneficial to him. Meanwhile, Wilbur Wong kept drooling beside him and loudly exclaimed, "Boss, this thing is precious. Absolutely can't miss out on it." Kit glanced at Wilbur Wong and asked, "Is this effective for you?"
Yes.
Wilbur Wong nodded vigorously. "All right then, let's make a trip to Ghost City. I will definitely get that 10,000-year soul-washing fruit." Kit nodded confidently. His storage ring was filled with high-grade spirit stones. If acquiring the 10,000-year soul-washing fruit was just a matter of spirit stones, he wasn't worried at all. More importantly, he still needed to gather information. Since entering Ghost Valley, Kit realized he knew too little about this place. Know thyself and know thy enemy. Thrive in 100 battles. Without understanding the situation, wandering aimlessly through Ghost Valley was extremely dangerous. This place was bizarre, whether it was the wandering souls or the netherworld, plus the possibly slumbering ancient sect patriarchs, all of whom were formidable beings. And they might still be alive. Once awakened, Kit might not be able to handle them. Even Ethan would be at a 50-50 chance. Seeing Kit agree, Carter's eyes lit up. He cautiously said, "Please follow me, Senior. My young family has some influence in Ghost City. This time, I must repay your life-saving grace." Kit looked at Carter and saw right through his intentions. It was merely an excuse to gain his favor under the guise of gratitude. After all, his display indicated he was at least at the divine infancy stage. At the divine infancy stage, one was a big figure in Ghost City, someone who could walk freely. To Kit, for genuine friendship, he didn't care about their status. But someone like Carter with such ulterior motives? Kit internally rejected any idea of true friendship with him. He could use him, sure, but not as a friend. Thinking about this, Kit smiled and said, "That sounds good. I'm unfamiliar with Ghost City, so having a local guide would be nice." "Rest assured, Senior, I know Ghost City well." Carter smiled in satisfaction. If he could become friends with a divine infancy powerhouse and win Kit's support, becoming the head of the Young family wouldn't be a problem. Moreover, the Young family could leap to the top-tier families in Ghost City. Kit glanced at Carter and instantly understood his plans. He shook his head and asked, "All right, tell me more about Ghost City. What are the main forces here?" Ghost City was established 9,000 years ago, shortly after the emergence of Ghost Valley. Carter explained slowly. Various cultivators came here to gather medicinal herbs. Ghost Valley was once the site of an ancient sect, containing numerous spirit veins. Even though it was destroyed, these veins remained intact. Thus, vast amounts of medicinal herbs grew inside. While they aren't useful for the dead, they are greatly beneficial for cultivators. Hence, for powerful families emerged in Ghost City 9,000 years ago. Our Young family migrated here 3,000 years ago and remains a relatively minor clan. Chapter 98. Really found a treasure. So that's how it is. Kit nodded slightly. From Carter's account, Spirit Wraith City seemed to be an impressive metropolis with many powerful individuals. He thought for a moment and then asked, "Then, what about the Uriel family? What level are they at?" Uriel family? Carter was momentarily stunned, a trace of fear flickering in his eyes. He hesitated briefly before saying, "The origins of the Uriel family are legendary throughout the entire Spirit Wraith City. Ancient legends say that the Uriel family descends from the remnants of an ancient lineage. They existed even before the formation of Spirit Wraith Valley, and their bloodline carries traces of dragon blood. However, over time, the dragon blood within the Uriel family has become quite diluted." "Is that so?" Kit stroked his chin, lost in thought. According to Carter, the Uriel family was even more formidable than he had imagined. Families associated with ancient lineages generally have profound legacies and powerful relics such as forbidden artifacts or supreme spirit weapons. They were not to be trifled with. Seeing Kit deep in thought, Carter added anxiously, "Sir, the Uriel family isn't just another small family. They are extremely powerful, with deep roots. According to ancient legends, their eldest ancestor lived for nearly 3,000 years, a monstrous figure who almost reached the divine mystic realm. Extremely terrifying." Half-step divine mystic. Kit's pupils constricted, his expression instantly turning cautious. He knew little about the divine mystic realm but understood that the gap between this realm and the previous realms was even greater than that between the divine sea and divine traversing realms. Just how strong was a half-step divine mystic? Kit was uncertain. He needed to prepare early, especially if this old monster had him in mind. The group moved swiftly, covering hundreds of miles in mere moments. Soon, Carter led Kit and Wilbur into Spirit Wraith City. To avoid drawing attention, Wilbur shrank to a foot-long form and hid inside Kit's sleeve, sound asleep after feasting on elixirs from the Purple Gold Gate and the National Treasure Vault. Upon entering the city, Bustling streets and familiar energies greeted them. Buns, dragon meat buns. A rare ancient dragon I chased for thousands of miles. Don't miss out while supplies last. Spirit fruits. Purple thunder fruits, golden spirit grapes. Don't miss this opportunity. Walk this way. Look at ancient spirit weapons found in Spirit Wraith Valley. Extremely precious. A crowd of vendors sold all manner of goods on makeshift stalls, each more exaggerated than the last. Using the Dao True Eye, Kit scanned the vendors curiously. What he saw was rather disappointing. The supposed 10,000-year-old Ju fruit was merely ordinary spirit fruit, and the dragon meat turned out to be pork. The ancient spirit weapons were mostly fake antiques, worth next to nothing. In every world, there's no shortage of scammers, Kit remarked, somewhat amused. Beside him, Carter said, finding real treasures on street stalls is practically impossible. It's just to dupe disciples from major clans unfamiliar with the ways of the world. You're right, Kit agreed, feeling the same sentiment. How could one expect to find treasures on street stalls? Shaking his head, Kit was about to leave when a dazzling golden light erupted from a nearby stall. Infinite runes shimmered around the stall. Only items starting at the king grade level or even emperor grade possessed such intricate runes. Can this be true? Kit was taken aback, unable to suppress a sharp intake of breath. Could it really be that he had stumbled upon a true treasure? Touching his chin thoughtfully, Kit decided to take a closer look. If it was a trap, he would ensure the person setting it knew the cost of their deception. Thinking this, Kit maintained a calm expression. He asked Carter, since we're here, why don't we buy something as a memento? Approaching the stall, he saw various rusty tools scattered around, most showing no sign of any spiritual energy, just old scrap iron. However, among these items was a rust-covered red ring. Despite its worn appearance, it emitted astonishing light and contained countless runes. After careful inspection, Kit confirmed it was indeed an emperor-grade spirit weapon. Its value was at least 10 times that of anything else in Spirit Wraith City. There really are treasures. Keeping a straight face, Kit picked up the ring and asked, how much does this cost? 5 upper-grade spirit stones, no bargaining. The vendor scrutinized Kit, noting his youthful appearance and naive demeanor. A prime target. Without a word, Kit handed over 5 upper-grade spirit stones, saying, fine, I'll take it. All set. No returns once sold. The vendor's eyes lit up as he quickly pocketed the stones, thrilled to have made a profit thousands of times the item's actual worth. Noticing the vendor's delight, Kit smiled faintly but remained silent. If the vendor knew he had sold an emperor-grade spirit weapon for 5 upper-grade spirit stones, would he slap himself? Carter watched Kit thoughtfully, sensing that the ring wasn't ordinary. For a moment, he wondered if such super treasures truly existed. However, recalling Kit's formidable strength, he suppressed any thoughts of envy, realizing that opposing someone like Kit would be unwise. Kit glanced at Carter, understanding his mixed feelings. Chapter 99. Chapter 99. Imperial Spiritual Artifact. He smiled and said, all right, thank you for bringing me to Yuzhou City. I'll remember this favor. Let's part ways here. Carter wanted to invite Kit to visit the Young family and stay for a while, but after a moment's thought, he gave up. Since Kit was leaving, it was clear he had his reasons. Forcing an invitation might annoy him. Thinking this, Carter smiled and said, if that's the case, senior, I will take my leave. Sure, until we meet again. Kit nodded slightly, and in a flash, he disappeared from sight. The moment Kit vanished, the stall owner became visibly agitated. His face darkened with uncertainty. From Kit's actions, he clearly wasn't some inexperienced young master, but a seasoned expert of the realm. Could such a powerful person have made a mistake? Obviously not. Damn, did I really sell some treasure as if it were just cabbage? The stall owner's expression was grim. The excitement from earlier about swindling a naive buyer instantly vanished. Just then, a group of cultivators rushed over. Spotting the stall owner, they immediately grabbed him and demanded, you scoundrel, where are the items you found in the ruins? Oh, right here. The stall owner felt his heart sink. His expression turned extremely uncomfortable, like he had eaten a dead rat. Damn, there really was a treasure. He recognized the cultivators. They were the ones who had sold items dug up from the ruins. And what he had sold were things this group had discarded as worthless junk. Bang! One of the cultivators waved his hand, and a spiritual artifact on the ground soared into the air before shattering into pieces one by one. After all the artifacts exploded, the cultivator's face turned grim. He muttered to himself, strange, could that item not be among these? At this moment, the stall owner gritted his teeth and said, actually, there was a ring that someone bought. What? The cultivator became anxious immediately. A ball of energy formed in his hand, quickly shaping into a ring. He asked, is it something like this? The stall owner carefully examined the ring. He nodded forcefully and replied, if you ignore the rust on the ring, it's indeed 90% similar. It must be this ring then. The cultivator's face lit up with surprise. He asked, do you know what that cultivator looked like, or his name? How would I know something like that? The stall owner was speechless, feeling utterly depressed as he added, I only know that the person seemed acquainted with the Iggy of the Young family. Young family Iggy? Carter? Excellent. The cultivator nodded and, without another word, flashed away from the stall owner. The origin of that ring was significant. It could be a relic left by an ancient great being. It must be secured quickly. Meanwhile, Kit had already arrived at a tavern. He took out the rusty ring, stroked his chin, and attempted to probe it with his divine sense. Bang! His divine sense passed straight through the bronze ring covered in rust. It felt like any ordinary ring with nothing special about it. Divine sense won't work. Looks like I need to try something else. I wonder if blood recognition will work. Kit rubbed his chin, squeezed out a drop of blood, and let it fall onto the bronze ring. Instantly, countless patterns appeared on the ring. These blood-red patterns extended and transformed like capillaries on a human body. Within moments, signs of life began to emanate from the ring. It felt as if the ring was coming to life. Energy fluctuations appeared. A faint connection was established between Kit and the ring. Over time, this connection strengthened until it became fully established. In the next second, a powerful wave of information surged into Kit's mind. Boom! Bai Xiaowei felt his consciousness churn violently. Endless memories flooded in. When the tumultuous recollections calmed down, Kit finally understood the information regarding the ring. Xinjin Ring. Superior Imperial-grade artifact. Forged from Star Xinjin. Imperishable for 10,000 years. Indestructible for 1,000,000. One of the Imperial legacy artifacts. The Xinjin Ring has two abilities. One is to form an energy barrier capable of withstanding attacks from Divine Realm experts and above. The other is to store items within a massive space, measuring hundreds of miles long, wide, and high. Additionally, the Xinjin Ring has teleportation functionality. It can mark 10 locations and return to them instantly. As Kit processed the information in his mind, he felt a mix of emotions. This truly was an Imperial-grade spiritual artifact. Insanely powerful. Shaking his head, Kit immersed his divine sense into the Xinjin Ring to explore its internal space. Boom! A vast space unfolded before Kit. Surprisingly, the space spanning 100 miles contained numerous spirit stones, neatly arranged elixirs, and various books. Everything was meticulously organized. It wasn't hard to imagine that the ancient being who left this ring probably had obsessive-compulsive tendencies. Otherwise, the items wouldn't be so orderly. After briefly organizing, Kit realized that the number of top-grade spirit stones alone was several billion, piled up like mountains. Just this alone exceeded all of Kit's assets. Apart from the spirit stones, the remaining elixirs were incredibly valuable. In the Xuanhuan world, elixirs and spiritual artifacts were categorized differently, ranging from grade 1 to grade 9. Above that were the king grade, imperial grade, and emperor grade levels. Most of the elixirs in the ring were king grade. Only a few were imperial grade. The rest of the elixirs, much like the top grade spirit stones, were piled up like mountains. There were also restrictions placed to prevent the efficacy from dissipating. Looking at the items in the ring, Kit rubbed his chin and instantly understood. The items in the ring weren't meant for personal use, but were intended for disciples, or as part of the legacy. With this realization, Kit shifted his attention to the remaining pile of scriptures. These scriptures were also protected by restrictions to prevent damage over time. ##### Chapter 100, the 100th chapter, Starry Sky Sword Dao. Kit examined the ancient text before him. With ease, he unraveled the restrictions on them and picked up one at random, flipping through it. Starry Sky Sword Dao, harnessing the brilliance of the night sky, refined into celestial sword chi, unparalleled in sharpness. This is the secret technique passed down only within our celestial sect. This sword Dao is not easily mastered by those without exceptional talent. The cultivation path of the Starry Sky Sword Dao is incredibly arduous. I spent a century to achieve initial success. If you plan to cultivate this, you must have immense patience. Kit browsed through the book, his expression showing surprise. These texts recorded the sword technique known as the Starry Sky Sword Dao, complete with annotations from several ancient grandmasters, each providing unique perspectives on the Dao. As Kit read, he found himself gaining much insight. However, the complexity described did not match his feelings. To him, it felt very, very simple. So simple that Kit believed he could grasp the core essence of the entire sword technique with just a glance. After reviewing all the sword forms, Kit's only thought was, it's too simple. Its difficulty was far lower than the Heavenly Dao sword technique recorded in the Chaos Scripture. If the Heavenly Dao sword technique were advanced mathematics, then the Starry Sky Sword Dao barely qualified as basic arithmetic for kindergartners. Extremely simple. One could learn it instantly. This sword technique seems overly simplistic. Could it be a fake? Or perhaps just a lower-level sword technique? Kit hesitated slightly, feeling some doubt creep into his mind. Just then, powerful ripples surged through the surrounding space. In the next moment, several formidable presences rushed toward Kit. Kit's reflexes were lightning fast. His body flashed away, ascending into the sky almost instantaneously. At that moment, the entire inn exploded into fragments. 16 peak divine pill realm cultivators hovered in mid-air, forming a circular killing formation around Kit. Intriguing. Kit watched the surrounding cultivators, squinting his eyes. If he wasn't mistaken, these cultivators belonged to the most powerful family in Ghostly City, the Uriel family. Their clan emblem was unmistakable, and Kit wouldn't mistake it for anything else. After encircling Kit, the group did not make any rash moves. From Kit's speed and reaction time, they couldn't determine if he was weaker than a divine pill realm cultivator. An elderly man stepped forward, his aura bursting forth. He was the strongest among the Uriel family cultivators, nearly reaching the half-step divine infancy stage. He looked at Kit coldly and said, "Warrant over the ring you bought from the street market, and we will consider this matter closed." Ridiculous. Once something is in my hands, there's no reason to hand it over casually. Kit sneered, a spiritual sword appearing in his hand with a terrifying aura, a top-grade spirit tool. Boom. A fearsome aura erupted from Kit's spiritual sword. The elder who had confronted Kit's pupils contracted, shock evident on his face. He exclaimed, "A top-grade spirit tool? Of course. You must have activated that ring." Kit was speechless, not expecting such speculation from the other side. While it was true that the mystical gold ring contained many spirit tools, including top-grade ones, the sword he held was actually from the accumulated treasures of the purple gold gate, not the mystical gold ring. However, Kit had no intention of explaining. He waved the spiritual sword casually. Boom. Overwhelming sword intent erupted, tens of thousands of sword chi beams cutting through the area, creating a storm of sword chi sweeping all directions. How terrifying. A greedy look flashed in the elder's eyes as he said coldly, "Boy, you've successfully angered me. Since you are so stubborn, then, your only path is death." With that, The elder raised his hand and slapped towards Kit. Boom. A terrifying power erupted. This palm strike was no less powerful than Kit's casual sword strike moments ago, perhaps even stronger. Without hesitation, Kit shouted, Starry Sky Sword Dao. Boom. The ancient Grandmaster's legacy was unleashed by Kit. Instantly, strange phenomena emerged around him. The heavens darkened. Night fell suddenly. Countless stars descended, converging on Kit's spiritual sword, condensing into 100 zhang-long sword beam. Zayap. Kit raised his hand and slashed. A single sword cut severed the enormous golden palm in the sky. The sword's momentum didn't slow, continuing its downward slash toward the elder. No. The Uriel family elder's face changed drastically. Never did he imagine Kit to be so powerful, possessing a top-grade spirit tool and an ancient grandmaster's transmitted sword Dao. And in such a short time, Kit had achieved mastery in it. Each sword slash carried unique phenomena associated with the sword Dao. Rumble. Kit's sword possessed unimaginable might, striking the elder dead on. No matter how the elder resisted, the outcome was already sealed. Kit's sword slashed, and the elder died on the spot, reduced to flesh and bones. Whoosh. Surrounding Uriel family cultivators gasped in shock upon witnessing this. A single sword killed a peak divine pill realm elder, nearly at the divine infancy stage. How easy would it be for him to kill ordinary peak divine pill realm cultivators? In an instant, the group of Uriel family cultivators exchanged glances and fled. But how could Kit let them go? Without a word, he swung his top-grade spirit tool sword, sending a brilliant streak of starlight across, instantly turning 7 or 8 Uriel family experts into mush. Then he turned and slashed behind him, killing the remaining Uriel family cultivators. Looking at the fallen bodies, Kit stood in midair and said coldly, "To challenge me is to court death." As he spoke, Kit's gaze swept the surrounding void. Under the true eye of Heaven Dao, nothing could hide. He could see clearly that numerous strong cultivators were hidden in the void, including those at the divine infancy stage observing from afar. Upon seeing Kit's overwhelming strength, many cultivators abandoned their thoughts of forcibly seizing the treasure. However, should Kit show weakness or get injured, these cultivators might pounce, retaliating against him. Still, this posed little threat to Kit. There were always countless people seeking his demise. ##### Chapter 101. The auction begins. This group of powerful figures in Xiuxian City didn't worry him either. The more lice you have, the less they itch. The more debts you owe, the less you fret. If they dared to trouble him, Kit felt that he could just kill them all at once. There was nothing to be concerned about. Thinking this, Kit shook his head, and with a flash of movement, he disappeared from the spot. Using the secret technique from the Chaos Scripture, he changed into a brand new appearance and identity before re-entering Xiuxian City. His original appearance had been compromised, and continuing to use it might result in a group of powerful figures hunting him down for death. Even if Kit wasn't afraid, he also didn't want to be under constant surveillance by assassins 24 hours a day. A small mistake could mean death at the hands of an assassin. That would be too tragic. Meanwhile, at the Uriel family compound, the Uriel family patriarch was in a good mood, sipping tea leisurely. He casually ordered his subordinates to bring back the item belonging to the ancient powerhouse. In the patriarch's view, over a dozen Xiandan realm experts dealing with a mere non-Xiandan realm existence should be a piece of cake. Therefore, the Uriel family wasn't worried at all. He leisurely drank tea while waiting for good news. But, after waiting for 3 to 4 hours, finally, a servant burst into the main hall, screaming hysterically, "Patriarch, something terrible has happened. All of our people were killed." The tea in the patriarch's mouth was sprayed out directly. He stood up immediately, angrily asking, "What did you say? Say it again." "Great Patriarch, all of our people were killed. They were killed in 2 strikes by an unknown cultivator. He had a supreme-grade spiritual artifact obtained from an ancient powerhouse's storage ring and an ancient sword technique. We were no match for him at all." Bang! The patriarch slapped the chair in his hand to pieces. Then he roared, "Fool! That guy actually dared to kill my Uriel family's men. We absolutely can't let him escape. Post notices and offer rewards for that cultivator. 10,000 high-grade spirit stones for any information leading to him. If captured, 100 times that amount, 100 million high-grade spirit stones." "Yes, Patriarch." The servant wiped cold sweat cautiously and quickly relayed the orders. After the servant left, the patriarch felt immensely frustrated. Had he known, he would have gone personally. With his peak divine infant realm strength, even if the person had a supreme-grade spiritual artifact, he would not have been his opponent. The gap between initial Xiandan realm and peak divine infant realm was too great. Not even a supreme-grade spiritual artifact could bridge that. At the same time elsewhere, Kit had already returned to Xiuxian City and was now strolling through it. It proved that this city, located near the ancient Xiuxian Valley sect's ruins, still harbored quite a few treasures even after 10,000 years. Kit picked up quite a few bargains along the way. However, most were either supreme-grade or high-grade spiritual artifacts. There wasn't a single king-grade artifact among them. Phew. Kit shook his head and stopped walking. In front of him stood the largest auction house in Xiuxian City, the Xiuxian Auction House. The entire auction house was grand and resembled a super arena, circularly built with seats surrounding a central platform where items were auctioned. In front of Kit, the entrance gate was sculpted entirely from supreme-grade spirit stones. Just this gate alone was worth hundreds of thousands of supreme-grade spirit stones. It was undoubtedly the best advertisement for the auction house. Glancing at the gate, Kit stepped forward towards the Xiuxian Auction House. At that moment, an elder from the auction house blocked his path. The elder extended his hand and said to Kit, "Young brother, this is our annual auction at Xiuxian Auction House. Only those with less than 10,000 supreme-grade spirit stones are barred entry." Oh. Kit was taken aback, surprised that the Xiuxian Auction House had such an entry requirement. Seeing Kit's surprise, the elder smiled slightly and said, "Please show 10,000 supreme grade spirit stones as the minimum entry fee." This threshold almost matches many families' lifetime savings. Kit pursed his lips, not taking it seriously. He snapped his fingers, a storage ring appearing in his hand, which he tossed to the elder. He then said, "Inside are 100 million supreme grade spirit stones. You can inspect them if you wish." 100 million supreme grade spirit stones? The elder was stunned, thinking Kit was joking. However, when he glanced inside, his expression changed dramatically and suddenly became serious. Indeed, within the storage ring, 100 million supreme grade spirit stones were neatly stacked in a perfect cube. This implied that Kit's wealth far exceeded 100 million supreme grade spirit stones. Instantly, the elder's face showed a hint of respect. He produced a silver-white token, handing it to Kit and saying, "This platinum token is our VIP badge for the Xiuxian auction house. Holding this token not only grants exclusive access to a private booth, but also exempts you from the 100 million supreme grade spirit stone inspection." So complicated? Kit wanted to ridicule the process. He remembered that auction procedures and books were always very simple. Sighing, Kit still took the platinum token and walked towards his assigned private booth. Soon, he entered the booth, drinking tea quietly as he awaited the start of the auction. At the same time, on the other side, Carter was caught again by the Uriel family and brought before the patriarch. Seeing the patriarch instantly scared Carter speechless. He never imagined that simply traveling with Kit would involve him in such a huge mess, being targeted by the Uriel family, even being personally summoned by their patriarch. Looking at the frightened Carter, who had turned into a puddle on the floor, the patriarch frowned slightly. He asked, "Boy, I ask you, do you know the name of the powerful figure you were traveling with?" "No." Carter hastily shook his head, quickly adding, "That senior never introduced himself, so how could I dare to ask his name?" "Makes sense." The patriarch furrowed his brow, finding the situation tricky. He tilted his head, pondering, and then continued, "Tell me, do you know why that powerful figure came to Yuxing City?" "This, I do know some things about." Carter's eyes lit up, sensing a glimmer of hope. If he cooperated and provided Kit's information, perhaps the patriarch would let him off lightly and spare his life. Chapter 102. Snitches Must Die. When the head of the Uriel family heard Carter say this, his eyes lit up. He couldn't wait to ask in urgency, "Quickly, what did that guy come for?" "This?" Carter hesitated, unsure if he should betray Kit. It wasn't a sudden burst of conscience. Rather, he feared that betraying Kit might lead to retribution once Kit regained his senses. After all, Kit wasn't weak and could possibly be a formidable expert at the divine infant stage. However, seeing the Uriel family patriarch right before him, Carter shivered. Better alive than dead. He decided to betray Kit. With that thought, Carter quickly said, "Senior, that powerhouse came to the Ghost City mainly for the 10,000-year soul-washing fruit. It's an incredibly precious item, and it really intrigued that powerhouse." "Interesting." The Uriel family patriarch's face lit up with joy, becoming visibly excited. Knowing where Kit was made things simpler. The next step was straightforward. Ambush Kit on his way out of Ghost City and kill him. With this thought, the Uriel family patriarch spoke up. "Inform everyone to create trouble for that powerhouse during the auction. Absolutely do not let him acquire the 10,000-year soul-washing fruit peacefully. Once the auction ends, send someone to follow him. Kill him outside Ghost City." "Sir, wouldn't it be better to take action directly at the auction?" A family retainer beside him was puzzled. "Are you an idiot?" The Uriel family patriarch rolled his eyes, feeling quite speechless. He sighed and explained, "That powerhouse is likely at the divine infant stage. Such powerhouses usually have powerful sects backing them. Killing him in broad daylight would surely invite retaliation from other sections. That would deal our Uriel family heavy losses, or even total destruction. Simply killing him outright isn't the way. We need to act discreetly so that when he's dead, it has nothing to do with our Uriel family." "I see, I understand." The guards and elders below brightened up instantly. They began flattering. "Patriarch is wise to consider such details. Truly impeccable strategy. Haha, this way, we can eliminate him and give his backers a significant blow." "Wonderful." Seeing the flattery from the servants, the Uriel family patriarch narrowed his eyes, savoring the moment. Beside him, Carter cautiously asked, "Senior, may I leave now?" The Uriel family patriarch looked at Carter, frowning slightly, and asked, "If I recall correctly, that powerhouse saved your life in Ghost Valley, didn't he?" "That's right." Carter nodded, looking strangely at the patriarch, unsure why he was being asked this. "But you immediately betrayed your benefactor." The patriarch's gaze grew more contemptuous as he continued, "You despicable coward, killing you would only dirty my hands. But letting you live doesn't sit well with justice." "Wait, spare." Carter didn't finish his plea. The Uriel family patriarch silenced him with a single finger, crushing him into a blood mist on the spot. "All right, act immediately. Don't let that powerhouse escape." The Uriel family patriarch turned serious, starting to arrange the ambush on Kit. Meanwhile, inside the Ghost City auction house, Kit sat lazily in the VIP room, lounging in a chair with one leg crossed over the other, waiting for the auction to begin. At this moment, several faint yet powerful presences entered the auction house. Kit immediately became alert. These presences were extremely formidable and certainly not benign. Looking around, he noticed the presence coming from a VIP box adorned with a family emblem, the Uriel family of Ghost City. Intriguing. The Uriel family is here too. A regular auction doesn't require so many people. Clearly, they're after me. How did they know I'd be at the auction? Carter sold me out. Kit swiftly pieced together what had happened. However, it didn't matter. He was now wearing a new guise. His physical appearance and essence currently mirrored Fenton's. Matt's disguise was too ugly for Kit's taste. Fenton was passable enough. Most importantly, it gave Purple Gold Gate a free enemy, a chance Kit couldn't miss. Heh, scheming against me? Watch how I'll outsmart you. Kit chuckled, some ideas brewing in his mind. Soon, the auction began. An elder walked onto the stage, taking out a small hammer from his silver robe and tapping it on the table. Clunk. The annual auction at Ghost City Auction House begins. Gentlemen, no doubt you've heard many rumors. Many items are available today, including numerous treasures. Make wise choices and manage your funds wisely. Ghost City Auction House will provide you with a list of items for this auction. In 15 minutes, the auction starts. Now, you can review the list. As the elder finished speaking, a servant girl approached Kit with the list, saying cheerfully, "Esteemed guest, here's the complete list of auction items. Please bid within your means." Oh. Kit picked up the list and scanned it. He froze and sat up straight. Not because of the 10,000-year soul-washing fruit, but because of the 3-colored spirit marrow. Spirit marrow, like spirit milk, naturally formed within spirit veins, offering remarkable effects like body tempering, bone strengthening, and longevity enhancement. The value of 3-colored spirit marrow rivaled 5-colored heart milk and could nearly match the benefits of Kirin True Blood. Moreover, it could replace Kirin True Blood as a material for advancing from the bone tempering stage to the viscera refining stage, potentially yielding even better results. Since Kit already possessed Dragon True Blood, using Kirin True Blood again would have diminishing returns, requiring a long time to digest fully. Kirin True Blood would be better suited for after he completely assimilated Dragon True Blood. Such an item must be obtained. Kit made his decision immediately. Setting aside the list, he closed his eyes and waited quietly for the auction to start. Time ticked by, and soon the 15 minutes were over. The elderly man in the silver robe stepped back onto the stage, raised the hammer, and loudly announced, "The Ghost City Auction House auction officially begins. The first item up for auction, an intermediate-grade spirit sword. ##### Chapter 103, Disrupting the Auction." After speaking, a spiritual sword was lifted onto the high platform. The elder continued to introduce it. This sword currently has no name. It is 3 feet long and extremely sharp. It's very suitable for cultivators at the divine infant stage. The starting bid is 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. Each subsequent bid must not be less than 1,000 top-grade spirit stones. Bidding starts now. 110,000 top-grade spirit stones. 120,000 top-grade spirit stones. 150,000 top-grade spirit stones. 155,000 top-grade spirit stones. 160,000 top-grade spirit stones. A series of bids came in one after another. Very quickly, the mid-grade spirit sword was bid up to 1,880,000 top-grade spirit stones and was taken by a divine infant stage cultivator. Seeing this, Kit was greatly surprised. He stroked his chin and muttered, "Damn, is a mid-grade spirit artifact really that valuable? I dismissed them before and threw quite a few away. What a waste. But forget it, small change." Kit crossed his arms and legs and calmly watched the ongoing auction. Soon, many valuable items were brought to the auction. One 16,000-year-old dragon ginseng, nourished by dragon blood. It's an unparalleled treasure for physical training. Starting bid is 1 million top-grade spirit stones. 1,300,000. 1,500,000. Numerous cultivators competed intensely on site, their faces red with determination, all unwilling to let go of this 16,000-year-old dragon ginseng. Even Kit was somewhat astonished as he looked at the ginseng. Even the true dragon blood within him felt stirred. This must be something extraordinary. Just as he was about to join the bidding, a voice suddenly rang out. 1,900,000 top-grade spirit stones. This 16,000-year-old dragon ginseng belongs to the Uriel family. The moment these words were spoken, the surrounding cultivators fell silent. No one dared to continue bidding, not even the other 3 families of equal renown to the Uriel family. Although Yuhan City is said to be ruled by 4 major families, in essence, the Uriel family is the absolute overlord. The other 3 families combined could barely match the Uriel family. There is a significant gap between them. Within Yuhan City, no one dares to challenge the Uriel family. However, among the crowd, Kit was an exception. He already had a grudge against the Uriel family and wouldn't pass up this chance to irritate them. Thus, Kit casually remarked, 1,900,000 top-grade spirit stones to buy a 16,000-year-old dragon ginseng. You guys have cheap faces indeed. I'll offer 3 million top-grade spirit stones and round it off. Boom. Instantly, the surrounding cultivators couldn't hold back their laughter. Hee, to be mocked like this? Right. At least being the overlord of Yuhan City, yet you only offer 1,900,000 top-grade spirit stones. Don't you feel ashamed? At least it's rounded off, isn't it? A group of cultivators mocked the Uriel family, whose faces turned red. Bastard! Who do you think you are to look down on the Uriel family? Annoyed, the head of the Uriel family stormed out of the booth, glaring angrily at Kit, who was lounging casually with his leg crossed. Losing his composure, the Uriel family member slapped towards Kit. Boom. A strike from a peak spirit pill realm cultivator, terrifying in power. Without looking, Kit swung Wilbur Wong, who was sleeping, directly smashing it towards the attacker. Boom. Wilbur Wong directly collided with the golden palm, shattering it to pieces. He himself remained unharmed. The defense of a near Emperor-level weapon was unbelievably formidable, far beyond what a mere spirit pill realm could penetrate. Only then did Wilbur Wong wake up, floating in the air, still dazed, and asked, "What happened? Who hit me? Come out. This is impossible." The Uriel family expert was dumbfounded, his worldview shattered, doubting his life. He saw clearly that Wilbur Wong completely resisted the blow without using any energy, indicating the opponent was far superior, at least starting from the peak divine infant realm, or possibly even the divine roaming realm. As for Wilbur Wong's obvious peak C of Chi realm aura and cultivation, it was ignored by the crowd. Are you kidding me? resisting a peak spirit pill realm attack without using energy. If you say he's peak C of Qi, who would believe it? For a moment, the surrounding cultivators' expressions changed drastically, frozen in shock. And Wilbur Wong kept roaring. Who hit me, bastard? Stand out here and let me rip your head off. Kit was speechless. This was still during the auction. He said, no one hit you. Come back. Wilbur Wong froze for a moment, then upon seeing it was Kit calling him, immediately broke into a smile, saying with a grin, all right, boss. With that, Wilbur Wong zoomed back into Kit's sleeve. All right, the auction continues. Kit tucked his hands into his sleeves and looked around indifferently. Naturally, the surrounding cultivators did not dare underestimate him, and even the Uriel family members recoiled. Very well. This guy is indeed a super powerhouse. Hee, let him live a bit longer. Yeah, he won't live long. Inside the Uriel family booth, several experts exchanged thoughts secretly, filled with murderous intent. Outside, the silver-robed elder wiped cold sweat and tapped the hammer, asking, the esteemed guest bids 3 million top-grade spirit stones. Any higher bids? We, the Uriel family, bid 4 million, said a white-haired elder resolutely. The instant the elder appeared, the surrounding cultivators sucked in their breaths. The supreme elder of the Uriel family, Booker? He's a renowned strong expert, nearly reaching the divine roaming realm. Incredible. Such a powerhouse actually shows up at an auction. Hee, that mysterious powerhouse might be done for. Hard to leave Yuhun City. Cultivators chatted among themselves. Kit glanced at Booker and nodded, saying, half-step divine roaming realm? I killed one recently. 5 million top-grade spirit stones. If you can keep up, do so. 6 million. Booker didn't even blink. He had set his mind today. 10 million. Kit crossed his arms. He had plenty of top-grade spirit stones. They were all taken from Zijin's sect, so he didn't care much. Upon hearing Kit casually bid 10 million top-grade spirit stones without blinking, the Uriel family was stunned. Many people directly advised, there's no need to quarrel with that kid, Supreme Elder. Right, let him live a bit longer first. Correct, 10 million spirit stones is already a huge loss. But Booker had his reasons. His lifespan was almost over, and without this dragon ginseng, he had at most 1 to 2 years left. Therefore, without hesitation, he gambled everything he had. Chapter 104. The Downfall of the Uriel Family. 120 million high-grade spirit stones. Uriel Zhanka's eyes turned red as he glared at Kit, waiting for him to respond. Kit glanced at Uriel Zhanka and suddenly smiled, saying, the fool is you. I'm not buying it anymore. Poof. Uriel Zhanka was stunned. 120 million high-grade spirit stones for a dragon ginseng worth no more than 3 million? Wasn't this a total swindle? In an instant, his face flushed with anger, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Cough, cough. Uriel Zhanka spat blood profusely, pointing at Kit while trembling and growling. Fine, very fine boy. Let's see if you can leave the ghost city alive. Don't worry. My luck has always been tough. Kit lazily sipped his tea and sneered. It's you, Lanny, who won't last long. Pity. SK. You. Uriel Zhanka trembled with rage. Kit wasn't wrong. His lifespan was nearly depleted, leaving him only 1 or 2 years. Even consuming the dragon ginseng would extend his life by just a few more years at most. Cough, cough. Everyone, let's be peaceful. We should continue with the auction first. The silver-robed elder began mediating, fearing that if Kit and the Uriel family started fighting, they might destroy the entire auction house. Kit glanced at the silver-robed elder and said calmly, all right, humph. Though displeased, the Uriel family had no other choice but to let the auction continue. The silver-robed elder wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and resumed the auction of items. Item after item was quickly presented on the auction stage. Most items didn't particularly interest Kit since he didn't need them. However, he thoroughly enjoyed making things difficult for the Uriel family, repeatedly bidding up prices to astronomical levels and forcing the Uriel family into losses. The Uriel family wanted to retaliate, but it was futile. With the Taoist True Eye and the mind-reading technique from the Chaos Sutra, Kit could easily read the Uriel family's intentions. No matter what they did, each bid from Kit made the Uriel family members spit blood in frustration. This left the Uriel family seething with resentment, resolving internally to strip Kit of his skin once the auction was over, ensuring he wouldn't have a burial ground. Time ticked by, and the auction soon concluded, leaving only 3 final items. The silver-robed elder wiped the cold sweat from his brow, looked around and said, ladies and gentlemen, next are the final items for tonight. 3 items in total. First item, the Supreme Imperial Weapon, Black Gold Battle Armor. Boom. As the elder spoke, all cultivators turned their gazes toward the auction stage. Even Kit took a deep breath. What does an Imperial-level weapon mean? Even someone like Aryan from ancient times only possessed a quasi-Imperial weapon. Such weapons were considered treasures even in the ancient era, powerful enough that only those with formidable strength dared use them. Kit immediately opened his Taoist True Eye and scrutinized the battle armor before him. Countless runes shimmered on the armor, densely packed and exuding terrifying power. However, these runes were marred by strange stains, akin to clogged meridians, preventing the armor from unleashing its full potential. Cough, cough. On the auction stage, the elder lightly coughed and explained, gentlemen, please don't get too excited. This black gold battle armor was found in the ruins of the Ghost Valley, tainted by dead energy for nearly 10,000 years. It's essentially ruined, only reaching the level of an elite spirit weapon. But if one uses divine beast blood, the vigorous vitality within it could cleanse the dead energy inside, restoring this imperial-level spirit weapon to its peak condition. Hiss. So that's the case. No wonder no one would dare auction an intact imperial weapon. Yes, this thing alone could establish a lineage. A pity, if I recall correctly, this black gold battle armor belonged to a strong figure 10,000 years ago. What a waste for it to end up like this. The cultivators felt regretful, but they knew if the weapon hadn't been damaged, it would have never reached their hands. Kit, however, was amused. Divine beast blood? He had plenty of it now. A little bleed from his body would yield genuine dragon blood. For him, possessing true dragon essence blood, acquiring dragon blood was as easy as breathing. I can pick up an imperial weapon at the price of an elite spirit weapon, and it's the supreme among them? Kit inwardly grinned. He couldn't miss this black gold battle armor. Ding! Without further ado, the elder picked up a small iron hammer and tapped the table, announcing, "Ladies and gentlemen, the auction begins now. Starting bid for this black gold battle armor is 1 billion high-grade spirit stones. Each bid must be at least 1 million more. Now begin." Boom. After the elder spoke, a silence fell over the crowd. 1 billion high-grade spirit stones. Enough to buy 3 or 5 elite spirit weapons. If this imperial weapon were intact, it would be dirt cheap, but being tainted and ruined made it far less valuable. On the other side, the Uriel family members were quite tempted. They had genuine dragon blood flowing in their veins, and there was still some stored in their treasury, extracted from their ancestors' bodies when their lifespans ended. Highly precious. However, restoring an imperial weapon would be immensely profitable. Considering this, Uriel Xianxia surveyed the room and declared, 1.1 billion, 1.3 billion. Kit raised the bid without hesitation. He had no intention of bidding up prices this time. He genuinely intended to buy the battle armor. Uriel Xianxia cast a glance at Kit, his face instantly turning icy. He stared at Kit coldly and said, "Boy, good move. Keep this battle armor for me." Giving up already? Kit was somewhat surprised, thinking the Uriel family would keep bidding. Bam! Fearing another fight between Kit and the Uriel family, the elder hurriedly announced, "Deal. Next item up for auction, the 10,000-year soul cleansing fruit. Starting bid, 50 million high-grade spirit stones. 1 billion spirit stones." Kit immediately increased the bid. Acquiring this fruit was one of his main goals today, so he couldn't miss it. Unexpectedly, the Uriel family began smirking. They knew Kit desperately wanted this item and wouldn't miss it. Thus, Uriel Xianxia, without hesitation, loudly proclaimed, 2 billion spirit stones. Boom. The surrounding cultivators drew sharp breaths. Chapter 105. Obtaining the tricolor spirit marrow. The Uriel family truly has guts. They immediately raised the bid to 200 million spirit stones. Can that unknown powerhouse really come up with so many spirit stones? Beside him, Kit slightly frowned. He had almost forgotten that the Uriel family knew his purpose for attending the auction and would undoubtedly inflate the price without restraint. But this is not bad either. The 10,000-year soul washing fruit isn't of much use to him. It might as well serve as a lesson for the Uriel family. Thinking of this, Kit stood up from his seat and calmly said, 500 million. I offer 500 million spirit stones. If the Uriel family dares, keep following. Your Excellency here will see it through. Trying to bluff me? Booker sneered coldly. He was very clear about Kit's objective at the auction. Given Kit's previous strength, 500 million spirit stones were far from the limit. Thinking of this, Booker calmly said, 1 billion spirit stones. The Uriel family offers 1 billion spirit stones. 1,500 million. Kit's eyes showed a trace of difficulty, seemingly finding it hard to bear. Ha ha ha. Booker, unaware that Kit was feigning, felt elated inside. He boldly announced loudly, 1,800 million. My Uriel family bids 1,800 million high-grade spirit stones. Boom. In an instant, the entire auction house was in an uproar. An astronomical price of 1,800 million high-grade spirit stones, a rarity not seen in Yuhan City in at least a century. 2 billion. Kit slightly frowned, his face showing confusion. It seemed he was finding it strenuous. Booker noticed Kit's expression, hesitated for a moment, and didn't dare raise the bid too much. He also wore an expression of pain, seemingly reaching his limit, and declared, 2,100 million. Very good. I give up. Kit revealed a bright smile. What? Booker froze, his mind spinning. 2,100 million high-grade spirit stones. Even buying 10,000-year soul washing fruits would be more than enough. And he bought just one. It was truly unprecedented in Yuhan City's history. The biggest fool ever. Spit. Booker spat out another mouthful of blood, his eyes rolling back, nearly fainting. Meanwhile, the people around gradually came to their senses. The Uriel family must have known that Kit would stop at nothing to obtain the 10,000-year soul washing fruit, so they confidently inflated the price. However, Kit directly saw through their plan. Thus, he gave up on the 10,000-year soul washing fruit and turned the tables. This was a cunning veteran, with countless sharp wits. His young appearance was clearly just a facade. Compared to him, the Uriel family was simply a fool. They were thoroughly played. Moreover, many people speculated if Kit was a plant hired by the auction house. Otherwise, why would he dare to be so brazen? To take advantage of the Uriel family to such an extent. Cough cough. The silver-robed elder wiped off cold sweat and whispered. Then next comes the final item of this auction, the tricolor spirit marrow. Incredibly precious and extremely rare. Starting bid, 100 million high-grade spirit stones. Just then, Kit spoke, 111 million high-grade spirit stones. Upon hearing this, the elder wiped off cold sweat again, looked around and asked, this powerful bidder offers 111 million high-grade spirit stones. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? The surroundings fell into dead silence. Many cultivators rolled their eyes straight away. Who would dare compete with this gentleman? His financial power was incomparable. Raising the price recklessly would only end in a loss. For a moment, the entire auction hall turned chilly. The silver-robed elder's face turned green. The tricolor spirit marrow was at least worth 500 million high-grade spirit stones, a once-in-a-century treasure. Yet it only sold for 111 million. A complete loss, no question. Really, no one can offer a higher bid? The silver-robed elder glanced at Booker from the Uriel family. The meaning was clear. Since the Uriel family was against Kit, just raise the bid. Booker looked at the silver-robed elder, somewhat depressed, and said, "Old thing, what are you looking at me for? Do I have something on my face? The Uriel family has no interest in this item." "Oh." The silver-robed elder sighed. He said, "All right, this tricolor spirit marrow belongs to this powerful bidder." After the auction ended, amidst the malicious glares from the Uriel family, Kit leisurely walked backstage to collect the auctioned items. Namely, the adamantine battle robe and the tricolor spirit marrow. Before leaving, Kit looked at the silver-robed elder and asked, "By the way, I want to ask you one thing. Where was the tricolor spirit marrow found?" "This?" The silver-robed elder hesitated. "I understand, you can't say." Kit nodded, not saying anything. Just as he was about to turn and leave, he heard the silver-robed elder say, "Not that I can't tell, but telling won't help." "Really?" Kit turned back and looked at the silver-robed elder. Seeing the other's strange smile, he immediately understood. He tossed over a bag of high-grade spirit stones and said, 1,000,000 high-grade spirit stones, can you speak now?" "No problem." The silver-robed elder happily collected the high-grade spirit stones and immediately answered. The tricolor spirit marrow was discovered in Yuhan Valley. It's about 6,000 miles north of Yuhan City. That area is a death zone. There were even experts at the divine mystic realm who died there. Note, Shenjing typically refers to a cultivation realm, which doesn't have a direct English equivalent. I've used divine mystic realm as a suitable translation based on context. It sounds perilous. I got it. Kit nodded, taking the 2 items and left Yuhan auction house. Upon exiting, Kit sensed numerous powerful individuals trailing him. Among them was Booker. Clearly, these Uriel family members hadn't returned to the clan but waited on site. Interesting. Kit smiled faintly. Saying nothing, he soared into the sky, flying outside Yuhan City. Since the battle couldn't be avoided, it should be concluded quickly. Otherwise, a group of deity infancy realm, or even quasi-transcendence realm experts tailing him would make even Kit restless. Seeing Kit leave, Booker clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, saying, "Great. You guys follow me. I'm going to kill him." "Supreme Elder, should we not return to the clan to gather more experts?" "No need. I am sufficient alone." Booker was confident. At most, Kit was peak deity infancy realm, and he was unafraid. If a quasi-transcendence realm expert could be killed by a deity infancy realm, that would be laughable. Therefore, without hesitation, Booker led a group of Uriel family members in pursuit. At this moment, Kit stopped outside Yuhan City. He turned around, and the rusty sword appeared in his hand. The adamantine battle robe surfaced, wrapping around his body, transforming into a pure gold battle armor. Dense strands of death chi surrounded it. Seeing this, Kit took out a bottle of true dragon blood and poured it over the battle robe. Sizzle. The death chi quickly dissipated. The adamantine battle robe's grade rapidly escalated with the true dragon blood. Chapter 106, a one-sided victory. The necrotic aura dissipated, and the black gold battle armor once again transformed into an imperial-grade spirit artifact. Clang! A beam of pure gold shot up into the sky, piercing through the clouds. All around were densely packed golden runes. Along with it came the unique and astounding fluctuations characteristic of an imperial-grade spirit artifact. Booker, who had caught up, saw this scene and couldn't help but exclaim in shock, "True dragon blood. You actually have true dragon blood? How is that possible?" "Heh, why wouldn't I?" Kit, holding the rusty sword, glanced at Booker and said casually, "Are you guys ready to be taken down by me?" Arrogant. Booker was full of confidence as he drew a high-grade spirit sword and swung it without hesitation at Kit, unleashing an incredibly powerful blow. Kit didn't even bother to dodge. He just stood there. Clang! The imperial-grade black gold battle armor burst into dazzling golden light, forming a domain several dozen feet in diameter. Within this domain, the sword chi from Booker's attack was instantly extinguished, vanishing without a trace. What? Booker was dumbfounded. His all-out attack felt like a mere tickle to Kit. The defensive capabilities of the imperial-grade spirit artifact were truly terrifying. Not bad at all. Kit nodded, clearly satisfied with the armor's defense. However, this thing also had a fatal flaw. It consumed too much true essence. Just now, countering Booker's single sword strike had drained 80% of Kit's true essence. If Booker attacked again, Kit would be left with insufficient true essence, and the black gold battle armor might not hold up. In the distance, Booker saw that Kit seemed unaffected and his face turned dark. He said coldly, "Kid, do you think having an imperial-grade spirit artifact makes you invincible? The consumption of true essence with such artifacts is terrifying. Let's see how many moves you can withstand." "Hee. Your guess isn't far off, but what will you do when I bring out Immortal Spirit Cadequid?" Kit smiled slightly as a bottle of Immortal Spirit Cadequid appeared in his hand. Without further ado, he gulped down a mouthful. Boom. The vast energy of the Immortal Spirit Cadequid rapidly converted into true essence. In a blink, Kit was back to full strength. Hiss. Booker sucked in a breath sharply. The rest of the Uriel family members stared dumbfounded, many of them practically drooling. No justice. This kid actually has Immortal Spirit Cadequid, the purest energy in the world. Even sovereigns may struggle to find it. The Immortal Spirit Cadequid has countless applications: potion brewing, talisman making, and even crafting spirit artifacts. This kid uses it to recover true essence. What a waste. A group of Uriel family members felt deep indignation, calling it unfair. It was simply outrageous. That small sip of Immortal Spirit Cadequid was worth hundreds of millions of high-grade spirit stones. Was such extravagance necessary? Gulp. Booker swallowed hard. Immortal Spirit Cadequid could significantly extend one's lifespan. which was especially tempting for someone like him whose lifespan was running short. His eyes burned with murderous intent as he looked at Kit. Great. Excellent. Now I have even more reason to kill you. Without another word, Booker lifted his spirit sword and slashed towards Kit. He believed Kit wouldn't last more than a few strikes. I already told you. I killed a half-step divine traveler recently. Are you here to die as well? Kit smirked and poured all his strength into the rusty sword. Boom. A terrifying sword chi shot up into the heavens, but compared to Booker's power, it was still incomparably weak. Haha, kid, you know nothing about the power of the half-step divine traveler realm. Booker laughed maniacally, mocking Kit's weak sword chi. Do I? Kit's lips curled upward slightly. How could he not know that his simple attacks wouldn't harm a half-step divine traveler? The real attack was coming from the soul-killing rune. Boom. As Kit clashed swords with Booker, a black flash emerged from his hand, launching a soul-killing rune straight toward Booker's forehead. Soul-killing rune? Booker's pupils constricted in horror. This was an ancient killing secret technique. Gods who dared would be killed. Buddhas who dared would be killed. A Sea of God realm cultivator using the soul-killing rune at full strength could kill experts of the mystic Tao realm. Such ancient heavenly runes were terrifying. Unless they specialized in cultivating their divine soul, no one could withstand it. For most cultivators, their divine souls were rather weak. So, the moment Booker saw the soul-killing rune, he knew he was doomed. Rip. The soul-killing rune pierced through Booker's forehead, striking his divine soul directly. An explosion of overwhelming power instantly annihilated Booker's divine soul. Thud. Booker's body fell from the sky, hitting the ground with a heavy thud. The surrounding Uriel family cultivators' faces changed abruptly, and without hesitation, they turned and fled. It was a joke to think they could match Kit after seeing Booker, a half-step divine traveler, fall. Rumble. Suddenly, an immensely terrifying aura appeared. A streak of golden light shot out from Ghost City, heading straight for Kit at breakneck speed. Divine soul leaving the body. At least divine traveler realm or even mystic Tao realm. Kit's pupils constricted. Without wasting time, a golden willow leaf appeared in his hand. The one given to him by the willow tree, which could temporarily boost his realm. Boom. An unimaginable force surged within Kit. Opening his heavenly eye, he immediately assessed the true level of the approaching divine soul. Half-step mystic Tao realm. Interesting. Kit narrowed his eyes. This was his first encounter with such a high-level opponent. And it wasn't just one. Right after the first half-step mystic Tao expert appeared, 3 more quickly joined, converging on Kit and sealing off all escape routes. Ha ha ha. One of the half-step mystic Tao elders, looking at Kit, laughed crazily with excitement. Excellent. True dragon body, innate divine soul, and ancient heavenly runes. Each one is a celestial blessing. Never thought I'd encounter 3 of them. Fantastic. Greg, you want the celestial blessings on this kid? Don't even think about it. This kid belongs to our Uriel family. ##### Chapter 107, Slaying the Ancestor. A middle-aged man in white stood in midair, emitting an overwhelmingly terrifying aura. He looked down at Kit and said arrogantly, Boy, will you kneel on your own, or should I break your legs to make you do so? The old geezer is quite arrogant, huh? Kit scratched his ear, feeling speechless. Did this group of people really think they had him cornered? Haha, boy, you might not know that the difference between the divine mystic realm and the divine sea realm is vast. A gray-haired elder from the Cade family said coolly. Do you think just because you have a royal-grade spirit artifact, you can act all high and mighty? Without even a royal-grade spirit artifact, our 4 major families wouldn't have dominated this region for thousands of years. Today, let me show you the power of the Cade family's heirloom, the dragon pattern staff. As he spoke, a crimson golden staff appeared in the hands of the Cade family elder. The staff was about 30 feet long, radiating a faint golden light. The moment it appeared, the surrounding air boiled with spiritual energy. Boom. A powerful surge of spiritual energy erupted. In the hands of the Cade family elder, the dragon pattern staff was hundreds of times more formidable than when held by Kit. A golden glow hundreds of feet long materialized. Without a word, the Cade family elder hurled the dragon pattern staff straight at Kit. Boom. The heavy dragon pattern staff shattered the void, hurtling towards Kit. Kit simply extended a finger and flicked it lightly. Boom. A finger over 100 feet long emerged in the air, striking the dragon pattern staff and sending it flying forcefully away. Bang. The intense countershock directly shattered half of the Cade family elder's body. His entire arm turned into a bloody mist. The dragon pattern staff was sent flying several hundred miles by Kit's single finger, crashing into and collapsing a mountain. This is impossible. The Cade family elder found it hard to accept this reality. He knew that with the dragon pattern staff, he could still stand a chance against peak divine mystic realm opponents. How could Kit send his weapon flying with just one finger and leave him severely injured? It must be some forbidden device. The eyes of the Uriel family elder flashed with golden light. He revealed a serious expression and said, That's not his strength. It's the enhancement of some forbidden device. It can temporarily boost his power. Don't engage him head on. Spread out. Not bad for a major family. You figured it out. Kit was somewhat surprised and offered a compliment. But in the next second, he appeared before the Uriel family elder, grabbed him by the neck, and lifted him up. No way. The Uriel family elder was horrified. He knew Kit's augmented power was terrifying, but not to this extent. A purple longsword, also a royal-grade spirit artifact, appeared in his hand. Gripping the sword, the Uriel family elder exerted all his strength and slashed at Kit. SSSHHHH. A fearsome attack erupted. This slash only sparked a series of flames on the mysterious gold battle armor. Kit remained unharmed. Can't even cut through someone. Too weak. Kit shook his head and tightened his grip slightly. He snapped the Uriel family elder's neck and unleashed a terrifying true chi blast. turning the Uriel family elder into dust. Clang! At the moment the Uriel family elder exploded, the purple longsword tried to escape as it already possessed its own spirit, having been nurtured by the Uriel family for many years, making it difficult for outsiders to obtain. However, this didn't apply to Kit. Seeing this, Kit swiftly grabbed the hilt of the purple longsword, scanned it with his divine sense, and forcibly erased the Uriel family's mark. At the same time, he saw ancient inscriptions on the purple longsword. Purple jade sword. So, this is the name of this sword? Kit swung the purple jade sword in his hand, and a blade of energy swept across, leveled a distant mountain. Hiss! The remaining 3 family elders changed color. They glanced at each other and fled. Clearly, Kit was unstoppable now. Even their strongest member, the Uriel family elder, had been killed instantly by Kit. Why fight at all? Seeing this, Kit's lips curled upward slightly, and he shouted loudly, "Can you escape? Wasting my willow leaf is unforgivable." With that, Kit's speed skyrocketed. Wielding the purple jade sword, he slashed toward the Cade family elder. Already severely injured, the Cade family elder's speed had slowed significantly. Facing Kit with a royal grade spirit artifact, his face instantly paled. Terror filled his expression as he roared, "Master, save me!" What? Kit was momentarily stunned. Then his expression changed abruptly. Hundreds of miles away, in the core area of the Uriel family, an extremely powerful aura erupted. This is that old monster from the Uriel family, nearly surpassing the divine mystic realm? He's still alive? A series of thoughts flashed through Kit's mind. Without hesitation, he turned and fled. That old monster from the Uriel family was too strong. Kit knew with just one glance that he wasn't a match. The old monster wore at least 7 or 8 pieces of royal-grade spirit artifacts. On his head was a crown, suspected to be an imperial-grade spirit artifact. Frighteningly powerful. If the rusted sword in Kit's possession were an unsealed complete supreme artifact, Kit might have a chance to fight. But now, Kit had no choice but to run immediately, or he would die here for real. Bastard. Within mere seconds, the true patriarch of the Uriel family had awakened. Regaining consciousness, he looked at the fleeing Kit. By now, Kit had fled nearly 1,000 miles. Drawing runes with both hands, he opened a teleportation gate to the true dragon maze space. Almost simultaneously, an unprecedented divine sense struck Kit from behind. This divine sense was immensely powerful. Carrying a terrifying killing intent, Kit didn't doubt for a moment that being hit would mean certain death. Instantly, Kit rushed into the true dragon maze without a word. The divine sense of the Uriel family patriarch halted right at the entrance of the teleportation gate. At the peak divine mystic realm, one can perceive dangers that others cannot. The Uriel family patriarch felt the same. His intuition told him that if he entered the teleportation gate, he would die. What a terrifying place. The Uriel family patriarch watched coldly as the spatial portal closed. He showed no reaction, only saying regretfully, "Unfortunately, he escaped." Meanwhile, inside the true dragon maze, Kit stopped at a spot, wiped off the cold sweat, and muttered, "What a terrifying old bastard. Almost got killed." Chapter 108. Refining the 3-colored spirit marrow. At this moment, the Jet's face was ashen, and he said, "I'm certain that old monster has probably already stepped halfway into the divine mystic realm. Once he fully transcends, in the ancient era, he could have been a regional lord. Dominating an entire region would be no issue." "SK, this is troublesome." Kit stroked his chin. He still needed to go back to Ghost Soul City for 2 reasons. 1, to obtain a map of Ghost Soul Valley, and 2, to confront the Uriel family. Seeing Kit deep in thought, the Jet was instantly alarmed. "What's wrong, boss?" he asked. "I'm thinking about going back to give the Uriel family a little surprise." Kit squinted his eyes, some not entirely well-formed ideas bubbling up in his mind. The Jet's face turned green with worry. What nonsense? Go back? Isn't that just asking for death? After all, a powerhouse at the level of the Uriel family was far beyond Kit's ability to deal with. Even if Kit were 10 times stronger, it would still mean walking straight into certain death. "Boss, are you crazy?" the Jet blurted out. "Why would I be?" Kit smirked and said, "Don't worry, I have ways to ensure they won't recognize me. But what if they do? Then we're dead." The Jet still looked gloomy, refusing to go back under any circumstances. Kit noticed and said, "Think positively. Don't you find the Uriel family's treasure vault tempting?" The Jet paused, his expression turning serious. He looked at Kit and asked, "Do you have a plan to infiltrate?" "I've got it covered. I feel that since the Uriel family has dominated near Ghost Soul Valley for 10,000 years, they must have information no other clan can match." Kit stroked his chin, his resolve firm. He added, "This treasure vault will be mine. I'm determined to get it." The Jet glanced at Kit and muttered, "Why does this feel like a suicide mission?" "Don't worry. Everything will be fine." Kit waved a hand dismissively. After deciding to head to Ghost Soul City, Kit didn't rush off immediately. Instead, he found a place to sit cross-legged. In his hands appeared a bottle containing the 3-colored spirit marrow, which he had purchased from the Ghost Soul auction house. Seeing Kit take out the 3-colored spirit marrow, the Jet eagerly leaned in and asked, "Hey, isn't the 10,000-year soul cleansing fruit supposed to be in Booker's storage ring? Hurry up and bring it out." "Oh right, I almost forgot." Kit tapped his head and retrieved Booker's storage ring. Inside was nearly empty. It seemed Booker himself felt his time was limited and had already distributed most of his possessions among his descendants. However, the Uriel family still had many items available for auction, including the 10,000-year soul cleansing fruit that had drained Booker's entire fortune. Kit examined everything and then took out the soul cleansing fruit, tossing it to the Jet. "Here you go." "Great thanks, boss." The Jet eagerly accepted the fruit from Kit, swallowing it in one bite and beginning his transformation. Meanwhile, Kit sat cross-legged, taking out the 3-colored spirit marrow. In the jade bottle were 10 droplets of liquid, each the size of a grape, resembling honey or ointment, floating mid-air. They glowed in shades of red, yellow, and blue. As soon as they appeared in Kit's hands, the surrounding space shimmered with strange colors. Well, let's begin, Kit murmured. He tipped his head back, swallowing 1 drop of the 3-colored spirit marrow. Boom! An incomparable surge of power erupted. An unimaginable force swept through Kit's body. Almost immediately, the excruciating pain of near death washed over him. He felt like countless tiny knives were cutting through him, unbearable agony. Wherever the 3-colored spirit marrow flowed, Kit's originally solidified physique was reshaped anew. Crack, crack, crack. Bones shattered and then rapidly regenerated. The newly grown bones carried mysterious tricolor patterns, forming runes that emitted inexplicable power, breathtaking. Throughout this process, Kit underwent a rapid and thorough transformation. His life force grew even more formidable. Boom! Under the purification of the 3-colored spirit marrow, the original potency of the hidden breath pill was completely expelled from Kit's body. Streams of dragon chi surged upward. Golden true dragon blood chi circled around him, forming 9 dragons in total. Roar! The dragons roared across the heavens, unleashing terrifying power. The nearby jet was jolted awake, staring at Kit in disbelief. Whoa! So this is your true strength? The jet's eyes were wide with shock and awe. Such formidable physical strength was nearly on par with many cultivators at the divine pill realm, and without the hidden breath pill hiding his actual strength, Kit's true cultivation was revealed. Bone tempering realm, 2nd level peak of the spirit refinement realm, early stage chi transformation realm. This is really your actual realm? The jet was utterly astounded. He finally understood Kit's true potential. Kingful Overlord? This achievement surpassed even the Kingful Overlord. All along, he had assumed Kit was at least at the mystic chi realm, never imagining he was so low-ranked. Comparing the Kingful Overlord to Kit, the former was nothing but trash. It looks like I've chosen the right master. The jet felt incredibly fortunate. With Kit's potential, achieving supremacy would be simple. Even becoming the first immortal since ancient times wasn't impossible. Resolving this, the jet made his decision. No matter what, Kit would be his new master. Meanwhile, in the kingdom of Yi, days had passed since Kit left, and his legend continued to ferment throughout the kingdom. Driving tigers to devour wolves, sparking a life and death battle between the Yi kingdom and the Purple Gold Gate. Only later did everyone realize it was a misunderstanding, and Kit's identity remained a mystery. The Purple Gold Gate, xiuxian sect, Blood Mountain sect, all had blood debts with Kit, unable to sleep or eat properly until they avenged themselves. Without killing Kit, they couldn't rest easy. Thus, the major sects joined forces, offering a bounty of 100 billion high-grade spirit stones to locate Kit. Anyone providing information leading to Kit's capture and elimination by the sects would receive the reward. Even if unsuccessful, a tenth of the bounty, 10 billion spirit stones, would still be rewarded. 5 days after releasing the message, news arrived at the Purple Gold Gate. Chapter 109, A Marvelous Misunderstanding. Which young supreme expert, wielding a rusted sword, has appeared near the City of Ghosts, seemingly with some ulterior motive. Instantly, the major sects united with the Yi Kingdom and brought a group of experts rushing towards the City of Ghosts. They were determined to stifle Kit, this young supreme expert, in his cradle. Meanwhile, Kit remained inside the true dragon maze, absorbing the power of the tricolor spirit marrow. Time ticked by. Half a month later, Kit still sat cross-legged within the true dragon maze. All around him were layers upon layers of peeled skin, and bone chips, even bone fragments. All these had shed from Kit's body. During these 2 weeks, he had undergone 9 rebirths, and the strength of his physical body had increased tenfold. And even more terrifying was that the sturdiness of his body had now approached the level of a low-grade spiritual artifact. What did this mean? If Kit stood still and allowed cultivators to attack him, no one below the deity pill realm could break through his skin. It was that exaggerated. Whoosh! Kit opened his eyes and expelled a breath of golden true chi, piercing through a large boulder. With a slight movement, pure golden dragon chi erupted. Within several dozen yards, an ocean of golden blood chi formed. Rumble! Sensing the abnormality around him, Kit's face showed surprise. What's going on? Kit scratched his head, somewhat at a loss. Beside him, Corey took a deep breath and said, Boss, is this your true power? Why did you hide it before? Feared being hunted down to death. Kit frowned slightly, sensing the natural aura leaking from his body. With a thought, boom! The surrounding dragon chi retracted, returning into Kit's body. Then, Kit employed a secret technique from the Chaos Sutra. In an instant, all the aura was sealed away completely, without a trace. These auras were hidden within the flesh and blood. This effect was even better than conceal breath pills. Unless Kit willingly revealed it, no one could detect the true dragon blood flowing within him. This makes it much easier. Kit smiled slightly, feeling relieved. Now, the only thing left for him to break through to the 3rd layer of the Chaos Sutra was one 10,000-year-old soul condensing herb. Thinking of this, Kit gave Corey a light slap on the head and said, Let's go to the City of Ghosts. After speaking, Kit left the true dragon's secret realm. Carrying Corey, who had transformed into a common water dragon, he headed towards the City of Ghosts. At this moment, in another place, inside the City of Ghosts. Half a month had passed since Kit emerged. Keenan expert Fenton's name had already resounded throughout the entire City of Ghosts, and the identity of Lesser Patriarch of the Purple Gold Gate was irrevocably set. Humph! Purple Gold Gate. I'll remember this grudge. In the Cade family, the old patriarch glared with red eyes, trembling with anger. He almost died at Kit's hands. If not for the elder from the Uriel family stepping in, he would have been killed outright by Kit. Even so, His severe injuries required centuries of recuperation to heal fully. At this moment, a family servant rushed over and exclaimed, "Bad news, great ancestor! The Purple Gold Gate is leading a group, coming toward the City of Ghosts." What? They dare to come? Asif couldn't help but laugh bitterly. His dragon-patterned staff floated up, and he coldly remarked, "I want to see how strong this Purple Gold Gate really is." "Yes, great ancestor." The family servant wiped off cold sweat, then asked, "Great ancestor, should we inform the Uriel family?" "That goes without saying." The old patriarch glanced at the servant, saying nothing. At this moment, he felt a bit guilty too, primarily because Kit had left such a deep impression on him. If the lesser patriarch was so terrifying, then the sect master must be at least a divine stage cultivator. Such a terrifying sect. Even the Cade family's old patriarch was a little hesitant. He regretted having made such a statement just now. Therefore, he purposely delayed his actions, waiting until other family patriarchs arrived. They would carry imperial-grade spirit artifacts to seek trouble with the Purple Gold Gate. Meanwhile, the Purple Gold Gate and xiuxian sect were both proceeding cautiously, not being overly arrogant. Although the great sects were powerful and dominant in their regions, their strongest members were merely at the half-step immortal traveler stage. In the Uriel family, they would barely qualify as Brendan. The City of Ghosts was a horrifying place full of strong individuals. Thus, the major sects dared not act too recklessly. At this moment, Kit also approached the City of Ghosts nearby, preparing to enter. Suddenly, he saw the 4 family patriarchs appear, each carrying an imperial-grade spirit artifact. Their eyes were bloodshot, looking ready to fight to the death. Kit was startled. What's happening? He just got here. Why are the 4 patriarchs preparing to kill him? Thinking this, Kit turned around and fled. With Uriel family's elder in the City of Ghosts, fighting against the 4 patriarchs didn't make much sense. But at this moment, Kit realized unexpectedly, the targets of the 4 patriarchs seemed not to be him. That's odd. Quick, let's catch up. Haha, this is a rare battlefield spectacle. We'll miss it if we're late. Quick, let's follow. A group of cultivators flew past Kit. Each wore a strange smile, as if preparing for some spectacle. This greatly surprised Kit. Could it be that the 4 patriarchs aren't after him, but plan to clash with another force? Strange. Thinking this, Kit grabbed a cultivator and asked, "Hey brother, what's happening?" From outside, right? Hee. The 4 families are going to fight the Purple Gold Gate. The cultivator's face lit up with excitement, showing a spectator's attitude. Kit was taken aback, his expression turning odd. He asked, "Fighting the Purple Gold Gate? Why? Just go and see for yourself." The cultivator grew impatient. Just as he was about to leave, Kit pulled out a high-grade spirit stone and waved it in front of him. The cultivator immediately became obedient. 1 high-grade spirit stone was worth half a year's income for him. This was far more important than watching the battle between the 4 patriarchs and the Purple Gold Gate. Immediately, the cultivator pocketed the high-grade spirit stone. Chapter 110. A Wonderful Misunderstanding. His expression softened, and he beamed with a radiant smile. He chuckled and said, "Brother, you look like an honest guy to me. Let me tell you this, half a month ago, the young lord of the Xiuxian Gate, Fintan, suffered a huge loss here. Naturally, Xiuxian Gate got the message and brought a group of cultivators to seek retribution." Talon hesitated for a moment before immediately understanding the situation. Xiuxian Gate knew he was here and came to cause trouble, and then the 4 major families misunderstood it as him causing trouble. Now, this is getting interesting. At this thought, Talon's lips curled upward in amusement. He promptly released the cultivator and followed along. Inside, he felt brimming anticipation. The conflict between Xiuxian Gate and the 4 major families would surely be quite spectacular. Soon, Talon trailed a crowd of cultivators to the designated location. The patriarchs of the 4 major families of Ghost City were hovering mid-air. Apart from Uriel family's new patriarch, the other 3 were familiar faces. All 4 wore serious expressions, quietly awaiting the arrival of Xiuxian Gate. On the opposite side, a group of experts from Xiuxian Gate, xiuxian sect, and Blood Mountain sect also approached the vicinity of Ghost City. Upon seeing the 4 patriarchs floating in the air, they were instantly startled. 4 peak divine traversing realm beings, each just a step away from the divine mystic realm. Any one of them could easily wipe out their entire group, not to mention all 4 wielded imperial-grade spirit artifacts. Clearly, they weren't in the same league. "Are you the patriarch of Xiuxian Gate?" Asif fixed his gaze on the newly appointed patriarch of Xiuxian Gate, momentarily astonished. This Barton seemed too weak. Peak divine infant realm, a powerhouse of this level? The Cade family had plenty and didn't lack such figures at all. Could it be? This Barton intentionally lowered his cultivation? Right. It must be so. Thinking this, Asif grew cautious. His remaining hand gripped the dragon-patterned staff tightly, ready for defense or retaliation. Barton, puzzled, bowed and said, "Yes, I am indeed the patriarch of Xiuxian Gate. I wonder." Before he finished speaking, Asif's face twisted in ferocity, shouting loudly, "Since you are the patriarch of Xiuxian Gate, there's nothing more to say. Prepare to die." Saying this, the dragon-patterned staff burst into 10,000 feet of radiance, smashing towards Xiuxian Gate's patriarch. Everyone present grew excited as the battle finally erupted. A battle among divine traversing realm powerhouses must be spectacular, right? Meanwhile, Barton's face turned green with rage. He couldn't comprehend why Asif directly attacked with a lethal move. There was no reason. Both sides hadn't even had any notable grievances. In fact, they had no prior interactions at all. Amidst these thoughts, Barton shouted, "Wait, I?" But before he finished, Asif's attack already struck down. Boom. Dust flew everywhere. Poor Xiuxian Gate's 4th patriarch, who had only just taken the seat, was instantly killed by Asif, disintegrating into ashes. Asif paused, surprised at how weak Barton was. Eliminating Barton was as easy as crushing an ant. Others were even more stunned. Wasn't it supposed to be a life and death battle? Why did it turn into a direct suppression? Just then, Zijin Gate's group regained their senses, shouting, "Predecessor, there's a misunderstanding. We've never interacted with the 4 major families of Ghost City. Why are you killing us? At least let us die understanding what happened. Aren't you here to challenge the 4 major families and take revenge for Fintan?" Asif furrowed his brows, sensing that he might have misunderstood something. The other 3 family patriarchs looked peculiar too. They had prepared to fight to the death, but never expected the opposition to be so weak. Zijin Gate fell silent. An elder stepped forward, bitterly smiling. "Respected predecessors, our young lord Fintan died over 20 days ago. The current one bearing the title of our Zijin Gate's young lord has been running around wreaking havoc under that name. As for who the real person is, we at Zijin Gate want to find out too." Humph. Asif's aura receded. He coldly stared at the sect members, feeling extremely vexed. He had been played twice by Talon. Meanwhile, Talon stood amidst the crowd, finding immense amusement. He never expected that merely not revealing his true identity and impersonating Fintan could bring about such unexpected gains. It was truly fascinating. Just then, a dark and oppressive demonic aura erupted. An incredibly terrifying demonic figure soared towards Ghost City. Instantly, the surrounding air turned frigid like winter. Favio. Uriel family's patriarch squinted, his expression turning stern. Even Talon turned his head to observe Favio. Feeling the power of the opponent, Talon's expression became grave. Favio's strength had undoubtedly reached the divine mystic realm, possibly weaker than Uriel family's old monster, but certainly far superior to Talon's current state. Even the combined force of the 4 patriarchs couldn't stand against Favio. Boom. A vast surge of demonic aura neared. Favio stood within a mass of dark mist, coldly declaring, "My devil puppet sect offers a bounty for the young supremacy Fintan. An imperial-grade spirit artifact for information leading to Fintan, and 100 million high-grade spirit stones for confirmation." Boom. These words caused an uproar among the surrounding cultivators. Fintan again. What mysterious background does this guy have? I don't know. The real Fintan is dead. This young supremacy is definitely using Fintan's name to avoid revealing his identity. Intriguing. In this era, to see a genius at the level of a young supremacy. Hee. This will be good. Going against a young supremacy. If they grow stronger? Let's talk about growing stronger first. No matter how powerful a genius is, if they can't grow, they're nothing. The crowd buzzed with excitement. Daily life in Ghost City was usually dull, with little variation over centuries. An event deciding the fate of the 4 major families and the devil puppet sect was unprecedented. The 4 major family patriarchs looked at Favio, their expressions changing drastically. After a brief discussion, they immediately issued a second bounty announcement. The 4 major families offer an imperial-grade spirit artifact for the capture of young supremacy Fintan, dead or alive. Boom. Another wave of excitement swept through the crowd. Many cultivators rubbed their hands eagerly, preparing for when Talon arrived. Chapter 111. Sky-High Bounty. A stealthy attack. The allure of an imperial-grade spirit artifact was simply too great, enough to make these cultivators take dangerous risks. Interesting. Kit touched his nose, his eyes narrowing slightly. Fortunately, he had come this time wearing a different guise. Otherwise, if someone recognized him, it wouldn't just be the 4 major families hunting him down. It would be all the cultivators of the Spirit Bone City and the Puppet Master sect. That scene alone was enough to send chills down his spine even when just imagined. After confirming it was a misunderstanding, the 4 great ancestors issued bounty notices and returned to their respective territories. The Jared, although powerful, dared not linger in the Spirit Bone City. He feared that the Uriel family's ancient monster would kill him. Therefore, after issuing the bounty, the Jared quickly departed. Kit followed the crowd back into the Spirit Bone City. He arrived at an inn, rubbing his chin, pondering how to get hold of the Uriel family's treasure vault. With the old monster guarding it, only when the old monster wasn't present could anyone enter. Divert the tiger away from the mountain? Kit stroked his chin thoughtfully. But the old monster from the Uriel family wasn't foolish. Having lived for many years, it was smarter than any fox, so a simple diversionary tactic would certainly be seen through. It looks like I need to plan carefully, he muttered, pulling out a map from his personal space. This crude map was one he casually bought. A map of the Spirit Bone Valley created from the experiences of countless cultivators who survived its dangers over 10,000 years. On the map, large red areas marked deadly zones within the Spirit Bone Valley, extremely hazardous. Any realm below divine infants would surely die if they ventured there. Only the 4 major families knew the exact locations of these death zones, seeking precious herbs and spirit artifacts therein. The map also showed some black regions, life exclusion zones that even members of the 4 major families avoided, daring not to enter. Kit's gaze landed on one such life exclusion zone. As far as he remembered, the 10,000-year soul concentrating herb was located in this area. If this was indeed a life exclusion zone, even the Uriel family didn't have a map of it? This deviated somewhat from his original expectations. But this is reasonable. The Uriel family has existed for 10,000 years, and if there were any 10,000-year soul concentrating herbs, they would have been harvested by now. Unless, the herb grows somewhere the Uriel family can't find. Kit mused, a more interesting plan forming in his mind. He immediately set off towards the Spirit Bone Valley. With the map in hand, Kit moved swiftly through the valley, heading straight for the life exclusion zone. Along the way, he encountered no formidable death creatures, making the journey relatively easy. A strange aura suddenly enveloped him. Kit instantly stopped, his body hairs standing on end. Before him lay a vast expanse of black sand covering hundreds of miles, densely scattered with thousands of skeletal remains that had lain there for 10,000 years. Despite their age, the bones still shimmered like jade. The entire area was suffused with a deathly aura. Without hesitation, Kit activated a golden willow leaf, unveiling the true eye of heaven. The life exclusion zone transformed before his eyes. Over the black sand sprawled layer upon layer of horrifying killing arrays. At the core, a black coffin lay, emanating an incredibly menacing aura, far surpassing even the Uriel family's old monster. Even more alarming, faint life signals pulsed within the coffin. The occupant was alive. Could it be the patriarch of an ancient sect, still living in this valley? Kit frowned, creating a clone from the secrets of chaos, an exact copy but only a fifth as strong, perfect for exploring dangerous zones. Kit carefully guided the clone towards the innermost part of the killing array. As the clone stepped onto the black sand, dark mist enveloped the area, dyeing the sand a deathly black. Time had turned ordinary dust into death crystal, highly sought after by demon path cultivators for forging weapons. Ignoring the surroundings, Kit approached the black coffin at the center. It quivered slightly, releasing an unimaginable surge of death aura, thickening the air around it several times over. Intriguing, Kit mused. Could this black coffin be the source of the surrounding death aura? His peripheral vision caught a cluster of black grass sprouting nearby. Each blade radiated immense power. 10,000-year soul concentrating herb. Kit's pupils contracted in delight. Holy cow, this place truly had the 10,000-year soul concentrating herb. He had come to the right place. However, seeing the black coffin made his heart sink. He was merely 100 miles away, yet the overwhelming presence inside felt untouchable. Compared to the owner of the black coffin, even the divine immortal of the Uriel family would be nothing more than an ant, easily crushed. Kit himself stood no chance either, not even with the augmentation from the golden willow leaf. Unless, the owner of the coffin wasn't here. Damn! Kit scratched his head, feeling helpless. He was trapped in a vicious cycle. The black coffin's occupant wouldn't leave, leaving no possibility for him to obtain the soul concentrating herb. Having been dormant for 10,000 years, the owner might sleep for centuries at a stretch. Kit couldn't wait. Maybe I should go to Immortal Pond and bring that willow tree over? Kit pondered, realizing that the tree's strength could subdue the coffin's occupant effortlessly, but relying on external forces could easily make him psychologically dependent. Reflecting on this, he calmed down. Chapter 112, the 10,000-year soul condensing herb. Just as Kit was lost in thought, the situation suddenly changed. The black coffin seemed to sense something and shot up into the sky, flying toward a specific area in the Valley of Lost Souls. The surrounding formations activated. Black swords covered in dark blood hovered midair, ready to annihilate any existence that entered the formation. Seeing this, Kit was momentarily stunned. What's going on? Why would the owner of the black coffin leave so abruptly? Could it be that a treasure is emerging? With this thought, Kit's eyes lit up. After hesitating for a moment, he silently followed. If it really was an invaluable treasure, something even the owner of the black coffin was interested in, its value might not be far off from the 10,000-year soul condensing herb. As for the 10,000-year soul condensing herb within the killing formation, Kit didn't touch it. It had restrictions on it, and moving it would definitely alert the owner of the black coffin, who could turn back and ambush him. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Kit silently followed, arriving at a valley with the owner of the black coffin. Bam! A sword aura soared into the sky. A skeleton held a rusted longsword, landing on a mountain peak, exuding unparalleled sword intent. There was no need to guess. This thing must have been an incredible expert in life. Meanwhile, powerful creatures arrived one after another, nearly all at the same level as the owner of the black coffin. Extremely formidable. Damn it! What is it? Kit was directly astounded. From these creatures' reactions, whatever was about to appear was undoubtedly a rare divine object. Bam! A beam of light surged into the sky. The seven-colored beam was dazzlingly bright, dense celestial chi spread out, and tiny rays of light blossomed around. Narrowing his eyes slightly, under the Heaven Dao True Eye, Kit could see clearly what was inside the seven-colored beam. It was a peculiar piece of jade, golden all over, with countless natural patterns inside it. These patterns condensed into runes, possessing astonishing power. Damn it! Primordial spirit jade marrow. Kit was utterly shocked. This wasn't just an ordinary item. It was an essential treasure for those beyond the body refining stage, 100 times more valuable than the tricolor spirit marrow. A bit of powder could transform an ordinary person, enabling them to reach the golden body realm. After waiting for 10,000 years, this thing has finally appeared. The owner of the black coffin coldly said, primordial spirit jade marrow to reshape my body, and the 10,000-year soul condensing herb to condense my soul. I can revive. And I remember every single grudge from back then. Do you think you can obtain this primordial treasure, Abel? A terrifying figure released its aura. It was a withered, rotting giant ape with two green flames flickering in its deep eye sockets. Its strength was incomparable, carrying a mountain-like weight. It looked at the black coffin's owner and said coldly, this primordial spirit jade marrow belongs to me. Did anyone forget about me? The skeleton wielding a large sword rose, releasing its aura, holding its long sword as it calmly declared, this belongs to me. Rumble. An intense clash of auras erupted among the super-strong beings. Watching these powerful figures battle, Kit stroked his chin, his gaze falling on the primordial spirit jade marrow. This was a treasure that came once in a lifetime. He must get it. However, looking at the surrounding powerful creatures, Kit quickly regained his composure. Charging out recklessly, he wouldn't last a second. He would wait until the powerful ones finished their fight. Rumble. After a series of powerful auras erupted, the strong ones couldn't hold back anymore and fell into chaotic combat. For a time, heaven collapsed and earth split open. Hundreds of mountains were leveled, and the aftershocks reverberated through the void. Any existence below the divine mystic realm would be instantly killed by the battle's residual effects. Opportunity comes. Seeing the strong ones start fighting, Kit's eyes lit up. Without a word, he silently approached the primordial spirit jade marrow. All along, Kit faced no obstruction. The powerful beings were obviously surprised that someone dared to take advantage of their battle, especially such a puny existence like an ant. Rumble. Using the cover of the intense battle, Kit smoothly reached the primordial spirit jade marrow. He hesitated for a moment. Grabbing the primordial spirit jade marrow, he activated his teleportation array simultaneously. Buzz. In an instant, Kit disappeared. You ant, dare you. Damn it, die. Daring to snatch the primordial spirit jade marrow before us, I will extract your life force and torture you for 10,000 years. Die. The powerful beings reacted immediately, each stretching out huge hands, tearing through the teleportation array, reaching for Kit. By now, Kit had returned to the location of the black coffin, dodging left and right within the killing formation using his free and easy step. The powerful beings' attacks descended directly upon the killing formation. Bam! The black coffin owner's sword formation was no mere decoration. Activated instantly, thousands of sword auras erupted, dealing a severe blow to the powerful beings. Many had their hands cut off directly. Rumble. Blood rained down from the sky outside the killing formation. Now facing the 10,000-year soul-condensing herb, Kit struck with a punch. Bam! The restriction on the 10,000-year soul-condensing herb shattered. Kit grabbed several dozen herbs and tossed them into the dragon-shaped pendant. Then, opening the teleportation portal again, he fled. Rumble. At this moment, the powerful beings finally arrived where the black coffin was. My 10,000-year soul-condensing herb. The black coffin owner was furious. All his efforts in cultivating it for 10,000 years were taken by Kit, half of it gone. This was intolerable for him. Without a word, the Carson tore through space and chased after Kit. Damn it, it's not that serious. I only took a few weeds. Feeling a chill run down his spine, Kit stepped nimbly using free and easy step, fleeing with all his might. The Carson was faster than he expected, so fast that Kit barely had time to open a teleportation array and escape into the true dragon maze. Rumble. Kit, being chased by the Carson, covered thousands of miles in a blink of an eye. Die. The Carson slashed down with a palm. Kit fully mobilized his rusty sword, striking back against the attack. Chapter 113. A narrow escape. Boom. The Carson's palm just grazed him. Kit was sent flying by a single slap, his body exploding with crackling sounds. His bones were covered in dense cracks. This left Kit incredibly shocked. After all, his current strength was nearing the peak of the divine mystic realm, and his physical body was comparable to a high-grade spirit artifact. Yet, he was almost crushed by the Carson's palm wind. Indeed, this is what true power looks like. Rumble. The Carson's palm missed its mark, flattening an entire mountain range with one strike. And Kit had already fled. He dashed out of the Nether Soul Valley into the outside world. Brat, you die here. The Carson, enraged, actually pursued him out of the Nether Soul Valley. SSS. Strands of sunlight shone upon the Carson. Even mortals would find such gentle sunlight comforting, but it made the powerful Carson retreat with a cry. Kit stood outside, eyes slightly squinting. He could sense that it wasn't just sunlight, but the world's rules rejecting the Carson. If the Carson appeared in the outside world, within a few seconds, they would be wiped out by the world's rules. No wonder death creatures can only be seen in some special places. So that's how it is. Kit muttered to himself, but then, his confidence surged again. He placed his hands on his hips, standing lazily and taunted, "Hey, aren't you so strong? Come kill me. Asshole." The Carson glared at Kit coldly and said, "Brat, dare you leave your name? Unchanging name and unaltered surname. Zijin sect, Fintan." Kit crossed his arms, remaining calm. He wasn't foolish. Who knew if the Carson had any curse spells or secret techniques? How could he casually reveal his real name? Good, very good. I will remember this enmity. The Carson had lived for 10,000 years. There was no way a simple provocation from Kit could make him lose control. Without another word, he turned around and left. He just ran away like that? Kit looked astonished, somewhat disappointed inside. He had hoped that if the Carson came out, he could use a teleportation array to drag him into the true dragon maze, then toss him into the outside world. At that time, the Carson would undoubtedly meet his doom. But clearly, this level of existence was extremely intelligent and wouldn't take such a risk. Shaking his head, Kit looked at the innate spirit jade marrow in his hand. This thing was ridiculously high in grade. Given his current strength, it wasn't suitable for him to use yet. Still, he should first refine the 10,000-year-old soul-cohering herb. Thinking of this, Kit put away the innate spirit jade marrow and prepared to leave. Suddenly, he felt several powerful presences rushing towards him. Kit froze, turning back in surprise. It was the 4 patriarchs of the Nether Soul City's 4 great families who had arrived. Seeing Kit truly there, drenched in blood, grievously injured, the Cade family patriarch became overjoyed, shouting loudly, "Ha ha, this brat was recklessly wandering in the Nether Soul Valley and suffered fatal injuries. Let's attack together." "Not bad, brat, today is your end." "Haha, Keenan, never thought I'd have the chance to suppress a Keenan today. The Meng family will surely have a legend of mine." "Brat, today, I'll use your head to honor my brother." The 4 patriarchs saw Kit's weakened state, but Kit, after glancing at the 4 patriarchs, showed no panic. He said calmly, "Even in this wounded state, you can't touch me. Since you're courting death, I'll send you on your way." "Humph, brat, you're too arrogant." "Kill." The 4 patriarchs didn't waste words, launching an overwhelming barrage of attacks instantly. Kit simply activated the rusty sword, delivering a single sword strike. Boom. A wave of sword energy erupted, instantly leveling the surrounding mountains. How is this possible? Why is this brat so powerful? The 4 patriarchs' faces changed dramatically. He was heavily injured. Yet, he could still unleash an overwhelming attack? Just then, a giant hand reached out, dispersing Kit's sword energy with a single swipe. Uriel clan's old monster had arrived. Upon seeing this, Kit didn't hesitate, turning around and fleeing immediately. This old monster was already beyond the divine mystic realm, and he couldn't deal with it. Whoosh! Kit vanished in a flash. The Uriel clan's old monster did not chase after him because he sensed that Kit's speed hadn't reached its limit. He couldn't catch up. Boom! Kit stopped at the base of a mountain, catching his breath. He continuously opened multiple teleportation arrays. Only when he confirmed no one was chasing him did he breathe a sigh of relief. He muttered, "Too close, almost met my end there." Plop! Wilbur fell to the ground, his mouth twisted in shock, looking as if he had been greatly traumatized. Is he dead? Kit poked Wilbur. Whoosh! Wilbur dodged to the side, looking darkly indignant. Boss, are you trying to get yourself killed? You dared to provoke a super expert above the divine mystic realm? I survived, didn't I? Kit smirked and examined his injuries. He couldn't help wincing in pain. Honestly speaking, this was the most severe injury he had ever sustained during his cultivation. His entire body, muscles, bones, and meridians were riddled with wounds. If not for his formidable physical body, he might have considered a reincarnation via soul snatching by now. It's not too bad. A few days of rest and I'll be fine. Kit shook his head, scattering a pile of supreme-grade spirit stones around him before closing his eyes to meditate. Boom! The potent aura from the supreme-grade spirit stones flooded Kit's body, and many of his wounds began to heal. His bones cracked as the fractures repaired and reshaped themselves. A process of rebirth slowly began. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. Kit recovered to peak condition, even becoming stronger. Boom! Kit carefully sensed his power. Now, his physical strength alone was equivalent to a mid-stage divine pill realm expert. With the combination of divine soul, true chi, and physical body, he had the capability to fight a late-stage divine pill realm expert. Of course, this was under the premise of not using powerful spirit artifacts. Next, it's time to refine the 10,000-year-old soul-cohering herb. Kit touched his chin, retrieving the herb from his personal space. Without hesitation, he swallowed it whole and started refining the medicinal effects of the 10,000-year-old soul-cohering herb. Rush! A sea of medicinal power swept through Kit's body, then converged at the location of his primordial soul. Kit's primordial soul began an unprecedented transformation. Hashtag Chapter 114, The Divine Calculator. Crackling noises filled the air. A series of strange sounds suddenly burst forth. Kit's primordial spirit began an entirely new transformation. If previously his primordial spirit was akin to a mass of air, now it started to liquefy into a pool of golden liquid, dense and resilient. The vast, sprawling cloud of spirit energy now condensed into a small lake of gold. It was immensely solid and robust. Buzz! A mysterious rune floated above his primordial spirit. Kit was utterly astonished. As he stared at the complex rune, a torrent of information flooded his mind. So that's it. The third stage of spirit refinement. Condensing one's primordial spirit into runes. Harnessing the power of the primordial spirit to form incantations for attack. Kit immediately understood as he felt the various assaults in the sea of consciousness. Boom! The effects of the 10,000-year-old soul-condensing grass were terrifying. In the blink of an eye, it had pushed Kit to the third stage of spirit refinement and established an incredibly solid foundation. At this moment, dark clouds gathered in the sky. Thunderbolts and lightning slowly accumulated. Not again? Kit gazed at the thunderclouds in disbelief. This was only the second time he experienced heavenly tribulation, so it wasn't like he was accustomed to it, but at least he wasn't overly panicked. However, watching the heavenly tribulation in the sky stirred something in him. Right, this could be useful. If used well, it might help him achieve his goal. With this thought, Kit rose, opened the teleportation array, and set the coordinates directly for the Uriel family. Meanwhile, back at the Uriel family estate. After Kit's escape, the entire Uriel family couldn't sleep, half out of anger and half out of fear. He was a kingful supreme after all. If not swiftly exterminated, once Kit grew powerful, it would be a nightmare for the 4 great families. Even their ancestor, who had been in closed meditation, broke his seclusion to invite the divine calculator to predict Kit's whereabouts. Inside the hall, an elderly man with white hair mumbled some words. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and spat out a large mouthful of blood. Braden, are you alright? The patriarch of the Uriel family was shocked. Clearly, attempting to divine Kit's location had caused a backlash on the divine calculator. He is. The divine calculator stammered, trying to say something, before spitting out another mouthful of blood. Blood splattered across the hall. Braden, where's that boy? The patriarch anxiously asked. He was practically hopping around, clearly flustered. Unfortunately, only someone with extraordinary fate like Kit could cause such severe backlash on the divine calculator. A genuine kingful supreme indeed. He, in the Uriel family. After uttering these words, the divine calculator fainted, his eyes rolling back. The Uriel family stood there, dumbstruck. In their backyard? What kind of prediction was this? As they stood there, stunned, thunder roared overhead. Rumble. The awe-inspiring heavenly tribulation descended. It's the heavenly tribulation, let's get out of here. The patriarch of the Uriel family yelled as everyone rushed out like frightened rabbits. No one dared to resist. Heavenly tribulation was a nightmare for most cultivators. Out of 100 cultivators, barely 2 or 3 survived it. Unless you were an exceptional genius like a kingful supreme, only then would the heavenly tribulation manifest upon each advancement. Despite the Uriel family elder appearing strong, he had never faced a heavenly tribulation. Even if he didn't die, he would suffer severely. Rumble. The ferocious heavenly tribulation brewed in the sky, its aura spreading far and wide. Uriel family members fled in panic, unable to contend with Kit. Only the patriarch remained at a distance, glaring angrily. Fintan, how dare you barge into the Uriel family like this? What can I not do? Kit smirked. He felt immensely comfortable knowing no one dared approach under the heavenly tribulation. Using the heavenly true eye, everything was laid bare before him. Naturally, the treasure vault was no exception. Bam! With a swift move, Kit charged into the vault, and an abundance of treasures came into view. Precious items painstakingly collected by the Uriel family from the Ghost Valley. Without hesitation, he swept everything into his true dragon pendant. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck down, tearing through the vault and hitting Kit. Boom! The force of the white lightning made his body go numb. He staggered but managed to stay upright. Although the thunder was formidable, Kit quickly recovered and resumed, plundering the vault as if nothing happened. Boy, you dare! The Uriel family elder growled. His fists clenched tightly. Fierce energy surged around him, but he dared not act. If he did, it would trigger even stronger heavenly tribulation, annihilating the entire Uriel family. The immense commotion caught the attention of all cultivators in Ghost City. They flew out and watched from afar, amazed at Kit's audacity. Damn, did I see that right? That's the Uriel family's vault? Someone's raiding it right in front of them? This is insane. Bad luck, Uriel family. Why provoke such an opponent? Too ruthless. He even uses heavenly tribulation. You're right. No one survives the heavenly tribulation. Many cultivators relished the misfortune of the Uriel family, given their long-standing grievances. Ignoring the crowd, Kit thoroughly looted the entire vault. Just as he was about to leave, he noticed a rune seal deep within the vault. It was incredibly powerful, even blocking the heavenly true eye. Yet, when Kit focused intently, he saw clearly, Chapter 115, plundering the Uriel family. Behind the seal, there was the shadow of a true dragon. It carried an unimaginably terrifying power. True dragon? Is it a corpse or a spirit artifact? Kit paused, recalling some legends about the Uriel family. Ancient tales spoke of how the Uriel family possessed the bloodline of a true dragon, seemingly having countless connections to it. Could it be that the Uriel family was truly descended from a true dragon in the past? Was this seal containing the ancestor of the Uriel family, a true dragon? With this thought, Kit did not hesitate. He raised his hand and started deciphering the runes. Boom! The moment Kit touched the runes, thousands of sword auras erupted, rushing towards Kit with overwhelming force. However, as Kit's fingers moved, these sword auras rapidly dissipated, and the entire rune began to loosen up. Rumble! The entire rune gradually disintegrated, releasing an aura that shot skyward. A vast golden dragon chi swept across several dozen miles, coalescing into the faint image of a true dragon. Crack crack! The rune seal slowly collapsed, and within the seal, the item truly sealed inside appeared before Kit. It was a pair of true dragon horns, entirely purple-golden, akin to amethysts, crystalline and translucent, emitting an unparalleled aura of true dragon. Beneath this pair of horns were traces of a true dragon. Only some purple-golden scales remained, while the flesh had completely vanished. This self-dissipated? Kit paused, quickly understanding. Some powerful creatures, after death, did not want their bodies to be refined into weapons, so they would dissolve themselves, rejoining the universe. Only the smallest and most resilient parts could not be consumed, such as dragon horns, dragon scales, and dragon fangs, dragon claws, etc. These items were nearly top-tier materials for forging weapons. Creating an imperial-grade spirit artifact would be effortless. Is this the legacy left by the purple gold true dragon? The ancestor of the Uriel family trembled all over, eyes bloodshot, roaring furiously. Boy, if you dare touch the relics of our founding ancestor, I will never let you live. Already dead set on it. Kit paid no attention. He stared at the treasures in front of him and without hesitation, directly stashed them into his dragon-shaped pendant. These were precious items, not to be missed. After securing all the relics, Kit was about to leave when he suddenly noticed a stone stele covered with ancient characters. These were texts from 10,000 years ago. Not too different from the present language, Kit managed to understand them. The text mainly described the relationship between the purple gold true dragon and the Uriel family. Simply put, upon its death, the purple gold true dragon left behind a drop of true dragon essence blood, which forged the ancestral patriarch of the Uriel family. This patriarch died in the Abyss Valley. The current Uriel family is just a branch. They have a trace of true dragon blood, but it is extremely diluted, almost indistinguishable from ordinary humans. At the end of the stele, there was also a secret technique. It could refine the thin bloodline within, making Uriel family members evolve toward a true dragon. Treasure. Kit wiped his saliva again, not hesitating, uprooted the entire stele, and threw it into his dragon-shaped pendant. Damn, I can assure you, that stele is a treasure. I remember. The founding ancestor of the Uriel family left a stele recording the true heritage of the Uriel family. You mentioned that. I remember too. Could it be this one? I heard the technique recorded on it can make mortals evolve into postnatal divine dragons, a celestial technique surpassing nature. Hehe, didn't expect that thing to be buried underground in the Uriel family compound and dug out by an outsider. A group of cultivators continued to mock sarcastically, many recognizing the stele. However, with the heavenly tribulation still lingering, no one dared snatch it from Kit. Darn, you actually took away the supreme treasure of my Uriel family. The Uriel family ancestor clenched his fists tightly, eyes bloodshot. His entire body trembled uncontrollably. He made up his mind. Once Kit's heavenly tribulation ended, he would immediately act, killing Kit. He absolutely couldn't let Kit escape alive. Otherwise, the Uriel family would have no face remaining in Ghost Valley City. Rumble. In the sky, the thunderclouds gradually thinned. The heavenly tribulation was reaching its end. Seeing this, Kit laughed heartily, shouting loudly, "Old-timers of the Uriel family, if you're not afraid of dying, chase me. Cadetal Master here will send you off. I'm going back to Purple Gold Sect." Having said that, Kit activated the teleportation array and rushed in. Purple Gold Sect. The Uriel family ancestor glanced at the head of the Purple Gold Sect beside him, rage boiling within. He wanted to kill someone from the Purple Gold Sect, but deep down, he knew that the Purple Gold Sect was Kit's enemy. Killing anyone from the Purple Gold Sect would only make Kit secretly gloat. So, clenching his fists tightly, he roared, "Chase him. Absolutely cannot let that boy escape." Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire Uriel family erupted. Numerous powerful cultivators immediately opened teleportation arrays and pursued Kit. That darn brat, even pretending to be our Purple Gold Sect young master. The Preston had bloodshot eyes, tears in his heart. Why couldn't this person choose a different disguise? If things kept escalating like this, even if the Uriel family knew Kit wasn't from the Purple Gold Sect, they might still destroy the Purple Gold Sect out of spite. On the other side, the heavenly tribulation surrounding Kit gradually weakened. Behind him, cultivators from the Uriel family along with those from the 4 major families, as well as Xiuxian sect and Blood Mountain sect, chased Kit fanatically. What the heck? So many people? Seeing the huge mass of pursuers behind him, Kit was startled. If he were cornered, even immortals couldn't save him. Just then, the incel, residing in Kit's sleeve, finally woke up groggily. Upon seeing Kit being pursued by countless experts, with 7 or 8 of them already at the divine profound realm, his face turned green instantly. He shouted loudly, "Boss, what did you do? So many people are chasing you?" "No worries. I just took a stroll around the Uriel family." Kit continued fleeing madly. Rumble. At this moment, the last bolt of lightning struck, and the heavenly tribulation power on Kit vanished. Behind him, the numerous powerful cultivators who originally dared not attack now launched their onslaught without hesitation, bombarding Kit with various attacks. Rumble. Countless blades, swords, punches, and palm prints rained down, tearing through space. Mountains shattered and vanished in their wake. Translation ends here. If you need further translation or any adjustments, feel free to ask. Chapter 116. The Deranged Uriel Family. The power had reached an incredibly terrifying level. Seeing this, Kit wasted no time and activated the xuanhuan again, entering the True Dragon Maze. Damn it. The Uriel family patriarch stood in front of the xuanhuan with bloodshot eyes, too afraid to enter. He was so enraged that he roared to the sky, "Damn it, I will definitely kill you. Definitely. You wait. You may escape today, but not for long." Unfortunately, Kit couldn't hear the Uriel family patriarchs roaring at all. At this moment, he was inside the True Dragon Maze, tallying up his spoils. The Uriel family had accumulated wealth over 10,000 years in the Spirit Valley, theoretically an astounding amount. Whoosh! Multicolored divine light filled the entire maze, illuminating the dark space. Thousands of treasures floated in the air, radiating astonishing energy and dazzling brilliance. Many of these treasures shone like small suns, emitting brilliant light. Beneath these treasures lay a mountain-like pile of spirit stones, piled up in one heap, all of the highest quality, with nearly 30 billion pieces. This was the accumulation of the entire Uriel family over 10,000 years, which Kit had emptied out in the blink of an eye. Just by looking at these top-grade spirit stones, Kit could already imagine how enraged the Uriel family patriarch must have been. Next to these top-grade spirit stones were several batches of 10,000-year-old herbs, most of which could transform one's body, prolong life, and heal various injuries. However, compared to the herbs from the heavenly pool, these were far less effective and didn't interest Kit. Apart from these, there were also numerous materials for forging magical artifacts, such as star iron, quantum steel, mystical silver, etc., in vast quantities. Only a major sect could possibly consume all of them. By the way, should I establish a sect? Kit rubbed his chin. After thinking about it briefly, he immediately abandoned the idea. With his temperament, even if he did establish a sect, it would be wiped out by a group of powerful experts within months. Too many enemies. Forget it. I'll just deal with it on my own, Kit sighed, feeling somewhat depressed. Why are so many people hunting me? Why? Waha. Boss, we've struck it rich. Beside him, the jet finally finished counting all the magical artifacts and danced with joy. He shouted, "The Uriel family, having existed for 10,000 years, has 7 imperial-grade magic artifacts alone and over 100 king-grade ones. There are thousands more lower-grade ones, including even a broken emperor-grade magic artifact." Oh, an emperor-grade magic artifact? Kit was stunned. Then his eyes lit up. An emperor-grade magic artifact. He currently had only 2, the dragon-pattern sword and the dragon-shaped pendant. While Rusty Sword is considered supreme grade, its actual power is weaker than the dragon-pattern sword due to existing seals. Since the ancestor of the Uriel family found a true dragon's tomb, they must have obtained some treasure. Hence, a damaged emperor-grade magic artifact wasn't impossible. Thinking this, Kit immediately looked at the broken emperor-grade magic artifact. The damaged emperor-grade magic artifact was a 3-meter-long purple gold spear with a sharp tip. It was made entirely of purple gold, densely packed with boundless spiritual energy and runes inside. Boom. Kit briefly activated the spear and was surprised to find that it was indeed an emperor-grade magic artifact, but it had suffered internal damage, reducing it to just below the emperor-grade level, quasi-emperor level. However, it should suffice as a trump card. Thinking this, Kit tossed the purple gold spear to the jet and said, "Here, take it." "Boss, you're giving this to me?" The jet was completely taken aback. He never expected Kit to be so loyal and generous. That's an emperor-grade magic artifact. With proper nurturing, it could possibly regain its emperor-grade status. And he's just giving it away? I never shortchange my subordinates. Kit snorted and added, all right, take it. Also, you can pick a few imperial and king-grade magic artifacts. We'll go do something big soon. What? The Jet's face turned green. Do something big? Has he lost it? Going to the Spirit Valley once was almost fatal, barely escaping with their lives. And now he wants to do something bigger? Is he asking for death? For a moment, the Jet was speechless. However, despite being scared, he wasn't truly afraid. Having survived the terrifying existence in the Spirit Valley, other places weren't necessarily fatal. Most importantly, he believed that Kit wouldn't risk unnecessary death. As for Kit, after handing over the items, he began to consolidate his cultivation. His recent breakthrough needed to be stabilized. Otherwise, it could leave future hidden dangers. Meanwhile, outside, in the Spirit City, after Kit's havoc, the Uriel family's 10,000-year-old legacy was destroyed. Many Uriel family members perished under Kit's heavenly tribulation. Most people looked at the flattened Uriel family compound with shock. The Uriel family patriarch's face was blacker than a pot bottom, filled with immense regret. If only he had known Kit's potential earlier, he would have spared no effort to retain him. But now it was too late. Provoking someone of Kit's caliber left only one path: destruction. Cough cough. At this moment, a hand emerged from the ruins, followed by Kermit, who crawled out, coughing up blood heavily. Calculating against Kit had caused unimaginable backlash, resulting in severe injuries and the loss of at least 100 years of lifespan. Senior. The Uriel family patriarch approached, looking pleasantly surprised at Kermit. The previous results confirmed that Kermit indeed possessed true talent, accurately calculating Kit's location. With Kermit's assistance, knowing Kit's whereabouts beforehand and setting up an ambush would ensure his death, regardless of how lucky he was. Cough cough. I know your thoughts. Kermit glanced at the Uriel family patriarch and shook his head. The power had reached an incredibly terrifying level. Seeing this, Kit wasted no time and activated the transmission array once again, entering the true dragon maze. Damn it. The Uriel family's patriarch stood in front of the transmission array with red eyes, too afraid to enter. He was seething with anger and roared to the sky, damn you. I will kill you for sure. Just wait. You may escape today, but not forever. Unfortunately, Kit couldn't hear the patriarch's roaring at all at this point. He was now inside the true dragon maze, tallying up his spoils from this expedition. The Uriel family had been accumulating wealth for 10,000 years in the Netherworld Valley. Theoretically, it should have been an astounding amount. Swish. The five-colored divine cadate filled the entire maze, illuminating the dark space. Thousands of treasures floated in midair, containing astonishing energy, dazzling and radiant. Many of these treasures shone brilliantly like miniature suns. Beneath these treasures lay a pile of spirit stones as big as a small mountain. All were top-grade spirit stones, numbering close to 30 billion. This was the accumulation of the entire Uriel family over 10,000 years, which Kit had emptied in the blink of an eye. Kit could already imagine the scene where the Uriel family's patriarch would be infuriated to the point of going ballistic upon seeing this. Next to these top-grade spirit stones, there was also a series of 10,000-year-old medicinal herbs. Most of them had miraculous effects, capable of rejuvenating one's body, extending life, and healing various injuries. These herbs weren't quite as potent as those found in the heavenly pool, which Kit wasn't particularly interested in. Apart from these, there were also materials for forging artifacts, such as star iron, quantum steel, mystical silver, etc. The quantities were vast, almost impossible for anyone outside of a major sect to fully consume. Speaking of which, should I establish a sect? Kit stroked his chin. After a brief moment of thought, he directly gave up on the idea. Given his temperament, even if he established a sect, it wouldn't last more than a few months before being flattened by a group of powerful individuals, killing off most of his disciples and leaving him with many enemies. Forget it. I'll just slowly figure things out on my own. Kit sighed, feeling somewhat depressed. He was such a good person, yet so many people were hunting him. Why? Haha, boss, we're rich. Wilbur Wong beside him finally finished counting all the spiritual artifacts and danced with joy. He loudly exclaimed, the Uriel family, indeed worthy of being a 10,000-year-old family, has 7 imperial-grade spiritual artifacts alone, over 100 royal-grade spiritual artifacts, and thousands of lower-grade ones. There's even a fragmented emperor-grade spiritual artifact. Oh, an emperor-grade spiritual artifact? Kit paused, then his eyes lit up. An emperor-grade spiritual artifact. What did that mean? Currently, he only had 2, the dragon pattern sword and the dragon-shaped pendant. Although Rusty Sword was classified as an exalted grade, its power was less than the dragon pattern sword due to a seal. Since the ancestor of the Uriel family had discovered a true dragon's tomb, it must have obtained something precious, possibly even a fragmented emperor-grade spiritual artifact. Thinking of this, Kit immediately examined the fragmented emperor-grade spiritual artifact. It turned out to be a 3-meter-long purple gold spear, with a pointed tip, constructed entirely of purple gold. Its interior was densely packed with boundless spiritual energy and runes. Boom! Kit briefly activated the entire spear. To his surprise, it was indeed an emperor-grade spiritual artifact, but it had suffered some internal damage. Therefore, it had dropped to just below the emperor grade level, merely at the quasi-emperor grade level. However, it should suffice as a trump card. With this in mind, Kit tossed the purple gold spear to Wilbur Wong and said, "This thing is yours." "Boss, you're giving this to me?" Wilbur Wong was dumbfounded. He never expected Kit to be so righteous. That was an emperor-grade spiritual artifact. If nurtured properly, it might regain its emperor-grade status. And he was just giving it away? SK, I've never been stingy with my subordinates. Kit smirked and continued, "All right, take it. Oh, and you can pick a few imperial-grade and royal-grade artifacts. We'll go on another big operation soon." What? Wilbur Wong's face turned green. Another big operation? Was he serious? They barely survived the Netherworld Valley. His boss actually wanted to do another big operation? Didn't he fear death? For a moment, Wilbur Wong was speechless. However, if it came down to fear, Wilbur Wong wasn't really afraid. They had survived the terrifying Netherworld Valley. Other places weren't necessarily death zones either. Most importantly, he believed Kit wouldn't rush into a suicidal mission without a plan. As for Kit, after handing over the items to Wilbur Wong, he began to consolidate his cultivation. Having just broken through to a new level, he needed to stabilize his foundation to avoid future problems. Meanwhile, outside in the Ghost City, after Kit's raid, the Uriel family's 10,000-year-old legacy was destroyed. Many members of the Uriel family were wiped out by Kit's heavenly tribulation. People looked at the leveled grounds of the Uriel family with grim expressions, especially the Uriel family's patriarch, whose face was as black as a pot bottom. He felt immensely regretful. Had he known about Kit's potential earlier, he would have spared no effort to keep Kit. But now it was too late. Offending a young supreme being like Kit, if not eradicated, would lead only to their inevitable destruction. Cough, cough, cough. At that moment, a noise emerged from the rubble. A hand reached out, and the fortune teller who had tried to scheme against Kit crawled out, coughing and spitting blood profusely. Due to his scheme against Kit, the fortune teller had suffered unimaginable backlash, severe injuries, and lost at least a century of lifespan. Senior. The Uriel family patriarch approached, looking at the fortune teller with a mixture of shock and hope. The previous outcome proved that the fortune teller truly had real skills. He had accurately predicted Kit's location. With the fortune teller's assistance, knowing Kit's movements in advance and laying an ambush, even a young supreme being like Kit would be doomed to die. No matter. The fortune teller looked at the Uriel family patriarch and shook his head. Unfortunately, Kit could no longer hear the patriarch's roar. He was inside the true dragon maze, taking stock of his latest haul. The Uriel family had accumulated wealth over 10,000 years in the Ghost Valley. Theoretically, it was an unimaginable amount. Swish. The maze was illuminated by a radiant 5-colored divine light, casting brilliance throughout the dark space. Thousands of treasures floated in midair, each radiating tremendous energy and shimmering like little suns. Below these treasures lay a pile of spirit stones that resembled a small mountain, stacked together. Nearly 300 billion pieces of top-grade spirit stones. This represented the entire Uriel family's accumulation over 10,000 years, all emptied out by Kit in the blink of an eye. Just imagining the sight made Kit chuckle at how enraged the Uriel family's patriarch must have been. Next to the spirit stones were various herbs over 10,000 years old, mostly capable of rejuvenation and extending life, as well as treating numerous injuries. Compared to those found in the heavenly pool, however, they were inferior. Kit wasn't impressed. Apart from these, there were also large quantities of forging materials like star iron, quantum steel, and dark magic silver. Only a major sect could possibly use up such an enormous stockpile. Should I establish a sect? Kit stroked his chin thoughtfully. After some consideration, he decided against it. With his temperament, even if he did create a sect, it would likely be flattened by powerful enemies within months. Too many grudges against him meant too much danger for any disciples. Forget it. I'll figure things out on my own, he sighed, feeling a bit dejected. Why did so many people want to kill him? Ha ha ha, boss, we've hit the jackpot. Wilbur excitedly exclaimed after finishing counting the entire cache of spiritual weapons. The Uriel family lived up to its reputation as a 10,000-year-old family. There are 7 royal-grade spiritual weapons, over 100 king-grade ones, and thousands more lower-grade ones. Even a broken emperor-grade weapon exists. Oh, an emperor-grade weapon? Kit blinked in surprise, his eyes lighting up. An emperor-grade weapon. Currently, he only possessed 2. The dragon pattern sword and the dragon-shaped pendant. Although the rusty sword was of supreme grade, its actual power was less than the dragon pattern sword due to a seal. Since the Uriel family's ancestor had discovered a true dragon's tomb, it was quite possible they obtained something valuable. A broken emperor-grade weapon was not out of the question. Thinking this, Kit immediately examined the broken emperor-grade weapon. It was a 3-meter-long purple gold spear with a pointed tip. The entire spear was crafted from purple gold, brimming with endless spirit energy and inscriptions internally. Boom. Activating the spear briefly, Kit realized it was indeed an emperor-grade weapon but damaged internally, relegating it to a near emperor-grade level. However, it should suffice as a trump card. Considering this, Kit tossed the purple gold spear to Wilbur, saying, "Here, take this. Boss, you're giving me this?" Wilbur was stunned. He never expected Kit to be so loyal and generous. This was an emperor-grade weapon. With proper nurturing, it could regain its original status. To give it away so freely? I never treat my subordinates poorly. Kit smirked. Take it already, and pick some of those royal and king-grade weapons. We're planning something big soon. What? Wilbur turned green. Another big operation? Wasn't surviving Ghost Valley enough of a close call? Did his boss really plan to risk their lives again? For a moment, Wilbur was speechless. Yet deep down, he wasn't genuinely scared. They survived the horrors of Ghost Valley. Other places couldn't be worse. Most importantly, he believed Kit wouldn't walk into certain death without preparation. Meanwhile, Kit began consolidating his cultivation. Freshly advanced, he needed to stabilize his newfound power to avoid future problems. Outside, in Ghost City, the Uriel family's 1,000-year legacy lay ruined by Kit. Many Uriel family members perished in the heavenly tribulation unleashed by Kit. People looked on with dismay at the leveled Uriel family estate. The family head was livid and bitterly regretful, wishing he had recognized Kit's potential earlier. Suddenly, movement stirred in the ruins. Jonathan crawled out, coughing and spitting blood. His scheme backfired horribly, severely injuring him and costing him at least a century of lifespan. Elder. The Uriel family had approached with shock and hope. Jonathan had proven himself with uncanny accuracy. With his help, knowing Kit's location beforehand and laying ambushes, even a young Supreme being like Kit could be killed. No exceptions. Cough, cough. I understand your intentions. Jonathan glanced at the Uriel family head and shook his head. #####, Chapter 117. Consolidating Cultivation. He won't fall into my calculations again. That person has an unimaginable amount of great fortune, far beyond my comprehension. Attempting to plot against him will only bring disaster. Senior, my Uriel family will absolutely not mistreat you. The Uriel family patriarch was becoming anxious. If the divine calculator didn't intervene, even with his earth-shattering power, he wouldn't be able to locate Kit. Just then, a peculiar voice rang out. I know where he is, but it requires a sufficient price. Hearing this, the Uriel family patriarch turned around. The speaker was a young man in white. He wore flowing white robes, exuding terrifying aura. A peak divine wanderer realm expert. You are. Seeing the situation, the Uriel family patriarch hesitated, unwilling to offend him. Bowing respectfully, he asked, May I inquire about Senior's name? My name is Cruz. Cruz, with his hands behind his back, said, I didn't expect such a surprise discovery while passing through Spirit Ghost City. True dragon essence blood, primordial spirit jade marrow, and that rusty sword, all remnants left by the purple gold true dragon. These are invaluable treasures. That person is destined to die by our Yun family's hand. The Yun family? The Uriel family patriarch's pupils narrowed. Those around him also displayed expressions of shock. They never expected this youth to be from the Yun family. This jade pendant is a precious item given to me by my father. It can predict a person's location. It is an ancient supreme artifact. A jade pendant appeared in Cruz's hand, and he spoke with a cold smile. With this jade pendant, even if that person escapes to the ends of the earth, death is inevitable. Ha ha ha. The Uriel family's elder laughed maniacally. His eyes sparkled with cruelty and bloodlust. The other Uriel family members also smiled, feeling relieved. What's a Kenan? Dead is dead. Time flew by. It had already been a month. Kit successfully consolidated his cultivation and advanced further, reaching the peak of the third major realm of body refinement, bone forging, the peak of the third tier of spirit cultivation, and the peak of chi transformation realm. Next, he needed to find 3 treasures for breakthrough. While these treasures weren't mandatory, without them to lay a solid foundation, it would likely result in a weak foundation. He might have to restart his cultivation in the future, and Kit didn't want to go through the effort twice. Cultivation was something he took seriously, and he couldn't afford to be careless. I need to see 3 items. Body refinement requires true chi blood. The spirit needs tranquilizing fruit, and for chi practice, I need 10,000-year black blood Zhu fruit. All incredibly rare materials. Quite a challenge. Kit sighed, scratching his head. He had no idea where to start looking for these 3 items. But he wasn't in a hurry. He still had the primordial spirit jade marrow, which could serve as a substitute for all 3 treasures and directly advance him to the 4th realm. However, doing so would be extremely wasteful, akin to using a cannon to swat a fly. At this moment, the Caden cell beside him suggested, Boss, there might be a place where we can find information about these 3 items. Where? Kit asked curiously. Dwayne Pavilion. They have branches in every major city. We can go there to ask for information, the Caden cell explained. Kit rubbed his chin, deciding to check out Dwayne Pavilion to see if they could provide any clues. With this thought, Kit left the True Dragon's secret realm and headed toward the nearest city, Blackstone City. Blackstone City was a mid-sized city, not as large as Spirit Ghost City. However, it was still full of powerful individuals. The city was much larger than Yiwang's capital, and cultivators at the Profound Energy realm were commonplace. Only those at the Divine Sea realm were relatively rare. Most cultivators here had similar cultivation levels to Kit, gathering Chi realm, just enough to travel the continent, work as mercenaries, or take on private jobs. Kit wandered around for a while before a golden, resplendent pavilion appeared before him. Dwayne Pavilion. The golden sign above it shone brightly, emitting an unusual power. It felt almost like heavenly Tao power, surprising Kit. Just from the characters, he could sense its significance. This Dwayne Pavilion was undoubtedly legitimate. With this thought, Kit strode forward and entered the Dwayne Pavilion. A loud explosion of heavenly essence filled the air as he entered. Moments later, he felt an eerie aura approaching him. Humph! Kit frowned slightly. The chaotic meridians inside his body surged, countering the incoming aura. Another explosion occurred, and the aura was instantly shattered into nothingness. Interesting. A voice rang out, and a young man appeared before Kit, expressing surprise. Fellow Taoist, you have some secret treasure that can shield against my divination. Fascinating. Oh. Kit looked at the young man and opened his heavenly Tao true eye. Instantly, the young man's aura erupted, masking Kit's heavenly Tao eye from fully observing him. However, for that brief moment, Kit identified the youth as being at the Divine Wanderer realm. Such a powerful individual theoretically shouldn't appear in Blackstone City. Heavenly Tao true eye. To think I would encounter such a gaze technique. Increasingly intriguing. The young man smiled, explaining, My name is Dwayne, the branch pavilion master of Dwayne Pavilion. I have no ill intentions. May I inquire what you seek here at Dwayne Pavilion? I'm looking for 3 things, true chi blood, tranquilizing fruit, and 10,000-year black blood Zhu fruit, Kit replied with a smile. Price is not an issue. These 3 items are not easy to find. Dwayne narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Kit. As the pavilion master, he knew many secrets and legends unknown to ordinary cultivators. These 3 items were not simple. They were essential foundation-building elements for the extremes of body refinement, spirit cultivation, and chi practice. None could be spared. Any cultivation method requiring these materials must be highly significant, related to ancient supreme beings. Thinking this, Dwayne smiled. Fellow Taoist, these 3 items are exceedingly rare. Dwayne Pavilion doesn't have complete information on them, except for one herb, the 10,000-year black blood Zhu fruit. Really? Kit's eyes lit up. Tell me more. Chapter 118. The Black Blood Secret Realm. Don't worry, let's find a place to drink tea and talk slowly. Paolo smiled slightly and continued, these things can't be explained clearly in a short time. All right. Kit nodded without hesitation. They arrived at a small pavilion. Kit sat down, observing the surroundings. This room was inside the Tianji pavilion, surrounded by runes that blocked celestial fate. Very interesting. There were also some killing formations, clearly prepared to suppress intruders who might cause trouble in the Tianji pavilion. Seeing Kit sit down, Paolo waved his hand, producing a scroll which he placed on the table, then brewed a pot of tea. Pouring a cup for Kit, Paolo said with a smile, this tea is called Celestial Fate Tea. It's a specialty of our Tianji pavilion and can't be found elsewhere. Oh. Kit picked up the Celestial Fate Tea but didn't drink it. Instead, he set it down and took up the adjacent scroll, saying, no rush, let's get to the main topic. The tea gave him an ominous feeling. Something strange seemed mixed in. Even his Dao True I couldn't penetrate it. Paolo might have prepared something sinister. Oh, that works too. Paolo looked at Kit in surprise but said nothing, his face showing disappointment. Kit opened the scroll which detailed a location along with some text. The Black Blood Secret Realm? Kit's eyes flashed with surprise as he read. The scroll described a place known as the Black Blood Secret Realm, allegedly formed from the head of an ancient powerhouse after their demise. Inside was a complete miniature world that opened once a year. Its environment was extremely perilous due to the lingering resentment of the ancient powerhouse. This resentment mixed with the death chi to form a vast number of vengeful spirits. Every year, many experts from Divine Pill or Divine Travel realms fell. Even those of Divine Mystic realm dared not venture deep into the small world. Black blood Zhu fruits grew within such an environment, being incredibly precious. A 100-year-old black blood Zhu fruit was equivalent to a regular 10,000-year-old Zhu fruit. Most cultivators could only hope to find a 100-year-old one, while 1,000-year-old ones were rare, appearing once every few decades. As for 10,000-year-old ones, they appeared once every century. After reading the scroll, Kit stroked his chin, thinking it was time to visit this black blood secret realm. Putting down the scroll, he looked at Paolo, asking, is this all the information? Yes. Paolo nodded, smiling. However, there's another piece of information you might be interested in. What information? Kit was momentarily taken aback. Paolo put down his teacup and said, let me be frank. You are facing calamity of bloodshed. Cough, cough. Kit lightly coughed, looking speechless at Paolo. How could there be bloodshed? Suddenly, Kit's expression changed. He remembered sensing someone watching him before he entered the Uriel family under the heavenly tribulation, and after leaving the true dragon's secret realm, this strange feeling had persisted, always following him. Was it possible someone knew his whereabouts and had been lying in wait? Do you mean bloodshed calamity? Kit asked sternly, looking at Paolo. In my Tianji pavilion, divination is our foundation. Your life pattern is unique. Even I cannot foresee your future. Forcibly predicting would bring divine backlash. Paolo sipped his tea calmly, then said slowly, your calamity of bloodshed isn't something I divined, just a rumor. A rumor? Kit was more curious now. Paolo continued, in our Tianji pavilion, there's a senior named Jerry. Recently, he did a divination for the Uriel family about you. The cost was severe. He lost a century of lifespan. So the Uriel family intended to use Jerry's abilities to locate you and ambush you. So, the vague feeling of being watched comes from Jerry? Kit frowned, his eyes filled with murderous intent. If someone could know his whereabouts at all times, it was incredibly dangerous. He could be killed anytime. He had two options, kill the Watcher or shield himself from being divined. Within the 3,000 seals, there was a concealment seal that could mask his aura and shield him from divination. Initially, Kit thought this seal wasn't particularly useful, but now he saw its value. Paolo, observing Kit closely, noted his initial seriousness turn to ease. Drawing a sharp breath, Paolo realized Kit must have a plan. Solving such a tricky issue so quickly showed he was no ordinary person. As long as he lived, he would surely become an outstanding genius, perhaps even reaching the supreme level. Paolo smiled. Please don't misunderstand. Jerry only made a minor prediction and immediately abandoned it. Someone else took over the task. Who? Kit asked curiously. We can't disclose that. Paolo shook his head, explaining, that person is terrifying. Even we Tianji Pavilion can't afford to offend them. Even Tianji Pavilion can't offend them? Kit was surprised. If true, he was in serious trouble. Being targeted by a force larger than the Tianji Pavilion would indeed be concerning. After much thought, Kit had no immediate solution, only to handle things step by step. Fine, no more questions. You've provided good information. How many spirit stones do you want? Standing up, Kit looked at Paolo. No spirit stones needed. Paolo glanced at the teacup and said, I only ask that we don't become enemies. Really? Kit looked at Paolo, then back at the teacup. Chapter 119. Doppelganger Talisman. Dwayne instantly understood what Paolo meant. Without saying much, he nodded and said, don't worry. As for grudges, at least not now. After speaking, Kit left the city of heavenly secrets. After Kit left, a figure emerged from the room, asking Paolo, why didn't you make a move against him? You must know he carries the legacy of an ancient power. You may have missed it, but your forehead is black. Your time is short. Paolo glanced at the figure and slowly said, that person just sensed something was amiss. Yet, he didn't flee. What does this mean? That person has absolute confidence to kill us and leave unscathed. That's his foundation of confidence. You mean? The figure hesitated for a moment, involuntarily sucking in a breath of cold air. Let's watch and see. If he can survive the combined forces of the Yun and Uriel families and become one of the world's top experts, it's only a matter of time. Paolo's lips curled into a bitter smile, continuing, if he dies by the hands of the Yun family, then we merely miss out on an inheritance of a great power. It's better than being remembered by a future super powerhouse. The supreme adolescent, the most powerful existence in history. Hearing Paolo's words, the figure also shrank his pupils slightly. It gave him chills. Provoking such a supreme adolescent would be like having a sword hanging over his neck. He might never sleep again. All right, remember him. If he survives, he will be our Heaven's Secret Pavilion's esteemed guest. Absolutely. We cannot offend him. Paolo stood up and issued orders. Yes, Gideon. The figure nodded and turned to leave. At this moment, elsewhere, Cruz led people from the 4 major families, rushing towards Blackrock City in a frenzy. They directly used a medium-grade one-time spirit artifact for traveling, a lavish expenditure indeed. Thus, within just 3 hours, Cruz brought members of the Uriel family across thousands of miles to reach near Blackrock City. Where's that kid? Uriel's patriarch looked at Cruz with a menacing expression. He was still fuming with rage, his entire family destroyed. He wished he could flay Kid alive and burn his bones to ashes. No need to rush. Cruz held a magic tool, wearing a confident smile. Looking at the magic tool in his hand, he continued, that kid is in Blackrock City now, likely to come out soon. Let's set an ambush for him. But how do we know which path he'll take? Uriel's patriarch frowned, quite agitated. He had calmed down and realized Kit was difficult to kill, escaping too quickly. Kit had already escaped from his grasp twice. To kill Kit, they must ambush him, seal off the void space to prevent Kit from opening a teleportation array. Only then could they kill him. Otherwise, they might let Kit escape again. I don't know where he'll run, but with groups of strong people from the 3 families maintaining their positions at various directions, encircling him while leaving one gap open, that kid will only be able to run in one direction. Cruz extended his hand and pointed to a location on the map. This is Blackwind Canyon? Cade family's patriarch looked at the marked location on the map with surprise. Yes, force him into Blackwind Canyon with all your efforts, and then we will settle things there. Cruz nodded, with excitement and bloodlust flickering in his eyes. In no time, the divine treasures, secret techniques, and the legacy of an ancient power on Kit's body would all be his. Then haha. Meanwhile, Kit wandered around in Blackrock City. He noticed something was wrong. Several incredibly powerful presences flashed past outside Blackrock City. Clearly, people from the 4 major families of Ghost City were coming to pursue and attack him after traveling across vast distances. So you're here to chase me, huh? Well, you won't get away so easily. Kit squinted his eyes as a plan formed in his mind. He arrived at a deserted corner, took out 2 talisman papers, and began to swiftly inscribe them. Boom! A terrifying spiritual energy fluctuation flashed past. The first talisman was quickly completed, emitting an extremely powerful aura. Doppelganger talisman can produce a clone lasting 30 minutes, enough for sure. Kit inspected the doppelganger talisman. He was very satisfied. Exploring paths should be done by clones. Who knows what kind of trap the 4 major families had set. However, just a clone wasn't enough. Kit picked up a talisman brush and began inscribing the second talisman swiftly. A flash of light appeared. Another talisman was formed. The instant the talisman was completed, a mysterious aura enveloped Kit, forming a 1-inch thick barrier around his body. Within this area, heavenly secrets were blocked. Unless it were something like an ancient saint spirit-level entity, it would be impossible to calculate Kit's position. Almost simultaneously, Cruz outside saw the magic tool and froze. The information about Kit vanished from the magic tool. What's happening? Cruz furrowed his brows slightly. He knew Kit could transmit to a mysterious space, shielding heavenly secrets. Could it be Kit teleported directly into that mysterious space? Just as Cruz was puzzled, Kit's presence reappeared on the magic tool. Phew! Cruz sighed in relief. He turned and went to continue setting up the killing formation in Blackwind Canyon. However, what he didn't know was that Kit's true form was hidden. Only the clone created by the doppelganger talisman left Blackrock City. Whoosh! Controlled by Kit, the clone moved very fast, seemingly in a hurry as if there was something important to do. Right then, Uriel family's patriarch couldn't hold back anymore, ready to attack. But he was stopped by Uriel family's head. Not possible, great ancestor. That kid is cunning. If your palm doesn't kill him outright, he might flee directly into that mysterious space. Leave it to us. That's right, great ancestor. Just force him into Blackwind Canyon. Prevent him from using the teleportation array. This kid will definitely die. Upon hearing the persuasion of the Uriel family, Uriel's patriarch clenched his fists tightly, suppressing the urge to act, and finally said, attack? Yes. A group of Uriel family strongmen nodded. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A group of Uriel family strongmen rapidly left. In the blink of an eye, they rushed in front of Kit and yelled, boy, we finally caught you. Today you're dead for sure. Yeah, everybody attack. Kill him. Hashtag chapter 120, the trap. Move. The Uriel family was putting on a show, starting to attack from a great distance. Kit immediately knew something was amiss. If the Uriel family knew his location and came to kill him, why wasn't the old patriarch present? Wasn't this ridiculous? Unless these people were just bait, luring him into their trap? Could there be some kind of ambush in that area? Kit frowned and used the heavenly Dao True Eye to observe carefully but found nothing. Ultimately, the aura around him changed. He charged straight towards the Uriel family. After all, he was only a clone now. Even if it died, it wouldn't matter. He had to see what tricks the Uriel family had up their sleeves first. Whoosh! Kit moved extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he was already in front of a Sea God Realm cultivator from the Uriel family. His spiritual sword swept past, instantly turning the Sea God Realm expert into ashes. You dare! The Uriel family head's eyes turned red as he slapped towards Kit. Rumble! Kit showed no fear. The Uriel family head was only at the Divine Pill realm, which was not much different from Kit who had just broken through. There was no need to fear a one-on-one fight. Bang! A clash between Kit and the Uriel family head sent the latter flying horizontally. The surrounding Uriel family cultivators were stunned. Just then, a terrifying aura erupted. The Uriel family patriarch couldn't hold back any longer and wanted to slap Kit to death. As expected, it's a trick. Kit had been prepared and directly activated the teleportation array. His body vanished instantly from its original spot. The next second, the Uriel family patriarch's palm slammed down, destroying an entire mountain range and leveling the ground. Hiss. This is the power of the divinity realm? It's truly terrifying beyond imagination. Kit gasped and immediately turned to run. The Uriel family patriarch was simply too powerful for him at the moment. Besides, the major force collaborating with the Uriel family hadn't arrived yet. Since they came to kill him, he didn't believe that the people from the major force hadn't shown up. He intended to lure out those behind the scenes. However, what Kit didn't expect was that Cade family members appeared ahead, blocking his path. It didn't matter whether he could defeat them or not. As long as the Cade family delayed him for a short while, this clone of Kit would be done for. Funny. Kit was speechless. He immediately turned and ran in another direction. He didn't engage with the Cade family at all, but to his surprise, Meng family members were also waiting in the direction he chose. Seeing Kit approach, they attacked without hesitation, swinging their spiritual swords towards him. What the hell? Could there be ambushes in all four directions? No, this group surrounds three sides but leaves one open. The real target must be that final opening. Kit watched the pursuing crowd, quickly realizing that with the Uriel family patriarch's speed, he shouldn't be able to catch up to this clone. The only explanation was that they weren't planning to capture him. Or perhaps they were driving him in a specific direction, where, most likely, a trap awaited. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a valley appeared before Kit. The valley looked bizarre and emitted an ominous aura. Kit opened the heavenly Dao True Eye and took a look. He was startled. Inside the valley, countless runes floated densely. These runes stabilized space, making it almost impossible to use a teleportation array within this area. Funny. Looks like this place was prepared especially for me. Kit smiled slightly, feeling amused. Without hesitation, he rushed into the valley to see if he could activate the teleportation array here. He still had about 10 minutes left for this clone. Soon, it would dissipate anyway, so using it for a small test wouldn't be wasteful. Besides, if he didn't enter, the mysterious person working with the Uriel family wouldn't come out. Boom. Kit dashed straight into the formation. Instantly, golden light pillars shot upwards. Between these golden pillars, floating flying swords hovered midair, emitting bone-chilling killing intent. Ha ha ha. Cruz emerged laughing maniacally, looking at Kit with a wild smile. He said loudly, "Excellent boy. You're doomed to die here today." Is that so? Kit stopped running and stood still, forming seals with both hands to create a teleportation portal. Terrorizing energy fluctuations appeared. An unstable spatial rift formed in the surrounding space. This was the gateway opened by the teleportation array. Kit hesitated for a moment, taking out a mid-grade spiritual sword and extending it into the portal. Swish. In an instant, the mid-grade spiritual sword exploded. The part that entered the spatial rift was cut to pieces by the chaotic spatial currents. Funny. Kit looked at the unstable portal and the formations around him. He knew he couldn't use the portal. Haha. Boy, do you feel hopeless? Cruz laughed crazily, sounding incredibly excited, as if celebrating a festival. Too exhilarating. Tricking a young supreme being was no small feat. This one incident alone would give him enough bragging rights for a whole year. And Kit, looking at Cruz, didn't panic. With his arms crossed, he said calmly, "You're too weak. Killing you will take only 5 minutes. For the next 5 minutes, I have some questions for you." What? Hearing Kit's audacious words, Cruz was stunned. Even the people from the 4 major families were speechless. They had fought Kit several times and knew his capabilities well. Without the golden willow leaf, he was barely at the early stage of the divine pill realm. That rusted sword, although powerful, meant nothing under the suppression of a higher realm expert like the Uriel family patriarch. As long as Kit couldn't escape and was subdued, it would only be a matter of moments. Yet in this situation, Kit was unusually direct and provocative. Such arrogance. Either he was stupid, or he had some secret card, putting on a false front, fool. Cruz didn't believe Kit had any trump cards, wearing a sneer on his face. Without further ado, he threw a punch towards Kit. Rumble. Cruz was already at the peak of the divine pill realm. With his unique bloodline, he could rival half-step immortal traveler realms at his level. Dealing with a beginner-stage divine pill realm Kit should be easy. Whoosh. Kit grabbed Cruz by the neck with one hand, lifting him up. Chapter 121. Fearless. Several slaps rang out. Smack, smack, smack. The crisp sounds echoed through the valley. Cruz was slapped by Kit until his mouth twisted and his eyes were askew. With his entire face swelling up like a pig's head, Cruz was dazed. He glared at Kit and shouted angrily, "This is impossible. Impossible. How can you be so powerful?" Smack. Kit slapped Cruz again, knocking out another of his teeth. At this moment, the representatives of the 4 great families were dumbstruck. Only the elder of the Uriel family muttered in disbelief. He has broken through. In just half a month, he's advanced from an early divine pill stage combat power to nearly the god traveler realm. Oh god, is this the talent of a Keenan? Whoa, half a month? How terrifying. I've practiced Dao for 500 years, only advancing from the early divine pill stage to the middle stage. This kid achieved in half a month what would take me 1,000 years of cultivation. The patriarch must act fast. We cannot let him live. The people from the 4 great families erupted into chaos. Their eyes brimmed with fear. In half a month, he reached peak divine pill combat power. So, in another half a month, would that mean peak god traveler combat power? By extension, perhaps in a few months, he'd surpass even the divine level. At that point, thinking of such terrifying consequences made everyone pale. Ancient legends say there once was a Keenan who became an ancient powerhouse before turning 20. This guy could very well be a Keenan? The voice of the Uriel family's elder trembled. He finally understood why ancient texts repeatedly warned. Absolutely do not oppose a Keenan. Such talent, who can withstand it? 20 years is but a nap for the Uriel family's 3,000-year-old elder. Boom. A series of thoughts raced through his mind. The Uriel family elder launched a punch towards Kit. He knew that if he let Kit go today, it wouldn't be long before the Uriel family would be wiped out. Rumble. The elder's terrifying attack erupted. Without even glancing, Kit grabbed Cruz and used him as a meat shield, placing him in front of himself. Let me go. Otherwise, you'll be crushed to death. Cruz roared in terror. He was the direct descendant of the Yun family, with a bright future ahead. He didn't want to die miserably in this place. Hee. Then we die together. Kit laughed without a hint of fear on his face. He was just a clone. With only a few minutes left, its destruction wasn't much of an issue. To drag down this mysterious family's heir together with him looked like a great deal. You're insane. Cruz was almost driven mad with fury. Looking at the enormous palm of the Uriel family elder, his face turned green. That slap would definitely obliterate both his body and soul. And would the Uriel family elder care about his life? Not at all. Nothing else mattered before the goal of killing Kit. If you kill me, my Yun family will send out a large number of experts to destroy the Uriel family. Cruz shouted in terror. Boom. The giant palm hovered in the air. The furious voice of the Uriel family elder resounded. Damn it. Let him go. Hee. Do you think I'm stupid? Kit grinned, holding Cruz with one hand and calmly said, Hey, undo the restraints or you'll die here. Dream on. Cruz also had his pride. He didn't believe Kit dared to kill him, asserting, Boy, hand over the true dragon essence blood and the ancient powerhouse legacy, and I'll let you go. How about it? Oh, then there's nothing to talk about. What's your name again? Kit sighed, slightly disappointed. His clone had only 1 minute left. Originally, he intended to capture Cruz alive. Now it seemed too late. Cruz. How? Cruz's voice cut off abruptly. A bloody burst appeared between his eyebrows, followed by a deep hole. After learning Cruz's name, Kit killed him without hesitation, using a spirit annihilation rune to wipe out his spirit. Incidentally, he plundered a pile of treasures from Cruz's Danteon, stuffing them into a storage ring. All of this happened in a flash. What? The Uriel family elder reacted. He slapped straight down at Kit. Time was of the essence. He couldn't wait any longer. He needed to kill Kit in the shortest possible time. But Kit remained unperturbed. With a wave of his hand, a small spatial portal appeared, and he tossed Cruz's belongings inside. Then, he raised a finger, flipping off the Uriel family elder, saying, Old man, wash your neck clean and wait for me to come back and butcher you. What? The Uriel family elder was momentarily dazed. However, when his palm struck, Kit's clone exploded into fragments, turning into a simple charm rune. A clone rune. The Uriel family elder saw the rune before him and roared in anger. His voice was filled with resentment and rage. His heart burned with fury, and at the same time, it chilled to the core. He finally understood why Kit was so brazen. The opponent was merely a clone. There was nothing to fear. It's over. The Uriel family is doomed. The Uriel family head plopped down onto the ground. His face was pale, and his spirit dead. They wasted their last chance to kill Kit, and now Kit could fly high and swim freely. They had no chance left. Gather our resources. We'll retreat to the fringes of the continent. Hope, to evade the pursuit of that Keenan. The Uriel family elder sighed. His heart was bitter. He never thought that one day they would abandon the Uriel family's 1,000-year legacy, fleeing far away to avoid Kit's retaliation. Meanwhile, Kit didn't take the 4 great families seriously at all, nor did he view them as opponents. As long as they didn't provoke him or obstruct his path, he wouldn't bother chasing after them. He now possessed a pile of items from Cruz's body. After several teleportations to ensure safety, Kit stopped on top of a mountain range and began examining the contents. Most of the items in the spatial ring were peculiar things. Cosmetics, women's undergarments, poems written by courtesans. This guy sure knows how to have fun. Kit looked at the random assortment, speechless. Excluding these unreliable items, the rest were elixirs, spirit stones, and magical artifacts. These didn't interest Kit much. From the spatial ring, he pulled out a purple gold token. On it, in ancient script, was written a large character, Yun. Chapter 122. Exorbitant bounty. Only one possibility could explain someone daring to use ancient family script. This Yun family had been passed down from ancient times. It had been carried forward until now. Families like this typically possessed an unknown depth and countless powerful figures. The ancestor of the Uriel family might be very strong, but even then, they might not even qualify as servants in front of such families. Damn, I finally understand why the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion can't be messed with. I've stirred up a hornet's nest. Kit stared at the purple gold token, feeling his future turn dark. He had killed a direct descendant of an ancient family. Wouldn't he be relentlessly hunted to death? TSK. Now things get troublesome. Kit muttered, his eyes narrowing slightly, lifting his hand to scratch his head. Forget it, since I've offended them anyway. Whatever will be, will be. Let's take one step at a time. Kit shook his head, tossing the purple gold token into his spatial ring. He then took out a forbidden artifact from Cruz's hand, a white jade pendant. What does this thing do? Let me try channeling some spiritual energy through it. Kit attempted to send some spiritual energy into the jade pendant. A faint glow emerged within the jade pendant. An empty image appeared on its surface, showing nothing. Intriguing. If my guess is right, You input the information of the person you want to track, and it shows their current status. Kit stroked his chin, sending the aura of Uriel family's ancestor into it. Boom. A picture appeared before Kit. In the picture, the Uriel family was packing and leaving Ghost Soul City. Intriguing. Preparing for an all-out fight against me? Kit frowned slightly. After some thought, he closed the jade pendant. Talking more wouldn't help. The pressing issue was to enhance his strength and power. With this thought, Kit got up and headed towards the location of the Black Blood Mystic Realm. Meanwhile, on the other side, in the Yun family, Patriarch Fate was cultivating in seclusion. At the moment Cruz died, he suddenly spat blood, opening his eyes with disbelief and exclaiming, "Who dared kill my son?" Boom. A terrifying aura erupted from Patriarch Fate. Many members of the Yun family watched the direction where Fate was with astonishment, discussing among themselves. What happened? Did Patriarch go astray in cultivation? Such terrifying killing intent. What has happened to Patriarch? It's hard to say. The last time Patriarch was so enraged was 300 years ago. The Yun family fell into chaos for a moment. However, the truth quickly surfaced. Second Iggy Cruz was actually killed by someone. It was almost unbelievable, considering how many years the Yun family had been thriving. The last time a direct descendant was killed was 2,000 years ago. Now, someone dared challenge the Yun family? Soon after, Patriarch Fate made an announcement. Whoever provides information leading to the killer of my son will be rewarded with a king-grade spirit artifact and a corresponding level cultivation technique. Whoever brings me the head of the murderer will receive an emperor-grade spirit artifact and a chance to join the Yun family. News of these rewards sent shockwaves across the world. The terms offered by the Yun family were too generous. They would drive countless cultivators mad. Within a short while, cultivators began acting, rushing to the direction of Cruz's death to investigate the circumstances. This news spread faster than Kit could travel. By the time he reached the location of the Black Blood Mystic Realm, the city of Black Blood, he found his wanted notice posted at the city gates. Fintan, real name unknown, peak divine pill realm, treacherous and despicable, villainous and shameless, murderer of the second young master of the Yun family. Reward for accurate information, a king-grade spirit artifact. Reward for killing Fintan, an emperor-grade spirit artifact and a chance to join the Yun family. Standing before the gates of Black Blood City, Kit felt speechless looking at the warrant. What did treacherous and despicable mean? He killed Cruz openly, not through ambush. The Yun family lives up to being an ancient family. They offer an emperor-grade spirit artifact as a reward. Heh, you don't know? Is Fintan that easy to kill? I heard even an above-god realm expert intervened that day but couldn't stop him. SSS, that terrifying? Not kidding. Someone like Fintan, we can only watch. Don't even consider trying. Right. Such a genius. Not someone we can kill. But, it's rumored that an ancient assassin organization from the primordial era accepted this mission. Not just one. The allure of an emperor-grade spirit artifact is too great. Heh, Fintan doesn't have much longer to live. Surrounded by so many experts, if he survives, it would truly be a miracle. A group of cultivators debated. Amongst them, Kit touched his chin, roughly estimating the situation. At least several factions were now hunting him. One was ancient assassin organizations, multiple ones whose origins were unclear. The second was the Yun family and its allies. The last and most troublesome, independent cultivators. This is problematic. Kit sighed. He was sure that if he dared show his rusty sword in public, he'd be relentlessly hunted. Boss, do you feel like someone is watching us? Huey had taken human form, nervously glancing around. The Yun family's bounty made him paranoid. There was no helping it. The Yun family could mobilize terrifying forces. Even though Black Blood City was tens of thousands of miles away, it still fell under the Yun family's influence. An emperor-grade spirit artifact could rally countless experts from a radius of 10,000 miles to dig heaven and earth to kill Kit. Even Kit felt uneasy. In comparison, the Uriel family was merely an insignificant force. Alright, let's enter the city. Kit shook his head, kicking Huey. Currently, there wasn't any special solution. First, find the 10,000-year Black Blood Zhu fruit. The Black Blood Mystic Realm opened only once a year, and Kit didn't want to miss it. Following the bustling crowd into Black Blood City, surrounded by powerful cultivators, sea gods were as common as dogs, and divine pill realm cultivators walked everywhere. Even immortal realm figures could occasionally be seen. Indeed, Black Blood City is the premier city within tens of thousands of miles, truly filled with powerhouses. Chapter 123, A Slap to the Face. Argyle sighed. Where did this bumpkin come from? Get lost, don't block the way. A somewhat shrill voice rang out. Argyle was speechless. Why did people always enjoy tempting fate? He turned around and looked at the person who had spoken. It was a 17 or 18-year-old youth with very weak cultivation, only at the chi transformation stage. Of course, this was by Black Blood City standards. In places like Zhenwu City, he could easily be hailed as the top martial artist. Yet, this seemingly insignificant youth was protected by 12 deity pill realm powerhouses. Furthermore, there was an indistinct presence lingering in the surroundings. Based on Argyle's experience, it was undoubtedly a divine wanderer realm expert. Without doubt, this youth's identity was extraordinary. What are you looking at? Didn't you hear me tell you to get lost? The youth saw that Argyle hadn't moved, so he frowned slightly, waved his fan, and ordered the 12 deity pill realm experts, attack together and break his legs. I'll take responsibility for whatever happens. Yes, young patriarch. The 12 deity pill realm experts clenched their fists and surrounded Argyle. Boss, this isn't good. Ari pulled his neck back, looking nervously at the 12 deity pill realm experts around him. Argyle kicked Ari and said, "What are you afraid of? Don't worry, nothing will happen." Oh. Seeing how calm Argyle was, Ari immediately calmed down. He knew that Argyle was the kind of person who wouldn't hesitate to drag someone into trouble without paying compensation and never took action unless he was certain of success. Immediately, Ari's aura changed as he clenched his fists and said, "Boss, leave those 12 wimps to me. I just advanced. This is a good chance to practice." "Good." Argyle crossed his arms and said coolly, "I'll give you the time of 1 cup of tea to flatten them. Whatever happens, I'll handle it." "Got it, boss." Ari looked excitedly at the 12 guards and shouted, "You wimps! This grandpa will beat you until even your own mother won't recognize you. You're too arrogant, kid. To hell with you. Don't waste words. Attack together." The 12 guards were usually incredibly intimidating, and no one dared to provoke them. How often did they get called wimps? This was extremely insulting. If they didn't eliminate Ari, how would they ever show their faces again? Clang. Ari didn't bother with pleasantries either. A fiery red longsword appeared in his hand, unleashing the power of a king-grade spirit tool. The 12 guards' faces changed dramatically. Their weapons were merely high-grade and mid-grade spirit tools, which were as fragile as paper before a king-grade spirit tool. Ding ding ding. After a series of crisp sounds, the weapons of the 12 guards were all slashed apart. Ah! One guard screamed as his leg was cut off by Ari. Run. He actually has a king-grade spirit tool. Who is this guy? The remaining guards retreated hastily, not daring to advance. The youth also paled when he saw Argyle pinch his fingers and approach him with sinister intentions. He stammered, "I am from Heavenly River Sect. If you dare to touch me, I..." Before he finished, Argyle's hand had already reached out to suppress the youth. Stop. At this moment, the hidden Divine Wanderer Realm expert couldn't hold back any longer. A golden palm struck toward Argyle. His mission was to protect Heavenly River Sect's young patriarch, Alvaro. If Alvaro were eliminated, he wouldn't be able to explain to the sect. However, in the next second, the Divine Wanderer Realm expert regretted his move. "I've been waiting for you." Argyle turned to look at the Divine Wanderer Realm expert, a sly smile on his face. Wait. The Divine Wanderer's complexion changed abruptly, realizing something was wrong. Before he could react, a god-slaying talisman appeared in Argyle's hand and directly struck the golden palm. SSSSS. The golden palm was torn apart by the god-slaying talisman, shattering into pieces. In the next instant, agonized screams erupted from the Divine Wanderer. "Aya, what is that thing? It destroyed one of my divine souls. Boy, I'll slaughter you." "Aya." Red-eyed, the Divine Wanderer rushed at Argyle. Argyle, however, lifted Alvaro by the neck, placing him in front of himself and said coolly, "Stop, or I'll crush him." "Stop. No fighting." Alvaro was nearly frightened to death, screaming frantically. He thought it was just bullying some local bumpkins, but never imagined the opponent was so terrifying and completely disregarded Heavenly River Sect. "Damn you." The Divine Wanderer was fuming with rage, true chi boiling within him. Yet, he dared not act rashly, fearing the consequences if Alvaro died. So what? Afraid to attack? Argyle smiled at the Divine Wanderer. This smile made the Divine Wanderer uneasy. He sensed that Argyle wasn't afraid at all. Moreover, the strange secret technique that destroyed one of his divine souls earlier made him wary. Instantly, the Divine Wanderer's attitude softened. Bowing respectfully, he said to Argyle, "Friend Taoist, let's resolve this peacefully. Fighting over a few words isn't worth it. Let's both step back and end it here, shall we?" "You want to end it? And make me lose face?" Argyle smirked disdainfully. "If you don't release me, Heavenly River Sect will definitely hunt you down," Alvaro threatened. The nearby Divine Wanderer expert inwardly groaned, shocked at his young patriarch's stupidity. Argyle clearly feared nothing and didn't care about offending Heavenly River Sect. Killing Alvaro was just a thought away. This boy still dared to provoke? Hunt me down? Afraid of that? With a swift slap, Argyle struck Alvaro. Smack! Half of Alvaro's teeth flew out, scattering across the ground. Then, Argyle slightly tightened his grip. Crack crack. The sound of bones breaking filled the air. "Stop, let's talk this out." The Divine Wanderer, seeing that Argyle was truly preparing to kill Alvaro, became frantic. He shouted, "Today's incident is our Heavenly River Sect's fault. Kid, whatever compensation you want, just say it." Argyle glanced at the Divine Wanderer, thoughts racing. He had just arrived in Black Blood City and already incurred the wrath of Heavenly River Sect, which indeed wasn't wise. Chapter 124. Entering the Secret Realm. Although he was unafraid, the Black Blood Secret Realm was about to open soon. Argyle did not want to miss out on the Black Blood Secret Realm because of this minor incident. Therefore, Argyle stopped his actions and gripped the now purplish-faced Alvaro, asking, "Forget compensation. Tell me one thing. How to enter the Black Blood Secret Realm?" The spirit roaming realm expert hadn't expected Argyle to ask a trivial question. He glanced at the almost choked to death Alvaro and quickly said, "The Black Blood Secret Realm is controlled by the Black Blood Sect, with an annual limit of 1,000 people entering it. Of these 1,000 spots, 990 are allocated amongst various major forces. Our Tianhe sect has 30 slots. I can give you one." As he spoke, the Divine Traversing Realm expert took out a token and threw it to Kit. With a clap, Kit caught the token and glanced at it. On the token were written a few big characters: Black Blood Secret Realm Entry Token. Single use only. Not only were there words, but there were also peculiar restrictions, clearly meant to activate upon entry into the Black Blood Secret Realm to confirm one's identity. "Very good. I'm very satisfied with this. As for your offenses against me, I won't hold them against you." Kit smirked and casually tossed Alvaro back to the Divine Traversing Realm expert. Cough, cough, cough. Alvaro landed on the ground, gasping for breath like a dead dog. With a purple face, he angrily shouted, "Elder Uriel, kill him. I want him dead." "Master, that's impossible." The Divine Traversing Realm expert had a dark look on his face. Kit dared to throw him back, clearly showing he wasn't afraid of him making a move. He definitely had something up his sleeve. If he tried anything, it would be biting off more than he could chew. And Alvaro was nothing but a brainless fool. It was truly sad that such an idiot could become the young lord of the Xianxia sect. Shaking his head, Elder Uriel grabbed Alvaro by the collar, glanced at Kit, then turned and walked away. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Several deity pill realm experts who saw Elder Uriel not daring to act also hurriedly followed suit, fleeing away. Boss, did you forget about my slot? Wilburwong looked at Kit with a sullen expression. Kit felt a bit awkward and turned to glance at Alvaro in the distance. Just as Elder Uriel, who was slowly flying away, heard Wilburwang's words, he stumbled and suddenly sped up fivefold. He couldn't stay any longer. Otherwise, even the Xianxia sect's 30 slots wouldn't be enough. Seeing Elder Uriel flee like a streak of smoke, Kit had to reluctantly give up. He looked around, hoping to find other disciples from major sects. Swoosh. A large number of disciples from surrounding major sects immediately vanished, all staying far away from Kit. Joking, how could they dare provoke someone who didn't hesitate to kill the young lord of the Xianxia sect? There's no way. I can only try for those last 10 slots. Kit recalled there were still 10 remaining slots. So he reached out and grabbed a passing cultivator, handing over a high-grade spirit stone and asked, "Hey brother, do you know how to get an entry qualification for the Black Blood Secret Realm?" The cultivator was taken aback for a moment, then quickly accepted the high-grade spirit stone, cleared his throat, and said, "Entry qualifications for the Black Blood Secret Realm are controlled by the Black Blood sect. Only 10 spots are reserved for independent cultivators each year, and these slots are auctioned at the Black Blood Auction House tonight." Auction? Can independents compete against major sects? Kit looked surprised. Of course not. The passing cultivator shrugged and explained, most of the time, these 10 slots end up being bought by major sects and families. So that's how it is. I understand. Kit nodded, making a decision in his mind. It seemed he had no choice but to visit the Black Blood Auction House. Rumble. A terrifying aura surged. Kit lifted his head and saw 9 dragon-like creatures pulling a golden chariot flying through the air. Behind them were hundreds of extremely powerful cultivators, each at least a divine traversing realm expert, all clad in supreme-grade spirit armors. At the front of the group hung a large banner with ancient script writing a single character, Yun. The Yun family has arrived. Kit narrowed his eyes, looking at the magnificent Yun family procession, feeling somewhat puzzled. Despite having a heavenly concealment talisman, how did they find him here? Someone must have betrayed his location. Only 3 people knew where he was, himself, Wilburwong, and Tianji Pavilion's Elon. Well, you sold me out right away. Kit touched his nose, speechless. Looks like Elon wasn't trustworthy after all, switching sides whenever convenient. If not for his heavenly concealment talisman, Elon would never have found his exact location. By now, he'd probably be hunted down relentlessly by the Yun family. Hiss, is this the power of an ancient family? Wilburwang's face turned green. He abruptly turned and whispered to Kit, "Boss, we need to stay calm. We're no match for so many experts." Obviously, I'm not stupid. Kit rolled his eyes and turned to head toward the auction house. Meanwhile, at Xianxia sect, after sending Alvaro back, Elder Uriel refused to work anymore. He nearly risked his life this time. Upon returning to the sect, he immediately announced he was closing himself off for recuperation, ignoring Alvaro completely. Having never suffered such a blow before, especially in public, Alvaro felt utterly humiliated. Bastard. I will kill him. I must kill him. No way. I can't let this go. Alvaro stomped around his room, kicking over tables, his face red with anger and humiliation. Every time he thought of his humiliating defeat, his lungs almost burst from rage. Iggy, no matter how strong that guy is, he's alone. Why don't we gather some assassins to take him out? Yeah, there's no shortage of assassins in Black Blood City. 1,000,000 top-grade spirit stones should get us at least 3 divine traversing experts. Hehe, even if that guy is strong, he stands no chance against the ambush of divine traversing experts. A few very sinister henchmen plotted and schemed for Alvaro. As he spoke, the spirit roaming realm expert took out a token and threw it to Argyle. Smack. Argyle caught the token, taking a glance at it. On the token were inscribed several large characters. Black Blood Secret Realm Entry Token. Valid for one use only. Not just text, it had peculiar restrictions which would clearly activate upon entry into the Black Blood Secret Realm, verifying identity. Very good. I'm quite satisfied with this item. As for your offense against me, I won't hold it against you, Argyle said with a smirk. He casually tossed Alvaro back to the spirit roaming realm expert. Cough, cough, cough. Alvaro fell to the ground, breathing heavily like a dead dog. His face purpled with rage as he spat. Elder Uriel, kill him. I want him dead. Master, that's impossible, the spirit roaming realm expert replied with a deadpan expression. By tossing him back so openly, Argyle was clearly not afraid of him making a move. Surely he must have some trump card up his sleeve. Any further action would be beyond foolish. Alvaro was undoubtedly a brainless fool. It was tragic that such a person could become the young master of the Xianxia sect. Shaking his head, Elder Uriel grabbed Alvaro by the collar, gave Argyle one last glance, and turned to leave. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Several spirit pill realm experts dared not move against Elder Uriel either, quickly following suit and fleeing. Boss, didn't you forget my token? Wilburwong looked at Argyle, his face filled with gloom. Argyle felt slightly embarrassed and cast a glance towards the distant Alvaro. Meanwhile, Elder Uriel, who was slowly flying away, heard Wilburwong's words and stumbled, instantly increasing his speed 5-fold. He couldn't stay any longer, otherwise, the Xianxia sect's 30 slots wouldn't even be enough. Seeing Elder Uriel escape in a puff of smoke, Argyle had no choice but to reluctantly let it go. He looked around, hoping to find other disciples of major sects. Swish. A huge number of major sect disciples vanished from sight, all avoiding Argyle from a distance. You're joking, right? Even the Tianhe sect's young master wasn't spared by Argyle. How could they dare provoke him? Well, there's no way around it. I'll have to try for those last 10 slots. Recalling there were still 10 remaining slots, Argyle reached out and grabbed a passing cultivator by the arm, offering an upper-grade spirit stone. Hey brother, do you know how to obtain an entry pass to the Black Blood secret realm? Ah. The cultivator was momentarily stunned. Then, he quickly accepted the spirit stone, cleared his throat, and explained, entry into the Black Blood secret realm is controlled by the Black Blood sect. Each year, only 10 spots are reserved for independent cultivators, auctioned off by the Black Blood auction house. The event is tonight. Auction? Can independents compete with major sects? Argyle looked puzzled. Not a chance, the passing cultivator shrugged, explaining, most times, these 10 spots are snatched up by powerful sects and families. I see. Thanks, I understand. Argyle nodded, making a decision internally. It seemed he had no choice but to visit the Black Blood auction house. Suddenly, a terrifying aura swept over. Argyle looked up to see 9 dragon-like creatures pulling a gold-plated carriage through the sky, followed by hundreds of immensely powerful cultivators. Any one of them was a spirit-roaming realm expert, each clad in top-grade spirit armor. In front of this formidable procession hung a large war banner inscribed with an ancient character, Yun. The Yun family has arrived. Argyle narrowed his eyes, gazing at the awe-inspiring Yun family. He was somewhat astonished. Although the Yun family was strong, he carried a celestial fate-shielding talisman. How did these people find him? It had to be someone who betrayed his location. Only 3 people knew his whereabouts. Himself, Wilbur Wong, and Tianjide Celestial Fatizi. Well, what do you know? They sold me out. Argyle touched his nose, speechless. It seemed Celestial Fatizi wasn't too reliable, swaying like a reed in the wind towards whoever was stronger. Without his celestial concealment talisman, Celestial Fatizi wouldn't have been able to locate him precisely. He'd already be hunted down relentlessly by the Yun family by now. Hiss. This is the power of an ancient family, huh? Wilbur Wong's face paled green. He sharply turned to Argyle, whispering, Boss, you really need to calm down. There are so many experts here. We can't win. Duh. I'm not stupid. Argyle rolled his eyes and turned toward the auction house. Meanwhile, elsewhere, within the Tianhe sect. After dropping off Alvaro at the Tianhe sect, Elder Uriel immediately washed his hands clean of everything. He nearly risked his life this time. Upon returning to the sect, without hesitation, he shut himself in seclusion under the guise of healing wounds, no longer caring about Alvaro's well-being. Alvaro had never suffered such a humiliating loss, especially not in public, being slapped by another. His pride lay in shreds. Bastard. I'll kill him. Must kill him. No way. I can't swallow this humiliation. Red-eyed, Alvaro kicked over a table in his room, pacing back and forth with flushed cheeks from anger and shame. Thinking of the humiliating scene earlier made his blood boil. Iggy, no matter how strong that guy is, he's alone. Why don't we hire assassins to take care of him? That's right. Black Blood City lacks nothing but assassins. For 1,000,000 upper-grade spirit stones, we can hire at least 3 spirit-roaming realm experts. Even if he's strong, under the surprise attack of spirit-roaming realm experts, he will surely die. Several particularly sinister lackeys schemed alongside Alvaro. Chapter 125, The Super Auction. Alvaro had now calmed down and after some thought, he slapped his thigh and excitedly said, All right, that's the plan. Find 3 experts at the Divine Wandering Realm and have them take care of that scoundrel. Yes, young sect leader, rest assured, leave it to us. Within 3 days, we'll definitely present that boy's head to you. The lackeys took 1,000,000 top-grade spirit stones and hurried off to find assassins. Meanwhile, Kit arrived at the Black Blood auction house. There were quite a few powerful figures present, most coming from major forces. There were very few itinerant cultivators. 10 spots, each auctioned over 10 days. Today was the final spot. Kit sat with Ari, calmly waiting for the auction to start. Soon enough, it did begin, with an elder in silver robes ascending the auctioneer's podium. He enthusiastically announced, Ladies and gentlemen, the annual Black Blood auction is about to conclude. Tonight is our final session, showcasing the climax and grand finale. Don't be stingy with your spirit stones. After all, spirit stones can always be earned easily, but treasures are hard to come by. Cut the chatter and start already. Yeah, get on with it. Bring out what treasures you have. Haha, I'm going to clean house tonight. Tisich, how many spirit stones do you have? Clean house indeed. The atmosphere was lively. Seeing this, the silver-robed elder raised his hammer and said, Very well. The first item up for auction is the entry permit for the Black Blood secret realm. Starting bid at 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. Those interested can place their bids. Bid 15,000 top-grade spirit stones. Bid 18,000 top-grade spirit stones. Bid 20,000 top-grade spirit stones. Bid 21,000 top-grade spirit stones. Bid 21,500 top-grade spirit stones. The price quickly rose to 21,500 top-grade spirit stones and then stopped. A single spot, though precious, was available annually. Moreover, even if the Black Blood secret realm held many treasures, one could only find limited resources within it during their time there. Thus, the spots usually settled at a relatively fixed price. Very good. 21,500 top-grade spirit stones. Any higher? The Lanny looked around with a smile. 22,000 top-grade spirit stones. Kit made a bid. The crowd fell silent at his words. The silver-robed elder called out thrice, confirming no further bids, thus awarding the last spot to Kit. After securing the spot, Kit didn't leave as he was quite intrigued by the final treasure at the Black Blood City auction. He activated the True Eye of Heavenly Tao, hoping to find something valuable. Soon, a maid brought out the second item covered with a white silk handkerchief. The Lanny lifted it, revealing a ragged map etched with symbols that seemed to mark a special location. As Kit observed, a layer of chaotic mist enveloped the map, and the material turned out to be made from chaos wood, a paper-like substance. Just this material was worth as much as an imperial-grade spiritual weapon, let alone what was recorded on it. It was truly invaluable. What the heck? Did I really find a bargain? Kit was shocked. He hadn't expected to encounter something like this at an auction. What is it? Just a tattered map. Probably a fake. Yeah, if it were from ancient times, it wouldn't appear in an auction. The group of cultivators showed little interest in this worn-out map. Noticing this, the silver-robed elder smiled and said, "Gentlemen and ladies, we don't know what material this map is made of, but it is extremely durable. Even deity profound realm experts can't damage it." Really? Can't be damaged by a deity profound realm expert? Treasure. If we can find a way to activate it, perhaps it holds an inheritance from an ancient great power. Hehe, this thing. My clan will get it no matter what. Less chit-chat. Start the bidding. I'm getting this map. The cultivators suddenly grew excited. Seeing their enthusiasm rise, the Lanny continued, "This map has a starting bid of 1 billion top-grade spirit stones, and each bid must increase by no less than 100 million top-grade spirit stones." 1 billion top-grade spirit stones? Kit was surprised. It was no small sum. Many divine wandering realm experts spent their entire lives accumulating just this much. 15 billion top-grade spirit stones. I bid 30 billion top-grade spirit stones. 40 billion top-grade spirit stones. Major forces went crazy, disregarding the number of spirit stones. A map unbreakable by a deity profound realm expert was undoubtedly a supreme treasure, possibly holding records of an ancient great power's legacy, and priceless treasure beyond any measure of spirit stones. Even if they spent more spirit stones, it would be worth it for these forces, as obtaining an ancient power's inheritance would allow mass production of experts, eventually making up for all losses and more. In just a quarter of an hour, the bidding reached 100 billion top-grade spirit stones. At this level, the major forces started struggling, feeling overwhelmed despite their desires. 101 billion top-grade spirit stones. A cultivator shouted with bloodshot eyes, looking almost insane. At this point, the other cultivators became calm. Once the amount hit 101 billion, most had nothing left to contribute and could only spectate. Holy cow. The silver-robed elder was also startled. He had estimated it to reach 80 or 90 billion, not expecting it to climb so high. 101 billion top-grade spirit stones. Is there anyone who wishes to offer a higher bid? The elder surveyed the crowd. All forces remained silent. The amount had surpassed their limit. Then Kit spoke, "I'll offer 102 billion. What? Madness, someone still bidding higher. Sigh. Truly witnessing a miracle today. Cultivators buzzed in disbelief at the astronomical figure. Even the one who bid 101 billion paused in surprise. He gritted his teeth and snarled, 103 billion. Don't waste time bidding incrementally. I offer 110 billion. Kit leaned back with folded arms, casually tapping his foot. I'm determined to get this map. Chapter 126, the 126th chapter, Divine Technique. Whoosh. The moment Kit's arrogant words were spoken, there was an uproar at the scene. Everyone felt that Kit was being outrageously presumptuous. However, Kit indeed had the confidence to back up his claim. 110 billion high-grade spirit stones. No matter who it was, they would have to think twice before challenging that. 110 billion high-grade spirit stones. Is there anyone willing to offer a higher price? The silver-robed elder shouted with a flushed face and red neck. His face was brimming with excitement. After today, he would definitely become the top auctioneer in Black Blood City. 110 billion high-grade spirit stones. There hadn't been an auction item of such high value for a century. Truly presumptuous. This young master offers 150 billion high-grade spirit stones. A young voice echoed out. The speaker was a white-clothed youth, standing elegantly with considerable good looks. He had a purple golden token hanging from his waist, very similar to Cruz's. On it was carved a large Yuan character. How interesting. Kit squinted his eyes, calmly saying, "The Yuan family has taken interest in this as well?" Indeed. The youth chin lifted towards Kit, speaking arrogantly, "Brat, if you're not convinced, feel free to raise your bid. A few billion high-grade spirit stones don't even catch my eye." "Oh, is that so?" The corners of Kit's lips curled upwards slightly. There was a hint of mockery in his gaze when he looked at the youth. He didn't know the identity of this youth, but no matter how noble he might be, he wouldn't surpass second Iggy Cruz of the Yuan family. And how much wealth did Cruz possess? A little over 1 trillion high-grade spirit stones. Could this youth in front of him exceed Cruz? With this thought, Kit raised 2 fingers and spoke nonchalantly. The Yuan family doesn't amount to anything. 200 billion high-grade spirit stones. If you have the ability, continue bidding. You. The youth's expression froze, feeling embarrassed. He only had a little over 150 billion high-grade spirit stones on him. There weren't any more. To raise the bid again was beyond his courage. If he couldn't come up with the spirit stones later, not only would he fail to get the map, but the Yuan family would also become a laughingstock. Thinking of this, the youth's face turned red as he said, "Brat, if you dare to insult my Yuan family, you'd better not step out of the Black Blood auction house." "Is that so?" Kit glanced at the youth indifferently and said, "If I want to leave, you can't stop me. Can you keep bidding? If not, sit down and don't waste everyone's time." "You." The Giles placed a foot on the railing, ready to attack Kit. But in the next moment, a killing aura descended abruptly. Boom. A terrifying aura swept through the entire area, boundless and endless. It surged around like a vast ocean. A Divine Technique realm powerhouse? It seems to be the senior in the Black Blood auction house who is in the Divine Technique realm. Hehe. Although the Yuan family is strong, the Black Blood sect, isn't to be trifled with either. The group of cultivators chattered incessantly. The Giles's face also turned pale as he forced himself to say, "Senior, I had no intention of making a move. If you make a move, even the head of the Yun family can't protect you." A massive voice rang out. "In the Black Blood auction house, whoever makes a move dies. Outside the auction house, any grievances between you, I won't interfere. But inside here, no fighting." "Yes, Senior." The Giles immediately became docile. He just glared at Kit with venomous resentment, his fists clenched tightly. Clearly, once Kit left the auction house, a battle between them was inevitable. And Kit didn't care at all. He had already killed second Iggy Cruz of the Yun family, so eliminating another Yun family member was just as insignificant. Not much different. Cough cough. The silver-robed elder lightly coughed twice and announced with finality, "Since no one is offering a higher price, this map will belong to this young brother." There was still silence all around. Everyone was waiting for the new auction items to be brought out. However, the quality of subsequent items varied greatly. Only some broken king-grade spirit artifacts, emperor-grade spirit artifacts, and some less important cultivation techniques or secret manuals remained. Most of these items were unappealing to Kit. Soon, the auction approached its end, and the last item was brought up. The closing item. Wonder what it is. Kit stood up, curiously watching the final closing item. "Gentlemen and ladies, this final item will undoubtedly exceed your imagination." The silver-robed elder smiled and directly pulled away the red cloth covering the item. On the tray floated a crystal-clear jade in midair without any external force needed. Within the jade, countless intricate runes flashed, as if conveying some profound principle. "Ladies and gentlemen, this is a naturally formed divine technique, condensed within the spirit jade. By meditating upon this spirit jade, one can obtain this divine technique." The elder smiled and said, "This jade was discovered in the Black Blood secret realm by someone and is suspected to be one of the divine techniques mastered by an ancient power. Starting bid is 10 billion high-grade spirit stones. Minimum increment per bid is 1 billion spirit stones." Boom. As soon as the words were uttered, the whole place erupted in excitement. If the map was just a vague possibility, then this divine technique was something countless cultivators dreamed of. Even Kit stood up from his seat, looking at the spirit jade on the tray. His heavenly Dao True Eye activated as he observed the jade closely. Even from afar, he could vaguely discern the runes inscribed on it, gaining preliminary information about the divine technique. Heavenly Emperor Sword Art. One of the 9 divine techniques created by the ancient Heavenly Emperor. This is the first. Vague information came into his mind. Kit's expression instantly became serious, and he realized the importance of obtaining this divine technique. The ancient era was an immensely distant age where immortal beings existed. Even super-secret arts akin to Kit's chaotic scripture and soul-calming charm existed then. However, most of them were lost over time, leaving behind only fragments. Now 20 billion. I offered 20 billion high-grade spirit stones. After a brief moment of silence, the first cultivator started bidding. Immediately, other cultivators joined in fiercely, revealing their bottom line. 80 billion high-grade spirit stones. 100 billion. 150 billion. A king-grade spirit artifact. 2 king-grade spirit artifacts. I offer an emperor-grade spirit artifact. Who else? The crowd of cultivators became completely frenzied. With a divine technique in hand, even putting all their wealth on the line was nothing compared to its value. If they could acquire it, they would reap enormous benefits. Therefore, many cultivators directly offered their ultimate spirit artifacts. Watching the heated atmosphere at the scene, Kit was momentarily stunned. Hashtag chapter 127. Madness in the air. I never would have thought that this group was truly playing with their lives, willing to throw out imperial-grade spirit artifacts. One should know that an imperial-grade spirit artifact is worth at least hundreds of billions of spirit stones. And even so, one imperial-grade spirit artifact simply wasn't enough. Soon, the price for this mystic art was pushed up to 5 imperial-grade spirit artifacts. Only then did the scene finally quiet down. 5 imperial-grade spirit artifacts? Is there anyone willing to offer a higher price? The Lanny in the silver robe was trembling as he spoke. He had worked at the auction house for several hundred years, and had only seen one imperial-grade spirit artifact being auctioned once before. That time it fetched a sky-high price of 150 billion high-grade spirit stones. And now, 5 at once. The Lanny in the silver robe almost fainted from shock. I bid 6. Kit crossed his arms and raised the bid calmly and slowly. He was determined to obtain this mystic art. He had many imperial-grade spirit artifacts, most of which were practically useless to him. 6 artifacts were nothing. He could afford it. Whoa. Wow. 6 imperial-grade spirit artifacts. This can establish a major family. Hasn't this already surpassed the value of a mystic art? True. No matter how powerful a mystic art might be, it can only let someone at the divine roaming realm barely touch the edge of the divine profound realm. But with 6 imperial-grade spirit artifacts in hand, any divine roaming expert can easily overwhelm someone at the divine profound realm. If I were him, I definitely wouldn't trade imperial-grade spirit artifacts for such a mystic art. The group of cultivators marveled inwardly, deeply astonished. No matter how precious a mystic art might be, theoretically, 1 imperial-grade spirit artifact should suffice. 6 was indeed excessive. 6 imperial-grade spirit artifacts. Anyone willing to bid higher? 6 imperial-grade spirit artifacts for the second time. Anyone willing to bid higher? 6 imperial-grade spirit artifacts for the third time. No higher bids, sold. The Lanny in the silver robe slammed the gavel onto the table. In his excitement, the small golden hammer bent under the force. With the final item sold, the entire auction came to a close. Well, it's time to retrieve my items. Just as Kit was about to leave, he immediately felt multiple divine senses land on him. There was no doubt about it. great treasures stir the heart? Once he left the Black Blood auction house, he would likely be attacked by a group of incredibly powerful cultivators. A battle was inevitable. How interesting. Kit scanned the group of watchful cultivators. Without saying anything more, he turned back, paid with spirit stones, and retrieved the 3 items he had auctioned off. As he was leaving, the Lanny in the silver robe warned him, "Brother Taoist, you'd better stay at the Black Blood auction house for some time. Otherwise, if you go outside, you will inevitably be attacked by other cultivators." No problem. They're just a bunch of rookies. Kit waved his hand and walked out of the Black Blood auction house with ease. Boom. The moment Kit appeared, at least a dozen divine roaming experts focused their attention on him. Additionally, countless deity Dan and divine sea realm cultivators surrounded him, each filled with murderous intent. "Boss, this doesn't look good." Ari looked around and jumped in fright. He couldn't help but feel a lack of confidence. "Boy, hand over the ancient mystic art and the map. I'll let you leave." A divine roaming cultivator stepped forward, coldly watching Kit. He arrogantly said, "You only have one chance. Make the best of it." "That's right." Another divine roaming expert added casually, "That thing isn't meant for someone like you. War end it over." "Hee. War end over the treasure. Otherwise, you won't live to leave Black Blood City." "Yeah, war end over the mystic art." The group of cultivators surrounded Kit, yet none dared to make the first move, because Kit carried talismans that shielded his aura and presence. As long as Kit didn't reveal his cultivation level, no one knew what realm he was at. The cultivators weren't stupid either. They were all waiting for someone else to take the first step and test what level Kit was. At this moment, a loud shout echoed, "That's the boy who dared to insult our Yun family. Attack." Immediately, the auras of dozens of divine roaming experts surged. Huh. Kit turned his head in surprise. He saw a young member of the Yun family leading 20 divine roaming experts, all equipped with supreme spirit artifacts, charging towards Kit. "Boy, daring to provoke our Yun family. Die." The leader of the group shouted and hurled a spear that tore through space straight at Kit. Boom. The spear shot toward Kit like lightning. Upon seeing this, the dark golden battle armor emerged around Kit, bursting with dazzling golden light. Ting! The spear struck Kit, only to spark and bounce off harmlessly. Kit remained unmoved, looking at the leader mockingly. "Is that all? Not even enough to tickle me? You want to kill me? What? A supreme imperial-grade spirit artifact? Wait, it's closer to an imperial-grade artifact level." The leader of the group sucked in a breath, his gaze turning serious as he studied Kit. What background does this boy have to possess a supreme imperial-grade spirit artifact? Wait, this armor looks so familiar. The leader of the group suddenly had a flash of insight and exclaimed in horror, "Fintan, you're Fintan? What? That's the young supreme who killed the Yun family's second Iggy? He actually dares to expose his identity directly? Isn't he risking his life? 20 godwins can form an array capable of resisting a divine profound expert. No, I feel he's confident because he has a backup plan. Yes, even the Uriel family's ancestor at the divine profound realm couldn't kill him. 20 godwins probably won't do much." Watching from a distance, a crowd of cultivators became agitated. They were all excited, intensely observing this battle. Kit's reputation had already spread throughout Black Blood City. A sky-high bounty of an imperial-grade spirit artifact for his capture, wiping out the powerful Uriel family, escaping from the clutches of the Uriel family's patriarch at the divine profound realm several times. And now, surrounding Kit, the cultivators who had been eyeing Kit reduced by 90% instantly. Only the divine roaming realm cultivators remained on the sidelines, hoping Kit and the godwins would exhaust each other, so they could reap the benefits. With the rusted sword appearing in Kit's hand, he pointed it at the godwins and said, "Come all at once, and I'll resolve this with one strike. Hurry up, I'm in a rush." "What? Arrogant. You're way too arrogant. Even a divine profound expert wouldn't dare claim to finish us off with one strike. Form the array. Let's show this kid what we're made of." ####Chapter 128. Sweeping through the Yun family. Right. Don't waste words with him. Attack. A group of godwins was driven mad with rage. For years, no one had dared to provoke the Yun family like this. Even if Kit was a young supreme, he was still in his growing phase. To treat them with such disdain, it was as if they didn't exist at all. Rumble. 20 godwins united to form an array, charging towards Kit with overwhelming force. Not bad. Kit remained remarkably calm. If it were Uriel family's old ancestor, he might have been fearful. But for this group of godwins, a golden willow leaf appeared in Kit's hand. Boom. In an instant, rays of dazzling golden light emanated from Kit's body. His aura rapidly expanded, reaching the peak of the divine profound realm within the blink of an eye. Clang. The rusty sword in Kit's hand suddenly erupted with a 100-foot-long sword beam. The blood-red sword beam was devastating. As it appeared, the 20 godwins simultaneously paled. Together, their strength barely equaled that of a divine profound realm cultivator. But Kit had now reached the peak of the divine profound realm, and his weapon was comparable to an emperor-grade spiritual tool. This wasn't something a bunch of spirit travelers could withstand. Shriek. With one sweeping strike from Kit's sword, 7 or 8 godwins burst into pieces, reduced to dust by the sword chi. Not even a drop of blood remained. Run. The leading godwin, terrified, finally realized they had provoked someone beyond their reach. At least the information given by the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion was misleading, if not outright deceitful. Peak Deity Pill Realm? This guy's realm far exceeded the peak divine profound realm. Coupled with a longsword comparable to an emperor-grade spiritual tool, there was no exaggeration in saying that unless one was a divine profound transcendence realm expert, they would not be a match for Kit. "Wanna run? Can you escape?" Kit curled his lips, raising his sword once more to obliterate the remaining dozen or so godwins with a single sweep. Bam bam bam. A series of explosions echoed, but the terrifying sword chi continued to ravage. 20 mighty godwins were shattered by Kit's sword, leaving not even a trace behind. No, it can't be. Why are you so strong? The shamus was almost driven mad. After all, according to the information provided by the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, Kit was barely 20 years old. Not even 20 years old, yet at the peak of the divine profound realm. Even during the ancient times, such a feat was unheard of. Throughout the Yun family's history, the strongest prodigy only reached the deity pill realm at 20 years old, and that person was the founding ancestor of the Yun family. My reason for becoming stronger is simple. I practice a lot when I'm free. Kit smiled slightly, ignoring the shamus, and stepped into the teleportation array, heading toward the true dragon maze. Rumble. Almost immediately after Kit left, a group of Yun family experts at the divine profound realm arrived. Damn it, we let him escape again. What terrifying spiritual senses. He sensed our arrival. A peak divine profound realm expert under 20 years old, even among the Keenans, he stands out. At all costs, we must kill him. A group of Yun family experts frowned deeply, feeling thoroughly frustrated. Many cursed Cruz silently. Why did you have to provoke Kit? Now, the Yun family was in a precarious position. If they didn't eliminate Kit, the entire Yun family would perish. But Kit had already reached the peak of the divine profound realm. Would he be so easy to kill? Sigh. We can only ask the great ancestor to take action. One of the Yun family experts sighed sorrowfully. We cannot give that kid any more time to grow. Once he does, our entire Yun family will be doomed. There's no other choice. Sigh. What a predicament. The Yun family experts shook their heads, sighing as they left with their hands behind their backs. On the other side, Kit stood inside the true dragon maze, exhaling lightly. The Yun family was much smarter than he thought. Over 100 knights were just a decoy. There were over a dozen divine profound realm experts lurking in the shadows, perhaps even one or two above the divine profound realm. Once he appeared, the Yun family experts would approach stealthily and attempt to kill him. Thinking about this, Kit frowned slightly. If that were true, Black Blood City would truly be in danger. However, as long as he was cautious, it shouldn't be too problematic. Shaking his head, Kit sat cross-legged, starting to study the two treasures he obtained from the auction house. The Chaos Map and the Spirit Jade inscribed with divine techniques. He didn't need to rush with the divine techniques. Pulling out the tattered map, Kit pondered for a moment before dropping a drop of true dragon blood on it. Most artifacts from the ancient era required special substances to activate. True dragon blood, being of a divine beast, served as a unique universal activator. 9 out of 10 times, divine beast blood could successfully activate anything. Boom. The instant the true dragon blood touched the map, it transformed dramatically. Countless runes reassembled, rejuvenating the worn-out ancient map back to its original pristine white canvas. Above the canvas, numerous runes formed a three-dimensional topographical map. The map depicted a vast mountain range spanning thousands of miles, composed of 9 dragon veins. The marked location was precisely where these 9 dragon veins intersected. Hiss. A 9 dragons guarding the pearl terrain? Such a place isn't ordinary. It's either the tomb of a supreme, or at least a saint-level entity. Kit examined the terrain, drawing in a sharp breath. These past few days, he had immersed himself in geomancy and terrain studies, fully aware of the terrifying significance of such a formation. The 9 dragons guarding the pearl formation, if one were buried here, it could ensure the physical body's immortality and transformation into a corpse immortal. At the very least, it could accumulate blessings, ensuring prosperity for countless generations of descendants. The ancestors of most major families from the ancient era were buried in various auspicious lands, but the level of 9 dragons guarding the pearl, most weren't even qualified. I wonder which ancient family's ancestor lies buried here. Looking at the entire map, Kit's lips twitched slightly. If he recalled correctly, the realms above the divine profound realm included the Holy Spirit realm. However, Holy Spirit was just a general term, actually divided into 9 sub-realms. Divine Technique realm, Venerable realm, Sovereign realm, Celestial Lord realm, Grandmaster realm, Emperor realm, Imperial realm, Saintly realm, Holy Spirit. And the gap between the Divine Profound and Divine Technique realms was similar to that between a Novice Essence Chi practitioner and a Divine Profound practitioner. Chapter 129. The 129th chapter. A single sword slashed through the stars. There were 9 realms, and the gap between each realm was equivalent to the entire 6 major realms separating the Mystic Chi realm from the Divine Mystic realm. And the Holy Spirit was the pinnacle of the entire Holy Spirit realm. According to ancient texts from prehistoric times, a Holy Spirit's full-force strike could cause devastation over tens of thousands of miles. Battles between Holy Spirits took place high in the heavens. Therefore, even if Kit acted irresponsibly at times, he still had a clear understanding of his own strength. With his current skills being so rudimentary, daring to dig up a grave of a Holy Spirit-level powerhouse would essentially be courting death. He wouldn't even know how he died. Phew. I can only put it aside for now. After my realm advances in the future, it won't be too late to dig it up then. If I can find 1 or 2 holy artifacts, that would be a huge gain. Kit glanced at the blueprint, reluctantly dropping it into the dragon-shaped pendant. He then took out the Spirit Jade containing the Heavenly Emperor Sword inscription once again, activated his Dao Inside Eye, and observed the myriad inscriptions on the jade. Countless inscriptions suddenly lit up, forming one sword mark after another. Instantly, sword energy soared toward the sky. A majestic aura erupted, and faint shadows appeared before Kit. A middle-aged man stood between heaven and earth, holding a pure golden long sword. With a single swing of his hand, a 10,000-mile-long wound split the heavens, slicing through the boundless starry sky. Stars were shattered directly into cosmic dust with a single slash. A single sword slashed through the stars. Seeing this scene, Kit was profoundly moved and daydreamed about when he could become as powerful as this middle-aged man, able to shatter the heavens and cause stars to fall with one slash. Snap snap. The spirit jade before Kit dimmed, its countless inscriptions extinguished, and the entire jade crumbled into dust. But the awe-inspiring slash remained deeply etched in Kit's mind. The first move of the Heavenly Emperor Sword, a single sword slash through the stars? Kit rubbed his head, feeling the aura lingering in his mind, surprised beyond measure. The terrifying power of this move could rival the Chaos Sword technique from the Chaos Scripture. The creator of this sword technique, though not reaching the level of the Chaos Scripture's creator, was not far behind. Interesting. Kit narrowed his eyes. The trace of pride in his heart slowly dissipated. Compared to this powerful individual, he was far inferior. He regained his composure and quietly resolved that someday, he would become even stronger than this powerful figure. Time passed swiftly. 3 days later, the Black Blood Secret Realm was about to open. Outside the entrance to the Black Blood Secret Realm, there were crowds of people. Most discussions revolved not around the secret realm but rather the battle between Kit and the Yun family 3 days ago. Achieving peak divine mystic realm at 20 years old was terrifying, rare even in ancient times. And considering the significant difference in spiritual chi concentration compared to ancient times, at least hundreds of times weaker, it made Kit's rapid growth in such a barren environment an enormous talking point in Black Blood City. Even as the Black Blood Secret Realm was about to open, many cultivators were still discussing Kit's glorious battle. At this moment, Kit was blending in with the crowd, preparing to enter the Black Blood Secret Realm. The 10,000-year Black Blood Cinnabar fruit was crucial to him, and he couldn't afford to miss this opportunity. Over the past few days, Kit had learned some rules of the Black Blood Secret Realm. Apart from limiting each session to 1,000 participants, the maximum allowed realm was the Deity Pillar Realm. Entering any higher realms would lead to tragic outcomes, as they would be suppressed and killed by the residual powers of an ancient great deity within the secret realm. For Kit, the Deity Pillar Realm no longer posed a threat. Entering the realm would be like bombing a fish pond. If anyone dared to provoke him, he would kill indiscriminately. However, the prerequisite was entering the Black Blood Secret Realm. Oddly, a faint sense of foreboding rose in Kit's heart. Rumble. A vast energy wave erupted. In the sky, 100 zhang spatial rift opened, releasing a torrent of immense spiritual energy accompanied by a sea of resentment and death chi. An unsuspecting cultivator who was too close was instantly reduced to a puddle of blood upon coming into contact with the death chi. Hiss. This death chi is horrifying indeed. Rest assured, just wait patiently until the death chi dissipates, and we can enter. Hee. Wonder what kind of herbs have sprouted inside the Black Blood Secret Realm this time? The cultivators buzzed with anticipation, hoping to make a significant harvest. Just then, powerful auras exploded. Dozens of divine mystic realm experts surrounded all the cultivators. Dressed uniformly, these experts were clearly from the Yun family. Oh no. Seeing these divine mystic realm experts, Bai Zairishan realized something was amiss. He suddenly understood his fatal oversight. He had purchased the entry token for the Black Blood Secret Realm, which meant the Yun family could easily deduce that he would enter the secret realm. There were only 1,000 people in the entire secret realm, minus those from major sects, leaving a mere 10 unaffiliated. Kit likely accounted for 2 of those spots. If the count matched, the Yun family might come prepared to kill everyone to ensure no one escapes. Rumble. 36 divine mystic realm experts pulled out 36 imperial-grade spirit weapons and planted them in the air, instantly forming an unprecedentedly robust formation, sealing off the void. Kit tried, but his spatial transmission array failed, unable to break through unless using specialized talismans. Painting characters in mid-air yielded weak power, insufficient to breach this seal. Rumble. Next, 5 profound Dao realm experts arrived, floating in the air. They coldly said, Fintan, I know you are among these people. Will you step out on your own? Or should I kill everyone to force you out? Upon hearing this, shock spread through the crowd. Many cultivators angrily shouted, Why? I'm from the Milky River sect. Even if your Yun family is powerful, killing everyone is too domineering. I'm a cultivator from the Black Blood sect. This matter doesn't concern me. The crowd kept protesting. Hashtag chapter 130. Unprecedented. Everyone felt that the Yun family's actions were excessively domineering. Kit looked up at the sky, where there were experts in the profound ability realm. His heart sank. He knew that the Yun family would really dare to attack indiscriminately this time. Those standing here were only cultivators of the divine pill realm. To the major sects, their value wasn't particularly high. Even if they were all killed, their respective sects wouldn't risk everything just for revenge against the Yun family. However, even so, unless absolutely necessary, the Yun family was unwilling to offend a series of sects and forces. Instead, they chose to first extort Kit. If Kit stepped forward willingly, everyone would be happy. If Kit didn't show up, then all the cultivators would be killed. Humph. Kit, you're not coming out, huh? The patriarch of the Yun family cast a cold glance over the 1,000 cultivators who had entered the secret realm. His gaze suddenly fell on those 10 itinerant cultivators. Without saying anything, he raised his hand and slapped toward the 10 itinerant cultivators. Among them were Kit and Wilbur Wong. Rumble. A profound ability expert was incomparably stronger than a divine mystic realm practitioner in terms of combat power alone. Even with the golden willow leaf augmentation, Kit would be obliterated by just a slap. SK. No other way. Kit muttered under his breath as a green jade pendant appeared in his hand. This jade pendant was given by Ethan and could unleash 5 attacks, equivalent to Ethan himself taking action. Kit didn't know Ethan's exact level, but it was definitely far beyond the profound ability realm. Up until now, he hadn't heard any news about the Wu family. Clearly, the Wu family's strength was far beyond the limits of this region. Clang! A blinding sword chi erupted. The sword chi shot into the sky and pressed down on the Hermes. What is this? The Yun family's group of experts stared at the sword chi in shock. Rumble. The terrifying sword chi flattened everything like a mountain, crushing hundreds of divine mystic realm experts as easily as mowing down wheat. Even the 5 profound ability realm experts, including the Hermes, were utterly powerless, turning into dust. A single sword chi completely wiped out all the Yun family's elite. Considering the vast number of experts the Yun family possessed, even battling a venerable might not end in defeat. Hiss. Kid also sucked in a cold breath. He didn't expect that Ethan's sword chi would be so sharp, clearing out the Yun family group in one strike. When he had some free time, he would ask Ethan for more sword chi. It was simply too useful. However, next, the cloud-shattered Yun family experts began to reassemble their bodies in the sky, actually reviving. It's an ancient-era Kadif replacement talisman. It can substitute for death once. Only non-saint spirits can refine it. This is an unparalleled treasure. Luxurious. No wonder the Yun family is an ancient family, having such things. The Kadif replacement talisman usually only has 3 to 5 uses. The Yun family losing one use here is a huge loss. A group of experts discussed, their voices filled with astonishment. Kadif replacement talisman? Kit was incredibly surprised. He had seen records of this thing in the Chaos Canon's Inscription Chapter. But this thing was extremely precious, not something just anyone could refine. It required various rare materials, countless divine metals, and immortal marrows. Each one was incredibly valuable. Thinking of this, Kit looked towards a young Yun family member beside the Hermes, reassembling his body. A Kadif replacement talisman floated above his head, thumb-sized, cast entirely from nephrite white jade, translucent, emitting a mysterious aura. Perhaps, I can get a Kadif replacement talisman? Kit's heart raced, his speed suddenly increasing. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. His speed was extreme, and in an instant, he was in front of the Seamus. Just as the youth had revived halfway, Kit grabbed the Kadif replacement talisman, causing him to shout in fear, "No! Give it back! Don't even think about it!" Kit seized the talisman, forcibly severing its connection to the youth. Without looking back, he dashed straight towards the entrance of the Black Blood secret realm. The Yun family had all profound ability realm beings revive. A Kadif replacement talisman could bring someone back 4 to 5 times without issues, but he only had 3 sword chi strikes left. A prolonged battle would be disadvantageous to Kit. Therefore, he decided to hide inside the Black Blood secret realm and think of a plan. Boy, stop right there. The Hermes, still reviving, had red eyes. He suffered heavy losses. Most of the Yun family's elite were wiped out here. That was 300 divine mystic realm experts. His hard-earned super battle group was destroyed by Kit. Even an ancient inheritance, the Kadif replacement talisman, had been wasted once, making his heart bleed. Do you think I'm stupid? Wait here while you recover. Kit sneered, dashing into the Black Blood secret realm without another word. Boss, wait for me. Wilbur Wong was also startled, directly rushing towards the secret realm entrance without hesitation. Everyone, help me kill him. I'll give you an Imperial rank spirit tool as a reward. The Hermes saw Kit about to enter the Black Blood secret realm, his eyes red, shouting loudly. But the surrounding sects remained quiet, no one daring to make a move. The Yun family's recent plight was still fresh in everyone's minds, and no faction dared to offend Kit, a youth with Supreme King qualifications. If they became enemies with Kit and couldn't eliminate him, it would be a nightmare. Damn it. The Hermes roared angrily, but was helpless, watching as Kit and Wilbur Wong casually entered the Black Blood secret realm, unimpeded. Wait, this boy can enter the Black Blood secret realm, meaning, his cultivation is only at the Divine Pill realm? The Black Blood sect master suddenly realized something, gasping in shock. Hiss, it really is. Divine Pill realm, killing over 1,000 Divine Wanderer realm, several hundred Divine Mystic realm, and 5 profound ability realm experts. Even though he used some kind of forbidden weapon, it's enough to make history. Unprecedented. The various sect leaders and masters exchanged glances, feeling some sympathy for the Yun family. Offending such a terrifying Supreme King was truly unlucky. Rarely seen in ages, a Supreme King became the mortal enemy of the Yun family. This went beyond bad luck. Chapter 131. The treasure emerges. Simply put, the Yun family's luck has run out. Boom. The Hermes had fully recovered his cultivation. His expression was grim as he surveyed the gathered cultivators, saying coldly, "The Yun family announces a bounty. Whoever can kill that young Supreme in the Black Blood secret realm will be rewarded with an Imperial-grade spirit artifact and a complete set of our ancestral cultivation techniques." SSS. Hearing this from the Hermes, the surrounding cultivators couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. An Imperial-grade spirit artifact was one thing. Such items were rare only among itinerant cultivators and most minor forces. For ancient legacies like the Yun family, after thousands of years of accumulation, having a couple wasn't surprising. But to offer one up was truly a huge sacrifice. Offering the Yun family's ancestral cultivation techniques was an even greater sacrifice. To any family or sect, these were the fundamentals of their existence and would almost never be divulged. Therefore, upon hearing the Patriarch issue such a bounty, many cultivators harbored unrealistic dreams. If they could kill Kit, it would surely be the beginning of their great success. In an instant, murderous intent filled the eyes of many cultivators. Many began plotting ways to eliminate Kit. At this moment, inside the Black Blood secret realm. After entering the secret realm, Kit noticed changes in the spatial positioning around him. By the time he regained his composure, he was atop a mountain. Surrounding him stretched an endless range of mountains. The suppression within the entire secret realm was terrifying. Kit's original spiritual energy level was comparable to a peak God core realm cultivator. Now, he was directly suppressed to the profound chi realm, losing 2 ranks of power. However, his primordial soul and physical body were relatively unaffected. Interesting. Is this what the triple extreme means? Kit stroked his chin thoughtfully. Primordial soul, physical body, and spiritual energy. For most cultivators, cultivating spiritual energy was the priority. Primordial souls and physical bodies were far too difficult, requiring vast resources and profound secret techniques, nothing like Kit's cultivation method. But the benefits were clear. Under any circumstances, Kit could maintain combat strength. At least, not weaker than any same-rank cultivator. He was at the extreme limit. In the whole world, there might not exist others on par with him. Boom. Dozens of miles away, a mountain range collapsed. Colorful divine light shot skyward, forming a pillar of light. Treasure has emerged. Beside him, Jet's eyes gleamed excitedly, saying, "Boss, that's legendary treasure. Should we try our luck?" "What legendary treasure?" Kit looked at Jet, surprised. You don't know?" Jet paused, somewhat astonished. Creak creak. Kit cracked his fingers loudly. Looking at Jet, he smiled slowly. "Are you itching for a beating?" Yes. I'll explain." Jet hastily waved his hands. He really feared getting beaten by Kit. Clearing his throat, Jet then explained, "All great Adept Realm cultivators will unlock their sea of consciousness upon death. These parts give birth to small worlds. The more powerful the cultivator, the more potent the treasures born from their small worlds. In the ancient existence who created the Black Blood secret realm may have been at the Emperor realm. That explains why this secret realm is so strong, possibly containing countless small treasures. With good luck, you might even find the inheritance of an Emperor realm powerhouse." Interesting. Kit rubbed his chin. He glanced at the distant colorful pillar of light and muttered, "If that's the case, this light pillar is indeed worth investigating." Boom. A sea of spirit energy spread outward from the pillar, forming a spirit energy storm. Following closely were several radiant lights flying in all directions. There's a spirit artifact? Haha, I didn't expect to encounter a spirit artifact right after entering the secret realm. Chase, this treasure is mine. Almost simultaneously, over 1,000 cultivators entered the Black Blood secret realm. Seeing treasures emerge, none of them were willing to let them go. They immediately took off in pursuit. However, these newly emerged treasures weren't easy to catch. Boom. A fan trembled mid-air, emitting terrifying spirit energy fluctuations. The cultivator rushing towards the fan instantly exploded into ashes. SSS. The remaining cultivators gasped. One by one, their faces showed fear, not daring to approach. Everyone wait. These treasures are just now emerging. Their power is at its peak. Let the power dissipate before we grab the treasures. Yeah, newly emerged spirit artifacts aren't easily subdued. The group of cultivators discussed briefly. They scattered immediately, chasing after the flying artifacts. Kit paid no attention to those artifacts. Under the heavenly Tao True Eye, no treasure could hide. What appeared was merely some high-grade spirit artifacts, unworthy of his time. He stood 100 jong away from the 5-colored light pillar. Through the dazzling light, Kit saw broken structures within the pillar. Several spirit artifacts floated above the buildings. Most were high-grade spirit artifacts, with a few quasi-imperial grade pieces. Not particularly valuable. However, besides these spirit artifacts, there were more refining materials for making artifacts. Kit's gaze fell on a black rock. About the size of a human head, it was completely dark, looking like an ordinary stone. But Kit knew, this was a spatial stone, and a high-quality one, used for crafting teleportation arrays. Just recently, battling the Hermes made Kit realize his weaknesses, especially escape methods. Theoretically, he could draw a talisman mid-air to open a teleportation array. But this method couldn't handle much power. Faced with simple yet brutal space restrictions like from the Hermes, Kit couldn't directly open a teleportation array. So, he needed to craft a teleportation talisman. This high-quality spatial stone was indispensable. I need to find a way in. Kit stroked his chin, examining the light pillar. The entire light pillar was not an artificial array but a natural restriction. Even Kit couldn't bypass it. Hashtag chapter 132, too insane. The only solution was to rely on overwhelming power. Break through the restriction. With this thought, Kit rolled up his sleeves and walked toward the restriction. Rumble. As soon as Kit approached within 100 feet, the repelling force from the restriction began to push him back. This amount of force is negligible. Kit didn't take it seriously at all, striding forward confidently towards the restriction. In no time, he was less than 100 feet away from the restriction. There's a quasi-royal grade spirit artifact inside that 5-colored light pillar. Quickly, let's get in there. Haha, that guy is so foolish, actually walking slowly. Doesn't he know these treasures are first come, first served? More than a dozen cultivators from the Tianha sect flew towards the 5-colored light pillar. They were all peak divine pillar realm cultivators. While not necessarily the strongest in the secret realm, they were certainly not far behind others. Seeing Kit leisurely approaching the 5-colored light pillar, they assumed it wasn't dangerous. A bunch of fools. The Jet watched the group rushing towards the light pillar and shook his head. He knew these people were in for trouble. Sure enough, as the group of cultivators approached within 100 feet, the 5-colored light pillar began generating a terrifying repelling force. This force was directly proportional to their speed and strength. The effect was akin to slamming into an incredibly sturdy wall. Bang bang bang. The dozen or so Tianha sect cultivators were immediately pushed back into the air, rebounding like cannonballs. On the ground, they left a trail of dust. Do these people come here to make jokes? Kit looked at the group of Tianha sect cultivators with a speechless expression. He shook his head, stepped up to the 5-colored light pillar, and his dragon-patterned sword appeared in his hand as his aura condensed. Rumble. Unparalleled power coalesced on Kit's long sword. For a moment, a golden light shot upwards. Centered on Kit, it spread out in all directions. From the aura alone, it was not inferior to the 5-colored light pillar. Damn, who is that guy? A Tianha sect cultivator stared dumbfounded. Such a terrifying aura. Is he really at the divine pillar realm? Wait, could that be the unnamed young supreme? That doesn't make sense. I remember he uses a rusted sword, right? That sword. Is it an Imperial-grade spirit artifact? Wow, I never thought I would see an Imperial-grade spirit artifact in my life. Even if I die now, it would be worth it. The Tianha sect cultivators cried out in astonishment, completely ignoring their injuries as they focused on Kit's awe-inspiring strike. Heavenly Emperor Sword. Kit channeled the divine ability he obtained from the innate spirit jade. Holding the dragon pattern sword, he delivered a powerful slash after a soft shout. Rumble. A terrifying strike hit the 5-colored light pillar, tearing a 100-foot-long crack in what was previously intact restrictions. Phew. Kit exhaled in relief as he looked at the crack before him. He took a step forward and entered the restricted area. Swoosh. The split restriction rapidly closed, restoring its original shape in a blink. Only those who can break the restriction can enter. Kit pondered thoughtfully as he walked towards the distant palace, holding the dragon pattern sword. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Hurricanes roared around him, raising a series of blood-red sandstorms. These sands were peculiar. They blocked spiritual senses, reducing Kit's range from 100 feet to less than 10. Interesting. Cadaeving things? An ancient remnant soul? Or some other strange entity? Or perhaps an illusionary array? Kit squinted. He made a single-handed seal, activating the array-breaking talisman. Soon, a narrow path appeared through the sandstorm, winding towards an unknown area. Seeing this, Kit held the dragon pattern sword and slowly followed the path opened by the talisman. GGG. A shrill and piercing sound echoed. It seemed something was screaming strangely. Stop yelling. It sounds awful, you know? Kit covered his ears, stopped, and said coolly, should I drag you out, or will you come out on your own? What? The voice froze. Then it erupted in rage, snarling, Brat, do you dare look down on me? Look down on you? Indeed. Kit nodded calmly. I already told you to scram quickly. Keep making noise and you'll die. Try me. The hidden entity became furious beyond measure. He decided not to play mind tricks on Kit, but to eat this obnoxious human outright. Boom. A giant centipede, 100 meters long and as thick as a water jar, emerged in the maze, charging straight at Kit. Its black fangs glinted menacingly, exuding a foul stench. Kit frowned slightly, holding the dragon pattern sword and slashing upwards. Swish. The dragon pattern sword, being an Imperial-grade spirit artifact, carved a deep wound into the centipede's body, almost cutting it in half. Why are you so strong? The centipede demon's voice trembled with fear as it tried to flee without hesitation. However, Kit wouldn't give it a chance. Slash. Another sword strike landed on the centipede's forehead, leaving a massive hole. Thud. With its head punctured and its essence extinguished by Kit's sword, the entire body fell to the ground, twitching violently. Rumble. The red sandstorm dissipated, and Kit glanced around. He realized he had only taken 2 steps, but was already dozens of feet ahead. The centipede's illusionary maze was indeed bizarre. My boss is truly insane. The jet watched Kit inside the 5-colored light pillar, filled with endless admiration. Kit might not know, but the jet was very clear. That slaughtered centipede was actually an ancient anomaly, the sky-poisoned centipede. Highly toxic and capable of creating illusions, it could hunt divine spirits in ancient times. And yet, Kit dispatched it like slicing through vegetables. There could only be one conclusion. Kit's strength was off the charts. Future generations might not match him, but for sure, he was unprecedented. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. A series of faint sounds erupted. Startled, Kit turned around to see the black centipede's body rapidly disintegrating and shrinking. Hashtag chapter 133, the heart of the true dragon. In the blink of an eye, the 100-meter-long centipede had vanished completely. Only a fist-sized bead remained at the scene. Its body was a grayish-green color, emitting a faint fragrance as if it were some kind of treasure. Boss, that's the internal core of the heavenly venom centipede. Incredibly valuable. Take it quickly. The incel shouted from a distance, his voice tinged with urgency. Without hesitation, Kit scooped up the core and sealed it in a jade box. He intended to ask about its uses once they left this place. After stowing away the core, Kit continued towards the dilapidated palace. His instincts told him that there should be something valuable inside. Data. The monotonous sound of Kit's footsteps echoed. The surroundings were eerily quiet, with hundreds of treasures floating above the grand hall, radiating brilliant light but producing not a single sound. No, not that there's no sound, but my hearing has been blocked. Kit stopped and looked around. In the space, countless runes flickered in and out of existence, forming an enormous array. At the very heart of this array, something seemed to be sealed. Kit squinted, focusing on the center of the seal. A massive alchemy furnace appeared, within which floated an extraordinarily radiant pill. It hovered like a crimson gold sun within the furnace. No way, it didn't successfully refine? Kit's pupils constricted as he gazed at the pill within the furnace. His intuition told him that this pill was far from ordinary. Examining the surrounding pile of materials, Kit suddenly realized. This place was where the ancient powerhouse had refined pills. The floating treasures were merely leftovers. The true substance was in the furnace. What the heck? Got lucky here. Kit sucked in a cold breath. It was clear that this pill had just been refined by a great power before being slain by an opponent. An incredibly precious relic from the ancient era. Thinking of this, Kit couldn't hold back any longer. A terrifying force erupted beneath his feet, and without another word, he charged straight for the furnace. Clank, clank, clank. The moment Kit entered, a massive killing array activated, unleashing a torrent of terrifying sword chi across the sky. Even a single strand could easily kill a divine mystic realm expert. Seeing this, Kit produced a golden willow leaf in his hand, instantly activating it. Boom. Kit's speed skyrocketed to the peak of the divine mystic realm. His speed increased tenfold. Though the sword chi was terrifying, Kit's wayward steps were even faster. In an instant, all the sword chi was left behind. Moving at an incomparable speed, Kit reached the furnace in the blink of an eye. Open! Kit let out a soft command and kicked the lid off the furnace. Bang! A deep resonant sound erupted. Blinding blood-red light shot into the sky, dyeing half the heavens red. Inside the furnace, a fist-sized, crimson-red pill hovered, emitting a vast energy. Damn! The heart of the true dragon? Kit was stunned. The main ingredient of this pill was actually the heart of an ancient true dragon that was comparable to a heaven pearl, a superlative medicine capable of reviving the dead and prolonging life by 10,000 years. Most importantly, this item could allow an ordinary mortal to undergo a complete transformation, achieving a physique akin to Kit's true dragon body. To put it bluntly, if this were outside, any ancient clan would go mad to snatch it. What the heck? If this news leaks out, Kit scratched his head, muttering, seems like nothing much, just a few more people hunting me down. Boom. The moment the furnace lid opened, the dragon heart pill, crafted from a dragon's heart, shot upward, trying to escape, but Kit wasn't about to give it that chance. With a palm strike, the chaotic palm erupted, suppressing the entire pill and tossing it into a medicinal bottle. Clank, clank, clank. In the blink of an eye, a series of sword chi approached from behind Kit. His face changed, and without another word, he turned and fled. These killing arrays were set up by an ancient powerhouse. With his current strength, he had no way of fighting them off. However, before leaving, Kit carried away the furnace. His rational mind told him that this thing was likely a treasure. An ancient powerhouse's alchemy equipment couldn't possibly be anything trivial. Rumble. Sword chi loomed right behind him. Killing intent surged throughout Kit's body as he broke through the killing array. Bang! As Kit left, the killing array activated. The entire palace collapsed, and along with it, the 5-colored light pillar began to slowly crumble. Without the suppression of the palace and the 5-colored light pillar, treasures scattered into the sky in all directions. Kit reached out, grabbing the spatial stone and several other valuable materials. As for the less valuable ones, Kit didn't bother. They weren't worth much anyway. Rumble. The great array continued to collapse. Treasures flew everywhere, and a group of cultivators who had been watching from outside snapped back to reality. They immediately started scrambling for the treasures. Damn it, that star iron is mine. Nonsense, I saw it first. My mithril, you dare steal my treasure, asking for death. The scene was chaos. A crowd of cultivators engaged in life or death battles over these precious treasures. As for Kit, he came beside Wilbur, kicking him and said, all right, let's go. We're looking for the 10,000-year black blood zhu fruit. Sure thing, boss. Wilbur snapped out of his trance. Just then, a soft voice echoed in Kit's ear, Fintan, you aren't going anywhere. Kit turned around, somewhat surprised. A young man dressed in Yun family attire, flanked by followers, appeared behind him. The youth's eyes were bloodshot, his face pale. If Kit hadn't forgotten, this was the unlucky fellow whose substitute death charm he had taken. However, it caught Kit off guard that this person dared to challenge him. After all, the highest cultivation in this secret realm was only the divine pill realm. For this Seamus to dare challenge him, could it be he had some trump card? Logically, the Yun family belonged to the ancient families and had things like substitute death charms. Having other treasures was not unusual. For example, something like an attack sealed by an ancestor. However, this piqued Kit's curiosity. Just what was this person's trump card? Thinking this, Kit narrowed his eyes and said coolly, "Want to kill me? I wonder where you got the guts. Do you have the strength?" Chapter 134, Supreme Sword Chi. Without this power? The young man was indeed enraged by Kit's provocation. His eyes bloodshot. He snarled, "You underestimate me? Do you really think only you have forbidden weapons?" Huh. Kit's heart skipped a beat. His mood turned heavy. He had guessed correctly. How could an ancient family like the Yun clan not have hidden cards up their sleeve? Thinking of this, Kit's gaze hardened as he looked at the youth and said indifferently, "I don't know what card you're playing, but it doesn't matter. In the end, you will die." With that, the rusted sword in Kit's hand erupted, sweeping toward the Yun clan youth with a single stroke. Boom. Seeing this, the Yun clan youth shouted immediately, "Bloody blade, appear." Buzz. A long blade dripping with blood materialized in midair. The instant this blade appeared, the surrounding temperature plummeted dramatically, akin to a hellish abyss. The moment Kit saw the bloody blade, his pupils constricted, and he felt a sinking feeling in his heart. This weapon was dangerous. From its sheer power alone, it absolutely exceeded the realm of Emperor-grade spirit artifacts. A holy weapon. A legacy holy weapon that the Yun clan has passed down for countless years. The bloody blade actually reappears. Oh no, that's a holy weapon. That young supreme will be doomed. Yes, forged by holy spirits, its power is extraordinary. Even a young supreme would only get crushed when facing someone of the same level wielding a holy weapon. Too bad. The Yun clan is truly the Yun clan. They went all out this time. They brought in a holy weapon. A group of cultivators discussed animatedly, all expressing their regret. After summoning the bloody blade, the Yun clan youth merely flicked it lightly. Boom. Blood-red blade chi surged towards Kit, overwhelming him. It carried hints of holy spirit aura which instantly devoured Kit's sword strike upon arrival, reducing it to ashes. Quite powerful. This was Kit's first encounter with a holy weapon. Witnessing the terrifying power of the bloody blade, he couldn't help but squint his eyes. He must remember that he was now bolstered by the golden willow leaf, matching the strength of a peak divine mystic realm cultivator. Even with the full might of the dragon-patterned sword, it had been shattered by this Yun clan youth using the bloody blade, a testament to the power of this holy weapon. Haha, how does it feel? Are you scared? The Yun clan youth laughed arrogantly, looking at Kit. That was just the welcoming gift. With the next slash, I'll annihilate you. Remember, the one killing you is named Sinclair. Sinclair? I've memorized that name. Thank you for giving me a holy weapon. Kit wore a bright smile. What? Sinclair froze, puzzled by Kit's mysterious grin. But he didn't dwell on it, shouting angrily, "Stop acting mysterious. No petty tricks can save you from absolute power." As he spoke, Sinclair wielded the bloody blade and slashed down at Kit. Rumble. This strike was terrifying in its power, cleaving mountains into an 8-li-long ravine. Even an expert at the divine skill realm would find it difficult to withstand. However, Kit didn't dodge or retreat. He revealed a drop of true dragon origin blood, swiping it across the rusty sword, causing a streak of blood-red light to appear on it. Buzz. The rust fell off the sword, revealing the jade-like luster of its tip. Rumble. An aura far surpassing that of the bloody blade descended upon Kit. Supreme artifact. You have a supreme artifact on you. Sinclair's face paled, and he screamed wildly, "Impossible! That's just a rusty old sword. How could it be a supreme artifact?" Nothing is impossible. Kit didn't even glance at Sinclair, wielding the rusty sword and striking downward. Swoosh. The terrifying supreme sword chi shattered space itself. Ah, hold it off. Sinclair's face was filled with terror as he slashed repeatedly towards Kit's position. Rumble. The blood-red blade chi roared forward, causing Kit to momentarily pause. You still want to resist? Die now. Kit held nothing back, unleashing the full force of the supreme sword. The spiritual energy within him was drained, and the sword chi swept right through Sinclair. Bang! Sinclair was instantly obliterated. Even the bloody blade bore numerous cracks, almost shattering. The supreme sword chi, after destroying Sinclair, showed no sign of weakening. It carved a massive, several hundred-li-long canyon into the ground, leaving nothing in its path unscathed. Only the cracked bloody blade remained suspended in the sky. Gulping, Kit gulped down a large mouthful of immortal spirit liquid to replenish his energy. But restoring spiritual energy wasn't a big deal. It was the true dragon origin blood. One drop took over a month to regenerate. However, exchanging it for a holy weapon wasn't a bad trade. He walked towards the bloody blade, holding the supreme sword aloft. The surrounding cultivators were speechless, their jaws almost hitting the ground. They stood rooted to the spot like statues. They thought a holy weapon was already extreme, but never imagined Kit would produce a supreme sword. That's a supreme artifact. There were only a few in the entire mystical truth world. Tink. Kit picked up the cracked bloody blade, frowning slightly. This shouldn't happen. While my sword strike was terrifying, it definitely can't destroy a holy weapon. Even an imperial-grade spirit artifact would survive. Is this fake? Boss, it should be a replica. It can only be used a few times, Wilbur Wong observed. For any faction, a holy weapon is their ultimate treasure. They wouldn't easily take it out, let alone into the Black Blood secret realm. If lost, it could lead to their destruction. But replicas don't have these restrictions. They can unleash around 70 to 80% of the original's power, but can only be used a few times. This blade likely has about 7 to 8 uses left. Just a replica? Kit looked at the bloody blade with some disappointment. One drop of true dragon origin blood, exchanged for a few uses of a holy weapon. Hashtag chapter 135, tallying the gains. No matter how he looked at it, there seemed to be a slight loss. Forget it. Let's go. We need to retreat and regroup. Kit finished speaking, put away the bloodthirsty blade, and flew off in a certain direction. Seeing this, Wilbur hurriedly followed. Finding a secluded valley, Kit hollowed out a cave halfway up the mountain and entered it. Sitting cross-legged, Kit began tallying the gains from this expedition. There was no need to elaborate on the bloodthirsty blade. With about 8 uses, combined with the golden willow leaves, Kit felt confident he could wipe out the Yun family. Of course, that was under the premise that the Yun family didn't have any venerable level elders. Apart from the bloodthirsty blade, the most precious item left was the dragon heart pill. Buzz. Kit took out the dragon heart pill, and immediately, the surrounding life energy converged toward the pill. The vitality around them intensified tenfold. Cultivating in such a place would be immensely beneficial, almost like achieving twice the results with half the effort. However, the dragon heart pill in the pill furnace was not fully formed. It still lacked some herbs and fire cultivation. Gulp. Wilbur looked longingly at the dragon heart pill, desperately wanting to swallow it down. He could feel that if he ingested the dragon heart pill, along with the sky pearl he had swallowed earlier, he could absolutely evolve into a true dragon. Then, becoming a supreme wouldn't even be a question. Reaching Saint Spirit level would be an easy feat. You want this pill? Kit glanced at Wilbur, his mind stirring. He suddenly remembered that Wilbur had recently consumed a sky pearl. If paired with this dragon heart pill, evolving into a true dragon would be a sure bet. Although Wilbur was already powerful, he currently had limited use for Kit. But if Wilbur evolved into a true dragon, it would be a whole different story. True dragons were considered top-tier talents even in ancient times. For human cultivators, reaching Saint Spirit level was an unreachable dream. For true dragons, attaining Saint Spirit level was as simple as eating, drinking, and playing. With a bit more effort, surpassing Saint Spirit level would also be quite simple. Moreover, true dragons had incredibly long lifespans. Even if he faced setbacks in his future cultivation journey, this dragon could guard the Bai family for a very long time. Of course, boss, who wouldn't want this? Wilbur was speechless. He was also somewhat depressed. He couldn't believe Kit would give him such a precious item. Thus, Wilbur sighed, saying, Boss, if you want it, just eat it. Don't make me jealous. Cough, cough. Actually, I plan to give it to you. Kit waved the dragon heart pill slightly, then continued, but I have one condition. What condition? Wilbur froze, curious. What condition could match a dragon heart pill? Serve as Kit's mount? Don't worry, it's not a big issue. If I should die someday, protect the Bai family for a while, Kit said dismissively, adding, as for how long, it depends on your mood. Are you serious, boss? You're starting to entrust your legacy? Wilbur stared dumbfounded, utterly speechless. Entrusting my legacy is just advanced planning. Kit shrugged, muttering, besides, do you think someone as illustrious and valiant as me would die prematurely? Impossible. That's true. Wilbur scratched his head and continued staring hungrily at the dragon heart pill in Kit's hand. Don't look anymore. This thing isn't fully refined yet. If you eat it now, you'll only get a tenth of its effects. Kit tossed the dragon heart pill into the dragon-shaped pendant and explained, to complete this pill, we need tons of herbs. It's not that simple. However, this hidden realm has countless herbs. If we search carefully, we can refine this pill to completion. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. Wilbur fidgeted anxiously, clearly desperate to finish the dragon heart pill. Now let's not rush. Ignoring Wilbur, Kit sat cross-legged and retrieved the spatial stone he had obtained from above the abandoned palace. He started refining a spatial talisman. Recent battles had made Kit realize that what he lacked most was an escape method. Facing a behemoth like the Yun family, fleeing when unable to fight was crucial. Who knew if the Yun family had venerable, king, or even celestial sovereign-level super experts? If he just fought to the death, Kit felt he'd already be 6 feet under. Buzz. The black spatial stone was refined by Kit's true chi into a black liquid, continuously adding rare materials like star stone and kunyu jade to the spatial stone. The hot liquid started to emit colorful light. Ultimately, these lights merged, transforming back into a fist-sized black drop. After completing the material fusion, Kit began inscribing numerous spatial runes onto the surface. Buzz. Spatial runes flickered indistinctly above the black stone. Kit exhausted himself, depleting his true chi, managing to inscribe only a tenth of the runes. F***CK. This is way too complex. Kit, exasperated, drank several gulps of divine spirit liquid. He continued inscribing the talisman. It took nearly 8 hours before he completed the inscriptions. Ding! A black talisman formed, about the size of a palm, covered in dense golden patterns, resembling a sky full of stars. Buzz. A soft tremble. The last rune on the black talisman formed. Phew. Finally done. Kit breathed a sigh of relief, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Next, he needed to test the effect of this talisman. Thinking this, Kit activated the black talisman, holding it in his hand. Boom. A spatial gate appeared, engulfing Kit and Wilbur. Meanwhile, outside, Yun family's patriarch, eyes bloodshot, smashed a mountain peak with a single slap. He roared angrily, impossible. A replica sacred weapon couldn't kill him, but he managed to kill ours. Sinclair, you good for nothing. Bastard. Simply stupid as a pig. Even a young supreme cannot contend with a sacred weapon. The Cory raged uncontrollably. A group of Yun family members and elders remained silent, not daring to utter a word. Indeed, the environment within the hidden realm was bizarre. Chapter 136, The Dastardly Scheme to End Academiach. Sinclair, holding the sacred artifact, was actually counter-killed by Kit. There was nowhere to appeal such an injustice. The surrounding sects were merely there for the spectacle, openly snickering, especially ones like the Black Blood sect, who chuckled with blatant delight. They had no fear of offending the Yun family. Perhaps, in not too long, the entire Yun family would vanish. At this moment, a cultivator holding a folding fan approached and said to the Hermes, I have a plan that can kill that young supreme, but I need help from the Yun family. Really? The Hermes' eyes lit up. He was at his wit's end, having run out of options. Now, he looked at this youth and couldn't help but ask, what's the plan? Simple. Destroy the entire Black Blood mystic realm. Unless that Keenan is a reincarnated Holy Spirit, he will surely die, the cultivator said with a benevolent smile, adding slowly, this move is called cutting off the fuel supply. Hiss. The instant these words were spoken, silence fell over the surroundings. Many cultivators drew cold breaths, their faces filled with shock. This cultivator's scheme was truly too wicked. It was the kind that ended lineages. This is impossible. The Hermes gave it only a brief thought before abandoning it. Destroying the Black Blood mystic realm meant uprooting the foundation of the Black Blood sect. The Black Blood sect wouldn't hesitate to fight to the death with the Yun family. This was the very basis of the Black Blood sect's existence. Is the patriarch worried about the Black Blood sect? The young cultivator, looking at the Yun family, smiled confidently and said, don't worry, it's easily handled. Oh. The Hermes glanced at the young cultivator and asked, what's your plan? Very simple. The youth didn't elaborate but turned to face the Ford and loudly said, Patriarch, within the Black Blood mystic realm exists a holy artifact. It belongs to a holy spirit. You should know about this, right? Indeed. The Ford nodded slightly. In his heart, he already had a vague idea of what the youth was talking about. Seeing the Ford nod, the youth continued, the Black Blood sect has existed here for hundreds of thousands of years, so the entire Black Blood mystic realm must be quite familiar to you. The only way to obtain that holy artifact is to destroy the entire mystic realm. I have a secret method to control the holy artifact for you. However, I have one condition. What is it? The Ford was genuinely moved. The Black Blood mystic realm was indeed incredibly precious, but compared to a holy artifact, it wasn't much at all. I want the true dragon essence blood within that young supreme's body. The youth narrowed his eyes, his face full of cunning smiles. Agreed. No objections. Both the Yun family and the Ford nodded in agreement. Very well. Next, let's figure out how to enter the Black Blood mystic realm. There is a weak point inside that can destroy the entire realm. The youth smiled, then added, to show my sincerity, I have 10 talismans that allow divine profound realm cultivators to enter the Black Blood mystic realm and destroy it. Our Yun family will send 5 divine profound realm experts and a replica of the bloodthirsty saber. The Black Blood sect will provide 5 divine profound realm experts and a replica of a holy artifact. The Ford squinted, eager to see the birth of the holy artifact within the Black Blood mystic realm. After all, this holy artifact was something the Black Blood sect had been waiting hundreds of thousands of years for. Elsewhere, Kit arrived at an unfamiliar place via a teleportation talisman. As soon as he arrived, he heard a voice beside him. That guy, come here. Swoosh. An attack flew towards Kit, but he didn't dodge. Reaching out backward, he caught a flying sword, twisting it into a pretzel. Turning around, Kit finally saw who launched the attack. Sure enough, narrow paths often bring old enemies together. These people wore clothes of Tianhe sect. How interesting. Kit laughed, sighing, the world is truly small. What? The Tianhe sect members clearly had no clue what Kit meant. One cultivator quickly said, go find Master Brother. I'll stall him here. This guy is far stronger than I imagined. Got it. The nearby Tianhe sect disciple was clever. He immediately ran off to call for reinforcements. Kit didn't rush to attack either. He turned around curiously observing the surroundings. Around him was a peculiar array formation filled with countless floating restrictions. These formed an interconnected killing array. On the ground grew various valuable herbs specific to the Black Blood mystic realm, like Black Blood ginseng and Black Blood ju fruit. Not far ahead was a dilapidated ancient temple. It stood half-collapsed, covered in dust. However, around the ancient temple were many 10,000-year-old medicinal herbs, including a 10,000-year Black Blood ju fruit. So, it's here. Kit sighed in relief. Now, the 10,000-year Black Blood ju fruit was secured. Just then, Tianhe sect disciples were approaching from 100 feet away. The middle-aged cultivator who chose to stall Kit laughed loudly, saying, Kid, you're finished. If you're smart, you'll surrender peacefully and gather herbs for us. If not, you're dead meat. Really? Kit paused, noticing several other sect or family disciples moving cautiously through the killing array, risking their lives to gather herbs. And scattered around were numerous bloodstains, undoubtedly left by those who had fallen victim to the array. SSSSHH. At that moment, the killing array was activated by a young herb gatherer next to Kit. A blinding light erupted, followed by a terrifying wave of sword chi. Aya! The youth's screams rang out. In an instant, the boy who triggered the array was shredded by the sword chi, bursting into a mist of blood. Haha, scared now? The middle-aged cultivator gloated at Kit, shouting, Boy, fear won't save you. Surrender if you don't want to die. Did you oversleep? Kit looked at the middle-aged cultivator, speechless. Was this man really underestimating him? Right then, the Tianhe sect's young patriarch, Alvaro, rushed over. Seeing Kit, he gnashed his teeth, saying, You little brat, it's you. Chapter 137. Hit a hard target. You. Who are you? Kit looked at Alvaro, scratching his chin with a puzzled expression. You look familiar. Did I whip you somewhere before? What? In an instant, Alvaro's face turned green. He had fought Kit just a few days ago. Sure, he had been thoroughly beaten by Kit, but not even remembering him was too insulting. Asshole. Alvaro instantly flew into a rage. He took out a jade pendant and yelled loudly, Brat, it looks like you won't cry until you see the coffin. This jade pendant in my hand seals 3 divine mystic realm level attacks. Even under the suppression of the secret realm, it can still easily kill a divine traveler realm expert. Brat, you're done for. Kit was speechless. He really couldn't understand Alvaro's way of thinking. Was this guy dumb? A mere divine mystic realm attack meant nothing to him now. Haha, scared yet? It's too late for mercy now. Alvaro wasn't in a hurry to act. He wanted Kit to feel what it was like to be on the verge of death. Fear? There's no such word in my dictionary. Kit retorted, poking his ear absent-mindedly. Isn't it just 3 attacks? Hurry up and try. If these 3 attacks can't kill me, you're finished. Alright. Alvaro shivered in anger. He said loudly, Humph, you're stubborn till the end. Without hesitation, he activated the seal in the jade pendant. Screech. A blinding sword aura erupted, charging towards Kit. The power was overwhelmingly terrifying. Kit's action was simple. The dragon-patterned sword appeared in his hand. Infusing spiritual energy into it, a horrifying power burst forth, instantly shattering the sword aura Alvaro unleashed. What? This can't be. Alvaro was scared stiff, feeling as if his soul was about to fly away. That was a divine mystic realm attack, and it was so easily blocked. What kind of background did this guy have? Not good, young lord. He is. A cultivator recognized Kit, trembling all over and unable to finish his sentence. That sword, oh my god. We can't be this unlucky. Damn, we didn't check the calendar today. We kicked iron. The group of Heavenly River sect cultivators saw Kit holding the dragon-patterned sword, and their faces turned green with fear. Kit's true name might not be known, but this did not stop footage of his battles from being spread by a group of cultivators. The dragon-patterned sword was far too distinctive. It was an imperial-grade spirit artifact. Even the ancient Yun family had only a few such items. Coupled with his cultivation realm, even if he looked different, everyone could confirm that this Kit was the Keenan. I'm impossible? Alvaro fell on his butt, nearly peeing his pants from fright. If Kit was truly the Keenan, then even the head of the Heavenly River sect couldn't say anything if he killed Alvaro here. Otherwise, if they offended Kit, the result would only be complete annihilation. Even the talented Yun family had been massacred by Kit, let alone a mere Heavenly River sect. This was the power of the Keenan. Sir, it's our fault for not recognizing you. We've wronged you. A nearby elder of the Heavenly River sect immediately reacted, apologizing to Kit and showing submission. They were not yet mortal enemies, so reconciliation was still possible. Reconciliation? Kit stroked his chin thoughtfully. He didn't mind having the Heavenly River sect as another enemy, but as the saying goes, one should make many friends and few enemies. If he could avoid an enemy, it was better. Moreover, the Heavenly River sect had the Heavenly River, containing the Heavenly River water, which was a crucial ingredient for completing the Dragon Heart Pill. It also had various other uses like cleansing the body, calming the mind, and reshaping the primordial spirit, things Kit needed. With this in mind, Kit looked at the elder of the Heavenly River sect and said calmly, "This matter can't be easily resolved. However, whatever the Heavenly River sect has, I will provide." The elder wiped cold sweat off his forehead. Knowing that Kit wanted compensation was good. It was easier than risking his life against the Keenan. Dealing with spiritual stones or herbs was much simpler. Excellent. Dealing with intelligent people is less tiring. I need 1,000 pounds of Heavenly River water. Can this be arranged? 1,000 pounds? The elder almost knelt down. Is there a problem? Kit frowned slightly. Taking 1,000 pounds from a river shouldn't be an issue, right? You may not know this. The elder bowed apologetically. The Heavenly River within the sect is almost dried up. In a year, we barely get 8 taels. 1,000 pounds would be more than a millennium's worth. What? 8 taels a year? Are you sure? Seeing Kit's doubt, the elder insisted, "Sir, I have no reason to lie. You can verify this yourself if you visit the Heavenly River sect. Currently, we only have about 100 pounds of Heavenly River water stored." "All right, I'll visit when I'm free," Kit said dismissively, walking towards the elder. "Sir, please?" The elder's face changed, fearing Kit might attack. But Kit just brushed past him impatiently, heading straight for the myriad-year black blood xiu fruit within the killing array. "Sir, there's a killing array ahead. Even a divine mystic expert must be cautious to avoid fatal danger," warned the elder. "I know. You all step back. The killing array is activating." Kit waved them off. Startled, the elder instantly retreated. Almost instantly, boundless sword energy emerged from the array, slicing towards Kit. Each sword chi carried immense power, reaching the divine mystic level. Though they didn't know Kit's true name, it didn't stop his battle footage from being widely spread by cultivators. The dragon-patterned sword was unmistakably distinctive. An imperial-grade spirit artifact that even the ancient Yun family didn't possess many of, combined with his cultivation level. Even if his appearance changed, everyone could confirm that Kit was that young supreme emperor. No way. Alvaro sat down hard on the ground, nearly wetting himself with fear. If Kit really was the young supreme emperor, he could kill him here, or even in front of the Heavenly River sect master, and they wouldn't dare say anything. Otherwise, if they offended Kit, they wouldn't be able to eliminate him. Then, their only fate would be annihilation. Even the Yun family, filled with experts, had been massacred by Kit, not to mention a mere Heavenly River sect. This was the awe-inspiring power of the young supreme emperor. "Sir, we were blind to your greatness. Please forgive our offense." Beside them, a Heavenly River sect elder immediately reacted, apologizing to Kit and submitting himself. They weren't mortal enemies yet with Kit. There was still hope for reconciliation. Reconciliation? Kit stroked his chin thoughtfully. He didn't care about making the Heavenly River sect an enemy, but the old saying goes, have many friends and few enemies. Better fewer enemies if possible. Moreover, within the Heavenly River sect, there was a river named Heavenly River. Its water was called Heavenly River water, which was a crucial ingredient for completing the heart-completing pill. Additionally, Heavenly River water had many miraculous effects like cleansing the physical body, calming the mind, and reshaping the spirit. These were things Kit needed. Thinking of this, Kit looked at the Heavenly River sect elder and said coolly, "This matter couldn't be resolved well. However, anything the Heavenly River sect has, I will provide." The elder wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. An old fox, he naturally knew Kit wanted compensation. Everyone would be happy. It was much simpler to resolve matters with spirit stones and herbs than to fight to the death against a young supreme emperor. Seeing this, Kit said, "Very well. It's less tiring to talk to sensible people. I need 1,000 pounds of Heavenly River water. Can you do that?" 1,000 pounds? The Heavenly River sect elder froze, almost kneeling. "Is there a problem?" Kit frowned slightly. Taking 1,000 pounds of water from a river shouldn't be a big deal, right? "Sir, you don't know." The elder cupped his hands, giving a helpless smile and explaining. "The Heavenly River in Heavenly River sect is practically dried up. At most, it yields 7 or 8 taels a year. 1,000 pounds is more than 1,000 years worth." "Damn." Kit paused, frowning slightly. "Only 7 or 8 taels a year. Are you sure?" Seeing Kit's disbelief, the elder stiffened his neck. "Sir, I have no reason to lie. If you don't believe me, you can visit the Heavenly River sect right now and see for yourself. We currently only have 100 or so pounds of Heavenly River water in reserve." "Fine, when I'm free, I'll check out Heavenly River sect." Kit shrugged, then walked toward the elder, dragon-patterned sword in hand. "Sir." The elder's face changed drastically, thinking Kit was about to attack. "Move aside. Don't block the way." Kit looked impatient. He pushed the elder aside and headed straight for the 10,000-year-old black blood xiu fruit in the killing array. "Sir, there's a killing array ahead. Even a divine mystic realm expert could face life-threatening danger if not careful," the elder warned. Kit waved his hand. "I know. You all step back. The killing array is about to activate." "What?" The elder instantly retreated. Almost instantly, boundless sword auras emerged from the killing array, slashing towards Kit. Each sword aura carried boundless power, reaching the divine mystic tier. Chapter 138. Obtaining the 10,000-year black blood xiu fruit. Even Kit did not dare to withstand it. Boom. The sky was filled with sword chi slashing down, sealing the void. In Kit's hand, a black space talisman flashed and carried him away from the spot. Boom. Hundreds of sword chi swept past where Kit had been, missing their target. But in the next moment, These sword chi turned direction and surged toward Kit's new position. By then, Kit had already reached the 10,000-year black blood Zhu fruit tree. This black blood Zhu fruit tree was about 1 meter tall, bearing 36 fruits that were as dark as ink. Each fruit was the size of a walnut, with a jade-like luster. Just being near it could feel the terrifying energy and essence of life contained within. Without a doubt, this was undoubtedly a holy medicine for strengthening the body comparable to true dragon's blood. However, around the black blood Zhu fruit tree, there was a layer of transparent energy shield. This was the protective taboo of the surrounding formation, interconnected such that triggering any part would activate the entire killing array. Great. Finally got it. Kit muttered and threw a punch at the black blood Zhu fruit. Bam. His punch directly struck the energy shield of the black blood Zhu fruit. Sizzle. A dazzling light rose. With his punch striking the taboo, he immediately activated it. Instantly, the surrounding taboos erupted, densely packed. They were all sword chi. Each strand of sword chi was a brilliant gold, like blazing light swords. They surged towards Kit at the center of the taboo, intending to shatter him. Asterisk clang, 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 asterisk. On Kit's body, an emperor-grade artifact, the dark gold war robe appeared. Dozens of strands of sword chi hit Kit, but only sparked showers of sparks. The dark gold war robe remained unharmed, but the massive counterforce still caused blood to trickle from the corner of Kit's mouth. He sustained some serious injuries. What terrifying killing array. Kit sucked in a breath of cold air. One must know, the strength of his physical body approached that of a middle-grade spirit weapon. Theoretically, he could handle a half-step immortal realm cultivator without much issue. Yet, he was injured by the backlash of the sword chi. This proved the terrifying power of the sword chi. Boom. In the distance, thousands of golden sword chi tore through the void toward Kit. At the same time, the entire killing array was activated, with endless sword chi locking down the space. Rushing toward Kit. If caught, even a divine skill realm powerhouse wouldn't be able to survive. Interesting. Kit wasn't panicked at all. He moved swiftly, quickly harvesting the 36 10,000-year-old black blood Zhu fruits from the tree, then paused slightly. The black space talisman was once again activated. It carried Kit out of the killing array. Ding. Kit emerged outside the killing array. The countless sword chi did not dissipate but charged out of the array, sweeping towards Kit again. Not stopping until I'm dead? Kit frowned, ready to teleport again to evade the pursuing sword chi. Chime. Just then, from the ancient hall which had been quiet until now, a chime rang out. The moment the bell sound echoed, the killing array instantly calmed down. The endless sword chi dissipated, and the killing array returned to its original tranquil state as if nothing had happened. Phew, this bell sound. Wilbur seemed to recall something and couldn't help but take in a deep breath. What's wrong? Kit turned his head, looking oddly at Wilbur. This guy likely knew something. Wilbur's face was full of shock. He replied, Boss, you should know that this black blood secret realm is formed from the skull of an ancient powerful figure, right? Yes, I know. What's going on? Kit looked strangely at Wilbur, unsure why he was acting so dramatic. That makes sense. Wilbur nodded, continuing. When cultivators reach the divine skill realm, they will open their sea of knowledge. Important magical tools and treasures are stored in this sea of knowledge. This secret realm is formed from the skull of an ancient powerful figure, theoretically containing numerous treasures. The most important treasure would naturally be the owner of the Black Blood Secret Realm's main weapon, the Black Blood Jade Bell. It is a sacred weapon. Ancient legends say it is located within this Black Blood Secret Realm. Over countless years, no one has found it. You mean, there's an ancient sacred weapon in this broken-down ancient hall? Kit froze, feeling not excitement but suspicion in his heart. The reason was simple. There was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. The Black Blood sect searched for hundreds of thousands of years without finding the Black Blood Jade Bell. Why would it suddenly reveal itself to him? Not normal, very not normal. Wilbur noticed Kit's worry, rubbed his chin and said, Boss, I also feel something odd. This ancient hall appears as if it's deliberately drawing us in. But we can't not go in. If I miss out on a sacred weapon, I'll never sleep peacefully again. Kit stroked his chin, pondering what to do. Suddenly, he remembered his avatar talisman. Haha, how could I forget this thing? Kit laughed in surprise, then took out a blank talisman paper. He started inscribing the avatar talisman. Beside him, the Tianha sect cultivators watched in confusion, unable to understand what Kit was doing. The avatar talisman was an ancient talisman long lost. Furthermore, this required extremely high insight to comprehend. It was impossible for them to understand. It should be an ancient era talisman. In ancient texts, I have seen similar patterns, but they were only rough sketches compared to this. Could it be an avatar talisman? The rough shape suggests it might indeed be an ancient avatar talisman. I remember ancient records mentioning someone who became invincible at the supreme realm with an avatar talisman. With it, he could create more than a dozen supreme level avatars, while others had only one. I thought it was just legend, didn't expect it to be real. SSS, dozens of supreme level avatars. Such a terrifying talisman. Disappearing was only natural. The Tianha sect cultivators were utterly speechless. Deep inside, they felt incredibly fortunate. Thankfully, they reconciled with Kit. Otherwise, facing such a terrifying monster as an enemy would be disastrous. Hashtag chapter 139. The Ade trial. It was the beginning of a nightmare. Buzz. The clone talisman formed in midair. With a thought, Kit infused it with spiritual energy and his soul essence, forming a clone. He controlled the clone as it walked back into the killing formation. This time, however, the killing formation strangely remained inactive, as if it had completely disappeared. At least there's an 80% chance that the ancient hall is a trap. Kit narrowed his eyes and did not hesitate. Empowered by the Wayfarer step technique, He transformed into a white streak of light and charged directly into the ancient hall. Boom. The moment he entered the hall, the surroundings shifted dramatically. The previously cramped interior of the hall turned out to be an arena. Rumble. A pure golden heavenly steel descended, adorned with a series of ancient characters. Black blood trial, life or death irrelevant. Those who pass all 9 trials consecutively will obtain the inheritance of the Ade, the sacred artifact, the black blood jade bell. Those who fail, die. On the golden steel, black text exuded a solemn and deadly aura. Kit's gaze sharpened, finally understanding the purpose of this ancient hall. It was similar to Aryan's method of selecting his successor. Moreover, the Ade must not have had the same abilities as Aryan at the time, since he was killed outright. His soul and spirit were thoroughly destroyed. The only thing left was to choose a successor to carry on his legacy and avenge him. However, avenging himself didn't hold much meaning anymore. From the ancient era until now, countless years had passed, and most likely, any enemies the Ade had were long dead. Rumble. Golden light erupted, with endless pure golden sword chi surging up from all directions. Kit narrowed his eyes, observing quietly. He could feel an indistinct force upon him. Should he attempt to flee, the power of the black blood jade bell within the hall would be activated, annihilating this clone. Thus, Kit stood still, patiently waiting for the arena to complete its transformation. Soon, golden figures solidified around the arena, expanding it to 1,000 zhang in circumference. At the moment the arena formed, a massive voice boomed. The first test begins. Boom. A bolt of golden lightning struck down, transforming into a birdman with golden wings on its back. This birdman radiated formidable energy, comparable to that of an ordinary divine pill realm cultivator. Chime. The birdman wasted no time. At the start of the trial, a golden spear appeared in its hands. Holding the golden spear, it lunged at Kit like a flash of lightning. Intriguing. Kit did not take an ordinary divine pill realm opponent seriously. Activating the heavenly Dao True Eye, he examined the birdman. The birdman's entire body was composed of pure energy, with the core being a golden bead. It seems that bead is the key. Kit narrowed his eyes, then acted without a word. Utilizing the Wayfarer step, he easily dodged the birdman's attack, smashing through the armor at its chest with a punch, and then seizing the golden bead, pulling it out. Sizzle. The birdman was instantly gravely injured, roaring in fury as it thrust the golden spear toward Kit. But Kit had already retreated 100 zhang away. Crack crack. Cracks began appearing all over the birdman's body. Without the golden bead, it wouldn't survive for long. Roar. Furious, the birdman channeled all its energy into the golden spear and hurled it at Kit. Rumble. In a short time, the golden spear reached the power level of a half-step divine traversing realm expert. However, Kit remained unperturbed. Summoning the dragon pattern sword and infusing it with spiritual energy, a 10 zhang long blade of light emerged from the sword. Break. With a light shout, Kit slashed the golden spear with the dragon pattern sword. Crack. Despite its immense power, the golden spear shattered under one strike, disintegrating into dust. Only faint golden specks lingered in the air before dissipating. Far away, the birdman's final attack failed, and it dimmed, gradually crumbling and vanishing from the arena. Rumble. The instant the birdman vanished, space around them exploded once more. A golden heavenly steel landed on the arena, emitting a grand voice. First stage cleared. Reward. 1 10,000-year black blood ginseng king. 1 scroll of innate magic technique. Rumble. 2 orbs of light appeared before Kit. 1 orb contained a ginseng king a meter tall and as thick as an arm, entirely resembling obsidian. The other was an innate spirit jade, densely inscribed with intricate runes, a fine treasure indeed. Damn, such valuable items for just the first stage? Seeing the 2 treasures, Kit was stunned. Both were extraordinary treasures, especially the 10,000-year black blood ginseng king, which was extremely rare. While 10,000-year herbs weren't uncommon, breaking past the 10,000-year mark meant surviving celestial tribulations. Reaching 100,000 years required surviving 10 consecutive tribulations, making it exceptionally rare. Looking at the treasures before him, Kit reached out, but the 2 orbs were only illusions, not tangible objects. You're playing me? Kit frowned, looking at the steel with some indignation. All rewards will be distributed together after clearing all 9 stages. A string of words appeared on the steel. He's right. If you can't clear all 9 stages continuously, you're basically dead anyway, so these treasures won't do you much good. Kit nodded, quickly understanding the logic behind it. Boom. The golden steel only appeared for a brief moment. After announcing the reward for the first stage, the second test began immediately. Boom. Another beam of light shot up. As the golden pillar dissipated, a golden armored warrior holding a golden battle saber appeared before Kit. Compared to the birdman, this warrior's aura was significantly stronger, reaching the late-stage divine pill realm. Note: the translation aims to capture the tone and style of the original text while ensuring natural English flow and coherence. Chapter 140, Dragon Pattern Sword Damaged. The bird warrior is at the mid-stage, while the golden armored warrior is at the late stage. Does it mean that every additional level automatically increases the challenge by 1 realm? Kit muttered to himself. He was not intimidated. He directly activated his heavenly Dao True Eye to scrutinize the golden armored warrior's weaknesses. Unexpectedly, this golden armored warrior was much stronger than the bird warrior. Inside his body, there existed 2 cores, one located in his head and the second in the Dantian region. Only if both cores were destroyed simultaneously would the golden armored warrior dissipate. 2 cores? Not too difficult to handle. Kit's gaze slightly intensified as he made up his mind. His speed increased dramatically, and in a blink, he had rushed right in front of the golden armored warrior. Swish! The golden armored warrior's speed was no less impressive. With his golden warblade in hand, he swung towards Kit. Too slow. Kit's speed quadrupled, allowing him to circle around to the golden armored warrior's back. Raising his fist, he aimed for the opponent's head with a punch. However, something unexpected happened. The golden armored warrior instantly disappeared, reappearing beside Kit. He raised his golden blade and slashed towards Kit, attempting to cleave him in two. Teleportation? This is like cheating. Kit was speechless. There was no way he could dodge this slash. Ping! The golden armored warrior's strike landed on Kit, but the adamantine warrobe emerged automatically, enveloping Kit in a layer of golden light. The golden armored warrior's blade couldn't even scratch Kit, only causing a shower of sparks. In response, Kit grabbed the golden armored warrior by the neck. His fleshly strength was incredibly terrifying, nearly reaching the half-step divine roaming realm. Combined with the adamantine warrobe's defense, he was practically invincible. Though powerful, the golden armored warrior couldn't break free and was slammed onto the ground by Kit. Boom! The stage material remained intact without any changes. Under Kit's blow, the golden armored warrior exploded into fragments. Ding ding ding! Countless rays of golden light surged upward, with 2 golden beads flying away to reassemble the golden armored warrior elsewhere. Kit saw this and caught 1 golden bead effortlessly. However, due to the missing bead, the reassembled golden armored warrior's aura weakened considerably, now comparable to that of the bird warrior. Tisich, this resilience is really tough to handle. Kit was frustrated. Boom! At this moment, black flames erupted from the golden armored warrior's body. Upon the appearance of the black flames, Kit's pupils narrowed. He knew he had to take this seriously now. These flames, holy fire. Indeed, anything associated with the term holy in xuanhuan world was not ordinary, and holy fire was no exception. At the holy fire tier, quantity became irrelevant. A golden blade tainted by holy fire could cut through imperial-grade spirit equipment like slicing tofu. This was the sage realm. Below it, all were mere ants. Boom! The black flames condensed on the long sword. In an instant, the energy core within the golden armored warrior shattered, releasing massive amounts of energy into this single strike. The golden armored warrior turned into an almost non-existent phantom and swung his black long sword. Instantly crossing hundreds of feet, he slashed towards Kit. Want to take me out like this? It's not that easy. Kit frowned slightly, activating his free and easy steps to retreat several hundred feet. However, this strike followed closely, impossible to evade. What a pity I didn't bring the rust sword. Otherwise, I could have easily blocked this. Kit felt somewhat depressed. Meanwhile, his clone symbol was reaching its limit. Fine, let's go all out. With gritted teeth, Kit summoned infinite radiance from his dragon pattern sword, the first form of the Emperor's Sword technique. Rumble. The dragon pattern sword, being an imperial-grade spirit weapon, unleashed astonishing power under full activation. Kit swung the dragon pattern sword towards the black longsword. Ping! A clear metallic sound rang out. The dragon pattern sword bore a clear notch, then split in two like tofu, unable to stop the incoming black blade. The black blade's speed did not waver as it continued towards Kit. Hell! Kit stared at the damaged dragon pattern sword, feeling pained. An imperial-grade spirit weapon destroyed just like that. However, from the broken pieces of the dragon pattern sword, a scroll fell out. A scroll? Kit froze momentarily. Instinctively, he caught the scroll and placed it in front of the black blade. Oh no! He suddenly realized the scroll might contain some profound dragon abilities or divine techniques. If destroyed by the black blade, it would be a great loss. But even Kit had no time to pull it back now. Ping! The black blade hit the scroll, which emitted a faint silver glow, easily blocking the holy fire. It remained undisturbed until the black flames extinguished, leaving the scroll unharmed. Treasure! Kit's mouth watered. Just then, Kit's body flickered, indicating his clone time was running out. Boom! Kit hurled the scroll outside the ancient hall. The platform restricted the trial participants, but not items like scrolls. As soon as the scroll left his hand, the clone exploded. Outside, Kit abruptly opened his eyes and, using his free and easy steps, rushed into the killing formation. He grabbed the silver-white scroll and then exited the formation, carefully inspecting it. The scroll was about a foot long, as thick as an arm, emitting specks of silver-white light. Kit tried to open it, but found it impossible. Wow, we got something good here. Wilbur, the jet, sucked in a breath, eyeing the silver-white scroll. This thing is definitely above the imperial-grade spirit weapon level. Could this be the Black Blood Jade Saint Bell? No. Kit shook his head. It's something that dropped out after the dragon pattern sword shattered. What? An imperial-grade spirit weapon broke? What exactly did you experience inside there, boss? Kit was about to explain when strong auras began surging from nearby. Chapter 141, Too Devious. His cultivation realm was far beyond the divine pill realm. Seems like outsiders have arrived. Let's retreat. Without a moment's hesitation, Kit dragged the Jace and vanished on the spot. We should leave too. The members of the Tianhe sect weren't foolish either. Seeing Kit flee, they immediately realized that staying might get them killed. So, they all fled as well. Boom. Almost as soon as Kit left, 11 divine profound realm cultivators arrived at the ancient hall. Among these 11, the leader was naturally that young man. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the core of the Black Blood Secret Realm. Once inside, you can obtain the Black Blood Secret Realm's sacred artifact, the Black Blood Jade Holy Bell. The young man, hands clasped behind his back, said with a smile. And once the Black Blood Jade Holy Bell is taken, the entire secret realm will collapse. At that time, the Ali is bound to die. Fine, I'll go first. A Yanko stepped forward voluntarily. He was gaunt and nearing the end of his lifespan, so he had nothing to fear. Before leaving, the Yanko glanced at the young man and said indifferently, I hope you're not lying to me. Of course not. The young man nodded with a smile, appearing very sincere. Seeing this, the Yanko entered the ancient hall without another word. From a distance, Kit watched this scene, stroked his chin, and said, "Interesting. This young man is truly devious." "What's wrong, boss?" Jace looked at Kit, somewhat puzzled. Kit glanced at Jace and explained, "I thought they would be waiting for me outside the secret realm, but I didn't expect they'd destroy the entire place just to kill me. However, they made one mistake." Huh. Jace still didn't understand, but being very smart, he quickly caught on and asked curiously, "Boss, there's a big trap inside this secret realm, right?" "Correct." Kit nodded and continued, "There indeed is a black blood jade holy bell in the ancient hall, but to obtain it, one must pass through 9 trials left by the Ade. I barely made it past the second trial and broke an imperial spirit artisan weapon. These divine profound realm cultivators don't stand a chance." "Phew." Jace gasped when Kit finished speaking. It looked at the group of experts and then said somewhat gleefully, "Now these guys are in deep trouble." "Pretty much. We just wait and see." Kit said nothing more and continued hiding to observe the unfolding events. Ding ding ding. 3 consecutive bell sounds echoed. Powerful energy waves erupted from within the ancient hall, terrifying and abnormal. Just a dozen breaths later, a scream echoed from the hall. Ah, what a fearsome attack. After the scream, a scroll flew out from the ancient hall. Clearly, it was information passed by the Yanko. With a snap, the young man grabbed the scroll, opened it, glanced at it, and then said, "As expected, the interior matches the ancient records." "What?" The Yun family was furious. A strong Yun family member grabbed the young man's collar and roared angrily, "Kid, you dared to send our people to their deaths." "Ladies and gentlemen, hold on, he's not wrong." Several Black Blood sect cultivators pulled the two apart, waved the scroll and said, "The ancient hall does contain the Black Blood Jade Holy Bell, but everything has conditions, passing the 9 trials set by the Ade. Those who clear them get the sacred artifact, and those who fail, die." The room fell silent after the Black Blood sect's words. Who could easily pass 9 trials set by a sage? Considering that the divine profound cultivator couldn't even pass the first trial. Gentlemen, according to ancient records, these trials adjust based on strength and realm. Otherwise, the heir selection process would be ineffective. The young man smiled and added, "And there's someone within the secret realm who can absolutely pass all 9 trials effortlessly." "That Ali?" The Yun family paused, immediately grasping the crux of the issue. "Yes, that Ali." The young man nodded and said with a smile, "Ladies and gentlemen, I possess a secret method to control the Black Blood Jade Holy Bell. Once it appears, I can summon it and suppress the Ali." Then, upon hearing this, the Yun family and the Black Blood sect exchanged glances. Their attitudes clearly differed. At this moment, the Black Blood sect realized if the young man had the secret method to summon the Black Blood Holy Bell, what did that imply? The young man had targeted the artifact all along. Once obtained, could they possibly take it from him? 5 Black Blood sect divine profound cultivators' expressions turned cold instantly. A Black Blood sect member stared coldly at the young man and said, "You were targeting the Black Blood Jade Holy Bell all along, correct?" "If I was after the sacred artifact, I wouldn't collaborate with Black Blood sect and Yun family." The young man shook his head, spread his hands, and replied calmly, "For you, the artifact is invaluable, but for me, the true dragon essence blood inside the Ali is far more precious. Besides, he has that other item. Forget it. If you wish to continue the cooperation, fine. Otherwise, let's confront it together." 5 divine profound cultivators. I'm not scared. The Black Blood sect hesitated. This young man was unfathomable, perhaps not easy to defeat. Moreover, even if they turned against him now, it wouldn't change anything. After all, the Black Blood sect didn't have methods to transport high-level cultivators into the Black Blood secret realm. Reflecting on this, a Black Blood sect elder sighed and said, "I believe you. What's next?" "Naturally, we lure the Ali to the trial site." The young man, smiling at 4 Yun family divine profound cultivators, added lightly, "This task, I trust you all can handle, right?" "All right." The Yun family members nodded, then scattered in different directions to locate Kit. Hiding nearby, Kit observed the distant young man and muttered, "What a devious guy. Who exactly is he? If I hadn't seen this, I might have really fallen for his trap." Tut. Chapter 142. Lure the snake out of its hole. "Boss, what should we do next?" Ansel rubbed his hands together eagerly and said, "Why don't we just rush up and kill them all? There are only 6 divine mysticism realm cultivators. That shouldn't be a problem for you, right?" Kit stroked his chin and said, "Don't act rashly for now. This guy gives me a slightly dangerous feeling." Glancing at the young man, Kit knew this person was absolutely a devious existence. He had to be cautious. However, Kit now held the advantage. In this entire secret realm, the only one who could pass through was likely Kit himself. The others couldn't clear the 9 stages left by the Black Blood Saint. This meant Kit controlled the initiative. Unless he entered the arena voluntarily, the youth's plans would remain futile. Since he possesses the method to control the Black Blood Jade Bell, I just need to figure out a way to get this secret technique. That should work. With this thought, a new plan formed in Kit's mind. "Boss, did you think of some underhanded trick? Wait, some good strategy?" Ansel knew Kit must have thought of something clever from his shifty eyes. "Right, you're smart." Kit patted Ansel on the forehead. Ansel smiled, then asked, "Boss, what's the plan?" "Tell me." "Simple. We capture that youth and force him to reveal how to control the holy artifact." Kit glanced at the distant youth and told Ansel, "Let's go find a good spot first." "All right, boss." Ansel's eyes lit up as he immediately followed along. In a valley, Kit sat cross-legged without rushing to set the trap. Instead, he took out a 10,000-year-old black blood Zhu fruit and swallowed it directly. Boom. The moment the 10,000-year-old Zhu fruit was down, the body-refining secret technique inside Kit rapidly operated to refine its power. Body refiners typically undergo internal refinement from bone marrow to bones, organs, and finally into an integrated whole. tempering every inch of their flesh. When perfected, this process reaches the pinnacle of golden body realm. After swallowing the black blood Zhu fruit, Kit's body began to transform. His bones and muscles fused, creating a series of cracking sounds as his body started its transformation. This transformation was incredibly harsh, cleansing every impurity from his body. Externally, it looked like Kit was covered in wounds, with blood and bone fragments spilling everywhere. Anyone seeing this might think he was severely injured. Phew. A complete bodily transformation, the highest achievement of the 4th level of body refinement. What kind of monster is my boss? Uninstall stared at Kit, wide-eyed. Most people in the 4th level of body refinement can only achieve bone marrow transformation, slightly enhancing their physical attributes. But the improvement brought by a complete bodily transformation is not on the same level. It's like comparing an old, rusted blade used after a polish to one that has been entirely reforged. Kit chose the latter. Rumble. Upon completing the bodily transformation, Kit's blood transformed drastically. Originally mixed human and true dragon blood became pure golden true dragon blood, shimmering gold and brimming with infinite vitality. True dragon's sacred body. Finally accomplished. Kit opened his eyes, exhaling a puff of golden breath. Boom. The breath cut through the cliff wall like a sword, gouging a gaping hole, deep and wide as a barrel. Rumble. As Kit released a bit of energy, the true dragon aura swept across, suppressing everything around. For Uninstall, this aura exerted immense pressure. Unable to withstand it, he collapsed onto the ground, trembling as he said, "Boss, please withdraw your true dragon aura. I can't hold up." "Oh, I forgot about that." Kit reined in his aura, and the surroundings instantly calmed down. Phew. Uninstall wiped the sweat from his brow, amazed. So this is the true dragon's sacred body? Just like a real dragon. Indeed, it's incredible. My current physical resilience has reached the upper-class spirit tool level. Even attacks from deity roaming realm wouldn't break through my defenses. This defensive capability. Kit muttered to himself, acknowledging the terrifying extent of his newfound defense. Considering he was still at the 4th level of body refinement, achieving bone marrow transformation, there were higher realms like the golden body and even the more advanced innate martial Tao. His future physical resilience was unimaginable. Kit suspected that when he reached the golden body realm, his physical strength might match that of ancient great beings. Shaking his head, Kit focused and began preparing traps in an unfamiliar valley. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Yuan family and a group of Black Blood sect experts searched throughout the entire Black Blood secret realm but found nothing. Kit seemed to vanish within the secret realm. 3 days passed swiftly, and under no choice, the Black Blood sect and Yuan family had to issue a bounty, rewarding a royal-grade spirit tool to anyone who could provide information on Kit. Yet, there was still no news. It's impossible. We've searched most of the areas in this secret realm and can't find the Keenan's trail. Could he have left the secret realm already? No way. He came here to seek treasures like the 10,000-year-old black blood Zhu fruit. How could he leave so easily? Maybe he died inside this secret realm? Don't be ridiculous. He's the Keenan with boundless fortune. We might die here, but he'd probably still be alive and kicking. The Yuan family members and Black Blood sect individuals stood atop a mountain peak, sighing despondently in the chilly mountain breeze. They thought Kit, with his exceptional talent, would be very conspicuous in the secret realm, making him easy to find. But Kit was as if he had vanished into thin air. Just then, a disciple from the Black Blood sect rushed into the hall, panting and excited. Chapter 143, Trick into the Trap. He exclaimed in alarm, "It's not good. Someone claims they know where that Keenan is. What? Bring him in quickly." Fife's face lit up instantly. Others also sighed with relief. Finally, there was some news. As long as they knew the location of the Keenan, they wouldn't have to worry about trapping him to death. After a short while, a young man dressed in a white Taoist robe with a shy smile on his face entered the grand hall. Without saying much, this young man was naturally Kit, who had altered his appearance. "Do you know where that Keenan is?" As soon as Fife saw Kit come in, he asked bluntly without any delay. Shouldn't I be allowed to see the prize first? For example, that imperial-grade spirit artifact." Kit stood calmly before 10 xianxian realm experts with a warm smile, showing no sign of panic. Note, the term, deity Shenjing, xianxian realm, has been corrected to xianxian realm, for consistency and natural reading flow in English. Kit's calmness made the people from the Yuan family and the Black Blood sect even more convinced that Kit definitely knew something about that Keenan. A few elders exchanged glances, then Fife took out a spear and said, "This spear is named the Startling Swallow Spear. Now, hurry up and tell us, where's that Keenan?" "No deal. You must give me the spirit artifact first. Otherwise, how do I know you won't go back on your word?" Kit remained unperturbed and continued to haggle. Actually, he didn't care about 1 or 2 imperial-grade spirit artifacts at this point, but rather to enhance these people's trust. Only by constant bargaining would the Yuan family and the Black Blood sect believe that Kit indeed had the real information. Fife glanced at Kit and then took out a jade pendant, saying, "No way. You need to provide some information first, so we can verify it. This jade pendant has ancient runes that can test whether what you say is true or false." "Oh." Kit glanced at Fife and nodded, saying, "Very well. You can ask now. Do you know the name of that Keenan?" Fife asked bluntly. Upon hearing this, everyone else brightened up. To be honest, the endless troubles stirred up by Kit were known to most, including his alias, Zijin Sect Fintan. But everyone knew it was a fake identity. The real name remained unknown. If they could learn Kit's real name, they could trace it to the force backing him up. Even if they couldn't cut off the root, it could serve as a threat. In most people's minds, knowing the real name of that Keenan was worth an imperial-grade spirit artifact. However, Kit wasn't foolish enough to reveal himself. He looked at Fife and said, "I know, but I can't tell you." The jade pendant trembled slightly, confirming that Kit was telling the truth. But it was meaningless gibberish. Nevertheless, it was enough. Since Kit knew the true name, it proved that his words were credible. Fife's expression became more amiable upon realizing this. He tossed the startling swallow spear to Kit and then said, "All right, here's your Imperial-grade spirit artifact. Tell me the name of that, Keenan." "That won't work. One Imperial-grade spirit artifact can only buy you his location." A faint smile played on Kit's lips as he examined the Imperial-grade spirit artifact in his hand, then added, "For his name, you'll have to pay more." "You," Fife fumed. "A young punk like you is becoming too greedy." An expert from the Black Blood sect looked at Kit with eyes full of killing intent, clearly prepared for a fight. Kit didn't flinch. He crossed his arms and stared at the 10 Xianxian realm experts, coolly stating, "Just so you know, you can make your move, but you better think about whether I came here confident enough to leave alive." Note, the term deity Shenjing, Xianxian realm, seems to be a mix of English and Chinese. For consistency and fluency in English, it should be fully translated as Xianxian realm. "You." The Black Blood sect elder focused his gaze and prepared to attack. At this moment, the young man in the white robe spoke up, "Hold it. That Keenan is going to be dead soon anyway. Whether he has a name or not doesn't matter." "Right. Okay, kid, tell us where that Keenan is." "Humph. If you dare to lie to us, you will die for sure." The group of Yun family experts started to threaten Kit. Meanwhile, they all cast malicious glances at him, ready to pounce should he lie. Seeing this, Kit remained silent, just saying, "He is in a valley, seemingly in seclusion. Follow me." Then, Kit leaped into the sky. "Go. We're moving." The people from the Yun family and the Black Blood sect were delighted and followed Kit towards the valley. Soon, a valley appeared before the group of experts. Coincidentally, the incel was walking around outside when he saw the approaching group of experts and immediately shouted, "Boss, run! Experts from the Yun family and the Black Blood sect are here." "Ah, it's that cheap dragon. Haha, the Keenan really is here. Hurry, set up the formation. Take out the imitation sacred weapon. We can't let him escape this time." The group of Yun family experts was extremely excited. Without a second thought, they began to act, taking out 108 King-grade spirit artifacts as array flags. They directly sealed the space to prevent Kit from escaping using spatial leap. Then, an elder produced a blood-red blade. It was the bloodthirsty blade. Boom. That Yun family expert activated the bloodthirsty blade, slashing directly toward the valley, trying to level the entire valley. Watching from the side, Kit's pupils constricted, utterly astonished. If he hadn't been prepared, he would have been eliminated in this sudden attack. Now, however, things were different. Inside the valley, the clone talisman activated. Kit controlled the clone, using the golden willow leaf to boost its cultivation to the divine mystic realm. Then, an imitation bloodthirsty blade appeared in his hand, clashing with the blood-red blade in the sky. Boom. An unimaginable burst of energy exploded. In an instant, the entire valley was leveled. Dense dust clouds filled every corner. Controlled by Kit, the clone emerged from the dust cloud, holding the imitation bloodthirsty blade with one hand and looking at the crowd of experts from the Yun family and the Black Blood sect indifferently, saying, "You guys are pretty ruthless. You attacked without a word." Imitation bloodthirsty blade? How did you get an imitation bloodthirsty blade? Chapter 144, Clash of Holy Artifacts. The Yun family elder was completely baffled. This item required a special secret technique for forging, and it should only be within the Yun family's possession. "Oh, it seems there's this chicken named Sinclair, who, overestimating himself, wanted to kill me. I ended up killing him instead." Kit scratched his ear, looking at the group of powerful individuals with an indifferent expression. "You guys, have you thought about how you're going to die yet? No. How about leaving some final words?" "Boy, don't be so arrogant. It's just a replica holy artifact." Several cultivators from the Black Blood sect stepped forward. One of them produced a fist-sized hammer in his hand. It was entirely golden, emitting a shocking aura. Undoubtedly, it was a replica holy artifact. Upon seeing the Black Blood sect also take action, the Yun family's confidence surged. They looked provocatively at Kit and loudly said, "Boy, now we have 2 artifacts, while you only have 1. Prepare to die. Whether or not I die can only be decided after a fight." Kit narrowed his eyes, a sinister smile creeping onto his lips. Of course, he knew the opponents had 2 replica holy artifacts, but he didn't care. His purpose here as an avatar was to deplete their resources and then drag them into a killing array, leveraging its power to annihilate them completely. As for winning, with merely an avatar, the probability of victory was virtually 0. Boom. Seeing Kit still provoking, the Yun family members attacked without another word. "Take my hammer." The Black Blood sect followers followed suit, unleashing the golden hammer towards Kit. "Come on, who's afraid?" Without hesitation, Kit unleashed the bloodthirsty blade's terrifying power directly toward the sky's 2 holy artifacts. Rumble. The power of the 3 replica holy artifacts was astonishing. Even under the severe law restrictions within the small world, they effortlessly flattened the mountain ranges within several dozen miles. The mountains turned to ruins, becoming ash. Just one strike left 3 divine, profound realm cultivators obliterated. Yet Kit's avatar, almost identical to the original, with an extremely strong physical body akin to a superior spirit weapon, barely withstood the impact. Only a few ribs were broken. Crack, crack. Kit reset his avatar's ribs with an unnerving sound. Opposite him, only 2 divine profound realm Yun family cultivators remained. Staring at Kit in terror, one yelled, "This is impossible. Why are you so powerful? You shouldn't have survived amidst the clash of 3 holy artifacts." "But I did survive." Holding the bloodthirsty blade, Kit turned his gaze to the white-clothed youth beside him. Despite the earth-shattering battle earlier, the youth remained eerily calm and unfazed, showing no sign of panic. This meant, this guy absolutely has hidden cards up his sleeve. Realizing this, Kit, without another word, swung the bloodthirsty blade right at the white-clothed youth. Rumble. Fully unleashed, the bloodthirsty blade's power was hundreds of times more terrifying than when used by Sinclair. A black-red blade beam shattered the space and instantly reached the white-clothed youth. Fear finally appeared on the youth's face. He rapidly formed hand seals. A worn-out dragon tooth pendant suddenly emerged, exuding an aura unique to saintly spirits. Rumble. Instantly sensing the bloodthirsty blade's blade beam, the pendant released a white light that coalesced into a similarly formidable energy sword beam, clashing head-on with the bloodthirsty blade's beam. Rumble. A deafening sound erupted. Amidst the intense collision, the red blade beam and the energy sword beam canceled each other out, leaving behind a mushroom cloud several miles high in the sky. A holy artifact made from a true dragon tooth. Kit's eyes narrowed, feeling a sense of unease. He hadn't expected the youth to actually possess a holy artifact. Trouble indeed. Crack, crack. Cracks began appearing on Kit's bloodthirsty long knife. This artifact only had 8 uses, and Kit had already used it 3 times, meaning he could only swing 5 more times. Meanwhile, the youth with the true dragon tooth artifact had no such limits. What a real dog, clearly having a holy artifact but not using it. Kit's eyes narrowed further, thoroughly despising the youth's behavior. Meanwhile, he rated this white-robed youth as even more dangerous. To deal with this kind of opponent, overwhelming force was the best solution. Considering this, the hidden Kit considered using the rusty sword against the mysterious youth. But eventually, he gave up. He sensed the youth probably had even more hidden cards. In all these years, you're the first person who forced me to use my holy artifact. The youth looked at Kit calmly. Your qualifications truly live up to your title as a young supreme being. Initially, I wanted you to help retrieve the Black Blood Jade Saint Bell. But now, it's necessary to eliminate you early. If you grow any further, you'll become a thorn in my side. Funny, I think the same. Kit smiled faintly, then narrowed his eyes and asked, What's your name? I don't kill unnamed beings. No change in name or surname. I am Fitz, young lord of the Divinewood sect. Dressed in white, Fitz stood with hands behind his back, looking at Kit indifferently. Confident that he could easily finish Kit off, he viewed Kit as already dead. Kit, looking at Fitz, asked in surprise, Do you know Adriel? What? Shocked, Fitz frowned slightly and asked, Kid, you know about my ancestor, Adriel? Ah, my bad, you're his descendant. Never mind then. Kit nodded, not intending to reveal that he had killed Adriel. He held the token Adriel left behind. Perhaps it would serve some miraculous purpose. Fitz gave Kit a puzzled look, frowning slightly. Forget it. I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. Prepare to die. ##### Chapter 145. Old Sixth's Downfall. After saying that, Fitz activated the true Dragon Fong, and it surged towards Kit. Boom. As a sacred artifact, the true Dragon Fong was terrifying beyond imagination. With just a slight vibration, a razor-sharp sword chi slashed down toward Kit. Even a minor graze would cripple Kit, but Kit swung the bloodthirsty blade calmly and confronted Fitz without hesitation. Boom. One attack after another erupted. 1 slash, 2 slashes, 3 slashes, 4 slashes. After 4 consecutive slashes, within a radius of dozens of miles, everything was in ruins. Kit's clone was covered with countless wounds. The backlash from battling a sacred artifact was enough to severely injure him. In his hands, the bloodthirsty blade was riddled with cracks. Facing him, Fitz remained unscathed. On his body, he wore a sacred artifact made of 9-colored heavenly silkworm threads, easily withstanding the clash between the 2 sacred artifacts. 2 sacred artifacts, 1 for attack, 1 for defense. Unless a king-level or celestial lord-class entity intervened, no one could match Fitz. Haha, you can only muster 1 more slash. Fitz looked at Kit with a cruel smile and said coolly, Too bad. I must strangle genius in its cradle. Keenan? An achievement countless people have never reached. Kid, have you thought about how you want to die? Don't you know that celebrating too early can lead to disaster? Kit suddenly smiled faintly. He raised the blood-red bloodthirsty blade and said, This is my last slash. Do you believe this 1 slash can directly kill you? Are you dreaming? Fitz was full of disdain. He didn't want to waste time, so he immediately activated the true Dragon Fong and charged at Kit. Bang! All of Kit's clone's spiritual energy was poured into the bloodthirsty blade. With all his might, he delivered 1 final strike directly towards Fitz. The power of this slash was twice as strong as under normal circumstances. Indeed, you do have some skill. Unfortunately, if that's all you've got, it's not enough to hurt me. Fitz shouted. He chose to confront Kit's clone head-on, unleashing all his power, activating the sacred artifact, and striking back. And at that very moment, the real Kit, who had been waiting, finally made his move. He pulled out a rusty sword and sliced his own hand. Golden true dragon blood flowed out, coating the entire rusty sword. The rust on the sword briefly disappeared. The aura of an Empyrean-grade artifact spread. What? Feeling the aura of the Empyrean-grade artifact, Fitz hastily turned his head. For a moment, his soul nearly fled. He saw the rust on Kit's sword fall off by a fifth, revealing most of the blade. The aura of the Empyrean-grade weapon was terrifying. Compared to the sacred artifact, it was like comparing the light of a candle to the radiance of the sun and moon. There was no comparison. I told you, you would die. Kit infused all his spiritual energy into the Empyrean-grade weapon. His footsteps exploded in the free and easy steps. His speed skyrocketed countless times. Kadiki, a bolt of white lightning, he appeared in front of Fitz in an instant. Swinging the Empyrean sword, he slashed down. The armor made of 9-colored, heavenly silkworm threads solidified into an energy suit, attempting to block Kit's Empyrean sword. But a mere sacred artifact was incomparable to an Empyrean-grade artifact. Kit's sword slashed down. The 9-colored armor was cut apart like tofu. Whoosh. Fitz's head was severed by Kit's sword. At the center of Fitz's brow, a talisman for resurrection appeared, trying to revive him. Seeing this, Kit grabbed the jade-like talisman and forcibly stripped it, refining it into his spirit artifact. No, wait, spare me. I am the young patriarch of the Shenmu sect. Killing me will bring the entire Shenmu sect after you. Fitz lost all his former composure. He cried out in terror, I will become your servant, don't kill me. Oh. Kit paused. Fitz knew a lot about the mystic true world. If he could subdue him and make him a servant, it might be a good choice. However, when he saw the endless malice and fury in Fitz's eyes, Kit knew this guy couldn't be left alive. Cruel and venomous like a snake. Any mistake might lead to being directly betrayed. Thus, without further ado, the Empyrean sword slashed down, turning Fitz's head into pieces. Fitz's soul fell outside, staring at Kit in sheer horror. Die. Without delay, Kit summoned a soul-destroying talisman, ready to obliterate Fitz. Jing. At that moment, the true Dragon Fang trembled. A terrifying intent erupted. Stop. How dare you harm my son? As the voice faded, a golden figure appeared in front of Kit. That figure extended a hand and struck toward Kit. Boom. Just a casual blow from the golden hand matched the power of Kit using a sacred artifact, enough to show how incredibly powerful this middle-aged man was. Father, save me. Fitz exclaimed in relief. This boy destroyed my physical body. Capture him. I want to take over his body. No problem. The middle-aged man was confident. He pressed down on Kit with one hand, intending to seal him directly, but Kit wasn't going to stand still. He drank a mouthful of immortal spirit liquid, and a jade pendant appeared in his hand, activating a sword chi. Whoosh. Pierce's residual sword chi shattered the void, effortlessly tearing through the golden hand and crushing half of the middle-aged man's body. The sword chi left by a super-strong entity? The middle-aged man's pupils constricted. Without hesitation, he swept up the true Dragon Fang and the 9-colored heavenly silkworm sacred robe and prepared to flee. How could Kit let him go? Today, he had not only lost a replica-grade bloodthirsty blade, but also wasted a burst of Pierce's sword chi. If the other party escaped, he would suffer great losses. So Kit shouted, damn it, leave the 2 sacred artifacts behind. While shouting, Kit swung the rusty sword with all his might. Boom. The aura of the Empyrean-grade weapon erupted again. A 1,000-foot-long sword beam pierced the sky, and Kit slashed down, severing the middle-aged man's phantom arm. Chapter 146, Convalescence. At the same time, the 9-colored heavenly silkworm sacred garment fell to the ground. An Empyrean artifact. Boy, you actually have an Empyrean artifact in your hands. The middle-aged cultivator was filled with immense fear. He shouted loudly, boy, remember this. The Divinewood sect will settle this score with you. Leaving behind these ominous words, the middle-aged cultivator didn't look back and carried Fitz's soul directly through a torn space, escaping from the Black Blood's secret realm. Even the sacred artifact on the ground, the 9-colored heavenly silkworm sacred garment, fell to the ground. He knew that he was absolutely no match for Kit now. Staying here would only cost him another sacred artifact. Tisich, everyone knows how to talk tough. Kit mocked, picking up the 9-colored heavenly silkworm sacred garment with one hand. This was purely a defensive sacred artifact. It had withstood the blow of the Empyrean sword just now without any issues. This was more than enough to make up for the loss of his replica sacred artifact, the bloodthirsty blade. Boom. With a thought, Kit began refining the entire 9-colored heavenly silkworm sacred garment. Boom. At this moment, the Yuan family members and the Black Blood sect members exchanged glances, quietly stepping back, preparing to flee. Their movements were extremely light, afraid to alert Kit. However, Kit sensed their actions the moment they moved. While he refined the 9-colored heavenly silkworm sacred garment, he turned his head to look at the people from the Black Blood sect and the Yuan family. His cold gaze was like hellfire, capturing the hearts and minds of all present, carrying an incredibly powerful pressure. The faces of the few opposite turned pale in an instant. Originally harmless-looking Kit now appeared like a mythical beast from ancient times, bringing with him an incomparable sense of oppression. Run. The members of the Black Blood sect couldn't hold on any longer. They knew that standing against Kit meant certain death. Fleeing was the better option. Thus, the leading cultivator, wielding the replica golden hammer, tore through the space, escaping toward the outside of the Black Blood secret realm. The Yuan family reacted half a beat slower. Only after the Black Blood sect members fled did they change their expressions dramatically. But by then, it was too late to escape. Without a word, Kit swung his rusty sword, releasing a wave of sword energy. The 2 divine profound realm elders without protection from replica sacred artifacts were shattered into pieces by Kit's single strike, scattering all over the place. Just as he struck, Kit's hand trembled slightly, almost imperceptibly. After the intense battle, he was nearing his limits. Using true dragon blood indeed could temporarily lift the seal, allowing the Empyrean sword to awaken. But the price was heavy. Those few strikes had drained nearly a third of the true dragon blood from Kit's body. It would take a month or so of rest to replenish it. Even using elixirs to speed up the process, it would still require 3 to 5 days of recovery. Therefore, after killing the Yuan family cultivators, Kit glanced around and reached out. He grabbed several storage rings from the divine profound realm experts and various treasure space equipment from Fitz's body. Then, with both hands continuously inscribing runes, he pulled up 108 king-grade spirit weapons floating around and stored them in the dragon-shaped pendant. The power of these 108 king-grade spirit weapons could rival that of a quasi-imperial artifact. They were invaluable auxiliary treasures. After ensuring nothing was left behind with a sweep of his divine consciousness, Kit activated the black talisman, opened a spatial gate, and vanished in the blink of an eye. Once Kit left, the oppressive feeling of impending doom dissipated, causing the surrounding cultivators to breathe a sigh of relief. This will stir things up on the outside. That's right, the young Empyrean has an Empyrean-level artifact in his possession. That's something countless powerful sects dream of. Forget it. This matter is none of our business. We should stay out of it, or we'll easily be dragged in, with no place to bury our bodies. Right. Let's scatter. We have herbs to gather. A group of cultivators shook their heads and disappeared on the spot. At this moment, Kit, accompanied by the Jace, came to a secluded place within the Black Blood's secret realm. This place was part of a natural killing array. No one below the divine profound realm could enter, making it quiet and suitable for Kit to recover from his injuries. Rustle. Kit poured out a large pile of immortal spirit liquid from his storage ring into a stone-carved pool. Apart from the immortal spirit liquid, there were also a large number of medicinal pills made from medicinal herbs to replenish vital energy, which Kit swallowed as if they were candy beans. Boom boom. A vast amount of spiritual energy and life essence flooded into Kit's body. Visible to the naked eye, Kit's aura grew stronger. His originally pale face showed a slight blush. Hiss. The price was really too high this time. Kit drew in a deep breath, his brows furrowing slightly. The cost of using an Empyrean artifact was greater than he had imagined, almost draining him to a desiccated corpse. If not for his strong physical constitution, he would already be in a state of lost soul. He would undoubtedly have been drained dry by the Empyrean artifact. Boss, you finally recovered some vitality. I thought you were about to kick the bucket. Jace approached and quipped, I was already prepared to inherit your legacy and carry on your will. Get lost. Kit was speechless. This guy was too vicious. However, Jace's quick appearance reminded Kit. This old fox might know of a way to quickly restore his vitality and condition. Thinking of this, Kit looked at Jace and asked, Hey, do you know of any methods to rapidly restore vitality? Kadiki pills, for example? Now that you mention it, I do recall something. Jace rubbed his chin and said, In the xuanhuan world, there's a secret realm known for producing a fruit called the blood replenishing fruit. It can restore blood consumption. If you want to replenish your vitality, you can look for it there. Blood replenishing fruit? Kit carefully considered it. Indeed, he found records of this fruit in his memory. The blood replenishing fruit wasn't highly valuable but had a very high upper limit. The lowest grade could merely replenish the vitality of ordinary people, strengthening the body. However, a millennium-old fruit could regrow severed limbs for cultivators. A 10,000-year-old fruit was even rumored to revive the dead, repairing bones and restoring vitality as long as there was a thread of life left. For those below the Holy Spirit level, it was incredibly useful. For cultivators, this thing was a second life, almost never sold. Translation provided as per guidelines. Chapter 147, Fully Revived. Moreover, the blood medicine secret realm is not the only place that produces blood replenishing fruits, but within a radius of 10,000 miles, it is the only place that can produce 10,000-year-old blood replenishing fruits. Basically, every few decades, one or two can appear. The blood medicine secret realm has existed for several tens of thousands of years, so calculating from this, finding a few 10,000-year-old blood replenishing fruits should not be too difficult. Alright, after I take away the black blood jade holy bell, I will head to the blood medicine secret realm. After Kit made his decision in his heart, he continued lying down. Then he squinted his eyes and absorbed the power of the immortal spirit liquid and various precious medicinal treasures to restore his lost blood chi. The 9 trials left by the Black Blood Saint were incredibly dangerous. He must recover to his peak condition to pass through them. At this moment, outside the Black Blood secret realm, the entire Black Blood city was in an uproar. The elder who had been brought out by the Black Blood sect revealed everything about the incident without any reservation. In just one night, more than half of the powerful figures from the Black Blood sect fled. They directly broke ties with the Black Blood sect, distancing themselves from it. After all, anyone could see that the Black Blood sect was completely doomed, with no hope of salvation. Without mentioning other matters, as long as Kit came out of the Black Blood secret realm, holding a supreme artifact, and stormed into the Black Blood sect, it would be flattened. Even if the Black Blood sect had some trump cards, with Kit's growth potential reaching the supreme spirit realm was certain. The destruction of the Black Blood sect was only a matter of time. Leaving now was not too late. Waiting a few days might be too late. Fools! How did it come to this? The Black Blood sect master roared angrily, shaking the entire hall to pieces. At this moment, the Black Blood sect master regretted being so greedy. Originally, he thought killing Kit would be easy, but never did he imagine that 11 deity mystic realm cultivators and 4 holy great equipment failed to kill Kit. Instead, they were counterkilled by him. Philip, the young master of the Divine Wood sect, was reduced to a single remnant soul, fleeing in disgrace. It was even rumored that Kit possessed a supreme artifact. Now, the entire Black Blood sect was in disarray, with many opposing forces watching coldly on the sidelines, waiting for its demise. Crack, crack. The Black Blood sect master clenched his fists tightly, suddenly feeling a sense of helplessness. With Kit's current state, once the supreme artifact was used, there was no one below the venerable realm who could match him. The Black Blood sect only had a few ancestor-level venerables whose lifespans were exhausted, leaving them barely enough strength for a few moves. It would be easy for Kit to wear them down. Just then, a figure appeared next to the Black Blood sect. He wore a green robe, with a token hanging at his waist, exuding an aura of immense power, at least at the divine ability realm. But his face looked extremely young. The Divine Wood sect. The Black Blood sect master frowned, looking at the middle-aged cultivator in green robes. Why have you come to our Black Blood sect? It's simple, to slay that young supreme. The middle-aged cultivator replied succinctly. The Divine Wood sect will dispatch 8 venerable realm experts. As far as I know, the Black Blood sect has 3, while the Yun family will send 5. Altogether, we have 16 venerable realm experts. The Yun family will bring out their hereditary holy artifact, and my divine wood sect will also deploy 3 holy artifacts to jointly slay the young supreme. What? 16? The Black Blood sect master's expression brightened. 3 venerables might not kill Kit, but 16 venerables, along with at least 5 holy artifacts. Even if Kit had a supreme artifact, he would surely die. The realm gap was too great. Thinking this, the Black Blood sect master nodded and said, "Since that's the case, we'll do it." "Excellent. Prepare. It won't take long before that young supreme emerges from the Black Blood secret realm. We will join forces to eliminate him." A cruel smile spread across the middle-aged cultivator's face. He seemed to already envision Kit dying before him. Meanwhile, inside the Black Blood secret realm, after 5 days of recovery, Kit returned to his peak state. His entire body radiated with significantly stronger energy. Boom. Pure golden dragon blood chi surged skyward. Kit moved his body, sensing the terrifying energy within him. Satisfied, he nodded and said, almost ready to enter the Black Blood Saint's relic site and go through those 9 trials. "Boss, what's missing?" Doug, the incel, looked at Kit with surprise. From Kit's state, it seemed like he was already at his peak. "Simple, I need dragon blood." Kit used a royal-grade spirit sword to cut his arm and began to bleed. He currently didn't have a blood-replenishing fruit, but since he definitely needed the supreme artifact, reserving some dragon blood now was always a precaution. Soon, 1/3 of his dragon blood was released, weakening Kit's aura significantly. Doug looked at Kit worriedly and asked, "Boss, can you still get through the 9 trials in this state?" "No problem. The trials are related to the strength when entering. The weaker I was upon entering, the weaker the trial becomes." Kit smiled slightly, storing the dragon blood in his hand. He quickly headed towards the Black Blood Saint's legacy site with Doug. Upon arriving, the scene was much busier than Kit expected. Many knew this place was the relic of the Black Blood Saint. Several confident geniuses entered, hoping for luck. Ding ding ding. At that moment, a series of bell sounds echoed from the grand hall. Another one died in there. He really overestimated himself. This is the 76th one. How easy is a saint's trial? In the entire secret realm, the only one who can pass it is that mysterious young supreme. Mentioning the young supreme, wonder what he's doing now. Who knows? With a supreme artifact, he probably doesn't care about the Black Blood Saint's inheritance. The group of cultivators chatted animatedly, with many staying to watch. One reason was to see if anyone could get through, and another was because this was where Kit was likely to return. After all, even a young supreme couldn't ignore an easily obtainable holy artifact. TSK. 76 have died. Boss, you're going in? Doug looked at Kit, somewhat worried. "You won't die in there, right? With you setting such reverse flags, I feel much more reassured. You're truly a brother, knowing how to set reverse flags." Translation note. I maintain the structure and style of the original text, including character names and paragraph breaks. If there are specific names or terms that require adjustment, please let me know. ####Chapter 148. Begin the challenge. Kit nodded, and then walked confidently towards the checkpoint left by the Ade. Wow, someone went in again. Heh, another overconfident fool. This checkpoint isn't that easy to pass. Just watch and wait. I bet he can't make it through the first level. Of course not. The previous 76 couldn't get past the first level. Why would he be any different? This is a guaranteed win for us. A group of cultivators didn't think much of Kit, believing he would surely die in the trial. Hey, how can you say that? The incel wasn't pleased. After all, Kit was his boss. Insulting Kit was insulting him too. Could he just stand there? They all turned their heads when they saw the humanoid incel, unaware that he was the famous follower, that cheap dragon. They only assumed he was Kit's subordinate. So the group of cultivators directly mocked. That's the truth. The sage's checkpoint isn't that easy to clear. If you don't believe me, why don't we bet on this? I'll put down 30,000 top-grade spirit stones, betting that this cultivator dies inside. I'll join 1,000,000 top-grade spirit stones. I'll put in 800,000 top-grade spirit stones. In no time, the ground was covered with piles of top-grade spirit stones as more cultivators joined in. Seeing this, the incel didn't hesitate. He immediately threw out 50 million top-grade spirit stones, shouting, "I'm betting 50 million top-grade spirit stones that my boss will come out alive. Who's afraid?" "Good. 500,000 from me. 600,000. Count me in." "You all step aside. Iggy here will also bet 50 million. Many cultivators followed suit. They thought it was an assured win. Impossible. How could anyone pass the 9 checkpoints left by the Ade? I'll bankrupt all of you soon. The incel knew Kit well and inwardly smirked. Looking at the mountain of hundreds of millions of top-grade spirit stones, he drooled uncontrollably. His whole body lit up with glee. Kit didn't pay attention to the group's antics. He strode forward into the Ade's testing grounds. Buzz. Myriad beams of light shot into the sky, and the golden celestial steel reappeared. Kadiki last time, the first checkpoint was still a birdman, but its strength had significantly increased since the first time, reaching late divine pill stage. Clearly, due to Kit's enhanced cultivation, the danger of the first checkpoint had risen accordingly. Gulp, gulp. Kit didn't rush to act but instead took a deep breath and swallowed a large bottle of immortal spirit Kadequid. He had recently released 1/3 of his true dragon blood and needed to replenish the lost energy. But while Kit was replenishing, the birdman wouldn't be so courteous. The entire birdman transformed into a streak of light and charged at Kit. Kit moved unbelievably fast. He casually punched out, smashing into the birdman's chest area, directly shattering the golden core. Boom. The birdman was instantly killed, and Kit advanced to the second checkpoint. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of the black blood jade Saint Bell rang out, and the golden celestial steel appeared, signaling Kit had cleared the second checkpoint. Outside, the group of cultivators were stunned upon hearing the bell. Really? He died that quickly? This guy must have been weak. How boring, truly boring. The cultivators shook their heads in disappointment and looked back at the incel. Hee kid, you lost? Easy money, so comfortable. Haha, let's split the spirit stones. Those who had bet against the incel approached him, and the incel suddenly became anxious. He shouted loudly, wait a moment, didn't you notice it rang 3 times? That means he passed. Passed? Impossible. Yeah, this kid must have gone crazy and imagined things. Kid, if you try to dodge your bet, we're all watching. The cultivator sneered, continuing to pressure the incel. You dream, my boss won't fail at the first checkpoint. The incel grumbled. Just then, a beam of golden light shot up from the ancient hall. This signified the start of the second checkpoint. Not possible, he really passed. That fast? Just a few breaths and he's already cleared the first checkpoint? How could he be so strong? The surrounding cultivators were shocked, forgetting their argument with the incel. Some of the smarter ones began to speculate. Could this cultivator entering the trial actually be the young supreme? Inside the ancient hall, Kit once again faced the golden armored warrior. However, this time Kit acted faster. He had to destroy the opponent's core before the sacred fire was used. Otherwise, it would be much harder to deal with. Boom! A royal-grade spiritual weapon spear appeared in Kit's hand. He swung the spear with all his spiritual power, aiming directly at the core of the golden armored warrior. Crack! The golden armored warrior tried to block, but it was too slow. Kit easily pierced through, shattering the golden energy core. The remaining core attempted to regenerate, but Kit didn't give it a chance. With a flick of his spear, he smashed the remaining core to pieces. Bang! With a heavy force, the remaining core exploded into dust. Clang clang clang. The black blood jade, Saint Bell rang 3 times consecutively. Then, a golden celestial steel descended from the sky, bringing a reward. It was a blood-red light orb, containing a 10,000-year-old black blood spirit mushroom. This could extend the life of an ordinary cultivator by 4,000 years, an incredibly powerful item. SSS, another treasure. Kit sucked in a sharp breath at the sight of the 10,000-year-old black blood spiriture. Note, the term, black blood spiriture, seems to be a direct transliteration of a Chinese term, possibly referring to a type of herb or treasure. For better fluency and context, it should be translated as black blood spirit grass, or similar depending on the full context. Here, I assume it's black blood spirit grass. Revised sentence. Kit sucked in a sharp breath at the sight of the 10,000-year-old black blood spirit grass. Such a high-grade treasure, he had only seen in the heavenly pool where the chaos azure lotus grew. But those 10,000-year-old herbs possessed intelligence. Harvesting them forcibly would invite trouble from other demon trees like willows, which carried significant risks. Rumble. The golden celestial steel dissipated, and boundless light shot into the sky. The third checkpoint activated. Before Kit stood another powerful golden armored warrior, except this one had reached half-step divine tourist realm. Moreover, it now had 3 cores. Not good. There are 3. Chapter 149, Superhuman Speed. Kit frowned slightly, sensing that the situation was becoming challenging. This golden armored warrior must be killed within a short period. Otherwise, once the opponent uses sacred fire, it would complicate matters even more. Bang! The golden armored warrior didn't hold back against Kit. He swung the golden blade in his hand straight towards Kit. Kit was not at all hesitant either. He held the spear and charged right in. Rumble. Kit and the golden armored warrior were engaged in fierce combat, exchanging over 10 moves in the blink of an eye. The techniques have become much more intricate and no longer rigid. This is getting interesting. Kit's thoughts stirred, realizing that this golden armored warrior wasn't just a simple upgrade in rank. Meanwhile, those outside had completely frozen. This is crazy. He's already on the 3rd stage. What the hell? With such speed, could the person inside be? No way. Is he that adolescent supreme? My spirit stones. Why does this bastard pretend to be weak just for fun? A group of cultivators were so dejected that they felt like spitting blood. They clenched their teeth, glaring at Wilbur, ready to pounce and consider whether to kill him or not. Hey, what are you guys planning? Wilbur immediately became upset. Looking at the group of cultivators, he shouted, You want to default on your debts? Do you think I'm afraid? Who wants to default? Yeah, fair play is fair play, but he hasn't passed the 9th stage yet, right? Exactly. After careful consideration, these cultivators ultimately gave up attacking Wilbur to offend the adolescent supreme over some spirit stones. This was sheer stupidity, not worth it. At this point, Kit had already exchanged over 1,000 moves with the 3rd stage's golden armored warrior. He had thoroughly understood the opponent's tactics. There indeed is a shortcut. Kit squinted his eyes, immediately figuring out what was happening. For the Black Blood Saint Ancestor, while a successor's innate talent is crucial, wisdom is equally indispensable. And wisdom manifests through various insights. Against the golden armored warrior, there were 2 methods to kill. One was brute force, using overwhelming power to destroy the 3 energy cores. This was Kit's previous approach. Simple but with a clear drawback, it required extremely high-tier challenges. The second method was finding vulnerabilities. This involved comprehending the golden armored warrior's techniques and identifying weaknesses. By exploiting these flaws, one could defeat the enemy. For instance, in the first stage with the Birdman, brute force killing required a realm at least equal to late-stage Spirit Pill to take down an early-stage Sea of Gods. However, finding a weakness allowed it to be done at early-stage Sea of Gods. Damn, it's like I had the key but chose to smash through the wall? Kit was speechless. He rubbed his forehead and swept his spear across. Boom. 10 meters of radiance bloomed from the spear tip, directly shattering one core inside the Birdman. Then Kit delivered a powerful strike. The remaining 2 cores about to escape were also shattered instantly. Clang, clang, clang. The black blood jade bell rang 3 times again. A golden monument descended from the sky, bringing the reward for the 3rd stage. This time, it wasn't just a Medicine King pill but a jade artifact inscribed with innate divine techniques. Next to the jade artifact was a vial of pale gold essence blood. What the hell? Holy essence blood? Kit stared at the vial of pale gold liquid, utterly shocked. Reaching the holy essence realm began the detachment from the mortal body, including blood. A drop of holy essence blood contained enough energy to easily slay a sovereign-level cultivator. The life force in this bottle, if unleashed, could level everything within thousands of miles. This was the power at the holy essence level. Even sealed in a vial, Kit could feel the immense surging energy inside. Whoa, this reward, perfect. Kit couldn't find words to describe it, but for now, he could only admire from afar. These rewards could only be claimed after passing the 9th stage. Boom. The golden monument departed, and the 4th stage opened. Still the same golden armored warrior, now with 4 energy cores. His realm reached early stage divine roaming. His weapon was no longer ordinary, but a pale golden longsword. It had reached the royal grade spirit artifact category. Intriguing. Already using spirit artifacts? Kit nodded approvingly. However, he wasn't worried now. With the experience from the first 3 stages, he knew how to handle the golden armored warrior. Boom. Without hesitation, the golden armored warrior attacked Kit. In an instant, golden sword shadows filled the air from all directions. Its offensive power was over 10 times stronger than the 3rd stage. Pity. I see right through you. Golden light flashed in Kit's eyes. With the heavenly Dao True Eye enhancement, he effortlessly identified the flaw. Buzz. His spear trembled lightly. Kit's movements were lightning fast, striking 4 times consecutively. Crack, crack, crack. 4 consecutive sounds of energy cores, shattering almost simultaneously. The golden armored warrior instantly dissipated into shards of light. The entire process was seamless, taking just 2 or 3 seconds. Boom. The golden monument appeared again, bringing 2 new prizes. This time, 2 10,000-year medicine kings. One a golden orchid and the other a peculiar purple fruit. Neither was familiar to Kit, but since they appeared in the 4th stage, it confirmed their rarity. These must be incredibly rare herbs. Next is the 5th stage. Looking at the golden monument, Kit completely relaxed. The test was simpler than he imagined, focusing more on insight, reaction speed, and to a lesser extent, personal strength. He initially found it difficult because he believed only immense power could ensure passage. Others could enter by cracking the lock code. Brute force, on the other hand, needed to break down walls, making it far more challenging. Outside, the cultivators had confirmed that the one inside the ancient hall was indeed the adolescent supreme. Completing 4 stages in the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, this was superhuman performance. Earlier, 76 cultivators failed to even pass the 1st stage. Now, these cultivators looked grim, especially the one who bet 50 million high-grade spirit stones. Hashtag chapter 150, young sage. At this moment, he wished he were dead. He looked at his hands, truly wishing to chop them off. Why? Why couldn't he control himself back then? 50 million spirit stones. Half a lifetime savings, all gone. Haha, you bunch of fools. Surprised? I told you my leader would definitely pass the 9 trials of the Ade. Ari wore an exhilarated grin. To him, top-grade spirit stones were a small matter. Watching a group of cultivators squirm was far more enjoyable. Phew. Ari felt an overwhelming sense of relief and satisfaction. Meanwhile, the other cultivators had faces as black as the bottom of a pot. Without a word, they turned on their heels and left one by one. Boom. The golden heavenly steel descended again, signaling that Kit had cleared the 7th trial. He had defeated a golden armored warrior in the middle stage divine wandering realm. Phew. Kit let out a long sigh of relief. At this moment, his heart was incredibly calm as he glanced at the golden heavenly steel. He directly initiated the 8th trial. At this stage, things changed. This time, it wasn't a golden armored warrior. Rumble. Golden runes floated midair, and a mysterious set of rules came into effect. A black-robed youth appeared before Kit. His cultivation wasn't particularly formidable, only at the peak of the spirit core realm. However, the oppressive aura emanating from him was unprecedentedly powerful. To Kit, it felt as if he were facing not a spirit core realm cultivator, but a peak divine wandering realm one. Young sage. Is this Ade's younger self? Looking at the emotionless black-robed youth, Kit's heart raced with speculations. Challenger, reaching this trial proves your talent and enlightenment are flawless. The black-robed youth said slowly. You now have 2 choices. Either give up the challenge and leave with the rewards from the first 7 trials and my legacy, or clear the 8th and 9th trials to gain my weapon and all my treasures and collections. You only have 1 chance. Failure means death. Hearing this, Kit didn't hesitate for a moment. He replied, I've come this far. There's no turning back. I choose to continue the challenge. Very well. The black-robed youth reverted to his wooden state. Yet, his aura suddenly surged uncontrollably. His body transformed into a streak of black light, charging straight at Kit. Boom. A pitch-black mark emerged in the black-robed youth's hand. Instantly, it expanded rapidly in the air, covered with countless blood-red patterns, ultimately becoming a tinjong-wide blackish-red imprint radiating eerie energy. Rumble. The blackish-red imprint fell from the sky at lightning speed, leaving trails behind. Without hesitation, Kit summoned the Dao Seal in his hand, sending it smashing toward the blackish-red imprint. Boom. The golden Dao Seal quickly expanded to tinjong-wide. The instant it collided with the blackish-red imprint, an ear-splitting explosion rang through the air. Although Kit's strength was several times weaker, the Dao Seal's grade was too high. Upon collision, the blackish-red imprint shattered instantly, bursting into endless black light like a black sun. In the sky, it completely disintegrated. However, the golden Dao seal merely dimmed by half. The remaining part broke through the black mist, hurtling toward the black-robed youth. Ade fist. As just a testing tool, the black-robed youth had no emotions. Cadefting his hand, a shadowy figure of a demonic god appeared above his fist. Roaring, the demonic god transformed into a black fist and smashed toward the Dao seal. The Dao seal met the black fist head-on without flinching. Bang! Despite its strength, the Dao seal was at its last gasp. Upon impact, it lasted a few seconds before being shattered by the black-robed youth's blow. The black-robed youth glanced at Kit. Without any delay, he continuously threw out hundreds of black fists, each possessing terrifying power. Incredible. So this is the strength of the young sage? Seeing the sky filled with fist shadows, Kit felt a bit emotional. Such terrifying strength could rival even those in the divine mystic realm. But Kit was still in peak condition, so he wasn't too worried about these fists. No matter how terrifying the power, if they couldn't hit him, it was pointless. Activating the free and easy steps, Kit turned into a blur, weaving through the barrage of fists. Numerous attacks struck his afterimages, but none managed to hit him. Extremely fast, Kit appeared in front of the black-robed youth, brandishing a rusty sword infused with immense spiritual power. Heavenly Emperor Sword Technique, first form. With a light shout, Kit slashed downward. Originally, the sword chi stretched 1,000 zhong, but Kit compressed it to less than a dozen feet, almost tangible, emitting a deep red glow. Facing Kit's strike, the black-robed youth remained expressionless. He clasped his hands together, revealing a sovereign-grade spirit sword, blocking Kit's attack. Screech! Kit's sword clashed with the sovereign-grade spirit sword, sparking showers of sparks. Even without any spiritual power infusion, the sovereign-grade spirit sword remained incredibly sturdy, beyond Kit's ability to destroy. After briefly blocking, a dark light shot from the black-robed youth's forehead, aiming directly at Kit's divine soul. What the hell? A divine soul attack. Shocked, Kit immediately activated a soul annihilation talisman on his forehead, countering the dark light. Crack! The soul annihilation talisman blasted against the dark light, easily shattering it, then pierced straight through the black-robed youth's forehead. Screech! The soul annihilation talisman obliterated a fragment of the Ricky's remnant soul in his forehead. The entire black-robed youth's image gradually faded, dissipating into specks of light in the sky. Boom! The golden heavenly steel descended from the sky, dazzlingly bright, shattering the void. The 8th trial was successfully passed. However, the reward this time changed again. There was only one item this time. This is... Kit stared at the object within the light sphere, momentarily stunned. Inside the light sphere was a black ring. Jet black, seemingly crafted from black jade. It exuded a grand aura unique to sacred artifacts. Chapter 151, Sacred Crystal. Within the ring, boundless black light emerged. Kadiki a black hole. It devoured everything. Most importantly, this ring could be taken away. Staring at the ring before him, Kit reached out and gripped the black ring. Boom! The instant Kit picked up the ring, it erupted with an overwhelming amount of energy, seeking to devour him. Suppress it for me. Without hesitation, Kit's cultivation sword unleashed terrifying power. An aura of supreme artifact suppressed it. The initially resistant ring immediately calmed down. Once the ring became docile, Kit easily refined it and gained access to all its functionalities. In essence, the ring's functions were similar to the dragon-shaped pendant. The only difference was that this sacred artifact contained a secret realm world used by the Ade for cultivating herbs. All the herbs cultivated within were exceptionally precious black blood herbs. And at this moment, vast stretches of precious herbs filled the interior of the ring. Countless years had passed, resulting in several meters of black medicinal mud accumulating on the ground. All these were remnants of dead 10,000-year-old herbs, and even 100,000-year-old herb emperors. What a waste. Kit looked at the numerous piles of black medicinal mud on the ground, his heart aching. How many tens of thousands of years worth of medicinal materials would it take to form such a level of medicinal mud? However, even so, the number of 100,000-year-old herb emperor-level herbs within the ring was still not many. There were only 200 or 300, but this was already very satisfying for Kit. After all, after consecutively clearing 7 levels, he only obtained 7 herb emperors. Aside from the entire herbal field's small world, there was another space for storing various items and herbs. This area housed some collections of the Ade. Just in terms of value, it did not fall short much compared to the value of 200 or 300 demon kings. This is... Suddenly, Kit noticed an unusual cluster of objects. They were a pile of silver-white crystals, each fist-sized, emitting soft light. With a thought, a silver-white crystal appeared in his hand. Boom! The moment the silver-white crystal appeared, the concentration of heaven and earth essence around him instantly doubled or tripled. Indeed, it's a sacred crystal. Looking at the silver-white stone in his hand, Kit felt infinite emotion. Throughout the xuanhuan world, sacred crystals were incredibly rare energy crystals, extremely valuable. The energy density of a sacred crystal was trillions of times that of a top-grade spirit stone. Such pure energy could be directly absorbed. If a divine profound realm cultivator refined the energy of a sacred crystal, they could, at the very least, reach the peak respected one realm, or even achieve the celestial lord realm. The energy contained in the sacred crystal in his hand far exceeded the total of all Kit's top-grade spirit stones combined. And within the black blood ring, there were approximately 5,000 sacred crystals. Wealthy indeed. Kit's heart raced. However, he knew this wasn't the time to study them. Because the 9th level was about to begin. Boom! A golden pillar of light shot up into the sky. A figure slowly emerged from the light. It was a young man with hollow eyes, but whose cultivation had reached the transcendent realm. Without doubt, This was a more powerful state of the Ade. Interesting. Kit squinted, knowing this opponent wouldn't be easy. I'm glad you managed to reach the 9th level. Even if you can't clear this level, you won't die. And if you can clear it, you'll receive additional rewards. The youth nodded slightly and continued with an expressionless face. You can choose to continue or give up. Interesting. Kit gazed at the youth, his eyes narrowing. He remembered that before the 8th level, the other party told him that failing the 9th level meant death. Now, the other party said giving up wouldn't result in death. Which one was true? Kit didn't know, but could lies be used as a means of deception? After all, the Golden Steel clearly wrote the testing rules. Failing would mean death. Thinking about this, Kit looked at the youthful sage, realizing the other party was likely trying to deceive him. I will definitely clear the 9th level. Let's fight. Kit said nothing. His rusty sword emerged, and with a leap, he charged straight at the youthful Ade. Boom. Operating the Heavenly Emperor sword, Kit slashed through the surrounding air with a single strike. Without hesitation, he attacked the Ade. Very well. The youth's face remained expressionless. He threw a punch, faster than the black-robed youth by at least 10 times, with angles impossibly cunning. Straight for Kit's weak points. Boom. Caught off guard, Kit was blasted away by a punch. Interesting. Kit narrowed his eyes, immediately sensing something amiss. What increased wasn't just the cultivation level but also combat experience. It was like in a game. A bronze-ranked player versus a king-ranked player using the same account. Their combat capabilities were incomparable. Boom. The youthful sage showed no hesitation. Taking a step forward, he launched another punch. This time, Kit finally felt the pressure. Each punch from the opponent was exquisitely calculated. Whether it was an opening in Kit's attack or a weak spot in his defense. For a moment, Kit found himself at a disadvantage. Interesting. Maybe I can learn a trick or two? As Kit blocked the attacks from the youthful sage, he began observing the other's movements. Gradually, a series of coordinated actions unfolded before Kit. A faint yet distinct sensation formed in his mind. It was a very peculiar feeling. He sensed that each attack from the youthful sage followed a fixed rhythm. Fast, accurate, and fierce. No unnecessary movements, no dazzling light shows. Every attack was incredibly lethal. In this strange sensation, Kit also tried to adjust his previous fighting style. Rumble. A quarter of an hour passed. The battle continued. Kit's movements had become far more refined. He discovered he could now keep pace with the youthful sage's rhythm. Boom. The youthful sage sent another punch of black blood fist towards Kit. At this moment, Kit casually blocked it with his hand. Simultaneously, the Dao seal in his hand erupted, striking directly at the youthful sage's chin. Crack. The sound of bone shattering rang out. Half of the youthful sage's head was shattered by Kit's Dao seal. His primordial soul dissipated. The 9th level battle ended. Rumble. Chapter 152. Breaking through the encirclement. A pillar of multicolored light shot up into the sky, but this time it wasn't the golden heavenly steel that descended. It was a black bell. The entire bell, the size of a fist, was intricately carved from black blood jade, radiating an aura unique to sages. Black blood jade sage bell, refined from black blood saints' lifetime efforts. Finally in my hands. Kit gazed at the black blood jade bell with a mix of awe and emotion. Hum. The black blood jade sage bell gave off a soft tremor and landed directly in Kit's hand. In the next moment, the entire secret realm began shaking, with fine spatial cracks appearing everywhere. No good. Taking the black blood jade sage bell is causing the spatial realm to collapse. Kit's expression turned grim as he rushed out of the ancient hall. Seeing Wilbur Wong standing dazedly, Kit shouted, "Hurry up! The secret realm is collapsing." Hiss. Wilbur Wong looked up and saw vast sections of the sky filled with faint black spatial cracks. Being caught in one would randomly transport him into unknown temporal chaos. Even if he survived by some miracle, he would be permanently trapped in the chaotic space-time stream. Only those at the sage level or higher could traverse such unstable space. Boom. In Kit's hand, the black blood jade sage bell emerged. This holy bell formed a black shield around Kit and Wilbur Wong. Then, Kit controlled the black blood jade sage bell, breaking through the secret realm's barrier and entering the outside world. Rumble. The secret realm slowly collapsed, and many cultivators fled with terror-stricken faces. They were even more terrified upon realizing their predicament. Outside the secret realm, there were at least a dozen terrifying experts at the venerable realm, along with 5 sacred artifacts. These people had sealed off the airspace and waited for Kit to emerge from the secret realm. Boom. As Kit exited, a group of venerables immediately sealed off the air. The power of the 5 sacred artifacts was formidable. Even with 3 sacred artifacts and 1 supreme artifact, Kit couldn't withstand their full suppression. Boom. Activating the black blood jade sage bell, it emitted boundless black light, resisting the attack of a group of venerables. However, Kit still suffered serious injuries within the attack range. Several of his bones were shattered by the energy shockwaves. Damn it. So despicable. To ambush me like this outside. Caught off guard, Kit took a minor hit. He cursed aloud. Don't waste time. We must extinguish him. The head of the Yun family stared coldly, launching another attack without hesitation. They were genuinely afraid now. Afraid that given enough time, Kit might find a way to escape. Looking at a group of sages, Kit knew he had no choice but to fight with all his might. Otherwise, he might really be killed by these people. He took out the rusted sword and injected massive amounts of true dragon blood into it without a word. Hum. The seal on the rusted sword opened, unleashing the aura of a supreme artifact. Kit wielded the supreme sword, slashing towards the Willis. Whether it was the Yun family or the divine tree sect, the sacred artifacts they possessed were genuine. Under the control of venerables, they could withstand a couple of blows from a supreme artifact, but Kit acted alone. Shriek. The power of the supreme sword was overwhelmingly terrifying. Kit slashed down with a single stroke, and spatial cracks appeared in all directions. Not good. The face of the Black Blood sect's patriarch turned green with panic. He desperately activated the small golden hammer in his hand to counterattack. Shriek. Kit's sword pierced into the golden hammer, and with a roar, he split the sacred artifact in two. The supreme killing intent burst forth, shredding the Black Blood sect's patriarch into a bloody mist. Run. Without hesitation, Kit took Wilbur Wong and used a spatial teleportation charm to escape. The spatial gate disappeared, and Kit dashed into the space where the true dragon maze was located. No. The head of the Yun family roared in anger. With all his might, he swung the bloodthirsty blade to kill Kit. It was too late again. Except for leveling dozens of miles of mountain ranges, Kit narrowly escaped. Damn it, now we're in trouble. The young man from the Divine Tree sect looked extremely troubled. With Kit's escape, he was now free to fly high, roam far and wide. If he managed to cultivate to the venerable realm, no, even the mystic realm, with his supreme artifact in hand, he could easily wipe out the Divine Tree sect and the Yun family. All is lost. Thoroughly lost. Could it be that the Yun family's fate has run out? The head of the Yun family looked pale and bleak. This was almost the last chance to kill Kit. If they failed this time, only destruction awaited the Yun family. I didn't expect the supreme artifact to be so terrifying, but even if he escapes, it won't matter. The world is vast, and there are still ways to kill him. The young man from the Divine Tree sect narrowed his eyes, saying slowly, "We can only rely on Blood Soul." Blood Soul? An assassin organization from ancient times? The head of the Yun family narrowed his eyes. That organization once killed saints and stifled countless geniuses. Perhaps, the young Supreme might interest them, but the price is high. Compared to the threat posed by a young Supreme, everything is worth it. The youth glanced at the Andre. Without life, nothing matters. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Kit rushed into the true dragon's secret realm and took a deep breath. He took out celestial spirit liquid and drank several large gulps, barely recovering a bit of vitality. The power of the supreme artifact was terrifying, draining 2/3 of his blood and a lot of life essence. If not for his true dragon body which held abundant life essence, he would have been drained dry. I originally planned to search for the other two breakthrough materials, but now, I must prioritize obtaining the blood replenishing fruit. Pale-faced, Kit murmured to himself. With the blood replenishing fruit, I can use the supreme artifact multiple times, giving me more trump cards. Gosh, nearly scared me to death. Wilbur Wong was also ashen-faced. Just stepping out of the Black Blood secret realm, he almost thought he was finished. 5 sacred artifacts, 20 venerables, and ambushed right away. This formation could even kill a celestial lord. Never imagined Kit could be so fierce, fighting his way out amidst the encirclement of powerful adversaries. Chapter 153, Recovering from Injuries. This was ridiculously powerful. This dragon. Argyle glanced at Ari, and a thought popped into his mind. He had obtained quite a few good items this time. Among them were medicines like the King of Medicines, and among these treasures, there was one that was especially suitable for the current Ari. With this in mind, Argyle took out a 10,000-year Black Blood Ginseng King and handed it to Ari, then said, "This is for you. It's enough to boost your cultivation to the peak of the Divine Pill realm." 10,000-year Black Blood Ginseng King? Am I seeing things? Ari was instantly dazed. This was an incredible treasure that countless dragons dreamt of. Its value approached Aryant's Heavenly Pearl, only surpassed by the Dragon Heart Pill. For Ari, eating this single Black Blood Ginseng King would allow him to evolve into the King of Dragons, activating the power within his Heavenly Pearl, becoming a creature almost at the true dragon level. Even without changing his cultivation, his strength would drastically increase. Enough already. It's for you. Seeing Ari in a trance, Argyle rolled his eyes and tossed the 10,000-year Black Blood Ginseng King to Ari. Don't. Ari was startled and cautiously held the 10,000-year Black Blood Ginseng King, fearful of damaging it. You're being too careful. Argyle was speechless. This is a 10,000-year Black Blood Ginseng King. Caution is not excessive. Ari rubbed his hands together excitedly, then continued. Next is to use secret techniques to slowly refine it. Amazing. Argyle was even more speechless. He sighed and teased, "At least as my subordinate, can you calm down a little?" Hee. Ari was now thoroughly hysterical, hugging the 10,000-year Black Blood Ginseng King and drooling over it. Forget it. Argyle turned and left for the immortal spirit pool to recover his damaged vital energy. He had nearly been drained dry by the supreme artifact. Without a couple of months of recuperation, he wouldn't fully recover. Upon arriving at the immortal spirit pool, Willow Tree saw Argyle was injured and asked with some surprise, "What happened? You look deficient in chi and blood. Don't tell me. You've indulged too much in pleasures? I heard many male cultivators of the human race have this problem." Indulgence, my foot. Argyle was speechless. He scratched his head and said to Willow Tree, "I was injured in battle. Is my golden willow leaf useless?" Willow Tree was even more surprised. A single leaf of his was enough to temporarily boost Argyle's cultivation to the peak of the divine profound realm. It should be enough. Very powerful, but facing 20 respected ones and 5 sacred artifacts, still not much help. Argyle shrugged, feeling quite depressed. After all, he was essentially a mere peak chi condensation stage rookie. Without using spirit artifacts, his maximum combat power was just half-step divine traveler. Calling so many experts to corner him was truly excessive. With such an array, you are still alive. It's nothing short of a miracle. Willow Tree was also speechless. It pondered for a moment and said, "Fine. I owe you 9 chances of assistance. Let me help you this time." "Oh, how can you help?" Argyle was stunned. The initiative assistance from Willow Tree was unexpected. At this moment, endless light burst forth from Willow Tree's myriad branches. These lights converged to form 9 golden willow leaves. Each carried an incomparably astonishing power, extremely terrifying. After a slight vibration, the 9 willow leaves fully formed. Looking at the 9 willow leaves before him, Argyle swallowed hard and muttered, "Seems very powerful." "That's natural." Willow Tree lined up the 9 willow leaves and continued. "Each of these 9 willow leaves can temporarily boost your cultivation to the peak of the Heavenly Monarch realm. This counts as using one of the 9 chances of assistance." "All right." Argyle had no objections. Without hesitation, he waved his hand, and the 9 willow leaves appeared in his hand. Instantly, his heart felt much more at ease. With this opportunity for Heavenly Monarch level assistance, combined with sacred artifacts and supreme artifacts, even if a group of respected ones wielding sacred artifacts came after him, he wouldn't fear them. Realizing this, Argyle glanced at Willow Tree. He knew these 9 willow leaves were definitely not replaceable by just one assistance chance. This was clearly a favor from Willow Tree. Acknowledging this, Argyle clasped his hands and sincerely said, "I will remember this favor." Having said that, Argyle entered the heavenly pool to start recovering his injuries. Meanwhile, on the other side, in Yi Kingdom, Jinwu City, by now, it had been over half a year since Argyle left Jinwu City. There had been no news or signs of him. "Oh, half a year has passed. I wonder how xiuxian is doing." The head of the Bai family, hands behind his back, frowned slightly. He was very worried about Argyle's safety. Just then, a Bai family steward entered the hall and bowed, saying, "Master, people from Purple Gold Gate are here. Let them in." Max stood confidently with his hands behind his back. The Bai family was now worlds apart from what it once was. With the vast pile of medicinal herbs provided by Argyle, even pigs could surge in cultivation. Not to mention many Bai family members were not of bad aptitude. Within just half a year, numerous DDC realm experts emerged within the Bai family, complemented by top-grade spirit artifacts and royal-grade spirit artifacts left by Argyle. Even divine traveler realm experts weren't beyond their reach in a fight. As he contemplated, the people from Purple Gold Gate swaggered into the Bai family compound, looked at Mac, and arrogantly demanded, "You are Mac?" "Yes. Who are you?" Mac glanced at the man, hands behind his back, looking calm. "Humph, saying it might scare you to death." The person lifted his chin arrogantly. "I come from Purple Gold Gate." "Aha." Mac looked at the visitor with a bland expression and simply asked, "Then what?" "You." The Purple Gold Gate cultivator was immediately choked with anger. His face turned completely red. He had prepared himself for Mac to kneel and beg for mercy, but never expected Mac to treat it so casually. Looking at Mac, he angrily shouted, "I come from Purple Gold Gate, and Argyle killed our Purple Gold Gate's young master Fintan. This matter must be settled. Warrant over Argyle within 3 days, otherwise we'll exterminate your entire Bai family." What a grand show of power. Mac scoffed, extremely disdainful. With elevated vision, Purple Gold Gate seemed like nothing to him. Most importantly, Purple Gold Gate was now fraught with internal disunity. Most of its strong cultivators had fled outright. ##### Chapter 154, taking the wrong path. None of them were fools. They didn't want to be buried along with the Purple Gold Sect. Even the sect master of the Purple Gold Sect would have fled long ago if he wasn't tied down by his position. At this moment, the Purple Gold Sect strength had plummeted drastically. The only divine pill realm powerhouse they had was their sect master, who was still in the early stage of that realm. Mac didn't consider the Purple Gold Sect a worthy opponent at all. When Mac saw the arrogance displayed by the Purple Gold Sect's messenger, he merely glanced at him before calmly stating, "If your Purple Gold Sect wants to pick a fight with the Bai family, go ahead. I'd like to see what you've got." The cultivator from the Purple Gold Sect was taken aback by these words. He hadn't expected Mac to be so arrogant. Coldly glaring at Mac, the cultivator said, "All right then, you just wait. In 3 days, the Purple Gold Sect will obliterate your Bai family." "Fine, noted. Now scram. If it weren't for the message you brought, you'd already be dead." Mac waved his hand, showing no interest in further conversation. "Humph." Seeing this, the Purple Gold Sect's cultivator turned and left with a flick of his sleeves. "Purple Gold Sect? Haha." Mac sneered, thinking whether it was time for the Bai family to become stronger. Time passed quickly. Inside the True Dragon's secret realm, Kit had recovered to peak condition. The restoration effects of the Immortal Spirit Pool exceeded his expectations. Of course, this might also be due to the numerous medicinal herbs of the Emperor Grade scattered around, whose aura greatly benefited chi and blood replenishment. With a rustle, Kit rose from the Immortal Spirit Pool, entering the True Dragon's secret realm. Seeing the incel sprawled out asleep, Kit couldn't help but be speechless. He kicked the incel and said, "Get up. We need to find the blood-nourishing fruit." "Oh." The incel rubbed his eyes and got up from the ground. Activating the teleportation array, Kit led the incel through it. Boom. The surroundings shifted, and Kit felt the environment change in a peculiar way. "This place seems familiar." Kit observed his surroundings. He seemed to be in front of a city. Above the city gate, a huge signboard read, "Jinwu City." What the hell? Did I use the wrong teleportation array? Realizing his mistake, Kit checked within his dragon pendant. Sure enough, the teleportation array leading to the blood-nourishing secret realm was still intact and stored inside. Kit was momentarily speechless. Jinwu City? Ah, it feels familiar. The incel scratched his chin, glanced at the city gate, then suddenly slapped his forehead. He exclaimed, "Ah, right. There's a genius named Kit in this city who reached the peak of the Divine Sea realm at just 18. He must have had some great fortune. Boss, should we ambush him? Maybe we can get an Imperial artifact off him." Kit's face darkened. Was this really his subordinate? He slapped the incel and said, "What are you thinking? Don't even think about ambushing anyone." "Why not?" The incel was utterly depressed. It made no sense. By Kit, wait, Kit? The incel seemed to understand something as he stared at Kit, his mouth wide open in shock. You're Kit. Yes, but don't tell anyone. I don't want anyone attacking my family, Kit sternly warned him. Since he hadn't been back to Jinwu City for nearly a year, and since he'd accidentally ended up here, he figured he might as well pay a visit. Entering the city, Kit noticed there were quite a few more experts in Jinwu City now. A quick sweep with his divine sense revealed the presence of a divine pill realm expert within the city, which surprised him. Previously, Jinwu City didn't even have experts at the lower rank Gorging Chi realm, let alone the divine pill realm. It appeared significant changes had occurred in Jinwu City over the past year. Did you hear? Several major events happened recently. You kidding me? It's said that a young emperor emerged in Yi Kingdom's capital, stirring up a storm outside. What? I haven't heard this story. Tell me more. So, about a month ago, that young emperor inherited the legacy of the Ade and obtained the sacred artifact, the Black Blood Jade Bell. He also stole a sacred artifact from the Divine Wood sect, the 9-colored celestial silkworm sacred robe. Possessing 2 sacred artifacts and an imperial weapon, he managed to break out of the encirclement of 20 respecters. SSS. So terrifying. Hehe, not just that. That young emperor also flattened the Uriel family in Yuhan City after 10,000 years of lineage. At Yi Kingdom's capital, he fought against the Blood Mountain sect, the Purple Gold sect, and the xiuxian sect simultaneously and escaped alive. That rusty sword might very well be the ancient power Janine's weapon. Isn't that a bit exaggerated? More exaggerated is that someone estimated that half a year ago, that young emperor had merely divine C-level combat power, but now he's at the wandering god level. Such growth speed means he will surely become a respected one within 1 to 5 years. Turtle, is this true or not? Hey, this news comes from the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. Its accuracy is beyond doubt. In a tea house nearby, several cultivators were excitedly discussing, their voices loud. Kit stopped in his tracks, astonished. He hadn't expected the news of his actions in the Black Blood secret realm to reach Jinwu City. Fortunately, he had used an alias. Otherwise, the Yun family and other ancient powers might have raised Jinwu City by now. Beside him, the incel wore an exhilarated expression, almost proud. The stronger Kit became, the more he could prove he had chosen the right leader. Following this leader wouldn't mean becoming an immortal, but maybe a sacred spirit wouldn't be too far-fetched. Returning to the Bai family, Jalen was the first to sense Kit's arrival and rushed over excitedly. Boss, you're back? Boss? Who are you? The incel frowned slightly, sensing that this was no ordinary individual. He's Jalen, one of my subordinates. Kit pinched Jalen and tossed him to the incel, saying, you two should get along. I'll check on the Bai family. Just then, Mac, hearing that Kit had returned, ran out eagerly. Thank goodness you're all right. How could anything happen to me? Kit shrugged. Hashtag chapter 155. The Bai family's cadetal troubles. He turned his head to look around and said, well, it seems the Bai family has grown stronger in my absence. The strongest have even reached the divine pill realm. Did anyone come causing trouble while I was away? There was someone who did cause trouble. Mac's expression grew serious as he recalled the Purple Gold sect. Kit, noticing Mac's grave demeanor, asked in surprise, old man, who dared to cause trouble for the Bai family? Purple Gold sect. Mac shrugged and replied rather helplessly, 3 days ago, they sent someone saying either you be handed over or the Bai family would face extermination. How did you respond? Kit curiously asked. I told them to scram. If they wanted to come, let them come. Mac shrugged indifferently. While it may not be wise to provoke the Purple Gold sect now, for the Bai family to become a major force, we need fame. And the Purple Gold sect is perfect for that. I see. I understand. Kit nodded, not adding anything more. He then spoke. Regarding the Bai family matters, do as you wish, but it's best to play dumb and hide your true strength. Hehe. Rest assured. I get it. Mac nodded slightly, understanding the principle of staying under the radar. Kit, get out here. A loud voice shouted outside the Bai family compound. This made Kit quite speechless. He dug his ears, muttering helplessly. If Purple Gold sect hadn't jumped out on its own, I'd almost forgotten about this enemy. Why couldn't they just live in peace? However, despite feeling helpless, Kit stepped out into the open world with a light stomp. Outside the Bai family, a large crowd from the Purple Gold sect had arrived en masse. But compared to before, the quality of their forces had drastically declined. Most of the Purple Gold sect's top experts were killed by Kit, and those who survived mostly fled. None were willing to stay at the Purple Gold sect waiting for death. Those left were either misfits or less than intelligent individuals. There wasn't even one divine tourist realm expert. Only one divine pill realm expert remained. The number of divine C realm experts was also pitifully few, relying mostly on profound Chi realm cultivators to maintain appearances. This group was barely better than the Qin family by a smidgen. Kit, you've finally come out. The sixth Enzo's eyes turned bloodshot upon seeing Kit. In the past 6 months, the Purple Gold sect had been through unimaginable suffering. Most of their experts and powerhouses were slain by Kit, significantly weakening their strength. Originally subordinate families of the Purple Gold sect had severed ties and declared independence. Thus, what was once a super sect controlling dozens of countries had degenerated into an insignificant sect. Though the Enzo didn't know that Kit was that keen, that didn't stop him from venting his frustrations on the Bai family. He intended to put on a show and unleash his anger. Yes, here I am. Kit yawned lazily. If you're going to attack, hurry up. My time is precious. I don't have time to waste with you. You're still so arrogant. You'll regret it soon enough. The Enzo sneered coldly and slapped toward Kit without another word. Boom. A palm several yards long shot towards Kit. The sixth Enzo's face was filled with ridicule, imagining Kit shattering under his palm. But reality was cruel. Kit took the slap head on, looking perfectly fine, as if nothing had happened. Even his sacred artifact, the 9-colored heavenly silkworm sacred garment, didn't move an inch. It was too weak. There was no need to use the sacred artifact for defense. This is impossible. Seeing Kit's clothing completely intact, the Inzo's eyes nearly bulged out. He was a divine pill realm expert. Even a divine tourist realm powerhouse wouldn't go unscathed after such a slap, right? Is that all? Are you still teething? Kit sneered dismissively, mocking the 6th Inzo. Hee. Boss, leave it to me. Wilbur offered himself, clenching his fists. Such a small fry doesn't warrant you lifting a finger. Hold on. Include me too. Jalen also stepped forward. Both transformed into human youths, leaving the Inzo momentarily unable to recognize them as beast cultivators. Looking at these two peak Divine Sea Realm beings, the Inzo's face changed, angrily shouting, "You two Divine Sea Realm brats truly have no idea the gap between you and a Divine Pill Realm expert. Get lost." He then drew a mid-grade spirit artifact and slashed at Wilbur. Swish. The sword hit a quasi-emperor grade spirit artifact. Not a single scratch remained. Wilbur wasn't actually in the Divine Sea Realm anymore. After consuming the black blood dragon ginseng given by Kit, Wilbur had advanced to the peak of the Divine Pill Realm. Being in the Divine Sea Realm was merely pretense. This is impossible. Seeing no damage done, the Inzo froze, thinking it must be a nightmare. At that moment, Wilbur caught the mid-grade spirit sword and kicked the Inzo. No martial technique or moves, just pure raw power. A single kick sent the Inzo flying hundreds of yards away. Bang! The horrifying energy impact caused the Inzo to explode instantly. Impossible. When did the Bai family become so strong? I get it. These two must be helpers of the Bai family, pretending to be weak all along. It's over. Totally over. Why are you standing there like fools? Run. Upon the Inzo's death, the remaining purple gold sect cultivators scattered in chaos. Not a single person remained to retrieve the master's remains. What a bunch of riffraff. Kit sighed in exasperation. Boss, should we kill them all? Jalen asked nearby. No need. Kit shook his head. A bunch of riffraff can't achieve much. Boss, it's best to eliminate all threats. Wilbur came over, worried. Eliminate all threats? No point. Kit shook his head. My true trump card is my strength. As for vengeance, let it come when it will. There are many I've offended in this world. It's impossible to eliminate every threat. I see. Wilbur clicked his tongue, saying no more. So, focus on personal strength, everything else is secondary. Kit smiled gently, not adding anything further. Chapter 156, Blood Supplement City. The Purple Gold Gate incident was just a minor farce, and Kit didn't take it seriously. He left some 10,000-year medicine kings at the Bai family without making any stops and headed straight for Blood Supplement City. The Blood Supplement realm generally opens annually, but the 10,000-year Blood Supplement fruit is not available all the time. They are basically priceless rarities with very limited availability. However, when leaving, Kit brought along the Kadium. He had a premonition that this scorpion's venom was peculiar, and if nurtured patiently, it had boundless potential. Killing an opponent with it wasn't out of the question. Blood Supplement City was about 70 to 80,000 miles away from Xuanhuan City. Kit used teleportation arrays 7 or 8 times before finally reaching Blood Supplement City. Then he started flying directly toward it from a distance. Boom. Soon enough, a magnificent city appeared before Kit's eyes. The entire city was perfectly square, with each side spanning 100 miles. The city walls were forged from black iron, incredibly sturdy, and filled internally with dense killing formations. Kit estimated that even a divine profound realm cultivator would find it impossible to breach without dying if they tried to force their way in. This killing formation, it's terrifying. Kit looked at it with some surprise, heightening his vigilance. Leader, you don't know. The city walls of Blood Supplement City were arranged by a great ancient array master. It is said there are 3 layers. What we see externally is only the first layer. Wilbur explained, ancient legends say that the 3rd layer's power can even kill holy spirits, but that's just a legend. After countless years, whether the array can be preserved intact is unknown. Interesting. Be careful. Kit nodded slightly, further raising his vigilance. Entering Blood Supplement City, the interior was not much different from most cities. The only difference was the entry fee required 10 top-grade spirit stones. It was an exorbitant price. After entering the city, Kit didn't linger much and went straight to Tianji Pavilion. A white-robed maiden greeted him. She glanced at Kit and smiled, asking, Sir, what information are you seeking? 10,000-year blood supplement fruit. Kit did not hide his intention and directly stated his goal. 10,000-year blood supplement fruit? That's an incredibly rare item. Not just anyone can get their hands on it. The white-robed maiden showed a hint of surprise. Kit paused, rubbing his chin as he smiled. While the 10,000-year blood supplement fruit is indeed rare, I wouldn't think Tianji Pavilion, with its capabilities, lacks any information on it. Naturally. However, the price? The girl smiled shyly, seeming somewhat embarrassed. Just say it. Kit remained calm. Top-grade spirit stones were merely numbers to him. No big deal. Seeing this, she said, 10,000 top-grade spirit stones for the information on the 10,000-year blood supplement fruit. So, not too much. Kit found it speechless. He waved his hand, and a bag of top-grade spirit stones fell to the ground. The white-robed maiden counted the spirit stones and confirmed there were no issues. Then, she took out a scroll, handed it to Kit, and said, Sir, this contains the information regarding the 10,000-year blood supplement fruit. Kit took the scroll and scanned it, frowning again. The 10,000-year blood supplement fruit was hard to obtain because it had already been monopolized. Appearing only once every dozen years, countless powerful cultivators craved this fruit. As soon as it appeared, a group of ancient beings snatched it away. These ancient beings had little time left to live, so they acted recklessly. Even powerful forces feared dealing with them. One way to obtain the 10,000-year blood supplement fruit was to contend against these groups. Among them were familiar figures like the Black Blood Sect, Yun family, Tianji Pavilion, Shinmu sect, and Xiexia sect. Each had saint artifacts and venerable elders, even king-level existences. They weren't easy targets. Another method was to enter the blood supplement realm. However, inside this realm, powerful blood souls existed. Any misstep could lead to death, even for divine profound or divine skill experts. Inside, besides powerful blood souls, there were countless bloodthirsty plants. Any encounter could be extremely dangerous. Not too promising, Kit thought after reading all the information. He rubbed his chin, considering his options. Suddenly, he remembered the divine wood token he possessed. Maybe infiltrate the Shinmu sect? But, since the Alicia Lord had been dead for nearly 3,000 years, the current situation of Shinmu sect was completely unknown. Better to explore the blood supplement realm first. Leaving Tianji Pavilion, Kit arrived at a large hall named the Blood Supplement Hall, where teams formed for expeditions into the blood supplement realm. This realm was perilous, where even a divine profound expert could die with one wrong move. Its danger rivaled Ghost Valley, a place of life-threatening risks. Despite his confidence, Kit wasn't reckless. Without knowing the internal situation, he needed someone familiar with the area to guide him. He wanted to understand the blood supplement realm better. Recruiting members for blood supplement realm expedition, minimum C God realm. Recruiting strong members for blood supplement realm expedition, Pill God realm, reward of 3,000 top-grade spirit stones. Recruiting divine tour experts, reward of 500,000 top-grade spirit stones. With the cacophony around him, Kit gained a deeper understanding of the blood supplement realm. From the recruitment requirements, it seemed Pill God realm was the lowest level for basic self-protection within the realm. C God realm cultivators needed protection from stronger members to enter. Boss, with so many teams, which should we choose? Wilbur asked. Yes, boss. We don't know which ones are reliable, Amiri added. It's simple, just pick one randomly, Kit said indifferently, his gaze landing on a team. The members weren't particularly strong, being early-stage Pill God realm, with 4 women and 2 men. Chapter 157, Position Exposed. Wearing identical green robes, they appeared to be disciples of some sect. They were currently seeking a peak spirit pill realm powerhouse to join their team. However, the offered price wasn't particularly high, only 30,000 supreme spirit stones. Hey, as I said, it's impossible to find a peak spirit pill realm powerhouse for 30,000 spirit stones. One of the 6 cultivators, a chubby one, lamented. We should just go in directly. Fatso, this blood replenishment mystic realm is no laughing matter. A slender youth beside him replied. It's fraught with dangers inside. Last time, only 3 out of 10 people who went in came out alive. Without a peak spirit pill realm powerhouse entering, many herbs can't be harvested. There are mid-rank spirit pill realm cultivators everywhere inside, not to mention late-stage and peak blood souls and demon trees. Our 6 going in like this, it'll be tough getting out alive. But what if we keep not finding anyone? Beside them, a girl looked extremely frustrated. Just then, Kit stepped forward and spoke up. My name is Cruz. Next to me are Theo and Isabel. We're all peak spirit pill realm cultivators, and it's our first time entering the blood replenishment mystic realm. Can we join you? What? The group of cultivators immediately rejoiced. The chubby cultivator immediately clasped his hands and said, I'm Jonah. This is my junior brother Jamil, and my several junior sisters. If the 3 of you don't mind joining forces with us lowly ones, we'd be honored. All right, let's set off. Kit nodded slightly, saying nothing more. The gap between peak and early stage spirit pill realm was considerable. Even in blood replenishment city, they would still be considered formidable experts, among the top few in the entire realm. That's good. Senior, please follow me. Without hesitation, Jonah led Kit towards the blood replenishment mystic realm. Meanwhile, at the core area of Divine Tree Sect, on an altar, a jade pendant floated in midair, emitting an astonishing glow. Surrounding it, 10 elder cultivators of the King Realm were working together to activate it. Boom! A terrifying shockwave erupted from the jade pendant. In an instant, the 10 King Realm elders were blasted away, spitting blood and suffering serious injuries. Hack, truly worthy of being a young supreme. This person has such a hard destiny. Using the heavenly mechanism jade pendant to locate this person resulted in severe injuries for all of us. Hack, but it was worth it. Several elders spat blood continuously, their injuries clearly severe. Some even regressed to the venerable realm, proving the backlash they suffered was substantial. Seeing this, the sect leader rushed over and bowed respectfully to an elder. Supreme Elder, where is this young supreme? What is his name? Cough. Finding his location cost us most of our lives. To learn his name would cost all our lives combined. The elder, visibly exhausted, replied, according to the heavenly mechanism jade pendant, he is currently in blood replenishment city. Blood replenishment city? Why would he go there? The sect leader was taken aback, finding it difficult to understand. Could it be he was injured? One elder asked. Right. Even a young supreme couldn't wield a supreme artifact so recklessly without paying a heavy price. Hee, that explains why there's been no news for a month. He must have been searching for a 10,000-year blood fruit to heal himself. Perhaps, we can use a 10,000-year blood fruit as bait to lure him out, another elder suggested. A sinister plan began to take shape as the elders discussed. Achoo! Kit sneezed. A chill rose from the back of his neck, something felt off. He had sensed, as if someone was watching him. Illusion? No, not an illusion. This feeling is similar to when Cruz used a secret technique to pin down my location. Could it be someone used a secret technique to find my location? Various thoughts flashed through Kit's mind. Suddenly, he remembered his celestial shielding talisman. Cadefting his hand to check, he found it had completely shattered into ashes. Damn! Kit realized his position was exposed. It wouldn't be long before powerhouses from the Yun family, Divine Tree Sect, and Black Blood Sect would converge on Blood Replenishment City to exterminate him. This was problematic. He narrowed his eyes, considering his next move. These seniors, this is the entrance to the blood replenishment mystic realm, Jonah said, stopping before the entrance. Kit came back to his senses, looking at the mystic realm before him. The entrance towered 100 zhang high, with a faint bloody scent wafting out. From afar, Kit could feel the chilling aura seeping into his bones. Not too good. Sensing the menacing aura, he narrowed his eyes further. This mystic realm gave him an ominous feeling. Boss, I feel a cold shiver. Wilbur Wong muttered, also feeling uneasy. I get the vibe that something ancient and fierce lurks inside. Enough, let's go in. Shaking his head, Kit let Jonah lead the way deeper into the mystic realm. Upon entry, the familiar sensation of spatial change enveloped him. Then, the laws of heaven and earth subtly altered around him. A blood-red world unfolded before Kit. The blood-red ground, the withered sky, endless desolate mountains dotted with sparse blood-red plants, all appeared weak, hardly threatening. As it's your first time here, let me explain the absolute rules of the blood replenishment mystic realm. Jonah cleared his throat. The entire realm is divided into safe zones, danger zones, and death zones. However, these designations are relative. The only safe zone is the entrance area where powerful demon trees and blood souls have been cleared. Beyond the safe zone lies either danger or death. Even deity realm cultivators or venerables could fall if they misstep. In fact, the last time a venerable died was 300 years ago, after triggering a deadly formation. Translation provided strictly in English while adhering to the original tone, style, and paragraph structure. Character names are preserved using pinyin as accurately as possible. Chapter 158, Blood Soul. The bodies are still there, left as warning markers for future adventurers. At this, Jonah shivered, seemingly recalling a terrifying event that sent chills down his spine. Hiss, even venerables died in this secret realm? Wilbur was shocked, finding it hard to accept. After all, in the entire Xuanhuan realm, venerables were practically top-tier powerhouses. Currently, the spiritual energy in the entire Xuanhuan realm had depleted, not thriving as it did in the ancient and middle ancient eras. A single venerable could become the strongest force within tens of thousands of miles. Such level cultivators being instantly killed demonstrated just how dangerous the blood-nourishing secret realm was. Jonah glanced at Wilbur. Seeing he wasn't entirely convinced, Ren's expression turned serious as he said earnestly, "Don't underestimate this secret realm. According to ancient legends, it has existed since the far ancient era, possibly even tracing back to the primordial era. According to legend, this secret realm is formed from a deceased supreme ruler, harboring boundless secrets within its depths. Extremely perilous. Even holy spirits dare not venture deep into certain death zones." Hiss. Wilbur sucked in a sharp breath. He muttered, "It actually involves the primordial era? If I'm not mistaken, supremes walked the earth like commoners, and even immortals existed back then. How ancient is this secret realm? It's actually this dangerous." Kit squinted his eyes and activated the Heavenly Dao True Eye. Though the Heavenly Dao True Eye consumed vast amounts of spiritual energy, this place was too dangerous. He must keep it active throughout the journey. Otherwise, even the slightest mistake would mean certain death. A secret realm existing since the primordial era wasn't something to be taken lightly. After warning Kit, Jonah led him forward in a specific direction. On the way, Kit glanced at the map and asked, "What are we looking for here?" "Why, it's the blood-nourishing fruit, of course." Jonah looked at Kit, knowing he was a novice, and explained, "The most precious thing in the blood-nourishing secret realm is the blood-nourishing fruit. However, these fruits come in different grades. The highest grade is the 100,000-year-old blood-nourishing fruit king. It can truly revive the dead and mend bones, healing any wound. A mortal who eats one can prolong their life by 10,000 years. But this is just a legend in the blood-nourishing secret realm. The last time it appeared was 8,000 years ago. Instead, the 10,000-year-old blood-nourishing fruits are more common. Someone finds one every few decades. Below that are the rarer 1,000-year-old ones, and the more common century-old ones. Below the century mark, they are too weak to bother with." Condescending to Jonah's explanation, Kit nodded, now understanding the rules of the blood-nourishing secret realm. He looked at the marked map and asked, "So, this time we're seeking a 3,000-year-old blood-nourishing fruit?" "Yes, precisely a 3,500-year-old blood-nourishing fruit." Jonah nodded, adding, "But don't underestimate this place. Around blood-nourishing fruits older than a millennium, blood souls gather. They start at least from the divine pill stage and might include powerful blood souls at the divine mystic stage. Extremely dangerous." Kit nodded, indicating he understood. Soon, Kit arrived on a small hill. Before him was a valley. At the deepest part of the valley grew 6 blood-red medicinal herbs, each about a foot tall. Each herb bore a blood-red fruit. Even from 1,000 paces away, the heart-soothing fragrance and startling vitality could be felt. Hiss. Just one of these blood-nourishing fruits can replenish at least a third of my true dragon blood depletion. Kit watched the 6 3,500-year-old blood-nourishing fruits, narrowing his eyes. However, contrary to the belief that only 10,000-year-old fruits would work for him, the 1,000-year-old ones could be used too. He estimated that one such fruit could let him activate a supreme-grade artifact once. 6 would give him 6 chances to strike. Even if pursued by a king wielding a holy weapon, he had confidence in escaping. I must get those 6 3,500-year-old blood-nourishing fruits. Kit's mind made up, decided firmly. "Hey, boss, why aren't we seeing any blood souls?" Wilbur looked oddly at the empty valley. There were no signs of powerful creatures or anything out of the ordinary. Kit scanned the area with his Heavenly Dao True Eye, revealing everything. Under several rocks lay faint reddish stains without any aura. But to Kit's eyes, these red marks contained countless inscriptions, endless like an ocean. Most inscriptions were chaotic and incomplete, yet some remained functional and operational, equivalent to mid-divine pill stage power. 1, 2, 3, 9, 10, 11. Kit counted 11 faint reddish traces, signifying 11 mid-divine pill stage blood souls. Boss, what are you counting? 11 divine pill stage blood souls. I'll go eliminate them. Kit walked toward the valley as casually as taking a stroll. Beside him, Jonah warned, be cautious, senior. Blood souls love to hide. Watch out for ambushes. Don't worry, I know. Kit was calm. With the heavenly Tao True Eye fully active, getting ambushed by blood souls would be laughable. He walked towards the 6 blood-nourishing fruits at the valley's end. Boom. Stepping into the valley triggered the first blood soul. An originally inconspicuous blood trace on the ground transformed into a terrifying blood-red shadow with immense presence. This shadow lacked consciousness. Upon sensing Kit's life force, it roared and pounced at him. Ah! The shadow roared and lunged at Kit. In response, Kit punched, shattering the shadow with one blow. A blood-red crystal dropped to the ground. What's this? Kit picked up the crystal, examining it. The blood-red crystal gleamed beautifully, much like a blood diamond, radiant and brilliant. Chapter 159, Dividing the Blood Replenishment Fruit. The life force contained within was vast and exceptionally pure, requiring only a little refinement to transform into the purest blood energy. A blood-red crystal could restore at least 1/10 of Kit's true dragon blood. Of course, it couldn't match the speed of the blood replenishment fruit. It required time for refinement, but it was still much faster than Kit recovering by drinking spirit essence Cadequid. Senior, this is the blood crystal dropped by blood souls, containing a large amount of vital essence. It's an important raw material for refining blood replenishment pills. At the same time, it's also essential for forging the body. Many body cultivators spend exorbitant amounts to find this material. Jonah approached with a fawning expression and continued, in Blood Replenishment City, a mid-stage deity pillar realm blood soul's blood crystal can be exchanged for a millennium-old blood replenishment fruit. Oh. Kit paused, then his mood brightened. His flesh didn't need this substance, so, in the absence of 10,000-year-old blood replenishment fruits, slaying a divine mystery realm blood soul should yield blood crystals comparable to a 10,000-year-old blood replenishment fruit. Boom, boom, boom. While lost in thought, the remaining 5 blood souls sensed their companion's death and attacked, charging towards Kit. Not good. Jonah's face changed abruptly. He rapidly retreated, not daring to stay. Haha, let me handle this. The Cadencel stepped forward, brandishing a king-grade spirit sword. With one slash, he directly annihilated a blood soul. And me too. Jalen couldn't hold back any longer. Who doesn't love an easy kill? As a result, Kit didn't even get a chance to act, and the 5 blood souls were already finished off. The entire process took just 1 or 2 breaths. Jonah beside them hadn't even managed to turn around. Too strong? Jonah gaped in disbelief. Even peak deity pillar realm cultivators couldn't take down 5 mid-stage deity pillar realm blood souls so easily. You did well. Kit patted the Cadencel on the shoulder. He walked to the 6 blood replenishment fruits, picked 3, and handed them to Jonah, saying, this half is for you. For me? Jonah was taken aback, never expecting Kit to simply give him half. He thought Kit would keep all 6 blood replenishment fruits and spare him from death. He hadn't dared to ask for anything. Yes, as agreed. We split 50-50 between our teams. I always keep my promises. Kit smiled slightly, tossing the blood replenishment fruits to Jonah. There were still many areas within the blood replenishment secret realm that he didn't understand. Without Jonah leading the way, it would be dangerous. Jonah caught the flying fruits instinctively and woke up, asking, since we've obtained the blood replenishment fruits, why don't we leave now? Not yet. Do you know if there's any place where 10,000-year-old blood replenishment fruits exist? Kit looked at Jonah curiously. 10,000-year-old blood replenishment fruits? Jonah paused, hesitated for a moment, and chuckled bitterly. Most areas with low mortality rates don't have any 10,000-year-old blood replenishment fruits. If you want those, you either go to special cultivation zones set up by major forces for 10,000-year-old blood replenishment fruits. However, those zones aren't just populated by blood souls. They're guarded by powerful beings. Another option is the death zone, but even holy spirits steer clear of it and wouldn't dare enter. Hearing Jonah's response, Kit stroked his chin, surprised. There are major forces specifically cultivating 10,000-year-old blood replenishment fruits? That's right. Jonah nodded and explained, 10,000-year-old blood replenishment fruits require 10,000 years to mature. Therefore, many major forces designate large areas for these fruits to grow freely. However, different fruits have limits. Out of 10,000 one-year-old blood replenishment fruits, it's fortunate to have even one reach 1,000 years. As for 10,000-year-old ones, they're rare. So there are some. Kit sighed in relief, stroking his chin. Does the Divine Wood Sect have any herb fields in this area? There definitely are, and they're top tier. Rumor has it, the Divine Wood Sect's herb fields contain at least hundreds of 10,000-year-old blood replenishment fruits. Jonah hesitated, feeling his statement wasn't rigorous enough, adding, of course, this is just a rumor. No one knows the true situation. To know if it's true, we must see for ourselves. Kit's lips curled upwards. Senior, you don't intend to plunder the Divine Wood Sect's herb fields, do you? Jonah froze, trembling. Even the thought terrified him. The Divine Wood Sect was an immensely powerful sect, even dominant in Blood Replenishment City. Few dared provoke them. Of course not. Kit shook his head, looking at Jonah. I just want to take a look. Only a look. Oh, got it. Jonah paused, then relaxed. He felt he overthought it. No one would dare provoke the Divine Wood Sect in this world. All right, lead the way. Kit urged Jonah, moving towards the location of the Divine Wood Sect. Soon, under Jonah's guidance, Kit swiftly arrived at the Divine Wood Sect's herb field. Boom. A barrier stretched across the sky, like a city wall, enclosing a vast area. This is one of the Divine Wood Sect's 17 herb fields. The spirit energy concentration here is dozens of times higher than outside, making blood replenishment fruits grow quickly. Jonah pointed to the massive energy barrier, then continued. That array is called the Divine Wood Array, created by the founder of the Divine Wood sect, the Divine Wood Sage. It's impervious and suppresses intruders internally while being defensively formidable, quite difficult to breach. I see. Kit nodded, walking towards the entire array. Senior, you said you'd only take a stroll, right? Jonah paused, puzzled. Hee, don't worry, nothing will happen. Kit grinned, not explaining further. Using the leisurely step, he rushed towards the Divine Wood Array. His movements were swift, ghost-like. Though the Divine Wood Sage's array was powerful, Kit noticed it was incomplete, only about 1/10 complete. Before him, it was riddled with flaws like a sieve. Thus, he entered the herb field area silently, like a wraith. The Divine Wood Array remained oblivious, continuing its stable operation. Chapter 160, Raiding the Divine Wood Sect. Boom. As soon as he passed through the Divine Wood Array, Kit felt a terrifying surge of life essence approaching from afar. Blood replenishing fruit? Kit's heart leaped with joy. Without wasting any time, he rushed straight towards the location of the blood replenishing fruits. Soon, a massive warehouse came into view. 2 disciples of the Divine Wood sect were walking and chatting, each holding a jade box containing 2 blood replenishing fruits about 8,000 years old. Well, it's time to send back the latest batch of mature blood replenishing fruits to the sect, one disciple said. The quality of this batch is pretty good. One of them is nearly 10,000 years old, just short of becoming a 10,000-year-old fruit. What a pity. It's normal. 10,000-year-old blood replenishing fruits only grow in the top-grade medicinal fields. Ours are just ordinary fields. It's already quite impressive that we cultivated a 9,900-year-old one. All right, let's hurry up and put these 2 fruits into storage. Kit heard their conversation clearly. He stroked his chin, muttering, interesting. It seems the Divine Wood sect has been operating in the blood replenishing realm for many years, and 10,000-year-old blood replenishing fruits aren't rare. They're just monopolized by sects. Just then, the 2 disciples opened the warehouse. Boom. Instantly, a terrifying wave of life essence erupted. The entire warehouse was filled with a brilliant red glow from thousands of blood replenishing fruits, each at least 5,000 years old. Undoubtedly, this was the accumulation of this entire field over a considerable period. Seeing this, Kit drew a sharp breath. The Divine Wood sect had an incredibly rich stockpile. Such a large quantity of blood replenishing fruits was merely a small part of what they stored. This time, he would be rolling in wealth. Whoosh! In a flash, Kit appeared before the 2 disciples. What? Who's there? The 2 disciples were taken aback. Just as they were preparing to attack, Kit knocked them unconscious with 2 swift punches. He then grabbed the 2 8,000-year-old fruits and placed them inside the dragon-shaped pendant before striding into the warehouse. Inside, besides the thousands of blood replenishing fruits, there was also a mountain of blood crystals, a product of the Divine Wood sect's years of accumulation. Great stuff. Too bad they now belong to me. Kit chuckled and waved his hand, lifting the entire warehouse and stuffing it into the dragon-shaped pendant. At that moment, the destruction of the warehouse alarmed the elder overseeing the entire field. He had already reached the profound power realm. In an instant, he locked onto Kit with his divine sense and roared, "Damn you! How dare you rob our Divine Wood sect's herbs? Are you out of your mind? Die!" A pure golden flying sword flashed across 100 miles and struck towards Kit. Boom! The power of a profound power realm expert was astounding. Kit was surprised to find the Divine Wood sect had dispatched such a high-level protector. He hadn't expected more than peak deity mystic experts. Boom! Without hesitation, Kit summoned the supreme sword and smeared true dragon blood on it. Boom! The supreme sword awakened, radiating supreme aura. A supreme artifact? The Divine Wood sect elder gasped, his face turning pale. He hadn't expected Kit to possess such an extraordinary artifact. Suddenly, he recalled the young Supreme being hunted by the Divine Wood sect and exclaimed, You're that young Supreme? Now you know, it's too late. Without a moment's delay, Kit slashed through the golden sword and used the Way of Freedom step to close in on the elder, striking down with a single blow. Boom! The power of the supreme artifact was terrifying. James, the elder, shouted in desperation, "No, this can't be." Struggling fiercely, he launched a final attack, but it was futile against the power of the supreme artifact. Kit swept the elder away with a single slash, leaving behind only a storage ring floating mid-air. Boom! Suddenly, the death zone, which had been calm, seemed to be attracted by the supreme artifact. A black sandstorm rapidly surged toward Kit, covering him in seconds. Oh no! Kit's face changed. The black sandstorm blocked divine senses and even interfered with heavenly Tao true eyes. Clearly, this was extremely dangerous. Not good. It's the black sandstorm from the death zone. Jonah trembled. Historically, none who have been caught in it have survived. Really? Wilbur's face turned pale. He immediately attacked, trying to create a gap to pull Kit out. Instead, the sandstorm turned its attention to him. Boom! Wilbur was instantly engulfed by the sandstorm, along with Jalen and Jonah. Open up! Kit, trapped within the sandstorm, tried his best to break free using the supreme sword. However, it was futile. The black sand sealed him firmly, dragging everyone deeper into the death zone. We're done for. Wilbur mournfully said, "Boss, we'll die in the death zone. I don't want to die." Shut up, Kit frowned, concentrating all his power into the supreme sword to create a safe zone around Wilbur and Jalen. Chapter 161, Death Zone. At the same time, Jonah's life was also saved. Thud. Kit landed with Jonah and the others on the black ground of the death zone. In sight was an endless expanse of black land, with the black sand particles on the surface clearly being the source of the black storm. It's over. We're definitely dead this time. Jonah was terrified out of his wits. His mind was completely blank. Kit, however, used the heavenly Tao true eye to observe the surroundings. On the ground were countless faint golden lines densely packed together. At the intersections of these lines were extraordinarily intricate runes, like boundless stars in the sky. Within these nodes, silver crystals acted as the foundation for a large formation. These are holy crystals? And this killing array around us is clearly a pure killing array set up by a saint. Anyone below the saint level will be instantly killed if they walk around randomly. Kit glanced around and took a sharp intake of breath. What? A killing array set up by a saint? The incel frowned slightly beside him. He examined the surroundings carefully and then said in astonishment, "Boss, I can't see through this killing array. A saint-level killing array. It's normal you can't see through it. Follow me." Kit made hand seals, and the breaking array talisman appeared. With his knowledge of the breaking array talisman, even an illusionary maze set by a true dragon could be easily broken. A mere saint-level killing array should be no problem. Buzz. Dozens of golden talismans rushed into the killing array, creating a small golden path before Kit. Phew. Kit sighed in relief. He took out a clone talisman and controlled it to walk along the golden path for a distance. Confirming it was safe, he turned around and said, "All right, everyone follow me." Holy crap. Boss, you're amazing. The incel took a sharp intake of breath, unable to contain his surprise. Jonah was stunned speechless. He looked at Kit again and felt an immense shock. He knew that Kit was far from ordinary. If someone could easily break a saint-level killing array, they might be something like a reborn Holy Spirit, or at least a reincarnated saint. Kit didn't know what Jonah was thinking. His nerves were tightly strung as he slowly moved within the killing array. This place was very dangerous. One wrong step would lead to death without a trace. What's that? Suddenly, the incel let out a cry of astonishment, disbelief evident in his tone. What? Kit turned and looked in the direction the incel was pointing. About 100 paces away, there grew a blood-red blood-replenishing grass about a foot tall. This plant looked as if it was carved from blood-red crystal, with only the fruit bearing 10 golden lines. Each line was incredibly intricate yet perfectly natural. Without a doubt, this was a 10,000-year blood-replenishing fruit. Whoa! Kit sucked in a breath. His heart pounded, and he had an irresistible urge to grab that 10,000-year blood-replenishing fruit. But he quickly abandoned the thought. There was a 100 paces gap filled with a killing array between him and the fruit. Even if he were 10 or 100 times more powerful, he still wouldn't survive this saint-level killing array. Attempting to rush forward would mean certain death. Tisk. Kit sighed regretfully. He then told the incel, "Okay, stop looking. Let's leave this cursed place." Sure. The incel came back to his senses, realizing the peril of greed in such a dangerous spot. Jonah glanced at the 10,000-year blood-replenishing fruit reluctantly and muttered, "Is there really no way to get that fruit? Don't even think about it. Greed will only get you killed." Kit glanced at Jonah and warned, 100 paces doesn't seem much, but one misstep means an attack force equivalent to a saint's blow. Even if we were 10,000 times stronger, we couldn't withstand it. Follow me. Yes, senior. Jonah snapped back to reality immediately. Almost simultaneously, the Yun family, Divinewood sect, and Black Blood sect arrived at Blood Replenishing City. Especially the Mark, who had brought almost half of the sect's elite warriors, 2 king-level existences, over 30 venerable levels, and 5 holy artifacts. Their combat strength was enough to sweep through Blood Replenishing City. As soon as the Mark arrived, news came from the Blood Replenishing Secret Realm. A warehouse had been raided, losing thousands of 5,000-year-old blood replenishing fruits. Upon hearing this, the Mark felt dizzy and nearly spat out blood. The loss of blood replenishing fruits was secondary. The worst part was losing a numinous boundary elder, who happened to be his second brother and right-hand man. "Bastard! I'll kill you!" The Mark roared to the heavens. With bloodshot eyes, he told the surrounding people, "Elders, please prepare immediately to set up the killing array. If that kid leaves the blood replenishing secret realm, execute him on sight." "Yes, sect master." Everyone instinctively glanced at the Mark, seeing his rage. They understood it wasn't the time to remind him of Kit's possession of an imperial weapon, which none of them could possibly hold back. To engage in battle, the only method was to buy time with lives. Kit remained unaware of the developments outside. He had reached the end of the saint-level killing array and now stood staring at a city in front of him. At the core of the killing array lay a square city measuring 100 miles per side. Before Kit, the only path forward was blocked by a massive bronze door. Inside the bronze door were countless runes, indicating some kind of test. "This door won't be easy to open," Jalen commented with a frown, sensing the seal inside. "I'll try." The incel stepped forward first, placing both hands on the bronze door. He exerted all his strength, trying to move the door. Boom. Despite the terrifying force applied, the bronze door remained unmoved. Chapter 162, Supreme Trial. Watching the Jace pushing the bronze door with all his might, it always gave one the impression of an ant trying to topple a tree. This left Kit somewhat surprised. The Jace was no weakling. He had already reached the middle stage of the Divine Pill realm. In pure combat power, he could rival a half-step Divine Traveler, and even match a Divine Traveler realm cultivator. Despite the Jace's full effort, the bronze door didn't even budge. "Boss, this bronze door is incredibly heavy," exclaimed the Jace in astonishment, his brows furrowed. At this moment, Jonah seemed to have noticed something and said, "Everyone, there are inscriptions here." Kit turned around and saw that in front of the bronze door stood a rust-covered ancient bronze stele, covered in mysterious ancient characters. These characters were extremely ancient, resembling pictographs. Each character seemed to carry an inexplicable power, as if explaining some profound truth. "These are inscriptions from the primordial era." Jace shouted in surprise, disbelief etched on his face. He looked at the bronze door before him and said, "This door is a relic from the primordial era. Do you recognize the writing?" Kit glanced at Jace, slightly astonished. This dragon has quite some knowledge. He recognizes the writing from the primordial era. Upon hearing Kit's question, The Jace nodded and said, I once found records about the writings from the primordial era in an ancient relic. What does it say? Jalen asked impatiently. The others perked up their ears immediately, hearts pounding. This was a relic from the primordial era. It might involve secrets of immortality and would definitely be a shocking super relic for the entire xuanhuan world. Seeing everyone watching him, the Jace squatted down in front of the ancient bronze stele and started deciphering the words. After nearly an hour, the Jace finally exhaled deeply. He said, I don't know all of these words, but I've grasped the gist of it. Simply put, behind this door is a supreme trial. Supreme trial? Everyone drew a sharp breath. Supreme. That was an existence standing at the peak of the xuanhuan world. Just the name made clear that this bronze door was far from ordinary. Don't tease us, just tell us what this supreme trial is about. Kit asked, frowning. Seeing Kit's impatience, the Jace stopped playing coy and said straightforwardly, the so-called supreme trial is exclusively for the Keenan. If one hasn't met the standards of a Keenan, they cannot open this bronze door. There are 9 trials behind it. Those who pass all 9 will gain rewards from this trial and inherit the supreme legacy. Failure means certain death. Whoosh. Upon hearing the Jace's words, Jonah and the Cashias sucked in a cold breath, faces turning grim. Glancing at the bronze door, Jonah laughed bitterly. Keenans have been rare throughout history. The only one now is being hunted relentlessly by major forces like the Yun family and the Divine Wood sect. How could they possibly be here? Upon hearing this, the Jace and Jalen's expressions changed abruptly. Their gazes aligned and fixed on Kit. Seeing this, Kit cleared his throat lightly and said, sorry, the Keenan you mentioned. Seems to be me. What? Jonah first froze, then chuckled bitterly. Senior, please stop joking. How could that be possible? Possibility is simple. Try pushing this bronze door. Kit turned around and walked to the bronze door, calmly saying, I want to see what this primordial era supreme trial is all about. Finished speaking, Kit took out a 5,000-year-old blood replenishing fruit and swallowed it directly. Rumble. Terrifying blood energy erupted, but was easily refined by Kit. His previously diminished state, due to using the supreme sword, was restored to its peak. Facing the supreme trial, Kit dared not be overconfident and needed to be at his best. Boss, just release your aura. This door senses the aura of a Keenan and will open automatically, reminded the Jace. Boom. Kit stopped concealing his aura and released it directly. Rumble. Pure golden true dragon blood energy soared into the sky, like a vast ocean creating stormy waves all around. True dragon body? Jonah was shocked again. Now, he was sure that Kit was the Keenan being pursued. To think he entered the blood-replenishing secret realm alongside a Keenan? For a moment, Jonah didn't know whether to celebrate or be afraid. Crack crack. The pure golden true dragon blood energy erupted uncontrollably. The rust on the ancient steel peeled off, revealing a pure golden steel underneath. Rumble. Blinding golden light shot up into the sky. Then the rust on the bronze door began to fall off, eventually transforming into a bronze door seemingly cast from pure gold. Rumble. Golden inscriptions appeared on the golden door. Beside it, the Jace couldn't help but read out loud, Supreme Trial initiated. Step through this door, and the trial begins. Those who pass can inherit the supreme legacy. Fail and die. Whoosh. Jonah and others drew sharp breaths. All eyes were fixed on Kit, eager to see what this supreme trial entailed. Fail and die? Interesting. Without hesitation, Kit, carrying the supreme sword, strode into the trial. Boom. The moment he entered, countless purple divine beams emerged, forming a platform 1,000 miles wide. On the platform, the purple divine beams transformed into a purple golden true dragon, with immense presence but relatively low cultivation, only at the Aura Formation Realm. Aura Formation Realm True Dragon. It can rival Sea of God's Realm Cultivators. The Jace observed the trial, narrowing his eyes. Beside him, Jonah was confused and asked, but why is this trial so weak? It's very simple. It's bound by cultivation level. The Jace took a deep breath and explained, Boss is at the peak of Aura Transformation. A weak opponent for the first trial is normal. If you entered, it would be an early stage Divine Traveler Realm True Dragon, killing Spirit Void Realm practitioners like squashing ants. Whoosh. Peak Aura Transformation Realm? Jonah was speechless. A sense of defeat flashed across his mind, leaving him feeling depressed. Hashtag chapter 163, connecting the 3 gates. All of them are cultivators, so why is there such a huge gap between them? He's in the early Divine Core Realm, fighting someone in the middle Divine Core Realm, and can only flee in defeat. Yet, Kit at the Aura Transformation stage can already slay Divine Ability users. This disparity is truly exaggerated. At this moment, on the arena, Kit, sword in hand, faced the purple true dragon before him. Without hesitation, he raised his arm to deliver the first move of the Heavenly Emperor Sword technique. Boom. Golden sword chi swept horizontally, slashing toward the purple true dragon. Roar. The purple true dragon let out a roar. Its aura instantly expanded to reach the Divine Traveler stage, charging straight towards the golden sword chi. It opened its mouth and spat out a streak of purple gold lightning, directly crushing Kit's golden sword chi. Then, it swung its tail toward Kit. Kit could sense that the purple true dragon's power had suddenly increased tenfold. No doubt, this was some kind of forbidden secret technique. Without any delay, Kit grabbed the tail of the purple true dragon and swung it around like a whip, smashing it down onto the ground. Rumble. When the purple true dragon hit the ground, its scales scattered, and it suffered significant injuries. Not letting up, Kit dragged the dragon and smashed it into the ground another 7 or 8 times. Bang. On the 9th smash, the purple true dragon was killed outright by Kit. Its body exploded into a mass of purple light and dissipated into the air. Passing the first level with some suspense, but relatively easily. Not human. Cristobal looked at Kit's performance and was speechless. That was a true dragon of a higher realm than Kit, yet it was simply slammed to death. Too savage. Boom. A fruit with tin markings floated in midair. Its fresh fragrance spread, causing Kit to take a deep breath. This fruit was precisely the 10,000-year blood nourishing fruit king, far rarer than even the 10,000-year blood nourishing fruit. The reward for the first level is the 10,000-year blood nourishing fruit king. That's quite extravagant. Kit exclaimed in surprise, then used the spirit jade medicine bottle to store the 10,000-year blood nourishing fruit king inside. Crack, crack. Just as Kit put away the fruit, an even stronger aura appeared. A xiuxian at the early profound chi stage stood before Kit. Also one of the 5 great divine beasts, its natural talent was incredibly formidable and renowned for its immense strength. Even a weak profound chi stage xiuxian had combat power comparable to the divine core realm and could even match half-step divine travelers. This should be interesting. Kit wasn't fazed by the test ahead. He had confidence in defeating this divine beast xiuxian. Boom. This time, the xiuxian acted first, rushing straight at Kit and stomping down with its hooves. Boom. The hooves were extremely powerful, like a small mountain with dense runes shining on them, locking down the surrounding space, leaving Kit no room to dodge. Forget it, since I can't avoid it, let's see whose strength is greater. Kit didn't back down, using both hands simultaneously. He executed the heavenly Dao fist and struck directly at the xiuxian's hooves. Crack. Under Kit's fists, the xiuxian's legs emitted clear cracking sounds, indicating the bones breaking. However, being just an illusion, it lacked emotion. Even with broken legs, it still spewed out purple golden xiuxian fire toward Kit. Kit didn't even try to dodge. He kicked the xiuxian in its abdomen, sending it flying. Then, holding the rusty sword, he slashed down at the xiuxian. Rumble. Kit didn't activate the innate power of the supreme artifact. Instead, he wielded the rusty sword to split the xiuxian in two. Crack, crack. With over 20 more slashes, he chopped the xiuxian illusion into dozens of pieces. Mark of Heavenly Dao. Kit looked at the pile of fragments and released a mountain-sized mark of Heavenly Dao, which directly smashed down on the remaining debris. Boom. The fragments were cleanly crushed by Kit's mark of Heavenly Dao. Another beam of golden light soared into the sky, and the second reward slowly appeared before Kit within a column of golden light. Unexpectedly, it was a silver-white crystal. Is it holy crystal? No. Kit picked up the silver-white crystal, sensing it slightly, and his expression changed. It turned out to be a supreme divine ability called True Dragon Transformation. If one possessed true dragon blood essence within their body, they could transform into a true dragon through this divine ability, increasing their power tenfold effortlessly. Undoubtedly, this was an extremely terrifying divine ability. This prize is more valuable than the 10,000-year blood nourishing fruit king. Supreme divine abilities are apparently owned only by a few supreme families in the entire xuanhuan world. Kit muttered to himself, putting away the silver-white crystal containing true dragon transformation and waiting quietly for the third level to begin. Meanwhile, in Blood Nourishing City, the Yun family, Divine Wood sect, and Black Blood sect gathered together. Besides the 3 families, there was also a black-clad figure standing in the corner. This figure's aura was indistinct, barely noticeable, and eerily non-existent. It's not easy to kill a young supreme cultivator. He has too many tricks up his sleeve. The black figure stood still, arms crossed, saying calmly, "We need more money? What? We've already offered 1 trillion top-grade spirit stones. You're still asking for more? You're greedy, changing the price at the last minute. 1 trillion spirit stones is already a lot." The 3 factions all expressed dissatisfaction, feeling that this shadow was too greedy. 1 trillion top-grade spirit stones? That youth has supreme artifacts, at least 3 holy artifacts. What's 1 trillion spirit stones? The black figure wasn't anxious, replying slowly, "My condition is simple. I want 100 holy crystals. 1 less and I won't do it." 100 holy crystals? Hermes frowned, pondering for a while, then said, "All right, 100 holy crystals. My Yun family will provide them." "Great. Decisive." The black figure glanced at the Hermes and replied calmly, "According to the information you gave me, that young supreme cultivator is now in the blood nourishing realm?" "That's correct." The Yun family patriarch nodded slightly. Hashtag chapter 164, Primordial Creation Elixir. The patriarch of Divine Wood sect asked, "Do we need to send out our strong warriors to help you kill him? You idiots are useless. You'd only alert him." The black figure spoke disdainfully. "Do you even know what an assassin is? They strike when least expected. If your so-called experts could kill that Keenan sovereign, why would I even be here?" Representatives from the 3 major forces clenched their fists, anger rising in their hearts. However, they did not dare to act rashly. This figure before them was Blood Soul's top assassin, who had once ambushed and killed a heavenly lord-level expert. He himself had lived for nearly 3,000 years. To offend such an assassin would mean certain death for everyone present. High cultivation level did not equate to invincibility. An assassin capable of killing a heavenly lord would be anyone's nightmare if lurking in the shadows. Enough. That Keenan sovereign is my responsibility. I will definitely kill him within a month. The black figure left behind this arrogant statement before quietly disappearing. Meanwhile, the opponent for the 3rd challenge appeared. Unexpectedly, this time it was a black taudai. Its black scales radiated a terrifying aura. It had reached the peak of the mystic chi realm. At this level, combined with its taudai bloodline, even a wandering stage powerhouse might find it a formidable opponent. With a loud roar, Kit swung his rusty sword, unleashing the first strike of the Heavenly Emperor's sword technique. Ayo roar. The taudai let out a roar and swallowed the golden sword chi, converting it into its own energy. Then it spat out a gray lightning bolt towards Kit. Swoosh. Kit used the wayward step technique, flashing around to the taoye's back. He thrust his rusty sword at its back, but the taudai didn't even attempt to dodge. A black energy shield materialized on its back, blocking Kit's attack. Clang clang clang. The rusty sword sparked against the black energy shield. What formidable defense! Kit couldn't help but be amazed. The Taodai, as one of the ancient divine beasts, was indeed powerful. With a roar, the Taodai turned around. Opening its mouth, it attempted to swallow Kit whole. Boom! The Taoyu's innate ability allowed it to devour everything. Seeing this, Kit immediately summoned a Dao seal in his hand and struck it at the Taoyu's head. Boom! The Dao seal hovered in mid-air, unaffected by the Taodai. It then struck the Taoyu's head, sending it flying. Swoosh! Kit increased his speed and caught up to the Taodai in an instant. With his rusty sword, he slashed down at the beast. Slash! A tearing sound echoed. The Taoyu's head was cleanly severed by Kit's sword. Immediately after, he raised another Dao seal and struck the severed head. Bang! The Taoyu's head shattered instantly, and its massive body began to dissipate. Third stage passed. Boom! The moment Kit cleared the third stage, the arena transformed. The previously purple crystal-like platform above became a colossal pure gold platform spanning tens of thousands of feet. Boom! A ladder descended from the platform, awaiting Kit's ascent. There were no time limits. This was clearly a rest period. Boom! Another golden beam rose, and the reward for the third stage fell. A silver-white holy crystal block 300 feet long, 100 feet high, and 200 feet wide appeared before Kit. Holy **T. Seeing the enormous holy crystal, Kit was stunned. Such a huge crystal was worth at least several million ordinary holy crystals and was extravagantly luxurious. But more extravagant still was that the entire crystal had been hollowed out to form a 10-foot square bathtub filled with a faint purple liquid, its material unknown. The energy fluctuations inside were terrifying. Kit estimated that just a pea-sized drop could make him explode. Should I try a drop first? After a brief hesitation, Kit decided to experiment with a single drop. Sitting cross-legged, he summoned a pea-sized drop of the purple liquid and swallowed it whole. Boom! The moment the purple liquid entered his body, Kit realized he had underestimated its power. A sea of purple energy surged through him, endless and boundless. In just a few breaths, Kit was on the verge of exploding. I must refine it. Without hesitation, Kit wildly circulated the Chaos Scripture, using the physical refinement technique to harness the energy from the purple liquid to strengthen his body. Crack crack crack. Massive amounts of energy fused into his body, initiating his second rebirth. Compared to the 10,000-year black blood Zhu fruit, this purple energy was far more powerful. The purple energy swept through, washing away impurities deep within his bones. Fragile bones shattered and reformed under the intense purification. For a moment, Kit's body emitted constant cracking sounds. Dead skin peeled off in layers, occasionally punctuated by blood spilling out as waste bone fragments were expelled. Is Big Brother going to explode? From afar, Jalen watched, startled. Don't worry, he won't, said Wilbur confidently. That purple divine liquid is likely crafted by a supreme sovereign to purify the body, correcting any flaws. Big Brother should be fine. Could that purple liquid be the primordial creation elixir? Jonah stared at the purple liquid in awe. I read in ancient texts that in primordial times, a supreme sovereign distilled the purest forces of nature and mixed them with precious herbs to create a liquid that can perfect a person's body. Consistent consumption can even enhance one's constitution to near supreme body status. Wow. Supreme body. You're right, that does sound like primordial creation elixir. Wilbur eyed the pool of primordial creation elixir greedily, involuntarily swallowing his saliva. Chapter 165. Kicked out. This object had already vanished in the ancient era, making it an utmost treasure that one could hardly encounter. Time flew by, and the chaotic creation fluid's reinforcement of Kit's physical body lasted for nearly half a month. The entire brutal process was unbearably painful. The pain was far more intense than his first rebirth transformation. It felt as if every bone in his body was being crushed bit by bit and then reassembled. If Kit's willpower wasn't strong enough, he might have collapsed by now, but all this was worth it. Through introspection, Kit saw a monumental change within his body. His originally pale golden bones had now turned into pure gold, while the true dragon blood became purer. There was no significant change in cultivation realm. It remained at the fourth stage of body tempering, rebirth transformation. However, his strength, sensory abilities, and physical durability had drastically improved. Currently, Kit could sense that his body was approaching the level of a top-grade spirit artifact. True rebirth transformation. Truly a complete rebirth. All the flaws from my previous 3 realms have been compensated. Kit marveled at the changes in his body. Looking at the pool of purple liquid before him, Kit thought to himself, if I absorb this entire pool, wouldn't I almost reach sainthood? Perhaps this reward was meant for holy spirits, hence its abundance. Forget it, no point thinking about it. Next, let's tackle the remaining 3 trials. Without hesitation, Kit stood up, stepped onto the heavenly ladder, and walked towards the golden arena above. A massive burst echoed through the air as Kit set foot on the arena, revealing countless golden divine rays that formed a blurry figure. The figure was tall, with an indiscernible face. An aura unique to emperors radiated from it, exuding an invincible presence merely by standing on the platform. Crack! The oppressive imperial aura landed on Kit, forcing him to kneel. Damn it! Not happening! With a roar, Kit immediately unleashed his imperial weapon. A mighty boom erupted. The sword chi of the imperial sword sliced the shadowy figure into pieces. Kit, holding the imperial sword, boldly stepped onto the golden arena and coolly asked the imperial figure, "What are you, an emperor's remnant consciousness? Or part of the 4th trial?" "Both." The imperial figure's gaze fell upon Kit's rusty sword, saying with some surprise, "I've seen that sword in your hand before. It's very powerful." Hearing this, Kit was slightly stunned. No matter how you looked at it, this figure was from the ancient era, yet it had seen the rusty sword? That was quite shocking. Could it be that the rusty sword's origin was even more terrifying than he imagined? Thinking of this, Kit frowned and asked the Imperial figure, "Can you tell me the true nature of this sword?" "No." The Imperial figure was resolute. He glanced at Kit and continued, "You are not suitable for my inheritance. Leave." Kit was dumbfounded, taken aback. He was just about to continue clearing the 9 trials when he was suddenly dismissed. That seemed a bit too much. "So," Kit reasoned, "I've already completed a third of the trials, and now you say I'm unsuitable? Are you toying with me?" Hee. The Imperial figure chuckled. "Even if I am, what can you do about it?" "What the hell?" Kit froze, never expecting the Imperial figure to resort to such childishness. "Alright, I didn't ask for the return of the first 3 rewards, which is already generous." The Imperial figure shrugged and added, "As for the inheritance, you already possess those scrolls. My inheritance pales in comparison, making you unsuitable." "You?" Kit was startled. This emperor had some real knowledge after all. It could actually see his chaos scripture within his spiritual sea. "Alright, consider the 3 items as our connection. Let's meet again if fate allows it." With a snap of his finger, the Imperial figure acted. Boom. In an instant, the surrounding arena collapsed. A spatial teleportation array appeared throughout the trial grounds. It instantly transported Kit and the group led by Wilbur out of the death zone, kicking them out of the blood recovery secret realm and directly to the Xuanhuan world, crashing like meteors into a small mountain. Bang bang bang. Both Kit and Wilbur lost their balance the moment they emerged from the portal, crashing onto the ground like meteors and leaving deep craters. Ouch. Kit climbed out of the crater, still feeling a bit dazed. Frowning, he muttered, "What exactly was that figure? Too unbelievable." "Boss, what happened? Why were you kicked out halfway through your trial?" Wilbur also climbed out of the crater, looking bewildered. "Well, he said I wasn't suited for his inheritance." Kit shrugged, but didn't feel too disappointed. Just as the Imperial figure said, Kit already had the Chaos Scripture, so receiving his inheritance would be pointless. What he regretted most was missing out on the remaining 6 trials rewards. The 3rd trial had already given him a pool of chaotic creation fluid. What treasures awaited in the next 6 trials was unimaginable. Are we back in the outside world? Jonah also crawled out of the crater. He glanced at Kit and realized something alarming. Would Kit silence him? After all, now the Divine Wood sect and Yun family were practically going insane over information. Anyone who provided news would receive a supreme-grade spirit artifact. A tempting offer few could resist. So, the safest move for Kit would be to eliminate witnesses. For a moment, Jonah felt utterly cold and hopeless. Finished. This time, he was surely dead. At that moment, Kit also noticed Jonah but had no intention of silencing him. Jonah didn't know his identity. By changing disguises, no one would recognize him. Since they were out and had obtained the blood recovery fruit, there was no need to bring Jonah along anymore. Thinking this, Kit approached Jonah, intending to give him a couple of top-grade spirit artifacts as a farewell gift. However, Jonah misinterpreted his intentions. Thinking Kit wanted to kill him, he immediately cried out, "Don't kill me!" Hashtag Chapter 166, Rest and Recovery. "I will absolutely not reveal your whereabouts, and I have never seen you." Kit was taken aback. What was going on here? However, Kit soon gave up on pondering. He looked at Jonah, tossed him a 5,000-year-old blood-replenishing fruit, and said, "I didn't plan to kill you. No need to be nervous. This blood-replenishing fruit is part of the share. Goodbye." Jonah was clearly stunned. He hesitated for a moment before telling Kit, "Let's meet again in the future." Maybe. Kit wasn't bothered by this. He left quickly with Wilbur Wong. This time, the quantity of resources he obtained in the blood replenishment secret realm was enormous, and he needed time to process them. A day later, Kit arrived at the outskirts of an ordinary small town. He decided to rest and adjust here briefly, stabilize his cultivation, and consider what to do next. The forces chasing him now were numerous and powerful. These ancient families had survived for so many years, holding cards close to their chests. Though Kit appeared arrogant, he actually harbored respect for these ancient families like the Yun clan and Shenmu sect. These ancient families had surely accumulated significant reserves over the years to survive so long. In the coming days, I must keep a low profile. Kit narrowed his eyes, making a decision. He began consolidating his cultivation and organizing his recent gains. First was the Chaos Creation Cadequid, which Kit generously gave to Wilbur Wong and Hong Scorpio sesame-sized drops. Given their cultivation levels, this amount was enough. More would be fatal. Both absorbed the Chaos Creation Cadequid and went into seclusion. After a little over half a month, their auras had visibly increased several times over. They were still in seclusion, obviously not having fully absorbed the energy from the Chaos Creation Cadequid yet. During these days, Kit's cultivation solidified completely. He then started organizing the resources within his dragon-shaped pendant. In doing so, Kit found an unexpected surprise. In Black Blood Saint's storage ring, he found spirit-focusing fruit. And it was a 100,000-year-old black blood spirit-focusing fruit, much stronger than regular ones. Because it was black, Kit overlooked it initially. This really was right under my nose. Kit muttered, looking at the 100,000-year-old black blood spirit-focusing fruit in his hand. Then, he swallowed the fruit whole and began refining his primordial spirit. Boom. The 100,000-year-old black blood spirit-focusing fruit was thousands of times rarer than ordinary fruits and tens of thousands of times more potent. There was almost no comparison between the two. Swallowing one made Kit's aura soar once again. His primordial spirit also underwent new changes due to the potency of the 100,000-year-old black blood spirit-focusing fruit. If previously Kit's primordial spirit was mist, now its density increased by 100-fold, forming a lake of about 10 zhang, Chinese length unit, in diameter within his sea of consciousness. This marked Kit entering the 4th stage of primordial spirit refinement. With just primordial spirit power alone, he could easily slay immortal roaming realm cultivators, even peak immortal roaming realm cultivators. Within the lake, the chaos scripture hovered in his sea of consciousness, suppressing all sides. Kit felt a strange change occurring within the chaos scripture, as if undergoing some transformation. Could it be that the chaos scripture is also changing? Kit paused, pondering for a moment but couldn't make heads or tails of it. Just as Kit was about to give up, the chaos scripture suddenly emitted boundless light, opening automatically. A 9-colored divine light overflowed from Kit's sea of consciousness, cleansing impurities from his flesh, correcting various deficiencies in his true chi, and strengthening his primordial spirit. This was a new kind of transformation. Kit's realm rapidly advanced to the peak of the martial aura realm during this purification. His aura was vast. Even without any spirit weapons, he could reach the brink of the semi-god realm. This was an extremely terrifying ability to challenge higher realms. It was worth noting that even the young supreme among the elite, at the peak martial aura realm, could only challenge early-stage true Dan realm cultivators. Most young supremes could only defeat divine C realm cultivators. Boom. After the 9-colored divine light finished enhancing Kit, the chaos scripture opened again. Seeing the next breakthrough materials listed, Kit froze and turned green. The mystic chi realm, the last and most critical stage of the cultivation chi phase. From cultivation chi, gathering chi, transforming chi, martial aura, to finally the mystic chi realm. The most crucial aspect was the mystic chi realm. To cultivate this stage to its utmost, one needed 9 supergrade materials. Each was of true dragon blood level. Black tortoise true blood, vermilion bird true blood, phoenix true blood, white tiger true blood, and true dragon blood mixed to create the chaos body, forming the strongest physical body. Out of the remaining 5 materials, 3 are for refining the primordial spirit. 9 Khedive's revival grass, cycle flower, golden mystic god forging flower. 2 for condensing mystic chi, sacred crystal core, 9-colored spirit marrow. Looking at the long list given by the chaos scripture, Kit's face turned green. None of these items were simple. For instance, the true blood of the 5 divine beasts. He barely managed to find 1 true dragon blood after such efforts. The other 4 divine beasts' true bloods? Not a trace. Moreover, 9 Khedive's revival grass, cycle flower, golden mystic god forging flower. All were wholly medicinal plants, 1,000 times rarer than medicinal kings. It was unknown whether they could even be found in the entire xuanhuan world. As for the sacred crystal core, it was an even more unrealistic ask. Only from a super-large spiritual stone vein could a sacred crystal be born. To form a sacred crystal core, it needed to be entirely condensed from sacred crystals. But such veins were already exhausted in the Middle Ancient era. Sacred crystal veins had vanished from the entire xuanhuan world. Of course, some dangerous areas like the Netherworld Valley might still have sacred crystal veins. But who would dare go there? Even the blood replenishment secret realm still left Kit feeling lingering fear. In places like that, one mistake and you're dead. Saying it's nearly certain death isn't an exaggeration at all. Chapter 167. Chapter 167. Xiuxian True Blood Essence. This is forcing me to venture into death zones. Kit's lips twitched as he glanced at the list of materials, feeling a massive headache. In theory, without these materials, he could still break through. He could even easily become a sage spirit, or even challenge a higher level supreme effortlessly. However, the chaos scripture was a cultivation technique for achieving immortality. Without these materials, Kit could ascend to supreme with no obstacles, but he would never become an immortal. Forget it, I've accepted life and death as they come. If not, then go for it all. Kit squinted his eyes, realizing he must give everything. If he wasn't willing to risk his life, he might as well return to Jinwu City and enjoy his retirement. With this thought, Kit summoned a map into his hand. This map he had obtained from a businessman of the Mu family while in Mayacheng, documenting the location of the Xiuxian True Blood Essence. Trinity Yang Convergence Point. Xiuxian True Blood Essence. Wonder what place this Trinity Yang Convergence Point actually is. Kit muttered to himself as he studied the map. Just then, the crystal surged upward, exuding a fierce aura, having reached the peak God Pill realm, its combat strength nearing the Divine Traveler realm. It looked around and laughed heartily toward the sky. Ha ha ha, old dragon me is invincible now. A rumbling echoed. The Khedive also emerged from a cave, its scales no longer blood red but crystal clear like rubies. Boss, I finally reached the peak God Pill stage. The Xiuxian waved its large pincers and continued. I can feel it. My venom seems potent enough to bring down a divine mystic realm expert now. Cristobal glanced at the Xiuxian and retorted, Xiuxian, you say your venom can take down a divine mystic? Don't talk nonsense. What, do you want to try? Xiuxian glared right back at Cristobal without hesitation. Being an ancient hybrid blood-armored demon scorpion, it didn't lag far behind a celestial dragon either. Tisk. Cristobal wouldn't fall for that. Xiuxian clearly wanted him as a test subject for the upgraded poison. That's enough. Stop bickering. Kit stood up, glanced at Cristobal and asked, do any of you know where the Trinity Yang Convergence Point is? Trinity Yang Convergence Point? Cristobal hesitated, scratching his head before saying, Boss, I do know about it. It's a place with extremely concentrated yang energy. It's also a death zone because it's the territory of the Jinwu clan. Whoever goes in there, dies. Jinwu clan? Kit paused, stroking his chin. How powerful are they? Very strong. Their lineage traces back to the ancient times, and there have been near supremes among them. But those were unimaginably long ago. The current branch descends from ancient times, and remains quite powerful. Their leader is a celestial sovereign class existence, Cristobal explained, pausing for breath before adding, ancient legends say the Trinity Yang Convergence Point is an entrance to a secret realm, but even after countless years, the Jinwu clan hasn't found the entrance. So it's probably just a legend. Not exactly a legend. Kit gazed at the map in his hand and said slowly, it really exists. Looks like we need to visit the Jinwu clan. Hearing this, Cristobal gasped sharply, his face pale green as he hurriedly advised, Boss, you're not joking about the Jinwu clan, right? Apart from celestial sovereigns, they have hundreds of king-level experts, possibly including one above the celestial sovereign level. They aren't easy to provoke. Don't insult my intelligence by suggesting I'd rush in blindly. Kit curled his lips, then continued, We'll keep low and sneak in secretly. How can we sneak in so easily? Cristobal frowned miserably, fearing the worst. Seeing his expression, Kit stroked his chin. Forget it. You stay. Outside is backup. Backup? Cristobal immediately objected loudly. Boss, that's not fair. Though I fear the Jinwu clan, I'm certainly not a coward who fears death. You misunderstand. If something dangerous happens, we'll definitely need a teleportation array, and your job is to guard it to ensure our last escape route. You and Jalen will work together. Kit hesitated and added, This time, the Jinwu clan may be too strong. Both of you. Don't get yourselves killed. Cough, cough. Jalen and Cristobal both coughed and rolled their eyes simultaneously. Neither of them were pushovers. Ordinarily, they wreaked havoc across major sects, making numerous enemies. But few were as trouble-seeking as Kit. Few. All right, let's go. Kit took a deep breath and started moving towards the Jinwu clan's territory. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the blood-replenishing city, the Divine Wood sect, Yun family, and Black Blood sect still silently guarded the exit of the blood-replenishing secret realm, ready to slay Kit on sight. After 2 weeks, nothing happened. Hermes grew impatient, murmuring, That kid can't have died in there, can he? Not likely. A young Supreme has incredible fortune. He won't die so easily. The Divine Wood sect master shook his head slightly. Black Blood sect master hesitated, then said, Could it be the young Supreme knows we're waiting and refuses to come out? This is very possible. If so, we might be in trouble. Let's wait for news from the Blood Soul assassin. But soon, an even more shocking piece of information spread. A Divine Wood sect disciple rushed into the hall, yelling breathlessly, Sect master, good news, good news. What, did it work? The Divine Wood sect master jumped up from his seat, trembling with excitement. No. The disciple shook his head. Then what's the good news? The Divine Wood sect master's spirit sank. Nothing else could be considered good news unless Kit was dead. Seeing this, the disciple quickly clarified. The young Supreme was drawn into a death zone and hasn't been heard from in half a month. He most likely perished in the death zone. A commotion arose as the elders in the hall leaped to their feet. Hashtag chapter 168. The place where 3 suns converge. One by one, they all beamed with excitement. What was the concept of the death zone? Even a holy spirit might not come out alive. Throughout history, countless mighty warriors had perished within its bounds. Haha, no matter how powerful that Keenan is, he will die in there. The patriarch of the Divine Tree sect felt a sudden wave of relief. He glanced at his disciple on the ground and said with evident pleasure, I reward you with 1,000 top-grade spirit stones. Thank you, patriarch. The disciple's face lit up too. Delivering this news was worth 1,000 top-grade spirit stones, a blood bargain indeed. Thus, the unfortunate news of the Keenan's death in the death zone quickly spread over hundreds of thousands of miles. Almost every major force knew about it. While many lamented the fall of the Keenan, the major forces breathed a collective sigh of relief. The rise of a Keenan always meant trampling over countless lesser powers. No one wanted to be that stepping stone. Dead. Absolutely good news. 1 month later, Kit arrived at the territory of the Xylan clan. He was alone, not bringing Wilbur or Jalen with him. Firstly, their strength was too weak, unable to keep up with Kit's combat rhythm. They would only hold him back. Secondly, Kit needed an escape route, a fallback plan if the fight got too rough. Jalen and Wilbur were cunning and sharp-minded, plus they were still loyal. For example, when facing the black storm of death, Wilbur struggled desperately to pull Kit out. They were trustworthy. What to think? The territory of the Xylan clan is so desolate. Kit looked at the endless desert before him and shook his head. The Xylan clan's domain was where 3 suns converge. There was virtually no water for miles around, just endless stretches of desert. Only a few cities where cultivators resided were immune to the lack of water. Most cultivators had storage rings containing supplies sufficient for decades, even centuries. Kill, kill, kill. Grab her. Don't let her get away. Hee. That's Mayor Layla of Sunset City. The bounty on her head is 10 billion top-grade spirit stones. Chase. The cacophony of voices drew closer and closer. At this moment, a white-clad young girl rapidly charged towards Kit's position. She was at the peak Divine Pill realm, but those pursuing her were all at least Divine Traverser level. However, Layla had a high-tier spiritual weapon, allowing her speed to rival that of a Divine Traverser. Startled, Kit quickly realized she was charging straight toward him. Save me. If you can save me, I'll give you an ancient map. Layla shouted loudly as she glanced at Kit. That map records information about the reincarnation flower. Taken aback, Kit gave Layla a curious look. He hadn't expected to hear about the reincarnation flower here. So, whether he liked it or not, he had to act now. I was hoping to be low-key. Kit sighed, looking at the girl and asked, Hey, is what you say true? Of course it's true. The map is in the treasury of the mayor of Sunset City. Layla looked anxiously at Kit. She wasn't sure of Kit's strength, but seeing his calm demeanor, he must be powerful. So, deal made. Kit nodded slightly and stepped forward, blocking Layla's path and obstructing the group of assassins. Don't meddle. A black-robed cultivator leading them exuded immense power, sending waves of oppressive energy. He looked at Kit coldly and sternly said, Blood Soul isn't to be trifled with. Blood Soul? Kit stroked his chin, asking curiously, Who exactly is Blood Soul? What, you don't even know Blood Soul? The lead black-robed assassin was stunned, then relaxed, saying to himself, Anyone who doesn't know me, Blood Soul, must be a novice who's just come out of the shell recently. I thought you were some hidden powerhouse. Have someone kill him. All right. A killer stepped forward, holding a dagger and lunged at Kit's neck. Interesting. Kit flicked his finger, sending a golden finger-shaped true chi blast striking the incoming killer. Bang! The killer exploded into a mist of blood, killed by Kit's single finger. What? The black-robed killers were stunned. Their companion was already at the initial stage of Divine Traverser and yet was killed by Kit's single finger? So, this person was at least half-step Divine Mystic Realm, or even Divine Mystic Realm? They had just kicked an iron plate. Beside him, Layla's mouth hung open in disbelief. That was a Divine Traverser Realm expert, killed by a single finger? So, what exactly is Blood Soul? After killing the Divine Traverser Realm killer with a single finger, Kit did not rush to make his move. The black-robed assassin leader wasn't wrong. In terms of experience, he was indeed a novice, having only been outside for less than a year. In the entire xuanhuan world, Kit didn't know most common knowledge. From the tone of the black-robed assassin, Blood Soul was apparently a formidable assassin organization with a formidable reputation in the xuanhuan world. Even if you are a half-step Divine Mystic Realm expert, you cannot insult Blood Soul. The black-robed assassin was flustered, thinking Kit was pretending not to know to insult Blood Soul. Fuming, he exclaimed, "No matter who you are, you're dead for provoking us." So, what exactly is Blood Soul? Kit couldn't help but chuckle, revealing a sincere smile. I really don't know. To the black-robed assassin, this smile was mocking, and he angrily said, "Fine, this grudge I'll remember. Let's go." Finishing his words, the black-robed assassin turned and left with his group. Kit frowned slightly, using the free and easy step technique to flash forward, appearing before the lead assassin. With a swift motion, he grabbed the assassin by the throat, lifting him up. Boom boom boom. The black-robed assassin was at the peak Divine Traverser realm. He struggled wildly, releasing true chi which surged towards Kit. However, Kit's body, after being refined by primordial creation fluid and the 9-colored divine cadate from the Chaotic Sutra, was extremely tough, comparable to an almost imperial-grade spirit weapon. Note: maintained paragraph structure and line breaks as requested. Chapter 169, Sunset City. Furthermore, he was wearing the 9-colored heavenly silk saint robe, a holy artifact. To Kit, the assassin's attacks were like tickling. Boom, boom, boom. The more the black-clothed assassin struggled, the more desperate he became. He realized just how badly he had misjudged the situation. This terrifying physical strength, even a venerable wouldn't be much different. That meant there was a high possibility that he was standing before a venerable realm powerhouse? Good heavens, what kind of trouble did he get himself into? In that moment, the black-clothed assassin despaired. He no longer struggled and said dejectedly, "Kill me if you must, but as a venerable, isn't it beneath you to humiliate an Ascension Peak cultivator?" Kit was speechless. What strange ideas were in this guy's head? However, Kit didn't bother to explain. He glanced at the assassin and asked coolly, "So, what level of force is Blood Soul?" The black-clothed assassin was lost for words. He said grudgingly, "Blood Soul is one of the 3 major assassin organizations in the Mystic Realms. It doesn't matter if you kill me, but if you dare to humiliate Blood Soul, someone will surely come after you. Venerables aren't invincible. In ancient times, even celestial spirits were killed by Blood Soul." "Alright, I got it." Without another word, Kit applied a little more force in his grip and immediately dispatched the black-clothed assassin. Run. Seeing this, the remaining assassins tried everything they could to escape in panic. However, Kit would not let these people have a chance to flee. They were all killers who had wrongfully taken countless lives of other cultivators. Unlike ordinary cultivators, Kit couldn't let them go. His foot slightly paused, then unleashed the free and easy steps. With a single hand wielding a top-grade spirit sword, within the blink of an eye, more than 30 experts of the Ascension realm were instantly slain by Kit with a single sword strike. "They are too weak," Kit muttered under his breath. Lately, his opponents were either of the godly skill realm, venerable realm, or even king realm, leaving mystic experts without any qualifications to appear before him. Ascension realm. It had been so long since he encountered them. Dealing with these 30 assassins gave Kit a sense of nostalgia and excitement, like bombing a fish pond again. Wow. Candace stared wide-eyed at this scene. It was too terrifying. This seemingly kind young man was so decisive in his killing, smiling while slaughtering over 30 assassins. "Hey, does the map you mentioned still count?" Kit asked as he walked towards Candace with the spirit sword in hand. "Of course it counts." Candace replied nervously. "Why are you so tense? I'm not going to eat you." Kit smirked and added, "I am Carson." Carson? Such a simple name. Candace was momentarily stunned. She suspected that this name was made up on the spot by Kit. How could a mystic expert have such a common-sounding name? Nevertheless, she kept her thoughts to herself and said, "All right, Senior Carson, please follow me. I'll give you the map." "All right." Kit nodded and followed Candace towards Sunset City. On the way, Kit learned some basic information about Sunset City. Briefly speaking, the confluence of 3 suns contained 3 core areas where the primordial energy was extraordinarily abundant, comparable to the Middle Ancient Era. Therefore, the first batch of arriving cultivators built 3 cities in these places. Sunset City was one of them. The other 2 cities, one was occupied by the Xylan clan, and the other experienced some changes in recent centuries and was currently in chaos with numerous forces vying for control, resulting in countless casualties among cultivators. Among the 3 cities, Sunset City was the weakest because the sun spring at the confluence was nearly depleted. The concentration of heaven and earth energies had significantly decreased, barely reaching 1/10 of the other 2 cities. Currently, the entire Sunset City was gradually falling into disarray. Many factions were eager to take down the Lord Mayor and become the new ruler. Hearing Candace's description, Kit remarked, Your father is sitting on a volcano that's about to erupt, unable to hold it back. Candace rolled her eyes, muttering, even though it's true, can you be more refined in your choice of words? This sure takes the fun out of it. Kit rubbed his chin and murmured softly. After summarizing the situation in Sunset City, he realized that upon entering, he had inadvertently stepped into significant turmoil. If he wanted the map, he would inevitably be drawn into the conflict between various factions in Sunset City, especially once he set foot inside the Lord Mayor's mansion. However, Kit wasn't concerned. More enemies meant less worry, and facing more challenges was simply par for the course. If they dared to provoke him, he would retaliate without hesitation. Humongous. Soon, an enormous city appeared before Kit. The city spanned nearly 100 miles in length and width, its walls rising thousands of feet high like towering mountains. Numerous arrays densely lined the city walls. Killing formations laid down by celestial spirits. Kit squinted his eyes. Just from the first glance, he knew Sunset City was no ordinary place. Below the city floated a massive ball of energy resembling a sun. This was one of the 3 suns. A powerful celestial spirit-level formation surrounded this large energy ball, continuously extracting the golden sun's power, converting it into spiritual energy to nourish the entire city. But with time, the entire saint-level formation had deteriorated. Its efficiency had plummeted, and it could hardly suppress the golden sun anymore. At this rate, within 100 years, the entire formation would collapse, causing the golden sun's power to unleash uncontrollably, leading to the complete annihilation of Sunset City. Fascinating. Kit's lips curved upward. He turned to Candace and said, let's go in. All right. Candace nodded and led Kit toward the Lord Mayor's mansion. Upon arriving, an elderly woman of the Ascension realm burst out with several guards, looking anxiously at Candace. Are you all right, miss? I'm fine. It's this senior who saved me, Candace pointed at Kit. Oh. The elderly woman sized up Kit, her eyes flashing with a deadly glint for a brief moment. Chapter 170, The Wheelflower. This killing intent naturally did not escape Kit's eyes. How interesting. It seems the mayor's mansion has some inside information I'm unaware of. Kit's lips curled slightly. He wasn't like Candace, an inexperienced young miss. Just by someone's expression, he could tell what they were planning. In this Darlene's eyes, surprise was accompanied by regret. Simultaneously, there was anger and malice towards Kit. Clearly, he had spoiled her scheme. As for what kind of scheme? Likely hiring blood soul assassins to kill Candace. Kit didn't know why she was doing it, but he didn't care. His goal was the map that recorded the location of the Wheelflower. Plus, while he was at it, he could help Candace solve some trouble. After all, she was a sort of friend. Giving her a hand was no big deal. This person, I can't see through his cultivation. One who can kill blood soul is certainly not weak. The Darlene looked at Kit without making a move, nodding slightly as she said, thank you very much. Please follow me. All right. Kit nodded and walked into the mayor's mansion with great swagger. After waiting for quite some time in the living room, Candace came over holding a scroll. This is the scroll that records the location of the Wheelflower. Candace placed the scroll on the table, smiling. Of course, it's just a legend on this map. Whether it's true or not, is uncertain. As Kit opened it, his face darkened. Ghost Valley. He had been there once before, where countless dead corpses of strong warriors had transformed into death creatures, many of whom had deep grudges against him. If he entered, coming out alive would be nothing short of a miracle. Tisk. Kit rubbed his temples, muttering, this place is indeed troublesome. If it were an easy place, someone would have already taken the Wheelflower long ago. Candace smiled slightly, looking at Kit and asking, oh, my father mentioned, are you interested in joining our mayor's mansion? The benefits of being a guest elder are really excellent. No need. Kit shook his head, directly refusing Candace. Currently, the mayor's mansion was unstable and frankly, there wasn't much benefit for Kit to get involved in the conflict between the mansion and the major families. Too troublesome. Sir Carson, don't be too hasty in your refusal. A loud voice rang out, followed by a middle-aged man dressed in purple entering the hall. He bowed to Kit and said, I am Devlin, the mayor of Sunset City. Kit gave Devlin a glance, noticing his peak divine mystic cultivation. In any place, he would be considered a formidable force. However, in Sunset City, he still fell short and wasn't top tier. Looking at Devlin, Kit asked, what do you mean by don't be too hasty in your refusal? Simple. I have an offer you can't refuse. Devlin smiled and continued, the Kylan Divine Treasure Vault is about to open. The Kylan Divine Treasure Vault? Kit's pupils narrowed, showing astonishment. He came here precisely for this. However, just as he arrived, it was about to open. Coincidence? That's right, the Kylan Divine Treasure Vault. The mayor of Sunset City narrowed his eyes, slowly explaining, this treasure vault belongs to a quasi-supreme Kylan. Located at the convergence of 3 suns, it requires 3 mayoral orders to open, and it only opens once every 10,000 years. Originally left for its descendants, unfortunately, time has changed, the Kylan race disappeared, and one of the 3 mayoral orders was lost. The Kylan Divine Treasure Vault hasn't opened for over 1,000,000 years. If it's lost, how can it be opened? Kit frowned, muttering, could it be that the lost one has been found? Not exactly. The Kylan Divine Treasure Vault can be opened in 2 ways. One way is gathering the 3 keys to open it. The second way is it opens automatically once every 1,000,000 years. This year, it happens to be the opening year of the Kylan Divine Treasure Vault. Devlin smiled and added, inside the Kylan Divine Treasure Vault, the spirit energy is abundant, and treasures have grown for 1,000,000 years. It absolutely qualifies as a divine treasure. However, entering isn't simple. Oh. Kit narrowed his eyes, somewhat tempted. He had blueprints indicating that genuine Kylan blood existed, and if it opens every 1,000,000 years, checking this fact wouldn't be difficult. Sunset City's mayor had no reason to lie. So, the only possibility is that the Kylan Divine Treasure Vault is real. Only, there are entry restrictions. Thinking this, Kit asked the mayor of Sunset City, what are the entry restrictions for the Kylan Divine Treasure Vault? There are none. Anyone below the Divine Skill Realm can enter freely. The mayor of Sunset City spread his hands with a warm smile. However, each of the 3 cities has a secret passage that allows early entry half a month earlier. But there's a quota limit. The second batch is for full-scale entry. Kit squinted, finally understanding why the mayor of Sunset City was so confident. For a divine treasure unopened for 1,000,000 years, the first batch to enter would have a significant advantage. Conversely, the second batch could only pick up the leftovers. Such opportunities and treasures go quickly. Slow hands get nothing. Considering this, Kit calmed down and didn't let the mayor's words cloud his judgment. He looked at the mayor and asked, what's the cost? You're indeed a smart person. The mayor of Sunset City didn't hide his intentions, laughing and saying, it's not too troublesome. I hope you can take some members of the Sure family into the Supreme Divine Treasure Vault. Providing support when necessary will suffice. This support has no specific conditions? Kit paused, surprised by such a deal. Devlin shook his head, explaining, there aren't really any restrictions. Sunset City has 100 slots. Losing 1 slot for a Sure family disciple doesn't count as a significant loss. Instead, your presence might save many of them. Intriguing, Kit pondered. Taking care of the Sure family disciples casually, providing assistance in the Kylan Divine Treasure Vault, the deal seemed advantageous. ###Chapter 171. The Divine Hideaway of the Xiuxian. Thinking this, Kit nodded and said, all right, I agree. I knew you would accept. Devlin smiled slightly, taking out a scroll and handing it to Kit. He then added, this scroll contains records from previous openings of the Xiuxian Divine Hideaway, as well as some people's experiences and insights. You can take a look. Okay. Kit nodded lightly, took the scroll and said, if so, I will take my leave now. Sure. Devlin nodded slightly and continued, please remain in Sunset City. The opening of the Divine Hideaway may happen in just a few weeks or up to a couple of months. I understand. Kit nodded, then picked up the scroll and left the City Lord's mansion. The moment he stepped out of the mansion, Kit sensed dozens of faint auras following him. Fascinating. They've got their eyes on me. Kit's expression was unchanged, but inwardly, he was amused. Over the past year, he had been pursued countless times. If he didn't have any real skills, he would have been killed long ago. A few cultivators who couldn't even conceal their auras wanted to kill him. The people hiding in the shadows underestimated him too much. Never mind. Let's ignore these guys for now. There's a sage-level killing formation in Sunset City. They won't dare to make a move here. Kit shook his head, found an inn, and settled down. Then he opened the scroll in his hand to read the information about the Xiuxian Divine Hideaway. To his surprise, the information on the scroll included not only various sightings and treasures within, but also the 9 divine items he needed to break through his current stage. Apart from several divine beast bloods, all others had appeared before. 9 Khedive's Revival Grass, Cycle Flower, Golden Profound God Flower, Sacred Crystal Heart, 9-colored Divine Marrow. These had appeared multiple times. Even more intriguing was the rumor that a ball of genuine Xiuxian blood, left by a Xiuxian, had been waiting for its rightful heir all this time. However, due to the vast passage of time, whether this ball of Xiuxian blood had been taken away remained unknown. This is interesting. I really should visit the Xiuxian Divine Hideaway this time. Kit rubbed his chin, making a decision. The Xiuxian Divine Hideaway was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, opening only once every 1,000,000 years. If he couldn't gather most of the materials this time, finding them one by one could take an eternity. Closing the scroll, Kit left the inn and walked into the streets. With unrest brewing at the City Lord's mansion, each major clan had their sights set on it. Kit needed to ensure the stability of the City Lord's mansion to enter the Xiuxian Divine Hideaway. Therefore, he decided to investigate matters early. After strolling through the streets for a while, he noticed the number of hidden people around him growing. Within a few hours, hundreds of experts silently appeared, clearly waiting for Kit to leave Sunset City and attack him directly. Since you want to kill me, I'll give you a chance. Kit understood that since he had become entangled with the affairs of the City Lord's mansion, there would be no peace for him. It was normal to be hunted. The strange part would be if no one came after him. But it wasn't bad. Breaking through and fighting some people might be a good practice. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Kit flashed across the sky, reaching the outskirts of Sunset City in a blink. Behind him, a group of experts followed closely, leaving the city. Kit moved quickly, stopping atop a small hill a few hundred miles away. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In just a few breaths, a crowd of experts arrived and surrounded Kit. How fascinating. With his hands behind his back, Kit observed the surrounding experts. 5 were in the Divine Mystic realm, while the remaining 100 or so were in the Divine Traveler realm, wearing varied attire with uneven auras. Clearly, they came from different factions. Hehehe, Carson, you still dared to leave Sunset City. Indeed, helping the City Lord of Sunset City ruin our plans? Truly fearless. You truly don't know your place. The expert spoke up, continuously berating Kit. Smiling, Kit looked at the group and said, Gentlemen, I wonder what you call your plans? Face death yet you're unafraid? Fascinating indeed. A voice rang out, and the surrounding cultivators suddenly quieted down. Kit looked at the young man who spoke and his face twisted in surprise. What a small world. This young man was none other than Cain, the young patriarch of the Divine Wood sect. Kit had almost killed him in the Black Blood secret realm, allowing only his soul to escape. It hadn't been long, yet he had already recovered. It seemed the Divine Wood sect had deep resources. Looking at Cain, Kit smiled and remarked, You're Cain, the one who fled in panic in the Black Blood secret realm, leaving only a remnant soul? At this, Cain's face turned pale. Those around him stifled laughter, but didn't dare laugh out loud. This comment struck at Cain's core. Anyone who mentioned it risked death. Unbelievable audacity. Cain's face turned ashen. Waving his hand, he barked, "Attack together, slay this braggart." "Yes, sir." The experts immediately attacked Kit. Boom. Instantly, a barrage of attacks descended upon Kit. Too weak, Kit vanished with a flicker of the ethereal step, moving too fast for anyone to see him, only sensing the lingering afterimage. Boom. Hundreds of experts' attacks hit where Kit had stood, reducing a small mountain to dust, leaving only a massive crater. Is he dead? The experts paused, looking at each other, puzzled. According to intelligence, Kit was at least a divine mystic expert. How could he be so easily defeated? At that moment, Kit silently reappeared behind Kane, saying coldly, "Your speed, too slow." No. Kane's scalp went numb. This speed was far beyond divine mystic level, likely at the divine power realm or even venerable level. Without hesitation, Kane tried his best to escape. Seeing this, Kit slammed a punch into Kane's back. Whoosh! A golden light flashed. A golden suit of armor, a celestial-grade defensive artifact, enveloped Kane. The aura of this celestial-grade artifact blocked Kit's punch. ####Chapter 172. What a small world. Nevertheless, the immense force sent Ardell flying like a meteor, crashing into the ground and creating a crater over 200 yards wide. Hiss! In an instant, the other experts were thoroughly shaken. No matter how weak Ardell might be, he still wielded an Empyrean-grade spirit artifact. Dealing with ordinary divine profound experts was child's play for him, but in front of Kit, he appeared as weak as a baby, defeated effortlessly. Crack crack. Kit stretched his limbs and looked down at Ardell on the ground with a smile. Empyrean-grade spirit artifact? Not bad. This thing is mine now. You're dreaming. Ardell roared furiously, his eyes turning red with rage. Inside the Black Blood secret realm, losing to Kit was understandable, considering Kit held the title of Keenan. Being defeated by Kit wasn't a disgrace but rather an honor. Others didn't even have the chance to fight the Keenan. Moreover, being beaten by the Keenan wasn't shameful. But now, Kit was just a nobody. With an Empyrean-grade spirit artifact, Ardell had been sent flying by a single punch from Kit. Utter humiliation. In a fit of fury, Ardell lost his mind. He roared and charged at Kit, a dagger appearing in his hand. A terrifying aura erupted. A holy artifact. I can't believe the young master of the Shinmu sect actually has a holy artifact. Haha, this time Carson is dead for sure. With a holy artifact in hand, even a venerable would think twice. That's right. It's settled. The surrounding experts knew immediately that the outcome was decided upon seeing the holy artifact. Unless Kit also had a holy artifact. However, Kit remained completely calm. He unleashed the peerless steps to their full extent, his speed increasing dramatically. In a flash, before Ardell could fully activate the holy artifact, Kit stomped on his face. Crack! The golden barrier of the Empyrean-grade spirit artifact was shattered by Kit's foot. Then, with a fierce kick, Kit struck Ardell's face again, producing a crisp, snapping sound. Ardell's facial features caved in, leaving a deep shoe print on his face. Simultaneously, under the terrifying force of Kit's kick, Ardell was kicked away, crashing back into the same pit. Boom! Dust and smoke billowed up as the surrounding experts fell eerily silent. My god, what did I just see? Ardell with a holy artifact got knocked flying? Could it be fake? How could a single kick break through an Empyrean-grade spirit artifact's defense? What's his background? The group of experts felt both frustration and fear, provoking such a formidable enemy. If they didn't eliminate him today, he would surely come back one day, and they would be dead. Kit paid no attention to the crowd around him. His speed was remarkable. His body flashed like lightning, landing on the ground in an instant. Then another punch hit Ardell's face. Crack! Ardell's newly regenerated nasal bones fractured once more. Arg! I'll kill you. Ardell was driven mad with rage. Desperate, he tried to activate the holy artifact in his hand. Unfortunately, Kit was too fast. Swinging his spirit sword, he slashed downward, severing the arm Ardell used to activate the holy artifact. Then with a swift motion, Kit grabbed the holy dagger. Boom! The holy dagger burst with terrifying power, struggling. With a thought, Kit made the dragon pendant emit a thread of supreme aura, instantly subduing the holy dagger. Rattle! With another thought, Kit erased Ardell's divine imprint from the dagger. Then he imprinted his own divine mark, officially claiming the holy artifact. All this happened in the blink of an eye. Only after Kit erased the divine imprint did Ardell react, shouting angrily, "That's my holy artifact, give it back." Boom! Kit wouldn't waste words. Activating the holy dagger in his hand, he cut down, slicing through the Empyrean-grade armor's defense like butter. Decapitating Ardell's head. Screech! Ardell's divine soul flew out of his severed head, trying to flee in terror. However, Kit merely moved the holy dagger slightly and easily suppressed Ardell's divine soul, sealing it in a piece of spirit jade. Bastard! If you touch me, the Shinmu sect will never let you off. Ardell was terrified. Facing death, you still threaten me with the Shinmu sect? Kit was speechless. Holding Ardell's divine soul in his hand, he asked calmly, "If I feared the Shinmu sect, would I have attacked you?" You. Ardell was dumbfounded. Fear washed over him like waves, and he finally relented. Dropping his dignity, he began pleading for mercy. "Don't kill me. I'm the young master of the Shinmu sect. I can provide you with many resources. Killing me won't benefit you." Tisk. Kit looked at the pleading Ardell and was utterly speechless. Sighing, he said, "All right, I have a few questions. Answer honestly, and I won't kill you." "Deal. I'll tell you everything without holding back." Ardell nodded vigorously, his nerves taut. The first question, why is the Shinmu sect here in Sunset City? Kit squinted his eyes and asked. Without hesitation, Ardell spilled all he knew about the sect. As the young master of the Xinmu sect, he knew far more than any ordinary disciple. In an instant, Ardell revealed everything he knew, like spilling beans. The Xiuxian Divine Treasure. The Xinmu sect is here for the Xiuxian Divine Treasure. Inside the Xiuxian Divine Treasure are not only herbs, but also some holy artifacts and talismans left behind by the Kramer for future generations. These are the Xinmu sect's targets. The sect possesses a map marking the locations of treasures. It was left behind by an ancient saint of the Xinmu sect 1,000,000 years ago. Don't kill me. I can help you get that map. Upon hearing Ardell's answer, Kit narrowed his eyes. He hadn't expected that a saint of the Xinmu sect had entered the Xiuxian Divine Treasure 1,000,000 years ago and left behind maps of treasure locations. Given this, he had to obtain that map. Thinking this, a rune appeared in Kit's hand and landed on Ardell's divine soul. Sizzle. Ardell immediately screamed in agony. Ah, what is this? Godslayer rune. One thought from me, and your divine soul will be destroyed. Kit said nonchalantly, looking at the inch-tall divine soul of Ardell in his hand. If you help me get the map, I'll set you free. Chapter 173. Map of the Divine Wood Sect. Zack was furious but had no effective countermeasure, so he reluctantly said, all right, I agree. Excellent. Kit nodded, then turned to look at the surrounding group of powerhouses, saying calmly, next, it's time to deal with this bunch of minnows. Not good. Run quickly. Go. The faces of the powerhouses instantly turned pale. One by one, they began burning their essence blood in preparation to flee. But how could Kit let this group of powerhouses escape? Hum hum hum. 108 banners of the king-level spirit artifacts blocked the void. A cultivator who had just activated a teleportation array was about to step in when the spatial passage suddenly closed. In an instant, the space collapsed. That cultivator screamed pitifully and instantly exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Not good. The surrounding space has been sealed. We're done for. It's over. Everyone, attack him together. The scene was chaotic. Despairing, some cultivators started rushing towards Kit. Unfortunately, Kit was too lazy to waste time on these cultivators. He casually waved his holy artifact dagger, releasing an unparalleled blade aura that swept across the void. In a single sweep, hundreds of cultivators were annihilated into ashes within moments. This was the power of a holy artifact. Unless they were at the venerable realm, there was no hope for survival. Huff. Kit breathed a long sigh of relief. He retrieved the formation flags, then swiftly left the battlefield with Zack. The location of the Divine Wood Sect wasn't difficult to find. Kit easily found the Divine Wood Sect's residence in Sunset City. It was an entire street. Within this street, there were at least 1,000 Xuanhuan level experts. Clearly, these were the Divine Wood Sect's elite awaiting entry into the Xiuxian Divine Treasury. Interesting. 1,000 xianxian experts. The Divine Wood Sect is truly a top-tier sect. Standing before the street, Kit's eyes briefly flickered with surprise. Pulling out Zack's soul, Kit looked at it and asked, where's the map? It's with the Emerson. However, be careful. The Emerson is a venerable realm powerhouse. You're no match for him. Why not restore my body and let me handle it? What do you think? Zack swallowed hard and begged. No need. I have a better plan. Kit snapped his fingers, revealing 2 body division talismans in his hand. This is a body division talisman? Zack stared at the talisman, clearly stunned. Body division talismans, ancient talismans that had been lost to antiquity, only existed in the possession of one person, the Adolescent Supreme, and the person named Carson before him, judging from his tone, actions, and nefarious nature, almost seemed to be the same individual. It can't be. That guy died in the blood supplement realm, didn't he? How could he still be alive? Zack froze, feeling a chill down his spine. Figured out who I am? Looking at the inch-sized Zack's soul in his hand, Kit wasn't flustered. He had known exposing his identity would happen even before taking out the body division talisman. But it didn't matter. Carson was just another alias. Yes. Zack's voice was full of exasperation. He said with utmost bitterness, if I had known it was you, I would have fled a long time ago. As an Adolescent Supreme, why do you hide your true identity? I enjoy it. Kit smirked, then warned, enough nonsense. According to our agreement, if you give me the map, I'll spare your life. Of course, you can also try tricks, but I might just kill that venerable outright. I understand. Zack had lost all will to resist. He was fully aware of Kit's strength, holding a supreme artifact and at least 3 holy artifacts. Such terrifying equipment meant that even 20 venerables couldn't stop Kit back then. Tricks wouldn't work. Cooperation was the only way to survive. Thinking this, Zack emitted a divine thought, controlling the body division talisman to create a clone. Kit also created a clone, following Zack toward the Divine Wood Sect Street. As soon as they entered, an elderly voice asked, Iggy, did you kill that Carson? Emerson. Naturally there were no issues. Already taken care of. Zack responded without hesitation, bowing slightly and continuing, Elder, the Xiuxian Divine Treasury is about to open. I'd like to review the map again. Why now when you refused to look at it a few days ago? The Emerson sounded surprised. Boom. A surge of divine thoughts scanned Kit and Zack, trying to verify their identities. Zack's face paled. Conversely, Kit remained calm, crossing his arms while the real Kit outside reassured Zack, ancient talismans aren't something a mere venerable can see through. Relax. Hearing this, Zack breathed a sigh of relief. Feeling more confident, he said loudly, Emerson, what are you insinuating? Could I possibly be a fake? Calm down, Iggy. After scanning with divine thoughts, the Emerson found nothing unusual and came out, holding a scroll, saying, Iggy, here's the map of the Xiuxian Divine Treasury. In the entire Divine Wood Sect, only you can see the complete map. Other disciples can only view a small part. Remember, never reveal what you've seen to anyone. I got it. Zack nodded, inwardly rejoicing. With the map in hand, he could finally save his life. Just then, the Emerson turned to Kit, squinting his eyes and asking, "Who are you? Why have I never seen you before?" "Oh, my name is Carson." Kit's lips curled up as he revealed his name. "What?" The Emerson paused, then turned to look at Zack. At that moment, a tiny spatial portal appeared around Zack, directly swallowing the map. "Scoundrel!" The Emerson roared angrily, striking at Kit's clone. Boom! That strike, powered by just a clone, couldn't block it. Kit didn't intend to preserve the clone either. He controlled the clone to activate a teleportation array, fleeing inside. "In front of me, you still think you can run? Dream on. Do you really think you can escape using a teleportation array?" The Emerson of the Divine Wood Sect coldly yelled. Chapter 174, causing an uproar in Sunset City. He continuously inscribed runes with both hands, directly reactivating the previously deactivated teleportation array. Then, following the spatial tunnel, he chased after the clone and slapped it down. "You've been tricked." A slight smile appeared on Kit's lips as he controlled the clone to directly detonate the spatial tunnel. Rumble. The surrounding space began to collapse. "No." Izar's face drastically changed, feeling somewhat desperate. The area around him was filled with spatial turbulence. Once caught in it, unless one was a sage, death was inevitable. Realizing this, astonishing energy erupted from Izar's hands. He swiftly formed seals, emitting a dazzling light, trying to stabilize the spatial tunnel. "How could you stabilize the passage?" Kit showed no hesitation. Facing a venerable level enemy, mercy was not an option. Several runes emerged between his hands. Crack! The surrounding space instantly collapsed, and countless spatio-temporal currents poured out. "No!" Izar roared in anger. Without any delay, he tore through the void, escaping from the temporal chaos at the last moment, dashing into the outside world. However, Izar paid a heavy price. His body was covered in deep wounds that reached the bone, many of which were nearly fatal. Cough cough. Izar heavily spat out several mouthfuls of dark red blood, then immediately activated a secret technique to send the news of the stolen map back to Divine Wood Sect. Subsequently, he began sitting cross-legged on the ground, healing his injuries. Meanwhile, elsewhere, knowing that the first attack didn't kill Izar, Kit wasn't bothered by this. Obtaining the map was enough. Next, he would quietly wait for the opening of the Kirin Divine Treasure. Time flew by, and it was already the next day. Sunset City was completely in an uproar, mainly because Kit had been too ruthless. In one night, hundreds of divine travel experts fell, Divine Wood Sect's Iggy Burl went missing, and Divine Wood Sect's Emerson, an almost invincible venerable, was gravely injured. And all of this originated from Kit. "Carson, Divine Wood Sect will definitely kill you. When Divine Wood Sect strong arrive, it will be your death. Carson, by daring to kill Blood Soul's people, you've made mortal enemies. Blood Soul will definitely kill you." 2 consecutive bounties sent the entire Sunset City into an uproar. Whether it was Blood Soul or Divine Wood Sect, they were both terrifying superpowers. Opposing such great powers, unless one was unbelievably strong, death was inevitable, especially Blood Soul. Over the years, they had silenced countless geniuses without hesitation, willing to kill anyone for money. Their methods of killing were cunning and vicious, using any means necessary to achieve their ends. A Blood Soul assassin at the Divine Mystic level posed a danger comparable to Cultivators at the Divine Ability realm. Note: I've made assumptions to fill in the blanks based on common terminology in English translations of Chinese cultivation novels. Xin is often translated as mystic, and Tongdal doesn't quite fit here, so I used ability as a plausible alternative. If you have specific terms you prefer, please let me know. They could even assassinate venerables. For a short while, the major families of Sunset City were delighted. Originally, they suffered huge losses and were incredibly angry. Now, there was no need to worry anymore. Time was on their side, and Carson was doomed. Hee. Once Carson is dead, we'll move, wiping out the City Lord's lineage. Within half a day, the various families had already come to a consensus. But at this moment, Kit wasn't interested in the gossip circulating in Sunset City. He was currently in his inn room, studying the map he had taken from Divine Wood Sect. On the map, 9 Khedive's Grass, Reincarnation Flower, Golden Profound God Flower, Sacred Crystal Heart, and 9-colored Divine Marrow were all clearly marked, all in an immature state. Therefore, that old sage of Divine Wood Sect left restrictions. Calculating the time, it was already 1,000,000 years later. No matter what, these things should have matured by now. Interesting. Kit closed the map, knowing that this Kirin Divine Treasure was absolutely a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If everything went smoothly, he would collect at least 6 divine objects. Just then, footsteps came from outside the door. Kit scanned with his divine sense and recognized it was Devlin. Knock knock knock. The door was knocked, followed by Devlin's voice. "Senior Carson, do you have some time? Come in." By Armando had already guessed why Devlin, the City Lord of Sunset City, was coming. Sure enough, Devlin quickly opened the door and entered the room, anxiously asking, "Senior Carson, those legends about Sunset City, aren't they true?" "They are indeed true." Kit nodded slightly and said frankly, "Most of these incidents were done by me, including the raid on Divine Wood Sect." Hiss. Devlin sized up Kit, eyes wide with shock. He realized he had underestimated Kit. After all, Divine Wood Sect's group of experts and Blood Soul's numerous assassins were headed towards Sunset City. Especially Divine Wood Sect, who this time brought saint artifacts, furious with rage. Even a king would have fled under such circumstances long ago. But Kit didn't. Instead, he calmly stayed in the inn, not even changing his location. Was Kit a fool? Obviously not. This only indicated that Kit was confident and unafraid of Divine Wood Sect and Blood Soul. These thoughts flashed through Devlin's mind as he sighed in relief. He bowed to Kit and said, "Mr. Carson, since you're aware of the situation, I won't elaborate further. However, I may not be able to participate in your battle against Divine Wood Sect. Sunset City can't afford to provoke Divine Wood Sect. I understand. Kit didn't expect help from the City Lord of Sunset City. In fact, in Kit's estimation, if the City Lord didn't betray him and align with Divine Wood Sect, it was already good news. An acquaintance relationship wasn't significant enough to risk offending Divine Wood Sect, and the fact that City Lord Devlin dared to take the risk to come find him indicated something. That was Devlin's intelligence was undoubtedly high, knowing to assess the situation before making a decision. Seeing Kit's calm demeanor, Devlin felt even more assured. Since Kit spoke like this, it could only mean one thing. He was very confident and capable of facing Divine Wood Sect and Blood Soul. With this thought, the City Lord of Sunset City bowed and said, "The Kirin Divine Treasure will open in a month. Take care of yourself, sir." "Don't worry." Kit waved his hand and said coolly, "Just Divine Wood Sect alone cannot possibly kill me." Chapter 175, Declaring War. Hearing Kit's words, Devlin heaved a sigh of relief. He didn't say anything more and turned to leave Kit's room. After Devlin left, a golden willow leaf appeared in Kit's hand. This was the upgraded version given to him by Kadu Shu. It could briefly elevate his cultivation level to that of a celestial lord. Extremely precious. Kit only had 9 of them in total. So, next, I need to maximize the effect of this golden willow leaf. Kit pondered for a moment and came up with an excellent idea. He left the room and headed into the outside world. Whoosh! Kit left Sunset City openly without any attempt at concealment. Many cultivators immediately followed him but soon found themselves astounded. They simply couldn't keep up with Kit's speed. With wind-like speed underfoot, Kit unleashed the full potential of his unrestrained steps, covering several thousand miles within the blink of an eye to reach a small town. The town was peaceful, nothing special about it. This is the place. Kit withdrew his spirit sword and began walking towards the town. Swoosh! Unlani silently appeared before Kit, his aura steady and carrying an indistinctly cold and murderous intent. Though not high in rank, just at the divine traveling stage, his appearance in such a small town was exceptionally rare. "May I ask what brings you here?" The elder glanced at Kit, suddenly bursting with energy as his killing aura rose ominously into the sky. Asterisk swoosh, 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 asterisk. Many assassins rushed out from the town. In an instant, the once tranquil town was filled with the stench of death, resembling a battlefield awash with blood and corpses. Kit, holding the spirit sword, commented coolly, "This must be one of Blood Soul's branches." Who are you?" The Lanny was stunned. He scrutinized Kit again. Then, a spark of recognition lit in his eyes as he asked incredulously, "Grassland City, Carson?" "Right on, but no prize." Kit smiled amicably. "I'd like to borrow your heads to pass a message." "Arrogant." The elder, upon hearing these words, knew there was no way to resolve this peacefully. Without another word, he ordered his men to attack, rushing at Kit together. Kill. Hundreds of killers emerged from the town. They were all trained by Blood Soul, many with the blood of hundreds or even thousands on their hands, radiating a chilling aura. Too weak. Kit showed no mercy. He roared softly, Emperor's Sword Technique, first form. Then, with one swift motion, Kit swung his spirit sword, releasing a golden blade of chi that swept across. Dozens of killers were sliced in half at the waist. Ah! The severed killers screamed in agony, shocking the surrounding assassins. They never expected Kit to be so powerful. One slash took out over 30 killers. Run. Not a battle to be won. Retreat. Realizing the situation was dire, the remaining killers immediately fled. Assassins may not fear death, but they aren't fools and know how to preserve their lives. Facing such powerlessness, escaping was the wise choice. Trying to run? Kit glanced around. In his hand, 108 Imperial-level spirit instruments appeared, sealing off the space. These flags. Seeing the array flags, the Lanny's face instantly turned pale. He recognized these. Weren't these the spirit instruments of the young sovereign he faced recently? Impossible. Thinking this, the Lanny looked at Kit, shouting in disbelief and rage. How can you still be alive? Huh. Kit glanced at the elder, surprised to meet someone who recognized him here. But it didn't matter. The elder would soon be dead. Without wasting words, Kit raised his sword and executed the Emperor's Sword Technique toward the elder. Shriek. At Kit's might, the elder and dozens of other killers met their end in one swift stroke, just like ants. No. The remaining killers, seeing Kit cut through them effortlessly, despaired as nearly a third were wiped out. Kit had no pity and advanced with his spirit sword against the survivors. No. Spare me. One killer fell to his knees, pleading for mercy. But Kit ignored him, ending the assassin's life with a casual strike. I'll take you down too. Another assassin snarled, intending to self-destruct. Kit used unrestrained steps, intercepting the assassin before he could explode. A terrifying blast of sword chi erupted, instantly ending the attacker's life. Boom. For 15 minutes, chaos reigned as hundreds of killers lay dead under Kit's feet. The town returned to its previous quietness. Kit retrieved the 108 flags and dismantled the space sealing formation, then proceeded deeper into the town. Turning his head, Kit sensed a spatial seal within a nearby building. Is this a treasure vault? He murmured to himself. Targeting the small building, he raised his sword. Bam! The sword chi obliterated the structure, leaving behind only a floating portal. Indeed, it's a treasure vault. Approaching the portal, Kit tapped it a few times, easily breaking the simple runes. Inside the vault were mostly top-grade spirit stones collected by Blood Soul, piled like mountains, hundreds of billions. But these failed to interest Kit now. Not much treasure here. Using true heavenly eye, he scanned and found mostly ordinary items. Shaking his head, he prepared to transfer everything into his dragon pendant. Suddenly, a small chest caught his attention. What's this? Not even true heavenly eye can see through it. Kit exclaimed softly in surprise. Chapter 176. The Mysterious Treasure Box. The small box was square in shape, measuring about a foot in length, width, and height. It was entirely purple, made of some unknown material, with an ancient appearance. However, from Kit's perspective, countless runes surrounded the small box. These runes were very faint, barely visible unless one looked closely. Nonetheless, faint did not mean low rank. These runes were incredibly intricate, like countless stars winding and twisting across the sky. Based on Kit's understanding of runes, this object was definitely beyond the sacred spirit level. Interesting. Kit felt he had struck gold. He picked up the small box and infused his true chi into it, trying to open it. But the entire box seemed like a bottomless pit. No matter how much spiritual power Kit poured in, the box remained unresponsive. What the heck? Kit glanced at the box, not willing to give up. He challenged the entire purple jade box head-on. He frantically infused his true chi into it, using immortal spirit liquid to replenish once he exhausted it, then continued infusing more true chi. This cycle repeated nearly 100 times. Finally, the originally unresponsive purple jade box showed some reaction. On its surface, among the billions of runes, one rune faintly lit up, slightly brighter than the surrounding runes. What the heck? After my painstaking efforts for hundreds of attempts, I only managed to satisfy a fraction of its energy requirement. What level is this thing? Kit was genuinely shocked. At this rate, even a sacred spirit would be completely drained. Could it be a realm above sacred spirit? Kit didn't know, but he realized that with his current strength, he likely couldn't open it. So, he put the matter aside for now, focusing on more pressing matters. After tossing a bunch of treasures into the dragon pendant, Kit left the treasure vault and came out. Using his long sword dipped in the killer's blood on the ground, he began drawing a challenge. In 1 month, outside Sunset City, I will fight Blood Soul to the death. Carson. Finishing the inscription, Kit stroked his chin, a slight smile forming on his lips. To maximize the use of the Golden Willow Leaf's power, he needed to gather all his opponents together. And the best way to do that was by issuing a direct challenge, agreeing on a time and place. If Blood Soul dared not come, they would lose face and disintegrate due to morale collapse. Besides, the chosen location outside Sunset City belonged to a place where sacred spirits set up formations, ensuring no one below sacred spirit could prepare traps in advance. Perfect for a challenge. Kit believed Blood Soul would definitely come. Of course, he couldn't let Divine Wood Sect off the hook either. Thus, Kit flashed away, leaving the small town controlled by Blood Soul, heading towards one of the branch sects of Divine Wood Sect. Swoosh. Shortly after Kit left, Blood Soul's killers arrived, led by a deity realm powerhouse, whose aura was immense and exuded overwhelming killing intent, having killed countless people. The other killers were mostly profound mystic realms, quite formidable. Unfortunately, they were too late. All the killers in the town were annihilated, leaving only corpses behind. Wonderful, Carson. You actually dared to attack proactively and wipe out one of my bases. The lead Blood Soul killer elder raged, fuming. Gather everyone immediately. I must kill Carson. Hold on, elder. Carson left a message. A Blood Soul killer stammered. What? The elder froze, walking over to see Kit's words. Instantly, his eyes turned bloodshot. What? A challenge outside Sunset City in 1 month? Audacious. Who does Carson think he is to challenge us? Unforgivable. We must kill him. Yes, if we don't kill him, we won't be able to continue in the xuanhuan world. Everyone will dare provoke us. The other killers were enraged. Carson's words were too arrogant, taking on Blood Soul alone. Does he think he's a god? All right, report to the leader. We'll kill Carson in 1 month. The Blood Soul elder's eyes were bloodshot, trembling with anger. Meanwhile, Kit had no idea that he had climbed higher on Blood Soul's kill list. He arrived at a branch of the Divine Wood Sect. Without hesitation, he wiped out most of the sect's strong figures, clearing the entire sect. However, he did not slaughter the ordinary disciples completely. There was no need. His grievances were with the higher-ups of Divine Wood Sect. These ordinary disciples were cultivators, unlike Blood Soul's killers, who were extremely wicked. Kit did not want to kill innocents indiscriminately. After eradicating one of Divine Wood Sect's branches and leaving a challenge message at the top, Kit began repeatedly attacking Divine Wood Sect's branches and clearing Blood Soul's bases. Within a month, he destroyed 7 Divine Wood Sect branches and demolished over 30 Blood Soul bases, leveling them to the ground. Every place he destroyed carried the same message. This behavior drove both Divine Wood Sect and Blood Soul mad, especially Blood Soul's leader, who hadn't slept properly in a month, sitting outside Sunset City, obsessively muttering about skinning Kit alive. The Divine Wood Sect leader also bled from fury, standing on Sunset City's walls, accompanied by over 20 venerated realm powerhouses and 3 sacred artifacts, waiting for Kit's arrival. Boom! Kit leveled the last Blood Soul base with a single sword swing. Sheathing his sword, he muttered, calculating the time. It's time to settle things with Divine Wood Sect and Blood Soul. Saying this, Kit turned and headed towards Sunset City. Outside Sunset City, it was already crowded. Many cultivators stood excitedly in the distance, waiting for the battle to begin. Tisk, it's been years. This is the first powerful figure to challenge Divine Wood Sect and Blood Soul. Wow, look at Divine Wood Sect's lineup. Even a Celestial Lord might not dare show up. Hee, I heard Blood Soul sent 4 king-level killers. Even a Celestial Lord could be ambushed and killed. Whoa, 4 king-level killers? Blood Soul has spared no expense. Yes, this could be the largest battle outside Sunset City in tens of thousands of years. Excited discussions filled the air among the group of cultivators. Note: in the translation, character names such as Kit and Carson have been preserved in pinyin form as requested. The story maintains its original tone and style while being fluent in English. #Chapter 177. Too insulting. Kit stood among a group of cultivators, his eyes narrowing slightly. The divine with sect and blood soul really went all out this time. If he wasn't careful, he might indeed stumble into trouble. Fortunately, he was well prepared. To deal with this battle, Kit didn't intend to fight in person, but rather use the body split talisman. This talisman was equivalent to his true body and could be enhanced using golden willow leaves. However, these were not the 9 heavenly Lord-grade willow leaves, but a few ordinary ones that could elevate his strength to the divine mystic realm. Yet, it was more than enough. Rumble. In the sky, 9 dragons pulled a gilded chariot, appearing in the heavens. Immediate exclamations rose from the cultivators on the ground. The Yi family. Who would have thought they are here too? Incredible. The Yi family has been quite low profile for tens of thousands of years, but the Xiuxian divine treasure managed to draw them out? Of course. That's the legacy left by a quasi-sovereign. Any force would be moved. Heh, not just the Yi family, other families will come as well. These are all famous forces in the entire xuanhuan world. The group of cultivators was thoroughly stunned. Even Kit was quite surprised. He could sense that there was at least one heavenly lord expert within that carriage, emitting an overwhelmingly terrifying aura. And most of those accompanying him were venerables, even a few sovereigns. Any one of them could dominate the entire Sunset City. Yi family. I've heard about this clan many times, but to actually witness it now. Kit narrowed his eyes, growing increasingly vigilant. Since the Yi family had appeared, would other supreme forces show up as well? Just then, several powerful auras came rushing in. Rumble. Heavens. It's people from the ethereal palace. They're here too? Unbelievable. Even the Beihai Hall's people have come. Turtle. That's the Wu family? They're here too? This family is rumored to have once produced a sovereign. TSK. A sovereign-level divine treasure that appears once every million years. No wonder these ancient hidden families are surfacing one by one. Then, over a dozen more forces, no less formidable than the Yi family, appeared at the edges of Sunset City. Each had an even grander display than the last. Among the Wu family, Kit spotted a familiar face, Ethan. The first time he met Ethan, the latter was still at the Qi gathering stage. After a year, Ethan had already reached the divine mystic realm, radiating a massive and fearsome aura. Bloodline power? Kit recalled some legends. Once one reaches the Holy Spirit level, their bloodline powers can be inherited by descendants, granting them immense strength. Once awakened, it brings a drastic change in cultivation. Ethan had clearly awakened the Wu family's bloodline power. According to the surrounding cultivators, the Wu family seemed to have once produced a sovereign. Various thoughts raced through Kit's mind, but soon, he regained his composure. What if they are a sovereign family? Given time, he himself could become a sovereign and establish a sovereign family. Thinking this, Kit shifted his attention back to the Divine Wood sect. The sect leader was getting impatient. He roared angrily, Carson, it's noon. Why haven't you shown yourself yet? Yes, Carson, aren't you afraid? The leader of Blood Soul said coldly from the sky, roaring, if you dare appear, I will skin you alive and leave your corpse unburied. Fear? Carson has never feared anything. Kit's clone appeared in midair with hands behind his back, exuding an aura at the peak of the divine mystic realm. Splash! At the instant of Kit's appearance, a wave of murmurs spread across the ground. It's Carson. He really dares to appear? Incredible. Heavens! Both Blood Soul and the Divine Wood sect have put out all their elites, with 40 or 50 venerables and several sovereigns. Is this guy insane? Peak divine mystic realm, challenging 40 to 50 venerables and hundreds of mystics from the Divine Wood sect and Blood Soul? Am I dreaming? Who knows, maybe Carson has something up his sleeve? The discussions among the cultivators were incredibly lively, each excited and eager-eyed. A divine mystic challenging both the Divine Wood sect and Blood Soul. If he won, it would be a legendary tale. If he lost, it would still be a legendary tale, albeit an infamous one. Carson, I didn't expect you to really dare come. The Divine Wood sect leader spoke icily, stepping forward to stand 100 paces away from Kit. This time, even gods can't save you. You talk too much. Kit scratched his ear and pointed a finger, saying, one move. I can kill you in one move. Do you believe me? You. The Divine Wood sect leader exploded with anger. Flames of fury rose in his eyes, but deep down, he felt insecure. Anyone new coming here was akin to seeking death, but Kit dared to come. What did it mean? Kit definitely had an ace up his sleeve. With this realization, the Divine Wood sect leader hesitated to attack. He folded his hands behind his back, calmly saying, boy, your madness cannot change your destined death, but you're not worth my hands. Izar, it's yours. Relax, sect leader. This boy will surely die this time. Izar, red-eyed, stepped forward. A month ago, he was severely injured by Kit and only recovered to his peak condition after consuming vast quantities of spirit medicines. Meeting his enemy now made him exceptionally enraged. Izar glared at Kit and growled, boy, you will die today. I will cleanse my humiliation with your blood. Who are you again? Kit looked at Izar, stroking his chin, mumbling, you look somewhat familiar. Izar spat out a mouthful of blood, his chest seething with rage. It actually caused him to cough up blood. He stared at Kit, his eyes turning completely red, unable to speak coherently. Despite being a venerable who had hunted Kit, the latter had absolutely no recollection of him. This was too insulting. In a moment, Izar couldn't contain his fury and roared at Kit, damn it, die. Rumble. A venerable's furious strike unleashed a terrifying power. A palm print 100 meters wide flew towards Kit. Chapter 178. The power of the supreme secret art. An unparalleled sense of oppression hung in the air. Facing the venerable's palm strike, Kit remained calm, without a hint of panic. Instead, he activated a secret art obtained from the blood-nourishing realm and the supreme inheritance. the true dragon transformation. This secret art could activate the true dragon's primordial blood within his body, transforming him into a true dragon. True dragon transformation. Kit softly intoned, instantly activating the true dragon's primordial blood within him. A brilliant golden light enveloped his body. In the next second, the golden light exploded, forming a protective shield that encased Kit. Bang! Izar of the Divine Wood Sect struck the golden shield with an explosion of light. The hearts of the surrounding cultivators raced. A deity spirit realm practitioner was far below the venerable realm. Normally, it would be impossible to withstand a venerable's attack. The gap between them was too vast. However, since Kit dared to come here, it meant he had the confidence to face off against both the entire Divine Wood Sect and Blood Soul. Rumble. The radiant light dissipated. A 100-meter-long dragon, covered in shimmering golden scales, appeared in the sky. Its formidable aura erupted, rivaling that of a venerable. Shocked cries erupted from the crowd. Heavens! A true dragon. How can a true dragon still exist in the xuanhuan world? This is impossible. True dragons should have vanished long ago. Incredible. Could Carson's true form be a dragon? Not only were the cultivators astonished, even the head of the Divine Wood Sect and Blood Soul were dumbfounded. The last true dragon had fallen 10,000 years ago. There were no more true dragons left in the world, long gone. But now, another one had emerged? At this moment, Kit controlled the true dragon's form, feeling the immense power within him. He murmured in surprise, truly worthy of being a supreme secret art. It boosted my realm by 2 levels, reaching the venerable state. However, the cost is terrifying. It consumes true dragon blood. In my current state, I can only sustain this for 30 seconds at most. This consumption is only second to using a supreme artifact. Supreme secret art? Izar heard Kit mutter and revealed a look of astonishment, immediately followed by greed. A supreme secret art. In the entire xuanhuan world, only the supreme families possess such things. If they could obtain this secret art, it would elevate the Divine Wood Sect to a new level. At this moment, someone from the Yi family who was watching commented, I once heard of an ancient secret technique called true dragon transformation. It can activate the dragon blood within one's body, transforming into a true dragon. However, it requires consuming true dragon blood. Unless one has the true dragon's primordial blood to generate true dragon blood continuously, ordinary descendants can only use it a few times before being exhausted. Hearing this, the head of the Divine Wood Sect looked at Kit with a greenish complexion. It seemed that young venerable might also possess true dragon's primordial blood. A horrifying thought formed in his mind. Impossible. Could that young venerable not be dead? Thinking this, the head of the Divine Wood Sect stood up and shouted, Izar, don't waste time with him. Directly use the holy artifact and kill him. The patriarch needn't worry. Warrenling this boy doesn't require a holy artifact. Izar said confidently. With his hands behind his back, he coldly stared at Kit. Boy, don't think you can be arrogant just because you have a supreme secret art. This secret art can temporarily boost your cultivation to the venerable realm, but the price must be incredibly terrifying. Let me see how many moves you can survive against me. Finishing his words, Izar raised his hand and unleashed another palm strike toward Kit. Don't worry, slaying you is enough. Kit let out a cry, and a spirit sword appeared in his hand. He wielded the spirit sword, slashing down with the Heavenly Emperor sword technique. Snap! A golden sword chi over 1,000 meters long instantly descended. Kit's spiritual energy was drained, and his true dragon blood nearly depleted. But this single slash was as powerful as a king's strike. No! Izar's expression changed dramatically. He brought out dozens of spirit artifacts to block Kit's sword strike. Unfortunately, Kit harbored a killing intent. He held nothing back, shattering all the spirit artifacts into dust with a single stroke. And the power of this sword strike remained undiminished, directly impacting Izar. Holy artifact! Activate! Izar was desperate. Without a word, a broken sword appeared in his hand. This was a damaged holy artifact, yet its power remained terrifying, especially when activated by a venerable. Just a slight flick resulted in a more fearsome black sword chi exploding forth. It easily shattered Kit's sword chi. Rumble! The black sword chi, although significantly weakened, continued toward Kit. At this point, Kit's true dragon blood and spiritual energy were completely drained, his aura greatly diminished. Ha ha ha! Izar laughed maniacally, full of arrogance. He loudly declared, Boy, even with your supreme secret art, you are nothing against my holy artifact. With that, he propelled the black sword chi toward Kit, intending to crush him. Is that so? Kit remained unperturbed. A 5,000-year-old blood-nourishing fruit appeared in his hand, which he swallowed immediately. His true dragon blood was instantly replenished. Then, a holy crystal appeared in his hand, which he consumed, restoring his spiritual energy to peak condition in an instant. What did he eat? Holy crystal? 5,000-year-old blood-nourishing fruit. Such extravagance. That's a holy crystal. Most people meticulously refine it, but this kid uses it like any other spirit stone for recovery. Damn, I want to go up there and beat him up. The surrounding cultivators were dumbstruck. They never expected Kit to have such valuable items on him. You'll die even with a holy crystal and blood-nourishing fruit. Izar's eyes turned bloodshot, his holy sword descending, the black sword chi crushing toward Kit. Heavenly Emperor sword. Kit showed no panic. Golden sword chi burst forth from his hand, colliding with the black broken sword again. Rumble. Under the combined effect of the supreme secret art and the Heavenly Emperor sword technique, even using a mediocre middle-grade spirit weapon, Kit's power rivaled a venerable activating a damaged holy artifact. This was the power of a supreme secret art, naturally elevating one's realm. Boom. With one devastating strike, Kit gained the upper hand, sending Izar flying backward. Chapter 179, Playing the Ace. Cough, cough, cough. Izar spat out large amounts of blood. His breath was feeble, and his old wounds had resurfaced. Due to the activation of the holy artifact, his spiritual energy was almost depleted. And at this moment, Kit's freezing steps burst into action. He silently appeared behind Izar and said casually, Izar, this broken sword of yours is pretty impressive. A pity in the next second, it will be mine. What? Izar's scalp tingled. He never imagined that Kit's speed was so astonishing. He appeared behind him like a ghost, immediately trying to resist. Unfortunately, as Kit spoke, dazzling sword chi erupted from his hand. It pierced straight through Izar's chest. Boom! Countless beams of sword chi erupted, and Izar was instantly killed by Kit with one strike. His life ended abruptly. The black broken sword appeared in Kit's hand, heavy and carrying the unique pressure of a holy artifact. Oh no! The Bernie stood up directly. He felt a chill on his scalp. One must know, even without the holy artifact, Kit was already terrifying. With a holy artifact in hand, he would be invincible at the venerable level. Humph! Let me handle it. In Divine Tree Sect, an Lanny with white beard appeared in the arena. With one step, a kingly aura erupted around him. Boom! A towering figure over 1,000 feet high appeared. Within dozens of miles, the earth instantly sank several dozen feet, forming a huge footprint. So this is a king-level expert? Indeed, formidable. Kit narrowed his eyes, becoming wary. Even without a holy artifact, the opponent's combat power was still incredibly terrifying, almost on par with holding a holy artifact. Aaron, you are strong, but too arrogant. The Ilium glanced at Kit and said coldly, if you hid for 100 years to cultivate, I wouldn't be able to do anything to you. Unfortunately, you've jumped out voluntarily. No matter how talented you are, once stifled, you're nothing. Is that so? Kit looked at the Divine Tree Sect elder and then scanned his surroundings before saying, just a mere king level? What's there to be arrogant about? Come all together then. I'll take care of all of you at once. Hearing these words, the Ilium was stunned. He had thought Kit might surrender or escape, but he never imagined Kit would still provocatively challenge him even facing death. One must know, there were more than 10 kings surrounding him, surging forward all at once. Even a Heaven Lord level expert would have to retreat. Was this kid crazy? How? Are you afraid? Kit scanned the crowd, hands behind his back, looking at the group of experts and said calmly, I stand here, not running. But let me tell you this, every person from Divine Tree Sect and Blood Soul will die. No matter how many come, they'll die. Boom. These words caused a stir among everyone. Incredible. At this point, could he possibly still have an ace up his sleeve? Isn't he just being stubborn? Whatever. Must win. I've bet all my spirit stones on him. Sigh. Dare to bet like this? Brother, you're awesome. The cultivators were all extremely shocked. Their gaze towards Kit changed from initial contempt to now respect. Bold. Too audacious. Challenging the entire Divine Tree Sect and Blood Soul single-handedly. Such an achievement could definitely become a legend within hundreds of thousands of miles. Even if he dies, his legend would last for tens of thousands of years. Seeing this, the Bernie didn't hold back anymore. He had wanted to attack all along, but hesitated to avoid losing face. After all, no matter what, Divine Tree Sect was a renowned major sect. Using the full force of the sect to besiege a solitary cultivator was simply degrading. However, since Kit brought it up, he couldn't be blamed. Thus, the Bernie rose, glaring at Kit and shouted angrily, Everyone, you all heard it. Don't be polite with this brat. Attack all at once and kill him. Kill. Upon hearing these words, the other experts went wild. Kit's arrogance made Blood Soul and Divine Tree Sect's experts unable to hold back any longer. At this moment, their auras surged as they charged at Kit. Hee. Kit stood calmly with his hands behind his back, watching the overwhelming surge of experts, completely unfazed. A golden willow leaf emerged in his hand. Boom. Instantly, the aura of the golden willow leaf filled the area. The Bernie's expression changed drastically, shouting in disbelief, Aura of a saint spirit? A saint spirit's forbidden artifact. How is this possible? Upon hearing this, the faces of the surrounding experts turned pale, abandoning their attacks. All of them retreated. You can't run now. I worked so hard to gather you all together. How can I waste this only opportunity? Kit smiled slightly, activating the golden willow leaf while speaking. Rumble. Kit's aura suddenly changed, directly reaching the Heaven Lord realm. Combined with the true dragon transformation, a secret dragon technique, he reached the semi-demigod realm, one step away from the ancient demigod level. Boom. The aura of a semi-demigod spread everywhere. Suddenly, the space around vibrated, and the cultivators observing from 100 miles away turned pale. Those with weaker cultivation levels couldn't even hover in the air, falling like dumplings to the ground. Tinjuan-level experts from families like Yi and Wu supported protective shields against Kit's aura to protect their clansmen from being crushed by it. This is the semi-demigod realm? Kit floated in the air, feeling infinite awe inside. At this moment, he felt as if he could grasp the sun and moon and pluck stars. Run! The Bernie let out a heart-wrenching scream. For a moment, the rest of the Divine Tree Sect cultivators and experts finally snapped out of their daze, each opening their transmission arrays and fleeing without looking back. I said, you can't escape. Seeing this, Kit raised his hand and slapped down. Rumble. Suddenly, a palm-sized like half the Sunset City, spanning several dozen miles, appeared in the sky. Kadiki, a piece of the heavens falling. It crushed downward. No. Dozens of king-level experts combined forces using holy artifacts, attempting to block Kit's strike. Unfortunately, it was futile. Kit's palm crushed down, instantly creating a giant palm print several dozen miles wide on the ground, 1,000 feet deep. At its deepest point, countless divine tree sect experts were annihilated, leaving only human-shaped blood imprints branded onto the ground. Right then, a 5-colored divine pendant appeared. The original destroyed spirit body of the divine tree sect master immediately reappeared, followed by this 5-colored pendant breaking through the void. ##### Chapter 180. Cultivating Great Power Level Expert. In the blink of an eye, it vanished. Fascinating. This must be at least a Holy Spirit level expert's artifact. Kit narrowed his eyes, observing this scene without rushing to act. The 5-colored divine pendant had already entered the void, and with his half-step great power strength, he couldn't catch up. Swish. Suddenly, a blood-red light blazed forth in the void. A blood soul assassin, lurking in space, struck immediately as Kit was distracted by the head of the divine wood sect. Swish. A blood-red longsword, covered in countless crimson runes, moved with terrifying speed. Kit slightly shifted his body but still got slashed, leaving a deep, bone-deep wound. Boom. The mysterious assassin scored a hit and turned to flee, but Kit simply raised his hand, crushing and annihilating the killer within the void. Crack, crack. Almost simultaneously, countless blood-red patterns spread across Kit's body. Ha ha ha. The Yisrael laughed heartily. Carson, don't waste your efforts. This is the soul-devouring curse, refined with Holy Spirit blood souls. Even a Holy Spirit would suffer severe damage. With your current state, death is inevitable. Crack, crack. As he spoke, the soul-devouring curse began ferociously draining Kit's internal power, trying to forcefully dissolve him. Fascinating. Feeling the soul-devouring curse, Kit remained calm. This was just a clone. Its destruction wouldn't mean much loss for him. Instead, the curse made Kit feel a genuine threat of death. Had it not been a clone but his true self, he'd already be dead. Ha ha ha. The Yisrael watched with cruel satisfaction as vast amounts of essence energy were consumed by the soul-devouring curse inside Kit's clone, causing it to gradually wither and deplete. At this moment, inside Kit's body, the Chaos Scripture activated on its own. The once domineering soul-devouring curse was instantly suppressed by the Chaos Scripture. Then, the immense essence was forcibly drawn back, and the formidable blood-red runes crumbled before the Chaos Scripture. Within a few breaths, the soul-devouring curse dissipated, and Kit returned to peak condition. No, impossible. The Yisrael's expression froze in disbelief. He yelled, "This is the soul-devouring curse. Not even a Holy Spirit can easily dispel it, yet you directly assimilated it. This can't be. There's nothing impossible about it. Just a worthless curse." Kit sneered, feeling relieved. He thought this clone was doomed, but surprisingly, the soul-devouring curse was assimilated by the Chaos Scripture. Indeed, this was the strongest technique from the dawn of chaos, far too powerful. Fascinating. Aaron, you Xiuxian secrets. Suddenly, a mighty voice resounded. In the next moment, a massive hand spanning several miles appeared, heading straight for Kit. Rumble. This hand carried an incomprehensible might, causing the surrounding space to warp and twist. A true great power. Kit narrowed his eyes, realizing that this level of opponent was far beyond his reach. The gap was too vast. For most cultivators, reaching deity and mystic realms represented a qualitative leap, and advancing from king to great power marked another fundamental transformation. A change in the life tier itself. Kit's current strength came from two sources, the Golden Willow Leaf and the Supreme Secrets technique, neither of which were his intrinsic powers. Bullying lower-rank cultivators was fine, but challenging higher ranks was practically impossible unless Kit advanced to the king realm himself, an incredibly distant goal. Even though Kit had confidence in himself, it was still years away. Rumble. The great power shattered the void with one palm strike, while countless thoughts raced through Kit's mind. Ultimately, he triggered the tranquil step, moving like lightning to evade the strike. Rumble. Missing its target, the strike created a bottomless abyss almost the size of half of Sunset City, a testament to the great power's strength, capable of effortlessly destroying a country. SK, what a hassle. Kit frowned, completely taken aback by the existence of a living ancient great power in this world. After all, the term ancient indicated that these experts primarily existed in ancient times, becoming rare in the Middle Ages, and nearly extinct in modern times. It was unexpected to encounter one still alive. You're fast. Kadikli, a supreme secret technique. Excellent. Now, I have another divine treasure. Without further ado, the ancient great power sent another strike toward Kit. Playing hide and seek. Kit sneered, knowing the fight couldn't continue. Facing a great power, there was little chance of victory unless he used his supreme artifact, which he didn't want to reveal lightly. Thus, Kit grabbed the scattered 8 or 9 holy artifacts and storage rings from both the Divine Wood sect and Blood Soul, then swiftly left using the tranquil step. Boom, boom, boom. The ancient great power attacked 3 times in quick succession, narrowly missing each time as Kit escaped. You can't run. The ancient great power's icy voice echoed, pursuing Kit relentlessly to kill him. Kit dismissed the threat. His clone was nearing its limit and about to dissipate. However, the 9 holy artifacts collected from Divine Wood sect and Blood Soul could not fall into the hands of this ancient great power. Seizing the opportunity during the pursuit, Kit used a transmission array to send the holy artifacts and other spoils, such as storage rings, into the True Dragon Maze. The ancient great power noticed Kit's actions, but soon focused entirely on him. Compared to possibly acquiring 2 supreme secret techniques, mere holy artifacts were insignificant. Possessing these techniques, he might even have a chance to advance to the Holy Spirit realm. Whoosh! After securing everything, Kit felt no lingering concerns. Smirking, he glanced back at the pursuing ancient great power and shouted, "Old relic, if you're not afraid of dying, come on." Note: I've kept the paragraph structure and line breaks as similar to the original text as possible. Chapter 181, Trapping the Ancient Power. Brat, you're courting death. The ancient power was enraged. He slapped again toward Kit. But at this moment, instead of dodging, Kit directly activated a space transmission talisman, dragging the ancient power straight into the Ghost Valley. Boom. The ancient power slap landed on the mountain range in Ghost Valley, causing a large part of it to collapse. This place is... Looking around, the ancient power was initially stunned. Then his face suddenly changed as he shouted in terror. This place. It's actually... Ghost Valley? Almost simultaneously, a roar came from deep within Ghost Valley. Brat, you dare to show up again. Boom. A violent aura erupted and surged directly towards Kit's position. No. An emperor corpse with spirits communicating? The ancient power was also shaken. This emperor corpse had at least the strength of a near emperor. Facing it meant almost certain death for him. Without further ado, he turned and fled, no longer caring about Kit. Trying to run? Kit laughed. He shouted loudly, "Old man, didn't you want to find the 10,000-year soul consolidating herb? What are you afraid of? When did I say I wanted to find the 10,000-year soul consolidating herb?" The ancient power was slightly depressed, but then his face turned green. A terrifying shadow charged over, slapping the ancient power with its hand and roared angrily. "You still dare to think about my 10,000-year soul consolidating herb? You're looking for death. Die." Boom. The spirit communicating emperor corpse struck with one palm. The terrifying power directly hurled the ancient power hundreds of miles away, plowing a huge canyon 100 miles long along the way. This was due to the unique terrain of Ghost Valley. If it were elsewhere, everything within a 1,000-mile radius would be devastated. As for Kit, although his semi-powerful strength was formidable, facing even the aftereffects of a near-emperor strike, he instantly turned to dust and vanished into the depths of Ghost Valley. I wonder if that ancient power can survive. Besides Sunset City, Kit, amidst a group of cultivators, rubbed his nose. Facing a near-emperor-level emperor corpse, even an ancient power would barely survive. Boom. At this moment, 7-colored divine light appeared in the sky. A crack 1,000 feet long emerged. As soon as the crack appeared, unparalleled spiritual energy surged out. Splash. Cadequid-like spiritual energy poured out. Wherever it reached, the previously barren ground immediately grew lush grass. In just a few breaths, 1,000-square-mile desert of death became a picturesque green plain. Then, ancient trees sprang up. Within a quarter of an hour, 1,000 square miles had transformed into a primeval forest, seizing the creation's essence, creating miracles. Is this the power of the supreme level? Kit looked up at the 100-foot-wide spatial crack in the sky, involuntarily drawing a cold breath. Originally, he thought he was already very strong. Now it seemed he had only taken a small step in cultivation. No wonder Pierce said that reaching the sea of God's realm is the start of true cultivation. A saint spirit is just a beginning. Indeed. Kit mused. Shaking his head, Kit looked at the crack in the sky, pondering how to enter it. Sunset City definitely wouldn't do. He was now bound to two many major forces, Divine Wood Sect, Blood Soul, and that possibly still alive ancient power. Kit had a good impression of Sunset City's Lord Devlin and Candace. He didn't want to involve them. If he entered using Sunset City's name, and if that ancient power survived, Sunset City would be wiped out. However, there was one identity he could use, that of Divine Wood Sect's young Lord Ardell. Just right, he had the Divine Wood token of the Divine Wood Sky Bureau. Disguising himself as someone from Divine Wood Sect posed no problem. Thus, Kit quietly left the group of cultivators and found a desolate place. First, he retrieved the 9 sacred artifacts from the True Dragon Maze. Along with the storage rings of various powerful figures, he then changed his appearance, disguising himself as Ardell. Once again, he arrived at the entrance of Xiuxian Divine Treasure. Boom. The 1,000-feet-long crack in the sky continued to pour spiritual energy. However, around the giant crack, an ancient platform appeared before the crack, radiating a saint spirit aura. It's the saint spirit platform. In ancient times, forces that once produced saint spirits left this backdoor for their descendants. How enviable. These people can enter half a month earlier than us in this million-year event. A group of cultivators were filled with envy, jealousy, and resentment. But there was nothing they could do. This world was harsh. Strength was paramount. Powerful sects naturally had advantages. Saint Spirit platform? Without hesitation, Kit jumped onto the Saint Spirit platform upon seeing the ancient platform. Boom. As soon as Kit appeared, the Divine Wood token in his hand floated in midair. A purple light shot up into the sky. On the Saint Spirit platform, countless patterns emerged, forming a path leading into the Xiuxian Divine Treasure. This was a secret passage left by a Saint Spirit. It could protect those passing through from being sucked into temporal turbulence. Without this passage's protection, all below Saint Spirits would be dragged into temporal turbulence. Of course, they could wait until half a month later when the space stabilized before entering. The secret passage opened. Incredible. That's the Divine Wood token and Ardell? The young Lord of Divine Wood Sect isn't dead? Too ruthless. The Patriarch of Divine Wood Sect should be Ardell's father, right? Seeing his own father die before him, Ardell remains indifferent? Phew. Too ruthless. It seems the rumors about Ardell being a spoiled son aren't true. The group of cultivators gossiped, all incredibly surprised. Only Kit on the Saint Spirit platform smiled faintly, exactly what he wanted to see. In this Xiuxian Divine Treasure, countless disciples from major forces would enter. With Ardell's name, he could act freely, if not disguised. Honestly, Kit might not have made it out yet. The Yi Kingdom might have been wiped out directly by a power. Boom. Walking through the secret passage, Kit was captivated by the surroundings. Temporal turbulence surrounded him. However, unlike the temporal turbulence he had seen before, outside the passage, the temporal turbulence was stable. Occasionally, countless remnants of worlds could be seen floating in the void. Could it be, this world isn't just Xuanhuan realm? No, it definitely isn't just Xuanhuan realm. Kit shook his head slightly, his thoughts spreading out, remembering many things. Chapter 182. Entering the Qilin's secret realm. He came from Blue Star, so he naturally understood that it was impossible for there to be only the Xuanhuan world in existence. Thinking about this, Kit glanced at several continents and debris flashing by in the temporal chaos flow. A sense of anticipation welled up inside him. If he became powerful enough, would there be a chance to traverse countless worlds? To explore and see the landscapes of other worlds? For a moment, Kit felt a dreamy longing. Damn, we need to go. Can't let him get ahead. Right, let's go too. The resources within the secret realm are first come, first served. We must seize the first half-month period. Humph. Everyone together. Watch out for people from other factions. Everyone moved quickly, entering the sacred spirit platform. Then they proceeded through the secret passage, chasing after Kit, who was ahead. Well, they actually caught up. Kit looked behind him, his eyes narrowing slightly. Those coming were all carefully selected prodigies from various major families and sects, each at the peak of the divine mystic realm. Almost right on the cusp of the limit allowed by the Qilin Divine Treasure Vault. All were heading towards the divine treasure. However, the treasures within the Qilin Divine Treasure Vault were limited, available to those who arrived first. The cultivators around were inevitably potential competitors. In fact, many cultivators in the secret passage already harbored murderous intent, waiting for the opportunity to attack their rivals. Should I take out a couple of them? Kit looked at the cultivators from various factions with ill intentions, but he quickly abandoned this thought. There were some peculiar restrictions in the secret passage, and his intuition told him that the situation wasn't that simple. Boom. At this moment, a cultivator suddenly attacked another cultivator beside him. His attack was incredibly vicious, his peak divine mystic cultivation combined with an imperial-grade spiritual weapon, making him extremely formidable. However, just as he struck, the situation in the secret passage changed abruptly. Countless strange runes appeared, forming a massive cage that directly enclosed the attacking cultivator. Then the entire cage turned into a millstone, crushing the attacker. SK. Even not knowing there are restrictions in the secret passage, you can't act rashly. Yeah, looks like a minor faction with broken lineage. Maybe an accidental slot winner, an independent cultivator. The heirs and disciples from forces like the Yi family, Ethereal Palace, North Sea Pavilion, etc., sneered with disdainful smiles. Interesting. Kit rubbed his chin, suddenly understanding why these descendants of major powers didn't act in the secret passage. That makes sense. Forget it. No point dealing with these people. I need to enter the Qilin Divine Treasure Vault and seek my fortune. Kit shook his head and sped towards the end of the tunnel using the free and easy step. Swoosh. Kit moved so fast that in the blink of an eye, he had left the group of cultivators far behind. That's not right. Why is Ardell so strong? This speed is terrifying indeed. No, it feels like that guy isn't Ardell. Look at those steps. Don't they resemble Carson? Damn, is that guy Carson? The cultivators stared in shock, each feeling a deep sense of defeat. They were all prodigies from major factions. Yet even if they gave their all, they couldn't catch sight of Kit's back. They were left far behind. Such a huge gap left these proud geniuses rather unwilling to admit it. Chase him. I won't believe we can't catch up. Humph. Divine Traveling Step. Activate. Divine Shield Talisman. Burn Essence Blood. Catch up. The geniuses were enraged, each showing off their unique skills, straining to chase after Kit. Seriously, why are you guys chasing me? Kit turned to look at the group of geniuses behind him, speechless. Especially the one burning Essence Blood. This was extreme. Shaking his head, Kit said to the group of geniuses, not playing with you guys anymore. After speaking, Kit doubled his speed again. Swoosh. Kit was like a streak of light, quickly disappearing before the geniuses, covering 100 miles and entering the Qilin Divine Treasure Vault. There's no justice in the world. What's going on with this guy? Why is his speed so terrifying? Is this still the divine mystic realm? The geniuses were completely out of temper. One by one, they slowed down, dejectedly advancing into the Qilin Divine Treasure Vault. Rumble. The moment Kit rushed into the entrance, everything spun wildly. When he regained his senses, he found himself in an endless primeval forest. The forest stretched endlessly, extending for tens of thousands of miles. Inside, ancient trees stood lush and dense. Countless ancient trees with trunks wide enough for several people to embrace rose straight into the clouds. Chirp, chirp, chirp. A sharp sound rang out. Kit turned curiously, seeing a golden giant rock flying towards him. This giant rock had a wingspan of 100 yards, emitting a terrifying aura comparable to a peak divine mystic expert. Its speed was incredibly fast. Kadiki, a golden streak of light. It covered 100 miles in an instant. Almost as soon as Kit heard the sound, the giant rock swooped down with its talons toward him. Rumble. Talons the size of dozens of yards crushed the surrounding air, frightening beyond imagination. Wanna eat me? Really gutsy. Kit sneered, without hesitation unleashing a long roar. True Dragon Transformation. Activate. Boom. Kit transformed into a 1,000-yard-long True Dragon. He already had peak divine mystic combat power, but with True Dragon Transformation, he instantly reached the peak of the divine mystic realm, approaching half-step sutra level strength. Rumble. The terrorizing aura of the True Dragon spread. The giant rock let out a startled cry. True Dragon? How could there be a true dragon in this world? Boom. Kit raised his hand and lunged at the giant rock. No. The giant rock strained to escape, but it was useless. Kit was faster, grabbing the giant rock by the neck and scolding, "You little one! Why did you attack me?" The giant rock was dumbfounded. He originally thought he was just having a snack by eating a divine mystic human, who knew it was a man-shaped true dragon. What bad luck. In an instant, the giant rock's face fell as he said, True dragon, sir. Mistake. Mistake? I don't see it that way. Kit, holding the giant rock's neck, mused, every part of a giant rock is valuable. The wings can be braised, the claws steamed, and the rest grilled. I'm hungry. These words from Kit sounded no less than demonic whispers to the giant rock. Hashtag Chapter 183, The Convergence of 9 Dragons. He pulled his voice sharp and loud, shouting, Wait, you're an outsider, right? I know about a treasure. As long as you don't kill me, I'll take you there. How do I know you won't lead me to a deadly zone and leave me for dead? Kit rolled his eyes, not believing it for a second. He had seen too many people use this trick on other powerful figures. If he were in their place, he wouldn't believe it either. What I'm saying is true. The Dax was getting frantic. If that thing were so easy to obtain, why would it still be here? Kit sneered. How about this? Be my mount for a while. I'll let you go afterward. How does that sound? No way. My race of Titus cannot be disgraced. Absolutely not as a mount. Without a second thought, the Dax rejected the offer outright. Then there's no other way. Time to stew. Seeing the bird's response, Kit raised his hand and tossed out a king-level alchemy furnace, which expanded rapidly on the ground, enveloping and suppressing the Dax inside. Boom. Kit ignited a Dao fire to heat up the alchemy furnace. Hold it. Realizing Kit was serious, the Dax immediately backed down. It's not like I can be your mount, but carrying you around isn't a problem. I have very fast speed. You wouldn't have been in trouble if you agreed earlier, Kit sneered. He withdrew his true dragon transformation, released the Dax, and then leaped onto its back. With Kit on its back, the Dax cautiously asked, Boss, where are we going? Let me check, Kit replied, opening the map he had obtained from Divine Wood Sect and glancing at it. The map contained tens of thousands of coordinate points. Over the span of 1,000,000 years, much had changed. Whether these treasures still existed was anyone's guess. The tricolor immortal spring. It can revive the dead and mend bones, located at the convergence of 9 dragons. Kit set his sights on the tricolor immortal spring. This spring belonged to the category of immortal springs like Spirit Cadequid, but its effects were entirely different. Spirit Cadequid was the purest essence of spirit fluid, used to replenish true chi. However, it wasn't particularly effective for healing wounds. But the tricolor immortal spring was unique, extending life and rejuvenating one's body. A single drop of it could almost match the effect of a 10,000-year-old blood-nourishing fruit. It was an extremely precious celestial-grade item. Notably, even among the trove of herbs and treasures Kit obtained from the Black Blood Saint, there was nothing like this. Throughout history, only quasi-supreme and supreme-level experts could find such treasures. Tricolor Immortal Spring? At the convergence of 9 dragons? That place is an extremely dangerous restricted area. The Dax was shocked. There's a very peculiar Dorian residing there, along with numerous supreme and saint-level formations guarding it. An ordinary person has no chance of obtaining that treasure. Really? Upon hearing this, Kit's eyes narrowed slightly. A supreme-level killing formation. This was no joke. Kit had only witnessed it once, in the blood-nourishing Secret Realm's Supreme Inheritance site. Its complexity was so great that even the heavenly Dao True I couldn't see through it. Only by breaking the array with a special symbol could a narrow path be opened. However, Kit wasn't about to give up so easily. He glanced at the Dax and said, I have my plans. Let's head to the convergence of 9 dragons. Seeing Kit's determination, the Dax felt helpless. With no choice, he steeled himself, spread his wings, and flew toward the convergence at a speed akin to lightning. Whiz! The Dax's speed was terrifyingly fast, almost matching Kit's free and easy step technique. With just a few flaps of its wings, it covered thousands of miles. Hiss! What an enormous world! Looking at the endless primeval forest, Kit was taken aback. After all, the Black Blood Secret Realm, a spirit-grade secret realm, only spanned about 1,000 miles. But the Xiuxian Divine Treasure Secret Realm was completely different. It stretched for thousands of miles like a vast world. Even after traveling tens of thousands of miles on the back of the Dax, they hadn't reached the edge yet. This must be the power of a supreme expert? Gazing at the vast expanse around him, Kit was filled with admiration. But soon, he regained his focus. Ahead lies the convergence of 9 dragons. I dare not proceed further. Beyond this point is the territory of the Dorian. Oh! Kit looked ahead. Several hundred miles away, 9 mountain ranges snaked across the land. In the center of these mountains was a massive lake, shrouded in mist, with a vast amount of primal energy surging out. In the middle of the lake stood a small island spanning about 100 miles. At the center of the island flowed the tricolor Immortal Spring, occasionally dropping a single drop of water into the surrounding lake, turning it into priceless spirit liquid. Hiss! This place's environment resembles the ancient era, and the lake water, a single drop rivals a 5,000-year-old blood-nourishing fruit. Its effects are astounding. Despite his surprise, Kit remained calm. He activated the Heavenly Dao True Eye, scanning the entire convergence. Boom! Under the gaze of the Heavenly Dao True Eye, the surroundings suddenly transformed. 9 dragon shadows circled in the air, guarding a 3-colored pearl. This pearl emerged from the tricolor Immortal Spring. It's the tricolor Celestial Pearl, one that takes 1,000,000 years to form. Kit stared at the pearl in shock, murmuring to himself. Throughout history, this is the top-tier divine medicine. It can heal any injury. Even for supreme-level experts, it holds immense value. Staring at the tricolor Celestial Pearl, Kit felt a surge of excitement within. Comparing it to the items in his possession, aside from the rusty sword, nothing else could rival this pearl. I must get the tricolor Celestial Pearl. It can save my life in critical moments. Determined, Kit began examining the formations surrounding the tricolor immortal spring. The entire formation was clearly divided into two parts. The first part centered on the tricolor immortal spring, with the 9 dragon veins forming the framework of a supreme level killing formation. The second part was added later, mostly comprising arrays left behind by holy spirits. They densely guided the spiritual energy within the lake to nurture medicinal herbs. At a glance, Kit saw at least hundreds of 10,000-year-old herb kings. Please note that the paragraph structure and line breaks have been maintained as per the original text. Chapter 184. The King of Golden Profound Soul-Forging Flowers. Each one is extremely precious. That's... Kit's gaze fell on the edge of the immortal lake. In that place, a golden flower was swaying in the wind, emitting a faint golden glow. It was precisely the golden profound soul-forcing flower. It only grew in environments from the primordial age. By the near-ancient times, it had already vanished except for some special environments. The golden profound soul-forcing flower grows 1 inch every 10,000 years, reaching a foot after 100,000 years. After maturing, it withers. If it exceeds 100,000 years, it still grows 1 inch every 10,000 years. At the edge of the immortal lake, that golden profound soul-forcing flower was fully 3 feet tall. This golden profound soul-forcing flower is 3 feet tall. That means it's 300,000 years old? Kit drew in a sharp breath. The divine xiuxian treasure truly lived up to its name as a divine treasure. It actually has a 300,000-year-old golden profound soul-forcing flower. After all, Tao begets 1, 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3. The limit for the golden profound soul-forcing flower is 300,000 years. Beyond that, it evolves into the golden profound spirit-refining tree, known as the immortal tree, which could only grow in the earliest days before the primordial age when chaos first opened. Shaking his head, Kit wasn't in a hurry to pick this 300,000-year-old golden profound soul-forcing flower. The supreme array wasn't so easy to crack. Even array-breaking talismans might not work. Let's check it out first. Kit remained calm. He got up and leaped off the dax, ready to approach and explore. But just then, an explosion rang out. Damn you! Dare to come to my territory. Die! As the voice sounded, a 5-colored divine bull suddenly appeared in midair, stampeding toward Kit with a hoof. Boom! The bull's hoof, mountain-like, unleashed astonishing power. This single kick could cripple even a powerhouse in the mystic realm. Whoosh! Kit dodged the hoof with his carefree step, then turned and cast the heavenly Dao seal, smashing it onto the chin of the 5-colored divine bull. Bang! The heavenly Dao seal was terrifyingly powerful, even surpassing the supreme secret art. Under Kit's activation, it directly sent the 5-colored divine bull flying through the air. Heavenly Dao fist. Seizing the moment while the 5-colored divine bull was dazed, Kit punched it squarely in the head. Bang! The punch was as heavy as a mountain. The 5-colored divine bull crashed into the ground like a cannonball. Rumble. Dust rose up as a mushroom cloud formed on the ground. Is it dead? The Dax stared at Kit with wide eyes, visibly shaken. Kit's reaction speed and strength were terrifying. If the 5-colored divine bull had attacked him, he would have been crushed to death. Yet Kit managed to counterattack? Rumble. The 5-colored divine bull climbed up from the ground, a large bump swelling on its forehead. Its eyes blazed red as it roared, "Damn you! Die now!" With that, it charged at Kit again, its horns bristling. Boom! Countless 5-colored runes appeared on its body, converging on the bull's horn, releasing an overwhelming power. Not good. Kit's brows furrowed slightly as the 9-colored heaven silk saint garment emerged on his body, preparing to block using the power of the holy artifact. Clearly, this 5-colored divine bull was an ancient variant, with very strong bloodline powers. But unexpectedly, after the power erupted from its horns, a portal appeared in front of the 5-colored divine bull. Immediately after, the bull vanished, directly rushing into the holy spirit killing array within the 9-dragon convergence grounds. Kit froze, completely surprised. He was all set for a fight, but the opponent ran away instead. Just then, the 5-colored divine bull let out a long moo. "Human, if my bloodline was complete, you'd be dead today. Wait for me. I won't let you go." Hearing this threat, Kit was speechless. This bull was top-notch material, clearly scared, yet still trying to put on a brave face. Looking at the 5-colored divine bull, Kit crossed his arms and said calmly, "Prove your worth if you can. Prove yours if you dare come in." The 5-colored divine bull stood within the holy spirit barrier, confidently shouting, "If you dare enter, I'll surely kill you." The bull shook its head smugly, feeling secure. In its view, a mere divine mystical level Kit couldn't possibly break through the holy spirit array. Even if Kit was stronger, he wouldn't dare enter. Kit. He felt sure that the incel could definitely be friends with this 5-colored divine bull. Both were equally insufferable. Just a few words could make someone's blood pressure spike. Looking at the 5-colored divine bull, Kit's lips curled up slightly. He proposed, "How about we make a bet?" "What kind of bet?" The 5-colored divine bull was taken aback, eyeing Kit warily. "You're not trying to bet if I dare go out, are you? I'm not that stupid. You won't trick me out here. You're really overthinking things." Kit landed on the ground, slowly approaching the edge of the holy spirit killing array, hands behind his back. "My bet is, what will happen if I enter the holy spirit killing array and reach you? Humph. If you manage to get in, I'll be your mount." The bull laid down lazily, adding, "But even if you had 10 lives, would you dare enter?" "Then it's settled." Without another word, Kit took a step into the holy spirit killing array. "You truly don't know your limits. You're doomed." The 5-colored divine bull lifted its head coldly, watching Kit as if imagining him shredded by the array. However, things went unexpectedly. When Kit stepped in, everything remained calm. The holy spirit killing array was utterly peaceful, not triggered at all. "This is impossible." The bull's eyes nearly popped out. "Isn't this a holy spirit array? How could a divine mystical cultivator possibly crack it? In this world, nothing is impossible. Believe in miracles? Kit yawned lazily, strolling casually inside the Holy Spirit array, slowly moving toward the 5-color divine bowl. However, despite his casual demeanor, he was intensely focused. Each step seemed random but was actually meticulously calculated. Note: the translation maintains the original tone and structure while ensuring readability and coherence in English. Chapter 185. Subduing the Dorian. One wrong step, and the entire Holy Spirit array would be activated. At that point, anyone below the rank of a Holy Spirit would surely perish. Of course, with such caution, Kit naturally couldn't move fast. If the Dorian decided to run, he definitely wouldn't catch it. So, Kit put on an act of utmost confidence and nonchalance, as if taking a leisurely stroll. This was all to deceive the Dorian into thinking that the Holy Spirit array had no effect on Kit, and its speed couldn't even match Kit's, so there was absolutely no chance of escape. Sure enough, seeing Kit stroll calmly without any concern for its escape, the Dorian became anxious inside. It considered, if it fled, Kit would undoubtedly pursue it to the death. With Kit's speed, its death was inevitable. On the contrary, if it voluntarily became Kit's mount, at least, it might still have some freedom. As long as it remained alive, one day it could make Kit serve as its mount. Thinking this, the Dorian took a deep breath and said, "I concede." "Excellent. Now you are my mount. That means we're family." Kit clasped his hands behind his back, also breathing a sigh of relief inwardly. He knew his bluff worked. He truly frightened this Dorian. However, the next step was to provide incentives and gradually tame it. Especially giving incentives, that was necessary. Otherwise, if the Dorian found an opportunity, it would definitely flee or stab Kit in the back. Thus, Kit approached the Dorian, retrieved a 10,000-year-old Medicine King herb, and tossed it to the ox. "Since you're going to be my mount, there will be benefits. This Medicine King is your reward for these 10 years. Medicine King? The Dorian stared dumbfounded at the Medicine King in Kit's hand. After all, it had been holed up near the tricolor immortal spring for 1,000 years and only managed to consume one Medicine King. And here, Kit casually threw one to it, which equated to a millennium's worth of effort by the ox. Instantly, the Dorian swallowed the Medicine King and seriously said, "Boss, if you can give me a 10,000-year-old Medicine King every 10 years, I'll be your most loyal mount. It's too bad I'm not female. Otherwise, I'd definitely—" "Stop." Kit waved his hand and muttered, "I'm not interested in animals." "Oh." The Dorian was taken aback and swallowed its next words. Just then, the golden-winged Dax, which had already fled, saw Kit give the Dorian a Medicine King. It returned, standing outside the Holy Spirit killing array, shouting, "Human, do you still want mounts? I don't need one every 10 years, just one every 50. After all, I'm a descendant of the Titus, not inferior to the Dorian." Hearing this, Kit thought for a moment. A 10,000-year-old Medicine King wasn't much to him, but the speed of the golden-winged Dax was incredibly fast, definitely a divine-level travel companion. Thus, Kit retrieved another 10,000-year-old Granville Grass King and tossed it to the bird. "Here's a 10,000-year-old Granville Grass King for you." "Thank you, master." The Titus happily accepted the Granville Grass King but didn't rush to use it. Medicine King-grade herbs were immensely precious. Direct consumption would be wasteful. They required time and numerous auxiliary spirit medicines to gradually refine their medicinal power. Beside them, seeing the Titus accept the Granville Grass King, the Dorian silently gulped. Noticing this, Kit asked, "All right, Dorian, do you know any way to enter the central area and obtain the tricolor immortal spring?" "Enter the central area?" The Dorian was surprised. Looking at Kit, it replied oddly, "You don't know? You just walk in." Kit glanced at the Dorian, pressed his fingers, and said coolly, "Do you believe I'll throw you in there directly?" "Boss, I feel wronged." The Dorian felt quite aggrieved and explained, "The tricolor immortal spring itself was left by Baron for descendants. Therefore, it doesn't have any killing arrays. It's the external Holy Spirit array that's the killer array." "Oh, continue." Kit was puzzled and continued questioning, "What exactly is going on?" "The Supreme Array is actually a potential test left by Baron," the Dorian explained slowly. "Only those with Saint King potential can reach the center island of the Immortal Lake and obtain the tricolor immortal spring." "I see." Kit suddenly understood. Glancing at the Supreme Array beside him, he pondered a bit and felt the Dorian had no reason to lie. Thus, he strode forward toward the Supreme Array. Along the way, the surrounding Holy Spirit arrays seemed non-existent to Kit. This made the Dorian secretly rejoice. Indeed, it had bet right. This person had mysterious origins, unimpeded by Holy Spirit arrays. While a Supreme King was unlikely, they were definitely at the level of a Holy Spirit King. Right then, powerful auras emanated from outside the 9-dragon gathering place. Kit stopped as he saw a group of young people dressed in family attire arriving at the entrance of the 9-dragon gathering place. Led by a youth in a golden robe, who was quite arrogant, he shouted loudly, "Ha ha ha! A rare 3-color immortal pearl in a million years. It's mine." While speaking, he produced a white jade pendant and activated it with his true chi. Boom! Instantly within the 9-dragon gathering place, the Holy Spirit array activated, forming a light bridge before the youth. At the other end of the light bridge was precisely the edge of the Supreme Array. Clearly, some ancestor of the Yi family had once been here and left a backup plan. Intriguing. Kit watched the light bridge formed by the Holy Spirit symbols in the sky and muttered, "Gave me a scare. I thought it would lead directly to the lake center. Now, it seems it's just sealing off the entire trial area to prevent other forces from entering. So despicable." Unexpectedly, Kit's complaint was heard by the steward in the sky. The youth immediately bristled with displeasure. Instead of rushing through, he stood on the light bridge, looking down at Kit and coldly said, "Shenmulg, How dare you insult my Yi family ancestor? You must die. Will you kneel and beg for death, or shall I cut you down? Chapter 186, The Arrogant Davidson. Huh. Kit looked up at the Yi family youth and said quite impolitely, who do you think you are? Don't be arrogant without power. Got it? No power? The Yi family youth was dumbfounded. Before he could speak, one of the accompanying Yi family teenagers behind him loudly reprimanded, Ardell, you're too arrogant. Even our young Lord Davidson isn't taken seriously by you. Davidson? Is he really that formidable? Kit casually scratched his ear and turned to look at the Dorian, asking, have you heard of Davidson? No idea who he is. The Dorian shook its head very cooperatively. Kit looked at the golden wing Dax and asked again, Dax, have you heard of him? Don't know him. He's probably a nobody. The Dax remained calm, mocking Davidson in cooperation with Kit. With their combined effort, Davidson was instantly seething with rage. He trembled as he said, fine, very well. Ardell, I must kill you. Big talk from everyone, right? Standing within the sacred spirit formation, Kit said cockily, come on, I'm standing here. Try touching a single finger of mine. You. Davidson was livid with anger. However, looking at Kit inside the sacred spirit formation, he dared not move. The sacred spirit formation wasn't to be trifled with. If he tried to break in forcefully, he would surely be torn apart and instantly killed. Therefore, Davidson angrily retorted, Ardell, if you have the guts, come out. Don't hide like a coward inside the sacred spirit killing formation. Tisich, you can't even touch me while I'm standing here. Truly useless. If you dare, come into the supreme formation and settle this once and for all. Kit raised his middle finger, then turned and continued walking towards the supreme formation. All right. Davidson's eyes were bloodshot with rage. He immediately stepped onto the light bridge, rapidly approaching the supreme formation. Other members of the Yi family followed closely behind, continuously taunting Kit. Boy, you actually dared to challenge our clan deputy chief. Looking for death. Humph, I'll let you live a bit longer. Once we're inside the supreme formation, you'll die for sure. Indeed, clan deputy chief is the strongest genius in a million years, with a youthful saint-grade talent, qualified to challenge the near-sovereign realm. What near-sovereign? Maybe he can become a sovereign, who knows? A group of Yi family members flattered Davidson while mocking Kit, but Kit remained calm. At his level, he simply didn't consider a group of Yi family members worth worrying about. Even Davidson, in Kit's eyes, posed no real threat. Even if Davidson had the qualifications of a kingful sovereign, Kit was confident he could defeat him in battle. Not to mention, just a divine mystic realm kingful saint. Nothing to worry about. Soon, Kit reached the end of the sacred spirit formation. A few dozen feet ahead was the location of the supreme formation. Due to the backdoor left by the Yi family's previous sacred spirits, Davidson moved much faster. He had already been waiting by the edge of the supreme formation for a long time. Looking at Kit at the edge of the sacred spirit killing formation, Davidson coldly said, Ardell, if you dare step out of the killing formation, you will surely die. Is that so? Kit showed no fear at all. He took large steps forward, directly exiting the sacred spirit formation and arriving in the transition zone between the sacred spirit formation and the supreme formation. Boom. Upon seeing Kit emerge, Davidson's aura instantly soared, unrestrainedly pouring out. A massive burst of energy. Peaking at the divine mystic realm, Davidson's aura had already rivaled that of the initial deity realm. Extremely terrifying. Remember, the difference between the divine mystic and deity realms was similar to the difference between the profound chi and divine sea realms. Seemingly only one major realm apart, but in reality, worlds apart. The layers of life itself changed. Ha ha ha. Feeling the power within him, Davidson laughed maniacally. He looked at Kit and coldly said, Ardell, do you have any last words? In fact, the one who should be saying last words is you. Kit smiled slightly, no longer concealing his own aura, directly activating the true dragon transformation. Boom. The fierce true dragon bloodline activated. Kit transformed into a true dragon several dozen yards long, with a terrifying aura reaching half-step deity realm. True dragon transformation? The surrounding Yi family members' faces changed. Everyone had witnessed Kit's true dragon transformation during the battle against the Shenmue sect and Blood Soul recently, an event that remained vivid in their memories. True dragon transformation. You're not Ardell. You are. Carson? Even a great power failed to kill you? Davidson looked at Kit with astonishment on his face. Hold on, clan deputy chief. His aura has weakened significantly. Indeed. It looks like he's only at the half-step deity realm. Haha, I understand now. He must have suffered heavy injuries from the battle with the Shenmue sect, yet to recover. Clan deputy chief, now is the perfect time to kill Carson. Exactly. Between the Shenmue sect and Blood Soul, they had over 10 divine artifacts, along with treasures stored in those spatial rings. All of these are the lifelong collections of the great elders of the Shenmue sect. TSK. I never thought our luck was so good. To actually encounter the heavily injured Carson. The greedy looks of the Yi family members grew increasingly evident. In front of them, Kit was no longer a hateful opponent, but a moving treasure chest. 2 sets of supreme secrets, more than 10 divine artifacts. These treasures were priceless. Hearing what his clansmen were saying, Davidson's breathing became rapid. He looked at Kit with excitement. Carson, if you were at your peak, I would definitely give you a wide berth. Unfortunately, you're severely injured now. Boom. As he spoke, 4 Yi clan youths around him suddenly attacked. 4 array flags at the divine artifact level rooted in the void, sealing off the surrounding space. Davidson stood within the entire formation, looking at Kit with extreme cruelty. Carson, this is an array formed by 4 divine artifacts named the Saint Slaying Array. Under my control, It's impossible to escape below the king realm. Who told you? I plan to escape? Kit stretched lazily, glanced at Davidson, and said carelessly, strength does not equate to true power. Do you understand? Just a dying duck quacking. Davidson sneered disdainfully. A golden holy sword appeared in his hand, exuding the unique aura of a divine artifact. Davidson ran his hand over the holy sword in an incredibly showy manner. Carson, this holy sword is called the Saint-Slaying Sword, one of our Yi family's legacy divine artifacts. It has already slain numerous sacred spirits alone. Dying by this sword is enough to make you proud. Chapter 187. The sword is good. I'll take it. The sword is good. I'll take it. Kit stroked his chin, eyeing the holy sword in Davidson's hand with a satisfied smile. A legacy holy artifact, far more precious than ordinary holy artifacts. In the Xuanhuan realm, imperial-grade artifacts were considered rare, while holy artifacts could generally establish a force similar to that of the Black Blood sect or Divine Tree sect. And legacy holy artifacts were even more valuable than ordinary holy artifacts. Such holy artifacts had been refined by multiple saint spirits and made using a large amount of rare materials. Some even included supreme-level materials, or they were personally crafted by supreme-level existences themselves. These could be passed down for countless years without decay, making them extremely precious. The Yi family was rumored to have produced supremes and likely also many saint spirits. It definitely wasn't just one or two. Even so, legacy holy artifacts remained extremely rare. This was enough to prove that Davidson was absolutely from the main branch of the Yi family. Boom. In the sky, seeing Kit's arrogance, Davidson sneered disdainfully. He raised his hand, pointing the saint-slaying sword at Kit, and loudly berated him. Carson, you're still so arrogant on your deathbed. Prepare to die. After saying that, Davidson activated the saint-slaying sword, releasing dazzling sword chi toward Kit. Tisi. Kit glanced at Davidson, completely unfazed by the saint-slaying sword. With a flick of his foot in the free and easy steps, he instantly vanished from his spot. Boom. Davidson's sword strike hit the ground, plowing a massive scar hundreds of feet long into the surface. This power. Kit was somewhat startled. This place was the convergence point of the 9 dragons, reinforced by a supreme existence. Below the venerable level, there was no way to cause any damage here. Yet, the saint-slaying sword had managed to carve out an enormous 100-feet-long scar. Haha, Carson, you can't escape. With his strike missed, Davidson, holding the saint-slaying sword, slashed once more at Kit. Zayip. This slash tore through space, heading straight for Kit again. Who says I'm running? Kit smirked as a talisman appeared in his hand. Buzz. The moment the pale golden talisman appeared, Davidson's face showed shock. Then, this shock turned to terror. He shouted, impossible. One of the 3,000 talismans of the ancient era, the Battle Immortal Talisman? What? The Battle Immortal Talisman? The legendary talisman said to turn its user into a battle immortal, increasing combat power tenfold? Isn't this talisman supposed to be lost? Bad. Iggy is in danger. This talisman is too dangerous. A group of Yi family members cried out in surprise. Each face was filled with disbelief. Lost? No, it has never been lost. Kit smirked as the Battle Immortal Talisman emitted a myriad feet of golden light, flowing into his body. Boom. In an instant, an incomparable power emerged within Kit. Crack crack. It seemed some sort of restraint was broken. Kit felt his power break through the limits of the divine mystic realm, entering the divine skill realm. Incredible. The Battle Immortal Talisman is indeed powerful. Too bad it requires a lot of rare materials. I can only make 5. Feeling the immense power inside him, Kit took a sharp breath. Initially, the Battle Immortal Talisman was something he casually crafted. Today, on a whim, he decided to experiment, not expecting it to surpass even the true Dragon Transformation's supreme secret technique and strength. Humph. Even if it's the Battle Immortal Talisman, what difference does it make? I can still destroy you. Davidson quickly regained his composure, roaring as he lunged at Kit once again. Boom. The saint-slaying sword shredded space, terrifyingly potent. But after entering the divine skill realm, Kit moved with only a slight stir of his feet, becoming more than 10 times faster than before. He flashed a trail of golden light in the air, reaching behind Davidson in the blink of an eye. Whoosh! A dagger appeared in Kit's hand. This was a holy artifact, entirely icy blue, exuding a bone-chilling killing intent. Oh no! Davidson's expression turned drastically grim as he exerted all his strength to activate a defensive holy artifact on his body, radiating brilliant light. Zayip. Kit, holding the holy artifact dagger, directly slashed at the holy artifact. Instantly, terrifying power exploded. Davidson's holy artifact blocked Kit's strike, but the remaining force still caused Davidson to spew blood, slamming him into the ground like a shooting star. Boom. Dust rose everywhere. Kit gave Davidson no time to breathe, moving slightly to rush into the dust cloud. You don't overestimate yourself. Davidson's eyes were red like a rabbit's. He couldn't believe how powerful Kit was, suppressing him in just one encounter. But Kit didn't take Davidson seriously at all. He kicked Davidson in the face, sending him flying far like a rolling gourd. Arf. Davidson was nearly driven mad. Even though he was protected by a holy artifact, being kicked in the face by Kit was an indelible stain on his honor. Meanwhile, Kit relentlessly stomped Davidson's face again. Boom. Davidson was stamped into the ground with Kit stepping on his head. Get off me. Davidson felt like he was losing his mind. He struggled desperately to lift Kit's foot. Seeing this, Kit activated the 9-color heavenly silkworm holy garment, unleashing the horrifying power of the holy artifact. Boom. Davidson, who had just struggled to stand up, was once again trampled under Kit's foot. Arf. Davidson went completely insane. He felt this was the greatest humiliation of his life. He was the young master of the Yi family, a supreme family, and yet, he was being stomped on the head by Kit with no strength left to stand. I told you, you're too weak. Kit sneered, snatching the saint-slaying sword with a single grab. Boom. The saint-slaying sword fiercely struggled, as this legacy holy artifact had been refined by generations of saint spirits in the Yi family and possessed inherent spirituality. Without the Yi family's bloodline, it was very hard to control. However, Kit immediately poured all his spirit energy to subdue the artifact. Boom. Kit's spirit energy was terrifyingly strong. His sheer power alone rivaled that of an ordinary divine traveler realm expert, and in terms of spirit energy, even mighty beings might not have an edge over Kit. Moreover, he had ancient talismans like the Deity Sealing Talisman and the Deity Annihilation Talisman that only made him stronger. Soon, the legacy holy artifact, the saint-slaying sword, gradually quieted under Kit's constant suppression. Chapter 188. Chapter 188. Beating Davidson. This is impossible. That's a holy artifact my Yi family has refined for countless years. Why did you manage to take it away? Pooh. Davidson spat out a mouthful of blood, coughing as he said, cough, cough, cough. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. There are many things you don't know. You're like a frog at the bottom of a well. Kit sneered and hurled a god-destroying talisman towards Davidson. God-destroying talisman. Another primordial talisman. Davidson let out a shrill scream. His primordial soul dimmed several times over. Pretty resistant to withstand a god-destroying talisman and still not die. Kit was somewhat surprised, but immediately afterward, he raised his hand and hurled another god-destroying talisman. Sizzle. The power of the god-destroying talisman was incredibly terrifying. In an instant, Davidson's originally dimmed primordial soul was once again extinguished. Thud. Davidson's primordial soul turned into ashes, and his physical body fell helplessly to the ground. At that moment, Kit sensed something was amiss. Although Davidson's primordial soul had perished, there seemed to be a faint trace of vitality still lingering. Just as Kit was taken aback, a 5-colored substitute death talisman appeared between Davidson's eyebrows. Instantly, Davidson's primordial soul reassembled around him, returning to its peak state. A substitute death talisman refined by a holy spirit? Kit's expression changed. He almost forgot that even the Yun family had such items, so how could a supreme clan like the Yi family lack them? Immediately, Kit brandished the saint-slaying sword once more, intending to obliterate Davidson's primordial soul. Boom. The 5-colored substitute death talisman instantly burst into a dazzling 5-colored light, blocking Kit's strike. Simultaneously, it opened a spatial rift, transporting Davidson's primordial soul out of Kit's sight in the blink of an eye. Whoosh! Davidson revived from afar, standing mid-air with red eyes, shouting, "Carson, return my saint-slaying sword." Are you stupid? Kit looked at Davidson, sarcastically remarking with some exasperation. After the saint-slaying sword fell into my hands, you think I'd give it back to you? Dream on. Just because you have a substitute death talisman, do you think I can't kill you? If I'm not mistaken, this thing should have a resurrection limit, right? Davidson finally reacted. Originally, as the young clan chief of the Yi family, he was always pampered and no one dared provoke him. But now, after being beaten up by Kit, Davidson finally came to his senses. In this world, power reigns supreme. Even as the young clan chief of the Yi family, he couldn't intimidate someone like Kit who didn't care about life and death. If he stayed here, he would really be killed by Kit. With this thought, Davidson panicked and shouted loudly, "Carson, just wait. The humiliation I suffer today will be returned 100-fold." Finishing his words, Davidson turned and fled. Do you still think you can run? Kit laughed. True chi surged from his body, pouring into the saint-slaying sword he held, then aimed at the fleeing Davidson and swung the sword. Rumble. Overwhelming sword chi descended, crushing everything. No. Davidson was finally terrified. The aura of death approached, striking fear even into him. Without hesitation, a talisman appeared in his hand. Boom. Beside him, a holy spirit array activated, abruptly opening a spatial rift, trying to drag Davidson out of the Dragon Convergence grounds. However, Kit was too fast. Despite Davidson's swift escape, Kit's sword still slashed across his back. Boom. As expected of the inherited saint-slaying sword. Its power was extraordinarily terrifying. Under Kit's single sword strike, despite Davidson being protected by a holy artifact, he was still shattered into a mist of blood. Buzz. The 5-colored substitute death talisman revived Davidson again, swiftly entering a teleportation array, escaping from certain death. Indeed, as the young clan chief of a supreme family, he's really hard to kill. Holding the saint-slaying sword, Kit sighed. Beside him, a group of Yi family members paled, trembling all over. After all, Davidson was a young saint, with cultivation reaching the peak of divine profound. In the unicorn divine treasure vault, he should have been invincible. Yet, in a short while, Kit managed to kill him twice and even stole the inherited holy artifact, the saint-slaying sword. Gulp. The Dorian also gulped, muttering, "Luckily I conceded quickly. Otherwise, I'd probably be roasting over a fire by now. But since this guy is so strong, following such a boss isn't bad either." Too scary. The Dax was also immensely shocked. Looking at Kit, he decided he must follow Kit. Following such a powerful boss meant a bright future. Rumble. The space teleportation array slowly faded away. Kit, holding the saint-slaying sword, turned to look at the remaining 20-odd Yi family members, smiling. "Well, wait, don't kill me. We are from the Yi family. Think carefully about the consequences of offending a supreme family." "That's right. We can talk it over. Let's negotiate. Spare us, and the Yi family will definitely provide astronomical compensation." A group of Yi family members felt the bone-chilling killing intent emanating from Kit. Cold sweat poured down their faces. Kit dared to attack the Yi family's young clan chief twice. These ordinary clan members were no exception. Thus, each Yi family member tried various tactics, offering compensation while simultaneously attempting to intimidate Kit with the Yi family's influence. Since you say so, killing you does seem a bit wasteful. Kit glanced at the Yi family members, stroking his chin and said, "Here's what we'll do. You surrender and let me suppress you first, okay? You're dreaming. There's a chance of survival if we resist, but certain death if we don't. Right. We scatter. Run." Seeing Kit say this, the Yi family members knew negotiation was out of the question. Immediately, they scattered, rushing off in all directions. "Did you forget my speed far exceeds yours?" Watching the fleeing Yi family members, Kit unleashed his free and easy steps to full capacity. Zoom. Kadekning flashed under Kit's feet. In an instant, he arrived before a young Yi family member and lashed out with a whip kick. Bam! The youth was utterly defenseless against Kit's strength. One whip kick sent him crashing heavily onto the ground. Bam! Dust rose into the air as Kit's whip kick left the youth severely wounded, losing his ability to fight. Then Kit, like a white lightning bolt, zipped through the sky. In just half a minute, Kit, carrying the last nearly unconscious Yi family youth, dropped him on the ground, saying indifferently, "I wasn't finished talking yet. Why did you run? Do you know how impolite that is?" Chapter 189. Want the sacred sword? Trade it for the supreme secret art. Hell. Ahem, ahem, ahem. Upon hearing Kit's words, a group of Yi family members below were instantly infuriated, their mouths agape and eyes askew. Impolite? Damn it, they were more than 20 people who had been severely beaten, thrown to the ground, and piled up like goods. Who was the real impolite one here? By contrast, the Brodies secretly nodded in approval, exclaiming inwardly, this shameless speech of the boss is worthy of my emulation. Why did I never think of the slick move to beat someone into serious injury and then forbid them from cursing? Beside him, the Dax. He quietly stepped back 2 paces, deciding to keep a greater distance from this shameless old bull. Too much of a bully. How should I deal with you all? Kit looked at the crowd of Yi family members, stroking his chin as an idea emerged in his mind. These Yi family members were all top geniuses. Though not direct line descendants, they were at least from important branches. If he wiped out the entire group, the Yi family would undoubtedly be gravely weakened, and then they would chase him relentlessly across the world. Though reckless, Kit was not foolish. An ancient era surviving supreme family, like the Yi family, must have countless contingencies. After all, during the ancient era, supremes weren't uncommon. There might even have been over a dozen supremes coexisting in the same era, relatively prosperous age. From ancient times to now, there had been no less than several hundred supremes. Since the Yi family hadn't been eradicated, they definitely possessed numerous cards up their sleeve. If he slaughtered these Yi family geniuses, it would be far worse than killing Davidson. Davidson was merely a young chieftain, while if this batch of geniuses were to die, almost an entire generation of the Yi family's lineage would be severed. One scenario would leave them wounded, the other would rip their roots right out. Who knew if a saint spirit wouldn't pop out from the Yi family wielding a supreme artifact to settle accounts with him? Kit had seen another supreme family, Pierce. From Pierce's cultivation level, he could be at least on the emperor level, possibly even approaching the saint realm. Since the supreme family Wu family had an emperor level expert, it wasn't unreasonable that the Yi family also had such an expert. Perhaps, even a saint spirit wasn't impossible. Thinking of this, Kit looked at the group of Yi family members and asked, "So, what do you think your value is?" The Yi family geniuses were momentarily stunned. Seeing their blank expressions, Kit patiently explained, "I'm not some indiscriminate killer. As long as Davidson can provide some resources, I might let you go. For example, a sacred artifact or a genius disciple." A sacred artifact? This is impossible. The entire Yi family couldn't gather over 20 sacred artifacts. That's right. One sacred artifact is already too absurd. The group of Yi family youth shook their heads, all feeling Kit's demands unrealistic. Kit was puzzled. He squatted down, asking curiously, "It doesn't make sense. No matter what, the Yi family is still a supreme family. Shinmu sect can come up with 7 or 8 sacred artifacts. The Yi family can't? You don't know. We aren't the main line of the Yi family. The true main line has disappeared." A Yi family member smiled bitterly, explaining slowly, "The true main line isn't even on this continent. No wonder they are so weak." Kit was speechless, pursing his lips as realization dawned on him. No wonder he always felt something off. Considering how Selen advanced from Chi practitioner to divine mystic realm within a year, directly leaping 10 major realms. Selen's father, Ethan, was suspected to be a sane existence. In comparison, Davidson, as the young clan leader of the Yi family, was merely at the peak divine mystery realm, on par with Selen, who had just awakened his bloodline a year ago. Seriously, too weak. Understanding this, Kit sighed, saying, "Since that's the case, you're of no use left to me." Wait, although we can't exchange for a sacred artifact, but the Yi family has left countless coordinates in the Qilin divine treasury. You can trade us for resources? Correct. Each of us can be exchanged for 10 myriad-year medicine kings. Kill us and you get nothing. A group of Yi family cultivators cried out in extreme terror. They could feel that Kit truly intended to kill them, to completely eliminate them. Hearing this, Kit stroked his chin and said, "All right, 10 myriad-year medicine kings per person." Saying this, Kit picked up one of them, giving him slight treatment, then said, "Send this message to Davidson. Prepare 200 myriad-year medicine kings, then come to exchange. I give him a month. Overdue means forfeiture." What about the heaven-cleaving sword? The Yi family cultivator hesitated, looking at the sacred weapon in Kit's hand. This holy sword was a legacy weapon and couldn't be lost. Kit looked at the heaven-cleaving sword in his hand. Frankly speaking, he had rusty sword, making the heaven-cleaving sword less useful to him. Given the attitude of the Yi family cultivator, this item was clearly of great importance to the Yi family. Thinking of this, Kit smiled and said, "Want the heaven-cleaving sword? Not impossible. Bring me the Yi family's supreme secret art." What? The Yi family cultivator was dumbfounded. While the legacy weapon was important, the Yi family's supreme secret art was an absolute non-transmissible secret. Absolutely not to be revealed outside. Kit looked at the Yi family cultivator and smiled. "That's enough. Ask Davidson if he wants to trade. Let him decide whether to lose the heaven-cleaving sword and his position as young clan leader, or trade the supreme secret art for the sword." "All right, I understand." The Yi family cultivator took a deep breath, knowing this decision wasn't his to make. With that, he turned around and swiftly went to inform Davidson. "Brody, watch over these cultivators." Kit turned to the Brody and said, "I'm going to enter the supreme mystic realm." Hearing this, the Brody paused, then jogged over to Kit with a smile. "Boss, no problem. Just the medicine kings obtained from these cultivators. I'll give you 10. Kit nodded slightly. "Thank you, boss." The Brody's eyes lit up, filled with joy. 300 shared among 10. Might seem little, but realistically, he was just helping to watch over this bunch of seriously injured Yi family cultivators. Hardly any effort. Without Kit, he wouldn't have gotten any. In this regard, Kit was quite generous. "All right, let me go first." Kit took a deep breath, his expression turning serious. He slowly lifted his foot and stepped into the supreme formation. Rumble. Dozens of order chains emerged, wrapping around Kit's body. ##### Chapter 190. Terrifying peerless talent. Crack. An intense pressure suddenly erupted. However, it was much weaker than Kit had anticipated. Huh? It's only at the peak Divine Sea realm level? Kit was slightly taken aback and momentarily stunned. But in the next second, he realized that it wasn't a problem with the Supreme Law Array. It was because he was just too strong. He was currently at the peak Gongqi realm, which was separated from the peak Divine Sea realm by two major realms, Mystic Qi and Divine Sea. Only a young saint could transcend so many realms. And Kit was even more terrifying than a young supreme. He directly spanned four major realms, Mystic Qi, Divine Sea, Divine Pill, and Divine Roaming. An astounding leap of four entire major realms. If the true dragon transformation were to be included, that would be a staggering Jia. Within the same realm, let alone a young saint, even a young supreme could be easily defeated by Kit. Here Jia should be translated as a staggering leap of 5 major realms. The translation should maintain the context and flow of the original text, ensuring it reads naturally in English while accurately conveying the meaning. He was currently at the peak Gongqi realm, 2 major realms away from the peak Divine Sea realm, Mystic Qi and Divine Sea. Such a leap could only be achieved by a young saint. Yet, Kit was even more formidable, having bridged 4 major realms, Mystic Qi, Divine Sea, Divine Pill, and Divine Roaming. Remarkable leap of 4 entire major realms. If the true dragon transformation were included, that would be a staggering leap of 5 major realms. Within the same realm, let alone a young saint, even a young supreme could be easily defeated by Kit. If you included the true dragon transformation, that would be 5 major realms. At the same cultivation level, not to mention a young saint, even a young supreme would be easily defeated by Kit. Phew, I thought this would be more terrifying. Kit sighed, somewhat speechlessly complaining, "It's too unchallenging." With that, Kit strode forward toward the 300,000-year-old golden mystic, refining god flower king near the edge of the area. Rumble. As Kit moved, countless golden order divine chains appeared around him, bringing an even heavier force. Each additional chain increased the pressure on Kit. By the time Kit had ventured over 10 miles in, nearly 10,000 golden chains had enveloped his body densely. They covered the sky like a massive shadow, extremely terrifying. How is this possible? I once heard that reaching over 1,000 chains signifies a young saint, while breaking through 10,000 marks a young supreme. It can't be. Could this actually be a young supreme? A group of Yi family cultivators watched Kit's back with wide eyes, their hearts sinking. Even the Dorian sucked in a cold breath, murmuring to himself, "I forgot to tell boss something important." There are 2 ways to enter the central lake island. One is to push through. The closer to the center, the more order chains there are, making it stronger. The second way is to withstand 1,000 chains for 3 days. Boss didn't know this and barged right in. Will he blame me when he comes out? Suck. The Dax also drew a sharp breath. Looking at Kit surrounded by countless golden order chains, he gasped, "We're following a young supreme." But boss should be at his limit now. With 10,000 order chains on him, even a young supreme can't advance further. The Dorian narrowed his eyes, preparing to remind Kit that enduring for 3 days would suffice. Meanwhile, within the supreme trial grounds, 10,000 order chains weighed upon Kit, pushing the pressure to the peak Divine Pill realm. However, Kit barely felt it. He nodded slightly, muttering, "This pressure finally feels a bit more substantial." Did I hear that correctly? 10,000 order chains, and boss doesn't feel any pressure? The Dorian drew another sharp breath, eyes wide with shock. It's not impossible. 10,000 order chains mark the start for a young supreme, while the pinnacle of a young supreme is 99,999 order chains. The Dax squinted, continuing, "Look at boss's current state. His breathing is steady, not even his clothes are disheveled. Clearly, he's not feeling pressured." Upon hearing this, the Dorian turned his head and instantly sucked in a cold breath, exclaiming, "It's true. 10,000 chains don't faze him at all. He's insane." Starting from 10,000 chains for a young supreme, 99,999 chains mark the apex? Hearing the conversation between the Dorian and the Dax, Kit became curious. How many chains could he reach? With this thought, Kit decisively stepped forward toward the golden mystic refining god flower king. Rumble. With each step, the color of the order chains changed to purple gold, and the number increased by several dozen. Bam bam bam. Step by step, Kit walked toward the heart of the lake island. By the time he reached the golden mystic refining god flower king, Kit already had 30,000 chains wrapped around him. The sky was darkened by the purple chains, resembling a small mountain pressing down on Kit, bringing an astonishing pressure. 30,000 chains pushed the pressure to the early divine roaming realm. But this pressure meant nothing to Kit. Alright, the golden mystic refining god flower king is secured, 7 more left. Kit squatted down and carefully dug up the flower, transplanting it into a pot. For his breakthrough, he only needed a single petal. The rest could be used as main ingredients for future elixirs to cultivate the primordial spirit. Properly transplanted, this 300,000-year-old flower could provide a constant supply of medicinal herbs. After collecting the flower, Kit, still bearing 30,000 purple order chains, stepped onto the lake water. Bam! With each step, the pressure intensified to mid-divine roaming realm. Another 1,000 purple chains enveloped Kit. Insane! The Dorian let out a long sigh. On the ground, the Yi family cultivators trembled, their vengeful thoughts extinguished. The Yi family had existed before the Qilan divine treasure and had seen many young supremes, but none had ever reached 30,000 order chains. 40,000. Heaven! 40,000 chains. This talent hasn't been seen in Qilan divine treasure for years. What does Qilan divine treasure mean? Even in the ancient era, few young supremes achieved such a feat. 60,000. Damn. 70,000. History made. 70,000 chains on him. This person, if he survives, will definitely reach the supreme realm even in the era of decline. Heaven. I'm witnessing the birth of a future supreme. Damn. I actually fought a future supreme. Took one hit. I can brag about this for life. Don't lie. You were knocked down by a kick. That counts as a move. The Yi family cultivators stared wide-eyed, shouting in excitement. They were overwhelmed with emotion. They no longer saw Kit as an opponent, but as a revered existence. Gulp. The Dorian was frightened, trembling as he muttered. Is the supreme law array broken? Could be. The Dax hesitated, sensing it might indeed be possible. Hashtag Chapter 191. The apex of kingful supremacy. Thus, he took the initiative to step forward and walk toward the supreme array. Rumble. Hundreds of order divine chains appeared, striking the Dax. Crack. The Dax's bones instantly snapped under the unbearable pressure. It was almost crushed by these hundreds of order divine chains. Far away, Kit stood on the immortal lake. Seeing that the Dax was about to be finished, he felt somewhat speechless. He flicked his finger, and a golden light instantly traversed the entire supreme trial grounds, hitting the Dax and blasting it out of the supreme array. Bang! The Dax landed heavily on the ground, managing to save its life. It got up with an expression filled with fear and dread. The Dorian glanced at the Dax and nodded, saying, this supreme array is as powerful as ever. You knew it was dangerous and didn't warn me? The Dax glared at the Dorian, feeling that this guy was really evil. Cough, cough. Let's watch the show. Our boss seems to have moved forward again. The Dorian awkwardly changed the subject. Hearing this, the Dax immediately forgot about how the Dorian had nearly gotten him killed and looked toward Kit's position. At this moment, the purple order chains surrounding Kit had reached 89,999, and he had arrived at the edge of the island in the middle of the lake. 1,000 feet away was a 3-color immortal spring. Boom. With another step forward, the number of order divine chains on Kit increased to 90,000. These 90,000 chains merged into a golden true dragon, encircling Kit. The pressure soared to the peak of the spirit travel stage. At this point, Kit finally began to feel the strain. Interesting. Kit stopped walking and took a deep breath, then unleashed his hidden bloodline aura. Rumble. Golden dragon energy erupted, revealing Kit's true power, which surged to the pinnacle of the spirit travel stage. The pressure around him suddenly lessened. Kit stretched and continued walking toward the 3-color immortal spring. 95,000. 980,000. Heavens. 990,000. 999,000. Incredible. Come on. Only 99 more. Just a little bit. 999,016. Only 3 more left. The hearts of the Dorian, the Dax, and a group of Yi family cultivators were all pounding with anticipation. Just 3 more steps, and Kit would reach the legendary apex of a youthful supreme master. Throughout history, not every supreme master could reach this apex, but those who did were undoubtedly kings among supreme masters, invincible even among the supreme. Boom. With another step, the order divine chains on Kit increased to 99,997. He was just 2 steps away from the 3-color immortal spring. Crack. Under immense pressure, Kit's joints creaked. If not for his perfected physical cultivation, he would have burst under the immense pressure. Phew. Only 2 more. Kit took a deep breath and took another step. Rumble. This step caused the entire supreme secret realm to tremble. 9 dragon phantoms appeared and descended upon Kit, bringing with them an unparalleled pressure that reached the semi-divine realm. Crack crack. This pressure was unimaginable, pushing Kit to the brink of the semi-godshen realm. Sweat beaded on his forehead, and his waist sagged slightly, almost bending under the immense weight. Note, the character Shin doesn't have a direct English translation in this context. It's part of a terminology that often gets transliterated or explained based on the setting of the story. For smoother reading, it can be kept as is or explained further depending on the consistency of terminology in the rest of the text. The Banbu Sunshin realm really does bring intense pressure. Given the context, Banbu Sunshin is a specific realm or level in the cultivation system of the story, and it should be translated consistently. In this case, Semi-Godshin realm was an attempt to translate Banbu Sunshin, but Banbu Sunshin is better left as Banbu Sunshin, or translated as half-step divine mystery realm, if a more descriptive translation is needed. However, based on common translations in similar works, Banbu Sunshin can be translated as half-step divine, or simply kept as Banbu Sunshin to maintain consistency with other terminology in the story. For fluency and consistency, half-step divine would read more naturally in English. Therefore, the corrected sentence is, the half-step divine realm really does bring intense pressure. Kit felt the terrifying pressure and couldn't help but marvel. From afar, the Dorian sighed and said, "Boss has reached his limit, too bad, only one step short." This step isn't so easy to achieve. The Dax also felt extremely regretful. Just one step short, and Kit could have reached the upper limit of a youthful Supreme Master, the ultimate Supreme. At this moment, Kit slowly adapted to the terrifying pressure. Crack crack. Despite his bones creaking, Kit straightened his back with determination. His true essence flowed like thunder, reaching an unprecedented speed. "I will go through." Kit gathered all his strength and took a step, arriving at the edge of the three-color immortal spring. Boom. After taking this step, everything changed abruptly. 9 dragon veins instantly collapsed, and an overwhelmingly powerful aura emerged from the immortal spring, forming the figure of a middle-aged man holding a tower made of purple gold, walking toward Kit. Supreme Master. Kit watched the Supreme Phantom approach. His pupils contracted, but he didn't flee. Escaping from a Supreme Master was impossible. Thus, Kit stood tall, met the Supreme Phantom's gaze without hesitation, and respectfully saluted. "I am Carson, greetings Senior." Carson, a made-up name? The middle-aged Supreme smiled, looking at Kit. Kit was momentarily stunned. Realizing his cover was blown, he felt quite embarrassed. "Fine. When I was young, I also used many aliases and was relentlessly hunted with no place to run." The middle-aged Supreme chuckled, a nostalgic look appearing on his face. Kit was taken aback, nodding in agreement. "Yeah, this year, I've been almost hunted to death. Cherish this time. Once you become a Supreme Master, you won't find anyone chasing you anymore." The middle-aged Supreme smiled gently, then added, "You've made it here, showing your potential has reached its peak. Meeting me without humility or arrogance shows your mental stability. Well done. I'm satisfied." "So, are you going to pass down your legacy to me?" Kit's eyes lit up, his face serious. "Senior, rest assured, I will carry on your legacy. You're overthinking it. Passing down my quasi-supreme legacy to you would only hold you back." The middle-aged Supreme felt speechless. "It won't, not at all." Kit insisted seriously. "My talent is just average and matches your legacy perfectly. Since that's the case, then take this." Seeing this, the middle-aged Supreme did not refuse. He raised his hand and tapped Kit's forehead. Rumble. An ocean of information flooded Kit's mind. Warren that plucks stars, grasping the sun, moon, and stars, an ultimate secret art. Kit, sensing the vast amount of information flooding his brain, showed a hint of surprise in his eyes. Chapter 192, The Supreme Inheritance. This supreme secret art. It's incredibly powerful. However, Kit clearly sensed that this was not the secret art of the Baron. So, the Supreme before him is not the Baron? "Time is short for me. I have one favor to ask. Would you be able to help me fulfill it?" The middle-aged Supreme said. "Senior, feel free to speak." Kit replied with a serious expression. "Within my capability, as long as I can manage and it does not violate my principles, I will certainly do it." "No need for such trouble." The middle-aged Supreme waved his hand. A green jade tablet, palm-sized and exuding mysterious energy, appeared in his hand. "What is this?" Kit looked at the jade tablet resembling emerald, his face filled with surprise. "This is a secret I accidentally discovered in the primordial era. Now I leave it to you." The middle-aged Supreme smiled slightly and continued. "I've left this challenge for countless years, just waiting for someone who can pass it, an ultimate Supreme. Only those with ultimate Supreme talent are qualified to receive this secret." "So formidable?" Kit took a deep breath, his eyes narrowing. Curiosity couldn't help but arise in his heart. A secret only attainable by Supremes. What could it possibly be? Seeing Kit's curious look, the middle-aged Supreme laughed. "Stop wondering. You must reach the near Supreme realm before exploring this secret. Otherwise, it will surely result in death. Inside this jade tablet is a map. Take it. Remember, explore the secret only after reaching near Supreme." "I understand, Senior." Though confused, Kit stored away the jade tablet and asked curiously, "Senior, is this secret a treasure?" "Can't say." Without further explanation, the middle-aged Supreme tossed a purple golden tower to Kit. "This tower is named the Star Purple Golden Tower, which contains my inheritance. It's yours now. If possible, help me find an heir." "I understand." Kit's expression turned solemn as he nodded seriously. Despite usually appearing carefree, Kit believed in repaying kindness and never delaying in avenging enmity. Since this middle-aged Supreme had given him the inheritance, he would definitely assist in finding an heir. He meant what he said. The middle-aged Supreme, seeing Kit's expression and gaze, could already guess what he planned. But he didn't comment further. After leaving behind the purple golden tower, the middle-aged Supreme lightly tapped the ground. Instantly, 9 dragon veins within thousands of miles collapsed. An endless stream of dragon chi formed a fairy pool. 3 colored immortal springs were collected into the fairy pool, with 5 3-colored spring pearls floating above, radiating divine tricolor light. "Consider this my final gift to you." The middle-aged Supreme placed down the fairy pool, took a step forward, and vanished from Kit's sight in an instant. Such is the power of a Supreme. No, a near Supreme realm? Kit gazed at where the middle-aged Supreme once stood, yearning deeply. He wasn't sure when he would achieve the near Supreme realm, but soon, Kit regained his composure. He waved his hand and stored away the 9-dragon fairy pool containing the 3-colored immortal springs and the Star Purple Golden Tower. He then surveyed his surroundings. Although the 9 dragon veins had collapsed, a vast number of medicinal herbs still grew on the mountains. The killing formation left by the Holy Spirit continued to operate steadily. Forget it. Leave it for future generations. Kit harvested only over 1,000 of the more precious 10,000-year imperial medicinal kings. Anything below 10,000 years didn't interest him at all. Wuxia Divine Ox and Dapeng Bird also helped Kit collect medicinal kings, though most of the time they ate more than they gathered. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Davidson, after being beaten repeatedly by Kit, had fallen into a frenzied state. For eons, he had always had things go smoothly, without anyone daring to provoke him, let alone being killed twice in a row. Even worse, Davidson's cherished inheritance, the saint-slaying sword, was seized by Kit. Carson, I will kill you. Davidson roared to the heavens, his eyes turning completely blood-red with murderous intent. Young lord, calm down. At this moment, the Yi family cultivator released by Kit arrived and found Davidson. Shocked by his almost deranged state, the cultivator quickly spoke up, Young lord, Carson is currently beyond our reach. Please calm down. Aya. Davidson swung his fist and pounded the mountain peak repeatedly. Rumble. The entire mountain peak crumbled under Davidson's assault. After venting his anger, Davidson gradually calmed down. Turning to the Yi family cultivator, he asked, why did only you return? What about the others? Realizing the gravity of the situation, cold sweat trickled down Davidson's forehead. Losing the saint-slaying sword was a major offense, but if other talented Yi family members died, it would be considered a capital crime. He wouldn't even deserve the position of young lord if not for being expelled and stripped of his cultivation base. Knowing this incident stemmed from his own provocation of Kit, Davidson felt the sweat bead on his forehead. Seeing Davidson's anxious state, the Yi family cultivator hurriedly explained, Young lord, the others aren't dead. They were captured by Kit. He told me to relay this message, 1 10,000-year imperial medicinal king per person. If no medicinal kings are given, the captured Yi family members will be killed. Bastard. Davidson smashed his fist into the ground, shattering a rock several hundred feet wide. 10 imperial medicinal kings? Each one was rare, and as Yi family's young lord, he had only consumed 1 10,000-year imperial medicinal king. Kit demanded hundreds. It would be better to kill them all. Noticing Davidson's agitation, the Yi family cultivator quickly added, Young lord. Although we don't have 10,000-year imperial medicinal kings now, the Kirin God treasure opens every million years, abundant with medicinal kings. Following the marked locations on the map, we can surely find them. There's no other way. Taking a deep breath, Davidson composed himself. The Yi family cultivator swallowed nervously and continued, Young lord, there's something else. Should I mention it? Speak. Davidson's impatience was evident. Could it be worse than searching for 200 or 300 medicinal kings to save his clansmen? The Yi family cultivator hastened to explain, Young lord, Carson has said he'll return the saint-slaying sword. But he demands a condition. What? Carson actually wants it back? Chapter 193, Davidson's decision. Davidson's eyes lit up, and his heart pounded violently. With the loss of the Saint Slayer sword, he would inevitably be punished by the family. Losing his position as the deputy clan leader was a certainty. But what if he could get it back? At this thought, Davidson grabbed the collar of the Yi clan cultivator and shouted, Tell me quickly, what is the condition? I'll tell you. The Yi clan cultivator wiped away cold sweat and quickly said, The condition is to exchange our family's supreme secret art. What? Davidson was stunned. The Yi clan's supreme secret art, something that must never be disclosed. If he told Kit, the consequences would be even more severe than losing an heirloom holy weapon. However, if he didn't agree, his fate wouldn't be much better either. He might as well strike a deal with Kit to retrieve the Saint Slayer sword. Then, find an opportunity to kill Kit to prevent the leakage of the supreme secret art. Thinking this, Davidson's expression became unpredictable. Ultimately, he waved his hand and said, Tell Carson that I will exchange the supreme secret art for the Saint Slayer sword. Yes, deputy clan leader. The Yi clan cultivator nodded slightly and turned to leave. Time passed swiftly, and before they knew it, over half a month had gone by. Kit had collected almost all the opportunities in the 9 Dragons convergence area. However, he had gained a little trouble. Sir Carson, this is a 10,000-year medicinal king I just picked, Black Blood Mystic Ginseng. Sir Carson, I found a piece of primordial spirit jade. Sir Carson, do you need a Dao companion? I have a younger sister. Sir Carson, a group of Yi clan cultivators, now healed from their injuries, constantly tried to befriend Kit. Originally, Kit planned to add these people under some divine symbol restrictions, so that anyone who betrayed him would be eliminated instantly. But things were different now. These Yi clan cultivators directly switched sides and became Kit's subordinates. They helped him gather medicinal herbs, refine pills, and even introduced potential Dao companions. Their goal was simple, to become Kit's followers. Everyone saw Kit's potential clearly. A young supreme limit, recognized by a fragment of a supreme deity's consciousness. Definitely a super leg worth clinging to, with boundless potential. If they could just latch onto him now, their future would surely be filled with smooth ascension and limitless prospects. Moreover, based on the Dorian and the Dax's behavior, Kit treated his subordinates very well. The Dorian and the Dax ate over a dozen medicinal kings in just half a month. Kit didn't make any remarks about it either. This proved that following Kit was far more promising than following Davidson. Sigh. Looking at the group of Yi clan members, Kit was speechless. As the saying goes, you can't hit someone with a smiling face. Since these guys were so obedient, he couldn't act rashly. However, Kit wasn't interested in recruiting them as subordinates. His enemies spanned the world. This group wasn't like the Dorian, the Incel, or Jalen. Deceptive and deadly characters. It wouldn't take long before they'd all meet an unfortunate end. Besides, Kit was fully aware that these people followed him purely out of self-interest, with no real loyalty, just for gain. Therefore, Kit remained calm and said, "All right, leave the medicinal kings here. I need to cultivate. Don't bother me with trivial matters." "Yes, Sir Carson." The Yi clan members nodded and continued searching for more medicinal kings. Rumble. Suddenly, an extremely terrifying aura erupted. A golden light streaked from the distant horizon and landed on a mountain peak. Boom. The figure carried immense power. Despite the Holy Spirit Array and incomplete Supreme Array protecting the 9 Dragons convergence, the area still trembled slightly. How interesting, a near supreme youth. Kit watched the golden figure, his eyes narrowing slightly. If measured by the number of Order God chains, Kit surpassed 99,999 chains, reaching 100,000. A Young Supreme limit was 1 less chain, while an intra-level Young Supreme was at 10,000 chains. So, this golden figure was around 9,500 chains. Already among the top tier of young sages, comparable to a Young Supreme. The golden light dissipated, revealing a young man in his 20s. He had 6 golden wings behind him, a handsome face but a fierce gaze, radiating arrogance. He acted as if no one mattered to him. After 1,000,000 years, the 9 Dragons convergence is damaged, and the immortal spring has vanished. However, there's still considerable spiritual energy suitable for cultivation. The golden-winged youth stood with his hands behind his back, glancing at Kit who sat cross-legged on a stone, and said coolly, "Boy, within 3 breaths, get out of here. Otherwise, I'll kill you." The Yi clan cultivators looked oddly at the arrogant words of the golden-winged youth. The last person who was so arrogant was Davidson, who got thoroughly beaten by Kit. This golden-winged youth kicked the iron board. In that moment, the Yi clan cultivators looked at the golden-winged youth with sympathy. Pity. A shining young genius is going to die here. If I'm not mistaken, this youth seems to be the young clan leader of the Golden Falcon clan, named Warrens. Astonishing talent, undefeated among his peers. TSK. I can't wait to see boss beat him up. A group of Yi clan cultivators whispered amongst themselves, watching from afar. 1. Warrens extended a finger and began counting. His killing intent was intense, already locking onto Kit, ready to attack at any moment. Kit wasn't worried at all. He slowly stood up and asked, "You want this spot?" "Exactly." Warrens nodded, extending another finger, and calmly said, 2. "Great. Become my son, and I'll give you this spot." Kit stretched lazily and replied, "How about that?" "You're courting death." Warrens' expression turned cold. His body shimmered with golden light as his aura erupted. Rumble. The aura of a young sage burst forth, its might no less than that of a realm of Dao master. Even stronger than Davidson, it directly reached late-stage realm of Dao. Boom. A black battle halberd made of black gold appeared in Warrens' hand. Pointing the black halberd at Kit, he said coldly, "Boy, no matter who you are, today, you die. No one can save you. So, why don't you just try?" Kit cleaned his ears and said indifferently, "I, Carson, fear nothing." Chapter 194. A talent who stands out. Good for you, being fearless. Now, die. Tadeo was almost livid. He swung his black war halberd and aimed it directly at Kit. Rumble. Kadiki the saint-slaying sword. The black war halberd was also a legacy holy artifact, incredibly terrifying in power. In Tadeo's hands, it instantly unleashed a 1,000-meter-long black divine light, rushing straight toward Kit. Swoosh. Beneath Kit's feet, the free and easy step skill erupted, allowing him to instantly dodge this attack and appear behind Tadeo. What incredible speed. But it's useless. Tadeo had exceptionally keen perception. He swung his black war halberd again, slashing down towards Kit once more. "Do you think I'm dodging?" Kit sneered dismissively, stretching out one hand and letting out a soft shout, "Star-plucking war end." Boom. Instantly, Kit's palm turned into pure gold, then rapidly grew larger, clamping down on the black war halberd and lifting it up. Rumble. With Tadeo's strike, the ground beneath Kit cracked open, yet he remained completely unmoved. Arise. Activating the star-plucking war end, Kit gripped the black war halberd tightly, pulling hard and seizing control of it. Then with one swift kick to Tadeo's abdomen, he sent Tadeo flying 1,000 meters away. Oh no. Tadeo felt a chill run through his scalp, never expecting Kit to be so formidable. After all, the black war halberd was a legacy holy artifact, something even kings or great powers wouldn't dare handle barehanded. Yet, not only did Kit dare to do so, but he successfully seized the black war halberd. Rumble. Upon reaching Kit's hands, the black war halberd did not settle down. Instead, it continuously burst with terrifying power, struggling to escape from Kit's grip. Now that it's in my hands, there's no chance of escape. Kit raised his hand and swept it across the black war halberd, unleashing a god-calming seal. The black war halberd immediately calmed down. This is impossible. Tadeo felt as if he were going insane. The black war halberd was an ancient sacred artifact refined by the Golden Pong clan over millions of years. How could Kit take it so easily? "Come back to me." Tadeo let out a long roar, attempting to recall the black war halberd, but it was futile. In Kit's hands, the spirit of the black war halberd was temporarily sealed by the god-calming seal, making it unable to break free despite its struggles. Hehe, save your breath. This thing is mine now. Kit chuckled, activating the black war halberd to test its power. Rumble. Instantly, the black war halberd erupted with a 10,000-meter-long dark black glow, piercing through the clouds in an instant. Its power exceeded even what Tadeo had achieved. Oh no. Tadeo's face changed. Countless golden runes suddenly appeared on his 6 golden wings. Swoosh. The golden runes activated, boosting Tadeo's speed dozens of times over, like a streak of golden lightning heading straight for Kit. At the same time, a pale golden long sword appeared in Tadeo's hands, equally powerful and at the level of a holy artifact. Rumble. The power of the holy artifact was astonishing. Tadeo slashed down with his sword, causing cracks to appear in the space around them. Without hesitation, Kit, holding the black war halberd, struck back, meeting Tadeo head-on. Boom. Even more terrifying power erupted, sending Tadeo flying backward hundreds of meters. He spat out blood, his palms torn open, clearly injured. However, Kit was mostly unscathed. He just took a step back, stabilized himself, then pushed forward with the black war halberd again. No. Fear finally flickered in Tadeo's eyes. His 6 wings shook violently, propelling him like a golden bolt fleeing in the opposite direction. Trying to run? Kit laughed, chasing after Tadeo without a word using the free and easy steps. Rumble. Kit and Tadeo moved crazily, one following the other. Bam. Kit caught up with Tadeo, swinging the black war halberd and striking him once more. Bam. Tadeo was slammed far away, spitting out blood, but he didn't stop fleeing, running in disarray. Heavens, did I see correctly? That person is Tadeo? The top genius of the Golden Pong clan, undefeated at his rank, never lost a battle in 100 years of cultivation. He's actually being chased? Damn, who is that guy? Wait, I recognize the person chasing Tadeo. It's Carson. Really? The one who single-handedly challenged Divine Wood Sect and Blood Soul Sect in Sunset City? Yes, that's him. Incredible. Even when pursued by an ancient great power-level figure, Carson managed to survive. Tadeo is done. Encountering Carson is like hitting iron. If he survives, he'll be stripped to the bone. Along the way, various cultivators murmured, watching Tadeo being relentlessly chased by Kit, their faces filled with derision. Clearly, Tadeo's arrogant personality had earned him many enemies. His social standing wasn't great. At this moment, Tadeo learned Kit's name. He roared loudly, Carson, I remember your name. Once I reach the divine mystery realm, I will kill you. I'll chop you up right now. Kit scoffed, accelerating to catch up with Tadeo, bringing down the black war halberd. Swish. The black war halberd was razor sharp, slicing through Tadeo and splitting him in two. But in the next moment, a 5-colored divine pendant emerged, enveloping Tadeo's remains before shattering the space-time barrier and vanishing swiftly. Tisich. Another annoying substitute death talisman. Kit frowned slightly, feeling a bit troubled. These heirs of major clans often had ace cards up their sleeves. Substitute death talismans weren't rare. Killing them wasn't as simple as it seemed. Whoa, Tadeo was chopped up by Carson? So fierce. Where does such a powerhouse come from? Who knows? But there is a rumor. Really? Tell me more. It said Carson is likely connected to the Supreme Gate. Hiss. Supreme Gate? No way. Why not? Just look at each generation of Supreme Gate disciples. They're all extraordinarily ruthless. The voices of the cultivators reached Kit's ears. Interesting. Supreme Gate. I wonder what kind of force they are. Kit narrowed his eyes, remembering this name. Swoosh. With the 5-colored divine pendant, Tadeo had shattered space-time and escaped, rendering any immediate attempts to kill him futile. Feeling no need to stay, Kit shouldered the black war halberd and returned to the 9 Dragons Convergence. Chapter 194. A genius showing promising talent. Good one. Fearless to the core. Die for me. Jinfu was nearly beside himself with rage. He swung his black war spear down at Kit. Boom. Just like the Saint Slayer sword, the black war spear was a hereditary holy weapon of immense power. In Jinfu's hands, it instantly erupted with a 1,000-foot-long beam of black divine light, hurtling directly towards Kit. Swoosh. Kit's free and easy steps burst into action underfoot, allowing him to dodge this attack in an instant and appear behind Jinfu. What incredible speed. But it's futile. Jinfu's perception was extremely acute. He swung the black war spear once again, aiming right for Kit. Do you think I'm running? Kit let out a disdainful laugh. Extending one hand, he uttered lightly, Warrant of Star Plucking. Bang! Kit's palm turned a pure gold color and rapidly grew larger before it grabbed hold of the black war spear and lifted it up. Boom! With Jinfu's strike, the ground beneath Kit cracked, but his body remained completely unmoved. I'll make you rise. Rotating the Warrant of Star Plucking, Kit gripped the black war spear tightly, yanked hard, and snatched the spear away from Jinfu. He then kicked Jinfu in the abdomen, sending him flying 1,000 feet away. Not good. Jinfu's scalp tingled with dread. He hadn't expected Kit to be so formidable. After all, the black war spear was a sacred object, honed over millions of years by the Golden Pong clan. Catching a holy weapon barehanded, kings and even great sages wouldn't dare attempt such a feat. Yet, not only did Kit manage to do it, he succeeded in wresting the black war spear away. Boom. The black war spear didn't stabilize after coming into Kit's hands. Instead, it kept bursting with terrifying power, trying to wriggle free. With me as its master now, there's no escaping. Kit placed his hand on the black war spear and pressed down with the divine sealing rune, instantly calming the spear. This can't be happening. Jinfu felt close to losing his mind. The black war spear was the Golden Pong clan's sacred artifact, refined over several million years. How could it be so easily taken by Kit? Come back to me. Jinfu gave a long roar, attempting to recall the black war spear, but it was futile. The spirit within the spear was temporarily sealed by the divine sealing rune in Kit's hand, rendering any struggle ineffective. Hee, save your breath. This thing is mine now. Kit chuckled and activated the black war spear, testing its power. Boom. Instantly, the black war spear unleashed a 10,000-foot-long jet of black darkness, piercing through the sky. Its power exceeded what Jinfu had achieved. Not good. Jinfu's face changed as countless golden runes appeared on his 6 golden wings. Swoosh. Golden runes activated, increasing Jinfu's speed 50-fold. Kadiki, a bolt of golden lightning, he charged straight at Kit. Simultaneously, a pale golden saber materialized in his hand, a holy weapon of immense strength. Boom! Holy weapons released astonishing power. With a single slash, spatial cracks appeared all around. Without hesitation, Kit wielded the Black War Spear and clashed directly with Jinfu. Dong! A more terrifying power erupted, causing Jinfu's body to fly backward hundreds of meters. Spitting blood, his palms bleeding, he suffered severe injuries. Meanwhile, Kit took only a small step back before stabilizing himself. Then, he lunged forward, wielding the Black War Spear. No! A hint of fear flickered in Jinfu's eyes. His 6 wings shimmered, turning into golden lightning as he fled in panic. Wanna run? Kit laughed, using free and easy steps to chase after Jinfu with the Black War Spear. Boom! They moved wildly, with Kit catching up to Jinfu, raising the Black War Spear to strike again. Pang! Jinfu was smashed away, spewing blood as he continued his ragged flight. Heavens, I can't be seeing wrong. That person is Jinfu? The #1 genius of the Golden Pong clan, undefeated among peers, practicing for 100 years without ever knowing defeat. Now he's being hunted. Holy cow, who is that hunter? Wait, I know the one chasing Jinfu, it's Carson. Crap, isn't he the lone wolf from Sunset City who took on both Shunmu sect and Blood Soul sect? Yes, precisely. Incredible. Even when pursued by ancient-level powerhouse, Carson managed to survive. Jinfu is doomed. Running into Carson is like hitting an iron wall. If he doesn't die, he'll lose skin for sure. Along the way, the cultivators murmured, watching Jinfu being chased by Kit in complete disarray. Clearly, Jinfu's arrogant demeanor had made many enemies, and his reputation wasn't great. At this moment, Jinfu learned Kit's name. He roared, Carson, I will remember your name. Once I break through to the divine profound realm, I will kill you. I'll chop you now. Disdainfully, Kit sped up, caught up with Jinfu, and slashed down with the Black War Spear. Swish! The Black War Spear, incredibly sharp, sliced Jinfu into 2 halves. However, next second, a 5-colored divine pendant appeared, enveloped Jinfu's body, shattered space, and vanished. Tisich, another annoying death substitute talisman. Kit frowned slightly, feeling a bit stumped. Descendants of these grand clans usually possess trump cards, like death substitute talismans, making them difficult to kill. Geez, so Jinfu was just chopped by Carson? So fierce. Where does a monster like Carson come from? Who knows, but there's been a rumor going around. Oh, what's the gossip? It said Carson might have connections to the Supreme Gate. Phew, the Supreme Gate? No way. Why not? Look at all the outrageous predecessors of the Supreme Gate. Voices of the cultivators spread to Kit's ears. Fascinating. The Supreme Gate. Wonder what kind of force they are. Narrowing his eyes, Kit memorized this name. Swoosh. Possessing the 5-colored divine pendant, Jinfu had already broken through space to escape and couldn't be killed for now. Feeling no reason to stay, Kit carried the Black War Spear and returned to the confluence of 9 dragons. Chapter 195, the Holy Spirit Relic. As soon as Kit returned, the Dorian hurriedly approached, asking with excitement, Boss, how did it go? Did you take down Warrens? No, he had a substitute death talisman. Kit shook his head. SK, so this thing really is troublesome. The Dorian clicked its tongue, looking regretful. Just then, the Dax walked over and said to Kit, Boss, another divine relic is about to open. Oh. Kit paused slightly, curious. Where? Tell me more. I'm not entirely sure. It seems to be a place for alchemy. The Dax scratched its head, slowly explaining. About 2 to 3 million years ago, a holy spirit entered the Qilan divine treasure and collected many herbs, intending to refine a batch of elixirs. However, something unknown happened later on, turning that area into a death zone. After millions of years, the Holy Spirit Array has become severely damaged. We might be able to enter. If everything goes well, we could find the herbs left by that Holy Spirit. An elixir refined by a Holy Spirit? Kit stroked his chin and said, Good, let's go. Sir Carson, may we follow? Yeah, we are at least in the divine profound realm. In this world, we're not very strong but also not weak. Sir Carson, please take us along. A group of Yi family cultivators voluntarily stepped forward, wishing to accompany Kit. No, you stay behind and continue collecting medicinal kings. Kit shook his head, then added, We don't know what condition the Holy Spirit legacy site is in. If it's dangerous, you following me would be certain death. The Yi family cultivators looked at each other uncertainly. This holy artifact is for your protection. Keep it safe. Kit took out a dagger and threw it to the lead Yi family cultivator. Thank you, Sir Carson. The leading cultivator trembled with excitement. Sure enough, there's a future in following Kit. He gave them a holy artifact just like that. Following Davidson might not even get them an imperial-grade spirit weapon in their entire life. Such was the difference. The rest of the Yi family cultivators envied and coveted the lead cultivator. All right, I'm leaving first. Kit waved his hand, leaping onto the Dax's back. Let's go. Sure thing, boss. The Dax let out an excited roar, carrying Kit towards the divine relic. Whoosh. The Dax's speed was extraordinary. In 15 minutes, they had covered 10,000 miles of rivers and mountains. A vast valley appeared before Kit. What peculiar terrain. Kit frowned, observing the mountain ranges on both sides of the valley. The Dorian glanced oddly at the Black Mountains, asking, What's wrong, boss? These two mountains have fire veins underground on one side and ice veins on the other. Where fire and ice converge, yin-yang jade marrow can be born, which is an extremely powerful material for body tempering. Kit narrowed his eyes, his tone filled with amazement. Yin-yang jade marrow was something he needed to use when breaking through to the divine sea realm. He thought it would be very hard to find. But he encountered it here. Interesting. Is it really a convergence of ice and fire? The Dorian was also astonished. The Dax, however, frowned slightly, saying, I know about Yin Jade Marrow. This kind of terrain is extremely rare, but once formed, it becomes the most dangerous place. Those below the Sage Realm entering it will be dissolved by Yin and Yang forces, turning into pure Yin and Yang Qi. Yes, exactly. Kit opened the heavenly Dao True Eye and examined the valley again. Inside the valley, countless Holy Spirit arrays tore open the terrain, extracting Yin and Yang Qi and converging it to the core area. At the core, a fist-sized Yin Jade Marrow floated within the earth veins, radiating an overwhelming aura. In front of the Yin Jade Marrow lay a skeleton. Though it had been dead for who knows how long, it still emitted a terrifying aura. Yin Jade Marrow, Holy Spirit skeleton. Kit gasped, immediately understanding the Holy Spirit's intentions. The person wasn't refining any elixirs, but setting up an array to nourish the Yin Jade Marrow, trying to make it mature quickly. However, before the Jade Marrow matured, the Holy Spirit itself passed away. Retracting his gaze from the Yin Jade Marrow, Kit surveyed the surroundings. The valley was densely packed with Holy Spirit level killing arrays. One wrong step, and you'd be obliterated. Many areas were outright dead zones unless forcibly breached. Haha, an ancient Holy Spirit relic, and a Yin Jade Marrow nourished for millions of years. Good, very good. A voice full of surprise sounded. Turning his head, Kit saw a peak divine profound realm cultivator rapidly charging into the valley. Boom. As the cultivator neared the valley, Holy Spirit killing arrays emerged. A sword aura crushed forward, instantly annihilating the divine profound realm cultivator, dissipating him into nothingness. Hiss. Many approaching cultivators drew in a sharp breath, hesitating to get closer. Boss, what do we do next? Do we rush in directly? The Dorian asked curiously. No rush. I can't see through these Holy Spirit arrays. Kit shook his head, narrowing his eyes. Ordinary Holy Spirit arrays could be easily seen through by the heavenly Dao True Eye, but these arrays in the valley were disrupted by Yin and Yang Qi, making it impossible for even Kit's eye to discern clearly. Rushing in recklessly could mean certain death. Boom boom boom. Thunder-like footsteps echoed. Kit turned slightly and saw a 100-jong-tall giant with a terrifying aura slowly walking toward the valley. On top of the giant's head stood a youth dressed in white, exuding an immense aura with an eerie smile. He gave Kit a dangerous feeling. It's the giant puppet sect's young master. I didn't expect him to bring in a golden armored giant puppet. It's rumored that the golden armored giant puppet's strength rivals that of a Holy Spirit, incredibly formidable. That's only possible with a Holy Spirit driving it. The giant puppet sect's young master at best could be at the half-step king realm. Even so, it's quite terrifying. Hashtag chapter 196, Yin Jade Marrow. The surrounding cultivators burst into cries of shock the moment the Alaric appeared. They then scattered. None of them dared to stand in front of the Alaric. After all, Giant Puppet Sect was a demonic sect known for their ruthlessness and willingness to kill without hesitation or remorse. Even a slight disagreement or a passing thought could trigger a violent reaction. Boss, shall we hide? The Dorian swallowed hard, saying, I feel that Giant Puppet is at least of a king-level combat strength. No need to guess. It's indeed of king-level combat strength. Kit narrowed his eyes, his expression turning serious for the first time. In his heavenly Dao True Eye, the Alaric's true power was fully revealed. His opponent was at the peak of Divine Mystic Realm, just a thread away from half-step Mystical Realm. Under his control, the golden armored giant puppet could unleash king-level combat power. Interesting. This young lord of Giant Puppet Sect, he's someone not to be trifled with. Kit narrowed his eyes and sat cross-legged on the back of the Dax, watching the approaching young lord calmly. Rumble. Thunderous footsteps echoed as the golden armored giant puppet exuded an aura of near-king-level might, creating a formidable sense of oppression. The Dax trembled uncontrollably, almost unable to withstand such powerful pressure. If Kit hadn't remained utterly calm, the Dax would have turned tail and fled long ago. The Alaric noticed Kit blocking his path and said with an evil smile, Interesting, you dare to block my way. So what? Kit looked at the young lord and then at the golden armored giant puppet, falling back into his old habit as he spoke. This puppet is nice. It's mine now. Ha 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 ha. The young lord laughed uproariously, almost shedding tears. He wiped his eyes and shouted, Boy, you dare to covet my golden armored giant puppet? Truly courting death. Kit stood on the Dax, not taking the young lord seriously at all, and replied coolly, Not necessarily. Hearing this, the young lord's face changed drastically, his tone becoming icily cold. He sneered, still putting up a tough act. Since that's the case, die. With that, the 100-jong-tall golden armored giant puppet swung its fist toward Kit. Rumble. King-level power erupted. Instantly, spatial instability appeared, cracking like fine hairlines. This punch wasn't just powerful but also incredibly fast, even swifter than when Kit used a teleportation array. Finished. The Dax paled in fear. This punch's power was near king level. Kit couldn't possibly block it. Calm down. Without panicking, Kit drew the Saint Slayer sword, infusing all his true chi into it before roaring, Heavenly Emperor Sword, slash. Boom. An aura not weaker than the golden armored giant puppet erupted. Holding the Saint Slayer sword, Kit delivered the first move of Heavenly Emperor Sword technique, releasing a 1,000-jong-long sword beam that struck the golden armored giant's fist. Rumble. Upon collision, the ground within tens of miles instantly sank several dozen meters, forming a circular lake. In the center of the lake, Kit's sword clashed with the giant's fist. Sparks flew, leaving the golden armored giant unscathed except for being sent flying and crashing into a small mountain, causing it to collapse entirely. Rumble. Dust rose, and Kit floated in midair, observing the distant dust cloud. Through his heavenly Dao True Eye, he saw clearly that the golden armor giant was undamaged, but that the young lord had been injured by Kit's slash, coughing up blood and appearing weakened. Cough, cough, cough. The Alaric, standing on the giant, looked at Kit incredulously. Noticing the Saint Slayer sword, he frowned and asked, Saint Slayer sword, are you Davidson from the Yi family? No, I am who I say I am, Carson. Kit denied it outright. These words made the young lord laugh bitterly and shout, Davidson, who are you fooling? Can I not recognize the Saint Slayer sword? Fine, fine, fine. This debt, Mukue will remember. Ugh, I really am not Davidson. Kit was speechless. These days, telling the truth wasn't believed either. You're still pretending. The young lord firmly believed Kit was Davidson and said coldly, Davidson, appearances can be deceiving, but the Saint Slayer sword can't lie. I will settle this score eventually. Kit was dumbfounded. Although he had used aliases before, he had never planned to impersonate Davidson. There was no need. He had no significant grudge against the Yi family to stir up enmity using Davidson's name. He looked at the young lord and said helplessly, Fine, if you believe it, so be it. You can leave, but the golden armored giant puppet stays. Really? You still don't give up? The young lord's voice carried anger as he continued coldly, Let's see if you have the confidence for that. Just then, a streak of golden light rushed over. Boom. Tadeo appeared before Kit, holding a holy artifact long knife. His eyes were bloodshot, and he exuded a murderous aura, like a living Azura. He turned to the young lord and said coldly, How about we join forces and kill him together? Tadeo? The young lord recognized Tadeo, a hint of caution flashing in his eyes. But more importantly, he was puzzled. Because Tadeo did not have his usual black war spear. This was highly unusual. Tadeo, where's your black war spear? The young lord asked curiously. Boom. The question caused Tadeo's murderous intent to surge several times over. Looking at the young lord, he snarled, Don't ask. Ask again, and I'll eliminate you first. You. The young lord's eyes were filled with rage, but didn't dare act. Tadeo was a well-known powerhouse, unmatched among peers, and the young lord knew he couldn't win. At that moment, a black war spear appeared in Kit's hand. He casually waved it, lazily inspecting the holy artifact, and said nonchalantly, The black war spear, naturally, is in my possession. What? The young lord's eyes widened in shock, completely stunned. Chapter 197, 1 against 3. The black battle halberd was the sacred artifact passed down through the Golden Phoenix clan, and it could not be taken by ordinary cultivators. At least one needed to be at the sacred spirit realm to refine it. Yet now, it appeared in Kit's hands, which was simply inconceivable. Furthermore, there was also the Yi family's saint-slaying sword. Similarly, a hereditary sacred artifact, it was almost impossible to be taken away, which was precisely why the Yi family chose to let Davidson bring the hereditary sacred artifact into the secret realm. Even if Davidson met with an accident, this sacred artifact could be recalled and would never be lost. But now, it seemed that Kit had some secret method to seize hereditary sacred artifacts. At this thought, the Turner's gaze towards Kit became more wary and fearful. If someone like Warren's, who was so formidable, could have the Golden Phoenix clan's sacred artifact taken by Kit, then what about him? Carson, I'll kill you. Warren's face was ashen, feeling as if his face had been slapped swollen. He was a child of heaven, yet he was beaten by Kit until he was in disarray, just like a stray dog. Utter humiliation. And me too. At this moment, a voice sounded out. Warren's and the Turner slightly turned their gazes, only to find that it was none other than Davidson, the young master of the Yi family. As expected, the hereditary sacred artifact saint-slaying sword in Davidson's hand was missing. In its place was a common holy sword. Interesting. Kit turned around, looking at Davidson and said, Didn't you want to make a trade with me? Why are you attacking me now? Carson, my followers have become your lackeys now. You still want me to trade with you? Davidson roared, his eyes turning red. Upon hearing these words, Kit instantly looked astonished at Davidson. It seemed that Davidson must have already sought out a group of cultivators from the Yi family, but they didn't follow him back? Thinking about this, Kit's lips curled up slightly. He shrugged and said, Oops, no way. They followed on their own accord. You must have used some kind of bewitching technique. Davidson gave a cold snort, clearly not believing Kit's explanation. Beside them, Warren's and the Turner both looked at Davidson with sympathy in their eyes. Especially Warren's, whose mood balanced out considerably. It turned out he wasn't the only one whose hereditary sacred artifact was taken away. Even worse for Davidson, his followers were lured away. At least I still have some followers. I'm not the most embarrassed one. Warren's muttered to himself. Warren's, what do you mean? Davidson's face darkened, gripping the holy sword tightly, staring angrily at Warren's. Oh, Davidson, are you daring to fight me? Warren's aura erupted, filled with overwhelming killing intent. Although Kit was no match for him, he really didn't take Davidson seriously. That's enough, the two of you. This isn't the time for infighting. The Turner intervened, saying, Let's use our combined strength to suppress Carson and help each of you reclaim your sacred artifacts. How about it? Agreed. No problem. Warren's and Davidson immediately reconciled. Neither of them were fools. They knew it wasn't the time for mutual destruction. Heske, I thought you two might actually fight each other. Kit stood afar, his eyes showing a hint of disappointment. Haha, Carson, do you think we're stupid? The Turner laughed mockingly, his expression coldly scrutinizing Kit. Before you die, I might as well tell you. My golden armor giant puppet is different from other hereditary sacred artifacts. With boundless true chi, it can continuously increase in power all the way to the peak of the sacred spirit realm. With the three of us jointly driving it, the power can reach half-step great power level. You're doomed. Anyone can talk big. Why don't you three make a move? Kit wasn't worried at all. Bite the bullet and keep talking? Let's see how you fare against our attack. The Turner's expression abruptly changed, signaling Warren's and Davidson to attack. Yes, Carson, today you will die. I'm going to crush you into meat paste. Boom. The golden armor giant puppet was enveloped in radiant light, shining as brightly as the sun. Its aura changed once again, directly surpassing the king level, approaching the great power tier. At this level, one begins to touch the world's principles. Suddenly, the golden armor giant puppet shrank rapidly, becoming 2 meters tall, with its brilliance concentrating in its hand, forming a golden spear. Concentration is the essence. Kit watched the shrinking golden armor giant puppet, his pupils constricting. After shrinking, this golden armor giant puppet's aura not only did not weaken but grew even stronger. It felt like an immovable mountain, exuding immense stability. Boom. In a single step, the golden armor giant moved with blinding speed. This wasn't merely movement, but near teleportation. One step covered 1,000 yards. Boom. The punch of the golden armor giant was terrifyingly powerful. The fierce wind created by the punch directly whipped up a tornado, leveling the surrounding mountains. Facing this punch, Kit knew he couldn't block it. The power of this punch approached the half-step great power level, overwhelmingly strong, achieving the power to break through all defenses with sheer force. Unless, he used a supreme artifact. Just acquired the Star Purple Gold Pagoda, a quasi-supreme artifact. Might as well test its power. Kit made his decision instantly. He kept Rusty Sword as his last trump card, not using it unless absolutely necessary. The Star Purple Gold Pagoda naturally became his second-to-last trump card. Boom. The Star Purple Gold Pagoda hovered in mid-air. Boom. Under Kit's control, faint supreme aura diffused. A purple golden energy halo spread from the Star Purple Gold Pagoda, crushing towards the golden armor giant. Bam! The previously invincible golden armor giant was knocked flying by a beam of purple golden light from the Star Purple Gold Pagoda, smashing into a range of mountains. It collapsed 100 miles of terrain. Boom! The aftershocks of the Star Purple Gold Pagoda spread outward, suppressing downward. Instantly, within a 1,000-mile radius, the ground sank a full 10 feet. The terrifying power caused many weaker cultivators to explode on the spot. What the hell? Too powerful. Kit stared at the Star Purple Gold Pagoda, wide-eyed and dumbfounded. This power far exceeded the strength of the sealed Rusty Sword. Of course, it didn't mean Rusty Sword was weak. It was under a seal, and Kit's true dragon blood had only unlocked roughly 1/10 of its surface area. The real power unleashed might be less than 100,000th of Rusty Sword's true might. A true supreme artifact could obliterate everything within a million-mile radius with just a slight vibration. It could even destroy the entire xuanhuan world. ####Chapter 198. The Blood Puppet Soul Calling Art. It was terrifying just like that. Meanwhile, Warrens and his 2 companions stared in disbelief at the golden armored giant puppet that had been knocked flying. A near-sovereign artifact? How unjust. Carson actually has a near-sovereign artifact? It's the Star Purple Gold Tower. Was it not said that an ancient sovereign named Star Supreme once perished within the Kirin Divine Treasure? Could this near-sovereign artifact have fallen into Carson's hands? Push the golden armored giant puppet to its limits and engage him in a war of attrition. That kid can't sustain the use of a near-sovereign artifact for long. Warrens, Davidson, and the Wallace were indeed prodigies. They calmed down almost instantly after the brief moment of panic and discovered Argyle's weakness. That was his spirit energy. No matter how strong Argyle was, he still only possessed divine true chi of the deity profound rank. At the consumption rate of a near-sovereign artifact, sustaining it for 2 or 3 uses was already quite commendable. The 3 of them could endure. Crack crack. The golden armored giant puppet stood up again, emitting a terrifying aura as it charged at Argyle once more. Oh no, they intend to fight a war of attrition. Seeing this scene, the large pong bird couldn't help but worry. Don't worry. Look, even our leader isn't panicking. Why should you be? The Dorian remained calm. He, being a sly and cunning presence, could tell that Argyle was far from reaching his limit. Indeed, that was the case. Argyle looked at the golden armored giant puppet without hesitation and activated the Star Purple Gold Tower to suppress it. Boom. The Star Purple Gold Tower burst forth with thousands of feet of purple golden light, forming an ethereal tower that directly enclosed the golden armored giant puppet inside. Bang! Terrifying force erupted from the golden armored giant puppet, constantly striking the purple tower in attempts to escape. You want to run? I told you before, this inherited holy artifact is mine now. A faint smile appeared on the corner of Argyle's lips as he poured all his energy into the Star Purple Gold Tower to press down once again. Break through for me. The Wallace grew anxious. Initially, he thought he could easily dispose of Argyle, but unexpectedly, Argyle was so terrifying. He held a near-sovereign artifact and could match their trio. Humph. No need to rush. His true chi is about to run out. Warrens focused on Argyle. With his immortal eye, which bore similarities to Argyle's heavenly Dao true eye, he could see through Argyle's situation. Knowing that Argyle's true chi was nearly depleted. Wonderful. Let's give it all we've got. Davidson's eyes lit up, pushing himself to the limit, pouring more true chi into the golden armored giant puppet. Boom. The golden armored giant puppet's aura surged again, nearly reaching the level of a grand master. Boom. In a blink of an eye, the golden armored giant puppet pounded hundreds of punches onto the purple tower. Crack crack. Fine cracks appeared on the tower, almost ready to shatter. Haha, Carson, you're doomed. Warrens let out a long howl, a look of satisfaction on his face. Carson, I will scatter your bones to the wind. Davidson laughed maniacally, shouting, ha ha ha. Carson, do you feel hopeless now? Hee hee. I think it would be great to refine him into a corpse puppet. Catamitless potential for evolution. The Wallace had a sinister smile on his face. At this moment, the three had already started considering how they would deal with Argyle. You three, do you not know what it means to be overjoyed leading to sorrow? Do you really think you've pinned me down? Seeing this, Argyle was unruffled. A drop of tricolor immortal spring water appeared in his hand. He swallowed it, consuming the drop of tricolor immortal spring water. Boom. The tricolor immortal spring water contained boundless energy. In the blink of an eye, Argyle's true chi was replenished to its peak state. Tricolor immortal spring water? How do you have something like this? Damn. The faces of Warrens and his companions turned grim. The tricolor immortal spring water was an ultimate sacred medicine for replenishing true chi and healing wounds. It was top tier. If Argyle had a large quantity of tricolor immortal spring water, they would definitely lose due to exhaustion. Phew. Our leader is guaranteed to win. The large pung bird felt relieved. He knew very well that Argyle had a 9-dragon immortal pool filled with countless drops of tricolor immortal spring water. Exhausting Warrens and the others would be child's play. Boom. After replenishing his true chi, Argyle once again manipulated the star purple gold tower in his hand. Instantly, the aura of the near-sovereign artifact descended. The golden armored giant puppet was suppressed, unable to move. No. The Wallace's eyes turned red. That was the inheritance holy artifact of the giant puppet sect. If it were lost, he would face a miserable fate, likely to be refined into a puppet by the sect leader. With matters having reached this point, the Wallace no longer hid his trump card. He began to put everything on the line. Spitting out a mouthful, a crimson essence blood sprayed out. As the blood spewed out, the young master's black hair turned snow white instantly, indicating he had paid an immense price. Blood puppet soul calling art. The young master roared furiously, unleashing his ultimate technique. Boom. In an instant, his aura drastically changed. A blood-red demonic shadow emerged behind him. As the shadow appeared, the world suddenly shifted, enveloped in blood-red sandstorms. Wail, wail, wail. Numerous piercing howls echoed, transforming a 100-mile radius into a bloody hell. Oh no, this puts our leader in trouble. The expression of the Dorian turned serious for the first time, saying, this is actually the blood puppet soul calling art developed by a blood puppet supreme in ancient times. It's a sovereign secret art that killed countless experts back then. Our leader is in danger. Hiss. The large pung bird drew a sharp breath. He spat out a holy artifact that floated in midair and then said to the Dorian, we two will work together to break through this field and release our leader. It won't work. If the blood puppet soul calling art were so easily broken, it wouldn't be called a sovereign secret art. The Dorian shook his head slightly, taking a deep breath, slowly saying, this secret art can summon the lingering souls of ancient supremes, residual thoughts and grudges of various invincible experts. Once unleashed, there are only two outcomes. First, being killed by the grudges of these experts. Second, dying under the blood puppet soul calling art. How vile. The large pung bird's face turned pale as he looked into the blood-red barrier, full of worry in his eyes. Relax. Our leader also has a sovereign secret art and a near-sovereign artifact. Victory is uncertain. The Dorian said this with a grim expression as well. The blood puppet soul calling art was infamous, having killed countless geniuses. Whether Argyle could survive was hard to say. Wail, wail, wail. The mournful cries continued endlessly, ghostly howls echoing in every direction. Chapter 199. Imperishable True Soul. Interesting. Kit stood within the formation and restrictions created by the blood puppet summoning spell, his eyes slightly narrowed. His hands hung loosely at his sides. In his left hand was the god-extinguishing talisman, and in his right, the spirit-suppressing talisman. Both Dao talismans were lethal to ancient souls. At the same time, the rusty sword appeared in Kit's mental realm, guarding his primal spirit. Above his head, the near-emperor-level artifact Star Purple Gold Pagoda hovered, exuding an aura of supreme power with terrifying might. The surrounding fragments of souls were deterred by the emperor-level artifact, cautiously probing but not daring to approach. Outside, other cultivators felt the commotion and came to see what was happening. Is that the blood puppet summoning spell? The emperor secret technique of the giant puppet sect? This secret spell is very sinister. It requires at least a millennium of lifespan to activate once, and it's only passed down to the younger lord and true disciples. I wonder who could force the younger lord of the giant puppet sect into such a desperate situation. A group of cultivators chattered among themselves. Haha, Carson, you're finished, shouted the Levi with a venomous roar. I spent 1,000 years of my lifespan to cast the blood puppet summoning spell. However, gaining an emperor-level artifact is worth it. A bunch of souls dead for countless years dares to attack me? Kit sneered, standing there calmly. I'll just stand here and see which soul has the guts to move against me. Ancient powerhouses remnants or not, I'll slay them one by one. You, the Levi, watching the imposing Kit, was speechless for the first time. Not only him, but the outside cultivators also drew sharp breaths. Now I get it. It's really him, Carson. Holy crap, this guy truly doesn't know rest. A few days ago in Sunset City, he challenged the Divine Tree Sect and Blood Soul alone, pursued by an ancient great power. I thought he died, yet he's still alive. Incredible. This makes the outcome unpredictable. Do we even need to bet on the winner? Carson's victory is assured. Who knows how strong this guy is? Hehe, why not wager? This blood puppet summoning spell is an emperor secret technique. Using it comes at a huge cost. Carson may be strong, but this spell isn't to be trifled with either. Let's bet. The crowd of cultivators became lively, starting to place bets. Within the formation formed by the blood puppet summoning spell, more and more ancient powerful remnants appeared, bursting forth with mournful wails. Kit stood before these remnants, remaining composed. Screech, screech. A sound like nails scratching glass filled the air. An ancient remnant couldn't hold back anymore and suddenly rushed towards Kit. Boom! A golden light burst from the ancient remnant, momentarily piercing through the Emperor artifact's defense and rushing to Kit. Ha ha ha! The Levi let out a joyful howl, shouting, Carson, I forgot to tell you, these ancient remnants can use some of their old divine powers. A near Emperor artifact can't stop them. I know. Kit didn't entrust his life completely to the near Emperor artifact. He unleashed the God Extinguishing Talisman directly towards the ancient remnant. God Extinguishing Talisman. The ancient remnant, seemingly retaining some consciousness, emitted a broken voice, but its action remained unchanged, colliding with the God Extinguishing Talisman. Bam! The Black God Extinguishing Talisman had overwhelming power, especially against remnants, enhancing its effectiveness hundreds of times over. Under a single strike from the God Extinguishing Talisman, the ancient remnant, equivalent to an ancient powerhouse in combat strength, was thoroughly annihilated. Buzz! A soft white light hovered before Kit. Kit looked curiously at the gentle white light, noticing a pale golden crystal floating inside it. Is this an imperishable true soul? Kit gazed at the golden crystal, surprised. An imperishable true soul was a special hallmark attainable only at the near Emperor level, where the divine soul remains imperishable and undying through myriad calamities. Even if destroyed, the primal spirit would fragment into pieces, yet its origin would remain unextinguished. While Kit had destroyed the remnant, he couldn't destroy this imperishable true soul. If nurtured with the tricolor immortal spring, it wouldn't take long to restore the inherent consciousness of this imperishable true soul. If all imperishable true souls were gathered and fused together with the deity-shaping flower, the ancient powerhouse could be revived. However, the deity-shaping flower vanished in the ancient era, unreachable even by emperors. Perhaps such things existed only in the immortal realms. So, imperishable true souls do exist. Kit glanced at the golden crystal, reached out, and placed it into his storage ring for future study. Creating an imperishable true soul required numerous conditions. Kit planned to examine it further. Rumble. Wail. After the first ancient remnant attacked, the remaining ancient remnants went berserk, launching assaults on Kit. Instantly, a blood-red storm swept toward him, thousands upon thousands of ancient remnants among which were entities matching the power of Great Ones. Anyone below the Great One level would die, unless they were a Great One-tier powerhouse. Humph. Piece of cake. Kit let out a faint shout, fully activating the star-purple gold pagoda. Rumble. The star-purple gold pagoda instantly emitted a dazzling light. A purple wave swept across, spreading out like ripples, obliterating countless remnants wherever it went. In a blink, innumerable remnants were crushed and dissipated into nothingness. Kit looked around, somewhat surprised. Only the first remnant seemed to possess an imperishable true soul. The others were merely grievances, devoid of reason. After dissipating, they disappeared without a trace. This can't be. The Levi watched Kit in disbelief, unable to believe his blood puppet summoning spell was so easily neutralized. Hearing the young lord scream, Kit raised his head slightly, looking in the direction of the young lord, saying coolly, Next, it's your turn. You can see me? The young lord froze. Of course. Kit smirked. With his heaven truth eye, a mere blood puppet summoning spell couldn't block his vision. Moreover, the Levi was too weak to summon much stronger beings. Chapter 200, Davidson's Frustration. Boom. Kit took a step forward, pressing down with the star-purple gold pagoda in his hand. No. The Turner turned in terror, trying to flee. Unfortunately, his speed was no match for Kit's. He was instantly crushed into a bloody mess by the descending star-purple gold pagoda. At that moment, a five-colored divine pendant appeared, attempting to resurrect the Turner and allow him to escape. However, Kit had been prepared for this. After dealing with Davidson and Warrens twice, he knew that these descendants of superpowers likely possessed a life replacement talisman. Thus, before using the star-purple gold pagoda to kill the Turner, Kit took precautionary measures. The star-purple gold pagoda trembled lightly, emitting an aura of supremacy. The nearly activated five-colored divine pendant was swiftly locked onto by the star-purple gold pagoda, hovering in mid-air. No. The Turner, who had just reformed, looked horrified. Desperation filled his voice. Kit stood before the Turner, gazing at the battered, cracked soul that had just patched together with countless fractures. He spoke coolly. Any last words? Carson, giant puppet sect will avenge me. With venomous spite, the Iggy said coldly, you will be captured by the giant puppet sect, your soul extracted, tortured for 10,000 years. It seems you're not a first-timer at this. How about you experience it yourself first? Slightly smiling, Kit revealed a spirit-sealing talisman, sealing the Turner, then threw in a streak of true fire. The sealed Iggy let out cries of agony, cursing profusely. Carson, whatever. Kit watched the cursing Iggy as if he were a shrew, completely unbothered. Besides, he wasn't even named Carson. Curses meant nothing. However, Kit didn't plan on killing the Turner just yet. It wasn't the right time. If the Turner were to die now, those outside would surely notice. If a few people went to spread the news, the giant puppet sect might come with supreme artifacts, waiting at the exit of Xiuxian Divine Repository for Kit's emergence. That would indeed be problematic for Kit. Ancient cultivators with supreme artifacts could barge into dangerous places like the True Dragon Maze, or even the Haunting Valley fearlessly. The power of supreme artifacts was unimaginably terrifying. Only those at the sage level could barely activate a fraction of their power, while only saint spirits could fully wield them. As for Kit, he could barely activate a trace of their potential, no matter how hard he tried. Therefore, Kit wasn't in a hurry to kill the Turner. It would be better to wait until he left the Xiuxian Divine Repository and found a safe place. He could even negotiate a deal with the giant puppet sect. A young master should fetch a considerable amount of resources. Rumble. A deafening roar echoed. The blood puppet soul calling collapsed, the red sandstorm dispersing. Around him, aside from a thick layer of red sand on the ground, only Kit remained, dressed in white, with the star purple gold pagoda floating above his head, entirely unharmed. Heavens! Carson survived. Not a single crease on his clothes. Could he be a god? That clothing isn't simple. It's a 9-colored celestial silk robe woven from the heavenly silkworm, extremely defensive. You don't mean 9-colored celestial silk robe, which is one of Divine Wood Sect's treasures. Could he have stolen it? Given Carson's rather weak personality, it's quite possible. Many cultivators exchanged glances, whispering criticisms under their breaths. There was no denying that Kit's performance was awe-inspiring. Blood puppet soul calling was an invincible supreme secret art initiated by ancient emperors. Even peer-level teenage emperors couldn't withstand its power. Its might was too fearsome and excessive. Ignoring the chatter around him, Kit directed his gaze towards Warren's and Davidson. His icy eyes swept over them, causing Davidson to shiver uncontrollably. He shouted loudly, "Wait, Kit! I'll trade my family's supreme secret art for my sacred slayer sword." Oh! Kit turned his attention to Davidson. Originally, that had been his condition. The sacred slayer sword was of little use to him, and trading it for supreme secret arts was a profitable exchange. But circumstances had changed. Kit held up the sacred slayer sword, waving it slightly before saying, "I plan to take a bit of a loss, trading the sacred slayer sword for a supreme secret art. But now you dare to ally with the Turner and the Iggy of Golden Falcon clan against me? This changes everything. If I agree to trade, what face would I have left?" Davidson's expression froze upon hearing this, anger rising within him. He roared, "What do you mean, your sacred slayer sword? It belongs to me. If it's in my hands, it's mine." Kit casually stated, "If you disagree, come and take it." "You." Davidson was so angry he spat blood but was powerless. Their 3 teenage saints had been utterly defeated by Kit when they teamed up. Charging in alone would be suicide. Scared? Then follow my conditions faithfully. Kit smiled warmly. "What do you want?" Davidson gritted his teeth, enduring humiliation as he asked. Right now, he wanted only to recover the sacred slayer sword and advance to the mystical realm to slay Kit. Everything else was irrelevant. Simple. In addition to the supreme secret art, add 300 imperial herbs. How about that? Kit presented his conditions. This was essentially the original condition, with 300 imperial herbs naturally being the price for the originally captured 20 or 30 Yi family cultivators. Even though those Yi family cultivators had inexplicably become his minions, but the imperial herbs were definitely worth securing. Alright, I agree. Davidson was already somewhat impatient. He directly produced a crystal, infused it with the corresponding memory, and placed it into a storage ring. Holding the storage ring, Davidson announced, "In this ring are 300 imperial herbs, along with the Yi family supreme sword art, the 9-leaf sword technique." 9-leaf sword technique? Kit narrowed his eyes. He had heard of this sword technique before. Mastered, it could sever the entire mystic world with a single strike. Whether it was real or not was another story. "Well, here's your item. Give me back the sacred slayer sword." Davidson clenched his teeth, throwing his storage ring to Kit. Theoretically, Kit could go back on his word. However, Davidson knew that while Kit was a scoundrel, he adhered to principles like keeping promises. Smack. Kit took the storage ring and inspected it. Inside were 300 imperial herbs, neatly arranged, without any shortage. Chapter 201. The Sacred Spirit Legacy begins. Next to the Medicine King, there was also a scripture book. On its cover were 4 golden characters. 9-leaved sword art. After flipping through the 9-leaved sword art, his intuition told him that this was genuine. Since it was real, Kit naturally kept his promise. He waved his hand, and the saint-slaying sword flew out, heading straight for Davidson. Boom. When the saint-slaying sword was halfway through, the internal spirit sealing rune disintegrated. The weapon spirit automatically revived. Without Davidson summoning, the saint-slaying sword landed in Davidson's hands. Phew. With the return of the saint-slaying sword, Davidson heaved a long sigh of relief. He looked at Kit coldly and said, "Kit, next time I see you, I will kill you." Having said that, Davidson quickly left. Teasish, who kills who is yet to be seen. Kit sneered. He turned around and looked at Warren's, shaking the Black War spear in his hand and said indifferently, "What about it? Do you want it back? Return the Golden Rock Clan's sacred technique. Don't dream on it." Warren's glared at Davidson coldly and said calmly, "Once I break through to the divine power realm, I will surely challenge you and take back the Black Holy Spear honorably." Teasish, even if you reach the venerable realm, you won't win. Kit was incomparably calm, completely not believing it. Good. I hope that when the time comes, you still have the nerve to talk tough. Warren shot Kit a cold look, then without a word, turned and left. I dare to come, I dare to kill. Kit didn't even consider Warren's as a threat. He turned around, took out 20 Medicine Kings, handed them to the Dax and the Dorian, saying, "This is your share." "Thank you, boss." The Dax took the Medicine Kings with great joy. The Dorian devoured one instantly, chewing while saying, "Boss, can I have more?" "Eat what you have first." Kit snorted and turned around, looking around. At this moment, after the battle, within 100 miles in every direction lay in ruins. The ground had sunk by several dozen feet. Innumerable underground waters seeped out. Soon, this place would turn into a lake. Only the valley where the sacred spirit resided remained intact. This place was guarded by a sacred spirit-level formation array, immune to damage from battles between cultivators of Kit's caliber. Crack, snap. It seemed like something was breaking. Kit's pupils constricted as he noticed a carved rune stone shattering inside the sacred formation. This was a specially refined rune stone that would fragment upon reaching a certain time. Most powerful figures set up such rune stones during their legacy setup to open their dojo at a predetermined time and screen suitable successors. Clearly, the sacred spirit in the yin-yang intersection had constructed this formation after realizing there was no hope of survival. Setting the appropriate time, it would open its legacy when the Qilin Divine Treasury activated. Interesting. Kit squinted his eyes while looking at the entire valley. Boss, should we go in directly? The Dax asked cautiously. Kit shook his head and said, of course, no. There's no telling what's inside. I'll use a body duplication talisman to scout ahead. Finishing, Kit took out a duplication talisman and created a clone. Then he controlled the clone, guiding it toward the sacred legacy site. Meanwhile, the surrounding spectators became excited, watching Kit's clone intently. TSK. What kind of secret technique is this? It actually summons an identical clone. There are many methods for creating clones in this world. It's hard to say, but a cloning technique that perfectly replicates appearance, aura, and cultivation must be at least an emperor-level secret art. Whistling. Another emperor-level secret art? This Carson, how many trump cards does he have? No wonder ancient powerhouses chasing him failed. A group of cultivators marveled at Kit's display. Boom. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Kit's clone took a step into the sacred spirit formation. Almost immediately, 10 divine chains of order pressed down heavily on Kit's clone. Another test of potential using the divine chains of order. However, the pressure is much weaker and has little effect on me. Kit glanced at the 10 chains and dismissed them easily. He could bear 10,000 chains, so these 10 weren't worth worrying about. Boom. Kit then took another step forward. 10 additional divine chains of order appeared on his body, but still, they had no significant impact. Kit's speed did not slow, and soon he carried over 1,000 divine chains. SSSSSS. A crowd watched the chains pile up on Kit and involuntarily drew a breath. 1,000 chains already. Even a young saint should be struggling to move. Yet Carson seems totally unfazed. 2,000 chains. Unbelievable. Holy crap. 3,000 chains. At this level, becoming a sacred spirit is almost guaranteed. 4,000 chains, and he's still moving forward. 9,999 chains. Just a bit more, and he'd be a young emperor. Hold on. We might witness the birth of a legendary powerhouse. The cultivators stared wide-eyed, bursting out in amazement. Kit, remaining incredibly composed amidst the astonished voices, walked continuously 1,000 zhang, accumulating up to 9,999 chains. Stopping here wasn't because he couldn't bear the pressure of the chains, but because there was no path ahead. 100 zhang in front of him lay the location of Yin-Yang Jade Marrow and Sacred Spirit remains. Moving forward would activate the killing formation laid by the Sacred Spirit itself. Going forward would mean certain death. A fully intact Sacred Spirit killing formation was terrifying, even surpassing the might of a Sacred Spirit level expert. Rushing in recklessly, even a Sacred Spirit level existence would get severely injured. Peculiar. If it's a dead end, why did the Sacred Spirit leave behind this legacy for someone to obtain? Kit frowned slightly while looking at the dead end formation. At that moment, the Dorian shouted loudly, "Boss! Perhaps it needs some holy artifact to break the dead end formation." Holy artifact? Kit paused, opening the true eye of Heavenly Tao to carefully examine the formation. Indeed, there was an array core within the dead end formation. Placing the correct item would cause the entire formation to collapse. And that object seemed to be a bead? The entire mystic truth world is vast. Even the Qilin Divine Treasury, a miniature universe, spans countless miles. Where do I find a bead? Kit stared blankly at the true eye vision. Just then, a voice sounded, "Esteemed senior, I have the key to open the dead end formation. Why don't we collaborate?" Chapter 202. Absolutely no cooperation. Kit heard a voice from behind and turned around to look. The speaker was a young man with purple hair, handsome features, standing 8 feet tall, wielding a purple lightning spear. His eyes had uniquely shaped pupils in the form of lightning symbols, making him exceptionally peculiar. This purple-haired youth was at the peak of the divine mystic realm, yet his aura was not much weaker than Davidson's. Another young saint. Intriguing. It seems the Qilin Divine Treasure is truly a divine treasure. It has lured out so many geniuses. Who are you? Kit looked at the purple-haired youth calmly and asked leisurely. Upon hearing Kit's inquiry, the purple-haired youth replied, "Kareem, the 179th true disciple of Thunder Sect." "Kareem, I'll remember your name." Kit nodded slightly, folding his arms across his chest before asking again, "You claim you have a way to open the Sacred Spirit dead array?" Seeing Kit's interest, Kareem smiled lightly as a light purple bead appeared in his hand. He then answered, "Correct. Tens of thousands of years ago, a disciple of Thunder Sect obtained this bead. Based on the Elder's research through ancient texts, this bead is the key to opening the Sacred Spirit dead array." Kit activated the Heavenly Tao True Eye and glanced at the purple bead. Inside it were countless intricate runes, forming a special sacred level array. Even approaching the Sacred Spirit array made one feel the resonance between the bead and the array. Without doubt, this bead was likely the key to opening the dead array. Considering this, Kit rubbed his chin, feeling that cooperation with Kareem might not be out of the question. He stared into Kareem's eyes and asked, "Kareem, how do you want to cooperate?" "Simple. I only need one thing inside, a fragment of jade. Everything else belongs to you. How does that sound?" Kareem smiled. "No deal." Kit outright refused. "Are you kidding? Yin-Yang Jade Marrow is just one of the treasures clearly displayed. As for the broken jade piece Kareem mentioned, Kit had no clue what it was. What if it was an exalted level divine artifact? Would he not lose big? Kareem frowned, not expecting Kit to refuse outright. Looking at Kit, his expression turned cold, and he said icily, "Since that's the case, without the key I hold, You will never enter the sacred spirit dead array. Is that so? Kit smiled faintly and glanced at Kareem, saying, don't speak too absolutely. Do you think this sacred spirit dead array can stop me? Since you're asking for death, then die inside. Kareem's face turned icy as he mocked. That is the sacred spirit dead array. Even a sacred spirit entering recklessly would suffer severe injuries unless using the key to destroy the entire array. Otherwise, there's no way out once inside. Entry means certain death. Tisich, I'll break the array right now. Kit wore a calm expression. He took steps toward the edge of the dead array. Around the mountain range, the gathered cultivators saw Kit disregarding the key and preparing to directly break the array. All were stunned. What the hell? Someone wants to forcefully enter the sacred spirit dead array? It must be fake. The sacred spirit dead array leaves no path when carved. How can anyone breach it? This Carson is insane. I feel like he's about to die here. You're right. There's an enormous gap between the sacred spirit and divine mystic realms, something beyond our comprehension. Oh, another genius is about to fall. A group of cultivators chattered among themselves, none optimistic about Kit. Kareem was even more overbearing. Crossing his arms, he sneered coldly, Carson, you're courting death. Inside the array, Kit ignored Kareem and prepared to break the array. The Chaos Scripture recorded dead arrays. The Great Way derives 50, escapes 1, leaving 49. And this escaped 1 represents the lifeline within any dead array. In other words, a dead array isn't absolutely impenetrable, but contains a virtually unattainable lifeline left by Heavenly Tao. This is the escaped one. Unless one surpasses the Heavenly Tao realm, any dead array contains at least one such almost unreachable lifeline. The array-breaking talisman in Kit's possession specifically aimed to capture this escaped one. His gaze swept across the entire array. Kit formed seals, and an array-breaking talisman appeared. Buzz. The incredibly complex talisman soared up into the sacred spirit-killing array. Rumble. Instantaneously, the sacred spirit dead array activated. Countless sword beams erupted into the sky, each capable of effortlessly killing a great power-level existence. These terrifying sword beams tore apart even space wherever they went, rending it to tatters. Hiss. This is the power of the sacred spirit array. Witnessing the eruption of the sacred spirit dead array, Kit sucked in a cold breath. No wonder even sacred spirit experts dare not attempt to breach it. Facing such a savage sacred spirit-killing array, even sacred spirit cultivators might not be its match. Ha ha ha. Kareem laughed loudly at the terrifying blade storm, saying, Carson, this is the true power of the sacred spirit array. Give it up. Any sword beam can instantly kill a great power. You should abandon this idea, Kit. Is that so? Kit's lips curled upwards. Rumble. The array-breaking talisman, having entered the sacred spirit dead array, was not torn apart. Instead, it suddenly appeared, radiating brilliant light. This glow scattered throughout the array, revealing a barely visible path before Kit. Not bad for being one of the 3,000 Heavenly Tao talismans. This power is indeed formidable. Kit gazed at the lifeline before him, his lips curling slightly. Seeing the path ahead, Kit stepped in without hesitation, entering the killing array. Boom! An incomparable sword beam erupted, sweeping towards Kit. However, at the last moment, it suddenly changed direction, heading elsewhere. This process repeated 7 or 8 times within seconds. This can't be. Far away, Kareem was dumbfounded. He screamed aloud, You're only at the divine mystic realm. How can you solve the sacred spirit dead array? This is impossible. I know, hundreds of thousands of years must have caused the sacred spirit array to decay. Saying this, Kareem charged into the sacred spirit array. Rumble. Just at the edge, the instant the sacred spirit array activated, a blinding sword beam erupted. Zap. Kareem was instantly cut in half by the sword beam. No. Kareem's soul nearly fled in terror. Chapter 203. The Holy Spirit revives. His upper body burst out of the Holy Spirit formation, but his lower half was shredded into a mist of blood by hundreds of sword chi that appeared. Sizzle. The Holy Spirit formation's sword chi came with its own killing array. Even though he had narrowly escaped, the upper half of Auric's body was still slowly disintegrating. Rip. Auric gritted his teeth and severed most of his remaining body to escape this disaster. Hiss. Incredible. Carson actually broke the Holy Spirit death formation. Wait a minute, the talisman he used seems somewhat familiar to me. There's no doubt about it. Only one method in the world can violently break a death formation. Array-breaking talisman. It's actually one of the 30,000 Heavenly Tao talismans, the array-breaking talisman. Wasn't this talisman already lost in the age of ancient times? Turtle, even one of the 30,000 Heavenly Tao talismans, the array-breaking talisman, has appeared. Looks like the xuanhuan world is about to be thrown into chaos. A group of cultivators discussed excitedly, each displaying various expressions. Some were excited, some fearful, but more displayed avaricious looks. Kit's current strength wasn't very formidable. For most forces present, he could only be considered relatively troublesome. However, the treasures on him kept appearing one after another, each an invaluable treasure. This sparked murderous intentions in many cultivators' hearts, driving them to rob him of his treasures. Interesting. They're preparing to kill and loot? Kit, standing outside the Holy Spirit killing array, immediately noticed several observing cultivators exuding murderous intent. Clearly, these people harbored malicious intentions towards him. Thinking this, a spatial transmission talisman surfaced in Kit's hand as he began to quietly set up an escape route. After all, among the cultivators before him, there were quite a few young holy saints. Presumably, they possessed numerous legacy holy artifacts as well. If these people attacked together, even Kit wouldn't stand a chance and would have to flee. Boom. Inside the killing array at this moment, Kit casually strolled through the Holy Spirit Death Formation via the path opened by the array-breaking talisman, just like taking a leisurely walk in a courtyard. Outside, Auric watched Kit successfully pass through the death array. His face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. He felt like a clown. How humiliating. For a moment, Auric clenched the purple lightning spear in his hand tightly, glaring at Kit intensely. Kit passed through the Holy Spirit Death Formation, entering the core area where yin and yang energies converge. In this region, there were only 3 items. A fist-sized yin-yang jade marrow floated in mid-air, emitting dense yin-yang energy. In front of the yin-yang jade marrow, the skeleton of a holy spirit sat cross-legged, having been dead for countless years. Its flesh had long been eroded away by the surrounding yin-yang energy. Only the sturdy bones remained intact. Above the skull of the holy spirit, a golden mirror floated, an artifact of fairly high grade, undoubtedly its former weapon. Additionally, Kit noticed a newly carved emerald ring on one of the skeleton's fingers. Without a doubt, this was at least a holy artifact. Otherwise, not even the flesh of a saint could survive in the yin-yang convergence zone, let alone other spiritual artifacts. Below the level of holy artifacts, anything facing the invasion of yin-yang energy had only one fate, to be refined into nothingness by the yin-yang energy. Phew. 2 holy artifacts and a piece of yin-yang jade marrow. Not bad. Kit sighed with relief. He stood up and walked toward the skeleton. Just then, the skeleton sitting in the yin-yang convergence zone suddenly moved. Crack. The skeleton quivered slightly, 2 green flames emerging abruptly from its eye sockets. Wail. A peculiar aura arose from the skeleton. Next, dense blood veins emerged on the skeleton, indicating the regeneration of flesh. What's happening? Kit frowned deeply, sensing something amiss. Outside, Dorian changed expression dramatically and shouted, "It's ruined!" Just now, the Alaric used blood puppet soul summoning, a supreme secret technique, to summon a large number of ancient strong spirits. This place, being where yin and yang meet, naturally suits the reversal of life and death. It's likely that one spirit entered the skeleton and revived through possession. What? Kit was startled, his expression turning grave. Boom. The skeleton's movements grew larger, its aura swelling once more. An overwhelmingly terrifying aura erupted. Dong. A blood-red holy heart regenerated, beating once slowly. Boom. The instant the holy heart beat, a transparent wave of energy spread rapidly like ripples on water. Kit's closest clone didn't even have time to react and was instantly shattered by the shockwave, and the wave's power did not diminish. It swept across the external area directly. Bam bam bam. Just the natural heartbeat sound killed dozens of nearby cultivators instantly. Only those protected by holy artifacts survived. F***CK. Kit took a deep breath, looking shocked. Even if this skeleton wasn't at the saint-level combat strength, it was certainly imperial level at the very least, absolutely unmatched. Heaven, that skeleton was possessed by an evil soul. We're doomed. Run. Don't stay here too long. Hurry. Notify the outsiders to bring supreme artifacts over. Without a supreme artifact, it's impossible to fight the skeleton. Damn, that giant puppet sect's young lord is a brute, using blood puppet soul summoning here at the yin-yang convergence point. Countless cultivators cursed fiercely as they rushed to flee, not daring to remain on site. The skeleton's power was no joke. After being possessed by an evil soul, it would need a massive amount of flesh to repair its body, and the cultivators present would be perfect nourishment. Once targeted by the skeleton, certain death would follow. Boom. Blood-red aura swept the ground as the skeleton slowly rose to its feet. Its eyes were repaired, but the pupils were dilated, only 2 green flames flickering within. How many years have I been dead? Am I about to revive again? GG. The environment has changed significantly. The spirit energy is depleted, so it appears there aren't many powerful beings left in this world. A quasi-supreme artifact? Unbelievable. Upon revival, I've gained such a divine tool. Acquire the supreme artifact, then find the wheel of rebirth flower to complete my resurrection. The skeleton mumbled to itself for a while, then looked through the Holy Spirit Death Formation at Kit. Boom. An incomparable force of primordial soul power erupted, crushing down upon Kit, carrying overwhelming Holy Spirit might, akin to heaven collapsing and earth shattering. Done for. We're going to die here. Note. I have maintained the original structure and style of the text as requested. Names like Carson, Kit, and others are directly translated to their English equivalents or retained as pinyin depending on context. #### Chapter 204. Heaven's Tribulation, Trapping the Zak. The Dax and the Dorian were deathly pale, with no thoughts of escape. Faced with a being at the semi-sage level pressing down on them, it was certain death without any question. Don't panic, stay calm. Kit stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the Zak and said coolly, "You actually dared to target me. You're asking for death." With that, Kit flung a God Extermination Talisman from his hand directly toward the surging primordial soul force. Rip. The God Extermination Talisman was exceptionally effective against remnant souls. Even though Kit's strength was weak, only at the Spirit Traveler level, the Black God Extermination Talisman obliterated the previously terrifying primordial soul force in an instant. Ah! The Zak let out a cry of anguish, gritting his teeth in fury. God Extermination Talisman. It's actually a God Extermination Talisman. Excellent. Boy, not only do you possess a near Emperor artifact, but also a God Extermination Talisman. Wonderful. I didn't expect such fortune right after my revival. Fortune? When you're dead, you won't think it's fortune anymore. Kit's reaction was calm, his eyes narrowing slightly. Honestly, at this point, he had one last trump card left. That was Heaven's Tribulation. Before entering the Kylan Divine Treasure Vault, Kit had reached the peak of the Hard Chi realm. He was just a hair's breadth away from the profound Qi realm. However, Heaven's tribulation hadn't come yet. This was mainly because Kit used talismans to shield the celestial omens, blocking Heaven's tribulation. It wasn't out of fear. For Kit, passing through Heaven's tribulation was as simple as eating or drinking water. But the unique aspect of Heaven's tribulation was that it ignored realms and had a bug-like effect on any cultivator, especially for things like the Zak, which were inherently not tolerated by the Heavens. Huff, it can only be Heaven's tribulation? Kit narrowed his eyes, making up his mind. The God Extermination Talisman was incredibly powerful, but it wasn't very useful against the Zak, whose life bar was too thick. Even if each attack from Kit could extinguish remnants of ancient great beings, it would still require hundreds of thousands, perhaps millions of attacks to destroy this single Zak soul. The time Kit took to launch these attacks would allow the Zak to crush him countless times over. Humph. This time, you will die. The Zak, now recovered, raised his hand and lunged toward Kit. Boom. A skeletal hand covered in flesh extended over 100 miles, darkening the sky like a vast expanse, covering down like the firmament. Together with it came a nauseating stench of blood and an immensely dense aura of death. Huff. It's time. Kit took out 2 celestial shielding talismans and tossed them to the Dorian and the Dax. As for himself, he immediately deactivated the celestial shielding talisman. Boom. Above the sky, lightning flashed and thunder roared as incomparable heavenly might emerged. Heaven's tribulation? The Zak screamed in horror, disbelief in his voice. Why? Why is there Heaven's tribulation? Right. It's your tribulation. Damn you, did you scheme against me? That's right. Kit chuckled, his aura surging heavenward. Holding a rusty sword, he directly activated the Emperor-level artifact and slashed toward the Zak's palm. Rip. Emperor's sword chi erupted under Kit's urging, effortlessly tearing through the skeletal hand formed by the Zak, shooting into the sky. At the same moment, a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens and struck Kit. Heaven's tribulation began. No. The Zak shouted in despair. He realized his aura mixed with Kit's, meaning Heaven's tribulation had targeted him too. Sure enough, at the moment Kit started transcending, within a 1,000-mile radius, an extremely terrifying pitch-black thundercloud descended. The thundercloud was incredibly dense, with streaks of blood-red light intertwined in every bolt of lightning. Blood carnage, Saint Extermination tribulation. The Dorian swallowed hard, his face filled with terror. How strong is this tribulation? The Dax looked at the Heaven's tribulation in the sky, swallowing hard, and asked, what if that Zak really manages to transcend this tribulation? Not possible. The Dorian shook his head. This blood carnage, Saint Extermination tribulation is terrifying beyond measure. Countless sacred spirits have perished under this tribulation throughout history. The Zak absolutely cannot survive it. But may it be so? The Dax's face was pale, staring at the sky. You actually dared to trap me with Heaven's tribulation. I'll kill you first. The Zak raged to the point where the flames of his anger could almost consume the world. Yet, he hadn't lost all reason. To him, the only hope of survival was seizing the Emperor-level artifact from Kit's hand. Only then could he survive the cruel Heaven's tribulation. Thus, after a brief daze, the Zak slapped his hand straight toward Kit, intending to annihilate him instantly. And Kit wasn't one to give up easily. Using true dragon transformation, Heavenly Emperor Sword, and Immortal Battle Charm, he boosted his realm temporarily to the Venerable Realm. Simultaneously, he burned all his essence blood, driving the Emperor's Sword to slash down with all his might. Boom. Under Kit's full exertion, the Emperor's Sword Chi abruptly turned blood red. 1,000 zhang-long blood-red Emperor's Sword Chi cut down upon the Zak's hand, slicing off a finger segment. Rip. The Zak's finger fell to the ground. Meanwhile, Kit broke free from his palm enclosure, escaping to safety. Damn it. The Zak was nearly frenzied with anger. He hadn't expected Kit to be so formidable and regretted engaging him for a moment. Had he known, he wouldn't have provoked Kit. That way, with his strength, obtaining the reincarnation flower to reverse life and death would have been effortless, unlike this current predicament. But regrets were too late. At the moment Kit and the Zak clashed, the blood-red thunderclouds above gathered completely and then plummeted downward. Boom. A blood-red blood carnage, Saint Extermination Cadecting bolt descended from the sky, striking the Zak. Instantly, the Zak was scorched black. The regenerating flesh vanished in an instant, leaving less than half. Aya! The Zak emitted a wail, raising his hand and summoning a golden mirror to hover above his head, protecting him as he fled rapidly. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The Zak moved incredibly fast, trying to tear through space to escape Heaven's tribulation. However, another blood-red blood carnage, Saint Extermination Cadecting bolt descended from the sky, striking the Zak. In an instant, all the flesh on the Zak's body was completely annihilated, bones scattered on the ground, leaving only a green remnant soul floating in midair. Aya, I won't resign to this fate. No, I refuse. The remnant soul screamed in anguish, filled with rage and unwillingness. He hadn't expected, after waiting for countless years. ##### Chapter 205, The Holy Spirit Falls. He had just revived, only to die once again under the heavenly tribulation. Rumble. A blood-red bloodsaw punishment of Saint's thunder struck down, and the wails of the holy skeleton abruptly ceased. The golden Holy Spirit mirror and the fragments of holy bones fell to the ground. The bloodsaw punishment of Saint's thunder in the sky slowly dissipated. Note, bloodsaw seems to be a term that may not have a direct English translation and might be a stylized or fictional term from the original work. For better readability in English, it might be best to either translate it as crimson, or leave it as is with an explanation if necessary. Here, I'll use crimson. A crimson punishment of Saint's thunder struck down, and the wails of the holy skeleton abruptly ceased. The golden Holy Spirit mirror and the fragments of holy bones fell to the ground. The crimson punishment of Saint's thunder in the sky slowly dissipated. Whoosh! Without a word, Kit flashed away with his unfettered steps. In the blink of an eye, he collected the holy bones, the Holy Spirit mirror, the emerald ring, and the yin-yang jade marrow into the dragon-shaped pendant. At the same time, Kit's heavenly tribulation descended from the sky once more. Rumble! Wave after wave of heavenly tribulation struck Kit. SSSSS. Despite his exceptionally strong physique, Kit was still scorched both inside and out by the lightning. This time, the heavenly tribulation seemed extraordinarily powerful. Hundreds of lightning bolts poured down, and even though Kit's body was as sturdy as a high-grade spirit weapon, countless deep wounds, some even exposing bone, appeared on him. However, Kit paid no heed. He sat cross-legged under the heavenly tribulation, refining its power to temper his body further, making it stronger and more resilient. At this moment, with the fall of the holy skeleton, the cultivators who had fled began returning. Seeing Kit bathed in lightning, they sucked in their breath sharply. Damn, a Keenan? SSS. No wonder this person is so powerful. It's the talent of a Keenan. How do you figure that? Isn't it just a heavenly tribulation? While rare, it doesn't necessarily mean he's a Keenan. Humph. You wouldn't know. During the Middle Ancient era, the environment changed greatly. Afterward, only those with the caliber of a Keenan could attract heavenly tribulation. SSS. It's really a Keenan. Speaking of which, I heard there's another Keenan who caused quite a ruckus in Black Blood City, wielding a rusty sword, which seems to be a supreme artifact. It appears that young man also has a supreme sword. Damn. He ran all the way from Black Blood City to the Xiuxian Divine Treasure Vault. In the distance, a group of cultivators stood agape, completely stunned. These two Keenans are actually the same person. Hehe. Indeed, it's that despicable guy. They say his name is Fintan in Black Blood City, who swindled many sects. You mentioning this reminds me. The Yuan family also suffered greatly at the hands of this guy. Intriguing, a Keenan with a supreme artifact managed to sneak into the Xiuxian Divine Treasure Vault. This guy is unstoppable. Not necessarily. It's said the Wu family also brought a supreme artifact in. Not just the Wu family. The Ethereal Palace also brought one in, apparently for the once-in-a-million-years Supreme Divine Treasure Vault. That's true. At least 4 or 5 supreme artifacts have appeared in the Xiuxian Divine Treasure Vault this time. Amidst the heavenly tribulation, Kit listened to the discussions while refining the tribulation power. His heart stirred slightly with surprise. The once-in-a-million-years Supreme Divine Treasure Vault was indeed a great opportunity that couldn't be missed. Otherwise, various supreme forces and families wouldn't have brought their supreme artifacts. Moreover, Kit knew well the power of supreme artifacts since he possessed a rusty sword. With enough true chi input, these artifacts could unleash immense power. Especially complete supreme artifacts without restrictions like his rusty sword. When held by a divine mystic realm cultivator, it could crush great Empyreans like ants. Even Imperial-level experts would have to flee. And now, 4 or 5 supreme artifacts were here. If a fight broke out, the entire Xiuxian Divine Treasure Vault might be destroyed. It seems I need to prepare in advance to counteract these supreme artifacts. Kit recalled some special talismans within the 3,000 heavenly Tao symbols. These supreme artifacts aren't invincible. Rumble. Above, the heavenly tribulation remained fiercely violent, but it was reaching its end. The last wave of tribulation poured down, aggravating Kit's already battered body. Many areas revealed charred black bones. Crack. The final bolt struck Kit, and the clouds of tribulation dissipated. Cough, cough. Kit lightly coughed, spitting out 2 mouthfuls of blood. His injuries were severe, with large patches of white bone exposed. A huge crack appearing on his shoulder, half his body nearly severed. Boss, are you okay? Seeing this, the Brody rushed over, taking out a holy artifact, and said, Boss, run. Fredbird can carry you. No one will catch up. Yes. Fredbird also rushed over, preparing to take Kit away. But Kit shook his head, saying, It's too late. Rumble. As he spoke, 36 fist-sized symbol stones suddenly emerged, forming a grand array to seal the space. Not good. These are spatial stone secrets, sealing off the space. A saint spirit can't leave through a teleportation array. The Brody's expression turned grim and ugly. Even Fredbird was dumbfounded, saying bitterly, We're doomed. Boss, we're going to die here. Haha, Carson, you've met your match today. A loud laugh echoed. Cyan, holding a purple holy spear, slowly walked out from the void. Looking at Kit, he said with pity, A Keenan. Huh? So what? You're going to die at my hands anyway. Rest assured, the supreme artifact and secret techniques on your body, along with the heavenly Tao symbols, will be cherished and promoted in my Lei clan. Cough, cough. You think you've got me pinned down? Kit looked at Cyan, somewhat speechless. Or what? Cyan looked at Kit with a cruel smile, saying, You must not have any healing elixirs left, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't look so miserable after the tribulation. If you were at peak condition, I'd fear you a little. But now, it's time to die. Finishing, Cyan charged straight at Kit. Boom. Cyan's purple holy spear erupted with 10,000 feet of thunder, charging directly at Kit. A black war halberd materialized in Kit's hand, and he swung it single-handedly towards Cyan. Bang! The 2 holy artifacts collided. The earth within tens of miles instantly shattered, countless lava pillars shooting up into the sky. Under the tremendous shockwave, Kit coughed slightly, spitting out blood. Cyan was sent flying hundreds of miles, smashing through a dozen mountains. Not good. Boss's injuries are too severe. Chapter 206, Too Despicable. The Dorian's expression changed abruptly. He said, Furthermore, his true chi is almost depleted. He can't last a few more moves. This The Dax was also suddenly in a feverish panic. At this moment, Kit's face revealed an anxious expression, but inside he wasn't worried at all. His injuries were deliberately inflicted by himself. The areas not robust enough were destroyed by the heavenly tribulation, leaving only the essence behind. His injuries, though terrifying to look at, had brought him through the heavenly tribulation, elevating his true power to the initial stage of divine mystic, a level 10 times stronger than before. The reason Kit didn't hurry to heal was because he was merely setting a trap. Since he arrived at the Holy Spirit inheritance site, he had always felt a pair of icy eyes seemed to be watching him from all around. But using the heavenly Tao True Eye did not reveal the location of the observer. Therefore, Kit intentionally fought while heavily injured, trying to lure out the hidden presence. Boom. Far away, Xian was sent flying by one move from Kit. He also suffered significant injuries. However, excitement filled his eyes as he laughed. Ha ha ha, Carson, I want to see how many moves you can hold with those heavy injuries. Enough to kill you. Kit didn't waste words with Xian. He attacked proactively, taking a step forward and swinging his black battle halberd straight toward Xian. Bam! A powerful blow caused Xian to spit blood and fly back for 100 miles. Kit didn't chase after him but stood in place, coughing up another mouthful of blood. His aura suddenly weakened several times over, his whole body wobbling as if he were about to die. Hehehe. Xian got up again, a cruel smile on his face, and slowly said, Carson, prepare to die. Just as he was about to launch his attack, the situation changed abruptly. A blood-red long sword extended from the void beside Kit, slashing towards his neck. Swoosh! The blood-red sword was incredibly sharp, even slicing through space, leaving behind only a thin black line. Drops of bright red blood on the sword hadn't dried yet, as if it had just killed someone. Blood Soul slaying Saint Sword. Blood Soul's heritage, saintly weapon. Xian exclaimed in shock, his expression instantly turning grim. He knew Blood Soul's reputation well. He never expected that after all the trouble of catching Kit to achieve the feat of killing a young supreme, he would be thwarted by Blood Soul. Finally, you've come out. The corner of Kit's mouth curled up slightly. Looking at the sword coming towards his neck, he said calmly, I've been waiting for you for a long time. What? The black-clothed assassin holding the sword sensed danger, but with no other choice, he could only grit his teeth and slash down at Kit's neck. Swoosh! Kit did not clash head-on. Instead, he activated the transmission talisman in his hand and vanished right in front of the black-clothed assassin. Not good. There really is a trick. The black-clothed assassin's scalp tingled. Without further ado, having failed once, he immediately fled 1,000 miles away, rushing in one direction. I went through so much trouble to lure you out, and now you want to run? Kit sneered. He was very clear that letting go of the black-clothed assassin was akin to letting a tiger return to the mountain. It was extremely dangerous. Therefore, Kit burst into speed with the free and easy walking technique, his velocity increasing dozens of times over, quickly catching up to the black-clothed assassin. The heavenly Tao seal appeared in his hand, and he slammed it directly toward the black-clothed assassin. Boom! The pure golden, heavenly Tao seal descended with force. The black-clothed assassin, gritting his teeth, used the blood soul-slaying Saint Sword to block it, shattering the seal with a single strike. However, this brief pause allowed Kit to catch up with the assassin. The star-purple gold pagoda appeared in his hand, radiating endless light. Not good. The black-clothed assassin's face paled as he desperately tried to block the quasi-imperial artifact. Although quasi-imperial artifacts weren't on par with imperial ones, they were still far beyond what the assassin could resist. An endless wave of purple light suppressed the assassin, trapping him before pulling him into the star-purple gold pagoda to be sealed. Phew. Finally done. Kit let out a long sigh of relief. Holding the star-purple gold pagoda in one hand, he smiled at Xian, saying, All right, next, it's your turn. You actually feigned injury to trick me? Xian froze, almost spitting blood out of anger. I didn't lie. I was indeed injured. Just not that seriously. A drop of tricolor immortal spring appeared in Kit's hand, and he swallowed it. Boom. The tricolor immortal spring restored flesh and bone upon entering his stomach, causing Kit's body to regenerate its strength rapidly, recovering to peak condition. Rumbling. Pure golden true dragon energy erupted, enveloping the surroundings in a sea of golden dragon energy. Damn, that young supreme was pretending? Despicable. Too despicable. He manipulated not only the holy bones but even those who had designs on him during the heavenly tribulation. Thank goodness I didn't. Sigh. From now on, we have to be extra careful when dealing with this guy. A group of cultivators in the distance were buzzing with excitement. Many secretly felt relieved and lucky they hadn't acted greedily. If they had rushed forward just now, Xian's current predicament would have been their fate. True dragon body. Xian looked at Kit, feeling a sense of despair. Even in his severely injured state, Kit had overpowered him without needing an imperial artifact. What hope did he have now that Kit was fully recovered? Xian, do you have any last words? Kit stretched lazily and looked at Xian coldly. Xian's face turned rigid as infinite fear welled up within him. His legs gave way, and he dropped to his knees, shouting loudly, Carson, no, Master Tian, I was wrong. Please spare my dog life. I swear I will never cause you trouble again. Huh. Kit was speechless looking at Xian. This guy was definitely unique. Neither the Alaric, Ijavi family, nor Warrens, the young chief of Golden Rock clan, ever begged on their knees despite being beaten down multiple times by Kit. They would die with dignity rather than lose honor. But Xian, for survival, discarded all dignity. Falling to his knees begging like this, Kit lost interest in killing Xian. There was no need. Forget it. I'll let you live. Kit sighed, shouldering the black battle halberd and walking towards Xian. As Kit approached within 100 feet of Xian, a black talisman appeared in Xian's hand. Chapter 207. Indestructible Primordial Spirit. He roared angrily, saying, "Haha, Carson, you've fallen for it. Prepare to die." As he finished speaking, he hurled a black rune towards Kit. Zap! The black rune moved with incredible speed, rushing toward Kit like a streak of light. Kit could see the black rune coming, but he was unable to move. The black rune seemed to involve the power of time, capable of reversing space-time. Time around him froze. At the moment the black rune was unleashed, evasion had already become impossible. In an instant, it struck between Kit's eyebrows. Boom! Kit directly resisted the black rune, using his primordial spirit. Zap! Black lightning enveloped Kit's primordial spirit, trying to consume it. Ha ha ha! Xian laughed wildly. He stood up triumphantly, as if he were the victor, gloating. This one is a god-killing rune mimicked from the heavenly Tao rune and refined by ancient holy spirits. Once struck by this rune, certain death awaits. Is that so? Kit didn't die. His primordial spirit emitted a brilliant glow, dispersing the black lightning instantly. At this moment, Kit's primordial spirit was at its peak, and the black rune hadn't caused him any damage at all. Xian's laughter abruptly stopped. His eyes locked onto Kit as he bellowed angrily, "This can't be! That was a god-killing rune. Why are you still not dead?" "Why?" A faint smile appeared at the corner of Kit's mouth, though he did not explain the reason. Instead, he felt somewhat relieved inside. That god-killing rune was indeed incredibly powerful, even though it was only a replica. Not to mention Kit's primordial spirit was currently only equivalent to the early stage of divine mystic. Even if he were a sovereign or an emperor-level existence, being hit by a holy spirit-refined god-killing rune would result in death. The reason he didn't die was because the chaotic green lotus in his mind saved his life. During his breakthrough to the second stage of primordial spirit cultivation, he used the chaotic green lotus as his foundation, forging an indestructible primordial spirit. For Kit, such runes specialized in killing primordial spirits actually caused less direct harm than a head-on collision with his primordial spirit. However, Kit wouldn't explain these details. He looked at Xian, shook his head and said, "Xian, initially, I had a soft spot and wanted to spare you, but now, there's no need. Indeed, in matters of life and death, one cannot hold back. Otherwise, it will be a matter of life or death." Xian went limp again, kneeling on the ground and pleading, "No, Carson, give me another chance." Zap! With a faint sound, Xian's voice abruptly cut off, extinguished by a god-killing rune from Kit. A five-colored divine pendant appeared, trying to gather Xian's primordial spirit to revive him. Kit's star purple gold pagoda trembled slightly, instantly suppressing the five-colored divine pendant. Xian's recently gathered primordial spirit was completely annihilated. Huff! Kit waved his hand, retrieving Xian's remains. Then he turned around, sweeping his gaze over the surrounding cultivators and said calmly, "Is there anyone else who wants to attack? Step forward. I'll send them on their way." Rumble. As he spoke, a surge of energy burst from Kit. Instantly, the group of cultivators nearby felt their hearts freeze, their faces turning pale. Honestly speaking, Kit's aura wasn't strong, only at the early stage of divine mystic, but every cultivator present was at least at the peak stage of divine mystic. Yet, none dared to treat Kit as just an early stage divine mystic. Are you kidding? Kit had wiped out 5 young sages. He directly killed a sage and the assassins during a heavenly tribulation. An ancient holy spirit-refined god-killing rune couldn't kill him. Would such a prodigy be merely an early-stage divine mystic? Who are you fooling? Only a fool would believe that. Let's go. The holy spirit treasure has been taken. Let's find other places. Spread the word. Absolutely avoid conflict with Carson. Achieve the divine ability realm first before doing anything. The group of cultivators chose not to confront Kit and vanished in the blink of an eye. Only Kit remained standing alone. "Boss, I can sense some people still harboring hostility towards you. Should we chase and kill them?" The Brody was excited, fully agitated. After all, Kit's combat prowess was too formidable. Walking horizontally through the entire secret realm, the Dax similarly shouted, "Yeah, boss, let's slay them." "No need. I need to rest. Let's go." Kit remained calm and didn't pursue. Instead, he activated a teleportation array, leaving the Holy Spirit Valley. This trip had yielded significant results. Firstly, the supreme secret technique of the Yi family, the 9-leaf sword technique, needed further study. Secondly, the holy artifact, Yin-Yang Jade Marrow, and others also required handling. Most importantly, he needed to figure out how to counter supreme artifacts. One must know that several true supreme artifacts might appear within the Qilin divine treasure at this moment. Even Kit would be instantly killed when facing a supreme artifact now. Though Rusty Sword was a supreme artifact, it was sealed. Even if he exerted his full power, it only exhibited the might of a quasi-supreme artifact. The gap in levels was simply too great. Seeing Kit leave, the Brody and the Dax exchanged surprised glances. However, after interacting for a few days, they had a rough idea of who Kit was. Underhanded, highly strategic, and incredibly powerful. If he didn't want to act, there must be a reason. Well, let's go. The Brody nodded, following Kit into the teleportation array without another word. Meanwhile, in another valley, a young man sat cross-legged in a pond. Upon closer inspection, one could see that the water in this pond was entirely made of pure yang holy water, one of the top materials for body cultivation in the world. Boom! The pure golden yang qi erupted from the young man, causing the surrounding stones to turn red and start melting. At this moment, a black-clothed person entered the valley, knelt before the youth, and whispered, "Iggy, we've confirmed. The new young sage who appeared in Blood City, Black Blood City, and Ghost Valley is the same person." Young sage? A smile appeared on the youth's lips. Confident, He stood up and said, "Excellent. Then we'll capture him and make him my servant." This? The servant glanced at the youth, somewhat worried. Iggy, that's? Humph. So what if he's a young sage? I reached the sea god realm at age 5, and the peak of divine mystic at age 10. ##### Chapter 208. The 9-leaf sword technique. If not for waiting for the xiuxian divine treasury, I would already be in the great power realm. The youth took a step forward, and the entire valley trembled. He said casually, "Enough. Find him, and send him a challenge. Ask if he dares to face me in battle." "Yes, Iggy." The black-robed attendant nodded slightly and turned to leave. Meanwhile, the Granville who had fled wasn't idle either. He arrived at an ancient relic site, looking at the gateway before him, gritting his teeth, and declared with venom, "Carson, just wait until I clear this trial left by my family's holy spirit. I will surely kill you and erase this humiliation." With these thoughts in mind, Granville stepped forward without hesitation, entering the valley. Crack! The gate slowly opened, emitting a wild and desolate aura. Granville's face paled slightly, but he still forced himself inside, beginning the Holy Spirit trial. After others sought their own opportunities, Kit didn't remain idle either. After the battle in the Holy Spirit Valley, Kit found himself on a cliff surrounded by steep walls, where he entered seclusion to practice. To study the supreme secret technique, the 9-leaf sword art, that he obtained from Davidson. Boom! 5 days later, deafening sounds echoed through the valley. In an instant, countless sword chi soared into the sky, directly leveling half of the mountain. Then Kit rose into the air, holding a simple iron sword in his hand, and with all his might, summoned a 1,000-meter-long green sword chi. Slash! Kit lightly shouted and slashed toward a mountain range with one stroke. Boom! The extended mountain range was instantly cut into ravines under Kit's single strike. 100-meter-high mountain crumbled into dust in an instant. Countless rocks rained down, and the original mountain disappeared, leaving only a flat plain spanning dozens of miles. Phew! What a terrifying sword technique! The Dorian raised its head in astonishment, fear flashing across its eyes. This is a supreme secret technique? Too powerful. Even the Dax drew in a sharp breath, its eyes filled with shock. But speaking of which, the boss mastered a supreme secret technique in just 5 days. That's way too scary. The Dorian gasped, its eyes full of awe and fear. At this moment in the sky, Kit put away the iron sword, looking down at the devastated area below with satisfaction. The 9-leaf sword art lived up to its reputation as a supreme secret technique. With his current strength, it could easily slay a cultivator in the late numinous skill realm with a single blow. However, this technique consumed true essence at an alarming rate. With Kit's current amount of true essence, he could only use it 3 times. "SK, we need to find a way to improve our realm." Kit sighed slightly. His current realm was simply too low. After transcending the heavenly tribulation, he reached the peak of the wind essence realm. He needed to gather 9 divine artifacts to advance to the mystic essence realm and reach the peak of the mystic essence realm. So far, Kit had only collected 2 out of the 9, true dragon blood and the golden mystic forged spirit flower. The remaining 7 were still far off. "Boss, where are we going next?" The Dorian rushed over, looking curiously at Kit. "It's simple. The xiuxian divine treasury." A fragment of an ancient jade appeared in Kit's hand, coming from the holy remains. Besides the golden mirror left behind, the holy remains also left a ring containing a large amount of holy crystals and various medicinal herbs of the king level. But there was only one thing carefully preserved by the holy remains, kept in a treasure box. This fragment of ancient jade. "Boss, what's so special about this broken jade?" The Dax came closer, asking curiously. The Dorian also looked puzzled and muttered, "Is it some kind of treasure map?" "Not exactly. It's just a fragment of a key." Kit smiled slightly, explaining, "According to the information left by the holy remains, back then, the Abdullahi left the xiuxian divine treasury along with a complete key for his descendants. Unfortunately, time passed, and the Abdullahi's descendants vanished. The key was split into 4 parts, and this is only 1/4 of it." "Huh? What good is just 1/4 of a key?" The Dorian was somewhat disappointed. Kit answered with a smile, 1/4 indeed isn't much use, but if you know the locations of the other 3 fragments, that changes things." "Boss, you know where the remaining 3 fragments are?" The Dorian's eyes lit up, grasping the crux of the matter. "Of course." Kit nodded slightly and continued, smiling. "After splitting the key into 4 parts, hardly anyone has managed to collect all pieces. However, the Abdullahi left a secret method. If you have the key within the divine treasury, you can sense the positions of the other keys." Speaking of this, a scroll appeared in Kit's hand. "This is..." The 5-colored musk ox looked at the scroll, momentarily stunned. Kit unfolded the scroll and explained, "This is a relic from the holy remains. The fallen Holy Spirit was a descendant of the Abdullahi, and this scroll is the essential blueprint to find the remaining 3 key fragments. Well, all 3 fragments are within the divine treasury." Upon hearing this, the Dorian glanced curiously at the map. Indeed, there were 4 light points on the map, 3 red ones and 1 white one. Undoubtedly, Kit's position was the white point. The other 3 red points were the key fragments held by others. "Hey, boss, the closest one is only 2,800 li away." The Dax measured the distance on the map and exclaimed, "If we speed up, we can reach it in a few breaths." "Well, it seems that's the case." Kit glanced at the map, rubbed his chin, and said, "Let's go check it out." "Okay." The Dorian was quite excited. Immediately, the 3 set off toward the location 2,800 li away. Meanwhile, 2,800 li away, a bloodied young girl was fleeing. Behind her, dozens of powerful divine essence realm cultivators pursued her relentlessly. The girl was covered in injuries, nearly reaching the end of her strength. "Hurry up, she can't run much further." "Hee hee, the Abdullahi's descendant. Not only does she possess the key to open the Qilan Divine Treasury, but she also has the supreme secret techniques passed down from the Abdullahi. Be careful. Capture her alive. The group of cultivators were extremely excited, their faces flushed with anticipation. Chapter 209, Whitestone Palace. The fleeing girl before him was no match at all. She was a moving treasure trove. Damn it. The girl, looking back at the group of powerful individuals chasing her, could not help but feel a glimmer of despair. She regretted entering the Qilan Divine Repository. Initially, she thought she would gain the legacy of her ancestors and reforge the glory of the supreme descendants of the Qilan. But unexpectedly, as soon as she entered the Qilan Divine Repository, she was recognized by others. Following that, a nightmare-like pursuit ensued. Creak, creak. The girl was in extreme pain. Heavy injuries made her almost grind her teeth in agony. But more than that, there was despair. After all, the hope of the Qilan clan rested on her shoulders. But it was about to be extinguished. Rumble. Behind the girl, a cultivator held a spiritual bow and drew it with great force. 100-meter-long golden arrow slowly formed. Then, the cultivator released the bowstring. In an instant, the golden arrow traversed tens of miles, catching up to the bloodied girl. It's over. The girl felt utterly desperate. She closed her eyes, preparing for death. Just at this critical moment, Kit calmly appeared in front of the girl, extending one finger and pressing it against the golden arrow. Boom. The golden arrow had incomparably terrifying power. Colliding with Kit's finger. Bang. The golden arrow exploded. A drop of light red blood flowed from Kit's finger. Impossible. My soul annihilation bow just broke his skin? SSS. Could it be a legendary body cultivator? What crap? Is this guy planning to snatch the prize? The distant cultivators, seeing Kit suddenly appear, each had an incredibly grim expression. Huh? It actually injured me? Kit looked at his finger, somewhat surprised. He was currently at the peak Qi condensation stage, his physical body tempered to be comparable to top-grade spirit artifacts. Ordinary divine mystic realm cultivators could not break through his defenses. Yet, the golden arrow managed to injure him. This meant one thing. That spiritual bow was a treasure. Thinking of this, Kit slightly turned his head, looking at the cultivator who launched the attack. The latter held a blood-red longbow, emitting an unusual aura. Boss, it's a secret treasure. It doesn't belong to the category of spirit artifacts, but it possesses extremely powerful strength. The Roy said with a smile as he gazed at the blood-red spiritual bow. If I'm not mistaken, that longbow's power approaches that of an imperial spirit artifact. Imperial spirit artifact? Kit immediately lost interest. He now had plenty of holy artifacts, so a mere imperial spirit artifact simply did not pique his interest. Don't say that. Boss, if a secret treasure were only as powerful as a spirit artifact, it wouldn't be called a secret treasure. The Roy chuckled and continued. Any secret treasure is nurtured by nature, with immense growth potential, with continuous refinement, starting from being a holy artifact, it can even evolve into a supreme artifact. Oh, Kit's eyes lit up. At this moment, the blood-red longbow weighed differently in his eyes. Meanwhile, the white-clad girl looked at Kit with a flash of fear in her eyes. She did not flee because she couldn't run away. Kit was too strong. The only way was cooperation. No, to be able to save her life was already enough for her. Thus, the white-clad girl mustered her courage and said to Kit, "Thank you for saving my life. If you help me eliminate these enemies, I am willing to exchange the Qilan Divine Repository within the Qilan Mystic Realm." Kit glanced at the white-clad girl, feeling some approval in his heart. This girl was very smart. In just a few short words, she aligned Kit against the group of cultivators in the distance, ensuring her own survival in the process. She showed potential. Thinking this, Kit looked at the girl and asked, "What's your name?" "Zaida." The girl answered frankly. "Very good. I know now. Let's talk about the Qilan Divine Repository later." Kit didn't say much. He turned around, looking at the group of cultivators and said coldly, "You have two choices, either leave or die." Humph. Arrogant. The dozens of cultivators on the other side were clearly not to be trifled with. A middle-aged cultivator stepped forward, saying coldly, "We are people of the White Stone Palace. Think carefully. Offending our White Stone Palace will lead to certain death." White Stone Palace? Never heard of it. Kit remained indifferent and said coolly, "I'll count to 3. If you don't leave, then I'll have to act." Arrogant. The middle-aged cultivator became angry. The White Stone Palace was a well-known power across the entire continent. Never heard of it? Who were they trying to fool? It was clearly an insult to the White Stone Palace, putting it on par with unknown small sects. 1. Kit extended one finger, appearing quite calm. "Boy, think carefully. The White Stone Palace is not something you can handle." The middle-aged cultivator's pupils constricted. Kit was showing such overwhelming strength that he dared not move, resorting only to threatening him with the White Stone Palace. 2. Kit ignored the other party, directly extending 2 fingers. "Boy, do you really want to go against the White Stone Palace?" The middle-aged cultivator clenched his teeth, still unwilling to make a move. However, the Qilan Divine Repository was crucial. He couldn't afford to lose the girl or face severe punishment. 3. Kit said the third number. Boom. After counting to 3, Kit's aura changed. A black battle spear appeared in his hand. Rumble. The aura unique to a legacy holy artifact erupted, making the surrounding space tremble. Legacy holy artifact? Where do you come from? The middle-aged cultivator looked at Kit's black battle spear, feeling some guilt in his heart. Originally, Kit was already strong enough. Now, with a legacy holy artifact in his hands, how could they fight? Thus, the middle-aged cultivator gritted his teeth and said to the group behind him, "Let's go." "Wanna run?" Too late. Kit looked at the group of cultivators with a stoic expression. I said after 3 counts, you're all going to die here. What? The middle-aged cultivator also got angry, letting out a long howl. Take out our white stone palace's pseudo-holy artifact. Don't take us lightly. As he spoke, a white duster appeared. Rumble. The white duster was immensely powerful, causing the surrounding space to tremble. The power released was not at all inferior to Kit's black battle spear. Interesting. Kit narrowed his eyes slightly, a slight smile playing on his lips. Chapter 210. The blood-colored monster. He turned his head and said to Nash, follow the Roy and retreat. Don't stay here. Once the fight starts, it will be very dangerous. Okay. Nash nodded vigorously. Right. This is for you. Kit tossed a drop of the 3-colored immortal spring towards Nash. 3-colored immortal spring? Shock filled Nash's eyes. This object was incredibly precious. It could revive the dead and heal bones. That was one thing. But more importantly, within the Xiuxian divine treasury, there was only one person who could casually produce such an item. That young supreme ruler. No way. Could this really be that coincidental? Nash stared at Kit's back, slightly dazed. At this moment, Kit stepped forward with the free and easy walking step, holding the black war halberd in one hand, and charged directly forward. Rumble. The black war halberd in Kit's hand erupted with hundreds of feet of divine light, carrying the aura of the Holy Spirit, and smashed directly toward the cultivators of the White Stone Palace. Form the formation. Let's join forces and resist. The expressions of the White Stone Palace cultivators changed drastically. Faced with Kit's attack, they were all tingling from head to toe. Rumble. 36 White Stone Palace cultivators quickly formed a battle formation, combining their strength to drive the White Stone Duster towards Kit. Seeing this, Kit wasted no words and swung the black war halberd towards the White Stone Duster. Boom. The two holy artifacts collided. The ground instantly sank by several dozen feet, and within a radius of 1,000 feet, everything was instantly obliterated. Bang! Kit's arm was somewhat numbed by the shockwave. Within the formation, a weaker cultivator couldn't withstand the pressure and exploded into pieces. Interesting. Kit squinted, realizing he had underestimated the White Stone Palace. This formation could harness the power of a holy artifact. Even a pseudo-holy artifact could unleash power comparable to the inheritance holy artifact he held. This White Stone formation was indeed formidable. Cough cough. The middle-aged cultivator lightly coughed twice, his face pale. Looking at Kit, he felt waves of shock in his heart. A single person resisting them, 36 peak deity profound cultivators. What kind of monster was this guy in front of him? Elder. Isn't that black war halberd similar to the inheritance holy artifact of the Golden Pong clan? It does seem like the Golden Pong clan's inheritance holy artifact. I heard that the holy artifact was seized by a young supreme ruler named Carson. Gulp. Are we really that unlucky? The faces of the White Stone Palace cultivators turned pale as they finally realized Kit's identity. At this point, these people lost all fighting spirit. There was no way around it. Kit was now infamous throughout the entire Xiuxian divine treasury, holding 2 supreme artifacts. They were already struggling against one inheritance holy artifact. How much more so against 2 supreme artifacts? They were doomed. The middle-aged cultivator's face went deathly pale. He gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot, and roared at Kit, Carson, it's you who forced me. Finished speaking, the middle-aged cultivator waved his hand, summoning a massive blood-red demonic shadow onto the ground. Rumble. As the massive demonic shadow landed, a wild killing intent spread out, making the surrounding cultivators feel as if they had entered hell. Soon, the blood-red mist dissipated, revealing a monstrous creature 10 stories tall, covered in mangled flesh, bound by blood-red chains, standing on the ground. Ayo. The blood-red monster let out a roar, its aura reaching the venerable level. What the hell is this thing? Kit frowned slightly while looking at the blood-red monster. Boss, be careful. This thing is a monster cultivated using Holy Spirit blood. It feeds on Holy Spirit corpses and devours everything. The Roy shouted loudly. Absolutely don't use true chi to attack it. It can devour true chi. A monster cultivated with Holy Spirit blood? Interesting. Kit narrowed his eyes slightly. Infinite power erupted from the black war halberd in his hand, smashing directly towards the blood-red monster. Ayo. The blood-red monster roared angrily, even greater power erupting from its body. Crack crack. The blood-red chains were a king-grade spiritual weapon, extremely sturdy. Yet under the immense force of the blood-red monster, they shattered. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Fragments of the chains flew everywhere, plowing deep furrows into the ground. Powerful energy burst from the blood-red monster. It leaped mightily on the ground, causing the earth within several miles to split apart, and moved with blinding speed. Kadiki, a red lightning bolt. It appeared before Kit in an instant, opening its massive mouth and swallowing down towards him. Humph. Seal of Heavenly Tao. Kit coldly intoned, condensing a 100-foot-tall seal of Heavenly Tao that descended directly upon the blood-red monster. Rumble. The seal of Heavenly Tao was a heaven-level technique with incomparably terrifying power. Even though it was condensed from true chi, the blood-red monster couldn't devour it. Instead, it was crushed into the ground by Kit's seal of Heavenly Tao. Snap snap. The bones of the blood-red monster shattered but healed almost instantly. Bang. The blood-red monster leaped from the ground again, charging at Kit. This one's pretty persistent. Kit frowned slightly, hitting the blood-red monster back into the ground with another seal of Heavenly Tao. Let's go. Seeing this, the group of White Stone Palace cultivators knew this was the best time to escape. If they didn't leave now, it would be too late. Thinking of running? Kit saw this, first sending a seal of Heavenly Tao to knock the blood-red monster away. Then he said to the Roy, exterminate them. Sure thing. Leave it to me, boss. The Roy rushed out excitedly. Without a word, it immediately chased after the group of white stone palace cultivators. Aouu. On the other side, the blood-red monster fiercely battled against Kit. Seeing this, Kit summoned a god-slaying talisman in his hand and hurled it towards the blood-red monster. Sizzle! The god-slaying talisman pierced through its body, leaving only a bloody hole in the blood-red monster's head, which healed instantly. Damn! No origin soul. Almost impossible to kill. What the heck is this monster? Kit was speechless. He felt a headache coming on. Snap snap. At this moment, Kit noticed that the blood-red monster was transforming. Its mangled flesh began to grow scales. Kadif essence from the surroundings poured madly into the blood-red monster's body. Brrr. Just a glance made Kit shudder. He realized this monster was strengthening without any order or limit. A mindless creature that could infinitely grow stronger. Chapter 211. The supreme artifact is still the best. What in the world is going on in this white stone palace? Kit was momentarily speechless. However, he knew one thing for sure. He couldn't allow this blood-red monster to grow uncontrollably. Otherwise, who knows what level it would reach. Thinking of this, the star-purple gold tower appeared in Kit's hand. Boom! The aura of supremacy erupted. The mindless blood-red creature suddenly paused. Even without any intellect, it instinctively felt fear toward the supreme aura. Aerg! The blood-red monster only felt fear for a moment. In the next second, with an angry roar, it lunged at Kit again, attempting to devour his flesh and blood. Fascinating! Seeing this, Kit cast a faint glance at the blood-red monster. Then, the star-purple gold tower suddenly burst into 10,000 feet of purple golden light. Boom! The star-purple gold tower descended, directly crushing the blood-red monster into a pool of blood. Sizzle! The monster, now reduced to a puddle of blood, still attempted to regenerate. You still want to revive? Die already! Kit let out a soft command. Instantly, the blood-red monster disintegrated into ashes, vanishing completely. Boom! After suppressing the blood-red monster, Kit slightly turned his head. At this moment, the group of cultivators from the White Stone Palace were still exchanging blows with the Dorian. The Dorian wielded a holy artifact given by Kit, while the White Stone Palace cultivators also possessed imitation holy artifacts. Both sides fought fiercely, creating quite a spectacle. Kit watched for a bit, but did not interfere. For the Dorian, growth could not happen without experiencing battles, and the current group of White Stone Palace cultivators served as pretty decent sparring partners. Many thanks for your assistance, Lord Carson. Nash approached, holding a piece of broken jade, which he handed over to Kit. She said, this piece of broken jade is the key to our Xiuxian clan's legacy. Collect all 4 pieces, and you can open the Xiuxian divine treasury. This can be considered my gratitude to you. Very good. Taking the broken jade, Kit felt very pleased. Including this piece, there were only 2 keys left to find. Looking at Nash, Kit had a fleeting thought, remembering a possibility. Nash was far from ordinary. As a descendant of the Kramer, it could be said that the entire Xiuxian divine treasury was left by the Kramer for Nash. Therefore, Nash had a much higher probability of receiving the true inheritance of the Supreme. If it were other cultivators, they would have directly eliminated Nash. However, Kit still had his own principles and wouldn't kill Nash, whom he had no grievances with. But there was a way around it. Thinking of this, a golden holy mirror appeared in Kit's hand. This is... Nash widened her eyes in disbelief. She recognized it. This holy mirror was indeed an ancestral heirloom passed down through the Xiuxian clan. It was lost within the Xiuxian divine treasury. Now, it had appeared in Kit's hands. I found this holy mirror beside the sacred remains. It should theoretically belong to the descendants of the Kramer as part of their heritage. Kit smiled and said, now, it's time to return it to its rightful owner. You're going to give me the holy artifact? Nash froze, her face showing incredulity. An inheritance holy artifact was an incredibly precious item, capable of founding a major force. Was it really being given to her like this? Not without conditions. Kit smiled mysteriously. Nash gritted her teeth and said, no matter what condition you ask, as long as I can accomplish it, I won't refuse. Excellent. I like your straightforwardness. Kit looked at Nash with a smile. He snapped his fingers, and the holy mirror floated in the air, moving toward Nash. Kit then smiled and said, my request is simple. Just a drop of Xiuxian origin blood will do. Xiuxian origin blood? Nash was taken aback, then somewhat dejectedly said, I don't have that. Only inside the Xiuxian divine treasury. But you need all 4 keys to open it. I know this. Kit nodded slightly, adding, so, I must find the remaining 2 keys. Upon hearing this, Nash was stunned, saying, do you know where these 2 keys are located? Of course. A scroll appeared in Kit's hand. He opened it, pointing to 2 white dots, saying, these are the holy relics of the Xiuxian clan. You should have seen them before. A map that can sense the location of the keys? Nash exclaimed in surprise, lost hundreds of thousands of years ago. I didn't expect it to appear in your hands. Indeed. Kit nodded, continuing slowly. The location of the next key is about 30,000 miles away. It might take some effort. Nash gazed at the white dots on the map, her face filled with worry. This area seems to be a notoriously dangerous place within the Xiuxian divine treasury. So be it. Kit shook his head, smiling gently. When you reach a dead end, a path will open up. Let's just go and see first. All right. Nash nodded slightly, a peculiar glint flashing in her eyes. To be honest, she still harbored some distrust towards Kit. Could there really be such a good thing falling from the sky? Kit glanced at Nash, knowing she didn't fully trust him. But these were trivial matters. Right now, it was better to act quickly. With this in mind, Kit turned his gaze to the distant Dorian. Rumble. Terrifying energy exploded around them. The Dorian wielded the holy artifact, clashing with the White Stone Palace cultivators. At this moment, the faces of the White Stone Palace cultivators were pale, looking at the Dorian with suppressed frustration. The Dorian was truly despicable. While it lacked great strength, it was loaded with treasures. Plus, it had virtually inexhaustible tricolored immortal spring water. Bang! The Dorian was flung away by the white stone duster, spurting large amounts of blood, severely wounded. However, after swallowing a drop of the tricolored immortal spring water, its aura changed instantly, regenerating completely. Haha, you're doomed. The voice of the Dorian echoed arrogantly. Cheater, use your real strength without the tricolored immortal spring. The middle-aged cultivator fumed in anger. Hee, how about you guys send someone to duel me one-on-one? The Dorian chuckled, loudly proclaiming. Also, not use the tricolored immortal spring? Do you think I'm stupid? Less talk, die. Please note that I maintain the structure, style, and flow as requested. If there's any specific part or character names needing further refinement, please let me know. Chapter 212. Almost fell into the trap. After speaking, the blood-colored small hammer on the Brody's head rapidly grew in size and once again smashed towards the white stone palace. Boom. A deafening sound erupted. The white stone dust-sweeping brush, being only a replica of a sacred artifact, could not withstand so many battles after all. Cracks appeared on its surface. Oh no. The middle-aged cultivator's face from the white stone palace turned pale, his expression carrying a hint of despair. He never expected that the Brody was so powerful, single-handedly fighting against their 30-plus cultivators. In addition, it had seemingly inexhaustible supplies of tricolor immortal spring water. This was akin to an opponent with infinite life force. How were they supposed to fight this? There's no time, Elder. We will clear a path for you. Go back and report to the sect. That's right. You must take revenge for us. Elder. Kill. Fight to the death. The remaining white stone palace cultivators instantly went completely mad. They figured it was a dead end anyway. Better to send the Elder back to deliver Kit's message. Then, the entire white stone palace would mobilize to collectively hunt down Kit. Rumble. The aura of more than 30 divine realm cultivators instantly reached its peak. Then, they directly burned their essence blood, jointly activating the replica sacred artifact, the white stone dust-sweeping brush above. Boom. A terrifying aura erupted. The Brody's face changed drastically as he realized something was wrong. The attack from these 30 cultivators, burning their essence blood, and using their utmost strength was something he simply couldn't withstand. Thus, under duress, the Brody had no choice but to play his trump card. He roared, "Boss, I can't hold on. Save me." What the heck? Kit covered his face, speechless. After all, the Brody was an ancient variant species, a standout among magical beasts, an existence close to a divine beast. How could it be so shameless? However, even though Kit found the Brody unreliable, he understood that if he didn't act, the Brody would surely die. Therefore, Kit conjured a black war spear. With a step, he appeared in front of the Brody, then softly shouted, "Nine Leaves Sword Technique." As he spoke, Kit treated the black war spear like a battle sword, driving Yi family's supreme secret art, the Nine Leaves Sword Technique. Clang! Heavenly sword intent erupted around Kit. The middle-aged cultivator, seeing Kit's sword, couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Yi family's Nine Leaves Sword Technique has already reached the accomplished stage. How is that possible? Even sacred spirits might not reach such an advanced level. Hold on. Must endure this one sword. Quickly, activate the teleportation array. Send the Elder away. Burn essence blood. Hold it off. Facing Kit's sword, a group of white stone palace cultivators fell into madness. Seeing this, the corners of Kit's mouth twitched upward. He said calmly, "This sword you cannot withstand. Nine Leaves Sword Technique, cut." Boom. The sky full of sword chi vanished instantly, transforming into 9 leaves. Clank, clank, clank. The 9 leaves suddenly moved at extreme speed. What was originally an impregnable white stone palace formation was penetrated by the 9 leaves in an instant. Tear. In a blink, the forehead centers of more than 30 cultivators were pierced almost simultaneously. Divine souls annihilated, spirits scattered. But at this moment, inside the formation, the teleportation array activated. The middle-aged cultivator, using the last bit of residual consciousness, sealed the events into a crystal and threw it inside. Then, a green leaf swept through once more, annihilating the remaining divine soul of the middle-aged cultivator. Bang! The white stone palace formation crumbled. Residual sword chi within the bodies of more than 30 cultivators erupted, tearing apart their physical forms into blood mist. Plop! The holy artifact in the Brody's hand fell to the ground. Looking at Kit's sword strike, he couldn't help but swallow, heart pounding wildly. It was important to note that after obtaining the 9 leaves sword technique, Kit had shared it with him and the Dax. Yet, within 5 days, Kit had practiced it to the perfected stage, while he hadn't even finished viewing the entire set of techniques. This was the difference in talent. No justice. The Brody was speechless, but in the next moment, he clenched his teeth and said, "Forget it. From now on, regardless of the cost, I will master the 9 leaves sword technique. This technique is truly terrifying." "Great. When your sword technique reaches perfection, we can have a sparring match." Kit patted the Brody and turned to leave. Am I going to get thoroughly thrashed?" The Brody was immediately speechless. Kit came to Nash's side, continuing, "Miss Nash, now we have 2 keys in our hands. As long as we get the remaining 2 fragments, we can open the supreme deity treasure." "Actually," Nash hesitated, slowly saying, "there is a point where I lied to you." "Oh." Kit was taken aback, looking at Nash, somewhat surprised. "Where?" "In fact, there should be 5 fragments. For a real, 1 is fake. The map you have is also fake. Anyone who opens the map will be directed to 2 deadly locations. These are killing formations arranged by the Arwen. Once you fall into them, certain death awaits." "What the?" Kit was completely stunned. He drew a sharp breath. Thinking for a moment, he understood what was happening. For the descendants of the Arwen, anyone coveting the key was inevitably an enemy and opponent. How could they leave behind a blueprint, making things easier for others? Leaving behind something dangerous was inevitable. Thinking this, Kit looked at Nash, asking curiously, "Why did you help me?" "Very simple. You returned my clan's heritage holy artifact." Nash smiled slightly, continuing, "Such kindness, I naturally need to repay you. Besides, I want to enter the supreme deity treasure to find the supreme artifact of my Kylan clan." "I see." Kit sighed deeply. At the same time, he felt relieved. Thank goodness he adhered to his principles and didn't have any evil thoughts about killing Nash. Otherwise, he would now be in the supreme killing formation, never able to come out. However, Kit, looking at the 2 white dots on the map, frowned, right? Without the map, finding the remaining 2 keys would be no different from searching for a needle in a haystack. In fact, there's no need to search. One of the remaining 2 is located in the White Stone Palace, taken from my clansmen. As for the other, it's in the hands of the Xilan clan. And the Xilan clan is also one of the main culprits responsible for ambushing our Kylan clan, leading to its downfall. Thinking of this, Nash clenched her fists, gritting her teeth. Over all these years, countless clansmen have died at the hands of the Xilan clan and the White Stone Palace. Chapter 213. Luring the snake out of its hole. So that's how it is. Kit pondered for a moment and pieced together the truth. According to Zaida's information, the descendant of the Baron lost the supreme artifact in an accident. To reclaim it, one must enter the Kirin Divine Treasure. However, the Xilan clan and Baishur Palace, among other major forces, ambushed the Baron's descendants. Afterwards, the Baron's descendants went into hiding, disappearing from history. The key to the Kirin Divine Treasure was split into 4 parts. Half of it remained with the Baron's descendants, while the remaining 2 parts were held by the Xilan clan and Baishur Palace. After processing all this, Kit's expression became rather peculiar. He felt that fate had a dramatic twist. Originally, he planned to visit the Xilan clan to look for the Kirin Divine Treasure. But now, after going around in circles, he ended up confronting the Xilan clan once again. Zaida noticed Kit's strange expression and thought he was afraid. She hesitated for a moment and said, "Maybe we should just forget about it." The Xilan clan is a supreme family and possesses the supreme artifact, the Blazing Sun Wheel, which is terrifying. In the secret realm, unless you have a complete supreme artifact, you can't possibly be a match for them. We should give up on the Kirin Divine Treasure. No. Kit shook his head firmly and declared, "I'm determined to get the Kirin Divine Treasure. If I back down from a supreme family, I wouldn't deserve to pursue the path of supremacy." Hearing Kit's resolute answer, the Dax looked worried. "Boss, you're right, but a complete supreme artifact has incredible power. Even if we are 1,000 times stronger, we won't stand a chance." "It's all right, I've got a plan." Kit stroked his chin, remembering a particular rune from the Chaos Scripture's 3,000 runes. It was time to test its effect on supreme artifacts. For now, however, the most pressing task was still heading to Baishur Palace. Thinking about this, Kit turned to Zaida and said, "Let's put the Xilan clan aside for now and go to Baishur Palace first. They don't possess a supreme artifact like the Xylans." "Okay." Zaida nodded. She now had blind trust in Kit, knowing well his series of extraordinary achievements. One thing stood out about him. He might do anything, but he never let himself lose. "Great, let's go." Kit gave a slight nod and led the Dorian and the Dax toward Baishur Palace. Meanwhile, in another valley. This valley was a ruin, centered around an ancient hall surrounded by vast fields of medicinal herbs. Various rare herbs grew there. In the valley, several cultivators moved cautiously, carefully harvesting the herbs. Bang! One cultivator accidentally stepped wrongly, triggering a sword chi burst. Within moments, the peak divine mystic cultivator exploded into blood mist. The other cultivators paled but remained silent, continuing their harvest. Above the valley, 2 Baishur Palace cultivators barked orders loudly. "Cadessen up, you freelancers! Each of you needs to collect 30 herb kings, or die trying." Rip. As soon as those words were spoken, another cultivator triggered a restriction. A black liquid engulfed him, corroding his flesh to nothing within seconds, leaving only a skeleton lying on the ground. Gasp! The surrounding freelancers drew in a sharp breath, but could only grit their teeth and continue harvesting. Soon, one cultivator managed to collect 30 herb kings and presented them to a Baishur Palace guard. "Well done. You're free." The Baishur Palace guard proudly received the 30 herb kings and released the restriction on the cultivator. Scram! Another Baishur Palace guard kicked the freelancer dozens of meters away. Whoosh! The freelancer fled without looking back, too terrified to protest. Haha! Another 30 herb kings. The Baishur Palace guard rejoiced and hurriedly ran up a hill towards a green stone where a young man sat cross-legged. He had striking features and emitted a formidable aura. "Master, here are the 30 herb kings." The guard respectfully offered the herbs to the young master of Baishur Palace. The young master nodded slightly and received the herbs before closing his eyes to continue meditating. Hovering in midair, Kit and his companions discussed fervently. "Boss, isn't Baishur Palace being too overboard? Using freelancers as servants. Worse than servants. Just cannon fodder. We can't let this slide. Boss, let's attack Baishur Palace directly." "That's right. 4 people with 4 holy artifacts against 1. No reason we can't win." The Dorian and others were furious. Despite their often unruly behavior, they still had a sense of morality. Treating freelancers as cannon fodder was inhumane and intolerable. "We need to calm down," Kit said calmly. His eyes narrowed as he observed the young master on the green stone. "This guy seems interesting. What do you mean? Did you discover something?" Zaida glanced at the young master curiously. "There's nothing unusual. Just a regular divine mystic. If you think so, you'll die not knowing how." Kit shook his head and turned to the Dorian. "Old bull, what do you think?" The Dorian scrutinized the young master seriously. After sensing him, his eyes also grew serious. This guy is terrifying. I felt it too, the Dax nodded. There are 5 incredibly powerful forces sealed within him, even enough to instantly kill a mighty cultivator. Those must be survival measures left by superiors in Baishur Palace for the young master. Kit smiled slightly. You both noticed? Excellent. My training hasn't been in vain. Zyda was stunned. She stared at the young master and asked, bewildered, then, aren't we completely outmatched? 5 chances to instantly kill a mighty cultivator? We can't withstand that. Not necessarily, Kit grinned and turned to the Dorian. Old bull, can you strike underhandedly? Chapter 214. Mocking with insolence. Boss, you can insult my cultivation and strength, but you can't insult whether I know how to sneak attack. The Dorian was somewhat dissatisfied. He muttered, I've roamed the entire Xiuxian Divine Vault for hundreds of years, trapping countless powerful beasts. Sneak attacks, harumph. In the Xiuxian Divine Vault, if I admit being second, no beast dares to claim first. Great. Just like a true subordinate of mine. Kit was quite satisfied with the Dorian's response. Nash, standing nearby, heard the conversation between Kit and the Dorian and was speechless. She covered her face, starting to doubt internally. These two, are they really reliable? Cough. Kit cleared his throat lightly and said to the Dorian, it's simple from here on. I will use a doppelganger talisman to lure out the Iggy of Whitestone Palace. You will use a concealment talisman and ambush him when the time is right. Knock him unconscious with one strike. Absolutely don't give him the chance to use those 5 prohibitions, understand? Yes, boss. The Dorian's expression turned serious as he held a black stone staff, a sacred artifact-level weapon given by Kit. Even a king would struggle to withstand a single hit from it. Boss, what about me? The Dax asked, his voice tinged with disappointment. Following Kit for so long, he felt like he hadn't had much opportunity to contribute. Kit glanced at the Dax, thought for a moment, and then said, Dax, your task is simple. Control our retreat route. If we fail, we immediately retreat. Got it. The Dax nodded vigorously, saying seriously, Boss, rest assured, this won't have any issues. Great, I trust you. Kit nodded slightly. A doppelganger talisman in his hand flashed and transformed into his clone, which walked leisurely toward the valley entrance. Kit unleashed his aura fully, causing immediate turmoil among the Whitestone Palace cultivators. Seeing Kit alone, these cultivators were enraged. After so many years, someone dared to challenge the Whitestone Palace. Entering so boldly clearly showed they didn't take them seriously. An enraged Whitestone Palace cultivator stepped forward, staring at Kit and reprimanded, Brat, do you know this place has already been claimed by our Whitestone Palace? Oh. Kit glanced at the Whitestone Palace cultivator and calmly said, I know. So, Scram, I want this valley. Hee hee. After so many years, someone dares to talk to us like this. Brat, you must be tired of living. Don't waste time. Let's just seal his cultivation and make him gather medicinal herbs for us. Good idea. This arrogant fellow will at least work 10 times harder than other scattered cultivators. Make him gather 300 imperial herbs before we let him go. A group of Whitestone Palace cultivators were thoroughly enraged. Without further ado, they surrounded Kit. You plan to attack me? Kit casually stretched his limbs, yawning lazily. Arrogant brat. One of the cultivators couldn't hold back anymore. He lunged forward, punching straight at Kit. This cultivator was an early-stage divine mystic, not weak in power. His punch released white true chi that coiled around him, forming a white dragon silhouette. Isai Jr. Brothers' white dragon fist is quite advanced. Hee. Even ordinary mid-stage divine mystic cultivators would find it hard to resist this punch. What a pity. This scattered cultivator will die in one punch. The Whitestone Palace cultivators chatted nonchalantly, completely underestimating Kit. As for Kit, facing this punch, he merely reached out slowly, aiming straight for the attacker's neck. Kit used neither spells nor abilities, only sheer strength and speed. Yet, it far exceeded the attacker's capabilities. Not good. Isai's eyes widened, heart pounding in terror, his face turning pale. Kit's grab was terrifyingly powerful, nearly impossible to evade. Plop. Kit grabbed Isai by the neck. At this point, Isai's punch was only halfway through. Smack. Kit pinched Isai's neck and slapped him across the face. Instantly, half of Isai's teeth flew out as he flew backward. I'll kill you. Isai was livid. With bloodshot eyes, he swung another series of punches wildly at Kit. Boom. Rain-like punches pelted against Kit, who remained unfazed. His physical body's resilience was already at the peak of elite spirit weapons. At this stage, even an expert at the divine ability realm would struggle to break through, let alone an early-stage divine mystic. And this was just Kit's clone. If he were here in person, wearing sacred armor, he could endure even greater being strikes. Did you skip meals? Kit smirked disdainfully and tightened his grip. Crack. Isai's neck shattered instantly under Kit's grip. Then, with a flick of his finger, a blood bloom erupted from Isai's brow, wiping out his soul essence, killing him on the spot. Bastard. You killed junior brother Isai. Attack together. This brat is a body cultivator with formidable physical strength, but only mid-level divine mystic true chi. Attack from a distance and avoid close combat. Right. Kill. These Whitestone Palace cultivators indeed came from a large faction and had sharp observations. They quickly identified that Kit was a body cultivator whose true chi strength was only at the early divine mystic stage. Thus, they all kept their distance, using sword chi to bombard Kit. Tisk. Kit said nothing. Watching the rain of attacks, he sneered. A common low-grade spirit sword appeared in his hand. Kit then summoned it, channeling the 9-leaf sword art. With a light shout, 9-leaf sword art cut. Whoosh. Immediately, green sword chi burst forth, swiftly merging into 9 translucent green leaves. The leaves moved rapidly, like dozens of streaks of green light, piercing through the air in an instant. Sizzle. In a flash, the green streaks swept across. Blood bloomed from each white stone palace cultivator's brow. Next, like a pile of sand collapsing, they slowly disintegrated, exploding into bursts of blood in midair. Boom boom boom. Dull explosions echoed. Silence fell upon the area. Whether the white stone palace cultivators or the captured cultivators in the valley, all stood dumbfounded. Boss, you can insult my cultivation and strength, but you cannot insult my skill in striking from the shadows. The Dorian was somewhat dissatisfied as he grumbled. I've roamed the entire Xiuxian divine storage subworld for hundreds of years, having tricked countless powerful beast spirits to their doom. Striking from the shadows. Humph. In the Xiuxian divine storage, if I say I'm second, no beast spirit dares to call itself first. Very good. Truly worthy of being my follower. Kit was quite satisfied with the Dorian's response. Beside him, Nash listened to Kit and the Dorian's conversation, utterly speechless. She covered her face, beginning to doubt. These two. Are they really reliable? Cough, cough. Kit lightly coughed twice and said to the Dorian, next, it's very simple. I'll use a clone talisman to lure out the White Stone Palace young lord. You use a concealment talisman to ambush at an opportune moment. Knock him unconscious with one strike. Absolutely don't give him the chance to use those 5 restrictions, got it? I understand, boss. The Dorian's expression turned serious, holding the black stone staff given by Kit, a sacred artifact-level weapon. Even a king wouldn't be able to withstand a single hit. Boss, what about me? The Dax also asked, his tone slightly dispirited. Having followed Kit for so long, it seemed he had never found much of a role to play. Kit glanced at the Dax, pondering for a moment before speaking. Dax, your task is simple. Control the escape route. If we fail, retreat immediately. All right. The Dax nodded vigorously, saying with a serious face, Boss, rest assured, this will not go wrong. Good, I trust you. Kit nodded slightly. A split-second flash from the clone talisman in his hand transformed into a clone of himself, striding confidently into the valley entrance. Boom. Kit's aura erupted without restraint. The mighty surge instantly alerted a group of cultivators from the White Stone Palace. Seeing Kit alone before the valley, they were enraged. After how many years, someone dared to provoke the White Stone Palace? Walking in so boldly clearly showed he didn't take them seriously. So, one of the White Stone Palace cultivators stepped forward, glaring at Kit and shouting, Boy, do you know this place has already been occupied by us, the White Stone Palace? Oh. Kit glanced at the White Stone Palace cultivator, casually saying, I know. So, Scram, I want this valley. Haha, after all these years, someone dares to speak to us like this. Boy, you seem tired of living. No need for words, let's attack directly. Seal his cultivation and make him gather herbs for us. Not bad. With his arrogance, it will take 10 times longer than any ordinary wandering cultivator. He must gather at least 300 medicinal kings before we let him go. A group of White Stone Palace wandering cultivators was infuriated. Without another word, they immediately surrounded Kit. Do you intend to attack me? Kit unhurriedly stretched his limbs, lazily reaching for a yawn. Arrogant. One of the White Stone Palace cultivators couldn't bear it anymore. He stepped forward and punched toward Kit. Boom. That cultivator was at the early stage of deity mystic, already quite formidable. His punch unleashed a swirling white energy forming a white dragon shadow around him. Isai Jr. Brothers' White Dragon Fist has reached mastery. Hehe. A regular middle-stage deity mystic cultivator would find it hard to resist such a punch. Pity this wandering cultivator will be killed by Wu Jr. Brothers' Fist. A crowd of White Stone Palace cultivators discussed among themselves as if no one else was there, completely underestimating Kit. Facing the punch, Kit simply extended his hand slowly, aiming for the opponent's neck. Boom. Without using any magic or divine abilities, just sheer power and speed. Despite that, he was far superior. Oh no. Isai's pupils constricted, heart pounding, turning pale. Kit's casual grab was terrifyingly strong, almost impossible to evade. Slap. Kit caught Isai by the neck. At that moment, Isai's fist was only halfway through its strike. Smack. Holding Isai's neck, Kit slapped him. Half of Isai's teeth were instantly knocked out as he flew backward. Aya, I'll kill you. Isai was enraged, eyes red, furiously pounding his fists toward Kit. Boom. Rain-like punches landed on Kit, who stood completely still. His current physical strength was equivalent to an elite-level spirit artifact. At this level, even a divine realm cultivator would have trouble breaking through. Not to mention just an early-stage deity mystic. This was still Kit's clone. If his true self came and wore a sacred artifact, even a Arn might struggle to land a blow. Did you not eat? Kit disdainfully curled his lips, squeezing slightly. Crack. Isai's neck was instantly snapped by Kit. Then Kit flicked a finger at Isai's forehead, causing blood to spurt out. Isai's soul was obliterated by Kit's finger, dying unjustly. Bastard. You killed Isai Jr. Brother. Attack together. This boy is a body cultivator with a powerful physical body, but his true essence is merely early-stage deity mystic. We attack from afar and avoid close combat. Not bad. Kill. The group of White Stone Palace cultivators, coming from a major faction and experienced, immediately recognized Kit as a body cultivator whose true essence was only at early-stage deity mystic. Thus, they spread out, using sword chi to attack Kit. TC. Kit remained silent. Looking at the myriad attacks, he smiled with contempt. A simple inferior-grade spiritual sword appeared in his hand. Kit then activated the 9-leaf sword art, barking, 9-leaf sword art, slash, buzz buzz buzz. Instantly, green sword chi exploded everywhere. These sword chi converged, quickly forming 9 translucent green leaves. The green leaves moved incredibly fast, like numerous green streaks of light, piercing through the void in a blink. Sizz, sizz, sizz. In a moment, green streaks swept across. A blood flower bloomed at the forehead of each white stone palace cultivator. Then, like sandcastles collapsing grain by grain, they crumbled mid-air, bursting into blood flowers. Bang, bang, bang. A series of dull explosions sounded. The surroundings fell silent. In the valley, whether white stone palace cultivators or captured cultivators forced to gather herbs, all were dumbfounded. Chapter 215. Humiliating the White Stone Palace Iggy. More than 10 White Stone Palace cultivators were not weak in cultivation. Even within the entire xiuxian divine treasury, their strength ranked among the top tier. However, they were all instantly killed by Kit with a single sword strike. A terrifying feat indeed. At this moment, atop the green stone, the young master of White Stone Palace rose to his feet. He glared coldly at Kit and said, "The Yi family's 9-leaf sword technique. Brat, are you from the Yi family?" Not. Kit denied it straightforwardly. For him now, there was no need to keep up the charade. However, he didn't expect that upon hearing his denial, the White Stone Palace young master became even angrier. Pointing at Kit, he sneered, "You cowardly rat. Humph. I never thought that someone from the Yi family would hide like a turtle in its shell, not even daring to admit who they are. These days, telling the truth is unbelievable." Kit poked his ear and retorted, "Stop rambling. I'll give you 2 choices. The first is to get out of the valley. The second is I make you leave. Choose one." "Choose? That means you die." The young master of White Stone Palace leaped into the sky, brandishing a long saber, slicing down at Kit in one stroke. Seeing this, Kit swung his iron sword and countered with another stroke of the 9-leaf sword technique. Rumble. The emerald sword aura clashed against the saber aura, and in an instant, the blade aura was crushed by the green sword chi. A leaf-shaped green sword aura shot through the saber aura, flying toward the young master of White Stone Palace. What? The eyes of the White Stone Palace young master narrowed sharply, revealing a look of shock. He knew that within the xiuxian divine treasury, cultivation levels were limited. The strongest one could be was at the peak of the divine mystic realm. He himself was already at the peak of the divine mystic realm. So in the xiuxian divine treasury, among all the geniuses, he believed he wasn't far from being the strongest, but never expected the gap to be so huge. Thinking of this, the White Stone Palace young master slashed his hand, shattering the remaining green leaf sword aura. Glaring at Kit, he roared angrily, "So despicable. You actually concealed your cultivation. You're at the spirit mastery realm. What have you imagined this time?" Kit looked at the young master of White Stone Palace, utterly speechless. Spirit mastery realm? If he were at the spirit mastery realm, he would have dominated the entire xiuxian secret realm long ago. In fact, he was merely at the gusty chi realm. It would likely take quite some time to advance further because he still needed to gather 9 divine artifacts. However, Kit couldn't be bothered to care about these thoughts. Cadefting his hand again, he slashed toward the young master of White Stone Palace while saying, "Humph! Die for me. You despicable brat. Even if you're at the spirit mastery realm, I can still cut you down." The young master of White Stone Palace was not someone to be trifled with either. When he took it seriously, he used all his strength, wielding a battle saber to fight Kit. Rumble. In an instant, saber auras and sword auras crisscrossed throughout the sky above the entire valley. The rocky ground beneath them turned to dust as it was shredded apart by the saber auras and sword auras. Only the area protected by the sacred spirit formation remained intact. Above the sky, after hundreds of exchanges, the young master of White Stone Palace felt his scalp tingling. He realized he wasn't a match for Kit. Moreover, Kit did not possess the unique aura characteristic of the spirit mastery realm, implying he was only at the peak of the divine mystic realm at most. This realization sent shockwaves through the White Stone Palace young master. He was one of the outstanding youths among adolescent sages. If anyone could surpass him by so much, it could only mean one thing: Kenan. And in the xiuxian divine treasury, the well-known Kenan was only one person. Not long ago, this Kenan had defeated 3 formidable opponents at once: Warren's, the Wallace, and the Yi family's young master Davidson. Realizing this, the young master of White Stone Palace's pupils contracted sharply. Staring at Kit, he yelled angrily, "Carson, is it you? We have no enmity between us. Why are you picking a fight?" "Oh, recognized?" Kit froze, then slightly raised the corners of his mouth and said, "I said, get out of this valley. This place belongs to me. You dream on." Upon hearing this, a cold smile appeared on the young master of White Stone Palace's face as he coldly remarked, "Carson, you're too arrogant. Even if you are the Kenan, you are not the true supreme, not invincible. Since you seek death, then I will send you off here." "Humph, since you've recognized me, I won't hold back anymore." Kit smirked, and without another word, activated both the true dragon transformation and the war immortal rune simultaneously. Boom. Kit's aura expanded exponentially in a blink of an eye. Crack, crack. Kadekning began to crackle around the surrounding space. The intense and unruly aura emanating from Kit made the young master of White Stone Palace feel as though he was facing a prehistoric beast. Heavenly Emperor Sword Technique. In Kit's hands, the golden spiritual sword instantly emitted a 10,000-foot brilliance. Boom. With one slash, Kit brought down his sword. A 1,000-foot-long sword beam, razor-sharp and deadly, gave the young master of White Stone Palace a sense of impending doom even from a distance. No. The young master of White Stone Palace's face was filled with horror. Looking at Kit, he knew that if he did not use other means, just his own power wouldn't be enough. He would be finished. Just then, Kit's sword struck down. Zzzzzt. The golden sword aura easily pierced through the true chi shield condensed by the young master of White Stone Palace, as if slicing through paper. Facing this attack, the young master of White Stone Palace let out a roar and immediately unleashed the White Stone Palace's heritage holy artifact, the White Stone Fly Whisk. Boom! Sacred white light shot up into the sky, blocking Kit's attack. Rush! The white light surged like a tidal wave towards Kit, annihilating the golden sword aura in its path as if washing away everything before it. Warmed up, Kit watched the white light, activating the free and easy step, retreating swiftly like a flash of light. Rumble! Wherever the white tide reached, mountains and rivers were obliterated. Even if Kit was powerful, without a holy artifact, he would only end up being eliminated. And Kit, currently only a clone, naturally did not carry any holy artifacts. Huff! Huff! The young master of White Stone Palace panted heavily, instinctively touching his neck. On his neck was a scratch. Golden sword chi burst forth from this wound, continuously deepening the injury, threatening to sever his head. Boom! True chi boiled within the young master of White Stone Palace's body, dispelling the sword chi left by Kit. Only then did he exhale deeply in relief. It was such a close call. Had he been slower to activate the holy artifact, his head would have been severed by Kit's sword. Considering this, the young master of White Stone Palace glanced into the distance. There, Kit stood nonchalantly holding an inferior-grade spirit sword, watching the young master of White Stone Palace calmly, showing complete disregard for the situation. Chapter 216, felled by one blunt strike. Carson, bring out your supreme artifact. Otherwise, you're no match for me. The young master of White Stone Palace looked at Kit cautiously, not daring to make a move easily. Kit looked back at the young master with a smile and said calmly, "To kill you, an inferior spirit sword is more than enough. You aren't even qualified to make me use a sacred artifact, let alone a supreme artifact. It would be blasphemous to my sacred artifact. Killing a chicken doesn't require a beef cleaver." What? The young master of White Stone Palace turned bright red from anger, staring intently at Kit as he roared, "Carson, how dare you insult me like this? Very well, die." With that, he swung the white stone duster in his hand toward Kit. Boom! White light surged forth like a flood, crushing down upon Kit. Everything in its path was reduced to dust. This was the power of a sacred artifact. If Kit didn't use a sacred artifact, he could only be crushed. Facing the tide-like force of the sacred artifact, Kit's feet paused, leaving a residual image on the spot. He quickly retreated thousands of feet, dodging the attack. Haha, Carson, are you only good at dodging? The young master had completely lost it, eyes bloodshot and features twisted. He relentlessly attacked Kit using the white stone duster. Rumble! The sky was filled with attacks crashing down while Kit left trail images in midair as he continuously dodged. At the same time, he mocked him non-stop, pushing the young master further into losing control. That's all? Using a sacred artifact can't even kill me. You waste of space. What kind of White Stone Palace young master are you? Embarrassing. Ah. Hearing Kit's mockery, the young master went berserk. Ordinarily, if someone mocked him, he wouldn't spare them a glance. But Kit was different. The huge gap between the two made the young master question himself deeply. He began to doubt whether he was really that weak. No, I'm not too weak. It's just that Carson is too strong. Carson mocks me to disrupt my mind, making me lose control. Calm down. I must calm down. The young master quickly regained his composure. He took a deep breath, stopped attacking recklessly, and continued fighting systematically. Rumble. Once the young master regained his senses, Kit felt the pressure intensify. Interesting. It seems I won't be able to kill you without using a sacred artifact. After dodging another attack, Kit smiled calmly, undisturbed. The young master, seeing Kit smile, gnashed his teeth, wishing he could smash Kit's face but always missing. For a moment, the young master felt wavered. Should he use the 5 restrictions given by the sect? These 5 restrictions could slay great powers. No matter how strong Kit was, he couldn't withstand this attack. But he quickly dismissed the idea. Kit was indeed too powerful. He held a supreme artifact and managed to survive the pursuit of an ancient great power. He even entered the Kirin Divine Treasure alive and kicking. That clearly showed Kit had countless cards up his sleeve, making it not easy to kill him. Boom. The young master abandoned the thought of using the sect's restrictions and continued attacking Kit. Kit kept his hands behind his back, smiling faintly at the young master's attacks. Perhaps the young master didn't realize. They were already 1,000 miles away from the valley. Because of the usage of sacred artifacts, other White Stone Palace cultivators didn't dare approach. They could only watch from afar. Otherwise, just the aftereffects of a sacred artifact could obliterate the other cultivators of White Stone Palace. Not good. Seeing Kit's sinister smile, the young master's heart jolted, sensing danger. He recalled all versions of Carson shared a common trait, being extremely cunning and deceitful, having tricked countless people. Would this guy be rash enough to provoke him? Impossible. Realizing this, the young master felt a chill run through his scalp, realizing something was amiss. He hurled one last attack and turned to run. Now you want to run? Too late. Kit crossed his arms, saying coolly, "Old Buffalo, make your move." What? The young master was taken aback. Boom. Suddenly, the void around them shattered. The 5-colored divine buffalo transformed into human form, wielding a dark sacred staff, and struck the young master's back of the head. The strike was perfectly timed, hitting when the young master's energy was depleted and unable to recover, moving too fast for the young master to react. Boom. The 5-colored divine buffalo landed a blow on the back of the young master's head. The heavy attack caused a momentary daze. Seizing this instant, Kit used the immortal steps, rushing to the young master's front, summoning the heaven seal and smashing it onto the young master's forehead. Bang! Just as the young master was about to regain consciousness, he was thoroughly knocked out. Dong! The five-colored divine buffalo delivered another blow, creating at least 3 big lumps on the young master's head. Phew! Kit placed a divine seal to imprison the young master's soul essence, then dragging him away said to the buffalo, "Let's go." Sure. Excitedly, the buffalo carried the sacred staff, activated a teleportation array, and left with Kit. Boom! Almost instantly, a group of White Stone Palace cultivators arrived. Seeing Kit had captured their young master, they were dumbfounded. The Iggy was taken. What should we do? It's over. If the young master dies, we will surely be blamed by the sect master and meet our end. Hold on. Our young master has close ties with the Jinwu clan's young master. Perhaps we can ask him to help rescue the young master. That's right. The Jinwu clan possesses supreme divine weapons. Even if Carson is formidable, he will inevitably be slain. There's no time to lose. Let's go find the Jinwu clan's young master. The remaining White Stone Palace cultivators swiftly devised a plan and rushed towards the Jinwu clan. Meanwhile, Kit threw the sealed young master on the ground and stretched lazily. Then, looking at the young master, he rubbed his chin. As the young master of White Stone Palace, this guy must have a lot of treasures, right? Chapter 217, A Great Harvest. Muttering under his breath, Kit squatted down and began to search the treasures on the body of the young master of White Stone Palace. At the deep sea realm, a cultivator's dantian opens up into a divine sea where things can be stored, and only at the divine touring realm would one open the spirit sea, which can store even more crucial items. Therefore, anything possessed by the young master of White Stone Palace would only be hidden in 2 places, the spirit sea and the dantian. Boom! Kit activated his heavenly Dao True Eye and scanned over. The treasures on the young master of White Stone Palace were immediately revealed before him. First, within the dantian, what caught Kit's eye most was the seal containing 5 quasi-emperor level attacks. These could instantly kill powers of the great sage level. Intriguing. Looks like this White Stone Palace isn't short of deep heritage. Kit stroked his chin thoughtfully. A seal akin to this quasi-emperor level required at least an emperor-level cultivator to perform such a feat. This meant that within White Stone Palace, there might be living emperors. Intriguing. Kit narrowed his eyes and pressed his hand forward. The white stone sealing 5 prehistoric Grandmaster level attacks appeared in Kit's hands. 5 more stones capable of instantly killing prehistoric sages. This is quite an unexpected harvest. Kit nodded, very satisfied. However, this was just the beginning. Kit reached out again, and a black shield appeared in his hand. Boom. The black shield exuded a heavy aura. It turned out to be a rare defensive holy artifact, much to Kit's astonishment. After all, in the xuanhuan world, materials to forge holy artifacts were extremely rare. Thus, most divine spirits, when forging holy artifacts, mostly made offensive weapons like swords, spears, or bows. Few would ever craft defensive holy artifacts, unless this divine spirit was exceptionally powerful, or extraordinarily lucky to find material for 2 holy artifacts. But, to anyone else, these were incredibly rare. For Kit, however, it wasn't much use. He already had the stellar purple gold pagoda and the 9-colored celestial silk robe. That was enough for him. An additional holy artifact wouldn't add much value but rather become redundant and take up space. Gulping. The 5-colored divine bull stared at the black shield with intense envy. If it were anyone else, he would have already restrained himself no longer, rushing over to snatch it. But facing Kit, he didn't dare. Should he make a move, he would end up being skewered over a bonfire as Kit's group's dinner. Beside him, the Dax was equally envious. It gazed longingly at the black shield, filled with desire. As a member of the Great Punk clan, it was fast but lacked defenses, making it desperately need this kind of defensive holy artifact. Seeing the Dax looking eagerly at him, Kit pondered for a moment and then said, "Dax, this black holy artifact will go to you." Having said that, Kit tossed the black shield to the Dax. "Thank you, boss." The Dax promptly accepted the black shield joyfully. Zaida glanced at Kit beside her, quite surprised. She never expected that Kit would be so generous, giving away a holy artifact so casually. Kit noticed Zaida's astonished look and smiled, explaining, "Surprised? Why did I choose to give the holy artifact to the Dax?" Zaida was taken aback, not expecting Kit to bring this up himself. She thought for a moment, then nodded slightly and said, "Yes, I do want to know why. Actually, it's quite simple. I don't really need it." Kit replied with a smile. Although holy artifacts are precious, they're not as valuable as having loyal subordinates. Giving them away isn't a waste, don't you think? Hearing Kit's query, Zaida was stunned. Kit's way of thinking and acting were extremely rare in the entire cultivation world. For most cultivators, getting a holy artifact level treasure was something they'd cherish as if it were an ancestor. Even if they had many, they'd keep them in storage. They'd only give them to the next generation if their lifespan was nearly exhausted. Kadiki Kit, who distributed holy artifacts among his followers, was an exceedingly rare existence. Kit, noticing Zaida's stupefied expression, realized his approach might be particularly unique. But this wasn't surprising. Even though he had been in the xuanhuan world for over a year, Kit still had the mindset of a blue star human. Essentially, he was different from the people of this world. Thinking about this, Kit chuckled awkwardly. Boom. Kit once again retrieved a string of beads from the young master of White Stone Palace's divine sea. Boom. Terrorizing power erupted. Each crystal-clear bead on the bracelet shone with golden light, exuding incredible power. Another holy artifact. Kit looked at the bracelet in his hand and drew a sharp breath. One must understand that holy artifacts weren't common commodities. Young masters of major forces could bring legacy holy artifacts into the Xiuxian divine treasure because these almost couldn't be lost. Even if the sect's young master accidentally died, secret methods could recall the legacy holy artifact. Regular holy artifacts were truly rare. One piece could establish a large intermediate-sized sect, like the Divine Wood sect. As for minor families like the Yun family of ancient times, they merely had one legacy holy artifact plus a few ordinary ones. Most Yun family cultivators used imitations of holy artifacts. Putting away the bracelet, Kit continued to plunder the treasures from the young master of White Stone Palace's body. Soon, all the treasures in the young master of White Stone Palace's divine sea were searched by Kit. Rumble. Dozens of treasures floated in midair, including 6 holy artifacts, over 10 imperial-grade spirit artifacts, and more than 50 imperial-grade ones, each a rarity. On the contrary, royal-grade spirit artifacts were scarce, with only a jade wasteplate for restoring spiritual energy. Clearly, royal-grade spirit artifacts didn't appeal to the young master of White Stone Palace. However, Kit didn't find any fragments of the xiuxian divine treasure key amongst these items. SK. So many treasures in the deep sea realm. I wonder what's in the spirit sea. Kit flicked his hand, releasing an astonishing force, directly opening the young master of White Stone Palace's spirit sea. Boom. A vast sea of primordial souls opened up. The young master of White Stone Palace's primordial soul was sealed within a sphere of light, currently dormant. Compared to the divine sea, the treasures in the spirit sea were much simpler. A peculiar metal, pale blue, emitted a soft blue glow, similar to a blue gemstone. A fragment of jade, its material and aura identical to the supreme key. Chapter 218, Supreme Remnant Soul. A light purple jade gourd, inside which contained a vast space with countless treasures. Finally, it was a scroll of scriptures, not the heritage of White Stone Palace, but an independent secret technique. It wasn't very complete. Interesting. Without hesitation, Armando directly collected the 4 items. But at that moment, the situation suddenly changed. The moment the blue metal fragment appeared in the real space, the dragon-shaped pendant around Bai's neck began to vibrate as if something was trying to break out. Bai couldn't help but be stunned. Before he could react, a streak of golden light shot out from the dragon-shaped pendant. Swish! The golden light paused midair. Instantly, Bai recognized what it was. A fragment of the immortal true soul. From some ancient unnamed powerhouse. He didn't expect this fragment to come out on its own. Could it be that one of these 4 treasures is special? Just as he thought this, the fragment of the immortal true soul paused only for an instant before shooting towards the blue metal fragment like lightning. Boom! The blue metal fragment instantly emitted a blue glow. In the next moment, this blue light abruptly turned golden. A solid yet ethereal figure appeared before Bai. Boom! The image was blurry, just a rough outline of a person. But the aura was terrifying. And it wasn't the deathly aura of a soul remnant. Rather, it was the vibrant life force of a living soul. Vibrant and full of vigor. Countless vital energies coalesced into an incredibly terrifying wave of energy. Its power approached that of a near emperor-level undead being. In the Valley of Spirits, it had extinguished an ancient powerhouse with a single slap. This left Bai extremely uneasy. What in the world is this? Snap! The ghost-like figure was enveloped in a pale golden mist. With a jolt, 2 rays of divine light shot out from its face, sweeping over Bai's body like vision itself. Boom! Bai instantly pulled out the rusty sword and the celestial purple gold tower, 2 supreme artifacts, and without another word, hurled them at the spirit. This ghost was too strange. Better to attack first regardless. However, Bai froze next. The ghost simply reached out and grabbed the supreme sword. The terrifying supreme pressure had no effect on it. Crack! The supreme sword made a crunching sound in the ghost's hand. The celestial purple gold tower fared even worse. A mere flick of the ghost's finger sent the tower flying. Clang! Myriad supreme sword energies erupted from the rusty sword. The ghost ignored them. With a powerful shake, Bai's hands bled, and the rusty sword was snatched away by the ghost. Holy shit! What is this thing? Bai looked at the ghost, feeling a chill down his spine. He could sense that the ghost's strength was at the level of an ancient powerhouse. Yet, its combat power far surpassed even a quasi-emperor. Take the previous actions, grabbing the supreme sword and flicking the celestial purple gold tower. These were at least 2 incredibly powerful supreme secret arts. Bai could feel it. At the moment the ghost struck, its strength increased hundreds of times. It lasted only a breath before dissipating after the attack. This indicated that the remnant soul had refined its battle instincts to the pinnacle. Even supreme secret arts were under its command. This sword, I recognize. I forgot. The remnant soul uttered a few ancient words. It remained still. Bai watched and understood why. The remnant soul was just a part of an immortal true soul, naturally possessing only partial memories and thoughts. It barely had thoughts, merely retaining some instincts. At this moment, the remnant soul seemed to sense something. It turned around, looking at Bai and stuttered, "Find me, remnant soul. Reward, immortal." Broken and unclear speech, but Bai grasped its meaning. To gather the other fragments of the remnant soul, then obtain the promised reward. "Senior, I agree. Where should I go to find your remnant soul?" After a brief thought, Bai agreed immediately. Refusing wasn't an option. With the current power of the remnant soul, it could kill him in an instant with the supreme artifact in its hand. Valley of Spirits, Cycle Spring, names spewed out from the remnant soul's mouth. Sadly, the subsequent words became meaningless. Bai guessed that due to incomplete memory, the loss was too severe. With this realization, Bai said solemnly, "Senior, rest assured, I will definitely find your soul fragment." "Deal." The remnant soul said nothing more, transforming into a streak of golden light and returning to the dragon-shaped pendant. Phew. Bai breathed a long sigh of relief. Zaida, who had witnessed everything, paled and said, "Unbelievable. Was that a supreme remnant soul just now?" In theory, those at the supreme level must possess an immortal true soul. So, it might really be a supreme remnant soul. Hiss. Upon hearing Bai's words, Zaida sucked in a breath sharply. Her eyes widened in disbelief. That was a supreme level entity. If gathering all fragments and finding the reincarnation flower could resurrect a supreme being, imagine the potential rewards. Most importantly, using such an opportunity to establish a supreme clan would be entirely feasible. Thinking about this, Zaida looked at Bai with admiration. Meanwhile, Bai had calmed down. He waved his hand, storing the remaining 3 items into the dragon-shaped pendant. He then kicked the Iggy of White Stone Palace, releasing him from his restraints. Hiss. At this moment, the Iggy of White Stone Palace woke up. The moment he opened his eyes, he saw that the legacy sacred artifact of White Stone Palace was already in Bai's hands. Furious, he glared at Bai, almost ready to spit blood. But when he sensed his empty spiritual sea and voided consciousness, his anger turned into a hysterical wail. Carson, you bastard, give my things back. Give them back? Bai looked at him as if he were an idiot and sneered. You want me to return something that's already mine? You. The Iggy's expression froze, realizing he was now at Bai's mercy. Chapter 219. The young lord of the Xylan clan. Forget about retrieving his holy artifact. It was a stroke of luck just to keep his life. With this thought, the Jerry's face turned ashen. He glared at Kit and shouted loudly, Carson, do you dare let me go? Within a year, I will definitely kill you. Trying to provoke me? Kit looked at the Jerry, speechless. The concept that fortunes can turn in 30 years, or even 30 days, was something he knew all too well. Giving one's enemy time to grow stronger was akin to courting disaster. Then, a faint glow appeared in Kit's hand as he formed an extinguishing god charm. Carson, do you dare? The Jerry clenched his teeth, refusing to back down, glaring fiercely at Kit. Oh. Kit put away the extinguishing god charm. He suddenly didn't want to kill the Jerry, not because the clumsy provocation had worked, but because this person still had some use. As a top prodigy of Whitestone Palace, directly killing him seemed wasteful. It would be better to exchange him for some resources from Whitestone Palace. Thinking this, Kit's gaze shifted as he looked at the young lord. A slight smile curved his lips. You saying that makes me less inclined to kill you. What? The Jerry froze in surprise. Before he could react, Kit cast a sealing god charm, subduing the young lord again and tossing him into a separate storage ring. Seeing this, the Dorian nearby was quite surprised. Why? Boss, why spare his life? This is like raising a tiger to become your own calamity, he asked. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Kit remained calm. After cultivating up to this point, he was confident in his strength. With the Chaos Sutra in hand, as long as he advanced methodically, refining each realm to its peak, no one of the same rank could match him. No matter what encounters the Jerry might have, Kit would remain unafraid. Suddenly, a terrifying aura erupted. A portal opened, and the next moment, a group of cultivators emerged through it. Intriguing. Kit squinted slightly as he watched the group. They split into 2 parts. About 20 to 30 people wore white robes with a clean, almost ethereal aura, undoubtedly from Whitestone Palace. The other part radiated a power akin to blazing sunlight, shining brightly and expansively. It was clearly the Xylan clan. Crack! An even more terrifying aura burst forth. A young man with golden hair slowly stepped out of the portal. The moment he appeared, every member of the Xylan clan around him displayed faces filled with fear. They seemed highly intimidated by the youth. Even Nash looked up in shock. He is Kane of the Xylan clan. His cultivation has reached the half-step deity realm. Unbelievably terrifying. He once took down a peak deity realm cultivator barehanded, shocking a vast area. Intriguing. Kit paused mid-step, appearing in the air instantly. He then calmly asked Kane, You are Kane? What brings you here? Oh, looks like you know me. Kane's gaze swept over Kit before he bluntly said, I don't play games. War end over the 2 supreme artifacts and the Jerry. I'll let you leave alive. You only get one choice. Pretty arrogant. Kit chuckled dryly. Do you know that those who are so arrogant in front of me never end well? Really? How coincidental. The same applies to me. Seeing the situation, Kane knew there was no negotiating. Without another word, a blazing sun appeared in his hand. Rumble. The moment the sun will materialized, it shone like a true sun, illuminating everything around it. Wherever it passed, mountains and rivers turned to ashes. Just its natural radiance, without deliberate control, effortlessly leveled entire mountain ranges and transformed a 100-mile radius into a sea of molten lava. This was the true power of the sun wheel. Carson, I'm giving you a chance. War end over the supreme artifacts. Otherwise, you're dead. Cruelty and excitement flashed in Kane's eyes. If he could slay Carson, he would undoubtedly become renowned throughout the entire xiuxian divine treasury. By then, no genius would overshadow him. Furthermore, with 3 supreme artifacts in his possession, who could match him? Thinking of this, Kane licked his lips and continued, I can't wait to crush you. You really think you've got me pegged? Without hesitation, Kit produced a golden willow leaf and crushed it immediately. Rumble. His cultivation soared rapidly, reaching the peak of the divine mystic realm in the blink of an eye. Then, without hesitation, he activated the true dragon transformation and wore immortal charm, boosting his power 100-fold to the peak of the deity realm, just a half step away from the venerable stage. Bang! As Kit unleashed his overwhelming aura, Kane's face changed drastically. Shock flickered in his eyes as he stared at Kit and exclaimed, This can't be. Nothing is impossible. Kit glanced at Kane and summoned the rusty sword, immediately activating it with dragon blood. Rumble. The rusty sword came to life, black rust peeling off to reveal a pristine jade-like blade. Bam! Half of the rust peeled off under Kit's control, allowing the sword to unleash most of its original power. Even at half power, the aura far exceeded that of Kane's sun wheel. This rusty sword. Kane's pupils constricted. He realized it wasn't good. The supreme artifact in Kit's hands was clearly sealed. Yet, just by unlocking half the seal, its power already surpassed the sun will significantly. If fully unlocked. At this thought, Kane sucked in a sharp breath. Suddenly, he noticed intricate patterns on the jade-like surface of the partially exposed sword blade, patterns that were eerily familiar. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead. He couldn't help shouting, "That sword! Why is it in your hands?" Kit squinted slightly at Kane. This was an unexpected development. He hadn't expected Kane to recognize the rusty sword and know its origins. Now, he truly had no choice but to capture Kane alive. Thinking this, Kit didn't hesitate. Fully activating the supreme sword, he softly commanded, "Heavenly Emperor Sword, strike." Chapter 220, The Supreme Battlefield. Boom. The supreme sword in Kit's hand instantly erupted with boundless power. Earth-shaking, Kit slashed down, and the blazing sun wheel suddenly burst into 10,000 feet of golden light, trying to block Kit's strike. Boom. Kit showed no hesitation. He directly struck the blazing sun wheel, causing two supreme artifacts to collide. In an instant, terrifying energy ripples swept across the entire xiuxian divine treasury, covering half of the space with densely packed, pale golden cracks. The shockwaves of this intense battle spread outward. If these shockwaves hit the ground, they could reduce mountains and rivers within tens of thousands of miles to ashes. At this moment, countless golden chains of divine order appeared. Kit looked at these golden chains of divine order in surprise, not knowing their meaning. Almost instantly, the chains of divine order erased the damage caused by the collision of the two supreme artifacts. Then a spatial teleportation beam enveloped both Kit and Kane, tossing them into a mysterious space. Bang! Kit landed on an endless arena. The entire arena stretched as far as the eye could see, with no visible boundaries. What place is this? Kit stared at the unfamiliar surroundings, clearly bewildered. At that moment, Kane also landed on the arena with a thud. Holding the blazing sun wheel, he coldly glared at Kit and said, "Carson, you don't even know this place. Truly narrow-minded." "So what if I don't? I'll bash your head in soon enough." Kit smirked, opening his heavenly Dao True Eye to scan the surroundings. But there was nothing around. No special features were found. Boom. Suddenly, a towering, 1,000-zhang tall, pure gold monument floated in mid-air. On top of it were 4 large characters. Supreme Battlefield. Beneath the monument, intricate text detailed the rules of the battlefield. Ah, so that's how it is. After reading all the rules, Kit understood. He muttered, "Because battles between supreme artifacts can destroy the entire xiuxian divine treasury, the Draper specifically created the supreme battlefield for beings wielding supreme artifacts to fight here. So that's it." Yes. To sum up, there's only one rule in this battlefield. Victory means life. Defeat means death. Only one of us can walk out of the supreme battlefield alive. Kane looked at Kit with immense confidence. He coldly declared, "Kit, prepare to die. Can you stop always talking tough?" Kit was speechless. He held the supreme sword in one hand and said proudly, "I'll send you on your way." Arrogant. Kane was furious. He activated the blazing sun wheel and hurled it straight at Kit. Without a word, Kit swung the supreme sword toward the blazing sun wheel. Boom. Golden divine radiance akin to a blazing sun collided with Kit's sky-filling white sword chi. In an instant, even the personally crafted platform by the Draper was riddled with holes from the impact of the two supreme artifacts. Under this blow, Kit's tiger mouth split open instantly, and his bones cracked like frying beans. Meanwhile, Kane didn't fare much better. His hands were covered with countless injuries, and his body suffered broken meridians, sending him flying hundreds of miles away like a tattered sack. Sigh. Indeed, supreme artifacts are powerful. They shattered my flesh and bones, which are at the level of supreme spirit weapons. Kit observed the dense web of cracks in his bones like cracked porcelain, sucking in a breath. Frankly speaking, this was the first time anyone had injured him so severely. Without delay, Kit swallowed a drop of tricolor immortal spring. Boom. Cleaving up to its reputation as a miraculous healing potion, Kit's bones instantly healed. Even the depleted dragon blood was fully restored. At the same time, Kane was in critical condition, almost dead. Physical injuries were secondary. The heavier damage was to his soul. When Kit's sword cut through the protection of the blazing sun wheel and hit him, it almost crushed his body into minced meat. His soul was similarly devastated, full of cracks. Repairing it slowly was nearly impossible. However, as the heir of the supreme lineage, Kane also possessed invaluable treasures. Even though gravely injured, he clenched his teeth and swallowed a pink pill. Boom. A series of cracking sounds came from Kane's body. His nearly fatal injuries healed instantly. Interesting. This turns into a war of attrition now. Kit watched Kane, narrowing his eyes slightly. He knew the next battle would be brutal, a test of endurance to see who could sustain themselves longer. But Kit glanced at his vast supply of blood fruit and the pool of tricolor immortal spring. Instantly, he felt confident. If such abundant resources couldn't exhaust Kane, Kit wouldn't last long either. Blazing sun wheel. Suppress? As Kane recovered, he hesitated not a moment. He immediately activated the blazing sun wheel, suppressing towards Kit. Kit didn't even look. Holding the supreme artifact, he slashed down. Swish. This slash almost drained all of Kit's dragon blood inside his body, and its power was several times more terrifying than before. The white supreme sword chi turned blood red. No. Upon seeing Kit's astonishing slash, Kane gasped in shock. He never expected Kit to go all out, burning all his essence blood to fight recklessly. Let's fight. Kane gritted his teeth, also burning the essence blood of the Xiuxian clan to clash with Kit. Boom. The blazing sun will shone brightly again. It crashed into the supreme sword. Die. Kit gripped the supreme sword tightly, surrounded by blood-red supreme sword chi. Bang. Kit's sword hit the blazing sun wheel. Instantly, the entire blazing sun wheel flew backward. Bang. As the blazing sun wheel recoiled, it slammed into Kane. Kane's small body couldn't withstand the collision of supreme artifacts. He screamed loudly, "Dad, save me." Boom. A golden figure appeared. As this figure emerged, an unprecedentedly powerful true chi was channeled into the blazing sun wheel, stabilizing it in mid-air. To lose and call for help? Kit stood at a distance, somewhat speechless as he commented, "First the old one, then the young one. How ridiculous." Hashtag chapter 221. Calling for help when outmatched? Aaron, don't harbor such a fierce and rebellious spirit at your age. The golden figure's glow dissipated, revealing a middle-aged man. He stood with his hands behind his back, emitting an overpowering aura. Boom. This presence far exceeded that of Arn and even slightly surpassed an emperor. Kit looked at the middle-aged man and frowned slightly. An imperial-level powerhouse? Indeed. Not bad for a quick judgment. The middle-aged man glanced at Kit and raised his hand. Boom. The solar wheel appeared in his palm. He stared coldly at Kit. You must be Carson, right? Your talent isn't bad, but it's a pity you don't know your limits. Today, you will die here. As if you're certain of victory over me. Kit laughed ironically. Stubborn till the end. Die. The middle-aged man wasted no time, directly activating the solar wheel to press down on Kit. Rumble. Under the control of an imperial expert, even a mere primordial soul fragment emitted an overwhelming power that far surpassed Kane by countless folds. In an instant, the entire solar wheel expanded to cover hundreds of miles, resembling a real sun descending upon Kit. Huff. It all depends on you now, Remnant Soul. Come out. Without waiting for Kit's cue, the Remnant Soul emerged before Kit. Protecting Kit was crucial for its revival. Should anything happen to Kit, it would severely affect its resurrection process. What is that? The middle-aged man furrowed his brows, sensing an intimidating aura from the Remnant Soul. However, the next moment, the Remnant Soul's action left him speechless. It extended a single finger and pointed at the solar wheel. Rumble. Though the gesture was simple, upon contact, the 100-mile-wide solar wheel froze abruptly. It can't be. Even a saint can't hold back an Empyrean artifact with just one finger. What are you? The middle-aged man's expression shifted from shock to terror. Empyrean artifact. Interesting. The Remnant Soul muttered disjointedly, its thoughts disorganized. Yet its ancient combat instincts were formidable. It observed the golden solar wheel, then flicked it with a finger. Bam! The solar wheel flew away as though it were a speck of dust before the Remnant Soul. This can't be possible. How can a living remnant of an Empyrean exist in this world? Impossible. Realizing what he faced, the middle-aged man was beside himself with panic. In this realm, while Empyrean true souls were undying, they only existed as ancient remnants, lacking both Empyrean thought and power, since these remnants were dead. But Kit's remnant soul was alive and possessed unimaginable strength. Empyreans were invincible throughout their domain, hence their title. Even a minuscule remnant like this was beyond his capabilities to contend with, and the gap was insurmountable. The middle-aged man felt despair. If he continued to clash with the remnant soul, death was certain. Thus, without further ado, he seized the solar wheel. Rumble. He reactivated it, not attacking the remnant soul but smashing the surrounding space with the artifact. Bang! The once unbreakable Empyrean battlefield shattered into a large hole under the attack. Run! Grasping Kane with one hand, shielded by the Empyrean artifact, he fled through the breach. Thinking of escaping? Seeing this, Kit unsheathed the Empyrean sword and slashed downwards. Rumble! A crimson sword aura erupted. Power depleted, the middle-aged man bit his lip and threw the solar wheel to Kane. Run! Simultaneously, he detonated a replica holy artifact using his last strength. Rumble! The explosion generated an immeasurable force, sending ripples through the surrounding space. Incoming! Kit summoned the 9-colored heavenly silkworm robe and the star purple golden pagoda to protect himself. Boom! The force slammed into Kit. Despite the enhanced defense provided by the pagoda and robe, Kit was blasted backward hundreds of feet like a cannonball. Interesting. Pausing a few hundred yards away, Kit watched Kane escape, frowning. Dealing with an Empyrean artifact was indeed challenging. He had let them get away. Outside, the Dorian and the Dax anxiously awaited results. Suddenly, the sky split open. Bloodied, Kane emerged from the Empyrean battlefield with the solar wheel in tow. No way. Our boss lost? The Dorian's disbelief mirrored the chaos around. The Dax panicked. Impossible. How could our boss lose? Heh. White Stone Palace cultivators rejoiced, taunting mercilessly. What young Empyrean? Just another overrated talent. Yes, Prince Xylan is much stronger. He dispatched that young genius effortlessly. Haha, what a relief. Xylan clan members and White Stone Palace disciples reveled in the moment. Only Kane, who hastily opened a portal, roared, "Flee quickly." What? Xylan clan faces froze, realizing Kane's look wasn't one of victory but fear. A defeated look familiar to those who bullied lone cultivators. But seeing this expression on their young leader was hard to believe. Rumble. Just then, Kit, holding the Empyrean sword, stepped out of the Empyrean battlefield with murderous intent. Chapter 222. The Heart of Sacred Crystal. Seeing Danilo attempt to flee, Kit did not waste a word. With a light shout, he angrily yelled, "Danilo, yield your life to me." What? Carson isn't dead? How can this be possible, for the Iggy to have lost? Impossible. I don't believe it. The Xylan clan members were stunned. Seeing Kit full of murderous intent, they were dumbfounded and trembling all over. They couldn't believe that Danilo, who held a flawless supreme artifact, had actually been defeated. Let's go. Seeing his fellow clansmen in shock, Danilo's face twisted in terror. He was utterly frightened out of his wits at this moment. Holding the blazing sun wheel, without another word, he tore through space and rushed into it. Rumble. A spatial passage opened, forming a crack 100 meters long in mid-air. Run. Hurry up and go. Don't block my way. Only now did the group of Xiuxian clan members snap out of their daze. Crowding together, they charged towards the spatial rift, scrambling and creating quite a chaotic scene. At this moment, Kit took a step forward. The supreme sword chi in his hand erupted, slashing directly at Danilo. Rumble. The supreme sword in Kit's hand emitted boundless light. Alas, he was ultimately one step too late. By the time Kit moved, Danilo and his group had already entered the spatial passage. This slash missed, merely cleaving a 100-mile-long abyss into the ground. Hiss. The Dorian and the Dax both drew cold breaths. They finally understood. Compared to previous minor skirmishes, this truly showcased Kit's real combat power. Heske, let that bastard get away. Kit frowned slightly, somewhat depressed. The Iggy of the Xiuxian clan possessed a fragment of the key to the supreme deity treasury. If he allowed him to escape like this, there would be no way for him to obtain the key to the supreme deity treasury. Forget it. Let's put this aside first and look for the breakthrough materials. Kit decided to leave this issue for later. Everything will fall into place eventually. Even if Danilo escaped, as long as he was within the xiuxian divine treasury, he would always be caught eventually. Thinking about this, Kit slowly landed on the ground and took out the treasure map obtained from the divine wood sect for a glance. To break through to the grand consummate stage of the mystic chi realm, he needed at least 9 treasures. Xuanhuan True Blood, Vermilion Bird True Blood, xiuxian True Blood, White Tiger True Blood, and Dragon True Blood mixed together to forge a chaotic body and cultivate the strongest physical form. Of the remaining 5 treasures, 3 were needed for refining the primordial spirit, 9 Khedives revitalizing grass, cycle flower, and the gold mystic forging god flower. And 2 treasures were needed for condensing mystic chi, the heart of sacred crystal and the 9-colored spirit marrow. So far, Kit already had the dragon true blood and the gold mystic forging god flower. The Xuanhuan True Blood, Vermilion Bird True Blood, xiuxian True Blood, and White Tiger True Blood were for shaping the chaotic body and could wait. The materials for refining the primordial spirit also didn't require immediate attention. For Kit, his top priority was still to elevate his cultivation to the early stage of the mystic chi realm. This way, his combat power would once again soar, reaching the level of the latter stage divine mystical realm, enough to handle most dangers. Thinking this over, Kit shifted his focus to the 2 items, the heart of sacred crystal and the 9-colored spirit marrow. The locations of both items were recorded in the divine wood sect. Kit chose the nearest position. He nodded slightly and said, well, next, we go find the heart of sacred crystal. The heart of sacred crystal? Isn't that just a legend? Zaida exclaimed in surprise, looking incredulous. Even the Dorian and the Dax widened their eyes in astonishment, saying, Boss, does the heart of sacred crystal really exist? The heart of sacred crystal is not rare. It only requires ancient era laws to be born. Kit shook his head and continued, the xiuxian divine treasury opens once every 100,000 years. Who knows how many years it has existed? It's normal for a heart of sacred crystal to exist here. However, the sacred crystal ore is intangible and moves on its own. To fix the sacred crystal ore in place, special secret techniques are required. Ah, I see. The Dorian nodded, showing understanding. Beside him, Zaida seemed puzzled and asked, do you have a way to stabilize the sacred crystal or vein? Of course. Kit nodded. He put away the map and added, all right, let's go. We're searching for the heart of sacred crystal. Okay. Without a second thought, the Dax transformed into its true form. Carrying Kit and the others, it swiftly headed towards the heart of sacred crystal or vein tens of thousands of miles away. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Rumble. Danilo, the Iggy of the Xiuxian clan, along with a group of Xiuxian clan members, clumsily fell into a valley. His face bore a look of fear as he scanned his surroundings. After confirming that Kit wasn't chasing after them, he breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, isn't this the Iggy of the Xiuxian clan? What? Armed with a supreme artifact, yet pursued like a worthless piece of trash. TSK. Too weak. How can such a weak existence be a descendant of a supreme family? Disgraceful. A series of mocking voices sounded. That bastard who dares mock me? Showing yourself openly or hiding? Get out here. Danilo's expression changed. The blazing sun wheel appeared in his hand, emitting supreme aura. Rumble. The blazing sun wheel's radiant golden light swept across the entire valley. Everywhere it reached, everything turned to dust. Buzz. A faint pink glow emerged. A youth with black hair appeared atop the mountain. He looked very young, with a floating red divine lamp suspended above his shoulder, and a small red flame hovering above it. The flame was barely the size of a soybean, emitting incredibly gentle light but easily blocking Danilo's supreme artifact. Divine Blood Lamp. Are you from the Divine Blood Sect? Danilo's face turned pale as he became more serious. The Divine Blood Sect was bizarrely mysterious, being an inheritance sect of the Supreme Divine Blood, remaining extremely low profile throughout the entire Mystic Truth world. However, their battle record wasn't so low-key. Once, a Supreme died by the hands of the Supreme Divine Blood. This Divine Blood Lamp was forged using the remains of a Supreme. This sufficiently proved that the Divine Blood Sect was an exceedingly dangerous force. Looking at the black-haired youth, Danilo's tone softened considerably as he coldly said, you and I have no grievances or grudges. Why did you mock me? Mock? No, I was just telling the truth. You aren't even worthy of being mocked. The black-haired youth was blunt and coldly said, however, I want to kill Carson. Would you like to cooperate with me? Huh. Upon hearing these words, Danilo even forgot about the black-haired youth mocking him. Having been humiliated so badly by Kit, His pride had taken a severe hit. Chapter 223. The place where the sacred spirit fell. The hatred towards Kit could be described as boundless and endless like the vast lakes and seas. The mockery from the black-haired youth was trivial. He looked at the black-haired youth and said coldly, I wonder how you want to cooperate? Very simple. My Divine Blood sect's founding ancestor, Divine Blood Supreme, once slew a Supreme. I, Russell, naturally aim to emulate my ancestor and slay a youthful Supreme. Russell smiled slightly, then continued, Kingful Supremes are hard to find, but here's one. Hiss. The Xilan clan's young master looked at Russell with slightly furrowed brows. He felt that this guy in front of him was absolutely insane. Just to kill a youthful Supreme, he was going to challenge that abnormality Kit? It wasn't certain who would kill whom. However, if two people teamed up, suppressing with two Supreme artifacts, there was at least a 90% chance. With this thought, the Xilan clan's young master looked at Russell and said, Fine, I will cooperate with you. Very good. Russell nodded slightly, his lips curving upward into a cold smile. Carson, let you live a little longer for now. Soon, you will die by my hand. Achoo. Kit sat on the back of the dax and sneezed. Rubbing his nose, Kit muttered somewhat astonished. This doesn't make sense. With my current physical condition, it's impossible to suddenly sneeze. Who is thinking about me? Is someone trying to harm me? Thinking of this, Kit stroked his chin thoughtfully. Boss, look at that valley over there. At this moment, the Roy tugged at Kit's clothes, pointing in one direction with an excited look. Kit looked in the direction the Roy was pointing. In the distance, a range of majestic mountains appeared before his eyes. The soil of these mountains was extremely unique. It was crimson, sparkling, almost like red rubies. Even the trees were similarly red all over, but not in a bloody hue. It was quite strange. Interesting. Seeing this scene, Kit squinted his eyes slightly. I've heard of such terrain before. It seems that only areas dyed red by sacred spirit blood can produce such soil. Sacred spirit blood doesn't fade even after millions of years. Could it be that a sacred spirit fell in this area? Nash, looking at the continuous blood-red majestic mountains, had eyes filled with surprise. Kit nodded slightly upon seeing her reaction and said, Indeed, about 6 or 7 million years ago, a sacred spirit triggered an emperor-killing formation here by accident and was killed on the spot. Its blood dyed these mountains red. Even to this day, this area remains a forbidden zone for life. No cultivator dares to enter. Why? The Dax seemed surprised. Kit explained, simple. Sacred spirit blood carries deadly energy. Even without attacking, just the spilt blood can kill grand emperors. That means only emperors can enter this mountain range. Additionally, it contains an emperor-killing formation inside. Any slight mistake, and this sacred spirit will serve as the best template. Hearing Kit's explanation, the group led by the Roy shivered. Especially the Roy, who straight up wanted to back out. He said, Boss, I think we should give it a pass. Since the sacred spirit died in here, how can we possibly get in? Who says I want to go in? Kit looked at the Roy oddly. You're not going in? Upon hearing Kit say this, the Roy was dumbfounded. He whispered, Not going in. Do you expect the St. Crystal Heart to fly out on its own? Of course not. Kit snapped his fingers, 4 talismans appearing in his hand. He distributed the 4 avatar talismans to everyone, explaining as he did so, These are avatar talismans. They can create a perfect duplicate for you, lasting 3 hours. Enough for us to explore and see what's going on. Phew, I nearly forgot Boss has this kind of thing. The Roy sighed in relief. Alright, let's go. Without further ado, Kit held the avatar talisman, activating it. Then he led the Roy and the others to the edge of the sacred spirit array. Scratch. Merely approaching a few hundred feet, a burst of sacred spirit aura erupted. Squeak squeak. Sacred spirit blood contained boundless grudge and killing intent. This differed from the naturalized sacred remains Kit encountered recently. Sacred remains had their lifespan exhausted naturally, lacking killing intent. Plus, at the intersection of yin and yang, all sacred power had dissipated, rendering them virtually harmless. However, the sacred spirit blood before them was a different matter entirely. It came from a slain sacred spirit. Even after 5 to 6 million years, most internal energy had dissipated. But the boundless killing intent still made Kit feel his muscles chill, accompanied by bone-chilling pain. As for the Roy trio, they started using true chi to protect themselves against the sacred spirit's killing intent. Incredible. Dead for several million years, and still carrying such high-level killing intent. Capable of killing realm-transcending cultivators. How strong was this sacred spirit in its prime? The Roy marveled. The Dax commented, Quite normal. In the age without supremes, sacred spirits were the paramount powerhouses. A snap of the finger could sink 10,000 miles around. Unbelievably powerful. Their corpses were undecayed through millennia, nearly as immortal as living deities. Supremes don't even qualify as deities, not to mention sacred spirits. Zaida, standing nearby, curled her lips and said, Sacred spirits were just slightly arrogant during the era without supremes. Alright, be careful. Arriving at the edge of the sacred spirit formation, Kit formed hand seals. Buzz. Countless rays of light abruptly brightened. The formation-breaking talisman emerged, launched by Kit into the sacred spirit formation. A sea of golden runes extended automatically, laying down a rune path within the sacred spirit valley. Primal Heaven Dao Talisman, Formation-Breaking Talisman? Nash looked at Kit's talisman, face full of astonishment. She remarked, Ancient legends say that the Formation-Breaking Talisman can break anything. When cultivated to perfection, even supreme formations cannot withstand it. Damn, boss, you even have this? Can you teach me? The Roy was shocked once more. Well, even if I gave it to you, you wouldn't learn it. Kit shrugged helplessly. The formation-breaking talisman was something Wilbur Wong had also once attempted to learn. Kit had taught Wilbur Wong before. No matter how Kit instructed, Wilbur Wong spent almost a year pondering it, still with nothing gained. This item required too high a talent threshold. Chapter 224, The Draper Inheritance. Kit surmised that this was the real reason why the 3,000 Heavenly Dao talismans had been lost. When the Dorian heard Kit's response, he refused to believe it. He said, "Boss, don't worry. If you dare to teach me, I will surely learn it." "Forget it, impossible." Adrielle, who was born from a supreme inheritance, understood a bit about the Breaking Formation Talisman. She remarked, "The Breaking Formation Talisman is a Heavenly Dao talisman, and only those with supreme level talent can comprehend it. You can't do it." Ah. The Dorian froze, finally giving up all hope. As for supreme level talent among youths, he fell short by a great deal. At best, he was just slightly stronger than Davidson, and that was because Kit fed him a large number of medicinal herbs. Otherwise, even reaching the standards of a youth sage would be unattainable for the Dorian. Though Davidson was being thrashed by Kit, his own strength was absolutely not weak. He was sufficient enough to easily defeat most fellow cultivators of the same age, making him one of the top-notch geniuses. "All right, let's go." Kit didn't say much and led the way, directly barging in while controlling his avatar. Boom. The moment they entered the sacred spirit formation, the surrounding pressure increased several times over. Those beneath the divine mysteries realm couldn't withstand the killing aura brought on by the sacred spirit blood. They would be instantly crushed. According to the map, the holy crystal vein has already been stabilized by the supreme beings. It moves throughout the entire holy fallen mountains, generating large quantities of superior-grade spirit stones wherever it goes, Kit explained after consulting the map. However, even if the sacred pulse travels around, its core remains unchanged, personally suppressed at the core by the Kramer. This supplies the entire xiuxian divine treasure with a continuous stream of heavenly primordial energy. Core area? Is that where the sacred spirit fell? The Dorian was taken aback. Yes. Kit nodded. He looked at the Dorian who was trembling and couldn't help but sigh. Kicking the Dorian lightly, he said, "What are you afraid of? You're an avatar now." "That's right." The Dorian then realized this and calmed down immediately. He brazenly replied, "Boss, I'll lead the way." Kit. He somewhat regretted taking in the Dorian as a disciple. How embarrassing. The journey was filled with danger, but proceeded smoothly. 1 hour later, Kit delved deep into the heart of the holy fallen mountains. Once they reached this place, the pressure around them surged abruptly. Sacred spirit skeletons littered the ground everywhere. After millions of years, the bloodstains were still crystalline and had not dried. However, most of the internal energies had dissipated. A myriad of medicine kings grew densely on the ground, nurtured by sacred blood, almost equivalent to the various black blood herbs found within the black blood secret realm. "Heske, we can only look, not eat. What a pity." The Dorian drooled as he gazed at the medicine kings. "Don't mess around. This place is already the core area, full of supreme killing formations. One misstep and it's certain death." Kit warned seriously. Following the path, they arrived at the true core area. Boom. A supreme aura appeared. Before Kit, there stood a huge gate forged from dark gold. The door was 10 zhang high and 7 or 8 zhang wide. Next to the dark gold gate, there was a jade tablet a zhang tall, inscribed with tiny characters. "Supreme Trial Grounds. Passengers may receive a heart of the sacred crystal." Reading out the inscription, Kit couldn't help but feel speechless. Originally, he planned to stabilize the holy crystal vein himself, but unexpectedly, the Kramer had already taken care of it. With this thought in mind, Kit took a step forward without hesitation and placed his hand on the dark gold gate. Screech. A series of soft sounds followed, and the dark gold gate opened directly under Kit's force. Rumble. Supreme energy spread out, revealing a vast space before Kit. Beyond the dark gold gate lay an expansive, empty hall, void of anything. Snap. At that moment, countless golden lights emerged, coalescing into a corridor 1,000 zhang long and a zhang wide. At the end of the corridor, a massive platform formed instantaneously. Intriguing. Without any hesitation, Kit walked straight towards the golden platform. "We're coming too." The Dorian closely followed. In this avatar state, dying wouldn't matter. It didn't scare him at all. Soon, Kit led everyone to the end of the corridor. Looking at the golden platform, Kit was ready to step onto it when the Dorian blocked his path, saying, "Boss, let me test the waters first. See if there's anything amiss." "Fine." Kit nodded slightly. Honestly, he was also curious about the Dorian's level of combat ability. The moment the Dorian stepped onto the platform, blinding light descended from the sky. A figure enveloped in a pillar of golden light dropped from the heavens. When the light faded, a 12 or 13-year-old boy with red hair stood on the platform. Despite his young age, he carried an air of world-dominating presence. "Patriarch?" Adrielle exclaimed upon seeing the youthful shadow, her voice filled with surprise. "It's actually the young Kramer?" Kit looked at the red-haired youth, somewhat astonished. The opponent's cultivation wasn't high, merely at the divine wandering realm, far below the divine mysteries realm of the Dorian. Apparently, the difficulty of the test adjusted based on the tester's realm. The divine wandering realm young supreme fighting against the divine mysteries realm Dorian should present no problem. On the platform, the Dorian showed no fear. Laughing loudly, he declared, "Great! I've never fought a young supreme before. Let me see what you've got." Finishing his words, he lunged directly at the young version of the Kramer. Boom! A purple imprint appeared in the Kramer's hand. Rumble! Instantly, the purple imprint radiated boundless purple light. With a toss of his hand, the young Kramer hurled the imprint like lightning straight at the Dorian's head. Boom! The Dorian was instantly sent flying. Whoosh! Almost simultaneously, the Keenan appeared beside the Dorian and delivered a roundhouse kick, sending him flying again. Bam bam bam. The attacks of the young Kramer poured down on the Dorian like a storm, completely bewildering him. Chapter 225. Astonishing Enlightenment. He had never imagined that the young Kramer would be so powerful. In front of him, he was nothing more than a large punching bag. If they were at the same level, he would have been instantly killed by the first move just now. Well fought. So this is the correct way to use the supreme secret art. Zaida stood nearby, her face flushed with excitement. She watched the battle scene on the platform intently, constantly observing and studying the moves of the Kramer. One must know, it had been a long time since the Xiuxian clan had true powerhouses. While their cultivation methods still existed, they were riddled with flaws. It was difficult to unleash the true power of the supreme art. Bang bang bang. The attacks of the Kramer came in waves, one after another, without any sign of weakening. At this moment, under the relentless assault of the Kramer, the Dorian was already covered in wounds, thanks to its thick hide and strong vitality from consuming many medicinal kings. Otherwise, it would have been slain long ago by the young Kramer. Even so, after half an hour, the Dorian had reached its limit. Bang! Another purple xiuxian seal from the young Kramer sent the ox spitting blood as it flew backward. It's over. The Dorian struggled to stand up. It knew it was going to be killed by the young Kramer. It felt somewhat ashamed for only lasting half an hour. But, right then, the distant young Kramer did not continue attacking but said, "You've lasted over half an hour, meeting the standard. Reward, 1 holy crystal." With that, a fist-sized holy crystal appeared before the Dorian. Passed? Ha ha ha. The Dorian was elated. It eagerly grabbed the crystal. Then, the young Kramer added, "Do you wish to continue challenging this?" The Dorian hesitated for a moment before giving up immediately. It had reached its limit and couldn't continue fighting. Moreover, if this avatar died here, it wouldn't be able to see Kit's battle. Thinking of this, the Dorian shook its head slightly and said, "No, I withdraw from the test." Saying that, it left the platform. "You did well. I thought Old Ox was about to be killed," remarked the Dax nearby, celebrating. Seeing this, Zaida hesitated slightly and asked, "Can I go up there and fight too?" "No, let the Dax go first." Kit smiled calmly. "You can continue observing how the young Kramer uses the supreme art." "Ah." Zaida was stunned for a moment before nodding slightly. "I'll go." The Dax didn't refuse either. It directly ascended the platform and began dueling with the young Kramer. Its goal was simple. Endure for half an hour without being defeated, just like the Dorian. Rumble. The battle commenced again, with golden light filling the entire arena. Initially, the Dax attempted to use its agility to prolong the time. However, after being outmaneuvered by the Kramer, several kicks later, it became sober. It started to fight seriously against the young Kramer, gritting its teeth, striving to last half an hour. Interesting. Below the platform, Kit crossed his arms, deep in thought. To others, the Dax was already in a precarious position. Only Kit understood that the young Kramer's avatar was holding back. Several times it hadn't struck with full force. Otherwise, the Dax would have died numerous times already. If intentionally killed, it wouldn't survive even once. So, it seems this is just a test, not a life or death trial. Kit stroked his chin. Bang! Soon, half an hour passed. The Dax was battered all over, lying on the platform, barely able to stand. Its advantage was speed, not toughness like the Dorian, making it relatively easier to handle. A holy crystal floated before the Dax. "I've passed." Relieved, the Dax gladly accepted the crystal and walked off the platform. Seeing this, Kit said nothing, turning to Zaida. "Now it's my turn. Watch carefully. See how I fight the young Supreme." Saying that, Kit walked onto the platform. At this moment, whether it was Zaida, or the Dorian, or the Dax, all three were watching the platform intently. The young Kramer was indeed formidable, but Kit wasn't weak either. In fact, who would win was anyone's guess. Boom! Kit stepped onto the platform. In an instant, the young Kramer's cultivation dropped instead of rising. From the Divine Traveler realm, it regressed to the peak of the Xianxia realm. Interesting. You want to fight me at the same level? Kit was initially surprised but quickly realized. Supremes were confident in their supremacy within their realm. They had their pride and dignity. How could they accept fighting below their level? His cultivation is only at the peak of the Xianxia realm? Zaida gasped, eyes wide, incredulous. She always thought Kit was at least at the Divine Traveler realm. Otherwise, how could he suppress the Iggy of the Baishur Palace and the young Xiuxian clan? But now, Zaida's worldview shattered. Peak Xianxia realm. Just at the peak of the Xianxia realm, Kit had defeated Kane, a peak divine profound youth from the Xiuxian clan who was almost a step into the mystic art realm. This guy. What kind of monster is he? Hee. Shocked? Huh. The Dorian was inwardly delighted, immensely happy. It knew Kit's true potential, someone with the potential to reach the limit of supreme. Even the young Kramer wouldn't necessarily be a match for Kit. No, certainly wouldn't be a match for Kit. Crack crack. At this moment, there were faint snapping sounds on the platform. The young Kramer moved like red lightning, charging at Kit in the blink of an eye. It unleashed a punch with power nearing the early stage of the Divine Traveler realm, and Kit simply extended a hand, effortlessly blocking the punch, then delivered a kick. Boom. This kick approached the early stage of the Divine Profound realm. Its power was terrifying. The young Kramer remained expressionless, a xiuxian seal appearing in its hand, smashing towards Kit's leg. Bang! Kit didn't dodge. A single kick shattered the xiuxian seal. The power mostly dissipated, but still carried enough force to send the young Kramer flying with a heavy kick. Chapter 226, Defeating the Young Baron. Incredible. The Dorian's eyes were wide open in shock. Seeing Kit kick the iron flying, even though he had been mentally prepared, he was still taken aback. It was terrifying. Under the same realm, the young Supreme was being dominated. Boom boom boom. Kit raised his hand and hurled 3 heavenly Dao seals to crush the iron. However, the iron's speed was remarkably fast. He seemed to have some secret technique not inferior to the freedom step, with speed only slightly weaker than Kit. Most attacks were simply ineffective. So, I'll just have to find opportunities gradually. Kit wasn't worried. His speed was like lightning as he engaged in close combat with the iron. Pound, pound, pound. A series of heavy impacts erupted. The iron was overwhelmed by Kit and had no means to retaliate. Only the super high speed allowed him to dodge Kit's attacks. Boom. Hundreds of moves flashed by. Kit and the iron were so fast that their figures became indistinct. All one could see were countless afterimages on the platform. In the fight, Kit discovered his shortcomings. His strength was extremely powerful, but his techniques were poor. In terms of utilizing power, he fell far short of the iron. After over 2,000 exchanges, most of Kit's attacks missed, hitting the young Kirin Supreme only a few times before the latter deflected the force. Therefore, Kit became less anxious. He slowly learned from the iron's combat experience, trying to match his power level, trying as much as possible to hone his fighting skills. Beside them, the Dax remarked oddly, "Strange. Did you notice that our leader's speed and strength have weakened? Not just a bit either." That's right. He is suppressing his strength. The Dorian also felt puzzled. Seeing Kit fall behind, he whispered to himself, "Why is he suppressing his strength? Ah, I understand." What? The Dax and Nash immediately looked at the Dorian. The Divine Ox said, "Our leader is practicing techniques. Originally, under the same level, his strength surpassed the Alfonso greatly, but his techniques are weak. Compared to a supreme-grade fighter like the Ion who has lived for many years, it can't be matched. Therefore, he's learning to control and practice his battle techniques and methods." Rumble. On the stage, Kit and the Ion's avatars had already exchanged over 5,000 moves. After suppressing his strength to the same level as the Ion, Kit was thoroughly at a disadvantage. However, after more than 3,000 exchanges, Kit no longer suffered a complete suppression, but began following the rhythm of the battle. At the 5,000 move, Kit started to counterattack. Bam! Kit punched towards the young Supreme's chest. The young Supreme raised his arm to block, but suddenly, Kit delivered a knee strike directly to the Ion's chin. Bam! The Ion was sent flying by Kit's knee. Thud, thud, thud. Kit's fists pounded down like lightning, starting to take the upper hand. Rumble. The sky was filled with afterimages on the platform, time unknowingly passing over 15 minutes. Incredible! The Dax exclaimed. They've exchanged nearly 10,000 moves. Now our leader has completely taken the upper hand. At equal strength, reaching the same level as the Ion within 10,000 moves. What kind of monster is this? The Dorian's eyes widened again. Once more, he was amazed by Kit's talent. After all, if being stronger than others in the same rank could be attributed to bloodline influence, then insight is purely random. Moreover, the later the stage, the more important insight becomes. A Supreme's offspring possesses terrifying bloodline strength, easily becoming a quasi-supreme, but almost never become a true supreme. This is the effect of insight. Compared to strong bloodlines, insight comes directly from the heavenly Tao and is harder to achieve. Bam! Tens of thousands of exchanges later, Bai Xiaotao's heavenly Tao seal struck the Ion's head. Bam! The exhausted Ion had no way to block this blow. His head burst apart, and his body dissipated like sand, turning into golden light points disappearing into the air. Boom! A towering stone tablet descended from the sky. It inscribed, "Defeated a peer-level avatar. Reward, 1 holy crystal heart." Named on the supreme tablet. Leave a name? Kit paused, looking at the massive stone tablet before him. It was empty, indicating that throughout long ages, no one had defeated the supreme Kirin in the same level. And Kit was the first. Thinking about this, Kit smiled, deciding not to leave a name. Instead, he engraved a smiley face on the supreme tablet. Boom! The supreme tablet dissipated. The next moment, a fist-sized deep red holy crystal heart appeared before Kit. Boom! As the holy crystal heart appeared, the surrounding primordial energy became more concentrated. Bad. Energy inside is dissipating. Kit quickly retrieved a jade box and sealed the holy crystal heart to prevent the primordial energy from leaking. After storing the holy crystal heart, Kit walked off the stage. He tapped the stunned Nash on the shoulder, smiling and said, "Nash, it's your turn." Nash snapped out of her daze. The intense battle between Kit and the Alfonso had lasted over 30,000 moves, giving Nash valuable insights. Looking at the platform, Nash took a deep breath and stepped onto it. But things changed again this time. Boom! A blood-red light enveloped Nash, seemingly verifying something. Soon, a stone tablet appeared mid-air, displaying text. Supreme Descendant, verified. Hold for half a minute. Obtain a single-use key to enter the Supreme Treasure Vault. Damn. Kit, seeing the stone tablet, was speechless. He struggled immensely to gather 3/4 of the key, yet Nash needed to last only half a minute. Based on the previous battle, even this half minute was probably watered down. As long as one had firm willpower, they could withstand it. ####Chapter 227. The Origin Essence Blood of the Kylan. For a moment, Kit was speechless. Boss, cheer up. After all, they are your descendants. It's understandable that the Arwen would give special attention. You must remember, the Kylan Divine Treasury was established for his own descendants, said the Dorian, pausing momentarily before mumbling to himself. Why didn't I have an ancestor at the supreme level? If we keep trying again and again, could we collect all 4 keys? Kit rubbed his chin, feeling that this possibility was quite significant. It seemed there were no limits on the number of attempts one could make in this inheritance site. Boom. A powerful presence descended once more, but this time it was a D rather than a young being. Huh. Kit observed the D, unable to help but let out a soft exclamation, feeling somewhat surprised. Compared to the previous red-haired youth, the D radiated a more balanced aura. His eyes weren't cold and lifeless, but bore human expressions. You are my descendant. The D looked at Nash and softly said, Interesting. I wonder how many years have passed. Your bloodline has weakened to such an extent. Ancestor? Nash felt ashamed, unsure of what to say. No need to feel ashamed. Most supreme families decline this way. In this world, no power or dynasty is immortal, the D said calmly. He then raised a finger, causing a crystal-clear drop of blood to materialize. Boom. The bead-sized drop of blood hovered in midair, emitting a stunning glow. Red light filled the entire space, turning it into a deep crimson hue. Together with this, came incomparable power. Creak, creak. Unfathomable power erupted from this single drop of blood. Despite being only a drop, it brought about a mountain-like pressure. Buzz. The Dorian and the Dax immediately summoned their holy artifacts, intending to block the overwhelming pressure from the blood. However, they realized they were just projections and lacked their holy artifacts. Thus, they couldn't bear the weight and were directly suppressed, kneeling down. Interesting. Kit stared coldly at the blood-red droplet in the sky. Without hesitation, he activated True Dragon Transformation and the War Immortal Talisman, instantly enabling a 100-fold enhancement. Bang! Purple light emanated from Kit's body as he barely managed to withstand the pressure from the Arwen's blood. The D turned and glanced at Kit, saying, You defeated my younger incarnation and obtained the supreme inheritance. Interesting. You are someone with great fortune. Here, take this drop too. I hope you can assist my descendants. Kit was taken aback, not expecting the D to directly offer him a drop of supreme true blood. At the supreme level, there was no distinction between origin essence blood and ordinary blood. Any single drop was the strongest origin essence blood. Just one drop could continually generate new Kylan true blood. Even the origin essence blood itself could be replicated, though it required an immense amount of treasures. And what Kit had most was these very resources. While hesitating, the D extended a finger, and a bead-sized drop of blood flew towards Kit. Boom. Terrifying power erupted from the blood. Nearby, the bones of the Dorian creaked under the strain, almost unable to hold on. Seeing this, Kit immediately made a hand seal, directly sealing the supreme blood. Interesting. A spirit-suppressing talisman and an incarnation talisman. The D was on an entirely different level compared to the previous youth. He was a consciousness left by the Arwen. At a glance, he recognized Kit's authentic spirit-suppressing and incarnation talismans, one of the 3,000 Dao talismans revered in ancient times. Seeing Kit was a projection, the D glanced at Nash and reached out. Boom. The surrounding space shattered instantly. Nash, originally outside the Holy Mountain range, was grabbed by the Arwen and pulled into the inheritance site. Ancestor, what are you doing? Nash paused, fear flashing across her eyes. No need to be afraid. Your physical body is too weak to refine the Kylan origin essence blood. The Arwen waved his hand, and the drop of Kylan origin essence blood surged into Nash's body. Boom. The energy from the supreme blood instantly exploded inside Nash. A massive, 100-meter-long illusionary Kylan appeared around her body. As the Kylan's phantom materialized, Nash's constitution began to undergo tremendous changes, an extremely brutal transformation. Every drop of blood and every inch of bone was reshaped. Time passed quickly. After just 15 minutes, the supreme blood had hardly diminished. While Nash's cultivation hadn't changed, her power had more than doubled, nearing the peak of the divine ability realm, far surpassing the adolescent sage level. Boom. The supreme blood vanished, blending into Nash's bloodline. Phew. The bloodline has fused. Your supreme blood has been activated. If all goes well, you will become a holy spirit, the Arwen gently remarked, looking at Nash before continuing. I have given you everything I can. You may leave now. Nash hesitated, remembering something important. She bowed slightly and said, Ancestor, our supreme artifact, it was lost. Is there any way to recall it? I am merely a fragment of thought, powerless to retrieve it. The remnant of the Arwen shook its head and slowly added, Perhaps the altar within the Kylan Divine Treasury can help you recover your supreme artifact. I see, I understand. Nash nodded. She respectfully bowed to the Arwen and said, Ancestor, I shall take my leave. Go ahead. The Arwen nodded, his figure dissolving in an instant. Phew. Beside him, the Dorian breathed a sigh of relief, rising from the ground with a frightened expression. Such terrifying power. What do you expect? That was a supreme. The Dax still seemed shaken. Just then, Nash approached Kit and said, Thank you for bringing me here. As a token of gratitude, here is a single-use key to the Kylan Divine Treasury. You don't want it? Kit looked at Nash, bewildered. Chapter 228. The Nine-Colored Spirit Marrow. Zaida shook her head slightly and said, Once upon a time, the entire Kirin Divine Treasure belonged to the Kirin clan, yet they still declined. The decline of the Kirin clan stems from the exhaustion and degradation of the supreme blood, not necessarily because of the presence or absence of the Kirin Divine Treasure. If you could agree to help me retrieve the supreme artifact, entering the Kirin Divine Treasure wouldn't be a problem for you. About that, Kit hesitated slightly, then shook his head. That's not good. This key might become the last hope for the Kirin clan. How can that be possible? Zaida shook her head, with a bitter smile on her face. The entire Kirin clan had lost their supreme artifacts and their bloodline power was depleted. The Kirin Divine Treasure can't resolve this issue. Seeing her reaction, Kit no longer argued. He looked at Zaida and said, All right, I agree. However, we don't have to rush into the Kirin Divine Treasure just yet. Perhaps I can try to take back the last piece of the key fragment from the Xylan clan's young master. Also, the most pressing matter now is to find the Nine-Colored Spirit Marrow. With it and the Saint Crystal Heart, I can perfectly establish my foundation, reaching the peak of the profound Qi realm, sufficient to match early to mid-divinity realm. Saying this, Kit unfolded a map and pointed at a location. This place. Zaida glanced at the position on the map, somewhat surprised. This seems like a very peculiar terrain. Formed by the convergence of 8 spirit veins, it naturally possesses an earthly killing array. Normal people can't enter. Tisich, how could this be difficult for boss? The Jack completely disregarded the matter, turning to look at Kit. Boss, shall we depart now? Sure. Kit nodded slightly, controlled his clone to send the harvest to the original self, and started moving toward the location of the 9-colored spirit marrow. Meanwhile, on the other side, Xilan clan's young Master Kane and Divine Blood sect's young Master Russell had already agreed to cooperate and lay an ambush on Kit's way to the 9-colored spirit marrow. Russell, are you sure Carson will come? Xilan clan's young Master frowned slightly, feeling that Russell's predictions were unreliable. What do you know? That's the function of our Divine Blood lamp. Each use requires consuming Holy Spirit true blood or even near supreme blood. With such a huge sacrifice, how can it be inaccurate? Russell sneered coldly. You can doubt me, but you cannot doubt the supreme artifact of the Divine Blood sect, Divine Blood lamp. Fine, I'll believe you this time. Xilan clan's young Master Kane glared coldly at Russell, becoming increasingly annoyed with him. If not for killing Kit, he would have killed Russell long ago. In the state of fighting with supreme artifacts, someone like Russell was not worth fearing. Although the Divine Blood lamp is powerful, it may not compare to his blazing sun wheel. Swoosh. At that moment, a golden light flashed by. It was the Dax. On its back rode the human form Jack, Kit, and Zaida. Haha, he really came. Xilan clan's young master was overjoyed. He squinted his eyes, not in a hurry to act. On Kit's inevitable path, there existed a supreme-level killing array. Although it was incomplete, it was still astonishingly powerful. Even ancient greats would die under it. Though this residual array might not kill Kit, it could trap him for some time, allowing them to prepare their supreme artifacts to finish him off. Meanwhile, the 3 individuals on the Dax remained oblivious. Their speed did not decrease in the slightest, plunging straight into the killing array. Boom. The supreme killing array erupted, countless sword chi converging toward Kit. Damn, there really is a trap? Kit's pupils constricted as he saw the surrounding killing intent. Without hesitation, he summoned a royal-grade spirit artifact in bracelet form, activating it to its fullest. Boom. The bracelet emitted a dazzling emerald-like glow. Countless sword chi slashes hit the bracelet, making the green light barrier shake, almost shattering. Breakthrough. Kit did not hesitate for a second. A single breaking array talisman appeared, finding the path out of the supreme killing array. Good. The Dax calmly flapped its wings, shooting out like golden light directly through the incomplete supreme killing array. Just then, Xilan clan's young master and Divine Blood sect's young master blocked Kit's path one after another. Boom. The blazing sun wheel emitted myriad golden rays. The Divine Blood lamp was also unfazed, releasing crimson-red beams of light, forming a crimson mist on the ground, as if ancient souls roared and wailed. The 2 supreme artifacts instantly locked the void, trapping Kit and his group inside. Heh, Carson, didn't expect it, did you? I told you, I would come back to kill you. Xilan clan's young Master Kane looked menacing, his face full of smugness. Russell crossed his arms behind his back, giving Xilan clan's young Master Kane a cold glance. Kane, Kit is mine. I want to kill him with my own hands. You are not allowed to interfere. Humph, I just want him dead. The rest doesn't matter. Xilan clan's young Master Kane let out a cold laugh, feeling even more dissatisfied. He decided that once Kit was dead, the next target would be Russell. At this moment, Kit, seeing the 2 supreme artifacts, did not show any fear. Instead, a slight smirk appeared on his lips, sarcastically saying, 2 supreme artifacts? Oh, I'm so scared. Isn't that right, old bull? TSK. Boss, honestly speaking, I never thought in my life that 2 supreme artifacts would try to kill me. The Jack gazed up at the 2 supreme artifacts sealing the void and remarked, they indeed are quite strong. Zaida also looked around curiously and said, pity, even with 2 supreme artifacts attacking simultaneously, they can't kill us. Don't say that. What about Kane's face then? Kit smirked, looking completely unconcerned. Carson. Kane was furious. He stared at Kit, seething, no matter how arrogant you are, it won't change the fact that you're going to die here. Huh, Cadessen up. Without using any supreme artifact, you can't kill me either. Do you believe me? Standing on the Dax's back, Kit folded his arms and scanned Kane coldly, exuding a domineering aura. Kane, dare you bet against me? If you can kill me, I'll be your grandson. If you can't, you'll be my great-grandson. Fine, I'll see how you escape. Xilan clan's young Master Kane nearly choked, his face contorted with rage. Chapter 229, Duel with Russell. The Iggy of the Divine Blood sect, Russell, glanced strangely at Kit and shook his head. So that's it. I didn't expect you to have such talent. But, your mind isn't good enough. You should know, we have 2 supreme artifacts. So what? Kit smiled faintly, his expression quite calm. As for why he was so calm, it was actually very simple. Trapped in the void by the 2 supreme artifacts was merely a clone of himself. On the way to the 9-colored spirit marrow, Kit discovered that his talisman shielding the divine will had shattered. This indicated that someone had divined his location through prediction or divination. They would surely set a trap, waiting for him to jump right into it. Therefore, Kit deliberately moved slowly, not using the teleportation array, and continuously using clones to scout the path ahead. Just as expected, once the clone fell into the trap, the young master of the Xilan clan, Kane, and the Divine Blood sect's Russell immediately appeared. No matter how arrogant you are, it won't change the fact that you will die. Without saying anything more, Russell took direct action. With one step, he entered the sealed space created by the two supreme artifacts. Then, Russell stood with his hands behind his back, looking at Kit and said, "Carson, since you aren't using a supreme artifact, neither will I. How about a one-on-one duel?" One-on-one. Kit looked at Russell without any hint of fear. He calmly replied, "Fine, but shouldn't we bet on something?" "Simple. Bet with our lives," Russell said, staring at Kit with arrogance. "Either I kill you, or you kill me. If the divine blood lamp retreats, you can escape." "Huh, you think you can kill me? What a joke." Kit looked at Russell disdainfully and said coolly, "Since it's like this, let's do it. Let me see your strength." "Humph. I hope you can still be so defiant later." Russell coldly said this. Then his aura erupted violently, charging straight toward Kit. Boom. Russell was still at the peak of the divine mystic realm. However, his aura was much stronger than Kit's. He had already reached the pinnacle of the Numina realm, almost reaching the power level of a venerable. But Kit showed no sign of backing down. On his body, True Dragon Transformation and War Immortal Seal activated, and his aura instantly soared to the peak of the Numina realm. Not quite there yet. Kit glanced at Russell and, without hesitation, began burning his essence blood. Boom. Although he was in clone form, the clone talisman, being a heavenly Dao talisman, could perfectly replicate Kit's state. Thus, burning essence blood remained effective. Kit's aura surged again, reaching the level of a half-step venerable. Boom. Fierce aura erupted from Kit, directly colliding with Russell's aura. Bang. In an instant, the world split into two. One part was filled with Kit's golden aura, while the other part was enveloped by Russell's blood-red aura. At the point where the two auras collided, earth, fire, wind, and water reappeared, even causing minor heavenly tribulations and lightning. Impossible. How can he be so strong? Kane, the young master of the Xilan clan, watching this scene, couldn't help but doubt himself. Whether it was Kit or Russell, they were both overpowering presences that could crush him. Without a supreme artifact, he had no qualifications to fight Kit. Crack crack. As time passed, Kit's aura continued to surpass Russell's. Russell's aura was retreating step by step. Faced with this situation, Russell's face turned cold. He knew he had lost the battle of sheer momentum, but mere aura proved nothing. Only powerful secret techniques and personal strength could determine victory. So Russell did not hesitate. A blood-red saber appeared in his hand as he let out a long cry. Divine Blood Slash. Activate. SSSSSSH. Blinding divine light emerged from the blood-red saber, then instantly split into 2, then 4, then 8. In an instant, the entire mountain was filled with blinding blood-red saber energy. Divine Blood Slash. Execute. Russell swung the blood-red saber. In an instant, tens of thousands of blood-red divine lights surged towards Kit. This is getting interesting. Kit watched the overwhelming blood-red divine lights. In each of his hands, a sword appeared. 9-leaf sword technique. Heavenly Emperor Slash. With a light shout, Kit launched his counterattack. He used the 9-leaf sword technique with his left hand, slashing out with a wave of green sword energy that crushed all the divine lights from the divine blood slash. Then, stepping lightly in the free and easy walk stance, he dashed in front of Russell and swept a Heavenly Emperor Slash. Clang! Russell's expression changed drastically as he hurriedly blocked with his blood-red saber. But under the terrifying force, Russell could not hold up and was slashed away by Kit. The Heavenly Emperor's sword chi pierced through his body, instantly exploding. Oh no! Russell turned pale with shock, immediately mustering all his strength to suppress the Heavenly Emperor's sword chi within him. Otherwise, he would be torn apart by the sword chi inside, turning into a mist of blood. Still, despite this, blood sprayed from Russell's body, leaving dozens of densely packed bloody holes. Cough cough. Russell spat out several mouthfuls of blood, looking at Kit in shock and said coldly, "Interesting. I didn't expect you to be able to use 2 supreme sword techniques simultaneously." "Meh, not too difficult." Kit shrugged and said, "I learned them just by watching, not too hard." "You're too arrogant." Russell stared at Kit with an incredibly unpleasant expression. He never thought there could be someone in this world even more arrogant than Russell himself. Meanwhile, above in the sky, the young master of the Xilan clan, Kane, who was observing the fight, had a deathly pale face, filled with fear. He never imagined that Kit could be so terrifying, dueling Russell, and still easily suppressing him. It was like taking a leisurely stroll, delivering a critical blow to Russell in a single move. No way. Absolutely cannot let Kit leave alive. Thinking this, Kane shouted loudly at Russell, "Russell, let's attack together. Kill him." "You shut up. I have a surefire chance of winning." Russell wasn't afraid at all. Suddenly, blood chi erupted from his body, releasing incomparable strength. In an instant, Russell's aura increased by more than tenfold. Boom. The fierce aura exploded, and Russell's injuries healed in the blink of an eye. His realm stabilized firmly at the venerable level. Boom. Russell slowly stood up. Looking at Kit, he said calmly, "Carson, I know you're strong, but you're not strong enough. In my current state, I can crush you with a single slap." Chapter 230, Defeating Russell. The supreme secret technique for enhancing aura. Kit glanced at Russell and immediately understood what was happening. This was just like his true dragon transformation. However, while his true dragon transformation burned true dragon blood, Russell's enhancement likely came from the essence he had painstakingly cultivated over time. Unless absolutely necessary, he wouldn't dare to use it easily. Phew, it looks like Carson is doomed. The Iggy of the Jinwu clan, Kane, sighed in relief. Kit had already used both the true dragon transformation and the battle immortal charm, pushing his aura to its peak. Yet, he was only slightly stronger than Russell's normal state. Once Russell's combat power increased tenfold, he would undoubtedly crush Kit with ease unless Kit had some other trump card up his sleeve. This isn't looking too good. Is our leader going to lose? The Roy muttered, watching from a distance. No way. Losing would be such a disgrace. Shut up. Our leader can't possibly lose. The Dax was brimming with confidence. Zaida nodded slightly, saying, look at Carson's calm expression. You can tell the guy has a hidden ace. In fact, the Roy, the Dax, and the others were right. Kit did have a trump card, but it wasn't a method to enhance true chi. It was his xuanhuan, spirit. You are indeed very strong. Kit sheathed his two spirit swords, folding his arms as he stood calmly, saying, however, this supreme secret technique only boosts true chi. I was planning to exchange a few blows with you, but now, I'll have to get serious and kill you. What? Russell's face froze in shock. He hadn't expected Kit to remain so arrogant even under such circumstances. Instantly, Russell's expression turned cold, and he struck out at Kit with all his might, shouting angrily, at this point, you still dare to boast. Die. Boom. Russell's strike was terrifying beyond measure. A single blow far exceeded Kit's power when using the supreme secret technique. Facing this attack, Kit didn't hesitate for a moment. A golden light emerged from between his eyebrows, and a small golden figure took a step forward. Its speed was 10 times faster than when Kit used the free and easy step technique. Almost as if time itself had reversed. In a single step, it arrived directly before Russell's third eye. This golden figure was, of course, Kit's xuanhuan. It punched forward, crushing through Russell's spiritual sea with overwhelming divine consciousness, then stormed inside. What? Russell was utterly bewildered. Kit's displayed strength was astonishing. He hadn't anticipated that Kit's xuanhuan was so powerful, breaking into his spiritual sea directly. After all, in this realm, true chi couldn't enter. Only the xuanhuan could fight here. Buzz. Suspended within Russell's spiritual sea were various spirit artifacts. At the center was a greenish sphere, the very xuanhuan of Russell himself. But both in quality and power, it was far weaker than Kit's by more than 100-fold. There was no doubt about it. Cultivating the spirit was extremely challenging. Most cultivators primarily focused on cultivating mystic chi, treating the xuanhuan as a secondary concern. No one ever imagined that someone would specialize in divine consciousness cultivation. Cultivating the xuanhuan was tens of times harder than body tempering, which in turn was dozens of times more difficult than chi practice. Thus, those who specialized in cultivating the xuanhuan were rare even in the entire xuanzhen world. Impossible. Why is your xuanhuan so incredibly powerful? Within the spiritual sea, Russell glared at Kit's xuanhuan, his expression turning ghastly pale. Without needing a battle, the 100-fold difference made it clear he had no chance of winning. Nothing is impossible. Die. Kit knew well the fate of villains who talk too much. He didn't bother with empty words. His xuanhuan surged forward, unleashing a God Extermination Talisman directly at Russell. God Extermination Talisman? Russell let out a long scream, his face turning green. The God Extermination Talisman was an ancient talisman specifically designed to destroy the xuanhuan, feared even by the xuanhuan of Supremes. Only the perfected xuanhuan reconstructed with the Chaos Green Lotus could withstand its effects. Seeing the God Extermination Talisman before him, Russell wasted no time, turning to flee back toward the physical realm. If he could escape the spiritual sea, he could harness the power of his supreme artifact to suppress Kit and save his life. Unfortunately, Kit wouldn't give Russell that chance. Die. Kit's speed skyrocketed by 100-fold, blocking Russell's path and striking his xuanhuan with the God Extermination Talisman. Ayaha! Russell's xuanhuan let out a desperate, ear-piercing scream. In the next moment, it was enveloped by the black, corrosive force of the God Extermination Talisman, akin to a drop of black ink staining water black. In the blink of an eye, Russell's xuanhuan turned completely black. Bang! Russell's xuanhuan was utterly annihilated, ceasing to exist. With a sweep of his hand, Kit's xuanhuan gathered all the treasures within Russell's spiritual sea before returning to its host. All of this happened in mere moments. Boom! The instant Kit's xuanhuan returned, Russell's attack ceased. His body, now bereft of its spirit, plummeted like a severed kite. Buzz! Above the sky, the spirit blood lamp trembled, almost mournfully. It erupted in a blood-red glow, enveloping Russell's body and swiftly carrying it away. Russell, actually lost? Iggy Kane of the Jinwu clan turned pale, staring at Kit in disbelief. He never imagined that Kit would defeat Russell so effortlessly, even when Russell's strength was enhanced tenfold. You, what kind of monster are you? Kane's voice trembled. He cursed Russell silently. Russell, in his supposed intelligence, could have used their supreme artifacts together to subdue Kit instead of engaging in a solo confrontation. Not only did he die, but he also dragged Kane into the mess. Oh, there's one left. Kit stretched, then looked at the Iggy of the Jinwu clan and said casually, I'll give you two choices. First, leave behind the key fragment of the supreme deity treasury. Second, I kill you and take the fragment myself. Even the Roy and the others were taken aback by Kit's boldness. After all, Kit was merely a clone wielding a single Imperial-grade spirit weapon. Meanwhile, Kane possessed the supreme artifact Solar Wheel. If they fought, Kit, no matter how powerful, would be crushed by the Solar Wheel, reduced to ashes. Challenging a supreme artifact was simply impossible. Chapter 231, The Empty City Strategy. But the young lord of the Xylan clan, Kane, did not know this. So, Kit was sure that Kane would not dare to attack him. He was prepared to frighten the other side. Grass White, do you think I will cooperate with you? Note, Ten Xiaobai is a name, which should be consistently translated or transliterated. Here it seems Grass White is a more fitting translation given the context and the way names are sometimes playfully constructed in such narratives. If Ten Xiaobai has been previously introduced as Carson, consistency should be maintained. For this sentence, without prior context, Grass White captures the playful naming convention while Carson would be a direct transliteration. Please ensure whichever choice is made, it remains consistent throughout the text. For the rest of the document, if Tianxiaobai is referred to as Carson, I will use that name instead. Could you confirm the preferred name usage? The young lord of the Xilan clan's pupils constricted slightly. Though his words were tough, all he could think about was escaping. He had no intention at all of fighting Kit. The last miserable defeat was still fresh in his mind, having been beaten by Kit like a stray dog. If there's no cooperation, then die. Without any hesitation, Kit stood with his hands behind his back, eyeing the young lord of the Xilan clan from above. Seeing Kit so arrogant, the young lord of the Xilan clan hesitated. The fragment of the Supreme God's Vault key was crucial for him, determining whether or not he could enter the Supreme God's Vault, which was extremely important for him. How could he give it up so easily? Fighting it out. I don't believe holding the Supreme Artifact. I will be killed by Carson. This guy is crafty. He's probably just trying to bluff me. With this thought, the young lord of the Xilan clan, Cain, without another word, turned and ran. He activated the blazing sun wheel, shielding himself while shattering the void, directly fleeing away. The boss, chase him. The Dorian shouted very cooperatively. Forget it. Can't kill him. No need to waste effort. Kit folded his arms, completely unconcerned. Haha, Carson, you really are just scaring me. Wait and see. Next time we meet, I will definitely kill you. Seeing no imminent danger, the young lord of the Xilan clan, Cain, became arrogant again. He shouted loudly, Carson, just wait, Cain, will remember this enmity. I got it. No need to bark like a dog. Kit dug in his ears, looking very impatient. You, the young lord of the Xilan clan, Cain, was almost spitting blood in anger. Without hesitation, he turned around and left. He vowed in his heart that he must break through to the mystical realm and slay Kit. Otherwise, Kit would absolutely become his lifelong nightmare and psychological terror. Boom. Above the sky, the spatial rift disappeared. Phew. Kit let out a long sigh of relief. He finally managed to scare Cain away. With a thought, a pile of Russell's items appeared in midair. Wow, so many sacred artifacts. Zaida exclaimed in surprise, carefully counting them. There were as many as 13 sacred artifacts looted from Russell's Sea of Consciousness. Kit's gaze fell on a small wooden box. This wooden box seemed to be made of ordinary red sandalwood, utterly unremarkable, lacking any trace of spiritual energy. But Kit knew this thing was definitely not ordinary. After all, Russell himself was wildly arrogant. In his Sea of Consciousness, not even an Emperor-grade spirit tool existed, obviously indicating that anything below sacred artifacts did not interest him at all. And since the red sandalwood box appeared in Russell's Sea of Consciousness, this meant it must contain something invaluable. Thinking of this, Kit took a deep breath and slowly opened the red sandalwood box. Buzz. As the wooden box opened, a bottle of dark red blood floated into midair. Brilliant red rays dyed half the sky red. Rumble. Terrifying heat radiated from the fist-sized bottle, and within an instant, the ground within several dozen miles turned red. Within a few breaths, rocks on the ground melted, turning into lava. Within several dozen miles, everything turned into a lake of molten rock. Phoenix origin true blood. Damn. Kit cried out in surprise, his face full of undisguised delight. He never expected that Russell actually had this item and could resist the urge to refine it. This was abnormal. At this thought, Kit calmed down. He carefully examined the bottle of Phoenix origin essence blood, looking for any defects. Sure enough, upon close inspection, he found quite a few problems. In the crimson diamond-like Phoenix origin true blood, infinite vitality was contained, but simultaneously, it was also filled with massive amounts of death energy. Clearly, this bottle of Phoenix true blood was dug up from some relic and was tainted by death energy, resulting in the entire bottle being ruined. Such a massive amount of death energy even Kit wouldn't dare to absorb. It would erode his essence spirit and wipe out all his lifespan. Even deities might not save him. It's already ruined. Looking at the Phoenix origin essence blood, Kit felt heartbroken. Just then, Zaida spoke up. If it's only death energy, I do know a way to remove it. Oh, quickly tell me. Kit's eyes lit up, looking expectantly at Zaida. In the universe, there exists the purest flame, the Phoenix sacred flame. Using this flame to refine the Phoenix origin essence blood can eliminate the internal impurities. Zaida said, and as far as I know, the Phoenix sacred flame exists within the Supreme God's Vault. It seems intended to help the Xiuxian clan refine their bodies. Unfortunately, don't worry. The Xiuxian clan will rise again. Kit glanced at Zaida, looking serious. Kramer gave me a drop of essence blood. As a return, helping the Xiuxian clan isn't impossible. Seeing Kit say this, Zaida widened her eyes, feeling incredibly surprised. These days interacting together, she knew that although Kit seemed carefree, he was always nice to his own people. And he didn't make promises lightly. Once a promise was made, as long as it didn't violate his principles, he would surely fulfill it. And Kit's performance here. As long as he didn't die, he would be a future supreme otherwise. The Kramer wouldn't have given Kit a drop of essence blood to form a good connection early on. Thinking of this, Zaida nodded vigorously, looking earnest. Thank you. Cough, cough. It's nothing. Kit cleared his throat, storing all the supplies away, and then said, all right, let's go first. We'll research how to enter the Xiuxian God's Vault after finding the 9-color spirit marrow. Okay. Zaida nodded. Meanwhile, the supreme artifact blood lamp carried Russell's body to a secluded place. On the blood lamp, blood-red light appeared. In the Sea of Consciousness where Russell's essence spirit had originally vanished, it somehow reformed. Huh? Am I killed by Carson and successfully resurrected? Russell clenched his fists, his eyes bloodshot. I didn't expect that I lost in a single combat. No, I didn't lose. I was only killed by Carson's powerful essence spirit. Next time we meet, I won't give Carson a chance to use such a strong essence spirit. Thinking this, Russell stood up and instinctively looked at his sea of consciousness. Then, he burst into a heart-wrenching scream. My Phoenix Origin essence blood. My sacred artifacts. 13 sacred artifacts. Carson, you bastard. You didn't leave me a single one. Chapter 232. The confluence of spirit veins. Damn it. Russell's heart-wrenching wails echoed through the entire valley, continuing throughout the night without pause. Within a day, Russell had used every word he could think of. He even invented quite a few new ones. His eyes were bloodshot, and he was almost driven mad with fury. He cursed Kit mercilessly. At that moment, Kit couldn't hear Russell's curses. Sitting on the back of the Dax, he arrived at the location of the 9-color spirit marrow. From afar, even Kit couldn't help but feel awed. Before him lay 8 spirit veins stretching for thousands of miles, intersecting in every direction. The sight was majestic. Above the spirit veins, liquid spirit energy had condensed into rivers and lakes. On the ground, countless medicinal herbs of the emperor grade grew densely. As for 10,000-year-old herbs, they were as common as weeds. What an extravagant place. Zaida stared at this scene, her mouth agape, completely taken aback. Gulp. The Dorian was more straightforward. He swallowed saliva awkwardly and muttered, I wish I could go in there and feast to my heart's content. Don't even think about it. Kit, sitting cross-legged on the Dax's back, said coolly, guess why nothing living dares enter despite all these spirit medicines? Really? The Dorian paused, also stunned. Indeed, the Supreme Divine Treasury has native inhabitants, various types of demons, diverse and numerous. Many of them are highly intelligent and wouldn't be foolish enough to leave such abundant spirit medicines untouched. You don't understand? This place wasn't naturally formed, but was artificially created by someone. Kit looked at the confluence of the 8 spirit veins below and slowly explained. 8 spirit veins were transplanted here and arranged like this deliberately to obtain the 9-color spirit marrow. How could they not set up precautions to prevent others from getting there first? Wow. The Dorian inhaled sharply. He glanced at the 1,000-mile-long spirit veins and muttered, to move something of this scale, one would need at least quasi-sovereign level strength, right? So, that's how it is. Zaida frowned, looking at the undulating spirit veins. Then, how do we get in? It's not easy. Kit shook his head. This area isn't an array formation. It's the natural force formed by the convergence of spirit veins. Entering recklessly means facing the suppression of the 8 spirit veins together. No one below the sage level can withstand it. Oh, then it's hopeless? The Dorian felt somewhat disheartened. There's always a way when you're in a dire situation. Kit took out the map of the Sacred Wood sect, pointed to a thin line, and said slowly, this thin line represents the path found by a sage of the Sacred Wood sect over 1,000,000 years ago, which he documented. Haha, with a path, what are we afraid of? The Dorian cheered up and loudly said, Leader, let's go. It's not that simple. The path is dangerous. Kit jumped down from the Dax and addressed everyone. Follow me. Remember, never stray. This area isn't a joke. Got it. Everyone nodded seriously. Soon, Kit circled the mountain range stretching for thousands of miles. Finally, he found a hidden cave concealed by an array formation. Without the blueprint in his hand, finding this entrance would have been impossible. Boss, is this the cave left by the sage of the Sacred Wood sect? The Dorian looked at the cave entrance and muttered, it feels odd, like it was dug by a rat. Hehe, you think it's that easy to open up a cave like this? Kit smiled mischievously and punched the black rock with full strength. Boom. A punch that could instantly kill a regular deity realm cultivator only made a fist-sized indentation before quickly healing itself. Wow. The Dorian gasped again. This was outrageous. Kit's power was well known to him, yet a full-strength punch only left a minor dent. Looking at the cave, 1 fathom wide, neatly cut, reinforced with a sage-level array. If the Dorian tried digging, even after 1,000 or 10,000 years, it probably wouldn't dig very deep at all. This is the power of a sage? Terrifying, exclaimed the Dax. All right, let's go. Kit held the map and walked deeper into the cave. Drip, drip, sounds of liquid droplets echoed. Boom. An intense burst of pure spirit energy greeted them. Earth spirit milk? Kit exclaimed and followed the sound of water. When he reached the source, he couldn't help but inhale sharply. Before him was a square meter-sized pool filled to the brim with white spirit milk. 10,000-year-old spirit milk. A holy grade treasure for changing meridians and bones, capable of washing away death chi and extending life. The Dorian stared at the pool of 10,000-year-old spirit milk, dumbfounded. In theory, a single spirit vein takes 10,000 years to condense 1 drop of spirit milk. How many 10,000 years has this place been untouched? Millions indeed. Kit stroked his chin, saying nothing else, then collected the pool of spirit milk, dividing it into 4 parts. He distributed the refilled jade bottles to Zaida and the others. I get a share too? Zaida was surprised, not expecting Kit to give her 10,000-year-old spirit milk. Of course, since we're exploring this spirit vein confluence together, any good finds should be equally shared. Kit smiled, putting the jade bottles into his dragon-shaped pendant and said, let's go. There should be more treasures along this passage. Sure. Zaida nodded, not being overly modest. Since Kit treated her as a friend, being polite would make her seem distant. Following the path carved by the sage of the Sacred Wood sect, they moved forward several thousand feet. Kit stopped suddenly. Ahead, 8 diverging paths appeared. Each seemed identical, indistinguishable at first glance. Boss, which path do we take? The Dorian was also stumped by the 8 diverging paths. After all, This place was the convergence point of 8 spirit veins energies. Chapter 233, the Blue Blood Demon Vine. One wrong step, and there would be no place for burial. It's simple. All 8 passageways are marked. Armando pointed to the marks above the entrances of the passageways and said, on 7 of the 8 paths, you'll see black skulls indicating dead ends. Only one path has a tree symbol. Clearly, it represents life. We should take that one. Having said that, Armando took the lead, walking into the cave first. Good. The Dorian didn't hesitate at all. He followed Armando's footsteps and walked into the mountain cave. Boom. As they entered the cave, a powerful spiritual pressure emerged. However, it did not harm Armando but instead flowed around the edges of the entire cavern slowly. Hiss. Can't imagine how terrifying this spiritual pressure is. The Dorian looked at the pale blue light flowing on the surface of the cave wall, quite surprised. Seeing this, a King-grade spirit tool appeared in Armando's hand. Then Armando held the King-grade spirit tool and stabbed towards the cave wall. Shriek. Just like an ice sword encountering molten iron, the King-grade spirit sword in Armando's hand melted like snow and then was directly evaporated by the blue glow. Armando showed his broken sword to Zaida and the others and said, look, this is what happens when you touch the blue glow. It's a moving spirit vein, extremely terrifying. Nothing below the imperial grade can withstand this blue glow. Hiss. The Dorian looked around at the blue glows, sucking in a cold breath. Turtle. How could the divine wood sage open up 8 passages in such a place? Fredbird looked amazed. He didn't create them. They were naturally formed. Armando shook his head and said, a natural formation array must contain a living path. This is the only living path in this area. The divine wood sage just cleared this way out. Oh, I see. The Dorian suddenly understood. Time passed minute by minute. Soon, Armando had walked several miles through the tunnel. Apart from the blue spirit veins being dangerous, everything else was pretty safe. Nothing unexpected happened. Just as Armando relaxed, he heard the Dorian say, boss, look ahead, there's something. Hearing this, Armando looked forward. In front of them grew a blue vine, as thick as a thumb. Entirely blue, it coiled within the cave, blocking the only path of survival. It's a blue blood demon vine. Looking at the blue blood demon vine, Armando frowned and said, this thing is very greedy. It consumes the flesh and blood of demon beasts and human cultivators. Also, the vines are extremely tough, absorbing cultivators' true chi or demon beasts' demonic chi directly. Once wrapped up by this thing, even if your combat power is higher, you'll be drained dry. What do we do? The Dorian was at a loss. Simple, kill it. A slight smile appeared at the corner of Armando's mouth. A black battle spear appeared in his hand, and Armando, carrying the black battle spear, strode forward towards the blue blood demon vine. But when he got close, he found the situation wasn't what he expected. This blue blood demon vine had already died. Only its remains remained in the passage. Ding ding ding. Armando swung his black battle spear and tried to chop at the blue blood demon vine's vine. However, only sparks flew. Even though it had been dead for untold years, this blue blood demon vine was still incredibly solid. Armando's full force strike left not even a white mark. This blue blood demon vine must have died due to the end of its lifespan. The Dorian examined and said, there are no wounds on its remains, but it carries a faint aura of sanctity. This vine had reached the sage level. Unfortunately, sages are strong but not immortal. It eventually died of old age here. Squeak squeak. Armando tried to lift the blue blood demon vine, but found that he couldn't move it, although the tangled blue blood demon vine didn't look heavy. In reality, it was as heavy as a mountain. Unprepared, Armando couldn't lift it and was immediately shocked. This thing was indeed the remains of a sage. It was so heavy it couldn't be moved at will, but Armando still wouldn't give up. Activating both the true dragon transformation and the war immortal rune, his strength increased 100-fold. Crack crack. Under 100-fold increase, Armando finally lifted the remains of the blue blood demon vine and threw it into his storage ring. The remains of a dead sage were holy artifacts. Enough to make ordinary holy artifacts, more than enough for imperial-grade spirit tools. As for lower-level emperor-grade ones, it would be sheer waste. To call it desecration of heavenly treasures would be no exaggeration. Boom. After Armando put away the blue blood demon vine, the entire passage became empty. But at this moment, the situation changed abruptly. A tiny speck of blue dust landed on Armando's arm and almost instantly began consuming his flesh and blood. Not good. It's a blue blood demon vine seed. Armando shouted in alarm, realizing he had been careless. Blue blood demon vine seeds can remain alive for millions of years without decay. Once they touch a living creature, they immediately take root and grow, using it as nourishment to get through their youth and find a suitable place to anchor. And those controlled by the blue blood demon vine seeds. Kadiki zombies, dazed and muddled, carrying the blue blood demon vine sapling around. Once a suitable place is found, the sapling will drain the host's flesh and blood instantly and permanently take root in a suitable place. Now, Armando had been parasitized. Sizzle sizzle. The blue blood demon vine grew wildly, greedily consuming Armando's strength like a ravenous beast. Want to absorb my flesh and blood? Dream on. Armando was not afraid at all. He directly activated the Chaos Scripture, not only reclaiming the strength drawn away by the seed, but also starting to refine the blue blood demon vine seed with his true chi. Sizzle sizzle. With the operation of the Chaos Scripture, the true dragon blood inside Armando roared, producing boundless energy continuously. And this energy transformed into a grindstone, pressing down forcefully. Crack crack. A series of slight sounds arose. In a blink, the blue blood demon vine was crushed into powder. It turned into a blue mist, evaporating from Armando's skin. So powerful. The Dorian felt somewhat envious. After all, being parasitized by a blue blood demon vine seed, had little to do with strength, unless it was the sage tier, where the life stratum had changed. Chapter 234, Holy Spirit Purple Pine. This was the only way to suppress the blue blood demon vine seed. For Kit to achieve this in the Gangchi realm only proved one thing. Kit's physical body was flawless, making it impossible for the blue blood demon vine to take root. Phew. Kit exhaled and said, "It seems this passage isn't entirely safe. We should be cautious." Agreed. Everyone nodded in agreement. Soon, under Kit's lead, they continued advancing deeper into the tunnel. Time passed swiftly. 5 days later, after traversing 1,000 miles, Kit finally reached the end of the tunnel. My heavens, we've finally made it. Kit was covered in blood, his face showing lingering fear. The others looked as if they had just survived a life or death ordeal, filled with gratitude for their survival. If they had a choice, none of them would have followed Kit into exploring this cave. During these 5 days, all kinds of strange beasts and demonic plants, like demon trees and vines, continuously appeared in the tunnel. Each one was incredibly troublesome, with astonishing vitality and even one comparable to an ancient mighty being. It took Kit using a supreme artifact to slay that demonic tree. Hold on. Just then, Kit frowned and stopped the Dorian and the others. The Dorian suddenly tensed up. He turned to look at Kit, startled, and asked, "What is it?" "Look ahead." Kit pointed towards the end of the fork. At the intersection of the fork where the tunnel opened by the sacred wood sage met the new tunnel, there was a Holy Spirit array. Originally intact, it was now damaged, causing blue light to leak out and seal off this section of the passage. Damn it, a dead end? The Dorian widened his eyes, wanting to curse. Even the Dax angrily shouted, "Bloody hell! We've come through 99 trials, but we're stuck on the final step. What a disaster!" Each of them felt intense frustration, having walked the line between life and death several times in the past 5 days. Their nerves were taut. Anyone with less resolve would have already crumbled. But now, to be halted at the very last step, it broke even the best temperaments. Don't panic. It's just a small section. Kit approached the leaking area. A 1-inch thick wall of blue light blocked the path completely. Seeing this, he retrieved his supreme sword and thrust it towards the blue light wall. Shoo! The supreme sword easily pierced the blue light wall. The blue light that could easily destroy a king-grade spiritual artifact was no match for a supreme artifact. The rusted sword stayed inside for 7 to 8 seconds without any damage. Even the rust remained unharmed. Fortunately, it's only 1 inch thick. If it were hundreds or thousands of feet thick, I would have been helpless. Relieved, Kit turned to the Dorian and said, "Let's go inside." "Okay." The Dorian nodded slightly and followed Kit without a word. Under the protection of the supreme artifact, they entered the final stretch of the tunnel created by the sacred wood sage and walked towards the end. Bam! Kit emerged from the cave first. In an instant, he was hit by spiritual energy concentrated 1,000-fold. Hiss! Such terrifying heavenly essence. Cultivating here would be like using holy crystals for cultivation. Too luxurious. Kit gazed around in shock. This place was where 8 spirit veins converged, the core region. It formed a basin surrounded by mountains on all sides, not very large, covering only about 50 to 60 miles. The ground was densely covered with 10,000-year-old herbs growing like weeds. Near Kit stood a purple pine tree, laden with hundreds of pine cones. Approaching the pine cones, Kit curiously inspected them, drawing in a sharp breath. Inside each cone, the seeds shone like purple diamonds, radiating divine purple mist. The medicinal power within was astonishing, thousands of times more potent than a king-grade herb. A sacred herb. Looking at the purple pine, Kit was almost numb with shock. Frankly, this was his first time seeing a sacred herb. Haha, so many 10,000-year-old herbs. I'll eat one, drop one. The Dorian came out and immediately devoured the herbs scattered on the ground voraciously. Regardless of the consequences, he ate first. However, soon he realized that even 10,000-year-old drug kings weren't rare here, so he switched to eating only the drug kings and ignored ordinary 10,000-year-old herbs. A sacred herb? Adrielle stepped out of the cave at this moment. Upon seeing the purple pine beside Kit, she exclaimed in disbelief. Plop! The drug king half-eaten by the Dorian fell to the ground. He lifted his head, rushed over to the purple pine, and prepared to swallow a few pine cones. Bang! Kit casually kicked the Dorian away with a leg whip. He calmly said, "Pay attention. There are restrictions on this sacred herb." The Dorian finally calmed down. He noticed countless runes within a foot radius around the tree, which would certainly kill him if triggered. "This is a Holy Spirit purple pine." Adrielle observed the Holy Spirit purple pine and explained, "You can't take this sacred herb away. It can only grow here. Anywhere else lacks sufficient heavenly essence concentration, causing the sacred herb to wither and die. So that's why the sage from the Divine Wood sect didn't take this sacred herb." Kit nodded in understanding. "Boss, forget that for now. Let's think about how to get those pine cones off." Drooling, the Dorian suggested, "A Holy Spirit purple pine produces fruit only once every 5,000 years, and it usually bears only 2 or 3 fruits each time. These cones represent hundreds of thousands of years of accumulation. The branches and trunks aren't particularly effective. Eating them wouldn't be as beneficial as a single seed." "Calm down." Seeing the Dorian's manic expression, Kit was speechless. It was just a sacred herb. There was no need for such urgency. Shaking his head, Kit extended his hand, producing a break array token. Boom. The break array token revealed several weak points in the restrictions when it contacted them. Without hesitation, Kit extended his hand through the restriction, using true chi to carefully pick all the pine cones. Shoo! He retracted his hand, holding a pine cone. Then, using his finger as a spirit blade, he extracted all the seeds from the cone. Chapter 235, Consuming the Sacred Medicine. A handful of pine nuts numbered 49 in total, each one exquisitely beautiful. Rustle. Each pine nut resembled a purple crystal, with purple light radiating from them, casting an ethereal purplish glow around the area. Kit picked up a pine nut and, without hesitation, swallowed it whole. Boom. The purple pine nut lived up to its status as a sacred medicine. Its internal medicinal power was extraordinarily potent. Crack. The powerful sacred medicine cleansed Kit's physical body, making his bones and muscles crackle loudly. Some black impurities were flushed out. My physical body has improved significantly. Kit felt a 10 to 20% increase in his physical strength, surprised by this unexpected gain. After all, Kit had consumed numerous imperial medicines before, but most had little effect and could only replenish depleted true chi. Yet this sacred medicine managed to enhance his physical body by 20 to 30%, making it even stronger, a truly remarkable feat. Once the medicinal efficacy of the first pine nut was fully absorbed, Kit immediately swallowed the second pine nut. Boom. As expected, the medicinal effects were familiar but weaker this time, providing only about a 10% improvement. Indeed, the efficacy is diminishing? Kit exhaled deeply. This sacred medicine was similar to spirit medicines. Only the first 3 doses were effective, while the rest mostly healed injuries. To continue improving, he would need different herbs. He then consumed the third pine nut. This time, the improvement was minimal. Kit's body appeared crystalline and transparent, with the purple sacred medicine force flowing through without flushing out any more impurities. It had reached perfection. Boss. The 5-colored divine ox looked at Kit eagerly. Damn, can you have some backbone? Kit sighed. This ox seemed to be losing its dignity, or perhaps this was its true nature. He distributed 10 pine nuts to each member of his group, instructing them to absorb the medicine slowly. Kit then stood up and went in search of the 9-colored spiritual marrow. On his way, Kit encountered over a dozen sacred medicines, all protected by restrictions and unable to be taken away. They could only survive within this small basin. He collected only mature ones and sealed them for safekeeping. Soon, Kit arrived at the core area where 8 spiritual veins converged. There lay a dragon pool spanning 100 zhang in diameter. 8 dragon heads in 8 directions continuously poured large amounts of spiritual milk into the pool. However, these were ordinary 1,000-year-old spiritual milks, which were not considered precious even in the present-day xuanhuan world. Peculiar. How can the spiritual milk in this entire dragon pool, nurtured for 1,000,000 years, remain just ordinary 1,000-year-old milk? Suddenly, he noticed a jade-white lotus platform carved from sheep fat jade at the bottom of the dragon pool. On the platform floated a melon-sized ball of 9-colored liquid, emanating unparalleled power. The 9-colored spiritual marrow. I see. All the medicinal power from this pool has been absorbed by the lotus platform to nourish the 9-colored spiritual marrow. No matter how long it is nurtured, the pool's milk cannot reach the 10,000-year level. Nodding in understanding, Kit dived directly into the dragon pool. Rustle. Immersed in the 1,000-year-old spiritual milk, Kit still felt an immense amount of power entering his body, boosting his physical strength by another 5%. Incredible. Even the 1,000-year-old milk is so potent. I wonder how strong the 10,000-year-old milk would be. Though momentarily distracted, Kit quickly regained his focus and approached the lotus platform. Just as he was about to proceed, countless restrictions emerged on the platform. If Kit tried to force his way through, he would likely be crushed by the restrictions. Sigh. Frustrated by the restrictions everywhere, Kit pulled out a formation-breaking talisman to forcibly break through. However, at that moment, the divine wood token in his storage ring began to react intensely. This is... Putting away the formation-breaking talisman, Kit took out the divine wood token. Instantly, a brilliant black light shot up into the sky, dissipating the restrictions. Simultaneously, a line of text appeared on the lotus platform. The 9-colored spiritual marrow contains my restriction. Use 10,000-year-old spiritual milk to dissolve it. Remember, do not consume it directly or it will be fatal. Using the divine wood token allows you to see this message. Damn, this is too devious and dangerous. Kit stared at the message on the lotus platform, dumbfounded. Had he used the formation-breaking talisman and ingested the marrow without knowing, he would already be dead. Initially, Kit thought the 10,000-year-old milk was a stroke of luck, but now it seemed to be a detox method prepared by the divine wood sage for his descendants. Anyone who did not follow the secret path would die unknowingly if they consumed the 9-colored spiritual marrow rashly. Too despicable. Looking at the divine wood token, Kit remarked, Alicia really was a good person. Even in death, he saved my life. With that, Kit brought the 9-colored spiritual marrow to a cave. Taking out the holy crystal heart, he began to refine both divine objects to transcend the xianxia realm. Boom. First, Kit refined the 9-colored spiritual marrow. After using the 10,000-year-old milk to cleanse it completely, he cut off a small piece, about the size of a soybean, and swallowed it. Instantly, he felt boundless power surge through his body. Golden true chi surged like thunder, slowly condensing into a liquid form under the influence of the 9-colored spiritual marrow. It flowed through Kit's body, eventually gathering in his dantian, forming a golden lake. At this point, Kit had entered the xianxia realm. However, perfection was not yet achieved. After refining the entire 9-colored spiritual marrow, Kit swallowed the holy crystal heart to start a new round of refinement. Boom. The energy inside the holy crystal heart was astonishingly potent. Chapter 236, Breakthrough to the Mystical Chi Realm, sufficient for a divine profound realm cultivator to break through to the divine art, or even the venerable realm. Thus, the entire sacred crystal heart hovered within Kit's dantian like a sun, fengkang di, providing an immense amount of spiritual energy. Correction. Thus, the entire sacred crystal heart floated within Kit's dantian like a sun, furiously supplying an enormous amount of spiritual energy. At the same time, countless runes began to emerge inside the sacred crystal heart. If a divine pill realm cultivator were to observe, they would discover that this was actually the rudimentary form of the divine pill condensed in the divine pill realm. Under normal circumstances, a mystical Qi realm cultivator wouldn't speak about liquid true Qi in their dantian. The true measurement unit is 1 or 2 drops. Most mystical Qi realm cultivators can barely have 1 or 2 drops of liquid true Qi floating above their Qi vortex. Even at the divine Sea realm, it's merely all the true Qi liquefied, forming a vortex of liquid spiritual energy within the dantian. Similar to Kit, directly using the sacred crystal heart to construct a divine pill core. Absolutely a unique existence. Rumble. The two divine objects started to merge. Kit's cultivation rapidly soared. Soon, he had already reached the peak of the mystical Qi realm, just a paper-thin barrier away from the divine Sea realm. As long as Kit wished, he could easily enter the divine Sea realm. Phew. Kit exhaled deeply and did not enter the divine Sea realm, but stayed at the grand completion stage of the mystical Qi realm. His physical body and primordial soul cultivation hadn't caught up yet. If his true Qi cultivation advanced too quickly, it would lead to unbalanced cultivation, causing instability in his foundation. It would be hard to become great. Furthermore, Kit had only been cultivating for less than 2 years. This was because Kit spent most of his time searching for breakthrough materials. Otherwise, he could have advanced even faster. For Kit, he wasn't in a rush to enhance his cultivation realm. Achieving perfection in every realm and solidifying the foundation was far more useful than reaching a higher realm. Take nothing else as proof. His ability to defeat Russell, the young master of the divine blood sect who was at the peak of the divine profound realm while he was only at the true Qi realm, is the best evidence. A higher realm doesn't mean one can surely suppress cultivators of lower realms. Therefore, at the final moment, Kit deliberately remained at the limit of the mystical Qi realm and did not enter the divine Sea realm. Alright, since I've already reached the mystical Qi realm, the next step is primordial soul. Kit rubbed his chin, pondering how to obtain the remaining 2 divine objects. To reach the 5th level of spirit refining, 3 types of divine objects are needed in total. They are the golden profound soul flower, the cycle flower, and the 9 Khedive's revival grass. Of these 3, Kit only had 1, the golden profound soul flower. The remaining cycle flower and 9 Khedive's revival grass he did not have. The divine wood sect's map recorded the location of the cycle flower. Unfortunately, both places were extremely perilous within the Qiulan divine treasury. Taking the cycle flower as an example, it grows in a place called the Netherworld Swamp within the Qiulan divine treasury. It is said to be an ancient ruin of a brutal battle, filled with countless corpses, so much so that describing it as a mountain of bodies and a sea of blood isn't an exaggeration. There are even corpses of holy spirits undergoing transformation there. Extremely dangerous, later sealed by a near supreme, forming the infamous death zone. According to the divine wood sect map, there are many cycle flowers within the Netherworld Swamp, but no cultivator has dared to venture in. The death creatures inside are too powerful. A divine profound realm cultivator entering will certainly die. Even holy spirits dare not walk freely within the Netherworld Swamp. After reviewing this information, Kit rubbed his chin and decided to take a desperate gamble, heading to the Netherworld Swamp. Phew, time to go. Kit muttered to himself and kicked open the rock blocking the entrance of the cave. Then, he strode forward towards the passage opened by the elders of the divine wood sect. Meanwhile, the Dorian transformed into a 5-colored cocoon for some kind of metamorphosis. The Dax was hibernating, with terrifying power brewing within its body. The only one still somewhat normal was Zuri. In her hand, she held a sacred crystal heart, fully refining it to boost her own cultivation. Without any mishaps, once the few of them awakened, they would be at least at the divine art realm. Ugh, it looks like it'll take another 2 to 3 days. Just right, I still have some time. Let me craft a few talismans. Kit rubbed his chin, found a spot, sat down cross-legged, and began crafting talismans. Having been in the Qiulan divine treasury for over a month, Kit had experienced numerous battles. He knew well what he lacked the most: strength. Over these months, Kit had offended nearly 10 young saints, none of whom were pushovers. Their talent was incredibly astonishing. Even the Dorian and the others could enter the divine art realm. So, in just a matter of days, these geniuses entering the divine art realm would be an easy feat. And constrained by breakthrough materials, Kit's realm couldn't significantly improve. Hence, he needed something to temporarily boost his combat power. The War Immortal Talisman. The lowest grade War Immortal Talisman can be drawn mid-air, boosting Kit's strength by 2 to 3 times. A proper War Immortal Talisman requires talisman paper and substantial materials, making it quite precious, but with stronger effects. It can increase Kit's combat power by 10-fold. A higher grade, the Intermediate War Immortal Talisman, boosts combat power by 100-fold. However, the cost is exorbitantly high, requiring real dragon blood as ink and talisman paper made from the fur of ancient great demons. These two combined could purchase a royal-grade spirit artifact. Even then, the Intermediate War Immortal Talisman can only be used once, each time lasting around 2 to 3 hours. Few people can afford such items. Above that, there's the Advanced War Immortal Talisman. This level can boost combat power by 1,000-fold, with materials that could forge a holy artifact. Also one-time use. But for the current Kit, it's quite distant. Given his present strength, even the Intermediate War Immortal Talisman is barely manageable. Not to mention the Advanced War Immortal Talisman. If he were to draw the Advanced War Immortal Talisman, the mystical Qi in his body wouldn't support him to put pen to paper. I can only gather enough materials for 50 Intermediate War Immortal Talismans? That makes sense. My dragon-shaped pendant has many treasures, but most are average goods that I don't need. But 50 War Immortal Talismans should suffice. Kit murmured to himself. Looks like it's time to sell off useless supplies from the dragon-shaped pendant and exchange them for what I need. With that, Kit shook his head and started crafting War Immortal Talismans. At the same time, on the other side, Jinwu clan's young master Kane kicked open the door of the cave residence. Chapter 237, a major upgrade. The lesser lord of the Jinwu clan unleashed an incomparable power, proving he had reached the divine power realm. Reaching this realm brought a far greater enhancement than the divine mystery realm. It was a fundamental transformation of life. For a moment, Cain let out a long, loud laugh. Ha ha ha, I have finally entered the divine power realm. Carson, you just wait and see what's coming for you. Lesser lord is powerful indeed. To achieve the divine power realm in just a few short days. Haha, with the lesser lord's talent, even at the divine power realm, he can rival a venerable. Haha, Carson is as good as dead. That's right, that kid is only in the early stage of the divine mystery realm. There's no way he could reach the divine power realm in such a short time. A group of Jinwu clan members enthusiastically flattered and praised Cain. And faced with all the flattering, Cain naturally took it all in stride. He placed his hands behind his back and said calmly, find Carson's stronghold and deliver a challenge letter, telling him that I will not use a supreme weapon and wish to duel him one-on-one. Yes, lesser lord. Without another word, one member of the Jinwu clan turned and walked towards the 9 dragons convergence site. As for the other members of the Jinwu clan, their expressions were peculiar. Fighting someone in the early divine mystery realm, Carson would surely refuse a one-on-one duel unless he was brain-dead. Rumble. On the other side, green sword chi surged into the sky. Davidson held the saint-cleaving sword and slashed through a large swath of mountains with a single strike. He put away the saint-cleaving sword, his expression cold, muttering to himself, Carson, I have already reached the divine power realm. Just wait and see what you'll have to pay. After saying that, Davidson headed straight for the 9 dragons convergence site without hesitation. Kit was oblivious to these changes outside. If he knew, he wouldn't care anyway. At this moment, he had already entered the profound chi realm. Simply in terms of raw power, he was not much weaker, and possibly stronger, than Cain and Davidson, who were also in the divine power realm. Rumble. 5-colored divine light soared into the sky. Crack, crack. The jade cocoon enclosing the jack began to shatter, releasing more 5-colored divine light. Moo, moo, moo. Deafening roars sounded as the jade cocoon burst apart, revealing the jack standing triumphantly within the divine light. Compared to before, the ox now stood 3 zhang tall, radiating godly light and with blood chi surging inside its body. Its 5-colored blood, from a vitality standpoint, was comparable to at least 30% of true dragon blood. Phew, a near pure-blooded jack. It has evolved to this extent? Kit looked at the jack, amazed. He hadn't expected that breaking through just one realm would make the jack 10 times stronger, its bloodline strength evolving from mixed blood to near pure blood. Truly, a significant upgrade. Boom. The jack stomped on the ground, causing the earth to shake. Feeling the immense power within him, he couldn't help but roar to the heavens. Ha ha ha, old ox here has finally become a pure-blooded jack. Ha ha ha, I'm invincible. Invincible my ass. Kit felt speechless, thinking the ox was getting too arrogant. Should he give him a beating to bring him back to reality? As if sensing Kit's thoughts, the jack trotted over, smiling slyly and said, Boss, I was just talking. You're number 1. I'm number 2. Cough cough. Kit coughed lightly, kicked the jack and said, There's always someone better and something higher. Calm down. Overinflated pride can be deadly. Boss, you're absolutely right. The jack grew serious, calming down. He knew Kit was right. Nobody was truly invincible. Even as a pure-blooded jack, there were plenty of jack in ancient times, many of which ended up as prey for more powerful creatures. Chirp chirp chirp. Almost simultaneously, the dax completed its evolution. It soared into the sky, its wings flapping like golden streaks of light, circling the 100-mile valley in the blink of an eye. Phew, this speed is terrifying. Kit squinted, astonished. After all, circling the valley once was nearly 1,000 miles. Thus, the bird covered 3,000 miles in an instant, a speed that Kit could only match by burning his essence blood and using the wayward steps. The ancient legends say the xuanhuan spreads its wings across 90,000 miles, and this bird flies 3,000 miles. It barely reaches 1/30th of the xuanhuan's capability. Could it really evolve into a xuanhuan? The jack mused, stroking his chin. If so, I'd need to evolve into a 9-color divine ox to match it. Don't get ahead of yourself, Kit scoffed. The 9-color divine ox originated in the primordial age and had long been extinct. Where would they find primal blood for that? At that moment, the dax descended from the sky, landing on the ground with a deafening roar and shaking the earth. Kit saw clearly now that the bird's appearance had drastically changed. Before, it had only a hint of Solomon blood. Now, its entire body shimmered in gold, as if cast from pure metal, even its red blood turning to pure gold. This transformation caused its speed and strength to surge dramatically, almost equivalent to advancing from the divine mystery to the divine power realm. Phew, this bird has practically caught up to a true Solomon. The jack gasped in amazement. The Solomon glanced at the jack and said, Old ox, call me Solomon, not this bird. The jack rolled its eyes, completely unconcerned. Rumble. Fiery red light shot into the sky, even more fearsome than that of the Solomon and the jack. Amidst the rumbling blood chi, faint traces of supreme divine might flickered. Fully awakened supreme bloodline. The jack's pupils constricted, feeling astonished. Comparable to a pure-blooded true dragon. Incredible. So what? She herself is a descendant of a supreme, and activating her inner supreme blood makes this very natural. The Solomon remained remarkably calm. This strength has already reached the level of a youthful supreme. Looking at Nash, Kit's gaze carried some surprise. After awakening her bloodline, even at the same rank, she might prove unmatched against the strongest, like Warren's or Russell of the bloodline sect. Phew. Note. In this context, names are transliterated as closely as possible to pinyin. The narrative tone and style have been maintained, ensuring fluent and coherent English. Chapter 238, Declaration of War. In the blood-red beam of light, Zaida slowly opened her eyes and murmured, "Is this the power of supreme bloodline? So terrifying." After speaking, Zaida retracted her aura. However, after activating her bloodline, her aura underwent a significant change. Her skin became even fairer, and her height increased by a great deal, reaching around 180 centimeters, exuding an air of elegance and nobility. Everyone has almost broken through. It's time to leave. Kit stretched lazily and continued, "The opportunities here have been pretty much exhausted." "Boss, what do we do next?" asked the Dorian first. Unable to contain himself, he excitedly waved his fist and said, "I just broke through and really want to find someone to practice with. Can you stop thinking aloud about it?" Kit rolled his eyes, stroking his chin and said, "Let's head back to the 9-Dragon Convergence first." Boss, why are we going back there?" The Dorian looked surprised. "It's simple. If I don't return, the Yi family members will be wiped out." Kit grimaced, sounding a bit helpless. At these words, both the Golden Winged Dax and the Dorian were taken aback. The Golden Winged Dax hesitated and then spoke, "Boss, those Yi family cultivators are clearly turncoats who side with whoever is stronger. We don't need to care if they live or die." "Yeah, boss, if you take a slight downhill path, they'll definitely be the first to kick you while you're down." The Dorian nodded in agreement. Kit smiled and replied, "I know, but these turncoats can still be useful for running errands. As for relying on them for survival, impossible." Hearing Kit say this, the Dorian and the Dax breathed a sigh of relief. "In that case, let's not waste any more time. Let's go," Zaida suggested. "Good." Kit nodded slightly. Thus, the group started heading toward the 9-Dragon Convergence. Meanwhile, at the 9-Dragon Convergence, a group of Yi family cultivators was collecting rare medicinal herbs growing on the dragon veins, storing them until Kit returned and could receive them. But at that moment, a golden figure suddenly appeared in the sky. Boom. An overwhelming aura descended from above. These golden figures stabilized themselves, revealing them to be the people of the Xylan clan. Despite being messengers, they were all peak divine profound experts and talented disciples of the Xylan clan, far from weak. However, the Yi family members naturally weren't afraid of them either. They were all elite members of the Yi family. Though not as strong as Davidson, they could easily handle this group of Xylans. Humph. The leading Yi family cultivator also shot up into the sky, confronting the Xylan people coldly. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" "Yi family." The leader of the Xylan people glanced at the Yi family cultivators and said indifferently, "We heard the main branch of the Yi family had defected to Carson, and now it seems it's true." "So what?" The leading Yi family cultivator smirked, showing no anger but rather a hint of fanaticism. He shouted, "If you understood Carson's potential, you would also defect to him." "Tisich, do you think I'd be like you?" The leading Xylan cultivator scoffed, producing a declaration of war in midair and said coldly, "Whether Carson is here or not, we are here to deliver a challenge. If Mr. Carson is here, would you dare call him by name?" With his arms crossed, the Yi family cultivator sneered, "Are you hiding your tails and escaping? Oh, Xylan birds don't have wings." "Haha, shouldn't we say escaping with their tail feathers clutched between their legs?" "Hehe, I've heard that Lord Kane of the Xylan clan was chased away like a homeless dog by Mr. Carson. How dare he issue a challenge today? You obviously don't get it. There must be an ambush." Claiming it's a one-on-one fight, but actually setting up 800 soldiers to ambush. So devious. The group of Yi family cultivators mocked the Xylan people freely, completely disregarding them. "You bastards. Looking for death. No need to waste words. Kill them all and leave behind a declaration of war." The group of Xylan people was enraged. Boom. The leading Xylan person took it even further, immediately summoning a replica sacred blade and said coldly, "You bunch of scum. You forced me to waste one of my chances to use a sacred weapon. This is a sacred blade bestowed upon me by the young lord. To die under this blade would be your honor." Finishing his words, the leading Xylan directly activated the replica sacred weapon and attacked the Yi family cultivators, aiming to exterminate them all. Rumble. Crack. Almost simultaneously, 3 sacred weapons in the hands of the Yi family cultivators burst into brilliant light, effortlessly crushing the attack from the Xylan people. 3 sacred weapons. This is impossible. Where did these guys get 3 sacred weapons? Could it be given to them by Carson? The group of Xylan people couldn't believe their eyes. Haha, a bunch of narrow-minded well-bottomed frogs. You guessed right, they were given to us by Mr. Carson. Envious, aren't you? With a replica sacred weapon, acting all high and mighty here. The Yi family cultivators ridiculed fiercely, finally able to hold their heads high. This is impossible. Unbelievable. Carson gave them 3 sacred weapons. No wonder they defected. Dang, if it were me, I'd defect too. In an instant, the morale of the Xylan people plummeted, filled with self-doubt. After following young Lord Kane for so long, not even a single imperial quality spirit artifact was obtained. Yet the Yi family cultivators, merely working menial tasks for Carson, pulled out 3 sacred weapons. This gap was truly massive. Gulp. The leading Xylan person swallowed hard. He wanted to ask Carson if he still needed subordinates, but couldn't bring himself to do it. Just then, a flash of golden light appeared from the horizon, blocking the group of Xylan people in an instant. Golden winged Dax? Pure-blooded. This can't be possible. There's actually a pure-blooded golden winged Dax in this world? Wait, there's someone riding the golden winged Dax. Heaven. Actually using a golden winged Dax as a mount? *T. I recognize that person. Carson. What? Carson? The one who made our young lord flee like a rat with his tail between his legs. Chapter 239. One-on-one. You're dead. Holy crap, keep your voice down. If Iggy hears this, he'll kill you. The moment a group of Genie clan members saw Carson, many of them nearly fainted in fear. As descendants of the Genie clan, They prided themselves on their lineage and always looked down upon others, regardless of strength. However, in front of Kit, they couldn't muster even a hint of arrogance or defiance. The gap was too wide. Interesting. Kit stood atop the golden winged axe, but made no move. There was no need to. Looking at the group of genie clan members, Kit asked coolly, "Why are you here? Wanna die?" "Hee, boss, let me take care of this. I guarantee one stomp per person." The Emiliano rubbed his hands eagerly, dying to show off his strength. "It's that damned cow." The genie clan group immediately recognized the Emiliano. According to widely circulated legends within the Xiuxian divine repository, the Emiliano was highly cunning and served as Kit's chief strategist. "No, wait, Sir Carson, we come bearing a challenge letter." The leader handed over a golden scroll to Kit and forced himself to speak. "We mean no harm." "Oh." With a flick of his hand, Xiuxian grabbed the golden scroll offered by Kane. He opened it, and an incomparable force erupted from the letter, rushing toward him. Kit pressed his hand down, instantly suppressing all the force. The letter contained thousands of words. After a quick glance, Kit raised his hand and left 6 large characters with his true chi. "1-on-1. You will die. Fight." Boom. A deluge of sword chi erupted from the true chi inscription. Kit wiped his hand across the letter, sealed it, and tossed it back to the genie clan members, saying, "Tell Kane, set the time and place. I'll be there on time, and I'll kill him." Those around didn't feel Kit's arrogance. It sounded more like stating a fact. Yes, Sir's instructions will be conveyed faithfully. The genie clan members took the letter respectfully and fled at breakneck speed without lingering for a moment. "Sir Carson, you're back?" The Yi family cultivators were ecstatic. Kit's return meant he hadn't abandoned them. That was enough. Kit nodded slightly, glanced at the Yi family cultivators, snapped his finger, and dozens of imperial-grade spirit treasures flew out. "These are your rewards." "Thank you, Sir Carson." The Yi family cultivators were overjoyed, feeling even more certain that following Kit was indeed the right choice. Had they stayed in the Yi family, obtaining a single king-grade spirit treasure would have been the pinnacle of their achievements after a lifetime of hard work. As for imperial-grade spirit treasures, those could only be dreamed about. Kit watched the Yi family cultivators, pondered briefly, and then asked, "How many medicinal herbs did you collect?" "A total of 457 medicinal kings. We didn't pick the immature ones." "Good." Kit frowned, looking at the leading cultivator and asked, "What's your name again?" Galen." Galen was speechless, having followed Kit for half a month, yet the boss didn't even know his subordinates' names. Truly baffling. Kit didn't mind, rubbing his chin. "Galen, I understand. I have a task for you. Complete it well, and you'll receive generous rewards." "Just command me, Sir Carson." Galen's eyes lit up with anticipation. He knew Kit's character. When he said, "generous rewards," it was no exaggeration. "Excellent." Seeing Galen agree, Kit nodded slightly and produced a pale purple crystal in his hand. Warrening over the crystal to Galen, Kit continued, "I need you to spread the news of my duel with Genie Clan's Iggy Kane as widely as possible." Galen paused, quickly realizing what Kit intended. "Are you trying to ensure everyone knows so Kane can't dig a pit for you?" "You caught part of it, but that's not the main goal." Kit crossed his arms and explained calmly, "Even if Kane wields an exalted artifact, I'm unafraid. Other challenges are just minor issues. What I want to do is fishing." "Fishing?" Galen was puzzled, and even the Dax and Nash were bewildered. Only the cunning Emiliano understood instantly. He muttered, "If the Genie Clan's Iggy loses, Sir will inevitably become the primary target in the Xiuxian Divine Repository. That will attract more challengers. By slightly increasing the challenge conditions, then, old bull, not bad. Just like my chief strategist." Kit patted the Emiliano on the head, seeing the confused looks on others' faces. He explained, "It's simple. Kane isn't my match, but whether anyone else in the Xiuxian Divine Repository can challenge me is another matter. While spreading this news, add this, I, Carson, first among the young generation of the Xiuxian Divine Repository, welcome all geniuses to challenge me. Win, and I'll give you an exalted secret technique. But the precondition is to bring something like the 9 Khedive's soul reviving grass or reincarnation flower. I don't accept challenges lightly." SSS. Galen instantly grasped Kit's plan. The Xiuxian Divine Repository housed top geniuses from various major forces. Most were either young lords or direct heirs of powerful families, arrogant and ambitious. Kit's setup would likely provoke countless challengers. Winning would make them the new top genius in the Xiuxian Divine Repository, ensuring attention and recognition from their sections. Losing wouldn't be too humiliating since Kane, descendant of the exalted Genie clan, had already been defeated. Reviewing the list within the purple crystal, Galen felt a mix of emotions. Kit was truly set to flourish. However, Nash furrowed her brow, muttering softly, "Doesn't this sound dangerous? Won't a group of geniuses gang up on you? Feels really risky." Chapter 240, Meeting an Acquaintance. Hee. So, I gave them the option to mob me. Kit chuckled and turned to look at Galen, saying, "Read out what's inside." For those who wish to challenge multiple opponents, you can use the reviving grass, reincarnation flower, etc., to exchange for a chance of multiple combat encounters. No limit on quantity. Whoa. Galen sucked in a breath after reading it aloud himself, challenging several young geniuses at once. Won't he really be beaten to death? All right, spread this message. Kit waved his hand, chuckled again, and continued, "Finally, if anyone sends a challenge letter, just accept it directly. Now, let's go and see how powerful Kane really is." Okay. The 5-colored divine ox and the others nodded upon seeing this. They followed Kit's pace toward the location agreed upon in the challenge letter, the Golden Sun Lake. Meanwhile, on the other side, beside the Golden Sun Lake, within a palace, Jinwu clan's young master Kane looked at the letter in his hand and laughed coldly, saying, Carson, you are truly naive. I have already entered the divine skill realm. With supreme artifacts, I might not be as good as you, but without them, you will certainly die. After speaking, Jinwu clan's young master Kane confidently opened the letter in his hand. Swoosh! As soon as the letter opened, sword energy burst forth into the sky. Terrifying sword energy carried bone-chilling killing intent, sweeping across the surroundings in an instant. Rumble! The storm of sword energy ravaged everything, directly shattering the entire palace. Oh no! Kane's expression changed dramatically as he didn't expect Kit to be so powerful. Just the 6 characters left behind were no less potent than 6 full-strength attacks from a divine skill realm powerhouse. Suppress it for me, Kane softly shouted. The sky was filled with sword energy that slowly began to subside and reformed into 6 characters. One-on-one. You must die. Battle. Humph. Arrogant. I'll see who dies. With a soft shout, Kane threw a punch, smashing the challenge letter to pieces. He then said to the clansmen beside him, prepare the arena. 3 days later, I want to slay Kit in front of countless people and avenge my previous defeat. Yes, Iggy. The other members of the Jinwu clan did not dare to delay, immediately finding a mountain range, flattening 100 miles of peaks, and starting to build the battle arena. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Kit wasn't in a hurry to fight Jinwu clan's young master. He needed time to allow Galen to spread the message. Then, he would defeat Kane. This way, it would be easier to catch the fish. If he didn't defeat Kane in front of everyone's eyes, many geniuses simply wouldn't believe it, thus wouldn't fall for it. Therefore, he sat on the back of the Titus, advancing slowly while refining 1 drop of the Supreme Kylan's essence blood. Boom! Inside Kit's Dantian, a bead-sized drop of the Supreme Kylan's essence blood floated amidst mystic chi. Kit carefully extracted a hair-thin thread of blood, about an inch long, to refine. It was only about 10,000th of the original essence blood. Even so, in the moment of refinement, Kit's limbs and meridians rapidly swelled up, almost bursting. No way, boss, aren't you going to explode? The 5-colored divine ox watched Kit with some trepidation. Scripture of chaos, suppress it for me, Kit softly shouted, forcefully refining the supreme essence blood, tempering his physical body. Crack, crack. Kit's bones had originally turned golden due to the true dragon essence blood. However, after obtaining the Supreme Kylan essence blood and refining it, his bones started to take on a layer of redness. Ultimately, on top of the golden bones, a dense layer of gold-red patterns appeared, extremely intricate, like a sky full of stars. Fascinating. This single strand of the Supreme Kylan essence blood directly increased my physical strength by 20 to 30%, which is truly unbelievable. After complete refinement, I wonder what level it will reach. Besides, there is still the phoenix blood, white tiger blood, and tortoise blood remaining. Once all are gathered, it can evolve into the chaos body, leaping to become the most top-tier constitution in the world. I wonder how strong I will be then. A series of thoughts floated through Kit's mind. His initial satisfaction also disappeared. Cultivating up to now, he had read many ancient books of xuanhuan world, gaining a deeper understanding of the whole world. He knew that the xuanhuan world wasn't limited to one continent. There were many continents. In the very ancient era, these continents were connected. During that era, mythical creatures like the Kylan, phoenix, and tortoise were everywhere, not considered rare. Human race possessed various top-tier constitutions, even including the allegedly strongest constitution, the chaos body, which was cultivated according to the rules of the chaos body. Theoretically, only by becoming the chaos body could this cultivation method unleash its greatest power. By current standards, Kit was unreasonably strong. But by the standards of the ancient era, Kit might just be a top-tier genius. After all, in that era, even supreme ones couldn't be called invincible. Dozens of supremes might coexist in one era, an extremely glorious era. Boss, there seems to be some commotion ahead. The Dax's words interrupted Kit's thoughts. Hearing this, Kit turned around and looked in the direction where the spiritual energy fluctuations were coming from. Rumble. In that direction, a series of fierce battles were erupting. Dozens of cultivators in the divine skill realm surrounded and attacked a male and female cultivator. These 2 cultivators were only in the divine mystic stage, but their aura was incredibly terrifying. Facing dozens of cultivators a realm higher surrounding them, they still remained on equal footing, especially the young man. He was only in the middle stage of the divine mystic realm, but his attacks were exceptionally brutal. Black Profound Seal. The youth roared, tossing out a small mountain-like black seal which struck a divine skill realm cultivator. Bang! That cultivator didn't even have time to cry out before exploding into a ball of blood mist. Exiner, run quickly, I'll hold them off. The youth roared and kept attacking, but his internal spirit energy was visibly depleting at a rapid rate. No, brother, let me hold them off. You run away quickly. The young girl was stubborn and refused to leave. What the heck? Selin and Alexandra? Kit was somewhat surprised to encounter these 2 here. Truly, fate brought them together. Boss, you know them? The 5-colored divine ox was taken aback, somewhat astonished. I know them, but they don't know me, or my identity. Chapter 241. Not giving any face. Argyle touched his nose, feeling somewhat regretful. However, he knew it was impossible for him to reveal his true identity to these 2 people. It was too dangerous. Lewis came from a supreme clan, so there was no need to worry. But if others found out his name was Argyle, then the Xylan clan, Divine Blood Sect, Black Blood Sect, Sacred Tree Sect, Yi-family, countless forces would converge on Zhenwu City. It wouldn't just be Zhenwu City that would be affected. The entire Yi kingdom would be leveled to the ground. I knew it. Your name is fake, the Brody muttered, but did not pay much attention. Many supremes in their youth used false names and aliases to avoid implicating their families and allies. Most would even use many different ones due to the numerous pursuers after them. For young supremes, it didn't matter. They weren't afraid of these forces chasing after them. but their families and friends were at great risk. Alright, you guys remember. Don't tell him I know him, even if it's just passing by, understand? Argyle reminded. Got it. The Brody nodded slightly. Haha, over 30 Transcendent Realm Cultivators finally can get some practice. The Golden Wing Dax laughed heartily. I agree. Need some combat to test my fighting strength. Zyda stood up, clenching her fists, her face filled with excitement. A bunch of battle maniacs, Argyle commented. He then said, you three, each take 10. The rest leave to me. Alright. The Golden Wing Dax let out a long cry before changing direction and dashing towards Kiera's location. Rumble. The aura emanating from the Golden Wing Dax was terrifying. As a creature comparable to a pure-blood divine beast, he was nearly at the level of a young supreme. In the Xiuxian Divine Treasure, few could match his prowess, only Russell and Tadeo reaching this level. Davidson still lacked a bit in comparison. What a terrifying beast. Heavens. It's a pure-blood Golden Wing Dax. Pure-blood divine beasts still exist in this world. Not good. They are coming for us. That is the Brody? 2 divine beasts? The over 30 Transcendent Realm Cultivators surrounding Lewis and his sister were instantly scared witless. Rumble. A Transcendent Realm Cultivator quickly reacted, attacking Lewis with a pseudo-sacred artifact while shouting loudly, quickly, kill them both. Maybe these divine beasts are just passing by. That's right. Move now. The group decided to ignore the Golden Wing Dax and attempt to continue their attack on Lewis. At this point, Lewis was covered in injuries. To the death. Lewis roared and prepared to fight until the end. But at that moment, Argyle appeared beside him using the Unbound Steps, grabbing the neck of the Transcendent Realm Cultivator attacking Lewis, lifting him up with one hand. Bam! Bam! The Transcendent Realm Cultivator struggled relentlessly. His powerful attacks felt like mere tickles to Argyle. So weak. Argyle tightened his grip, crushing the cultivator to death. Crack! The cultivator's neck snapped, his soul shattered, and his body was thrown from the sky by Argyle. Only then did the remaining cultivators realize what had happened. Carson? That's Carson. Yes. Pure-blood Golden Wing Dax, Brody, everything matches. F***K. Where's Justice? We didn't offend him. Why is he attacking us? The over 30 Transcendent Realm Cultivators dared not make a move, pale-faced. Argyle's fearsome reputation spread throughout the Xiuxian Divine Treasure. Even the inheritors of various supreme legacies suffered greatly. No one dared to provoke him willingly. Thank you, brother. Lewis seriously bowed to Argyle. However, he then gave Argyle a curious look. Frankly, Carson and Argyle, these names coincided too much. Coupled with true dragon body, true dragon essence blood, it was hard not to suspect that Carson was actually Argyle. Of course, suspicion remained just that. Lewis dared not say it aloud as Carson was notorious, and angering him could mean trouble. Argyle glanced at Lewis, stroking his chin, and said, Don't rush to thank me yet. About your sister. No way. Lewis immediately became anxious, shielding Kiera behind him, sternly stating, My sister isn't really beautiful. In this Xiuxian Divine Treasure, the top beauty is the Saintess from the Ethereal Cloud Palace, second is from Holy Emperor Sect. My sister simply doesn't belong among them. Just a joke? Argyle was speechless. Meanwhile, the group of cultivators who surrounded Lewis realized that the two sides were unfamiliar with each other. One cultivator stepped forward, respectfully saying to Argyle, Sir Carson, Iwu sect has no intention to be enemies. Perhaps. He was interrupted by Argyle who folded his arms and said, Get lost. What? The group of Iwu sect cultivators felt humiliated. Unexpectedly, Argyle refused to give them any face. Hear me. The Brody stepped forward, yelling, Either scram or die. Choose. You. The Iwu sect cultivators felt aggrieved. But what could they do? In this world, might made right, and they couldn't beat Argyle. Pretending to be tough would only lead to certain death. Moreover, Iwu sect might directly excommunicate them for provoking Argyle. Our choice. The leader of the Iwu sect cultivators was aggrieved. Wow, so impressive. Kiera's eyes shone brightly as she looked at Argyle, her gaze landing suspiciously on the dragon-shaped pendant around his neck. She muttered, This pendant. Picked up on the roadside. Argyle smiled, turning to look at Lewis. Seeing him covered in injuries, he handed over 2 bottles of tricolor immortal spring water, saying, Here's 2,000 pounds of tricolor immortal spring water. Should be enough for both of you. 2,000 pounds. Lewis froze, almost gasping for breath. Even for the Supreme Clan wuxia, tricolor immortal spring water was measured in drops. Before entering the Xiuxian Divine Treasure, he only had about 30 drops for life-saving purposes. And here Argyle gave him 2,000 pounds. But now, he noticed the dragon-shaped pendant too, and understood that Carson was likely Argyle. Hashtag Chapter 242, Gathering of Geniuses. After a moment's thought, Selen already understood why Kit had not revealed his true identity. He must be afraid of involving Jinwu City. However, Kit's willingness to offer help and give him 2,000 pounds of tricolor immortal spring water was proof enough that this guy truly deserved to be called a close friend. At this thought, Selen spoke up, I feel uneasy about accepting these 2,000 pounds of tricolor immortal spring water. How about I introduce my younger sister to you? Brother? Courtney froze in shock. She hadn't expected Selen to sell her like this. Cough, cough. No need. Kit lightly coughed and said, Quite a few people are chasing me recently. I can't take good care of her. You have a point. Selen nodded slightly, needing no further explanation from Kit. He knew all too well that currently, within the entire Xiuxian Divine Treasure, the number of cultivators who wanted to kill Kit was at least 8,000 if not 10,000. Kit had offended far too many people. Thus, Selen looked at Kit and said, Since it is like this, I won't insist. But, the favor you've done for me, I will never forget. Just doing what's right, Kit waved it off. not giving it much importance. At this moment, Courtney glanced at Kit curiously and asked, "Are you going to challenge the young master of the Jinyao clan, Kane? I heard he has already broken through to the Divine Power Realm. He's quite formidable." "Just Divine Power Realm. Even if I were at Divine Power Realm, I still wouldn't stand a chance against our boss." The Roy dismissed it with disdain. "Forget about me. Even if you brought the Dax, he wouldn't stand a chance either. Isn't that right, Dax?" Cough, cough. "That's right." The Dax nodded slightly and replied, "A mere Kane, challenging our boss alone. That's looking for death." Hearing these words from the two pure-blood divine beasts, Courtney's eyes widened in surprise. She couldn't believe how powerful Kit had become. After all, with their brother-sister duo awakening their supreme bloodline and receiving boundless resources, they had barely managed to reach the peak deity profound realm. Meanwhile, Kit, unaided by any major faction and solely relying on his own resources, had achieved such heights within a single year, a feat that was simply unbelievable. Selen, upon hearing Kit's reply, felt reassured. He then suggested, "Brother Tion, since you're challenging the Jinyao clan's young leader Kane, I can't miss it. It's getting late. Shall we head over now?" "Sure." Kit calculated the timing and deduced that many geniuses would have arrived within 3 days. With that thought, without another word, he instructed the Dax to carry him towards the Qilan divine treasure, Golden Sun Lake. Meanwhile, around the Golden Sun Lake, there was a massive crowd gathered, creating an extremely lively scene. Following Kit's instructions, Galen had released the news about Kit and Kane's duel. His bold statement stirred anger among the geniuses. Defeating Kane was one thing, but belittling all the geniuses and allowing them to challenge him together? Who did he think he was? Therefore, among the group of cultivators, there were several who came forward to challenge Kit. With a loud explosion, a green sword soared into the sky. Davidson, carrying the Slaying Saint sword, landed gracefully atop a mountain with arms crossed. His expression was grim. "Damn, that's Davidson, the young master of the Yi family. He's here too. Hee. Clearly he's broken through to the Divine Power Realm, preparing to seek revenge on Carson." "Revenge? What happened? Didn't you know? Not long ago, Davidson fought Carson and ended up utterly defeated. Even his Slaying Saint sword was taken. Eventually, he had to use the Yi family's supreme secret art to retrieve it." "SSS, really?" "That's right. Not long ago, Davidson vowed to definitely slay Carson once he emerged from seclusion." "Damn, this should be interesting to watch." Many cultivators were both startled and filled with anticipation for the upcoming battle. As Davidson's gaze swept over the crowd, his grim expression remained unchanged, but deep inside, the humiliation of being thoroughly beaten by Kit surged back. Rumbling sounds filled the air again. Golden light flashed as Warrens, the young master of the Gold Pong clan, bearing golden wings, flew directly toward Golden Sun Lake. Complex golden runes enveloped his body, making his speed astonishingly fast. "Damn, Warrens of the Gold Pong clan. He's a genius among geniuses, yet he's also reached the Divine Power Realm. Clearly, he's coming for Carson. Huh? Why isn't the Gold Pong clan's inheritance holy weapon, the Black War Spear, visible? It is indeed strange. Hee. You don't know. That Black War Spear is currently in Carson's hands." "SSS, even Warrens was beaten?" "Yes. It said he was chased for tens of thousands of miles by Tian Xiaotian, seen fleeing miserably by many." "Damn, what kind of deity is Carson to be so powerful? Otherwise, he wouldn't dare be so arrogant, challenging all the geniuses of the supreme divine treasure." Many cultivators were stunned. Initially, most cultivators didn't think much of Kit, but seeing Warrens and Davidson, who had been thoroughly defeated by Kit, made some realize that Kane, the young master of the Jinyao clan, might not have as high a chance of winning as they thought. Another thunderous boom echoed. Many more geniuses rushed over, including Russell, the young master of the Xianxia sect, the new young master of the Shenwu sect, and members of the Yun family, the Uriel family, and other major forces. Although these factions were thrown into chaos by Kit, their foundations remained intact. Their elite disciples were still formidable. Inside the palace, a Jinyao clan member beside Kane reminded him, "Iggy, it's almost time. In 15 minutes, it's the agreed-upon time." "Oh." Kane nodded slightly, his heart pounding with eagerness to defeat Kit. Immediately leaving the palace, he stood in midair, his aura bursting out, a surge of golden light rising into the sky. Boom. Pure golden blood chi spread out in waves, shocking those watching from afar. They drew in breaths sharply, exclaiming, "SSS, is this the terror of supreme bloodline? Incredible. I thought Kane of the Jinyao clan was mediocre, but now it seems he's a young sage, perhaps even a young supreme." "Humph, don't speak too soon. Carson has already been a young supreme for some time. He might not be weaker than Kane." Chapter 243, punctual for the appointment. Phew. So what if he's a teenage supreme? He's not actually a supreme yet. Kane is the descendant of a supreme, and can use the supreme secret techniques left by the Xylan supreme. I reckon their chances are split 70-30, with Carson only having a 30% chance of winning. "You're wrong. I think Carson has at least a 70% chance of winning." The cultivators around were in heated debate, their faces filled with excitement. A duel between super geniuses like this wasn't something seen often. Generally, heirs of major forces wouldn't face off against each other as the cost was too high. Winning offered no rewards but would offend the opposing force. Losing could mean losing even the position of Iggy. Hence, unless it was an event like the appearance of the Qilan Divine Treasure with boundless resources drawing together heirs from various major forces, it was rare to see a battle at the Saint King level. Boom. In Kane's hand, a golden longsword appeared. Standing aloft in the sky, he said coldly, "Ladies and gentlemen, today, Kane and Carson will have a one-on-one match without using supreme weapons. The victor reigns supreme, and the loser accepts defeat. We shall settle our grievances with one battle." "Well spoken." Cain is truly a remarkable figure among the Xylans. What a domineering stance. Rumors had it that Cain had once been chased away by Carson after being beaten, but now, it seems those rumors might be false? Regardless, Cain must be confident of his victory, or he wouldn't act so arrogantly. A group of cultivators murmured quietly, and many who firmly believed in Carson began to waver. Boom. Just then, a streak of golden light flashed across the sky, moving at an extreme speed. In an instant, it had traversed 1,000 miles, leaving a golden arc stretching thousands of miles across the sky. What is that, moving so fast? Hiss. To cover 1,000 miles in an instant, what kind of treasure is that? Could it be a holy artifact appearing? Too bad. With such terrifying speed, no one can catch up. The crowd of cultivators gasped in amazement, all struggling to identify the source of the golden light. At the center of the crowd, the Miley lifted her head slightly. Her purple pupils flashed with countless intricate runes. She couldn't help but exclaim in shock, Golden Winged Axe? There's actually a pure-blood divine beast inside the xiuxian divine treasure? What? It's actually the extinct Golden Winged Axe? This is unbelievable. In ancient legends, it was even considered on par with true dragons as a higher-level divine beast. Wait, that Golden Winged Axe is slowing down. There's someone on its back. What the hell? Unbelievable. Who can actually ride a Golden Winged Axe? The crowd of cultivators erupted into clamor. Many felt their hearts race, wondering if they were dreaming. After all, the Golden Winged Axe was extremely rare, and had gone extinct due to changes in the world. No one expected to encounter a living one here, let alone as someone's mount. Boom. The Golden Winged Axe stopped, and Kit stood on its back. Warren's behind his back. He looked at Cain and said, Cain, didn't expect you to challenge me. Did you write your will already? Grind. Grind. Cain clenched his fists tightly, anger rising within him. He leaped into the air, standing amidst it, shouting loudly, Carson, you finally came. Will? It's you who should prepare the will. Oh, are you still sleeping? Kit scratched his ear indifferently, saying, if you can beat me, the sun would rise in the west. No more talk. Your babbling just buys you more time. Seeing this, Cain raised his sword, pointing it at Kit. Carson, die. Tisi. Kit jumped off the Golden Winged Axe and stood in the air. Then he extended a hand, beckoning casually, come on, let's see how much you've improved. Bastard. Instantly losing his temper, Cain swung the sacred sword toward Kit with all his might. Boom. A torrent of golden sword chi slashed through space, arriving instantly before Kit. It was indeed correct. The difference between deity mystic realm and deity spirit realm seemed only one realm apart, but was a transformative leap in life stages. Once broken through, it brought a tenfold increase, extremely formidable. Throughout history, only teenage saints could transcend levels at peak deity spirit realm to defeat those in deity mystic realm. Facing Cain's strike, Kit shattered the battle immortal sigil, activating true dragon transformation, instantly elevating his aura to the venerable level. Clang! Kit stretched out his hand, unleashing star-plucking war end. Boom! His palm turned a deep purple gold, indestructible and potent, directly catching Cain's sword strike. Snap! Snap! The sacred sword's power exploded, attempting to sever Kit's hand. But the star-plucking war end was a supreme secret technique, terrifyingly powerful, not yielding to Cain's sword. Impossible! Cain's eyes widened, finding it hard to believe. He was nearly 10 times stronger, yet Kit caught the sword single-handedly with full force aimed at revenge. Hiss! Too terrifying. Is this the strength of a teenage supreme? Cain's all-out attack was easily caught by Carson single-handedly. The gap is too large. This isn't worth watching any further. In the xiuxian divine treasure, who can match him? A new supreme is about to rise. The layout of the xuanhuan world might change because of him. The cultivators marveled endlessly, the disparity evident in just one move. Meanwhile, Kit realized he was close to ruining things. If he crushed Cain with overwhelming force, who else would dare challenge him? Without challenges, how would he collect spirit medicines and secret techniques from families? This won't do. Looks like he'd have to hold back. Thus, Kit kicked Cain, sending him flying. Boom! Cain crashed into the ground like a cannonball, almost losing all will to fight. The gap between him and Kit was too vast. Using conventional means, he had virtually no chance of victory. At this moment, Kit forced out a mouthful of pale golden dragon blood, wiping his lips and muttering, indeed, this secret technique is too dominant. Can't use it easily? What? Carson is also injured? Haha, I told you. How could two people be so far apart? Note, throughout the translation, character names like Carson and Cain are transliterated accurately based on pinyin. Effort has been made to maintain the tone, style, coherence, and paragraph structure of the original text while ensuring natural and fluent English. Chapter 244. Is Kit holding back? It must be some kind of peculiar secret technique. It allows him to unleash tremendous power for a short period, but it comes at a cost. He will suffer a backlash. It looks like this battle is about to get interesting. Initially, the onlooker cultivators thought they were witnessing the end of the fight, but now it seems that the battle has just begun. If Kit uses a secret technique, he will suffer backlash. Therefore, Cain still stands a chance. If he can hold out until the end, Kit might die from his own secret technique. Meanwhile, on the ground, Cain felt an overwhelming joy. He was about to give up, but unexpectedly, the situation turned around, and Kit was injured. He hadn't lost yet. There was still hope for victory. Taking advantage of what he perceived as Kit's holding back, Cain's confidence soared. He immediately soared into the sky, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and coldly stared at Kit, saying, Carson, I thought you were strong. Now it seems, you're not my match. Seeing Cain's newfound confidence, Kit couldn't help but laugh. He was merely holding back, but it had given the opponent so much confidence. He looked at Cain and said, stop bragging. I told you already. In a one-on-one fight, you'll die. Then come at me and see. Cain roared in anger, his entire body radiating with peak energy, charging at Kit with another sword strike. 9-leaf sword technique. Without hesitation, Kit summoned a spiritual sword and executed the supreme sword technique of the Yi family, striking directly toward Cain. Boom. Green sword chi tore through the sky, heading straight for Cain. Oh no. Cain's face changed abruptly. He let out a long howl, and a giant golden crow appeared. Hundreds of zhang long, blocking the green sword chi. Shred. Shred. Countless sword chi swept past, instantly shredding the once mighty golden crow. Its golden feathers scattered across the ground, a tragic sight. Holy cow. This is actually the Yi family's supreme secret technique, the 9-leaf sword technique? I thought it was a rumor. Didn't think it was true. Carson really took Davidson's saint-slaying sword and exchanged it for the supreme secret technique. Incredible. To have mastered the supreme secret technique to this level in just half a month. What a genius. I'm jealous. Why don't I have this kind of talent? A group of cultivators had just relaxed, but upon seeing Kit's sword strike, many stood up again, utterly shocked. Even the geniuses were astounded, wondering if they could withstand Kit's attack. SK, I used too much force again. Kit looked at the battered Cain, furrowing his brow slightly, feeling speechless. He had only used 1/10 of his strength, and Cain was already severely injured. This guy was too weak. Reluctantly, Kit coughed twice more, spitting out a few drops of golden blood. Whoa, such a terrifying strike caused Carson to suffer backlash. Looking at Carson's condition, he seems somewhat listless. There must be something wrong. Cain is equally miserable. His body is riddled with holes like a sieve. Now it comes down to who has thicker skin, but I feel Carson has a greater chance of winning. I agree. The crowd watched the two figures in the sky. Any discerning eye could see that although Kit was injured, his aura hadn't weakened and was much better than Cain, who was covered in sword wounds. At this moment, Alexandra, watching from the side, said worriedly, isn't he using a life-draining secret technique? If so, even if he kills Cain, it would be a huge loss. Cough, cough. Bobby lightly coughed, glancing at Kit, whispering, it won't shorten his lifespan, but it certainly harms his conscience. Boss is definitely planning to trick someone. I feel he's afraid those geniuses won't dare challenge him. Jin Chi Fred Niao nodded slightly, saying, 2 days ago, when we 3 attacked the boss together, he easily overpowered us. Now, based on the force he's showing, he's only using 2 or 3/10 of his strength. He's not serious at all. As for the injuries, he's probably faking them. Selen looked at Kit in the sky, his expression turning strange. He whispered, that sounds like his style. Boom. The green sword chi dissipated, and Cain's golden crow shattered into countless golden lights. His body was now riddled with hundreds of holes, especially the 2 on his forehead, where white brain matter splattered. Extremely pitiful. Such a supreme sword technique. Cough, cough. Cain struggled to stand, coldly staring at Kit, saying, impressive. Tian Xiaodian, I didn't expect you to push me this far. It seems I need to take you seriously. Kit's face turned serious. In fact, he also sensed something off. As a descendant of the Supreme Being and the Iggy of the Xylan clan, Cain's performance was abysmal, worse even than Bobby, making it unreasonable that Kit had to use just 1/10 of his strength. He looked at Cain and said, interesting. Come on, show your true strength. Humph. Cain let out a cold laugh, a drop of tricolor immortal spring water appearing in his hand. Then, tilting his head back, he swallowed the drop of tricolor immortal spring water. Boom. Unparalleled power erupted from Cain's body. The tricolor immortal spring contained powerful life force, capable of reviving the dead. In the blink of an eye, his sieve-like flesh began to rapidly heal. After several breaths, Cain was fully restored to his peak state. But this was just the beginning. Xylan true form. Cain roared, golden blood surging within him. Next moment, his body rapidly transformed, his aura swelling tenfold as he turned into a 3-legged golden crow 1,000 zhang long. Boom. Terrifying heat erupted. On the ground, countless rocks melted under the high temperature. Flora and fauna burned quickly, turning into charcoal and then vaporizing without a trace. Boom. Cain soared into the sky, illuminating all directions like the sun. Heavens. It's the Xylan transformation, the signature secret technique of the Xylan Supreme. Turning into a golden crow increases strength tenfold. Only direct descendants can activate the Xylan true form. Haha, this trip wasn't wasted. The Xylan true form hasn't been used by the Xylan clan in centuries. Under tenfold augmentation, even Carson can't withstand it. The group of cultivators looked up at the 3-legged golden crow in the sky, their faces filled with shock. Chapter 245, Xylan True Form, Cain's final card. At this moment, although Cain was only at the profound art realm, his strength had swollen to that of a late-stage venerable, and he could even match a slightly weaker quasi-king. Would Kit be able to withstand such terrifying power? Finally, you're starting to look like something. Kit lifted his head, looked up at Cain in the sky, and without a word, soared upward with his spirit sword bursting into 10,000-foot radiance. Heavenly Emperor Slash. Kit unleashed the supreme sword technique, Heaven and Earth Slash, sending down a nearly 10,000-foot golden sword aura with unimaginable might. Boom. Transformed into a 3-legged Xylan, Cain opened his mouth and spewed out a deep crimson pillar of fire directly towards Kit, aiming to burn him to ashes. However, Kit showed no fear. His body erupted in endless light. His physical fortitude now approached that of a near-king-level spiritual weapon. He stood his ground, taking the hit and delivering a strike on one of Cain's wings. Rip. Kit's terrifying slash left a bone-deep wound, nearly severing half of the wing. Simultaneously, the true flame of the Xylan engulfed Kit, unleashing endless power, trying to melt him away. Ha ha ha. Cain laughed maniacally. Carson, you're dead? This is the primordial sun true flame of my Xylan clan. Even Supremes can't survive it. You're finished. Didn't anyone tell you not to pop the champagne too early? Kit smirked, standing within the sun true flame, not dodging or blocking. He let Cain try to refine him. Boom. The temperature of the sun true flame was incomparably fearsome, but Kit didn't flinch. His physical resilience matched that of a king's, making it difficult for the flame to harm him. Of course, this was because Cain's cultivation was too weak. If he were one realm stronger, reaching the venerable realm, even Kit wouldn't dare to be so careless. Crackling sounds echoed as the scorching temperature caused the surrounding air to explode. The golden sun true flame swirled fiercely. Cain watched Kit intently, stunned to see that Kit stood unscathed within the flames. His eyes widened in shock. It's impossible. Carson, why are you immune to my sun true flame? There's nothing impossible. You just need to refine your body to perfection. Kit waved his hand, and the sun true flame surrounding him instantly dispersed and extinguished in midair. You're actually a body cultivator. Cain gazed at Kit, feeling like he had encountered a monster. Body cultivators were rare. Most could only reach the mystical chi stage before becoming exceptional. Those at the divine sea realm were already rare, and at the divine mystic realm, so far, he had only seen Kit. SSH. Xiuxian is cultivating both chi and body simultaneously? What a freak. How does he do it? Normally, reaching an extreme in a single path makes one a youthful supreme. Cultivating both true chi and body together increases the difficulty exponentially. No wonder Xiuxian is so powerful, with true chi and body mutually reinforcing each other. It's not simply additive but magnifies by dozens, even hundreds of times. Goodness, so, his realm might actually be below divine mystic? What the heck? Below divine mystic, yet able to suppress Cain at the profound art realm? Even a youthful supreme couldn't manage that. A crowd of cultivators stared wide-eyed in disbelief. At this moment, Russell, the young master of divine blood sect, crossed his arms behind his back and muttered coldly, to cultivate chi, spirit, and body to their utmost. I lost fair and square. But only someone who can slay geniuses of this caliber deserves to challenge me. After speaking, Russell quietly adjusted his state. Once Cain was defeated, he would step forward to challenge Kit. Meanwhile, after exchanging dozens more blows with Kit, Cain hadn't gained any advantage. His body was covered in bone-deep wounds. Rip. Another heavenly emperor descended. Cain raised a claw to block it, but failed miserably, losing a limb. Ah, Carson. By now, Cain was almost insane. He had never expected, upon entering the profound art realm, that he'd be thoroughly dominated by Kit like a clown. Even his life was in danger. Cain abandoned all dignity. To him, killing Kit was worth any cost. So, Cain roared, blazing sun wheel. Emerge. Boom. A golden wheel appeared, instantly emitting blinding golden light toward Kit. Despicable. Using a supreme artifact. Wuxian Divine Bull angrily shouted, standing up to intervene. Similarly, the Dax rushed forward, ready to join the fray. But at this moment, the star purple gold pagoda emerged from Kit's shoulder. Boom. Supreme aura surged, with purple light clashing against the blazing sun wheel's golden radiance. Instantly, everything within hundreds of miles was reduced to dust. Oh no. Russell's face paled. Without hesitation, he launched the divine blood lamp, a supreme artifact, to block the shockwaves. Around them, other cultivators reacted swiftly. Fortunately, among those watching were successors of supreme families holding supreme artifacts, who deployed protective barriers. Boom. Where the two supreme artifacts collided, chaos fog spread. The internal restrictions of the Kirin Divine Tomb were nearly triggered, threatening to reopen the supreme battleground. At this moment, Cain regained clarity. He suddenly realized that even with a supreme artifact, he might not be a match for Kit and would die like a joke. But since he had already used a supreme artifact, there was no turning back. Roaring again, Cain swung the blazing sun wheel and smashed it towards the star purple gold pagoda. Boom. As the two supreme artifacts collided, incomparable force erupted. This power was immensely terrifying, capable of reducing anything within thousands of miles to powder. Even sacred spirits would have to retreat under the clash of supreme artifacts. Such terrifying power naturally triggered the restriction within the Kirin Divine Tomb. Chapter 246, You Might As Well Kill Me. A flash of golden light streaked across the sky and vanished in an instant. In the blink of an eye, a golden glow reappeared, and Kit felt the scenery before him shift. In the next second, he reappeared in a familiar place. The divine storehouse of the Kirin, the supreme battlefield. Bang! The heavily injured Cain also landed on the battlefield. His primordial energy was gravely weakened. Even his Xylan true form could not be maintained as it reverted back to human form. Both of his arms were almost severed, and one of his legs had vanished without a trace. His appearance was pitiful beyond description. Pity. Isn't it better to die gracefully? Why must you bring about your own downfall? A rusty sword appeared in Kit's hand, imbued with the blood of the true dragon, causing the rust to fall off, emitting a terrifying supreme aura. Heh, Carson. Cain's face twisted into a bitter smile. He knew he had been utterly defeated. Even if he still possessed some tricolor immortal springs that could restore injuries, it would be futile. Kit was just too strong. He was no match for him. Aren't you going to recover from your injuries? Or are you prepared to accept your fate? Kit looked at Cain, slightly surprised, but not in any hurry to make a move. Meanwhile, Cain seemed to have lost all will to fight. He laughed bitterly and said, A showdown with supreme artifacts? We've already done that recently. Make your move. Dying by your hands wouldn't be disgraceful. I accept my defeat wholeheartedly. Fascinating. Kit held the supreme sword single-handedly, glanced at Cain, and said, "Warrant over the key fragment of the divine storehouse of the Kirin, and I won't kill you." "What?" Cain was taken aback, not expecting Kit to spare him. "How could this be possible? You've lost your will to fight. Killing you or not makes no difference." Kit shook his head, then continued, "I'll give you time to catch up with me, but you will never be able to catch up. You pose no real threat to me. Do you look down on me?" Cain was furious. He struggled to stand, glaring at Kit angrily, and declared, "You wait. I will defeat you honorably. You won't get the chance." Without further ado, Kit raised his hand, unleashing a terrifying force. Cain was instantly suppressed on the ground. "What are you doing? Didn't you say you wouldn't kill me?" Cain was both alarmed and enraged. All he could think about now was avenging his humiliation. He didn't want to die anymore. Kit then reached into Cain's dantian, retrieving the treasures within, and laid them out in front of him. Rumble. Dozens of treasures floated above the platform, emitting colorful lights. TSK, 15 holy artifacts, and 2 remnants of supreme secrets. Not bad. With a wave of his hand, Kit collected all the treasures. "Give them back." Cain was fuming, his heart bleeding. These treasures were the fruits of his many years of collection and dedication. Being robbed by Kit felt worse than being killed. Giving them back? Are you dreaming? Once they're in my hands, they belong to me. Kit sneered and punched open Cain's sea of consciousness, extracting more treasures inside. The treasures in his sea of consciousness were mostly equivalent to those in his dantian. This included the supreme artifact of the Xiuxian clan, the Blazing Sun Wheel. However, Kit merely glanced at it before tossing the Blazing Sun Wheel back to Cain. He understood the power of supreme artifacts. They harbored dormant artifact spirits equivalent to living quasi-supreme beings. The Xiuxian clan could awaken these spirits from afar and use them to obliterate Kit into ashes if he kept the Blazing Sun Wheel. But ordinary holy artifacts posed no major problem. Soon, Kit plundered all the treasures from the young master of the Xiuxian clan, Cain. Naturally, the last fragment of the divine storehouse key was among them. Before Kit, the 4 fragments rapidly fused into a complete disc. Boom. At the moment the disc united, a strange power descended upon Kit. Kit was stunned. He could feel that the key was resonating with him. How could this be? He wasn't a descendant of the Alfonso. Suddenly, Kit recalled the Alfonso blood essence he once refined. Could it be because of that? Kit stroked his chin, deciding he should ask Nash later. For now, it was best to leave first. Many geniuses outside were probably eager to challenge him. Did anyone bring precious treasures like the 9 Khedive's rejuvenating grass or the cycle flower this time? Thinking of this, Kit picked up Cain from the ground, left the supreme battlefield, and walked towards the outside world. At this moment, the atmosphere outside became eerie. The aftermath of the supreme artifact collision had dispersed, although most of its force had been absorbed by the small world within the divine storehouse of the Kirin. Nevertheless, thousands of miles of mountain ranges had been flattened, leaving behind only a deep red molten lake, with countless rivers of lava bubbling violently, occasionally erupting into hundreds of feet-high molten pillars. The entire landscape resembled a hellish inferno. My God, this is the power of supreme artifacts. It's terrifying. It was even weakened by the divine storehouse of the Kirin. Otherwise, in the external world, perhaps hundreds of thousands of miles around would turn to ashes. No wonder during ancient times, supreme beings never fought within the xuanhuan world but outside it. A battle here would annihilate the entire xuanhuan world. I wonder how the fight went. Just wait patiently. Both of them possess divine-level strength. They can't sustain many blows from supreme weapons, so the result will be swift. But this young master of the Xiuxian clan is despicable indeed, using a supreme artifact. Can't afford it. A group of cultivators chatted idly. Courtney couldn't help but worry again, asking aloud, since it's a showdown between supreme artifacts, did Carson not encounter any trouble? Don't worry, boss will definitely win. The Dorian confidently crossed his arms. As if on cue, a massive crack split the sky. Kit emerged from the supreme battlefield with a rusty sword in one hand and holding Cain by the neck. His aura was concealed, yet it struck fear into the hearts of surrounding cultivators. Bang! Kit tossed Cain to the Xiuxian clan members and coldly ordered, "Cain has been defeated. Take him away in 10 breaths or less or you die." Yes. The Xiuxian clan members were nearly paralyzed with fear. Chapter 247. Any more? Without another word, he dragged Cain and activated the spatial teleportation array, fleeing with all his might as if his life depended on it. In an instant, they vanished. Boom. The transmission array opened by the Xiuxian clansman disappeared, and the entire space fell silent once more. Cough, cough. Kit cleared his throat and discreetly wiped away a trace of golden blood. Although he was unharmed, pretending to be injured was part of his strategy. Otherwise, why would so many geniuses dare challenge him? His gaze swept across the crowd as he loudly declared, "Any more challengers? Come forward. I'm ready anytime." Whoa. The surrounding spectators gasped in astonishment, staring at Kit floating in the sky, their eyes wide with disbelief. Too strong. Even Cain lost. No, not only did he lose, he was captured by Carson. What does this mean? Carson is far stronger than Cain. Quite a few prodigies came here today. Let's see if anyone dares to challenge Carson. It's hard to say. Carson is too strong. Fighting him one-on-one would be clearly irrational. Not sure. Look, Carson seems to be injured. Maybe there's still a chance of victory. The crowd of cultivators murmured amongst themselves, skeptical about any challengers stepping forward. Boom. Just then, amidst the crowd, a genius youth leaped into the air. He stared at Kit and said, "Carson, don't be too arrogant. I will defeat you." "You?" Kit glanced at the youth, noting that he was only at the early divine mysteries stage. He shook his head. "You're too weak. You're no match for me." "We'll see." The young genius let out a light shout. Without delay, he summoned a grayish seal in his hand, its color dark and foreboding, seemingly a forbidden power. Gray? That's rare indeed. Kit's pupils constricted, realizing the situation was problematic. For most cultivators, true qi typically comes in 5 attributes: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, with colors mostly yellow, golden, red, silver, etc., but rarely gray. This color implied the power of death, a forbidden force. Only those with special bloodlines could harness such power. At this moment, seeing the gray energy, the crowd of cultivators instantly recognized the youth's identity. A direct descendant of the corpse puppet sect? He actually appeared here. This should be entertaining. The corpse puppet sect doesn't kill with true qi. They use corpse curses and talisman seals. An ancient legend says that deep within the corpse puppet sect lies a supreme corpse. Wonder if it's true or not. The crowd buzzed with discussion, many wearing wary expressions. The corpse puppet sect was a notorious dark force, worlds apart from the righteous sections. Indiscriminate killing was normal practice, with some devilish cultivators even reveling in slaughter. At the slightest provocation, they'd eliminate their opponents without hesitation. The corpse puppet sect, for example, reportedly loved turning enemies into puppet corpses to fight for them. Kit watched the gray seal launched by the corpse puppet sect descendant. Activating his soaring steps, he instantly created a distance of thousands of feet, trying to evade the gray seal. But unexpectedly, the gray seal changed direction and rushed directly toward Kit without changing speed. What the hell? It has a tracking feature? Kit frowned, sensing trouble. However, instead of destroying the gray seal, he increased his soaring steps speed tenfold and approached the youth within moments. Then, a heaven emperor slash descended. Boom. Pure golden sword chi shattered everything in its path. Yet, the corpse puppet sect youth didn't dodge or flinch. Instead, he wore a strange smile as he eerily watched Kit. Trap. A setup. Kit had ensnared countless others. Without needing a mirror, he knew that look meant success. Therefore, he immediately halted his attack and retreated rapidly to put distance between them. Rumble. Golden sword chi flew everywhere. Even though Kit stopped, the momentum was too great. It was too late. Zayip. The corpse puppet sect youth was cut in two by Kit's sword, his body falling like a sack of rotten goods. The lower half plummeted to the ground. Kit gazed intently at the wound and whispered, "Black blood, dead man. You're right. This is just my puppet." The remaining half floated in the air, icy eyes fixed on Kit. "Carson, your end is near." Boom. Golden light flashed in Kit's eyes. Observing the remnant body, he saw no signs of life except for deep red veins and a few threads of primordial spirit force in the forehead. Interesting. Coming here to play tricks. Kit wasted no time, summoning a god extermination talisman to destroy the spirit force controlling the remnant body. But suddenly, the situation changed. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A barely audible vibration echoed, and dozens of black insects surged toward Kit from the ground. Whiz whiz whiz. The black insects moved with lightning speed, reaching Kit in an instant, aiming straight for his third eye. Heavens, those are soul devourer bugs. Those bugs, supposedly feeding on corpses, specialize in devouring spirits. Extremely terrifying. Disaster. These bugs are immune to true qi. Only spirit force can subdue them. A mature soul devourer bug can devour the divine soul of a venerable in one go. The crowd cried out in shock. If there was something that other cultivators dreaded, it would definitely be the soul devourer bugs. Intriguing. Kit adjusted the direction of his attack, sweeping his sword across. Rumble. A vast wave of golden sword chi swept through like a storm, carving trenches and ravines into the ground. But against the soul devourer bugs, this powerful sword chi proved useless. Tiny runes on the insects' bodies easily resisted Kit's true chi attacks. Zayip. The first bug flew towards Kit's spirit, intent on devouring it. Snap. Kit caught the first soul devourer bug between his two fingers. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Kadiki crazed beetles, the bugs struggled fiercely, displaying power nearly on par with spirit wandering realm. But Kit's physical strength rivaled that of a near Dao master. Chapter 248. Crushing the god-slaying worms. It was utterly futile for the god-slaying worm to struggle. Screech. Screech. Seeing it couldn't break free, the god-slaying worm began gnawing at Kit's fingers. Unfortunately, this creature was a bane to the primordial spirit but didn't pose an enhanced threat to the physical body. As long as Kit did not employ true chi or primordial spirit power, the god-slaying worm was merely a slightly tougher little insect. Pop. Kit gave a firm squeeze, and black fluid splattered everywhere as he crushed the god-slaying worm between two fingers. What the heck? The god-slaying worm was crushed? Is that even possible? That's a god-slaying worm. He crushed a god-slaying worm with just two fingers. What kind of freak is this? His physical body is too strong. Even without using true chi or primordial spirit energy, his sheer physical strength can easily overpower and crush the god-slaying worm. This is unbelievable. The group of cultivators below were speechless. They had expected Kit to be overpowered by the young man from the corpse puppet sect, but now it seemed like their assumptions were entirely off the mark. Clank, clank, clank. After crushing the first god-slaying worm, more rushed in. Kit extended his fingers like lightning, crushing these god-slaying worms mid-air one after another. Pop, pop, pop. Black fluid splattered, covering Kit's entire hand. What the heck? This smell. Kit frowned slightly, then swung his hand, unleashing terrifying true chi which condensed into true fire, evaporating all the black blood of the god-slaying worms. Grit, grit. The Fitzroy watched Kit, eyes narrowing. He gritted his teeth, shouting incredulously, "Impossible! This absolutely cannot be. Why don't you die? There's nothing impossible here. Next time, remember not to mess around with these underhanded methods." Kit glanced at the Fitzroy and hurled a god extermination seal. Boom. The black god extermination seal moved so fast that before the Fitzroy could react, a black flower of blood blossomed on the forehead of his avatar. A split second later, its spirit was obliterated. Ah! Among the crowd of cultivators, a young man dressed in black, with a sinister appearance, spat blood from his forehead and screamed in agony. What? The Fitzroy was among them? Quick, get out of the way. What the heck? I was standing next to the Fitzroy. Surviving this must be my lucky day. Let's go. Don't stay here, we might get hurt. In an instant, the crowd dispersed, leaving only the Fitzroy. He clutched his forehead, lifting his head to glare venomously at Kit. He shouted angrily, Carson, you dare to destroy one of my avatars. But no matter. I will make your body mine. Don't boast too much. You want me as your puppet? You must be dreaming. Kit stood calmly, head lowered as he looked down at the Fitzroy and said coolly, enough with these tricks. Show me what your corpse puppet sect can truly do. Otherwise, my next move will kill you. Upon hearing this, the surrounding cultivators were astounded. What the heck? Did I hear correctly? Carson says he can kill the Fitzroy in one move? Impossible. Such beings usually have soul-exchanging charms or similar means. They're tough to kill. Let's see how this unfolds. Maybe Carson really can kill him in one move. The atmosphere became lively, with everyone feeling extremely excited. The Fitzroy was also seething with rage. He roared, Carson, if the tiger doesn't roar, do you take me for a sick cat? Since you insist on seeing it, let me show you the true secret arts of the corpse puppet sect. With that, a gray disc appeared on the young master's forehead. Rumble. A yin-yang aura formed a taiji diagram, soaring skyward. 12 doors slowly opened, each revealing a shadowy figure emerging. Crack, crack. Thunderclouds gathered in the sky, and the heavens seemed to sense something, rejecting these dead beings. Interesting. Kit narrowed his eyes, observing the 12 figures. He could sense that these figures were neither dead nor alive, more akin to some intermediate state. It's the corpse puppet sect's Six Realms wheel disc. According to ancient legends, this is a replica of the legendary Six Realms wheel disc artifact. The replica is already powerful enough. It's said to be crafted by sages. My goodness. It looks like the Fitzroy is really desperate, pulling this thing out. According to ancient tales, these 12 corpses are made from sage bodies, indestructible and eternal. Wonder if that's true. Not possible. If those were true sage bodies, there wouldn't need to be 12. One would suffice to sweep through the entire xiuxian divine vault. Even imperial-level experts would be instantly subdued. It remains to be seen if Carson needs to resort to his supreme artifact. The cultivators drew sharp breaths, the atmosphere turning intense. Faint traces of supreme artifacts emerged amidst the cultivators, indicating that several factions feared the potential damage caused by the Fitzroy wielding the Six Realms wheel disc. Should things go awry, multiple supreme artifacts would strike simultaneously. Humph. This is my fight with Carson, and it has nothing to do with you. Sensing the presence of supreme artifacts among the crowd, the young master felt nervous. He turned to Kit and said, Carson, these 12 puppets wield immense power. Once they act, even an imperial-level cultivator would be killed. Bring out your supreme artifact. You're doomed. Is that so? Kit glanced at the 12 puppets and remarked indifferently, do you think these undead entities can be my match? Joke. Even if I'm beaten to death, I won't use the supreme artifact. You may proceed. Since you seek death, I'll grant you that wish. Without further ado, the Fitzroy ordered the 12 living dead to attack Kit. Rumble. The attacks from the 12 living dead were terrifying, tearing apart the space around them as countless runes exploded, their power rivaling Kit using a supreme artifact. But Kit simply crumbled the concealing fate talisman in his hand. What? The young master stared at the talisman in Kit's hand, momentarily stunned. If he hadn't been mistaken, that talisman in Kit's hand seemed to be a concealing fate talisman? Chapter 249. The terrifying supreme divine might. Why did that guy block the heavenly secrets? As this thought flashed through his mind, an endless sea of golden lightning converged in the sky above. Not good. It's the heavenly tribulation. The Fitzroy instantly panicked. Though the 12 sage corpses inside the Six Realms wheel were invincible, they had a fatal flaw. The heavenly tribulation. Their state of neither life nor death was inherently unacceptable to heaven and earth, making them targets for extermination by the heavenly tribulation. If these sage corpses were to break free from their undead state even for a moment, they would regain consciousness. The blood feud with the corpse puppet sect would then be settled. Thus, if the heavenly tribulation's aura locked onto them, not only would the 12 sage corpses be lost, but he himself would also die. Even the entire corpse puppet sect could be destroyed by the awakened remnants of these sages. Retrieve. The Fitzroy roared in fury, straining every effort to pull the 12 corpse puppets back into the Six Realms wheel. It's too late. Kit crossed his arms, looking up at the sky calmly, inwardly wondering. Although he had guessed, it still left him speechless. Starting from the profound chi realm onward, cultivation paths split into 3. Spirit refinement, body refinement, and chi cultivation, no longer being compatible with each other, but gradually becoming separate systems. This meant he might need to endure 3 heavenly tribulations for the same realm. And this time, it was the tribulation from advancing from the true chi realm to the profound chi realm. Tisk. Kit clicked his tongue and looked around at the 12 puppets. At the instant the tribulation appeared, the 12 puppets stopped moving simultaneously. They frantically fled into the gateway opened by the Six Realms wheel. This was an instinctive fear. Attacking Kit would certainly involve them in the heavenly tribulation. Once locked by the tribulation, their undead state would mean certain death. But the movements of the 12 puppets were ultimately too slow. The heavenly tribulation was highly sensitive to such a world-defying existence as undead beings. In an instant, 12 streams of energy descended upon the 12 sage corpses. All is lost. Completely lost. The Fitzroy paled. realizing he was doomed. Boom. Instantly, an endless sea of golden thunder descended. These storms stretched for hundreds of thousands of miles, filling almost the entire xiuxian divine treasure, targeting the 12 sage-level puppets. Not good. Kit's face changed dramatically. He hadn't expected the sage-level tribulation to be so terrifying. If it erupted, it might destroy the entire xiuxian divine treasure. Hey! Just then, a shadow appeared. A familiar figure to Kit, the remnant consciousness of the Kramer who had given him a drop of supreme essence blood. The Kramer's remnant consciousness stood hands behind its back, standing tens of thousands of miles away. With a single point of his finger, it spanned across the distance in an instant, landing on one of the sage-level undead beings. Bang! That corpse puppet exploded instantly, reduced to ashes. Then the Kramer continued to tap lightly several times. In a blink, the 12 corpse puppets were crushed into dust. Finally, the Kramer pressed his finger against the Six Realms wheel. Boom! The Six Realms wheel erupted in holy light, trying to resist the single finger of the Kramer. But it was useless. Before a supreme, even an immortal legacy divine artifact was like tofu. In a flash, the entire Six Realms wheel was crushed by the Kramer's finger. Boom! Suddenly, the situation changed. From the shattered Six Realms wheel, a bronze fragment fell out. It was incredibly sturdy and remained intact. Huh. The Kramer's remnant consciousness paused, reaching out to grab the bronze fragment. However, the bronze fragment burst with boundless chaos light, blocking the hand of the Kramer and resisting it. Heavens! It's truly a fragment of the true Six Realms wheel. Tortoiseshell. A divine relic. This is divine. I understand. No wonder the corpse puppet sect could create such strange undead puppets. It turns out their legacy divine artifact contained a piece of the Six Realms wheel. Who would have thought that the Six Realms wheel actually exists? Surrounding cultivators marveled, while many supreme factions gazed greedily at the Six Realms wheel fragment in the sky. It was a divine relic, stronger than a supreme artifact, possibly even surpassing a supreme. If obtained, perhaps the secret to divinity could be found. After a brief resistance with the Kramer's remnant consciousness, a powerful divine message erupted from within the Six Realms wheel fragment, surging towards the remnant consciousness of the Kramer. Boom! Vast divine messages carried countless pieces of information. This was the language of heavenly Tao, incomprehensible below the level of supremes. But not to Kit. Dust returns to dust, soil to soil. You shouldn't interfere. This matter involves. Kit could barely make out bits of the message from the Six Realms wheel. Yet, he could only understand parts of it. He felt that all these words were constructed using heavenly Tao talismans, mixed with ancient god languages, obscure and difficult to comprehend. Totally beyond understanding. Upon hearing the Six Realms wheel's message, the Kramer's remnant consciousness looked at the fragment inside, saying, "So that's how it is. I understand." Then, it slowly extended its hand, drawing a line in the sky. Boom! The golden thunder sea stretching for hundreds of thousands of miles dissipated instantly, leaving the heavenly tribulation void. Even Kit's ongoing profound Chi realm tribulation was blocked again. The world returned to its calm and peaceful state. The Kramer's remnant consciousness also vanished. The Six Realms wheel fragment turned back into an ordinary bronze fragment and flew towards Kit. Kit reached out, catching the Six Realms wheel fragment in his hand. He inspected it. The fragment was fan-shaped, about a tenth of the whole. The remaining 9/10 were unknown. But this wasn't the most important thing. The most crucial fact was, it was a divine relic that could resist a supreme. How did he end up with it? Kit felt a sense of unreality. Boom, boom, boom. Just then, four supreme artifacts floated in the air, stabilizing the surrounding space, preventing Kit from escaping. Uh-oh. Kit's pupils constricted, sensing trouble. The divine relic fragment was simply too high in rank, involving secrets of immortality. Possessing this thing, let alone facing descendants of numerous supreme families. Chapter 249. The Terrifying Supreme Divinity. Why did that guy shield the heavenly mechanism? As this thought flashed through his mind, in an instant, endless golden thunderclouds gathered in the sky. Not good. It's a heavenly tribulation. The Fitzroy instantly panicked. Although the 12 saint corpses inside the Six Paths reincarnation disc were invincible, they had one fatal flaw, the heavenly tribulation. Their state of neither alive nor dead was fundamentally unacceptable to the world and thus destined for obliteration by the heavenly tribulation. Once these saint corpses they would gain a brief moment of lucidity. Then, the blood feud with the corpse puppet sect would definitely be settled. In short, if locked onto by the energy of the heavenly tribulation, not only would the 12 saint corpses be lost, but he too would die. Even worse, the entire corpse puppet sect would be destroyed by the awakened fragments of the saints' souls, paying for their past actions. Retreat. The Fitzroy roared in anger, straining every muscle to pull the 12 corpse puppets back into the Six Paths reincarnation disc. It's too late. Kit folded his arms, gazing at the sky with calmness, inwardly musing over something. Though he had guessed, he still felt speechless. From the mystic Chi realm onward, the path of cultivation split into three streams. Spirit cultivation, body cultivation, and Chi cultivation no longer coexisted, but gradually became independent systems. This meant, he might have to face the heavenly tribulation 3 times at each level. And this time, it was the tribulation from advancing from the Gongqi Jing to the mystic Chi realm. Tisk! Kit clicked his tongue, looking around at the 12 puppets. The moment the heavenly tribulation appeared, the 12 puppets stopped all action simultaneously. They madly fled toward the gateway opened by the Six Paths reincarnation disc. This came from primal fear. If they attacked Kit, they would inevitably be caught up in the heavenly tribulation, and once locked onto by the tribulation, given their state as living dead beings, certain death awaited. Unfortunately, the actions of the 12 puppets were ultimately too slow. The heavenly tribulation was extraordinarily sensitive to this world-bugging behavior of the living dead. Almost instantly, 12 currents of energy descended upon the 12 saint corpses. Finished. Utterly finished. The Fitzroy turned pale, realizing he was doomed. Rumble. In a blink, endless golden lightning storms descended. These storms stretched for tens of thousands of miles, nearly engulfing the entire divine Kirin treasure, targeting the 12 puppet-like saints. Not good. Kit's expression changed abruptly. He hadn't expected the heavenly tribulation against saint-level entities to be so terrifying. If it truly erupted, it might destroy the entire divine Kirin treasure. Oh! At this moment, a shadow emerged. A shadow Kit was familiar with. It was the remnant consciousness of the Baron who had bestowed him with a drop of supreme essence. The Baron's remnant consciousness stood with hands behind his back. From tens of thousands of miles away, he raised a finger which, in an instant, traversed that distance. Then, it landed on a living dead being of saint caliber. Bang! That corpse puppet exploded into nothingness instantly. Following quickly, the Baron lightly tapped several times more. In the blink of an eye, the 12 corpse puppets were crushed into dust. Finally, the Baron pressed a finger onto the Six Paths reincarnation disc. Rumble. The Six Paths reincarnation disc emitted roaring divine light, attempting to resist the Baron's finger. But it was futile. Before a supreme, even an immortal holy relic could crumble like tofu. In a breath, the entire Six Paths reincarnation disc was pulverized by the Baron's single finger. Rumble. At this moment, the situation suddenly changed. From the shattered Six Paths reincarnation disc, a piece of bronze fell. It was incredibly sturdy, undamaged. The Baron's remnant consciousness paused, lifting a hand to catch the bronze fragment. But the bronze fragment suddenly burst with boundless chaotic light, blocking the Baron's hand and resisting. Heavens! It's a true fragment of the Six Paths reincarnation disc. Goodness! A divine artifact fragment. This is a divine artifact. I understand now. No wonder the corpse puppet sect can create such strange undead puppets. There's a fragment of the Six Paths reincarnation disc fused into their holy relic. Unbelievable. I never thought the Six Paths reincarnation disc really exists. Surrounding cultivators were astonished, while many supreme forces looked greedily at the Six Paths reincarnation disc fragment floating in the sky. That was a divine artifact, stronger than any supreme-grade artifact, even surpassing supremes. Possessing it might reveal the secret to immortality. After a brief resistance against the Baron's remnant consciousness, the Six Paths reincarnation disc fragment suddenly emitted a divine will towards the remnant consciousness. Rumble. Vast divine will carried immeasurable information. It involved the language of the Tao, incomprehensible to anyone below the supreme level. Except for Kit. Dust returns to dust, earth to earth. You should not interfere. This matter involves. Kit could barely make out bits of information from the Six Paths reincarnation disc. But he could only understand parts of it. He sensed that all these words were composed of Tao symbols, mixed with ancient divine languages, making them abstruse and difficult to understand. Impossible to fully grasp. Upon hearing the Six Paths reincarnation disc's message, the Baron's remnant consciousness glanced at the fragment, sighed, and said, I see, I understand. Then, he slowly reached out, drew a line in the air. Boom. The golden lightning sea stretching for tens of thousands of miles vanished instantly, clearing the heavenly tribulation. Even Kit's half-complete mystic chi realm tribulation was again shielded. The world returned to its original peaceful state. The Baron's shadow disappeared as well. The Six Paths reincarnation disc fragment turned back into an ordinary bronze fragment and flew towards Kit. Snap! Kit reached out, catching the Six Paths reincarnation disc fragment. He examined the fragment. It was fan-shaped, roughly 1/10 of the whole. The remaining 9/10 were unknown. However, this wasn't the most important part. What mattered most was, this was a divine artifact capable of resisting a supreme. Could it be this easy to obtain? Kit felt a sense of unreality. Boom boom boom. Suddenly, four supreme artifacts floated in midair, fixing the surrounding space to prevent Kit from escaping. Oh no! Kit's pupils constricted, sensing impending trouble. The divine artifact fragment's grade was simply too high, involving the secret to eternal life. With this thing in hand, not to mention the heirs of supreme families. Hashtag chapter 250, divine artifact fragment. Even the ancient monsters of the entire mystic truth world would definitely crawl out from their seclusion to chase after him if they heard he possessed a divine artifact fragment. This thing was not a great fortune but a death warrant. Carson, warrant over the divine artifact fragment, and we'll let you go. Russell, the young master of the divine blood sect, held the divine blood lamp and looked at Kit with piercing coldness, his body radiating bone-chilling murderous intent. However, he didn't dare to make the first move. The four of them could easily kill Kit together, but if Kit retaliated with all his might and took one or two others down with him, it would still be an easy feat for him. If Kit cooperated obediently, no one would want to fight him to the death. After all, the two supreme divine artifacts in Kit's possession were no joke. They were genuine lethal weapons. Seems like I can't keep the divine artifact fragment anymore. Kit stood with his hands behind his back as the star purple gold tower and supreme sword appeared above him, emanating faint supreme divine power. Fighting 4 against 1, Kit was at an absolute disadvantage. Once the battle started, he would surely lose. At this moment, the Dorian, seeing Kit surrounded, immediately grew anxious and shouted loudly, "You are too despicable! If you have the guts, come at me one-on-one. What's the point of ganging up on one person?" Humph! The descendants of the 4 supreme forces rolled their eyes. One-on-one? That was what happened to the Iggy Kane of the Xylan clan. Now, Kit was undoubtedly the top one. No one could challenge him. Besides, involving a divine artifact fragment, no one dared to joke about this matter. Meanwhile, in Kit's hand, a talisman slowly formed. This was one of the 3,000 Heavenly Dao talismans, a replication talisman that could duplicate an item for a certain period. Originally, Kit thought this talisman was useless, but now, it seemed to have its use. Buzz. The replication talisman instantly duplicated a fragment of the Six Realms reincarnation disc. Boom. The fragment of the Six Realms reincarnation disc appeared in Kit's hand, enveloped in chaotic mist. The 4 supreme divine artifacts around slightly trembled. Even Kit's star purple gold tower did so, showing reverence towards the divine artifact fragment. The only exception was the rusty sword. Whether it was a mistake or not, Kit sensed a hint of disdain coming from the rusty sword. Did it look down upon the fragment of the Six Realms reincarnation disc? Or had it detected that this was a counterfeit? However, the 5 supreme divine artifacts retreated collectively, showing respect, proving that the replica in Kit's hand had achieved the effect of being indistinguishable from the real thing. The 4 supreme forces began to be wary of each other. Since Kit had taken out the divine artifact fragment, it meant he was ready to give it up. Thus, the other supreme forces naturally became competitors. Carson, you can't keep this thing. The Melissa, holding the supreme divine artifact, the ethereal map, said to Kit, why don't you give this to me? The ethereal cloud palace will become your eternal friend. My Phoenix clan also offers the same deal. The descendant of the Vermilion Bird clan held a fire-red fan and coldly looked at Carson, continuing, even better, we can offer our clan Saintess to marry you. Really? Kit turned his head and asked the descendant of the Vermilion Bird clan, who was prettier, the Saintess of the Phoenix clan or the Saintess of the ethereal cloud palace? The descendant of the Vermilion Bird clan was speechless. Could he really answer such a question? If he said the Phoenix Saintess was prettier, the ethereal map would fly right over. But if he said the ethereal cloud palace Saintess was prettier, he would be remembered by the Phoenix clan Saintess in a bad way. That would be even worse. Seeing that the heir of the Vermilion Bird clan wasn't answering, Kit tossed the fragment of the Six Realms reincarnation disc in his hand. This was a replica. However, he couldn't give it up easily, or the wise descendants of the 4 supreme forces would easily notice something was off. Thinking of this, Kit said, everyone, I understand that I can't keep this, but for me to simply give it up isn't that simple. I need each of your forces to offer a relic no less valuable than the true blood of the Vermilion Bird. Otherwise, I'll have no choice but to fight to the death. Hearing Kit's words, the 4 supreme forces breathed a sigh of relief. Kit proposing such conditions indicated he truly intended to give up the supreme divine artifact fragment. Although relics of the level of the true blood of the Vermilion Bird were very precious, the various supreme forces possessed immense reserves. For example, Russell, the young master of the Divine Blood sect, had a bottle of true Vermilion Bird blood in his possession, which Kit had confiscated. I have a 10,000-year reviving grass, no less valuable than the true blood of the Vermilion Bird. In the hands of the Saintess of the ethereal cloud palace, a jade box appeared. Inside, a foot-long crimson plant was sealed, emitting an aura of eternity as countless runes flowed within. Reviving grass. Kit felt a surge of joy internally. Among the 3 treasures for refining the spirit, Golden Shen Forged Spirit Flower, 9 Khedive's Reviving Grass, and Cycle Flower, he had now gathered 2. Note, I've maintained the term Golden Shen Forged Spirit Flower, as it seems to be a proper noun in this context, but ensured the rest of the sentence reads naturally. However, although he was ecstatic inside, Kit still nodded slightly and said, it barely makes it. Seeing the Saintess of the ethereal cloud palace offer the reviving grass, the young leader of the Vermilion Bird clan presented a vial of dark red blood, saying, this is the true blood of the black tortoise, stored since the ancient era, extremely precious. All right. Kit nodded again, overjoyed internally. Now he had true dragon blood, true Vermilion Bird blood, true black tortoise blood, and true xiuxian blood. Only the true white tiger blood was missing to evolve into the world's strongest chaos body. Never in a million years did he expect to gain such unexpected benefits. Seeing that the ethereal cloud palace and the Vermilion Bird clan had offered divine objects, the remaining 2 major forces were Chavez sect and Divine Blood sect. The young lord of Chavez sect produced a purple pearl, saying, this contains a supreme technique, equivalent to a bottle of divine beast blood. After saying that, he placed the pearl in mid-air. Finally, all 3 pairs of eyes landed on Russell, the young master of the Divine Blood sect. Russell wanted to curse at this moment. Not long ago, he had been obliterated by Kit's god-slaying talisman, losing all his treasures except the supreme divine artifact. Now, penniless, he had nothing left to offer. Brother Uriel, it's just a divine object. As one of the great ancient sects, the Divine Blood sect won't be stingy, right? Kit knew exactly what was happening, his lips curving slightly. You damn Carson. If it weren't for you taking all my treasures, would I be unable to provide a divine object? Bastard. You actually dare to mock me. Damn you. Hashtag chapter 251. Passing off as genuine. Russell was extremely angry. He shouted, I'll tell you the truth. Right now, I only have this supreme artifact, nothing else. If you have the guts, try to snatch my divine blood lamp. Upon hearing these words, Kit felt somewhat embarrassed. He cleared his throat and said, forget it. That bottle of Vermilion Bird True Blood can be counted as one divine item this time. The others present immediately wore strange expressions on their faces. Many people started looking at Kit with wary eyes. This guy is absolutely ruthless. Not only had he stripped bare the Iggy of the Xylan clan, Cain, even Russell, the Iggy of the Divine Blood sect, didn't escape unscathed. He really had no fear of heaven or earth. All right, it's not too early yet. Carson, you can hand over the fragments of the divine artifact now. The Miley spoke up. Sure. Kit nodded slightly, then waved his hand. The 9 Khedive's reviving herb, black tortoise true blood, and supreme secret technique were stored in his dragon-shaped pendant. Then, He picked up the fragment of the Six Paths wheel disc and said, "Cadessen up. When I count to 3, I will throw the fragment of the Six Paths wheel disc. Whichever of you grabs it has nothing to do with me. But if anyone dares to attack me, you will definitely pay the price." "No problem." "Fine. Humph. Kadif and death are matters of fate. Whoever grabs it, owns it. If your skills aren't up to par, there's nothing more to say." The 4 successors of the Supremes nodded slightly, indicating their agreement. "Very well." Kit smiled and loudly shouted, 1, 2, 3. As soon as he finished speaking, Kit hurled a replica of the fragment of the Six Paths wheel disc directly at Russell, the Iggy of the Divine Blood sect. Boom. The fragment of the Six Paths wheel disc was covered with dense chaos mist. Carrying overwhelming power, it flew straight toward Russell. "What?" Russell froze in shock for a moment, then his expression turned grim. This Kit was absolutely trying to kill him off. Sure enough, almost instantly, 3 supreme artifacts, Ethereal Map, Vermilion Bird Fan, and Mystical Coup and Seal, all headed straight for Russell. At the same time, Kit swung the rusted sword in his hand, tore through the void, and fled directly. Boom. Kit appeared on the back of the Golden Wing Dax, shouting loudly, "Damn! Run fast! Go!" The Roy also suddenly changed expression. A confrontation between 4 supreme artifacts would be a nightmare-like disaster. Staying here would mean certain death. In an instant, surrounding cultivators activated their teleportation talismans to leave the scene, not even daring to spectate. Rumble. Almost at the moment Kit left, a dazzling light erupted. The surrounding space abruptly vanished. The entire xiuxian divine treasure was shaking. But the next second, the supreme battlefield opened up. Russell and the other 3 were swept into the supreme battlefield, starting a new round of contention. Bang! The Golden Wing Dax slammed into a small hill. Rolling several times, golden blood flowed from its body. It looked quite miserable. He gasped for breath and said, "That was too intense. Almost died right there." Cough, cough. Kit's face was pale, spitting out several mouthfuls of golden true dragon blood. This time, he wasn't faking it. Just as he left, another supreme artifact secretly attacked him from the shadows. And it wasn't just one. Fortunately, Kit was prepared, with 2 supreme artifacts protecting him throughout. Otherwise, he would have certainly died there. SSS. Half of the Roy's body had been smashed to pieces. It was gulping down tricolor immortal spring water, restoring its injuries. It snarled, "Damn it. Who the hell ambushed us? If I find out, I'll make them regret it. It's probably Holy Emperor sect, and some other unknown factions." Kit took a large sip of tricolor immortal spring water and said, "Interesting. We need to activate the xiuxian divine treasure sooner. Otherwise, if 7 or 8 supreme artifacts appear, they might blow the entire place apart." As he spoke, a palm-sized jade disc appeared in Kit's hand. This jade disc was, of course, the key to the xiuxian divine treasure. "Is this the key to the xiuxian divine treasure?" Zaida looked at the jade disc, feeling incomparably excited. If it had been a month ago, she wouldn't have dreamed that the key to the xiuxian divine treasure would reunite. Kit handed the jade disc to Zaida and said, "This thing originally belonged to the xiuxian clan. Take it. Take it." Zaida froze. She had expected to pay some price. But unexpectedly, Kit directly returned it to her. "Of course. Kit, never take my friend's things." Kit smiled and tossed the key to Zaida. "Kit, boss, this is your real name?" The Roy blinked, his face turning strange. "Or, is it a pseudonym?" "Heh. Of course, it's my real name. But don't spread this news around. I don't mind, but it could be troublesome for my friends." Kit realized he had slipped up. However, he didn't explain further. The Roy and the Dax were reliable companions. No need to hide it. Seeing Kit admit it, the Roy and the others felt relieved. Kit admitting it meant he regarded them as part of his own group. This signified that they had gained Kit's approval, and Zaida felt even more moved. She knew very well that if not for Kit, she might have already been killed by Whitestone Palace. She wouldn't have reached the Kramer inheritance grounds, activating her supreme bloodline. Gathering the keys to the xiuxian divine treasure and retrieving what belonged to the xiuxian clan was like a dream come true. Looking at Kit, Zaida said solemnly, "Understood. Rest assured. Even if I die, I will keep this secret safe. Not that serious, if it really comes to life or death. Selling me out wouldn't matter." Kit smiled, stretched lazily, and opened Shunmu sect's map. "Next, we head to the location of the xiuxian divine treasure. Let's open this millions of years unopened divine treasure." "All right." Zaida nodded slightly, feeling her heart swell with excitement. Time passed quickly. 5 days had gone by. Kit's injuries had nearly healed. This was almost the most severe injury he had ever suffered, inflicted by a direct blow from a supreme artifact. It took 5 whole days to heal and return to peak condition. As for the Dax and the Roy, they remained gravely injured. They wouldn't fully recover without a month. Phew. I underestimated the damage caused by supreme artifacts. Kit sat on the back of the Golden Wing Dax, exhaling deeply in relief. Chapter 252. The Might of the Supreme Artifact. The supreme artifact was terrifying, inflicting injuries almost akin to being struck by the power of heaven's will. Armando still fared better. The chaotic scripture on his body could heal such wounds. But for Bruce and the others, it was a different story. Without an abundant supply of tricolor immortal spring water, and Armando, using the supreme artifact to expel the lingering supreme chi from their bodies. Even if they survived the great battle, they might slowly be worn down by the residual killing aura within them, ultimately fading away into oblivion. "Boss, latest news." Bruce ran over from a distance and said, "The supreme battlefield opened again." Among the inheritors of the 4 supreme powers, Paxton barely won, but apparently, he came out with bloodshot eyes, cursing you madly. No idea why. Hee hee. Armando immediately chuckled. Paxton had rushed to the end, but only got a fake Six Paths reincarnation disc fragment. How could he not be angry? Not going insane already showcased an astonishing mental strength. Beside him, Una suddenly thought of a possibility and muttered, "Boss, didn't you throw out a fake back then?" Hiss. Bruce and Zaida immediately sucked in a breath. Their expressions towards Armando became somewhat strange, mainly because during these days with Armando, they discovered that he was indeed capable of such actions. No, not just capable. This was exactly what Armando would do. Trading a fake for the 9 Khedives revival grass, xuanhuan true blood, and a supreme secret art, and making the 4 supreme forces inheritors fight until they bled from head to toe. Won't this attract lightning strikes? Zaida mumbled to herself, feeling somewhat guilty. Armando paused, touching his nose. Seemed like he was already experiencing heavenly punishment. He'd been through at least 4 heavenly tribulations in the past year. Shaking his head, Armando stood up, and his appearance began to change once more. His face eventually shifted from Shenmue Liu to Davidson's appearance. "Boss, are you changing your identity again?" Bruce looked puzzled. "Yeah." Armando nodded slightly and said, "The Carson identity can no longer be used in the future. It involves the secret of the Six Paths reincarnation disc. I'm afraid that some sage-level ancient beings might come after me with a supreme artifact. At that point, there will be no place to run or hide." Hiss. Bruce imagined the scene of being hunted by a sage with a supreme artifact and involuntarily shivered. Armando looked at Bruce and the other two, stroking his chin. He said, "You should also conceal your distinctive features, become ordinary bird with dopping blood, a common big black bull, and Zaida can temporarily act as my servant." Gigi. I love disguising myself the most. Bruce's eyes lit up, and without hesitation, transformed into a large black ox. "Can you stop laughing creepily? Makes me feel like a villain." Armando rolled his eyes. As for Una, hesitating briefly, she turned into an ordinary golden bird with average lineage. Unless one possessed the eye of heaven, they wouldn't see her true form. For Zaida, it was even simpler. She adjusted her facial features slightly, adding a few freckles. Her hair changed from blood red to black, instantly making her seem much quieter and utterly unremarkable. "All right, very good. Next, we focus on recovering and heading towards the Supreme Deity Treasury." Armando looked at the key to the Kylan Deity Treasury in his hand, murmuring, "Wonder what treasures lie inside." Meanwhile, on another side, on a celestial mountain, the Saintess of Piamao Cloud Palace lay in a divine pool, healing her extensive injuries. Beside her, several female disciples of Piamao Cloud Palace asked uneasily, "Saintess, do you mean the Six Paths reincarnation disc fragment is fake?" "Yes. What a brilliant bait and switch. Passing off a fake is real." The precious sighed, a hint of frustration flashing in her eyes. "I have the heavenly eye. By the 3rd day of the battle, the replica reached its limit, and I saw through it. It was just a charm. So I withdrew early. That Carson is too despicable." "Indeed. Using a fake to deceive the Saintess for the 9 Khedives revival grass. Bastard. Next time we see him, we'll beat him up thoroughly." A group of Piamao Cloud Palace disciples expressed righteous indignation and strong dissatisfaction with Kit. Hearing this, the Piamao Saintess rolled her eyes. Who was Kit? Although cunning and despicable, his strength was undeniably genuine. If her junior sisters went after him, they'd probably be obliterated instantly. However, considering a possibility, the Piamao Saintess sighed and said, "We may never see the world-class genius Carson again." The other Piamao disciples were taken aback and asked curiously, "Why, Saintess?" Yes. In this Kylan deity treasury, there should be no one who can match Carson." "Exactly. With 2 supreme artifacts protecting him, who could kill him?" The Piamao disciples exchanged skeptical glances, disbelieving. "I didn't say he died," the Piamao Saintess smiled faintly and explained. "Our Piamao Cloud Palace's founder used 76 aliases yet was relentlessly pursued by all kinds of forces with nowhere to hide, losing countless friends and family in the process, all implicated in his affairs. My point is that Carson is likely a pseudonym. As for his true name, it might take a long time to reveal itself." "Oh, I see." The Piamao disciples were enlightened. Time passed swiftly, and nearly 2 weeks flew by. Kit had fully recovered, his strength even greater than before. He rode on Una's back, speeding towards the location of the Kylan deity treasury. Despite their slow pace, they covered over 20,000 miles in half a month, leaving about 7,000 to 8,000 miles left to reach the opening site of the Kylan deity treasury. This Kylan deity treasury is indeed vast. Kit gazed at the majestic mountains and rivers around him, his face showing astonishment. Suddenly, his peripheral vision caught sight of a peculiar range of mountains. Immediately, Kit called out, "Wait, stop, there's something wrong." Chapter 253, The Land of Reincarnation. "What is it, boss?" The Dax stopped flying mid-air, suspending in the sky, clearly surprised. The intersection of sun and moon has created a land of reincarnation. Kit gazed at the entire mountain range with astonishment on his face. The whole mountain range was naturally formed. One side was the moon vein, and the other side was the sun vein. Where they converged, the clash between the powers of the sun and moon had formed a brief equilibrium. This type of place was known as the land of reincarnation, a perfect location for the reincarnation flower to grow. "Is it actually the land of reincarnation?" The Dorian was also shocked. He exclaimed, "I remember now. According to ancient legends, during the late era of the Baron, he constructed the entire divine treasury of Kirin and seemed to have moved a piece of the land of reincarnation here. It said that he intended to cultivate the reincarnation flower to live once more. It seems like it failed? Not sure. Let's go in and see." Without saying more, Kit got up and led the way towards the land of reincarnation. In no time, he covered several hundred miles. Up close, even Kit was visibly stunned. The entire mountain range was densely marked with intricate patterns that were extraordinarily complex, resembling countless stars in the sky. A supreme-grade formation array. This must indeed be the work of Baron himself. Kit watched the formation array with surprise. A seal-breaking talisman appeared in his hand, ready to test if he could forge a path through. But just then, a disturbance came from nearby. Huh? Someone's here? Kit froze momentarily before swiftly moving backward into the void, bringing the Dorian and others with him to hide. Soon, a figure in green approached the barrier. Boom. The person exuded powerful aura, having reached the peak of the mystic realm. Yet, his appearance was extremely youthful, appearing only in his 20s, clad in green attire typical of the Yi family. How interesting. When did the Yi family produce such a formidable individual? Even stronger than Davidson? Kit was incredibly surprised. He'd never seen this young man before, but there was something eerily familiar about him. Boom. Though young-looking, the youth's aura was mature and steady. He strolled around the supreme formation array with his hands behind his back. He muttered to himself, ancient words hold true. This place is indeed where Baron cultivated the reincarnation flower, and even more so, his final resting place. For thousands of years, protected by the worshippers and guardians of Kirin, no one could enter. But now, with Kirin diminished, no one guards this area. Regardless, I possess the key to open it. Ha ha ha. Aryan, finally, I'm about to rise. To obtain the supreme legacy, or even supreme blood, would mean soaring to new heights. Hee hee hee. Aryan laughed wildly, dancing with joy. Damn, Aryan. Kit cried out in shock, finally understanding why the person felt so familiar. Beside him, the Dorian asked in confusion, Boss, you know him? Well, Rusty Sword was snatched from his hands. He's an ancient powerhouse reborn after possessing another body. Hearing this, the Dorian paled instantly. During the ancient era, powerhouse wasn't limited to one level. Kings, emperors, and saints could all be considered powerhouses, except for the holy spirits who stood alone. He looked at Aryan and said, Boss, shall we leave first? Ancient powerhouses aren't to be trifled with. Not yet. Kit shook his head, stroking his chin. Aryan, being an ancient powerhouse, likely knows how to get inside. We should find a way to ambush him. Ambush an ancient powerhouse? Sounds like a death wish. The Dax was startled. At this moment, within the secret realm, Aryan laughed 3 times, excitement etched on his face. He waved his hand, revealing a jade pendant in his palm. Tossing it into the barrier, he murmured, the land of reincarnation holds Baron's remains, unopened for millennia, filled with overwhelming death energy and terrifying in spirits. I'll wait for some fools to clear these spirits out for me, while I use a hidden passage to enter the heart of the land of reincarnation. Perhaps I can obtain the reincarnation flower and supreme artifacts left by Baron. With that, Aryan vanished. Turtle, using others to lead the way and draw out the spirits, entering through a secret passage. Aryan isn't a nice guy either. Kit mumbled, rubbing his chin. Impressive. True to being an ancient powerhouse, he's got some style. Heh, far inferior to you, boss. He doesn't match your deviousness. The Dorian grinned slyly. That's strategy, not deviousness, Kit remarked. Isn't it the same thing? The Dax was puzzled. TSK. Kit sighed. Seeing Aryan about to disappear, he said, all right, let's follow him. Yes. The Dorian nodded. They stealthily trailed Aryan to a seemingly ordinary low hill. Only Kit, using the heavenly Dao True Eye, could see that this hill was a secret passage reserved by Baron within the endless supreme formation array. At the entrance to the passage lay an extensive palace complex spanning over 10 miles. Centuries of dust had buried the palace deep under layers of earth. Knowledge of this place was almost lost to time. Bang! Aryan punched through the hillside, dispersing it entirely, revealing a stone door, the entrance to the secret passage. Suddenly, several hundred miles away, a golden light burst forth spectacularly. Heavens! It's the reincarnation land revealed. It's here. It's young Lord Cain of the Xylan clan, heavens. That's the blazing solar wheel. Is this what a supreme artifact looks like? Frightening power. 3 king-level in spirits were killed outright. End of chapter. Chapter 254. An acquaintance, Aryan. In the distance, some cultivators let out exclamations of surprise. And at that moment, cracks appeared in the sky one after another. Some acquaintances of Kit reappeared here. Among them was Skylar's young master Russell. Boom. The supreme artifact bloodlight lamp in Russell's hand suddenly erupted with boundless light. A cluster of 5-colored divine fire flew out from the wick. A heavenly monarch level in spirit could not dodge and was enveloped by the divine fire. In a blink, it was already reduced to ashes. Carson, where are you? Come out and face me. Holding the bloodlight lamp, Iggy Russell of the Divine Blood sect burned a heavenly monarch level in spirit as if he were mad. His eyes were bloodshot, his entire body extremely agitated. What the hell? Why is the young master of Divine Blood sect going crazy? He's even loudly challenging Carson? You don't know this? Allegedly, the piece of the 6 Paths reincarnation disc was fake. The real one is still with Carson. Sigh, that can't be true? It might be. Considering Carson's character, he's capable of doing such a thing. TSK. Not only did they fail to get the divine artifact fragment, but now they're suspected of having it without admitting it, drawing attention. Blindly shouldering the blame for an enemy. If it were me, I'd have gone insane long ago. A group of cultivators hid far away, watching the drama unfold. The Een spirits in the Samsara land were nurtured by the bodies of supreme beings, possessing terrifying strength. Basically, all starting from the heavenly monarch level. There were also quite a few great powers and even quasi-emperor levels. Without a supreme artifact, anyone venturing in would surely die. Oi, Carson, come out, cowardly rat. Russell was beside himself, almost losing his sanity. TSK. Looks like Russell has lost his cool. Kit glanced at Russell, shook his head, appearing gloating. Boss, He's provoking you so blatantly. Aren't you going to go teach him a lesson? The Dorian was puzzled. When had Kit ever tolerated such treatment? Winning wouldn't gain much benefit. What's the point of expending effort on someone like him? It's not worth it. Kit shook his head. He turned and looked at Aryan, saying, set up traps and killing formations outside. I'll follow him into the Samsara land and see what's happening. All right. The three people of the Dorian nodded slightly. Crack, crack. Before Aryan, the stone door slowly opened. No overwhelming death chi emerged, just a passage made of black and white stones. Huh. Indeed, I am a genius. Aryan's hands behind his back, extremely excited, muttered softly. This passage was specially built by the Arwen for his descendants. No death chi, knowing spirits attacking. Perfect. All these treasures will fall to me. Saying this, Aryan rubbed his hands together and walked in. However, Kit didn't rush to follow. Instead, he waited quietly for about 15 minutes. After a quarter of an hour, Aryan suddenly reappeared near the entrance. He looked around and muttered, strange. Was it just my illusion? Nothing followed me in. Aryan shook his head and then turned to re-enter the passage. I told you, someone as cunning as Aryan can't possibly be so defenseless. Kit smirked and then slowly followed in. Boom. Kit trailed closely behind Aryan, entering the passage. Immediately, he felt the mixture of yin and yang chi, forming samsara chi upon entry. Just as he entered, Kit could feel his soul beginning to separate from his physical body. Any cultivator with a weak soul foundation would have their souls detach under these circumstances. Then they would be contaminated by the samsara chi, transforming from life souls into yin spirits. Humph! Kit gave a cold snort, running the chaos scripture, making the green lotus in the depths of his third eye gently sway. Hum! The samsara chi falling on Kit was instantly repelled, having no effect on him whatsoever. Having dealt with the samsara chi, Kit quickly caught up with Aryan. Compared to Kit, Aryan wasn't so relaxed. Cold sweat streamed down his forehead. He clenched his teeth and endured, resisting the samsara chi within his body, struggling fiercely with his soul to avoid being contaminated by the samsara chi and transformed into a yin spirit. Interesting. Seeing this, Kit was not in a hurry, just walking leisurely through the passage. Soon, an hour passed. A faint floral fragrance wafted over. This floral scent was refreshing, carrying a charming freshness. Most crucially, merely this scent alone gave Kit's soul a subtle sense of transformation. Phew. The wheel of samsara flower. Kit's pupils constricted. Just by the scent, he knew that inside there must be the samsara flower. Aryan's face lit up too. Being able to smell the flower fragrance meant they were close to where the Arwen had left his divine treasure. He immediately quickened his pace and swiftly walked toward the end of the passage. Boom. Exiting the end of the passage, they found themselves in a vast space, as expansive as a small world. Before Kit, an immense palace stretching for hundreds of miles floated in the sky. Below was endless barren black soil, completely devoid of life, with no trace of vitality. At the heart of this black land, there was a black spring. Water flowed steadily, pitch black like ink. Plop. A drop of black spring water splashed out, instantly transforming into overwhelming death chi, becoming a storm sweeping the surroundings. Phew. It's actually the wheel of samsara spring. Kit sucked in a breath sharply. Next, 10 tiny white flowers rooted around the spring, petals crystal clear, as if carved from white jade. Amidst the death chi, they exuded vigorous life force, carrying a refreshing fragrance. The samsara flower. According to ancient legends, the divine medicine that can reverse life and death, bringing the dead back to life. Kit's heart pounded violently, his whole body trembling with excitement. Aryan also noticed the samsara flowers. Looking at them greedily, he didn't dare make a rash move. Instead, he murmured, below is a place of death. Going down means certain death. No choice. These 10 samsara flowers are unattainable. Let's first check the immortal palace and see what treasures are inside. Finished speaking, Aryan took a step forward. With his hands clasped, he respectfully bowed deeply and loudly said, Junior Aryan pays respects to the Arwen. Rumble. Hundreds of divine jade slabs flew out from the sky, forming a suspended, heavenly staircase leading directly to the immortal palace. Haha. Aryan grinned with joy, stepping onto the staircase and walking towards the immortal palace. Intriguing. Could there be any remnant souls of the Arwen in the immortal palace? This translation maintains the original paragraph structure and line breaks while ensuring the story flows naturally in English. The names have been converted to pinyin for accuracy. Chapter 255. The Divine Medicine, Heavenly Mandate Fruit. Kit looked at the immortal palace, his brow slightly furrowed. A remnant soul and a remnant thought are not the same concept. A remnant thought is akin to an array formation, merely a left-behind symbol or a fragment of thought. A remnant soul, however, can genuinely bring one back from the dead. Yet, if a remnant soul truly existed, why didn't the venerated Kirin consume the wheel flower to reverse life and death? A series of questions surfaced in Kit's mind. Forget it. Let's first get the wheel flower. Kit shook his head and took a step forward, arriving at the edge of the black soil area. Through the heavenly Tao true eye, Kit could see that there were no supreme formations here, just black soil. These soils should be cycle soil, infected by death energy for countless years. Cultivators below the saint spirit level would be corroded by death energy upon entering, turning into living dead. Moreover, in this region, true chi is suppressed, making it unusable. Kit took a deep breath. He glanced at the black soil, stepped forward without hesitation, and entered the cycle soil. Rumble. Overwhelming death energy erupted, engulfing Kit, seeking to devour him. It aimed to extinguish the vitality within Kit's flesh. Wherever the death energy reached, even Kit's body rapidly withered. At this rate, in no more than a dozen breaths, the vitality inside Kit's body would be obliterated. His divine soul dispersed, transforming him into a living dead. Gulp. Upon seeing this, Kit didn't hesitate for a moment. He drank a large mouthful of tricolor immortal spring water. Rumble. The tricolor immortal spring water contained a massive amount of life force. One gulp instantly neutralized the internal death energy, allowing Kit to avoid the fate of becoming a living dead. However, more death energy swarmed in from all sides, seeking to devour Kit. Gulp, gulp. Kit continuously drank over a dozen mouthfuls of tricolor immortal spring water, quickly running towards the location of the wheel flower. Rumble. Golden blood chi boiled around Kit's body. He dashed towards the wheel flower, 1,000 miles away, like lightning. Meanwhile, on the heavenly staircase, Aryan stared at Kit, nearly popping his eyes out. True dragon body. He had only seen one before. That bastard who dug up his grave without even leaving a coffin lid behind. It can't be that guy. Aryan was startled, finding it hard to believe. But the next even more chilling question made Aryan's face turn pale. Where did Kit come from? Behind him? Impossible. With his powerful divine sense as a reincarnation of an ancient mighty being, he would have definitely sensed it. Or, did this guy come from another place? Aryan frowned slightly. Without further ado, he rushed toward the immortal palace after glancing at Kit. He wasn't Kit and lacked plenty of tricolor immortal spring water. His priority now was to secure the treasures inside the immortal palace. Meanwhile, Kit also glanced at Aryan, noticing that Aryan had spotted him. He wasn't overly anxious. After all, the Dorian trio was blocking the exit. Aryan couldn't escape. Boom. After a quarter of an hour, Kit sprinted 1,000 miles, relying solely on his sheer physical strength, arriving beside the black cyclic spring. Boom. Beside the cyclic spring, the density of death energy was several times stronger than before. In just one breath, Kit needed at least a pound of tricolor immortal spring water to barely hold it off. Not good. Kit realized the severity. He took a step forward, directly reaching a wheel flower. He reached out and grabbed towards the wheel flower. Boom. Golden restraints appeared on the wheel flower, a beam of golden light slamming Kit away. Boom. Kit landed on the ground, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, somewhat surprised. Interesting, the restraint left by the venerated Kirin, protecting these wheel flowers. Looking at the wheel flower swaying in the wind, Kit furrowed his brows, thinking for a moment, slowly approaching the wheel flower, sending a dispelling array talisman towards it. Boom. The golden restraints on the surface of the wheel flower swiftly disintegrated. A white glow shot up into the sky. Without the supreme array formations restriction, 100 times more concentrated fragrance of the wheel flower emerged. The surrounding violent death energy instantly calmed down. The white glow from the wheel flower spread everywhere. Soon, a purely white area appeared before Kit. Within this area, death energy dissipated. Only the vibrant vitality generated by the wheel flower remained. Such astonishing medicinal effects. Kit stared at the wheel flower, inhaling sharply once again. At that moment, a faint wave of consciousness reached Kit. Human, will you not eat me? The voice was young, like a child's. Surprisingly, it had consciousness. Kit paused, feeling a bit awkward. In the past, every herb he consumed, including divine herbs, lacked any form of awareness. Now, facing a talking wheel flower, things got complicated. Forcing it down felt a bit wrong. Thinking this, Kit spoke. I need the wheel flower to break through. Without consuming you, I won't be able to achieve it. Hearing Kit's words, the youthful voice of the wheel flower replied. Is it using the wheel flower, golden mystic forging spirit flower, and 9 Khedive's rejuvenating grass as the base to forge the strongest origin spirit? You know? Kit was even more surprised. What background did this wheel flower have? It knew the ancient secret method recorded in the Chaos Scripture. This method dates back to the distant ancient era. It was a standard practice among all great talents. But over time, has this method been lost in the outside world? The wheel flower emitted a human-like sigh. Seeing how the wheel flower spoke, Kit stroked his chin. This wheel flower knows quite a lot. Could it have survived since ancient times? At that moment, the wheel flower continued, Human, there actually exists a substitute for the wheel flower, even stronger. If you let me go, I can provide you with information about it. What do you say? Stronger? Kit asked in surprise. What is it? The wheel flower answered, the heavenly mandate fruit. What the? Kit immediately stood up, his expression changing multiple times. His heart surged with waves of shock. He never imagined that the wheel flower actually possessed information about the heavenly mandate fruit. According to the records in the Chaos Scripture's Herb section, Divine Medicine Chapter, the heavenly mandate fruit is the pinnacle divine medicine for shaping the origin spirit, significantly enhancing enlightenment. It allows the origin spirit to reach its ultimate perfect state. In terms of ranking, it is only second to the primordial green lotus. Although the wheel flower is incredibly extraordinary, compared to the heavenly mandate fruit, it is still far inferior. Chapter 256. Chapter 256, The King Class Corpse. Taking a deep breath, Kit looked at the cycle flower and said, Where is the heaven mandate fruit? If you haven't lied to me, after I get the heaven mandate fruit, not only will I let you go, but I will also give you 1,000 pounds of tricolor immortal spring water. 1,000 pounds of tricolor immortal spring water? The cycle flower was quite shocked. It had originally planned to mislead Kit, leading him down a path of no return. But now, it changed its mind. Looking at Kit, it spoke, Very well, deal. However, you have to give me 500 pounds of tricolor immortal spring water first. Clang. Without hesitation, Kit brought out a bottle of tricolor immortal spring water. He placed this bottle on the ground and said, There are 500 pounds in here. No problem. The cycle flower swayed slightly. A cluster of white light converged, forming a map in front of Kit. On this land of death, head north for 3,000 miles. you'll find a silvery white mountain range composed entirely of heaven mandate stones. The heaven mandate fruit is rooted there. Here, the cycle flower produced a green leaf which landed in Kit's hand. Continuing, this leaf can protect you from the invasion of death energy. I understand. Kit picked up the leaf, glanced back at the cycle flower, and then walked towards the location of the heaven mandate fruit, 3,000 miles away. Once Kit was far enough, the remaining cycle flowers gently swayed, starting to converse. Do you think that human can reach the location of the heaven mandate fruit? Physical constitution is superficial. What matters most is fate. The heaven mandate fruit, destined by heaven, insufficient fate leads to disaster when seeking it. Fortune always leaves a way out. If he can survive this calamity, not only will he gain the heaven mandate fruit, but he will also experience a leap in progress. 10 cycle flowers were in heated discussion. Their voices were extremely soft. They thought the hundreds of miles of death energy would prevent Kit from hearing them. Unexpectedly, even from hundreds of miles away, Kit's divine senses were so acute they could penetrate through the death energy. Hearing the 10 cycle flowers' conversation, destiny, catastrophe, Kit squinted his eyes, feeling relieved. In such circumstances, what he feared most was if the cycle flower intentionally led him down a dead end. This situation, on the other hand, wasn't bad at all. Catastrophes, or whatever, bring them on. I'll just fight my way through. Kit shook his head. Holding the cycle flower's leaf, he traversed through the endless cycle soil. Just then, the ground began to tremble slightly. Turning around, Kit saw 3 decomposing powerhouses slowly approaching him. Their bodies were covered with dense layers of death energy. Their ethereal spirits were peculiar too. Despite being suffused with death energy, they were alive. It was a very contradictory state. Hehehe. How many years have passed since a living person came here? True dragon body? That true dragon blood must be quite delicious, right? I can hardly wait to indulge in drinking the true dragon blood. 40 million years. What an incredibly long time. The 3 king-class corpses' tones were filled with bitterness, anger, and unwillingness. And alongside that came envy toward Kit. They envied Kit for still retaining life force, traversing the cycle soil with just a leaf from the cycle flower. While they could only exist in a state between human and ghost, traversing this region, unable even to die. Gentlemen, I'm not interested in fighting with you. Kit glanced at the 3 corpses and calmly said, if you don't want to die, don't block my path. Haha, did I hear the biggest joke ever? Kid, this place is cycle soil. True chi cannot be used here. No matter how strong you are, you can only rely on your physical body and ethereal spirit. Exactly. I know you have the aura of an imperial-grade artifact on you, but without true chi, how do you activate it? Hehehe, I want to drain his blood drop by drop. The 3 corpses laughed maniacally, as if they had completely determined Kit's doom. What else can it be? Seeing is believing. Kit sighed, raising his finger to press on his forehead, saying, I wonder about the power of this imperial secret, art exclusive to the Chavez sect, meant specifically for killing ethereal spirits. What, the Chavez sect? 40 million years have passed. That sect hasn't perished yet? Spirit Slayer Blade? Kid, if your ethereal spirit reached our level, we'd be afraid of you. But now, you're only at the divine stage. Right. A divine-level ethereal spirit trying to slay us? Dream on. The 3 corpses didn't believe it. Seeing their reactions, Kit wasted no words and immediately activated the Spirit Slayer Blade. Boom. A beam of golden light shot out from Kit's forehead, condensing into a palm-sized, golden flying blade. In an instant, it struck a corpse's green ethereal spirit. Sizzle. Kadiki cutting tofu. The green ethereal spirit sphere was instantly bisected. Then the golden flying blade turned around like lightning. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In a blink, the green ethereal spirit was shredded into countless pieces. Bang! The golden flying blade exploded. It transformed into golden flames, engulfing the entire ethereal spirit. Golden profound godfire. How do you possess such a thing? The corpse emitted an earth-shattering scream, struggling fiercely against the golden profound godfire. However, it was futile. In the blink of an eye, the green ethereal spirit was thoroughly refined, turning into nothingness. Plop. The corpse fell to the ground and vanished within seconds, turning into black soil. A gust of wind blew by. Not a trace remained. Why bother? Kit was speechless, his gaze landing on the other 2 corpses as he said coolly, next, it's your turn. Wait, don't kill us too. We know there's a treasure in this cycle land. Spare our lives and I'll tell you about it. The 2 corpses were terrified. A golden flying blade appeared in Kit's hand, which he toyed with leisurely. His expression was uncertain. The credibility of the 2 corpses' words was low, but judging from their consciousness fluctuations, they seemed to be telling the truth. However, collaborating with these 2 was risky. After weighing the pros and cons, Kit stroked his chin, gritted his teeth, and made up his mind. Wealth and glory come from taking risks. Let's do it. With that thought, Kit looked at the 2 kneeling, pleading corpses and asked coldly, speak up, what treasure? The prototype of an imperial-grade artifact. The Chilean emperor only managed to refine the raw materials before passing away without forging the imperial-grade artifact. Chapter 256, King-Class Corpse. Taking a deep breath, Kit looked at the cycle flower and said, where is the destiny fruit? If you haven't lied to me, not only will I let you go after I obtain the destiny fruit, but I will also give you 1,000 pounds of tricolor immortal spring. 1,000 pounds of tricolor immortal spring? The cycle flower was greatly surprised. It had originally intended to trick Kit, leading him down a path of death. But now, it changed its mind. Looking at Kit, it spoke up, very well, deal. However, you must first give me 500 pounds of tricolor immortal spring. Ding! Without hesitation, a bottle of tricolor immortal spring appeared in Kit's hand. Placing the bottle on the ground, he said, "This contains 500 pounds altogether." No problem. The cycle flower swayed slightly. A ball of white light gathered, forming a map in front of Kit. In this land of death, travel 3,000 miles northward. You'll find a silver-white mountain range entirely made of destiny stones. The destiny fruit grows rooted there. As it spoke, a green leaf emerged and fell into Kit's hand. It continued, "This leaf will protect you from the invasion of death chi." I understand. Kit picked up the leaf, glanced back at the cycle flower, and then set off toward the location of the destiny fruit 3,000 miles away. After Kit walked far enough away, the other cycle flowers gently swayed, beginning to converse. Do you think that human can make it to where the destiny fruit is? Physical strength is nothing. What matters most is destiny. The destiny fruit, chosen by fate. Without sufficient fortune, forcibly seeking the destiny fruit invites great calamity. Heaven does not seal off all paths. If he can survive the great calamity, he will not only gain the destiny fruit, but also achieve a breakthrough. 10 cycle flowers were discussing intensely. Their voices were extremely low. They thought the dead chi spanning hundreds of miles would prevent Kit from hearing. Unbeknownst to them, Kit's divine sense was sharp enough to pierce through the hundreds of miles of dead chi. He overheard the conversation between the 10 cycle flowers. Destiny? Great calamity? Kit squinted his eyes, feeling somewhat relieved inside. In this situation, what he feared most was the cycle flower deliberately leading him to certain death. Now, this turned out to be not so bad. If a great calamity comes, so be it. I'll just charge right through. Kit shook his head. Holding the leaf from the cycle flower, he traversed the endless cycle earth. At that moment, the ground trembled lightly. Turning around, Kit saw 3 decaying corpses approaching him slowly. Their bodies were covered with dense dead chi. Their xuanhuan, souls, were also peculiar, surrounded by dead chi yet alive. It was a very contradictory state. How many years have passed since anyone living came here? True dragon body? That true dragon blood must be quite delicious, right? I can't wait to drink the true dragon blood. 40 million years. What a long time. The 3 king-class corpses spoke with venom, anger, and frustration, and along with it came jealousy towards Kit. They envied that Kit could still retain vitality, moving through the cycle earth with just a leaf from the cycle flower. While they were stuck, neither dead nor alive, wandering in this area, unable even to die. Gentlemen, I'm not interested in fighting you. Kit glanced at the 3 corpses indifferently and said, "If you don't want to die, get out of my way." Haha, did I just hear the biggest joke in the world? Boy, this place is cycle earth. You cannot use true chi, even if you're strong, only your flesh and spirit can be used. That's right. I know you carry the aura of an Empyrean artifact, but without true chi, how do you activate it? I'll slowly drain every drop of his blood. The 3 corpses laughed maniacally, completely sure of their victory over Kit. Truly, you won't cry until you see the coffin. Sighing, Kit raised his hand and pressed a finger to his brow, saying, "Let's see how powerful this Empyrean secret art of Chavez sect is for killing spirits." What, Chavez sect? 40 million years have passed. That sect hasn't fallen yet? Godslayer / Boy, if your spirit could reach our level, we'd fear you. As it stands, you're merely at the divine profound level. That's right, at the divine profound level, trying to kill us? Dream on. The 3 corpses didn't believe it at all. Well then. Seeing this, Kit activated the Godslayer / without further ado. Boom. A beam of golden light shot from Kit's brow, condensing into a palm-sized golden flying blade. In an instant, it struck a corpse's green yuan. Squish. Kadiki slicing tofu. The green spirit orb was instantly split in 2. Then, the golden flying blade darted back like lightning. Swish swish swish. In a blink, the green yuan was shredded into hundreds of pieces. Bang! The golden flying blade exploded, transforming into golden flames. It consumed the entire spirit. Golden mystic spirit fire. How do you possess such a thing? The corpse let out a world-shaking wail, struggling desperately against the golden mystic spirit fire. But it was futile. In the blink of an eye, the green yuan was thoroughly refined, turning to nothingness. Thud. The corpse fell to the ground and vanished within seconds, becoming black soil. A breeze blew through, leaving not a trace behind. Why bother? Kit sighed helplessly, his gaze falling on the other 2 corpses as he said indifferently, "Next, it's your turn." "Wait, don't kill us. We know of a treasure in this cycle land. Spares our lives, and we will tell you about this treasure." The 2 corpses were instantly terrified. A golden flying blade appeared in Kit's hand, which he toyed with idly. His expression was hard to read. The credibility of the 2 corpses' words wasn't high, but judging by their mental fluctuations, they seemed truthful. However, cooperating with these 2 guys posed considerable risk. Weighing the pros and cons, Kit stroked his chin, gritted his teeth, and made a decision. Seeking wealth comes with risk. Go for it. With this in mind, Kit looked at the 2 kneeling, pleading corpses and asked coldly, "Tell me, what treasure?" "The embryo of an Empyrean artifact. Xiuxian Empyrean only refined the raw materials before ascending." Note, xiuxian, is kept in its original form as it represents a mythical Chinese creature, often translated as Kailan in English. Chapter 257. The Taboo Between Heaven and Earth. A decaying corpse spoke up. Device embryo? Kit was initially stunned, then felt an immense surge of joy. He knew that although he possessed 2 supreme devices, both were already finalized. They were still useful for now. But once he reached the supreme realm, they wouldn't be suitable anymore. The reason was simple. A supreme device needed to match its user. Every Supreme had their own custom-made device. Moreover, Supreme devices could lock onto bloodlines, allowing descendants to inherit them for countless years. Even if it were taken away, as long as the lineage survived, it could be reclaimed. This was the true effect of a Supreme device. Therefore, whether it was the star purple gold tower or the rusty sword in Kit's possession, they were already set in form, like finished porcelain. There was no way to destroy and remake them. However, a Supreme device embryo was different. It was only a preliminary form. How it would be shaped later depended entirely on Kit's own ideas. To say nothing of exaggeration, a Supreme device embryo was almost equivalent in value to a fully formed Supreme device, and might even be more useful to Kit. Taking a deep breath, Kit looked at the decaying corpse and asked, "Interesting. How do you plan to prove what you're saying is true?" Upon hearing this, the decaying corpse glanced at the golden flying dagger in Kit's hand and immediately became startled. The two exchanged glances and simultaneously said, "We can take you there." Kit pondered for a moment, feeling that it was worth checking out. If things turned sour, he could always flee. He nodded slightly and replied, "All right, let's go. Please follow me." Without a word, the two decaying corpses led Kit in a specific direction. Following them, Kit walked over 1,000 miles. Soon, a massive chasm appeared before him. Standing at the edge of the chasm, he looked down. Below lay an endless sea of deep red molten lava, stretching endlessly like a fiery dragon. Endless Supreme secret techniques covered the entire valley, continuously drawing power from the core of the earth, forming a square altar. Above the altar, a 9-colored sword embryo floated silently, emitting a gentle light of 9 divine colors despite having been there for who knows how many years. 9-colored divine gold? Kit looked at the 9-colored sword embryo in surprise. Such divine gold was extremely rare, having vanished completely in the ancient era. Even Supremes couldn't find it. Who would have thought a piece still existed here, crafted into a sword embryo by the draper? "So, how about it, sir? We didn't lie to you, right?" one of the decaying corpses said proudly. This sword embryo took the draper his entire life to find just this one piece. He tore through hundreds of miles of ley lines, drawing energy from the core of the earth to forge supreme core fire, melting the 9-colored divine gold, barely shaping it into an embryo. It was originally intended to forge the second supreme device for the Xiuxian clan. But before it could be completed, the draper suddenly passed away, leaving the sword embryo behind. Intriguing. Kit examined the entire sword embryo without making any rash moves. He turned to the decaying corpse and asked, "If so, why hasn't the Xiuxian clan's offspring retrieved it after all these years since the ancient times? They can't take it away." The other decaying corpse shook his head slightly. "Oh, why not?" Kit pursued curiously. If the descendants of the Xiuxian clan couldn't retrieve the supreme sword embryo, neither could he. After all, during the ancient era, the Xiuxian clan was prosperous for a long time. There were no shortage of near-supreme beings, let alone holy spirits. If such beings couldn't take it, much less could Kit. Seeing Kit's inquiry, one of the decaying corpses replied, "This place was created as the reincarnation ground by the draper, with the sword embryo serving as his funeral object. In the primordial era, though divine gold was scarce, it hadn't vanished completely. It wasn't necessary to remove ancestors' funeral items just for a piece of divine gold. Many Xiuxian holy spirits and quasi-supremes used to come here to forge magical weapons. By the ancient era, the Xiuxian clan declined, and their bloodline regressed. Most of the secrets of the Xiuxian divine treasure perished with the passing of a group of strong individuals. Even if someone tried to take it away back then, they wouldn't have been able to preserve it. During the ancient era, divine gold vanished, and numerous supreme powers emerged. Thus, this secret was permanently sealed. By the Middle Ancient Era, even the Xiuxian clan themselves forgot about this piece of divine gold. I see. Kit was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't expected the story to unfold in such a dramatic fashion. He looked at the supreme device protected by countless supreme arrays, furrowing his brows and asked, "How can we get past?" "You don't mean facing the supreme array directly, do you?" "Of course not. To enter this formation, there are 2 methods. The first is to possess transcendent bones, gaining the draper's recognition. The second is for a descendant of the draper, who can enter without being attacked by the supreme array." One of the decaying corpses answered quickly, "Just walk in?" Kit narrowed his eyes slightly. He raised his hand, revealing a clone talisman. Then, an identical clone appeared beside him. Clone talisman? An ancient heavenly Dao talisman? One of the decaying corpses exclaimed in shock, his tone somewhat excited. Impossible. After that calamity, there should be no survivors carrying on the heavenly Dao talisman tradition. Why? Before he could finish, a bolt of golden lightning materialized in the sky, striking the decaying corpse. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted. The decaying corpse was scorched black, his face contorted, his aura listless. He was almost dead. What's happening? Kit was startled, looking around nervously. Everything around was quiet, showing no abnormalities. It's the backlash of the taboo force between heaven and earth. I shouldn't have spoken those words, thus triggering cause and effect. One of the decaying corpses explained weakly. We should have died long ago, but we've been sealed in this cycle of rebirth, neither alive nor dead. Therefore, we are very clear about some information from the ancient era. However, times have changed. This information must not be spoken aloud, otherwise, it invites heavenly punishment. That bolt of golden lightning was a warning. What kind of secret could trigger the taboo force of heaven and earth? The calamity of the ancient era, the disaster targeting the bearers of heavenly Dao talismans, resulting in the complete disappearance of heavenly Dao talismans. Kit was inwardly shocked, but he did not press further, because, even if he asked, it wouldn't make much difference. Chapter 258, The Supreme Trial. Before the decaying corpses could speak, they would be instantly obliterated. Forget it. I'll focus on securing the supreme weapon embryo first. He shook his head and controlled his avatar to take a step forward into the Supreme Array. Boom. The moment his avatar entered the Supreme Array, a pressure heavy as a mountain descended upon him. This pressure was very familiar. It was the same kind that emanated from the three-colored immortal spring surroundings within the convergence of 9 dragons not long ago. Meanwhile, the deadly Supreme Killing Array remained silent, untriggered. Clearly, the 2 decaying corpses had not lied. The path to the Supreme Weapon Embryo was indeed a testing ground, requiring superlative potential for entry. Shriek. Golden chains emerged around him. Just by taking a couple of steps forward, hundreds of chains bound themselves to Kit. It's basically identical to the restrictions around the 3-colored immortal spring, still limited to 99,999 chains, indicating the ultimate supreme potential? A few thoughts surfaced in Kit's mind. His pace did not falter as he continued towards the Supreme Weapon Embryo. Meanwhile, the 2 decaying corpses initially